In order to secure a recommendation spot for the top university, I fought desperately in the Sea Beast campaign, only to have my martial arts foundation damaged. Although I slew numerous sea beasts, when the school announced the results, the principal not only gave my merits to his nephew but also falsely accused me of cheating during the campaign, expelling me from the academy. Just as I was filled with rage, the system that was 18 years late finally arrived. Following the path guidance provided by the system, I could locate treasure chests containing various treasures. Following the arrow, I soon found a chest emitting a colorful glow quietly placed on the ground. This was a public area where people passed by occasionally, and one pedestrian even stepped right on the chest without any reaction, walking straight past. This confirmed that only I could see the chest. I jogged over, and as soon as my foot touched the chest, it opened automatically, revealing a mysterious energy before my eyes. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in my mind. You opened a colorful treasure chest and luckily obtained an SSS grade physique, Martial Saint Body. Hearing this, my breathing quickened, and I immediately ran to a secluded spot to fuse with this physique without hesitation. Instantly, a massive surge of energy flooded my body, transforming every part of me. After evolving into the Martial Saint Body, my damaged foundation was completely restored, and my strength broke through from the peak of martial disciple to the early stage of martial master. In this world, cultivation realms are divided into 9 major stages from martial disciple to martial god, each with 4 minor phases, and the strength of beasts is similarly categorized into 9 major stages. Before reaching the divine level, the sea beast that harmed my martial foundation was a wounded city-level creature. With my current strength, I could easily kill it in a rematch. Feeling my body's recovery and power boost, I gazed toward the direction of the first high school, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai, just wait, I'll settle the score with you soon. Then, I smelled something like stinky tofu and looked down to find a layer of black grime on my skin, as if I hadn't bathed in a year. Unable to stand it, I rushed home, took a refreshing cold shower, and lay down on the sofa. The system's voice sounded again. Treasure chest refreshed. A white chest has appeared at the 7th intersection of Qingshu Road. Please proceed to open it. A yellow chest has appeared at Huimin Grocery Store. Please proceed to open it. I was familiar with both locations, and since the grocery store was on the way past Qingshu Road, I could conveniently open both chests. Notably, Huimin Grocery Store was where I often worked part-time. Following the arrow's guidance, I arrived at the 7th intersection of Qingshu Road, where a white chest lay quietly. Opening it, I found a red energy worth 200 units of chi and blood. As the energy merged into my body, I clearly felt a surge in my chi and blood, as if I had accumulated it through gradual cultivation. I continued onward and soon reached Huimin Grocery Store. I walked into the shop and called out to the owner sitting there. Boss He Wang, the shop owner, was in his 50s, with a few strands of white hair at his temples from years of hard work, making him look older than his actual age. Seeing me approach, He Wang pointed to some daily necessities left nearby and said with a smile, Xiao Feng, you came at just the right time. This batch of goods was ordered by Oldly. If you have time, help me deliver it. Alright, I'll take it over later, I replied as I walked further into the shop. He Wang didn't pay me any more attention, busy sorting through the receipts in his hands. I had worked here for a long time, and he no longer treated me as an outsider. Following the arrow's direction, I entered the restroom and immediately saw a yellow treasure chest placed right in the center. I walked over and opened it to find a second-tier wind-based martial skill, the wind-slashing blade technique, at the perfected stage. Exactly what I urgently needed at the moment. Eagerly, I began to assimilate its insights, and instantly, countless understandings of the wind-slashing blade technique flooded my mind. Martial skills are also ranked, from the first tier to the 9th, with higher tiers being harder to master. Based on proficiency, they are further divided into beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfected stages. Second-tier martial skills are suitable for martial practitioners, making it just right for me at this stage. I brought 2 fingers together and casually swung them a few times, feeling the wind elements surge sharply at my fingertips. The system notification sounded again. Treasure chest refreshed. A yellow treasure chest has appeared at Linhai City's number 10 high school. Please proceed to open it. Hearing number 10 high school, I froze for a moment. That was where He Wang's daughter, Lu Ruyan, attended school. Just then, a clear and bright female voice faintly came from outside. I stepped out and saw a slender young girl standing there, her delicate profile so striking that anyone who saw her would exclaim, "What a beauty!" Hearing the noise, Lu Ruyan turned to look at me, revealing the inch-long scar on her right cheek, which stood out prominently. I once thought it was heaven's envy of her beauty, giving her a face that could topple cities yet adding such a scar. Later, after getting to know her better, I learned that she had cut the scar herself with a dagger. There was once a spoiled young noble who coveted Lu Ruyan's beauty and tried to force her into submission. The young noble came from a powerful background, leaving her with no choice. In desperation, Lu Ruyan took a dagger and slashed a long wound across her right cheek right in front of him. From then on, the young noble never bothered her again. But Lu Ruyan was left with this permanent scar. Shin Feng, you're here too? Lu Ruyan flashed me a smile and joked. The college entrance exam is in 3 days. Maybe we'll run into each other at the test center. Don't expect me to go easy on you then. I didn't hide anything and briefly explained how I got expelled, especially about my grades being swapped, since my martial arts foundation was damaged and suddenly recovered. It wasn't easy to explain. Lu Ruyan didn't react much, but he Wang beside her grew furious. How outrageous! How could they do this? A prestigious key high school like Linhai No. 1 would stoop to such tricks. Lu Ruyan didn't show anger. Past experiences had taught her that rage was useless. Only fists mattered. She calmly suggested, why not transfer to our school? With your skills, you could get into a good university anywhere. I frowned, but you know why I was expelled. Even though it's a false accusation, your school doesn't know that. Will they believe me? Truthfully, I wanted to go to number 10 high school. For one, having student status would let me move freely on campus to find the yellow treasure chest the system hinted at. Second, I really wanted to take the college entrance exam if for no other reason than to mess with number 1 high and settle scores with those who'd crossed me. That alone could tank their ranking. School rankings determined reputation, funding, and sponsorships. It was a big deal, and no one cared more than the principal. If I could screw over Jiaodong High, I'd gladly do it. At the same time, I wanted to get into Longtung University, because my grades were swapped. Zhao Ming took the recommendation spot that should have been mine. This time, I'd enter Longting to deal with him. Lu Ruyan said, leave it to me. Wait for my message tomorrow. The next day, she went straight to number 10 high's principal, Li Zhong. Principal Li looked puzzled when he saw her. Student Lu Ruyan, what brings you here? She laid out my situation in detail. Li Zhong frowned slightly but ultimately agreed to my enrollment out of respect for Lu Ruyan's top student status. With Lu Ruyan's help, I smoothly completed enrollment procedures. After parting ways with her, I headed to my new class. Before even reaching the classroom, the noise hit me like a marketplace. Inside, it was chaos, students doing their own thing, barely anyone paying attention, the teacher lecturing as if long accustomed to being ignored. I approached homeroom teacher Duan Chuan and said, Sir, I'm a new transfer student here to report in. Duan Chuan's face showed no expression. He had already been notified and knew my background. The class he taught, class 15, was the worst in number 10 high school. Given the reason for my expulsion, assigning me here was entirely within his expectations. Seeing that the content Duan Chuan was teaching was something I had already learned, I didn't want to waste time and applied for free activity. After getting permission, I turned and left the classroom, following the yellow arrows all the way to a tall building on the west side of the school. A plaque above it read testing building. Such places were used to assess students' strength, and every school had one. I continued following the yellow arrows into the building, where there was a door with a display screen in the center. The yellow arrow pointed to door number 3. After the person inside came out, I walked in. Since I was here, I also wanted to know how much power I could unleash with my current strength, combined with the gale-severing blade technique. Yifeng went to the nearby weapon rack and took a long knife, an ordinary alloy battle knife without an open blade. Come to the front of the boxing target, adjust your breathing, sink your legs slightly, recover your right hand, and assume the stance. The corners of the coat were windless. The surrounding air currents were clearly perceived by Yifeng. Drink! Qi and blood were mobilized and gathered in the right hand, and force was injected into the long right hand blade. The consummate wind-slashing blade technique was executed. The wind element wrapped around the blade, and a sharp and swift blade was slashed out, accurately hitting the fist target in front of him. Boo! The special material fist target, violently and deeply sunk. Above the digital display screen value crazy jumping. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. 4,000. The value didn't stabilize until the punch target rebounded and was finally set at 510 pounds. This value had far exceeded Yifeng's expectations. Converted based on 1 card of chakra that can be hit with 1 pound of force. Right now, the Qi in blood is 3,200 cards, and the base strength is 3,200 pounds, and when the Qi in blood reached 4,000 calories or more, it was the middle stage of the martial master, and the base strength was 4,000 pounds. In this way, after executing the wind-slashing blade technique, the force had already exceeded the minimum base strength of a mid-martial master by a great deal. After measuring the power, a door did automatically open in front of them, and it was a long walkway. At the end of the walkway, a yellow treasure chest, quietly placed there. Finally, this walkway is used for speed measurement, and on both sides of the wall, Many testing instruments are placed. When a martial artist swept through the passageway, his or her movement speed would be detected. Yifeng stood at the entrance and made a slight adjustment as if he was a cheetah about to explode. Swish! The foot stomped hard. The entire body pulled out residual shadows and rushed 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The entire walkway, which is only 200 meters, the first 100 meters, as a speed detection, and the next 100 meters, as a buffer zone to slow down and stop. At such a speed, normally, it would take a few dozen meters of cushioning to stop completely without injuring the body. Emergencies can certainly be stopped quickly, but will be very injurious, and the quicker you stop, the more damage you will do. Yifeng, however, only buffered about 5 meters before coming to a complete stop, and that's taking into account not hurting your body. If you improve your health in the future, you may even be able to go straight to sudden stop. This was the martial Dao Saint Body, the powerful benefits that came with it, a very strong control over the body, an excellent unloading and endurance to be able to do so. There is a digital display screen in the front that shows the results. 96 meters per second. The passing line for the early stage of martial master was a base speed of 90 meters per second. Yifeng exceeded it by some. When I cultivate the body technique in the future and my speed is increased, it will be even faster. Yifeng thought in anticipation. A flash followed and arrived at the location of the yellow treasure chest. Snap! You open a yellow treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining second level stance technique, swift shadow step, perfect enlightenment. Yifeng smiled. He was missing a body technique, and now he just happened to open one. Immediate fusion. Boom! The consummate sense of the swift shadow steps continued to fill into Yifeng's mind until it was completely mastered. When performing a stance, whether it was extreme speed or prancing around, there would be a certain amount of increase. The magnitude of the increase depended on the grade of the stance, as well as the proficiency of the mastery. The second order stance, for Yifeng of the martial master realm, happened to be very suitable. Yifeng executed the swift shadow steps and could clearly perceive that his body had become lighter and more flexible. When fighting in this state, it is more difficult for the enemy to grasp the trajectory of their own movements, and the gap of superiority will be widened. Just now, without the body technique enhancement, the limit speed was 96 meters per second. I'll measure it again now and see how much it can be increased. Yifeng immediately rejoined the starting point of the speed measurement, took a deep breath, and ran swift shadow steps at full speed. Swish! The body transformed into a residual shadow, passing through the front 100 meters in an instant. Feeling much faster than just now, the digital display jumps and the results show up. 140 meters per second. It actually increased by so much. The base speed of a late martial master was only 150 per second, which was close. With the stance, it's such a huge boost. With a pleasant mood, Yifeng walked towards the outside. I had thought that I would attract a lot of students when I tested such data. Got out and realized that no one had found out yet. Come to think of it, it was only a matter of going in to test 2 stats and open a treasure chest. And with the delay, it took a total of about half a minute. And it was just normal for no one to pay attention to this side. Whether or not anyone found out was fine. Yifeng didn't care and directly left. Shortly after Yifeng left, the 2 students talked as they approached over. If you still don't believe me, I'll test it for you now. Just now in this third room as well. If Yifeng was here, he would have recognized that the person who spoke was the student with a black mole at the corner of his mouth who had just tested in front of him. He had just left after the test and bragged to one of his classmates about how much his strength had increased after diligently practicing martial arts. Unexpectedly, his classmate, after inquiring about the data, actually didn't believe him and thought it was impossible to increase by that much. The youthful ones will argue everything to the end. So, the black mole student brought his classmates to test him in person, still choosing room number 3. Humph, let's see what you have to say later, the black mole student said as he was about to enter. Wait, but he was called back by his classmate, sounding a little surprised. What's the matter? It's not because you're afraid of being punched in the face, is it? The black mole student snorted. No, look, see what? Watch the door to the room. Hiss. At this look, the mole student sucked in a breath of cold air. Above the door of the room, there were 2 amazing accomplishments written. Strength, 4,510 pounds. Speed, 140 meters per second. Who the hell measured this? Both were shocked. Such figures were clearly possessed only by strong martial masters. Martial artist, that's the rank of a school teacher. Did a teacher just come over to test? But it didn't seem right. There was a special place for teachers to practice, and there were testing instruments right there that were even more advanced than the ones over here. What teacher has nothing better to do than to come over here and take test points from the students? Could it be him? The black mole student looked shocked. Who is it? What do you know? The classmate pursued. I'm not sure. It's just now. I came out from inside and there was a person waiting outside. He should be testing too. I doubt it. He's the one who made this data, the black mole student said. Who the hell was that? His classmate followed up by asking if there must be a martial artist who could measure such scores, and he was curious as to who it was. It felt as if it was a student as well, and I didn't take a closer look, and at the time, my mind was all on my grades, so in retrospect, I can't even recall the other party's appearance. The black mole student was somewhat chagrined. Students? Ha ha ha. His classmate laughed out loud. How can that be? Which student has that kind of strength? Even if you go to the first middle school, you won't be able to find this kind of student, not to mention that this is the 10th middle school. The laughter drew other students nearby. When asked about the situation, they all burst out laughing as well. Laugh your ass off. You guys have been here all this time and you haven't seen who went in? The black mole student was a bit annoyed by the laughter and asked back, who has nothing to look at? I did see, out of the corner of my eye, one person come out of it, but didn't bother to notice who it was. Don't even guess. It definitely won't be a student, that's it. Maybe it's some teacher who came over to find a certain student, and on a whim, just test it. It won't take too much time anyway. Indeed, this is most likely. Yifeng was completely unaware that the scores he tested out in passing in order to open the treasure chest would cause so much attention. Yifeng, who had left the measurement and learning building, was walking on the road, thinking about the next thing. Suddenly, just another treasure chest clue hint appears, and this time it was much different. Chapter 7 Green Treasure Chest Clue. Treasure Chest Clue. In the Hall of Honor of the 10th High School, a green treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Green treasure chest. That was a treasure chest of a higher level than yellow, and the treasures opened were better than the yellow treasure chest. I didn't expect to provide a clue to the green treasure chest so soon. However, this location, if Yifeng hadn't guessed wrongly, the location of the green treasure chest was probably not that good to enter. Let's go over there first. Yifeng followed the green arrow on the ground all the way to the middle of the school, a tall building. In front of the building, a tall stone monument was also erected, inscribed with 4 big words, Hall of Honor. In addition to the 4 large characters, in the rest of the place, there are many mosquito flies engraved with small characters. Each name, corresponding to a pile of introductions, is among the former students and faculty members who have made great contributions to the school. In the mouths of students, this is called the honor roll. Anyone who can get good grades on the test will be able to get on this honor roll. Before going on the honor roll, there will also be a recognition event, which is held in the Hall of Honor. Looking over there, at the Hall of Honor with the door locked, Yifeng understood that if he wanted to enter the Hall of Honor and successfully open the treasure chest, he would need to make a contribution to the school in order to have a chance to enter it. So there's no other way to get in but to wait a few more days and get a good score on the entrance exam. Time rushed by and 2 days passed. Today is the day of the entrance exam. The college entrance exams are divided into 2 major categories, the civil and the military exams. The literature exam tests paper knowledge, such as how to utilize chi and blood, which secret realm does a certain beast come from, and what are its strengths and weaknesses. The martial arts exam, on the other hand, tests practical combat experience. The process is to take the arts and sciences first, then the martial arts. Early in the morning, students from one school after another, in one bus, headed to the Liberal Arts Test Center in the city center. The large building was like a giant beast creeping here, swallowing a candidate. All stay put and listen to your teachers. The students of the 10th middle school, thousands of them, gathered in the square outside the examination room, and the principal, Lu Tai, began to lecture. Do you hear me, class of 15? Lu Tai looked at the students of class 15 without a good look, and the scene of exchanging words was then quieted down. Hear me clearly, the students responded in a loud voice. Yifeng was the one who was located in the crowd of class 15 and looked around. Seeing a few guys with casts on their right hands, they were the ones who came to pick a fight 2 days ago and were injured by Yifeng. The right hand is injured. There is a left hand can be used. Cannot give up the college entrance examination to see if there is a pheasant university willing to accept, and then trash also mix to graduation, and then become a security guard to mix life. In today's society, security guards also have a certain threshold, and they have to be somewhat forceful, and ordinary people simply cannot become them. A few people realized that Yifeng was looking over, and their bodies stiffened, their eyes dodging, not daring to meet Yifeng's gaze. Wang Hu, why are you guys so nervous all of a sudden? The classmate on the side inquired. No. Who's nervous? We're the ones who aren't nervous. Wang Hu. Several people trembled and retorted. Out of the corner of their eyes, they realized that Yifeng was no longer looking at them, and only then did they relax again. Class 1, follow me into the exam room. Over there came the voice of the teacher of class 1, and under his leadership, nearly 100 top students walked towards the examination room. Before leaving, Xiling turned back to search the crowd and finally settled on Yifeng. She gave a thumbs up, and with her mouth, Yifeng knew she was saying go for it. Yifeng smiled and returned the same thumbs up. However, as Xiling turned back around again, her body stuttered unnaturally, and her willow brows frowned slightly. What's wrong? Yifeng asked with his mouthpiece. He Xiling quickly returned to normal and shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Looking at He Xiling's faraway back, Yi Feng pondered. A sudden prompt interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. Clue to the treasure chest, in the first examination area of the Liberal Arts Examination Center. A yellow treasure chest, a fine product, has appeared. Please go and open it. Ha, there's a treasure chest in the exam room too? Yi Feng was a bit surprised. Mainly, the green treasure chest that existed in the Hall of Honor of the 10th grade school, which I got a clue about 2 days ago, hadn't had a chance to open yet. Originally, I thought that I needed to open that treasure chest to get new treasure chest clues, but it turned out not to be the case, and I can still get new treasure chest clues, so it would be nice to not be afraid that some of the treasure chests would be harder to open later and would get stuck because of it. The treasure chest hinted at this time is only yellow, but with the fine suffix added to it. In other words, a fine product inside a yellow treasure chest. Since it was a fine product, the things that were opened out would definitely be better than an unusual yellow treasure chest. Class 15 candidates, follow me into the examination room. Duanchuan spoke out, leading the way at the front. The students rushed to keep up. Yi Feng also followed suit, entering the examination room first before finding a chance to open the treasure chest. The so-called examination hall was an immense hall, divided into test areas. From the 1st to the 10th test area, the 10 high schools in Linhai City corresponded to these 10 examination districts. Candidates of the 10th middle school were located in the 10th examination area, which was also subdivided into rows and rows of areas depending on the class. Each exam position, like a phone booth, exists independently and is monitored in real time with no dead angle in 360 degrees to ensure that cheating is not possible. The students find their respective test seats, and when the time comes, they are able to swipe their passes and get into the middle of the test. Yi Feng's position, in the 10th examination area, the 15th row, the very last examination position. There were still 10 minutes left on the clock, and theoretically, there should be enough time to move freely now and head to the first examination area to get the treasure chest opened. The only thing that Yi Feng was worried about was that if the treasure chest was located inside one of the student exam positions, then it would be difficult and there would be no chance to open it. Can't we just say, dude, when you get into the exam position, let me hang out inside too? Then it is estimated that the invigilator, on the spot, for violating the regulations of the college entrance examination, directly expelled from the examination room. Go over there first. It's no use thinking about it any more than actually seeing it. In the meantime, in the middle of the other hall, the principals and teachers of the colleges came here one after another to be able to watch the candidates take their exams, and they are not afraid of secretly contacting the candidates and providing them with answers to cheat during the examination process. Every candidate entering the examination room needs to be checked and cannot bring any communication or internet equipment, and when they enter the examination space, they are completely cut off from the outside world. If I remember correctly, that student named Ji Feng is from your first middle school, right? The principal of the second middle school looked at the middle of the hall, the huge projection screen, which was a god's perspective, the monitoring of the entire examination room. You can see as many candidates as ants, walking back and forth there. He unintentionally happened to see the 10th examination area, Yi Feng's figure. School to school, the competition is particularly fierce, especially between the first and second schools, with similar rankings, is closely watched. As for what top students there were in the first middle school, the principal of the second middle school had investigated long ago and naturally knew very well that there was such a top student as Yi Feng. However, the expulsion of Yi Feng from the first middle school was just a matter of these few days, and even if he was concerned again, he was not able to learn about it so quickly. Now that he actually saw, in the area of the candidates of the 10th middle school, the existence of Yi Feng's figure, the principal of the second middle school felt curious. Could it be that this candidate has gone to the wrong place? Chapter 8. All wait, there's plenty of time to settle scores. Once the principal of the second middle school said this, the many principals and teachers present all cast their puzzled gazes towards Zhao Donghai, the principal of the first middle school, to see if he had anything to say. Zhao Donghai's face stiffened. This mud leg actually run 10 middle school, and this 10 middle school also really have enough no principal. I give that kind of withdrawal reason. 10 middle school even still accept. In his heart, Zhao Donghai cursed without a good mood. Originally, with the 10th grade, not constitute a competitive relationship. The two schools do not need to face each other. But now, the student he designed to drive away so that he or she couldn't even go to school, the 10th grade school didn't have the decency to take in. It made Zhao Donghai feel that he had been viciously backstabbed by 10 centers. The perception of the 10th grade school has also become disgusting. In that case, don't blame yourself for being unforgiving. Ugh, let's make everyone look funny. Zhao Donghai first put on a helpless, pained expression, emotions brewed in place, then said, I had thought that this student called Yi Feng is a superior student with excellent grades. I did not expect all his past grades are by cheating. Even the Sea Beast battle, also impersonate others' battle results, almost got him once again. Really my first high school shame. It's a good thing that I eventually recognized and investigated this person's past cheating behaviors, and that's how I knew that it turned out to be a lousy student who relied on cheating. What I didn't expect was that after such a lousy student was expelled by me, there was actually a school willing to accept him. It's really a big world. Speaking here, his eyes looked towards Lu Tai, the meaning of which was self-evident. Swish swish swish. The principals and teachers of the surrounding major schools, their gazes swept towards Lu Tai. The teachers of the 10th middle school, feeling that they had no face, turned their heads to the side. They actually can't figure out why Principal Lu Tai would want to accept such a problematic student, unable to bring any benefits to the school, but also let people look at the joke. The 10th grade is trash. It's at the bottom of the rankings, but it doesn't take just any student. Cheating? To be able to cheat all the way to honors and still not get caught, shows how perfunctory your first middle school daily mock exams are. Is it useful to blame a candidate without looking at yourself? Furthermore, who knows if you really cheated, just by your mouth, saying he cheated. He cheated? Lu Tai responded with a cold smile, not giving Zhao Donghai the slightest bit of face. You, Zhao Donghai was enraged. According to you, I can still wrong him? The mouth is tough, but the heart is still rather weak. Snort, you know it in your heart. Lu Tai snorted. Lu Tai, watch your words. Zhao Donghai slammed the table and stood up violently. Lu Tai was about to respond. A slightly vicissitudes of the voice from the door rang. Okay, all let's say a word. Are the principal in this fuss? How behavior? The three men walked in from outside. The man at the head of the group, with a head full of silver whites and a pair of glasses, had the look of an elderly scholar, although the age looked big, but unintentionally overflow scattered breath. But let the crowd present do not dare to have half a trace of disobedience. Martial King, this old man has definitely reached the Martial King level. In front of such strong men, the principals at the level of martial generals had to be honestly disciplined. The three are the invigilators of this liberal arts examination, all of them civil and military. In particular, the old man at the head was a famous professor named Guan Changzhou. In this examination paper, the final finale question was given by him. He also has a nickname, the Full Score Killer. There will be this number because, however, all the papers with his questions are extremely difficult. He is very fond of coming up with cold extracurricular knowledge, which tests the candidates' extracurricular knowledge and often drives them crazy. According to statistics, whenever there is a high school entrance exam with his questions, there is no case of getting a perfect score. The wrong questions for which points are deducted are often the ones he made. Professor Quan, the principals and teachers present all saluted and greeted Guan Changzhou. Aha! Guan Changzhou nodded, and with the other two invigilators, they took their respective seats. Zhao Donghai glared viciously at Lu Tai and sat back down. When his eyes returned to the surveillance screen, he happened to see that Yifeng had left the 10th examination area, not knowing where he was going. This image, too, was seen by others. Lu Tai is also very puzzled. Close to the exam, how to leave the exam position. Professor Guan, the reason we would get into an argument just now is because of that candidate named Yifeng, who was originally a student of my first high school but was expelled from our school because of cheating. Zhao Donghai seized the opportunity and immediately reported to Guan Changzhou, telling him the causes and consequences. When he was almost done talking, he just happened to see that Yifeng had arrived at the first examination area. You see, now this student, I guess he is looking for cheating opportunities again. His own test position does not stay properly. Ran to my first middle school test area for what? I'm afraid that he doesn't still think that he's from my first middle school. I suggest that this kind of student be expelled from the examination center, Zhao Donghai said. Guan Changzhou glanced at Zhao Donghai and his eyes went back to the surveillance screen, locking Yifeng for a few moments. He's not suspected of any cheating for the time being, and walking around before the exam is in line with the rules, and it's our invigilator's duty to monitor the candidate's situation, so just be quiet and watch. The implication of Guan Changzhou's words was to shut Zhao Donghai up, but it did also put more attention on Yifeng. First examination area. Seeing Yifeng arrive, many students froze. One of the students, named Wang Xing, was the first to speak out. Weren't you expelled? How can you still come to the examination center? Yifeng lazily ignored him and didn't answer at all. This guy wasn't caring, he simply felt puzzled. He was in the same faction as Zhao Ming, and he hadn't dealt with himself before. I just saw that he entered the examination center with the people from the 10th middle school. He should have joined the 10th middle school, a nearby student said. TSK, 10th middle school. Sure enough, a trashy school takes trashy students. What a perfect match. Wang Xing laughed out loud. I say brother Feng, you're not confused, are you? Still think you're a first middle school student? This is the first middle school, not your 10th middle school. Ha ha ha. There was a student who said in a conspiratorial manner. Those who were speaking now were all those who had not dealt with Yifeng in the past. It wasn't that Yi Feng's popularity was really that bad, but when he was in the first middle school, he inevitably needed to compete for resources and had defeated quite a few people, causing them to be upset. If Yi Feng was still in one middle school, they wouldn't dare to show it too much. But now, the school have expelled Yi Feng, the wall fell down, and all the dissatisfaction that used to be there are at this point in time to show it recklessly. However, Yi Feng didn't show half a sign of anger, and even smiled and said to the crowd, "Does anyone else want to say something? Feel free to say as much as you want, I'll take note of it all. What can you do if you write it down? Still want to hit someone?" Wang Xing sneered. "Not bad, there's a chance to fight." Yi Feng was still smiling. "Oh, before we'll be afraid of you, because think you are very strong. Now realize that you turned out to be just a cheater. A lot of superior grades are cheating out. Think we'll still be afraid of you? You don't want me to run into you at the martial arts exam, or I'll have your ass." Not bad. In the past, by cheating and robbing us of our resources, old scores will be settled together. Many people had exited, one by one, full of disdain. Of course, there were a few people who still had a good relationship with Yi Feng, tried to discourage a few sentences, but attracted a furious look from their classmates, and almost became the object of siege. So a few people had no choice but to shut up. "There's a chance," Yi Feng said with intent. "It may seem like you're moving your feet a bit without thinking, but you're actually trying to touch a nearby yellow treasure chest." Chapter 9, The Sun is Definitely Not Human. Snap. You open a yellow, boutique, treasure chest and congratulate yourself on obtaining 1. High school full curriculum essentials, 2. Cold extracurricular essentials. The treasure chest of the boutique, it turns out, will contain 2 items. The things opened are also very localized, and the treasure chests opened in this liberal arts exam room are all in the category of liberal arts knowledge. It was still very useful for Yi Feng, even though he used to have good grades in liberal arts. Yi Feng didn't dare to say that he understood the whole high school knowledge, not to mention the cold extracurricular knowledge. It takes a lot of effort to accumulate this knowledge, and it's not even possible to accumulate it all. If you suddenly come up with a question you don't know, which is often still a high-stakes question, you're going to get docked a lot of points. Now, well, with these 2 kinds of knowledge, getting a perfect score on the exam was completely easy for Yi Feng. 2 streams of knowledge information quickly filled into Yi Feng's mind, and there were really a lot of them that Yi Feng didn't know originally. It covers a wide range of types, herbs, exotic animals, weapons. All kinds of knowledge are not only useful in the examination room, but also in the future when you go out of the society. Since he had opened the treasure chest and the purpose of this trip over had been accomplished, Yi Feng walked towards his exam position. "It's good to know you're scared." Sure enough, Paper Tiger, Tough as Nails, Wang Xing and the others thought that Yi Feng was scared by what they said, so they chose to hurry up and leave. When Yi Feng returned to the 10th examination area, near his own examination seat, the time was just right. Floods of announcements rang out from all parts of the examination room. "Now, all candidates, please, use your passes to verify your identity and enter your respective seats to prepare for the liberal arts exam." Yi Feng did as he was told, and at the front of the examination seat, he swiped his card-type pass. In the card slot, the door of the room, which was tightly closed, opened automatically. Yi Feng entered among the examination seats and sat down in the center seat. The door automatically recloses and this door will not open until the exam is over, except in unexpected circumstances. In the midst of the exam spaces, the isolation is excellent and incredibly quiet, allowing candidates to work on their questions in peace. In front of Yi Feng, a curtain of light appeared. The liberal arts exams will now begin. First question. What is the level of the sawtooth platypus as an adult? What secret realm does it come from? The questions at the beginning were considered relatively simple, and Yi Feng immediately answered them. Adults can reach the pinnacle of the sure rank, from the secret realm of Ling. Then came the second question, and the third. Yi Feng answered the questions fluently, not having to think at all, and the exam questions took off with a whoosh. Invigilator's office. Due to Zhao Donghai's words earlier, the 3 examiners, Guan Changzhou, were more concerned about Yi Feng's movements. "What a fast answer speed," Guan Changzhou uttered in astonishment. He didn't have the slightest suspicion that Yi Feng had cheated. After so many years, there had never been any cheating in the college entrance exam. Inside the examination position, so many monitoring and detecting instruments are not just for show. If there is cheating, it will be detected immediately, and there is no need for the invigilator to observe it with the naked eye. Zhao Donghai's face didn't look too good. He clearly knew that Yi Feng's superior grades were genuine. However, Yi Feng's ability to answer the questions so quickly was also unexpected. Lu Tai, on the other hand, brightened up. This time is to pick up the treasure? At that time, he agreed to accept Yi Feng only because Xiling requested it, and he didn't dare to hold too high expectations for Yi Feng at all. But now, It seems to be expected, when the time for the exam is only a fifth of the way through. Yifeng then made it to the final finale question. On the contrary, the other students hadn't done many questions yet. Throughout the college entrance exams, the record for the fastest turn-in by a candidate, is it going to be broken? Even Guan Changzhou felt a bit surprised. The point was, from Yifeng's answers, none of the questions had been wrong until now. Brother Guan, it looks like your title as a full-score killer is about to be broken. The younger invigilator on his left snickered at Guan Changzhou. Regarding the nickname Guan Changzhou, it had been known for a long time. That's not necessarily true. This finale question of mine is incredibly cold and out of the way. Even some teachers may not be able to answer it correctly. Guan Changzhou, however, looked confident and felt that Yifeng should not be able to answer. As soon as these words came out, the other two invigilators present, as well as the teacher and the principal, all focused their attention, all of them, on Yifeng's picture. Yifeng looked at the finale question. When was the first discovery of crested butte made? Where was it found? And what did it lead to? The people in the invigilation hall can also see the title. A seemingly normal question has the principal and the teachers looking at each other. If they were to answer this question, it was amazing that none of them could answer it, because for the name Crowning Wood, they actually all felt quite unfamiliar. Zhao Donghai looked nearby, a square-faced middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the academy's botanical department teacher, who was quite knowledgeable about all kinds of plants, so he should know about it. However, this teacher shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not sure. Even the teachers are not clear, let alone the students. No wonder they all say that Guan Changzhou is a full-score killer. The questions that are asked, the difficulty is so high, it really deserves this nickname. It seems that this Yifeng, this question can't be answered either. All the people thought so. However, Yifeng, who was seen on the screen, actually started to answer. If it was before, Yifeng wouldn't have been able to answer. But opening the yellow boutique treasure chest gives you the cold knowledge essentials, which just so happens to, well, contain this part of knowledge. In the year 205 of the High Martial Age, in the Autumn Haze Forest in the Green Mysteries, a rat was discovered, to which the name Autumn Haze Rat was given. Seeing this, Zhao Donghai secretly snickered. The title is asking about the Crowning Wood. What are you talking about, Autumn Xia Rats? Simply not the right topic. What he didn't realize was that Guan Changzhou had already begun to secretly nod his head. Yifeng's answer continues. It was later discovered that some of the fallow rats had a woody plant growing from the top of their heads. After research, this woody plant, which is parasitized on the top of the head of the Qiuxia mouse, took the name crown tripod wood, which means the grass that grows with the head as a cauldron. The crown tripod wood has medicinal value and is one of the raw materials for the first generation of the creation and harmony pill, and people want to acquire the crown tripod wood on a large scale. However, just by capturing wild autumn xia rats, the efficiency is extremely low, and frequenting the green mysteries is also very dangerous. So people move to breed autumn xia rats artificially. They capture autumn haze rats, take them away from the green mystery realm, and return to the city to engage in breeding and study how to parasitize crown dinwood on a large scale. But the autumn haze mouse left the autumn haze forest kind of environment. The crown tripod wood will not be able to parasitize successfully. Several years of research down, are not fruitful, and ultimately had to give up. Eventually, in the 210th year of the High Martial Age, a better substitute than crown dinwood was found, which was much less difficult to obtain, and the Genesis Harmony pill was upgraded to the second generation as a result. Up to this point, after only a few years before and after, the crowning tree was no longer in the spotlight. Yifeng finished writing the answer with hardly any pause. It directly dumbfounded the teachers and principals in the room. It's 350 years into the Gomu era, which turns out to be over 100 years ago. The crown dingwood was also only noticed for a few years, and the creation harmony pill was not considered a well-known elixir, and did not cause any big events. It's hard to make much of a dent in the canon for something like this. Only a few ancient books can be found with only a few words from that time. This type of knowledge is, indeed, so cold that even numerous principals and teachers, not to mention high school students, have been dumbfounded. However, it was unbelievable that Yifeng, who was a high school student, was able to answer correctly. Not bad, not bad. This son is definitely not human. Guan Changzhou stroked his goatee, as if he had seen a fine piece of beautiful jade, and there was an undisguised appreciation in his eyes. It was very rare to receive a word of praise from Guan Changzhou. For Yifeng's performance, Lu Tai was also extremely surprised and pleasantly surprised. Originally only for the sake of his Eiling, only agreed to Yifeng enrollment, did not expect to pick up a piece of treasure. Principal Zhao, didn't you say that Yifeng's excellent grades were all cheated out before he was expelled from school? Now it doesn't seem like that. Lu Tai seized the opportunity and said in a conspiratorial manner to Zhao Donghai. The others around them also cast their gazes, in unison, towards Zhao Donghai. Yeah, Didn't they say Yifeng was cheating and didn't have any real material? What's going on now? A student who relied on cheating with no such cold knowledge could receive praise from Guan Changzhou? Zhao Donghai only felt his face burning. How much he had smeared Yifeng before. How much he had slapped his face now. What I said was that he cheated on his martial arts grades and didn't say anything about liberal arts, which he has indeed always been able to do. Zhao Donghai is still a dead duck. After saying this, I added in my heart, this kid's martial arts foundation is damaged. There is definitely no way to recover. His strength can't be utilized by a few %, and he will definitely fail the martial arts exams, so he definitely won't be punched in the face this time around. When he smashes the test, his strength doesn't match his previous results. There's no need for me to say much at all. They'll all suspect him of cheating in the past. Zhao Donghai glared fiercely at Lu Tai. Humph, there will be a time when you lose face. Yifeng, who was in the examination room, finished answering the questions and sat quietly inside. Generally, there is still time left to check it a few more times, but Yifeng felt that there was no need to open the treasure box to get 2 knowledge points. This exam paper, simply do not be too simple. Have confidence in full marks. At that moment, a treasure chest alert popped up. Chapter 10 The Only Perfect Score. Treasure chest clue, at the Martial Arts Examination Center. A yellow, fine, treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Yifeng, who was sitting idly in the middle of the exam position, then received this prompt. Another yellow gem. The treasure chest in the arts exam room helps you get full marks in arts. So what can you open in the treasure chest in the martial arts exam room? Yifeng had some expectations. Time passed while waiting. Attention candidates, only 1 minute left on liberal arts exam. Unemotional electronic beeps sounded in every exam room. It's over. It's over. I still have several questions left to answer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What asshole came up with this finale question? And what the hell is crowning wood? The exam room wailed. A minute passed quickly. At the end of the arts exam, the paper is automatically turned in, whether or not you have finished. Exam papers under review. This is the case now with the liberal arts exam. There is no need to manually review the papers. The computer will review the papers immediately after the exam is over and the scores will be available soon. In about 2 minutes, all the candidates, then, got their scores. Ugh, failed the test again. This pest of a finale got me so many points. Well, that's an okay score. More than I mentally expected. Some are happy and some are sad. Yifeng looked at his score. 100 points. Full marks. Totally expected. For all exam positions, the doors of the rooms are uniformly open. Numerous candidates, coming out from among the examination rooms, all looked left and right, wanting to see the big screen on the wall. The score ranking. They want to know who came in first place, if anyone got the finale right, if anyone got full marks. At this point the big screen, which hadn't yet shown the data, had a line hanging on it. Data are being statistically aligned. I don't need to see it to know that the top of the list is definitely the first schools, and for the top spots, they're probably going to take up several places. It's good. All the high school entrance exams, the first high school results are very good. The old tradition. Which schoolboy from the first school do you think will top the list? I'm guessing it's Fan Yuqing? It could also be Lu Hao. Wake up, these 2 people you're talking about, plus one named Zhao Ming. These 3 bailed out of the Dragon Academy and didn't take the college entrance exam. Numerous candidates discussed among themselves. Look, the list data is out. All the candidates, all of them, looked at the big screen. No. 1. Yifeng, 100 points, in 23 minutes, 41 seconds, from 10th high school. Second place, Xiling He, 90 points, 120 minutes, from the 10th high school. No. 3. Wang Xing, 89 points in 120 minutes, from No. 1 high school. Fourth place. When the list came out, there was an uproar, shocking everyone severely. They all thought that the top spot would definitely go to the first high school, but they didn't realize that it would be the 10th high school, and the second place, also from the 10th high school. What's more shocking is that Yifeng's score, which reached a perfect score and the only perfect score, took only 23 minutes to hand in the paper directly on his own initiative, which has broken the fastest handing in speed of all time. The old record was 55 minutes, a full 32 minutes shorter. The point is, with such a short answer time, it was surprising to get the only perfect score. People also noticed a phenomenon that Xiling, the second place winner, dropped right down to 90 points, combined with the finale question, which just happens to be 10 points. It is not difficult to guess that Xiling was deducted points for the finale question, and so it was. She couldn't come up with an answer until the end of the exam time. In the entire exam room, only Yifeng answered the finale question correctly, which showed how cold the question was. What's going on? That guy, how could he get a perfect score? The crowd in the first center. Wang Xing gritted his teeth and really could not believe his eyes. This time, several people, Fong Yuqing, were guaranteed to be sent to the Dragon Academy, and with a few less strong rivals, he had high hopes of competing for first place. Who knew that the finale was extremely difficult this time? But on second thought, if you can't do it yourself, surely no one else can either. In that case, he still has hopes for first place, but when the list came out, he was dumbfounded. The one that made him hate Yifeng so much that he itched his teeth, actually came out with a perfect score, and ruthlessly pressed him head to head to get the first place. There was even another student from the 10th grade who occupied the second place. He was squeezed right into third place. At this point, Zhao Donghai's face was a bit ugly. Of the top 10 positions, he only accounted for 3 in his first middle school. By his estimation, it would be better to take up less than half, and the top 3, all from his first grade. But now, it's all for the 10th grade to shine. Principal Liu, congratulations, your 10th high school. You've really opened our eyes this time. Apart from Zhao Donghai, the principals of the rest of the schools, who all pretended to be happy, had a bad taste in their hearts. Ha ha, fluke fluke. Lu Tai was full of redness and responded humbly. Only the upturned corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way. Principal Zhao, I still have to thank you for cutting me off and letting me have such a good student like Yifeng, or else the top crown this time would still be yours. First middle schools. Lu Tai didn't forget to fill Zhao Donghai's shoes. Zhao Donghai's face turned green with anger. Humph, there will be a time for you to lose face. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly and left with a big flutter of his sleeves. Yifeng sighed. He Xiling looked for it. You're awesome. You got all the finale questions right. What the hell is the answer? Her tone was admiring. She was chagrined that she couldn't answer, but now that she learned that she was second, it didn't matter. A high ranking is good, with or without a correct answer. The answer, Yifeng said to He Xiling. It's too awesome. So cold knowledge. You know it all. He Xiling marveled. Fortunately, happened to know. Yifeng laughed. I lost to you in arts. I'm going to get back in martial arts, and my ranking must be higher than yours. He Xiling waved her fists, full of confidence. Then cheer up. Yifeng was really embarrassed to dampen her fighting spirit. At this time, Lu Tai, along with many teachers, looked over. Yifeng, you can win honor for the school. I didn't expect that you would be able to get that kind of score on the exam. And He Xiling, you got second place on the exam and did the school proud. They smiled like daisies and were as enthusiastic as they needed to be. Tomorrow will be the martial arts exam. Let's go back now. Have a good rest. And if you have any needs, you can mention them as much as you want, and strive to get good grades in the exam tomorrow. As long as you get good grades in place, the school will give you a large bursary, as well as some other cultivation resources. Lu Tai said with a smirk. That is why it is necessary to be strong at all times and wherever you are located in order to gain the warmth and respect of others. Like when he first enrolled in school, this principal hadn't even said a word to himself, and now he was so enthusiastic, coming over to say this to himself. We'll do our best. Yifeng and He Xiling both replied in this manner. The crowd went back to rest. Tomorrow there will be special vehicles that will come and transport the candidates to the particular test center. In other words, no one knew, until now, where the martial arts examination centers were, mainly to prevent cheating. Of course, Yifeng could find the past if he wanted to now, because a treasure chest appeared over there, guided by an arrow, and if you followed the arrow, you would eventually arrive at the examination center. However, Yifeng didn't have the need to do so. That side must be tightly guarded now. There's no way to go in privately, and you won't be able to open the treasure chest if you go there. In case they are discovered, find out their identity, and think that they are going to come and deploy in advance, so that the martial arts examination will have the opportunity to cheat. Then it will not be worth it. Chapter 11. How can I open this treasure chest? Day 2. Candidate after candidate, transported in vehicles, headed out of town. What a high wall! While passing by the border of Linhai City, Yifeng saw a thick city wall standing there, hundreds of meters high. Underneath the city wall, a huge gate opened. On each side of the city gates, a team of martial artists stood, their gazes like electricity, watching the people entering and leaving the city gates. Such a city wall, isolating the city from the wild, in case there is a beast attacking the city, can play the first line of defense, so that the city experts have enough time to come to support. As for the flying beasts, they would have to rely on other means of defense. Time flies. I remember last year was like this. The students of the martial arts exam passed in front of me. I didn't realize that a year had passed. Yes, it is precisely because of the constant stream of students embarking on the martial arts path and the birth of many strong men that we humans can resist the foreign beasts and defend our homeland. Eyeing the passing candidates, the city guards talked in whispers. Yifeng looked out of the car window. This was the first time he had left the city. When you are in the city, there are various buildings and pedestrians, and out of the city, there are plants, sand and gravel everywhere. It took a long time to see people, either traveling alone or in groups, all martial artists, with both high and low strengths, and ordinary people didn't dare to go out of the city at all. When martial artists left the city, they often came to venture out in search of various martial resources. The vehicle was traveling toward the north. Eventually, it came near a mountain range. The name of this place is Dzeiling. Even if you haven't studied geography, you basically know this place. The Great Zephyr Ridge was famous, at least on this side of Linhai City. Almost everyone knew about it. Because of the depths of the Great Zay Ridge, there existed an entrance to a secret realm, and people called it the Great Zay Ridge Secret Realm. Yi Feng remembered that yesterday's liberal arts exam, the first question involved the secret realm of Dzeiling. Previously, only in books, can see the relevant introduction, now finally come to the place in person. Including Yi Feng, many candidates got out of the car and gazed towards the depths of the Great Zephyr Ridge. It was seen that in the distant skyline, there was half of what looked like a shattered mirror, with countless cracks snaking all over that area. Seeing only half of the side does not mean that it is only half of the side. There is also half of it underneath, which cannot be seen in its entirety due to the distance and being hidden by obstacles such as ancient trees and hills located here. Yi Feng, who had already seen it countless times in textbooks and videos, had already made up the second half of the picture in his mind. At the center of that crack, there would be a spatial passageway, and as long as it was close enough, it would be able to travel to the middle of the secret realm. It wasn't just people who could go in. The foreign beasts inside the secret realm would also run outside here from time to time. It was because, more than 300 years ago, space shook, forming a secret realm and running out many foreign beasts, that the high martial era was opened. From the first secret place to appear, to 1000, nowadays, in all parts of the world, the number of secret places is as many as there are, and it continues to increase. Every time a new secret realm was formed, it was a big piece of news, perhaps an opportunity to find new resources, or perhaps a disaster that would result in the deaths of countless martial artists who ventured into it. The secret realm is divided into levels 1 through 9, depending on the level of danger. The Dzeiling Ridge Secret Realm, the danger level is level 2. To enter it, it was recommended to reach Martial Master Realm Strength. Can a martial artist get in? Sure, it's just more life-affirming. Here in Dzeiling Ridge, there are many beasts coiled up. Basically all of them ran out from the secret realm, snailed here and prospered. Strengths range from soldier ranked to soldier ranked, and there are even rumors of a handful of general ranked Fey beasts. This year's Martial Arts Examination Center is here in Dzeiling. Already sent out experts beforehand to circle the range of the examination center, and the foreign beasts within the range were all screened. Those that were beyond the candidate's ability to deal with had been cleared out, leaving only soldier-level strength alien beasts, just enough for students to deal with. The examiner is here. Out of nowhere came this voice, and the candidates quieted down with it. 3 figures with majestic chi and blood came to the forefront of the many candidates. There are examiners for the liberal arts, and there are examiners for the martial arts, and these 3 examiners for the martial arts are not the 3 from Guanchangzhou yesterday. The eyes of the crowd looked away. The one who attracted the most attention was the woman in the center with a hot body. She was wearing a fiery red battle light armor that fit her delicate body, and her graceful curves were undoubtedly on display, just like a burning flame, looking very young and pretty, exuding a fiery flirtation in every move. Many of the males present couldn't help but turn their gaze towards this female examiner. Of course, one couldn't look too unbridled. This woman looked young, but she gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Her strength was definitely very strong. It's her, Su Kenyi. The principal's spirits were lifted. This one came from quite a long line of people, having once graduated from the Dragon Academy with the first place in every category. Currently at the age of 26, he was at the Dragon Academy, serving as a senior tutor. At the same time, he was crowned as the youngest female martial king in Lingnan province. The 2 examiners she was traveling with, who were also excellent, paled in comparison to her. I am the chief examiner of this martial arts examination, Su Kenyi. Su Kenyi made a brief introduction, and then went straight to the point. Each of you candidates, each receive a set of equipment and enter the examination center. Within 8 hours, try to hunt and kill as many foreign beasts as possible, and come out at the end of the time. And according to the number of foreign beasts killed and their strength, the points ranking will be calculated. The top 100 in the combined rankings of both arts and martial arts will be able to get admission to the Dragon Academy. And if it's over 100, then other universities will be admitted. All work harder. Maybe the next time we meet, it'll be at the Dragon Academy. Su Kenyi announced the rules and ended with a word of encouragement. Powerful strength, beautiful appearance, Hot body, love love love. I must get into the Dragon Academy, and then apply, and become a student of this beautiful tutor. I can't even dare to imagine how happy I'll be. Wang Xing of the first high school, his fists clenched white, secretly vowed to enter the Dragon Academy. He was ranked third in the arts, and as long as he played normally in the martial arts, or even if he played poorly, as long as he wasn't too out of sorts, he would have a solid chance of entering the Dragon Academy. He was already fantasizing about that wonderful college career under the tutelage of a beautiful tutor. There were a lot of people who had the same idea as him, but all those who felt that they were somewhat possible were secretly pumped up to enter the Dragon Academy. Those who know that they are really too slag, do not dare to think, this is already in the repentance, knew that the Dragon Academy has such a beautiful tutor, say anything to study and cultivate what's going on? Right at this moment, Yifeng was shocked to discover that there was a blue light emerging from Su Canny's lower abdomen. Blurry eyes? Rubbing his eyes vigorously, the blue light remained. A second look at the other students revealed that they were not any different. In other words, this blue light is visible only to you. Could it be? An outrageous guess surfaced in Yifeng's heart. Clue to the treasure chest. A blue treasure chest has appeared at the location of Su Chanyi's lower abdomen. Please go and open it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still true. If it wasn't for the many people on the scene, Yifeng would have shouted out. It really was just as he had guessed. The appearance of the blue light represented the appearance of a blue treasure chest there. After the treasure chest clue popped up, a blue arrow had appeared, guiding it all the way to Su Canyi. What's even more outrageous is that the treasure chests opened before were all in a certain location, not moving at all. And now, the treasure chest on Su Canyi's body was actually moving along with her as she walked. It was as if the treasure chest was hidden among Su Canyi's lower abdomen. How do I open this treasure chest? Chapter 12 2 Experiences to become an old bird immediately. It's outrageous. It's amazing that treasure chests can exist within the human body. Is there really no consideration at all? What to drive? The system is such that Yifeng only needs to look for the treasure chest and think of ways to open it. The system needs to consider a lot of things. Although Yifeng still couldn't figure out how to open this treasure chest, at least, he knew that it was a blue treasure chest. That was a 4th level treasure chest, and it was definitely capable of opening good things. That would be enough, as long as the treasure chest was good enough. Then, the location of the existence was even more tricky and the difficulty of opening it was even greater. Yifeng would have to find a way to open it. Now please, all candidates, go over there and collect your equipment. While following the rules, enter the examination room. After Su Canyi said this, she left the spot with a flash. The other 2 invigilators, likewise, left. A large shed was temporarily built nearby, which had many monitoring devices, and the invigilator would go inside and check the movements through the monitoring devices. Yifeng secretly shook his head. It seemed that for the time being, there was no chance to get in touch with Su Canyi. In fact, even if Su Canyi was here at this moment, Yifeng had no reason whatsoever that he could get close to her. Even if you get close, how are you going to open the treasure chest? Yifeng felt a bit of a headache. Student Yifeng, don't feel too much pressure. Just play normally. Principal Lu Tai saw Yifeng in that secretly shaking his head. Thought it was Yifeng on the martial arts examination. Too much pressure, not much confidence, so he spoke out to Yifeng comfort. Well, I'll do my best. Yifeng nodded without explaining too much. Snort. Of course he's under pressure. During the martial arts exam, there are monitoring devices tracking the whole process, in full view of the public, to be discovered to be extremely poor in strength, completely mismatched with his previous achievements. That can't be explained. A sneering voice came from nearby. Just listening to the voice, Yifeng knew who it was. Naturally it was Zhao Donghai, the principal of the first middle school. Zhao Donghai, I won't allow you to talk about my students like that. Lu Tai glared at Zhao Donghai. It's just a fact, and you're not allowed to say it? Zhao Donghai was unimpressed. Just as Lu Tai was about to say something, he was snatched by Yifeng. Zhao Donghai, you should cherish the fact that you are still the principal of the first high school. Yifeng said in calm words. What do you mean? Zhao Donghai frowned. Can't understand? It doesn't matter. After today, you'll understand. Yifeng laughed. Bluff. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly, not bothering to be poor with Yifeng. In his opinion, saying such cloudy words was precisely a sign of Yifeng's weakness. Candidates, please line up and come over here to collect your equipment. There were a number of staff members that started scheduling candidates. Candidates arranged themselves into a line and went to a specific location to receive a kit. This includes 1 tactical backpack, 1 of your usual weapons, 1 set of well-fitting defensive battle armor, and 1 aerial camera. Yifeng received the equipment. The weapon was chosen to be a sword, as the martial arts skills that he now knew were all of the sword class. Both the weapons and the armor were the lowest level of equipment, but it was enough for the candidates. Yifeng, let's compare who killed more. He Xiling said to Yifeng after receiving the equipment. The weapon she chose was a silver-white longsword, and it seemed that what she usually practiced was sword martial arts. Good, but you have to be mentally prepared. Don't be hit too hard by me at that time, Yifeng said honestly. You don't look down on people. He Xiling gave Yifeng a blank look. Just at this time, He Xiling's face suddenly changed. Almost no blood color, hot day, the body also a shiver. The good thing was that it was soon back to normal, as if the dissimilarity that had just occurred had never happened. What's the matter with you? Not feeling well? Yifeng inquired. I remembered that yesterday, before the arts exam, when she was about to enter the examination room, He Xiling was also like this. Her body appeared to be different for a moment. At that time, Yifeng asked what's wrong with his mouth from a distance. He Xiling said nothing, and the crowd entered inside the examination room. It's old. It's been there since I was a kid. It's just a sudden rush of cold running through my body. When I was a child it wasn't severe, merely feeling only slightly colder, and the episodes, too, occurred only once in a very long time. It's getting more frequent and colder now. Just now it seems like I'm suddenly in an ice cave. It almost didn't make me freeze. It's okay, just get through it and everything will be back to normal. He Xiling waved her hand in a tone of indifference. Like this strange thing, Yifeng was not sure of the reason, so he could only nod his head. All candidates, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner. As the announcement was made, the aerial camera, which each person received, lifted off in automatic flight. Each aerial camera, a flight path is set up in advance. When the automatic flight, the candidates follow the aerial camera can walk, and finally arrived at a location in the examination room. The reason for such a rule is to make all the candidates spread out in various places inside the examination room. Instead of forming teams freely, candidates will only be free to move around once they reach their destination, and an aerial camera will follow them, capturing footage in real time. At that time, when you meet others on the way, you are free to decide whether to be hostile or cooperative. In this way, the simulation of the process of field operations will appear a variety of uncertainties, a very test of the candidates' resilience, reflecting the overall strength of the candidates. Yifeng followed the aerial camera and headed inside the examination room. Not far away, Wang Xing and the others from the first middle school saw Yifeng and gestured a wiping knife pose with their palms, displaying a strong sense of hostility. Yifeng glanced faintly without any indication. This kind of little caramels. Yifeng didn't even bother to take a second look. They'd better pray that they don't come across themselves in there, or else they'll be sure to let them enjoy an early exit. Yifeng paid more attention to the yellow arrow on the ground. Early on in the liberal arts exam room, I was alerted to the existence of a yellow, fine, treasure chest over here. I hope the location of the treasure chest is not too tricky. Originally there was no such worry, but what just happened? The human body within the hidden treasure chest. Yifeng is really a little worried. The location of this treasure chest is also tricky. Well, this time, the system wasn't kidding. There, when Yifeng walked into the examination room, right at the entrance, a yellow treasure chest, quietly placed there. It just happens to be the place that we'll be passing through, so you can drive by. Otherwise, you will need to follow the aerial camera, arrive at your destination, and head out to find the treasure chest when you're free to go, which will take a lot of time, because, if you don't follow the aerial camera, you'll forfeit the Wukong by default. At this point, being filmed by an aerial camera and surrounded by a number of students who were also entering the exam room in full view, but it didn't matter. They couldn't see the treasure chest and wouldn't know that Yifeng had opened it. As he passed by the location of the treasure chest, Yifeng touched it with his foot. Snap! You open a yellow, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience. 2. 1,000 games of life and death combat experience. Invigilation shed. Haha, look at these candidates. Almost all of them are fledglings when it comes to practical combat experience, and a good number of them were intimidated when they first entered the examination center. Who says it's not? I guess it's only those family descendants who have more opportunities for field training. They are a bit more subdued. Most of them, I guess it's still their first time. Chapter 13. A single blow kills. You say I'm in danger? In the middle of the invigilation shed, a huge projection light screen, split into pieces, displayed the situation of each candidate. There were not only invigilators, principals and teachers from various schools, but also a number of other guest invitees, guests from various powers, families, companies, media. At the site of the martial arts examination, one could get first-hand information, and if one found any amazingly talented martial arts seedlings, one could also pull them together in advance. The crowd just looked at the screen like that and talked about it comfortably, thinking about their previous martial arts exams. It was pretty much the same scene, entering the wilderness for the first time, despite knowing that the examination room had already been swept by experts, and there were many experts protecting it in the dark, ready to deal with unexpected situations. But still, he couldn't help but be nervous. fearing that in the middle of the dense forest, a group of foreign beasts would suddenly pop up and partake of himself. Many years have passed, and the nervousness of that time is still incredibly clear. Well, the kid with the screen number 1269, his performance is quite good, and he can't be seen to be too nervous, so I guess he has had experience in practicing. That's the kid from the Wang family on the west side of the city, called Wang Xing. He came third in the arts this time and is also a top student. The Wang family, in the west of the city, is not surprising then, and must have brought him through the experience early. The guest invitees, whispering about it. Hiss, 10086 the boy. Suddenly at this time, the entire invigilator shed coincidentally resounded with surprise. Even the three invigilators looked at the 10,086 screen in unison. What an old-fashioned way to explore. Su Kenny's bright eyes were staring at that image with dead eyes. Among the images, Yifeng held his long sword and made the best position to attack at any time. The body sinks slightly to reduce the chances of exposure of the line. Each step down seems to be measured in advance, and the body will maximize the use of trees, rocks, bushes and other natural obstacles to obscure its movements. Such an old-fashioned way of exploring the wilderness. Is this sure it's a candidate? And not some martial artist who has been in the wilderness, practicing for years? Su Kenny was incomparably sure that one could never do such a silky smooth job without a long period of wilderness survival. You see the position of this person, as well as the position of the surrounding foreign beasts, and the change in the direction of the wind. Someone so alerted, everyone else began to pay attention to the data. Yi Feng's position was visible through the aerial camera, which had already been stated. As for the location of the nearby alien beasts, it was because the alien beasts inside the examination center, all of them were pre-positioned with locator chips, which allowed them to view their movements in real time. As for the wind direction, the aerial camera is also responsible for this, with data detection functions for wind direction, climate and temperature. This candidate, no matter how he moves, is actually in the upwind position of the nearest foreign beast. The wind was able to drive odors, and the sense of smell of foreign beasts was, more often than not, very sensitive. Approaching from the upwind direction of the Fae is not easily detected by the Fae through their sense of smell. This is simple and everyone understands it. The problem was that to do that, one needed to know exactly where the nearby Fae were located at that moment. That's what surprised them. From the very beginning, Yifeng seemed to already know the orientation of the nearby beast, so when he approached the past, he had always been in the upwind position of the beast. Is it a coincidence? The people all thought so. If it wasn't a coincidence that they had judged the direction of the foreign beast from a great distance, then this candidate, it was a bit beyond their knowledge. The crowd watched even more attentively, almost focusing most of their attention on Yi Feng's image. It would be interesting to see what kind of performance this candidate can bring. In the exam room, dense forests abound, overgrown with weeds. The dampness was tinged with the scent of plants, and every now and then an animal roar came from the distance. Yifeng was like an old hunter who had gathered a lot of information with a seemingly random sweep of the surroundings. This branch on the ground, the traces of stepping off are very new. It should have just happened not long ago, judging by the thickness of the branch. This foreign beast is not small, probably around 1,000 pounds. There is another footprint over there. The foreign beast went over there. From the footprints, it looks like a pig's hoof of this size, a soldier-level foreign beast, and from the Dezailing, rock-armored stone pigs, synthesizing all the information, Yifeng directly deduced which kind of foreign beast it was. Thoughts can be so resourceful thanks to the treasure chest that was just opened. 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience. 2. 1,000 life and death combat experiences. All good stuff, bringing extremely high utility for survival in the wild. For life and death combat. At this moment, Yifeng was no longer just a candidate with no experience in wilderness training, but an old martial artist with 10 years of experience in wilderness survival and 1,000 fights between life and death. To be able to have those performances just now is simply base manipulation. Yifeng immediately departed. The people in the invigilator shed then saw that the direction Yifeng was heading to was the rock-armored stone pig. Rock-armored stone hogs could not be dealt with well, with extremely high defenses and hard-to-break armor. They were curious as to what kind of fight Yifeng would get into when he met up with the rock-armored stone pig. Between the floating thoughts, Yifeng really did meet up with the rock-armored stone pig. Puffing, the rock-armored stone pig also discovered Yifeng and let out a beastly roar. This big guy, his body surface seemed to be covered with a layer of rock. It was like a tank, stepping with heavy steps, rushing towards Yifeng. The body size looks bulky, but when it actually runs, the speed is not too slow. It was getting closer and closer, but Yifeng was unmoved. Don't you start dodging yet? It's not supposed to be scared silly, is it? The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Danger! hurry and get out of the way. Sector 69 guards, you are to proceed to this location immediately. Candidate 10086 is in danger. As an invigilator, in addition to monitoring candidates for cheating, you also have to watch out for them being in danger. Throughout the examination hall, 100 areas were divided, and 100 guards were placed in each of them. As soon as danger is detected, the guards in the corresponding area will be notified and go to rescue them immediately. Su Kanyi saw Yifeng not moving at all and thought that he was scared silly. It happens from time to time that a candidate, faced with a foreign beast for the first time, is so frightened that his head goes blank and he is dumbfounded and doesn't react. Su Kanyi didn't understand why Yifeng, who had performed brilliantly just now, was like this now. Being charged by such a big guy, one would lose half of his life if he didn't die. There was no time to think. It would take time for the guards to get there, and she immediately informed them to free her. Only, the words weren't finished. Yifeng moved. When the rock-armored stone pig was about to hit Yifeng, Yifeng shifted his feet horizontally, and with a very light step, he sidestepped and dodged the attack. The hand movements followed. The long knife that had long been poised for a seemingly random slash. Rip it! At the moment of staggering, the sharp blade ruthlessly cut the rock-armored stone pig's neck aorta, and blood fountained out wildly. The rock-armored stone pig let out a shocking miserable howl and dashed forward madly, knocking down a large tree before collapsing helplessly, convulsing a few more times, and eventually ceasing to move. Yifeng shook off the blood from his blade and stood with his blade closed. High defense. Hard to break armor? Sorry, that's for the same class. Having the strength to crush and break armor is a breeze. Examiner Su, why don't you say anything? District 69 guards, puzzled, asked Su Kanyi. Danger is lifted. Su Kanyi's tone stiffened. Was it rescued by the others? The guard inquired. In his opinion, Su Kanyi could definitely see whether there was danger or not. Since I said there was danger, there must have been. Only now someone else was administering it. Was my misunderstanding? There's really no danger. Su Kanyi's reply made the Area 69 guards freeze for a long time. The entire invigilation shed was also silent at this time. It was hard to imagine that there would be a candidate that could break the armor of a rock-armored stone pig with a single slash, hitting the vitals and killing it with a single slash. This candidate, he's too strong too. Quickly, find out about this candidate. Yifeng, from the 10th grade. So it's him. Yesterday in arts, the first place was him. I didn't realize that martial arts is also so strong. There are still such students in the 10th grade? I heard that he was originally from the first middle school. Then he was expelled by the principal of the first middle school before he ran away to enroll in the 10th middle school. Crazy. Expelling students like this? Who knows? This will probably be a gut punch. The various forces were discussing exceptionally intensely, and all of them were planning in their hearts that after the martial arts examination was over, they must pull the wool over Yifeng's eyes. This situation made Zhao Donghai, who already had an ugly face, so angry that he was about to vomit blood even more. Obviously the martial arts foundation is damaged. With this mud-legged man's background, it's impossible to be able to recover in just a few days and days. Then why, now with nothing, still acting so strong? Zhao Donghai's face was cloudy. He really couldn't figure it out. On the contrary, Lu Tai's mouth was crooked with laughter. His 10th high school, he really picked up the slack this time. In the next few moments, Yifeng searched for foreign beasts everywhere. Anyone who touches it is killed by a knife. After finishing off the Fae, dig out the locator chip in its body, which contains information about the Fae and is used to calculate points after the exam. As Yifeng killed the 30th alien beast, he took off the locator chip and put it into his tactical backpack. The sound of tiny footsteps came from nearby, and 5 figures soon appeared. Seeing Yifeng, the 5 people froze. With that, a sardonic smile surfaced on his face. Chapter 14, Killing Technique. Comprehended between life and death combat. Yo, who did I say it was? So it's the college bully, student Yifeng. A strange voice came out from the mouth of that long-faced youth. This person's name was Wang Kai, from the first middle school, and he was Wang Xing's younger brother. Wang Xing was not dealing with Yifeng, and naturally, as his own brother, Wang Kai was no better with Yifeng. This person also did well according to the rankings, taking 6th place in arts. In the past, when he was in school, all kinds of mock exams, Wang Kai also often entered the top 10, is a top student in the first middle school. This time, he was riveted to the top 3 in the martial arts exam. During the action in the examination room, other people were encountered from time to time. If it was from another school, he would have attacked and taken the locator chip, which was equivalent to taking points. The rules of the martial arts exam: there is no prohibition against fighting each other, as long as you don't kill or maim someone. After all, in the future out of society, encounter what people have, and even one moment is a brother, the next moment stabbing knife. It's a lesson to the candidates about the importance of defense. During this period, besides robbing others, Wang Kai made groups if he met a fellow school. which was allowed by the rules. The team has now grown to 5, all from the first school. As long as they didn't encounter a much larger group, they were completely unafraid. There's more power in numbers and it's easier to rob. Sometimes there was no need to do anything at all. Seeing that they were so outnumbered, the other party directly offered the locator chip of their own accord. Points are gone can be earned again. If resistance to be injured can mean the exit, directly 0 points in the martial arts examination. Pheasant University cannot enter. Security guards cannot be. Look at you guys gawking. What? Are you trying to rob me? Yi Feng laughed coldly without half a worry. 5 martial apprentice realms only. In front of his own martial master realm, they were completely insufficient to fight. Robbery? You're thinking too simply. Wang Kai snorted. According to you, you still want to finish me off? Yi Feng put on a scared expression. No, don't talk nonsense. The invigilators are watching. Of course it's impossible to kill you, but injuring you so that you are incapable of continuing your martial arts exams, that is still allowed and permitted by the rules. How about it? College bully, I'll give you a 0 to try today, Wang Kai said, and several people laughed and laughed exaggeratedly. Invigilation shed. These few candidates from the first middle school are too shameless to go around robbing other people, aren't they? The rules are such that they merely take advantage of them. That student Yi Feng is so unlucky. With his strength, he will do very well in the martial arts exam, but unfortunately, when he encounters a team of 5, he will definitely not have any chance of winning when he fights 5. The various forces watching this scene were talking to each other. Lu Tai also tensed up and cursed the first middle school candidates for being shameless while hoping that Yi Feng could escape. Yeah, him. Clear him out of the exam room. Zhao Donghai was excited. King Su Wu, what do you think? The invigilator on the side asked Su Canyi, wanting to hear her opinion. Su Canyi pondered a little and spoke out. If what Yi Feng showed just now was his full strength, then he shouldn't be able to beat a siege of 5 people. Unless what? Unless he possesses realm crushing, or superior combat skills. Hearing this, the other 2 examiners, both pondered. In the exam room, give it to me. Him, Wang Kai gave an order, and with the other 4, they were in an encircling position, leaning towards Yi Feng. The fierce face had full confidence that he would definitely be able to knock Yi Feng down in an instant. Yi Feng, I'll show you my power today. Wang Kai executed the cracking blade technique, which was a uniform blade technique taught to students at the school. Previously, he had only comprehended it to the grand completion, and just now, when he fought with the foreign beasts, this martial skill finally broke through to completion. The blade light flashed, carrying a dominating momentum, and slashed at Yi Feng with the back of the blade. Even though it was only the back of the knife, the power was still not to be underestimated. As long as it hit, he was confident that Yi Feng would instantly lose his combat power. The other 4, likewise executed moves and attacked towards Yi Feng. When the attacks of the 5 people were about to hit Yi Feng, the corner of Yi Feng's mouth lifted and he suddenly moved. With a few back and forth steps on his feet, he let their attacks pass by his side and all of them fell short. How? The 5 of them exclaimed in unison, and they couldn't even figure out how exactly Yi Feng did it. The shrieking hadn't stopped. No good. The 5 felt a strong killing intent coming, and fear ran straight from the soles of their feet to their heads. At that moment, they were like falling into an ice cave, feeling like they were all going to die. Boom 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 boom. The knife in Yi Feng's hand was full of killing intent, and a few dry attacks, also using the back of the knife, landed on the 5 people. Aha! 5 miserable screams rang out at the right time, and the 5 people flew backwards. Pust! All of them fiercely sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood, and their faces turned pale with a swish. The force of the attack was just right, just wounding them, not killing or maiming them, in line with the rules. The point is that no one will say much about a hit that hurts, not a knockout first and then going over to make up the damage. Instead, they felt that it was their skills that were inferior. 5 people robbed 1 person, and they were even beaten back by Yi Feng. You, how are you so strong? Wang Kai was shocked and angry, and there was also a thick fear deep in his eyes. The Yi Feng he remembered was far from being as powerful as he was at this moment. If it was placed in the past, Yi Feng would definitely lose without any suspense. But now that the 5 of them had joined forces, they couldn't even beat Yi Feng and were even defeated by a single move. What I just felt was horrible. A few people's eyes dodged, and none of them dared to meet Yi Feng's eyes. They had reason to believe that if it had been a life and death struggle, they would have been 5 corpses by now. Invigilation shed. Too strong. These people in the first middle school are not weak, but in front of Yi Feng, they are defenseless. This candidate Yi Feng has definitely reached the martial master realm. The people from various forces were all astonished. All of them also, intentionally or unintentionally, had their gazes on Zhao Donghai. Zhao Donghai's fists were clenched like a powder keg that was about to explode, but he couldn't get a seizure, making him suffocate so badly. This candidate really isn't simple. Reaching the martial master realm on the college entrance exam, his future achievements are unlimited. The examiner on the left marveled. they weren't there, so they could only go through the battle footage and judge the strength. If one was on the spot, it would be much easier. As long as one was engaged in a battle, one would definitely need to mobilize chi and blood. Then judging the martial artist's realm level through the strength of the chi and blood would be very accurate, without the need to speculate through the battle footage, as was the case now. However, Su Kenny's words made all the people present all silent. He may already be in the martial master realm, but in the battle just now, he should not have used his martial master realm strength, still only utilizing the martial apprentice realm degree. There was a long silence before someone gasped out in shock. What? Only using martial apprentice realm strength? How is it possible? The same martial apprentice realm. How is it possible to fight 5-on-1? It's still that raw. The crowd found it hard to understand. Because he used a killing technique. Su Kenny's explanation made the crowd even more confused. What killing technique? This is a fighting technique. Each strike strives to be fast, accurate and ruthless. It takes years of killing and many times straying from the edge of life and death to summarize a similar fighting technique. Su Kenny said this. Even she was a bit unconvinced. Her hallowed martial king had been in and out of the major secret realms many times, and she had also experienced all kinds of life and death battles before she could master this technique. But Yi Feng, a candidate, where did he get so much experience in life and death combat? Am I mistaken? Su Kenny preferred to believe that it was just a misunderstanding on her part. Otherwise it would be too unbelievable. Chapter 15. It's full. It's going to overflow. In the exam room, Wang Kai 5 people, still on the ground moaning in pain. How can not get up? Yi Feng poured out all the chips in their backpacks and loaded them into his own backpack before leaving this place. Shortly after Yi Feng left, a guard in charge of the area came and took the 5 people away from the examination center. The 5 people's hearts were like ashes. With this level of injuries, there was indeed no way to continue the martial arts exam, and it also meant a 0 score on the martial arts exam. My Dragon Academy. Wang Kai's heart was dripping blood. According to normal development, he would definitely be able to be accepted into the Dragon Academy. But now, it's gone. Everything's gone. Yi Feng, they hated Yi Feng with a passion, but there was nothing they could do. Yi Feng sighed. Keep exploring in some direction. When you encounter a foreign beast, you kill it in one smooth blow. And if they encountered people from the first high school, then sorry, but anyone who had a conflict with Yi Feng, all of them were allowed to get 0 points. Gradually, and I don't know how, the news spread, and it was said that Yi Feng was targeting the students of the first middle school, beating people to the point of vomiting blood when they moved, and they were directly sent out of the examination room. For a while, the people in the first middle school were furious, and they all yelled that they wanted to settle the score with Yi Feng. But that being said, they were quite weak in their hearts. What if they couldn't beat them? Therefore, they all intentionally began to form teams, and those who originally preferred to travel alone began to look for teammates. 73rd District. 2 people from the first middle school, acting in a piece, suddenly met up with Yi Feng. Yi Feng, the 2 men's faces went white with a swish. Oh, it's Chen Xin. Ha! Yi Feng turned to one of them and gave a friendly greeting. Chen Xin used to be on good terms with Yi Feng, and was one of the few people who spoke out to persuade him when the crowd badmouthed Yi Feng in the arts examination center yesterday. You won't hit me? Chen Xin carefully confirmed. For good reason. Why am I hitting you? Yi Feng said smilingly. Thank you. Chen Xin thanked gratefully. There was another teammate beside Chen Xin, who also opened his mouth, wanting to voice his thanks. Boo! Before the words came out, Yi Feng's swift fist directly smashed into this person's abdomen. Then he spat blood and flew backwards. He was incredulous. I thought he said he wasn't going to hit anyone. Oh, I said I wouldn't hit him, but I didn't say I wouldn't hit you. Yi Feng teased. This kid, yesterday, didn't have a lot of bad words. Under Chen Xin's stunned gaze, Yi Feng removed the chip from this person's backpack and left in style. Soon after, this person was also removed from the examination room. 5 minutes later, Yi Feng then encountered another team, which was also quickly resolved. As time went on, the teams that were encountered grew in number, but it was useless. At most, Yi Feng faced a dozen people at the same time and defeated them all. The number of people who have been cleared out of the game, which has topped triple digits, continues to rise. Zhao Donghai's face turned green with anger. Protest. I protest. This Yi Feng, relying on his strength, goes around beating up my first middle school's candidates, making it clear that he's just messing with my first middle school. Zhao Donghai yelled at the invigilator. If we let Yi Feng go on like this, how many candidates will be left in his first grade? The protest is invalid. This is in accordance with the rules of the martial arts exam. Su Kenyi rebuffed directly. Besides, you still have the nerve to protest, being the same candidate, the highest dozen people against one person, all of them being counterattacked by others. The numbers have continued to grow over time. 200, 300. Are you guys just going to watch? When he can't find the candidates from our school, he will definitely find your school. You should understand the reasoning that lips die and teeth get cold. Now we have to unite and protest, expel this Yifeng from the examination center, and return a fair environment to the candidates. Zhao Donghai knew that he could not persuade the invigilator by himself alone, so he had to urge the other principals. Of course, excluding Lu Tai, the principal of the 10th high school. There's no use protesting this, is there? Yeah, it's all allowed by the rules. No use protesting. The other principals swallowed and casually dealt with Zhao Donghai. Wouldn't it be funny to have them protest? They couldn't be happier. The biggest competitor is the first middle school. Now the first middle school masters. Almost cleared by Yifeng. Originally squeezed into the top 100. The opportunity does not come. The martial arts exams are continuing. Somewhere in sector 83. Huffing and puffing. He Xiling held her long sword in a defensive stance, her chest heaving and panting heavily as sweat oozed from the corners of her forehead, sliding down her cheeks and eventually dripping down into the dirt. Vile. He Xiling clenched her silver teeth and looked around angrily as enough 7 people surrounded her. The strength of these 7 people are not weak. All the strength of the first middle school students. The leader of the team. It is the third of the liberal arts Wang Xing. There wasn't much time left until the end of the martial arts exam. Getting mugged at this point is no different than getting a 0 on a test, whether you need to back out or not. But she must enter the Dragon Academy, not just because there were the highest quality teaching resources there, also because he Xiling touched the scar on his right cheek. I heard that scum, as early as 2 years ago, had entered the Dragon Tendency Academy by way of a guaranteed admission. You ugly monster, you're really stubborn. If you don't take the initiative to hand over the chip, we'll be impolite. If you get hurt at that time, it's none of our business. Wang Xing turned on He Xiling and humiliated him. In fact, with He Xiling's appearance, even if there were scars on her face, she was not considered ugly at all. The main reason was that He Xiling obviously couldn't beat them, but she still had to play hard to get, making them annoyed, so they spoke out to humiliate them. If you want a chip, step over my dead body, He Xiling said in a cold voice, putting on a momentum of fighting to the death. The 7 people who had messed with Wang Xing were all a bit at a loss. Suddenly at this moment, He Xiling's face changed. Why is it at this time of year that you are sick again? At this moment, He Xiling suddenly felt a raging cold in her body, more violent than any other time in the past, and her body couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold that the chill seeped out from the surface of his body, and his eyebrows and hair all formed nice ghostly blue ice crystals. What's wrong with her? The 7 people around them were a bit startled and instinctively took a few steps back. I don't know. All of a sudden it's like this, like it's frozen with cold. We didn't make it anyway. It's none of our business. So what now? Leave her alone. Someone will take care of it. Let's go. The 7 make a decision. Before leaving, Wang Xing also had a bright idea. Anyway, you can't move now. Chips are not for nothing. Wang Xing turned around and was about to tug on He Xiling's backpack. However, just reached out to tug. Phew! A stone, breaking through the air rapidly, accurately hit Wang Xing's palm. The powerful force caused the hard stones to instantly explode and turn into dust that floated. With Wang Xing's pig-killing screams, the bones of his palm were crushed and fractured, drooping down powerlessly. The other 6 people who were about to leave were all stopped in their tracks by this unexpected situation. They looked in the direction from which the stones had flown. In the shadows of the dense forest, a figure with a straight back walked out from it. 7 big men, bullying a woman, and taking advantage of the situation, trying to smooth away the chips when they can't move. How shameless! With the cold voice, Yi Feng's figure appeared in front of the crowd. It's you, Yi Feng! Several people exclaimed. Despicable, and playing sneak attack. Wang Xing covered his right hand, endured the pain, and said angrily, we were looking for you, and we didn't expect you to come forward. The other 6 scowled at each other. Go! The 6 of them rushed towards Yi Feng. Him. Wang Xing can only cheer verbally. He's lost the fight for now. Only, when the 6 people were raging, they rushed to Yi Feng and executed their respective moves, attacking Yi Feng. However, it was easily dismantled by Yi Feng with a few knife blossoms. The long blade flipped a few more times, and the blade then slapped hard on the 6 men. The 6 figures were directly slapped away and lay on the ground wailing. What sneak attack? Make it sound like if you fight head-on, you'll be able to beat them. Yi Feng snorted. Among the 7 people, Wang Xing was the only one who wasn't lying on the ground, but he was actually the most seriously injured, with a comminuted fracture that required a long time of treatment. According to the rules, the hand is considered to be too heavy. Yi Feng has already thought of a good speech. The situation is urgent. Did not think too much. In the eyes of the 7 people who were shocked and furious, they took their chips and kept them all for themselves. It's full. It's going to overflow. Too many people have been ransacked, and even with the small size of the chip and the large capacity of the backpack, it's about to burst the backpack. Yi Feng put his attention on He Xiling. Weird. At this moment, He Ziling's body surface was actually covered in ice, and the entire person was completely wrapped in cold ice. If it weren't for the fact that her eyes were closed tightly, her brow furrowed slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered from time to time, she would have been mistaken for freezing to death. It's good to be alive, and I don't know what happened, so Yifeng can only watch. Yifeng suddenly turned his head and looked somewhere in the dense forest. A moment later, the guards of the area appeared from there. It is assumed that the invigilator saw the situation over here and sent his guards over. This kid, he just spotted me ahead of time? The guard was secretly surprised and looked at Yifeng a few more times. However, now was not the time to think about this, as he looked towards He Ziling, observing the situation, and the miniature contact in his ear, maintaining communication with Su Kanyi. Don't worry, Examiner Su said that she should be awakening some kind of ice system physique. Look at this movement. I guess the level is not low, the guard said to Yifeng. Yifeng's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that the few examples that were described in books would be seen in person today. Once upon a time, I had heard that talent, or physique, was innately self-contained and could not be formed later in life, unless, for some reason, it did not manifest early and later. By chance, it awakens. This kind of example, so rare and minimal that it was almost negligible, was not expected to happen to He Ziling. Yifeng remembered that when he entered the examination room, He Ziling said that the body inexplicably appeared to be cold, an old problem from childhood. It turns out that it's not a strange and persistent disease, but rather a physical condition. There's movement. The cold ice on He Ziling's body surface quickly melted, turning into energy that was absorbed into her body. Her eyes slowly opened, a flash of ghostly blue flickering from her pupils. Your scars. Yifeng looked at the right side of He Ziling's face in surprise. What happened to the scars? He Ziling was puzzled and subconsciously touched it with her hand. With that, the eyes widened and the scars disappeared. At this point, time for the martial arts exam. Please all candidates, leave the exam room immediately. Chapter 16 is quite bombastic and absolutely unique. All the candidates received the notification that it was time for the martial arts examination, and they all stopped hunting foreign beasts and headed outside the examination center. Yifeng, thank you just now. He Ziling sincerely thanked Yifeng. She knew that when she was awakening her physique, it was Yifeng who appeared in time to stop Wang Xing from snatching her chip. Otherwise, even if awakening the physique was a great joy, it would be a great pity if the chip was gone and the points were 0, so he couldn't enter the Dragon Academy. It's a small thing, a show of hands. Yifeng waved his hand carelessly, and then proceeded to inquire, by the way, what physique have you awakened? The scar on the right side of her face, indeed disappeared without a trace. The skin of the whole body had become delicate and smooth, so that the already outstanding appearance, more beautiful and moving, invisible emanation of the cold breath, so that the beauty of this more than a trace of blasphemy, being stared at so closely by Yifeng, He Ziling's pretty face blushed. Ahem. She coughed lightly to ease the strangeness of her expression. What I have awakened is the Xian ice-cold body, she replied. Xian ice-cold body? Yifeng was surprised. That was an S-class physique. Among the candidates of this session, excluding hangers-on like Yifeng, none of the others possessed an S-class physique, with the highest being only A-class. It could be seen that an S-class physique would already be incomparably rare. Congratulations. Yifeng said congratulations. He Ziling smiled happily. She was also quite surprised. The two came outside and immediately attracted many eyes. Whether it was Yifeng's battle results within the examination room or He Ziling, whose image and temperament had changed drastically, it was enough to draw attention. Swish! With a flash, Su Kanyi arrived in front of Yifeng and the two of them. I didn't expect that this session of the martial examination could produce two of you ungood seedlings. Su Kanyi was like staring at a treasure, scanning back and forth between Yifeng and He Ziling, both of them. Yifeng's performance was, needless to say, stunning the entire audience with every strike. As for He Ziling, her performance at the beginning could only be considered excellent. With the awakening of her S-class physique, the situation was different. A proper martial arts genius, very worthy of vigorous cultivation. What an opportunity! Yifeng looked at Su Kanyi, who was close at hand, whose lower abdomen was located where the blue treasure chest was. If you touch its belly, is it able to open the treasure chest even if you touch it? Just have to try. But the question is, what to try? Is it going to be like this? So examiner, your willow waist is so thin, let me touch it? If you really do this, men and women are not related, and if you casually touch someone's lower abdomen, you are afraid that you will be killed on the spot by this female martial king. Even if it's a male examiner, casually touching someone's lower abdomen without a valid reason is equally life-threatening. There, Yifeng had a bright idea. Meet examiner Su. Yifeng clasped his hands together and set them on top of his head, bowed down and gave a great salute. The range of his movements was exaggerated. With such an abrupt salute, everyone did not expect it and all looked at Yifeng in dismay. Those who were more realistic in their thinking thought that it was Yifeng who was flattering Su Kenny. Indeed, such a strong person. If one flattered, it would greatly help in cultivation. Su Kenny similarly did not expect that Yifeng would pull this stunt. Both sides were very close, and with some movements, Yifeng's clasped hands just touched Su Kenny's lower abdomen. With just a slight touch, Su Kenny instinctively and immediately retreated and pulled away. Fellow student Yifeng, there is no need to perform this great honor. Su Kenny didn't doubt it and just thought that Yifeng was more courteous. Yes, Yifeng rose obediently. Nice touch. Yifeng recalled the contact he had just made. After getting up, he saw the blue light that still existed in Su Kenny's abdomen. Can't help but sigh darkly and, it seems that mere contact does not open the treasure chest. How do I open it? It's not, like, going to slaughter her, is it? A bloody image surfaced in Yifeng's mind. Never mind, there should be other ways. Take your time. Yifeng swept away the cluttered thoughts. Next, the three examiners presided over and the staff began counting chips and figuring out the candidates' points. When the points were announced, there was an uproar. Wang Xing, 0 points. Wang Kai, 0 points. Zhang Shilong, 0 points. A middle school students, actually more than 500 test 0. Interested people also noted that the test 0 of these, often also in a middle school strength of the front. For example, the two brothers, Wang Xing and Wang Kai, were all in the top 10 ranks, and normally, entering the Dragon Academy was a nail in the coffin. But now, all of them got a big duck egg on the test. Even if you do well in arts and how high your ranking is, but being so averaged by Wukong, you can only get into a pheasant university at best. Until now, the candidates didn't know that Yifeng had knocked so many first middle school candidates out of the examination room. The crowd looked at Yifeng in the distance with different eyes, from anger, to awe, to gratitude. Those who were grateful to Yifeng were usually those who had risen in rank and gotten into their preferred universities. After all, if it wasn't for Yifeng, who had made so many of the first high school masters score 0 on the test, their rankings wouldn't have been so high, and they wouldn't have been able to reach the admission lines of those universities. Now, the top 3 results of this martial arts exam are announced. The rankings are tallied out of the top 100, published from low to high, and are now published up to the top 3. Third place, Afterglow, 95 points, from the 2nd high school. Second place, He Xiling, 102 points, from the 10th high school. First place, Yifeng, 32, 700 points, from the 10th high school. As soon as Yifeng's score was announced, the entire room was silent. According to the scores of the previous martial arts exams, even the first place winners hovered around 100%, like He Xiling's score, even if it is in the normal range. But Yifeng, the whole 30,000 plus points. Looking at the previous martial arts exams, this score was also quite explosive and unparalleled in existence. Come to think of it, it's not one person's points at all, it's the sum of hundreds of people combined. Plus Yifeng was strong and had hunted quite a few foreign beasts himself. It was normal that he would have more than 30,000 points. At that moment, countless media, hollering, surrounded Yifeng. Student Yifeng, how do you usually cultivate? It's amazing that you're so much stronger than the other candidates. May I ask how you feel about winning first place? Rumor has it that you used to be a student of the first form before you were expelled and joined the 10th form. Do you have anything to say about that? Regarding your being in the exam room and targeting the first school candidates, is that related to the expulsion? These media people, who are not too big for their own good, ask questions as pointed as they are. Ahem. I usually just practice normally, nothing special. For winning first place, I have to thank the 10th grade school for their willingness to take me in and give me the opportunity to take the high school entrance exam. It's true that I was expelled from the first middle school. The reason given was that I cheated, but in reality, during the Seed Beast battle, I fought so hard that I was injured before I was able to fight. But the principal, Zhao Donghai, switched the grades and gave them to his nephew, Zhao Ming, and I protested to no avail, and was also expelled from the school for a crime that was compounded by him. As for the behavior in the examination hall, it can only be said that it was a coincidence that it always bumped into the candidates of the first middle school and accidentally clashed. This point is in line with the rules. There is nothing to say. Facing the many media, Yifeng cleared his throat and said a whole lot, poking out Zhao Donghai's little. Chapter 17 Rich Rewards. Opening the green treasure chest. This is a fierce news. The media is like a cat smelling fish. Immediately gathered around Zhao Donghai. May I ask Principal Zhao, what student Yifeng said just now? Is it true? True my ass. Zhao Donghai, who had long been furious, couldn't help but burst out. It was only after saying that he realized that the footage of the interview, which would now be spread everywhere, was not suitable for foul language in his position, but the words were already spoken and there was no way to take them back. He is full of nonsense. Our school expelled him, naturally, because he seriously violated the school rules, but he holds a grudge because of it and is now accusing me falsely like this, Zhao Donghai retorted. It seems reasonable, but when you think about it, it's full of holes. The reason for expelling me at that time was that I was said to be cheating, so let me ask, with my current results in both arts and martial arts, first place, did I need to cheat before? Or do you want to say that the current college entrance examination results are likewise cheated out? Then you are doubting the ability of the invigilator. When Yifeng said this, he directly thinned the veil and made Zhao Donghai red in the face, but he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. But anytime he was slow to retort, there was a big problem, not to mention the fact that he couldn't speak now. Coupled with Yifeng's words, they were reasoned and convincing. Su Canyi couldn't even look at it anymore and opened her mouth. Zhao Donghai, I've already reported it to the Education Bureau. This matter will be investigated by them. Just wait at ease. If it's innocent, you will never be wrongly accused. When Zhao Donghai heard this, his face turned into a pig's liver color. If Yifeng reported him upwards, he still had the ability to maneuver around. Because who the whistleblower is determines how seriously the top takes it and what level of investigator is sent. It was Yifeng who reported it, and the people who were sent. The probability is that they can be set right by him. But now, Su Canyi intervened and reported the matter. The youngest female martial king in Lingnan province. This title alone was enough to make the higher-ups pay attention. Zhao Donghai suddenly remembered that before entering the examination room, Yifeng had said this to him, to be cherished and still be the principal of the first high school. At the time, he couldn't understand what that meant. Yifeng replied at that time, after today, you will understand. So, that's what the kid was playing at, to bring him down. If he really investigates something, he really won't be able to be the principal of the first high school. What to do? What to do? Zhao Donghai panicked and racked his brain for a solution. Seeing this panicked look of his, Yifeng coldly laughed. If he had known this, why did he bother? But it's not over yet. Now it's just a matter of interest. We'll settle the score later. Student Yifeng, I'm from Tianbao Mining Group. Many of its mining sites need martial artists to protect them. I don't know if you're interested in joining our division after graduation. If you have the intention, you can negotiate a contract now. Even if you are in college and not formally employed, you can still get all kinds of welfare subsidies from our division. It's better to come to my Yuanchuan Bio, civilian and military positions, take your pick, and start with $1 million a year. All kinds of group forces. Out of the sound of pulling Yifeng. Can't wait to talk to Yifeng now. Sign the contract in advance. The other top-ranked candidates would be similarly pulled in. Only the conditions offered would be far less generous than Yifeng. No, I have no desire to enter the service at this time. Yifeng thanked them one by one. With the open treasure chest system, one's growth rate was definitely not something they could imagine. It is certainly not possible to be tied to them and work for them all the time for this treatment. What Yifeng wanted was far more than that. The high school exam is considered officially over at this point. The personnel should be dispersed, and Zhao Donghai was also taken away by a team of martial artists, and would be investigated next. Within 3 days, you'll receive the acceptance letters from each school, and for those who are lucky enough to be admitted to my Dragon Totem Academy, let's see you at the Dragon Totem Academy at that time. Su Canyi said to the many students and also focused on Yifeng. After that, he left. My blue treasure chest. The corner of Yifeng's mouth tugged as he watched Su Canyi go far away, and also watched the blue treasure chest go far away. Yifeng, he's Xiling, you've done our school proud. Lu Tai walked over, smiling from ear to ear. For each high school entrance exam, schools are ranked according to the students' overall scores. The first high school exists in name only, and the rankings have been moved right to the bottom. After all, hundreds of zeros, all of which could have produced good grades, have been hard dragged down. On the contrary, the 10th high school, because Yifeng alone, wildly more than 30,000 points, directly to the 10th high school, to the top of the ranking to go. After so many years of being the principal of the 10th middle school, Lu Tai could not imagine that there was still a time when he was ranked first. Go, get in the car, let's go back. We'll have a celebration tomorrow and give you an award, Lu Tai said in a spirited manner. The crowd rejoined the vehicles and headed back to the city. Boom! Suddenly at that moment, a vibration came from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Yifeng happened to see the situation over there through the car window. In the depths of the Dezay Ridge, the entrance to the secret passageway, a small dot emerged, and under the setting sun, the small dot was coated with a layer of golden light, as if the ripples on the surface of the lake, spreading and eventually disappearing in the middle of the dense forest of the Dezay Ridge. Hiss! Quickly look! Fey beasts are gushing out of the Dezay Ridge secret realm. I only learned about it in textbooks before, but I never thought I'd see it in person now. So shocking, so many foreign beasts. From afar, they look just like ants. They look small, but when they're actually standing in front of you, they're probably all big. The crowd exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Yifeng quietly watched as the vehicle gradually moved away. It was good that the Great Zephyr Ridge was only a secondary secret realm, and the foreign beasts that emerged were not too strong. So everyone just exclaimed in shock. If it was one of those advanced secret realms, every time a foreign beast emerged, it would be a disaster. When Yifeng returned home, the sky was completely dark. Had dinner before I got home, poured a cup of boiling water, sprinkled a small handful of tea leaves and set it on the coffee table. Feel free to turn on the TV. This college entrance exam killed a dark horse. This candidate is named Yifeng. Whether the principal of the first school broke the law and discipline will be strictly investigated next. The evening news was already broadcasting today's interview, and Yifeng became the entire focus. The last photo of Yifeng's parents on the wall was right in front of the TV, and the smiles on their faces seemed to be happy for Yifeng. There was no talk all night. Day 2. Yifeng came to the school and there were lights and colors everywhere. The awards ceremony, held in the Hall of Honor. The green treasure chest that you've been longing for. You'll finally get a chance to open it. The moment he walked into the Hall of Honor, Yifeng saw at a glance that on the awarding platform, the green treasure chest was quietly placed there. The awards ceremony has begun. Lu Tai was full of red face and personally went up to the stage to preach. Regardless of arts or martial arts, as long as you get into the top 100, you will get prizes, and the higher the rank, the better the reward. He Xiling, being the second best in both arts and martial arts, was awarded a scholarship of 1,000,000, 5 bottles of blood spirit pills, and 1 set of grade 2 medium equipment. With he Xiling's family conditions, this was definitely considered an incomparably generous reward. As for Yifeng, the rewards were even more generous. Prize money of $5 million, 20 bottles of blood elixir, 1 set of grade 2 extreme equipment. The blood spirit pill could help raise chi and blood, and the equipment included a full set of battle armor, as well as a weapon. And the weapon Yifeng chose the knife class. I wonder what I can open. Although the prize was good, what Yifeng cared about the most was this green treasure chest. Snap. Chapter 18 Rare Soul Master. 2 new clues. You open a green treasure chest with a burst of luck. Congratulations, you've gained 9,000 points of soul power. Soul power. A full 9,000 points of soul power. There are a lot of people around right now, and it's not the time to blend. Yifeng did not fuse for the time being and waited until the awards ceremony was over. Say goodbye to the crowd and can't wait to leave. Back home. Fuse at once. Boom. The soul power fused into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng felt that in the middle of his mind, there was a brand new kind of power, and his spirit was much better with it. In this world, besides martial artists, there was another cultivation system called Soul Masters. Soul Masters cultivate soul power to be able to control soul soldiers and perform soul techniques. Soul Masters have strange methods and high strength. In a battle against the same level, a chi-blooded martial artist was definitely no match for a soul master. In today's situation, chi and blood martial artists were the mainstream, while soul masters were relatively rare. In order to become a soul master, one needed to have talent in this area in order to cultivate soul power. Otherwise, no matter how much one cultivated, one would not be able to become a soul master. As for chi-blooded martial artists, the requirements for talent were not too harsh, and most people could become martial artists, only with high or low achievements. I didn't expect that a green treasure chest would open up so much soul power. It was really a stroke of luck. 9,000 points of soul power, directly making me a general level soul master. With 9,000 points of soul power, he just happened to be an early general level soul master, and he was still 3,000 points short of the 12,000 points of the middle stage. Yifeng's realm of chi and blood martial artist was only at the early stage of martial master. Now the realm of a soul master was, conversely, one major realm higher than a chi-blooded martial artist, reaching the general level. This was good. It was considered one of Yifeng's bottom cards. Hopefully, next, one could obtain things like soul soldiers and soul techniques in order to reflect the power of a soul master. I heard that the materials used to create soul soldiers are very special, and after combining with soul power, they can switch between the virtual and the real, and in the virtualized state, they can also be collected into the soul master's mind, and when they make a move, their soul power will control them, and they will attack remotely like a spaced-out imperial object, so that people can't be defended against them. Yifeng muttered. Thinking about it was good. Trying to mobilize his soul power to control the grade 2 battle sword in his hand. Surely not. This battle sword, which had been rewarded by the school just now, was only suitable for use by chi-blooded martial artists. It was not a soul soldier, so there was no way for it to be controlled by soul power. Just then, a new treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, in the Dragon School. A green treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Treasure chest clue, Dragon School. A green, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. 2 treasure chest clues in a row. All from Dragon Academy. Both green. One of them with the word boutique. If he counted the blue treasure chest on Sukani's body, there were 3 treasure chests there at the Dragon Academy, waiting for Yifeng to go over and open them, making him desperately want to start school soon. Anxious as it is, you still have to wait. Having nothing to do, Yifeng took out the blood spirit Dan and the school gave a whole 20 bottles. It is a cultivation 8 elixir that assists in raising qi in blood. Yifeng poured one and swallowed it in his stomach, and it instantly turned into a warm current that nourished his body. The speed of boosting was definitely far less than opening treasure chests and getting direct access to qi and blood, but as much extra boost as you could get. You could eat it as a snack. 2 days later, Yifeng received the acceptance letter as expected. There were no surprises. It was the Dragon School. Yifeng has excellent grades and is exempt from all tuition fees. The start date of the school year, in 10 days. This isn't the pre-crossing world where there's a long summer vacation after high school. Cultivating martial arts was related to the future of the human race, and there was no time to lose. No way to rest for too long. It would be nice to have 10 days of vacation. Time rushes by. 10 days later, today is the day school starts. The schools in Linhai City, which were admitted to the Dragon Academy, totaling 100, were transported to the school by a special bus. The vehicle drove out of the city, on the main highway, all the way to the provincial capital. At the head and tail of the student vehicles, there are escort vehicles accompanying the students, which ride with masters of martial arts. The wilderness is full of crises, and at any time, they may encounter the attack of foreign beasts, and the duty of the accompanying guards is to ensure the safety of the students. The vehicle traveled all the way. During this period, he did encounter the foreign beasts several times, but fortunately, their strength was not high, and they were killed by the guards. In the end, there was no danger and arrived safely at the provincial capital of Lingnan. The provincial capital, the largest city in Lingnan province, was located in the center area and could also be called the main city. Both the economic development and the number of masters are far beyond other cities. The Dragon Academy is located here in the provincial capital, Yifeng. The buildings here are all much taller than our Linhai city. Xiling was sitting beside Yifeng, curiously surveying the surroundings through the car window, with novelty in her eyes. Well, it's the provincial capital after all, so it must be more prosperous. Yifeng nodded. Not only were the skyscrapers numerous, but even the strength of the passers-by was a level stronger than that of Linhai City. Here, martial artists could be found everywhere. Unlike Linhai City, where the percentage of ordinary people was high, the vehicle traveled and eventually came to its destination. Yifeng and the others got out of the car. This is the Dragon Academy? In front of Yifeng's eyes, there was a huge building. Unlike the previous high-rise buildings, the academy as a whole favored the ancient style. The gate of the academy, that high door frame, is made up of 2 dragon-shaped stone carvings of prancing clouds and mist, with the mouths of the dragons facing each other, and a transparent crystal bead in the middle of the door, as if it were a double dragon playing with a pearl. Outside the gate of the academy, there was a huge square that had already been filled with people. Looking at the way they were dressed, they should have been freshmen as well. Within the Lingnan province, there were as many as dozens of cities, and for each city, there were 100 admissions, so there were thousands of new students in this year's Dragon Academy. Those of them who were closer must have arrived long ago. Oddly enough, it was slow to enter the schoolhouse, but instead stopped outside here. Soon, Yifeng knew what was going on. Beneath the gates of the academy, there were 10 martial artists standing in a line, all veterans of the Dragon Tang Academy. If you want to enter through the gate, you need to pick one of them, fight against it, and win the fight to enter. Even though these old students would suppress their strength to the same level as the new students, but how rich their combat experience was, even with equal strength, the new students were not their opponents at all. Until now, no one had ever beaten them. It wasn't that the older students had made things difficult for themselves, but rather it was an old tradition of the Dragon Academy, one that the higher-ups in the school had tacitly agreed to. The freshmen who were able to be admitted were all top students in their respective places and were inevitably high-minded. But the Dragon Totem Academy was not a place where they could be arrogant, and this old tradition was an intentional attempt to suppress their sharpness. Look, another new student has arrived. I wonder what city. The arrival of Yifeng and the others caught the attention of the crowd in the square. It's from Linhai City, that handsome-looking guy with a beautiful woman by his side. His name is Yifeng. I've seen his interview on the internet. He's Linhai City's double-subject top student. Yes, it's him indeed. I wonder if he can beat those old students. How can it be that easy? Other cities also have double subject top students. Not also the same loss. The old students' fighting skills are not at all comparable to our freshmen. The crowd was talking. Within the academy, the two brothers, who looked quite similar, saw Yifeng's arrival through the crowd, and their spirits were lifted. Brother, are you all set? Chapter 19 tell you to dodge. You can really dodge. The person who spoke was Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai's nephew, the biggest beneficiary of Yifeng's grades being switched, obtaining a guaranteed place and having connections in the academy. He was not blocked and simply entered the academy. Beside him was his own brother, named Zhao Xiang. 2 years ago that session, from the first high school in Linhai City, by way of guaranteed admission, entered the Dragon Academy, and is now also a veteran student. He was able to be guaranteed in the first place, but also thanks to the operation of his eldest uncle. Otherwise he was still almost qualified. So to speak, both brothers are almost the same form. It's all been explained. When this Yifeng goes into battle, the goalkeepers will all pretend to miss and injure him severely. Let's give him a lesson first, and then when we enter the Dragon Academy later on, then we'll play with him slowly. I want to let him know that offending our Zhao family is going to cost him dearly, Zhao Xiang said sorrowfully. Right, causing Uncle Big to lose his position as principal. We must teach that kid a hard lesson, Zhao Ming also said viciously. After these days of investigation, although not yet found direct evidence to sit on the matter of grades dropped, but therefore found out a lot of Zhao Donghai's other black information. People like him, who usually do not do a lot of bad things, and leave a lot of traces when they are not careful enough, have now been dismissed from their jobs and are permanently barred from educational positions. Even if he joins other jobs, he will be scrutinized. In short, for Zhao Donghai, this punishment is hard to bear and has a huge impact on him. Zhao Donghai was not the only one who was affected. It also had a great impact on the entire Zhao family. Let's just say the education piece. Whichever Zhao family member had poor grades could be given a chance to go to a good school through Zhao Donghai's underhanded maneuvering. But now, this path was directly cut off. They aimed all the spearheads at Yifeng, without the slightest bit of remorse. It was clearly their own illegal behavior that led to this result now. Brother, there are 10 goalies, and you've accounted for all of them? They all listen to you so well? Zhao Ming inquired curiously. Is this not simple? Benefits open the way. Few people will refuse. Missing a hand and injuring a freshman is just nothing. It's no big deal. So if you can get benefits in return, you're definitely willing to do it, Zhao Xiang said rightfully. The other side, at the top of a tower on the campus, several tutors were gathered in a group, looking at the scene at the entrance of the school from afar. Time flies. Last year we were up here gossiping and watching that group of freshmen get stuck outside the school, and before you know it a year has gone by. Ha ha, you said that last year too. Yes, definitely. A few of the instructors were talking and laughing. Do you guys think that any of the candidates in this class can beat the gatekeeper veterans? One of the tutors, at least 1.9 m and a tower of strong men, said curiously as he scanned the freshmen outside the school in the distance. I've heard that Joseon City's top student in the college entrance examination has a very strange talent that consumes his own energy when he uses it, causing all aspects of his physical quality to skyrocket. So if he's willing to use this talent, he should have a certain chance. A tutor on the side said so, and even looked at Su Kenyi when he finished. By the way, you're in charge of invigilating the exams in Linhai City, right? I've heard that Linhai City's top student in the college entrance exam is also very good. In Su Kenyi's mind, Yifeng's figure immediately surfaced and she nodded. Yes, that candidate is indeed outstanding. As far as Yifeng's combat skills displayed during his martial arts exam were concerned, Su Kenyi still had it fresh in her mind. Look, it's him, Su Kenyi said. Several of the instructors had amazing eyesight and were able to see the freshman off campus from a great distance. At this moment, Yifeng stepped forward and walked towards the old student guarding the door. You can pick whichever one you want to challenge. The older students voiced out and briefly explained the rules to Yifeng. Both sides put out the strength of peak martial apprentice and beat the older students in order to enter the school gates. You then, Yifeng casually ordered one. It was all the same to him. As he spoke, his eyes skimmed over the crowd and looked into the school grounds. Not far from the entrance, there was a green treasure chest, quietly placed there. I'm in a hurry to open the treasure chest, so I don't have time to spend with them here. Yes, this person came out of the line, a well-built man with narrower eyes, not to be messed with at first glance. His name was Zhou Yang. His realm was at the peak of martial master, suppressing a large realm to the peak of martial apprentice, and he didn't feel much pressure when he fought against a new student. Yifeng's looks, Zhao Xiang had already shown them beforehand, so Zhou Yang already knew that the person in front of him was Yifeng. Although we have no grievances, but since you offended Zhao Xiang and I received benefits from him, then we have to make things right. Sorry, Zhou Yang secretly said in his heart. Ready? There. Both sides picked an unopened combat knife and the battle was on. The freshmen present all held their breath and watched with great attention. Before that, many people had already tried on the field, and all of them, without exception, lost to the old students. The one who lasted the longest went 5 moves in the hands of the older student, and the vast majority of the rest lost in 1 move. It was evident that even though equal strength was used, there was a huge difference in the level of combat skills. Watch the move. Zhou Yang's chi and blood stirred, and his battle sword wrapped up the overpowering momentum and chopped fiercely towards Yifeng. So fast, the crowd of freshmen exclaimed. Yifeng also instantly made a move, also extremely fast. The freshman chanted again. When the 2 battle blades were about to collide together, Zhou Yang's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he suddenly came up with a change of stance. It was so abrupt, the angle was tricky, and the timing was just right. If it were any other freshman, they would not be able to resist. Watch out, get out of the way. These words were actually shouted by Zhou Yang. His face was anxious at this moment, and he looked as if he was afraid that Yifeng would be injured. The bladeless battle knife in his hand, however, did not have the slightest decrease in momentum and ruthlessly chopped at Yifeng. Everything was in his reckoning. When he injured Yifeng afterward, he was able to excuse himself by saying that he hadn't been able to collect his sword for a while. However, where would Yifeng be fooled by this trick of his? Looking at the other party's blade, it was clear that there was no half-hearted attempt to close the momentum, and it looked like it was intentional. If this was chopped, even if this blade had no peak, it would be injured. In that case, an eye for an eye. He saw Yifeng's figure suddenly change, and really dodged his attack with ease. Zhou Yan was confused. I told you to get out of the way, but you really can. This was not over. Yifeng's battle sword instantly chopped out a strike. The action was flowing in a single motion. Boo! Zhou Yan couldn't react and was viciously cut by Yifeng. His entire body was sent flying several meters and smashed down inside the school, wailing in pain. It's cracked. His chest, there must be bones cracked. Good swordplay. In a short moment, Yifeng showed great resilience and extremely high combat literacy. The few tutors watching the battle from afar couldn't help but praise it. Too strong. Is this the gold content of the Linhai City College entrance examination? With just 1 strike, he injured the old student. The freshman, needless to say, erupted in waves of shouts across the room. In the crowd, a freshman with a chubby body type and a harmless look paused in his snack eating and curiously surveyed Yifeng. Awesome! He Xiling also looked at Yifeng in surprise. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yifeng walked into the school gate and approached towards the green treasure chest, and none of them dared to block it anymore. How? Observing the situation over here from afar, the 2 brothers, Zhao Xiang and Zhao Ming, had disbelief on their faces. Chapter 20 Soul Soldier Demon Breaking Gun. Yifeng approached the green treasure chest. Snap! You have opened a green treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Level 3 Soul Soldier Demon Breaker Gun. A long spear emanating a blackish purple color, with a total length of 2.8 meters. The tip of the spear flickered with cold aura, appearing quite extraordinary. Great gun. It turned out that this was a soul soldier, a weapon suitable for use by soul masters. Treasure chests can still be opened physically. This is still the first time. The ones that were opened before, all of them were able to be fused into the body, almost making Yifeng think that there was no way to open the physical object. Oops, so many people around watching. Will they see us? Yifeng's heart thumped. If he was seen with the Demon Breaker gun, he would have to show his soul master status and say that it was his own soul soldier, but he could not reveal the existence of the treasure chest. System tip: the item you opened is a physical object. Is it manifested now? Only after it is manifested will the onlookers see it, and you must also manifest the item in order to use it properly. The system suddenly issued this prompt, causing Yifeng's hanging heart to relax. Then it's not too late to not materialize until we find a place where no one is around. Yifeng walked in the direction of the school. At that moment, 2 cries of alarm came from behind them in succession. Yifeng stopped walking and turned to look. Behind them, there were 2 battlefields, each with 2 freshmen, who were fighting against the older students, fighting back and forth, unusually intense. Even the older students were vaguely no match for them, and gradually fell behind. And this was what the crowd exclaimed. One of them, with an icy cold aura permeating her body, was like an icy holy maiden. Each sword attack brought a bone-chilling coldness, making her opponent a bit unable to hold back, unless one erupted with martial master strength to deal with it. Defeat was assured. But the older students couldn't use their martial master strength either. That would be against the rules. This woman in the confrontation was naturally He Xiling, and ever since she awakened her Xian ice-cold body, her strength had jumped up a big step and was much stronger than before. Seeing Yi Feng beat the older students to enter the school, she had to follow suit immediately, so she started fighting. On the other battlefield was a youth. What makes you smile is that this person in the sparring match has an open and eaten packet of snacks around his waist. His moves were exceptionally swift and powerful, his reflexes were extremely fast, and every time he struck, he was quick, precise and ruthless, beating the older students back. This guy. Yi Feng was a little bit impressed by this person, standing near himself before, chubby and eating snacks while doing so, such an image, the only one. Yi Feng was a little bit more impressed by him, but the amazing thing is that before, when I was so fat that my eyes became thin lines, now I look at it, but not just micro-fat level. If it wasn't for the similarity in looks and the small packet of snacks around his waist, Yi Feng would have thought that the before and after were not the same person. A casual fight that consumes so much, it also thins people out. Yi Feng felt some novelty. Soon, both of them finished fighting, and the result was the same as Yi Feng expected. Both of them won the fight. The room erupted in applause. 3 freshmen in a row took the field and all of them won, so the freshmen naturally felt excited, while the older students were made to lose face in confidence. This year's freshmen are all this strong? Above the tower in the distance, on the faces of several tutors, unexpected looks appeared. It's indeed stronger than last year's, and it's also good to reverse the wave of older students so they don't think too highly of themselves. All that talk makes sense. Mentors talk and laugh. Su Kanyi suddenly felt a line of sight. The martial king, she was sensitive to all gazes, and quickly found the source of the line of sight. You can spot me from this far away? Su Kanyi was surprised. What's wrong? The other mentors asked. No, it could just be a coincidence. Su Kanyi shook her head. Yi Feng sighed. Hurriedly, he withdrew his gaze. Worthy of being a martial king, this perception ability is just sensitive. I just casually glanced at it and it was discovered. Yi Feng secretly marveled. Just now, on a whim, he followed the blue arrow and followed it all the way to see the top of the tower to go there. Then he saw Su Kanyi, not expecting to be discovered just by looking at it. Yi Feng, he Xiling caught up. You won the fight too. Awesome. Yi Feng complimented. Don't laugh at me. You won in one move. Crisp and clean. I fought for a while and still only won narrowly. Compared to you, it's nothing. He Xiling shook her head. That's true. Yi Feng nodded. He Xiling, that's too straight of an answer. Hello guys, my name is Sun Rong. I'm Chiosha City's top student in the college entrance exams. The slightly chubby youth behind him caught up, revealing a harmless smile, very self-conscious about the introduction. Click, click, click. The bag of snacks, which was attached to his waist, had been taken in his hand and constantly sent to his mouth, eating so much that his speech was slurred, with many crumbs of snacks sticking to his lips. Such an image was a huge contrast to the one who had just fought, the one who had attacked with ferocious moves. Yi Feng, from Linhai City. He Xiling, from Linhai City, stretching their hands, despite not being familiar with this person. Both of Yi Feng responded. You're all awesome. Sun Rong complimented and handed the snack bag to Yi Feng and the two of them. Eat chips? No, thanks. What a weirdo. It's fine to eat potato chips, but it's rather strange to eat them endlessly while a freshman is enrolled in school. The three headed inside. Yi Feng suddenly felt a gaze, and immediately turned his head to look. Zhao Ming? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. There were actually two gazes looking over, Zhao Ming and Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang is highly powerful and well hidden. Zhao Ming then failed to hide and was discovered by Yi Feng. Upon being discovered, he was only slightly stunned before returning to normal. Zhao Ming used his hand to gesture his neck, making a throat-slitting motion, and the provocation was very obvious. Zhao Xiang, on the other hand, looked on coldly, his face also filled with hostility. Just now, he was still wondering how the old student could make a move to intentionally miss and try to injure himself. Now Yi Feng also understood that just these two brothers had messed up. Zhao Xiang, whose face was indifferent, suddenly fixed his eyes on He Xiling, and then showed a look of surprise. It's a surprise if you don't see it. Isn't this an old acquaintance? But how come the scar on her face is gone, and it's even more beautiful than before? Is it the same person or not? Yi Feng realized that He Xiling suddenly had a different appearance. At this moment, He Xiling's body couldn't stop trembling slightly, endless anger burning inside. The killing intent in her eyes was like substance. If it wasn't for the fact that her strength didn't allow her to do so, she would definitely not be able to control herself and immediately rush up to kill Zhao Xiang. This scum! One day, I will personally kill him. He Xiling squeezed out this paragraph from between her teeth. Yi Feng also sort of figured it out. The scum who once forced He Xiling to disfigure her face was Zhao Xiang. Chapter 21. This is genius. Without staying in the same place, Yi Feng's trio went to register for the enrollment formalities and officially became students of the Dragon Academy. The three came to the dormitory area, located on the west side of the school. It covers an extremely large area, with one building lined up at a glance. The outer perimeter is the freshman dormitory. The inner perimeter is the old students' dormitory. Geez, why should the freshmen only get to live in a single room, while the old students get a small alibi? Suenrong grumbled as he ate his snack. He wasn't being rigorous enough with this statement. The admission manual said that when you reach 10,000 credits and become a senior cadet, you will be able to be admitted to the inner dormitory. Only in most cases, it takes a long time to wait for 10,000 credits to be saved up, and then you do become an old student as well. If there was any new student who could gather 10,000 points in just a short period of time, then he or she was also qualified to live inside the inner circle. Yi Feng, the three of them, each chose one to stay in. Inside, the facilities are simple and there is a toilet, which is sufficient for daily living. Close the door to the room behind you. Manifestation Demon Breaker, Yi Feng whispered. The demon-breaking gun immediately materialized into a hard physical object, and when held in the hand, it was cold to the touch. Trying to mobilize his soul power, he extended it over and wrapped it around the demon-breaker gun. Moved. Under the control of the soul force, the demon-breaking gun actually moved, and after Yi Feng let go of his hand, it hovered in the void. A thought, phew, sharply shot away. As he was about to stab the wall, he suddenly stopped again, coming to a steady halt in midair. If we don't stop in time, the wall is sure to get a big hole through it. Collect! With Yi Feng's mind, the demon-breaking gun vaporized and became a purple and black energy that fused into Yi Feng's mind. In the middle of his mind, this purple and black energy formed the appearance of a demon-breaker gun. It can be invoked at any time, released outside the body, materialized into a gun, and killed the enemy in combat. No wonder soul masters are more powerful than martial artists of the same level. The mere fact that they are able to suddenly change their weapons from nothing can kill the enemy by surprise. Not to mention, soul masters are able to manipulate their weapons through space, making it even more difficult to deal with them. Yi Feng felt very satisfied. It was only when darkness fell that the freshmen, who had been blocked from entering, were finally allowed in. After being stuck in traffic all day, the crowd was in a rage. However, thinking that, Yi Feng's several people were able to beat the older students and come in early, proving that it was just that they were not as skillful as they were. Thinking about it, he just let it go. Day 2, sort of an official school day. The new students were divided into 10 classes of several hundred each led by a junior instructor. The strength of the junior tutors, who all had the martial general realm, was considered more than enough to lead this group of freshmen of the highest martial master realm. Yi Feng had also wanted to choose under Su Kenyi's door, because she had a blue treasure chest on her body, and being able to contact her on a daily basis would give him a chance to open the treasure chest. Only now did he realize that Su Kenyi was a senior tutor, and that in order to be led by her, he needed to become a senior student first. With 10,000 credits, you are an advanced student. I have to be quick and save up the credits to 10,000. At that time, not only would he be able to join Su Kenyi's door, but he would also be able to live in a small private residence, killing two birds with one stone. The blue treasure chest can't be opened for the time being, so let's find a way to open that remaining green, fine, treasure chest first. The treasure chest clues that I got earlier had two green ones, one of which had the word fine with the suffix and one of which did not. The one that didn't was opened by myself yesterday to get the demon breaker. The one with the boutique. Yi Feng had also figured out the location. It's on the south side of the school, on the second floor of the trophy court. Unfortunately, not eligible to go up there for now. The school rules state that only those with 1,000 or more credits are eligible to go up to the second floor. The canonical pavilion was the place where the school stored secret books. It was more important and could not allow people to come and go as they pleased, so there were these additional restrictions. Secondly, the secret books are not given for nothing. You need to use credits to exchange the secret books on the second floor. The exchange price is relatively high. Each book is big several hundred credits. That's why there is this restriction. You don't have enough credits to go up there and change the secret book. You're just doing a touch-and-go party. And it's a lot of people and a lot of trouble for the school to manage. I'm your junior tutor Tang Qingfeng. I'll be the one to teach you until you're promoted to senior cadets. So if there's anything you don't know about cultivation, you can come and ask me. Now study with me. The first volume of Dragon's Breath. Adjust your breathing, luck your dantian, and let your qi and blood circulate through your body. Tang Qingfeng was a relatively serious and competent person. Without much nonsense, he got on board and immediately taught the Gong method. The Dragon's Breath was a cultivation technique unique to the Dragon Academy, said to have been created by observing a dragon's breath. Yi Feng remained skeptical of this rumor. The so-called dragons were said to be very high-level creatures, and those who were able to observe a dragon's breathing without being detected were feared to be top-tier powerhouses of the same level. How could such a cultivation method created in such a way be casually passed on to students? Even though it's only the first volume, it's still precious enough to set the bar at least a little bit. No longer thinking much, Yi Feng concentrated on following the cultivation. Each breath, frequency, speed, and volume are all required. Normally, he wouldn't breathe like this, and keeping this kind of rhythmic breathing made Yi Feng a bit uncomfortable for a moment. So did the other students. Just look at their slightly furrowed brows. However, with the passage of time, Yi Feng felt gradually adapted, and slowly, there was a comfortable feeling. It became more and more forgetful and natural, until finally, every breath was actually accompanied by a strange sound. At this moment, Yi Feng felt very comfortable. The qi and blood in his body, which was constantly circulating, was increasing in trace amounts. In a short period of time, the effect may not be visible, but if you practice for a long time, the effect will be obvious. Learned so quickly? Tung Qingfeng was shocked, and the always calm and collected man was a bit out of sorts at this point. The sound of breathing is a sign of learning dragon's breath. He had already brought up many freshmen, but this was the first time he had seen such a speed of learning. After a whole set of dragon's breath was run, Yi Feng closed his gong. Being able to learn so quickly was partly due to Yi Feng's good comprehension, but more importantly, it was because Yi Feng possessed the holy body of the martial way, which was equally helpful in learning feats and martial arts. After all, it's an SSS physique, and it sure brings a lot of benefits. Dragon's breath was indeed a good cultivation method, and if you had time, you could practice it, and with the opening of treasure chests, your strength would increase even faster. You really learned dragon breath? Tung Qingfeng directly asked Yi Feng, and despite his inner certainty, he still couldn't believe it. Learned. Yi Feng nodded. Truthfully, the corner of Teng Qingfeng's eye twitched, not even knowing what to say. The rest of the students present all temporarily stopped studying and looked at Yi Feng with disbelief. They still didn't even have half a clue, but Yi Feng had learned it, so it was really a human comparison. If He Xiling and Sun Rong were here, they would definitely be impressed with Yi Feng once again. However, when the classes were divided, they were all randomly shaken, and the three were divided into three different classes. Tang Qingfeng continued the lesson and proceeded to teach. After all, the other students had yet to learn. Yi Feng then found a corner and quietly cultivated. Wait until school is out. A large group of students surrounded Yi Feng, asking how exactly did he cultivate. Learn it so quickly. Was there any skill? Yi Feng, huh? Do you need skills? It's simple. Just follow the teacher and do it once. The crowd was in tears. So maybe that's genius. Yi Feng buggered off and went straight to the mission hall. Hurry up and earn it 1,000 credits to open the treasure chest on the second floor of the trophy pavilion. Chapter 22, Offbeat. Is he looking for death? Mission hall. A great place to earn credits. There is a mission in it, and if you complete the mission, you will get the appropriate credits. These tasks, which can be divided into two broad categories, in-school and out-of-home execution. Tasks within the school are issued by the school, and can be issued by school executives, instructors, or even students. The types are varied, such as working part-time at such and such a job or tutoring an underclassman. The harder the task is to complete, the higher the credit payout will be. Looking around, though, at the tasks within the school, I didn't see anything suitable, and none of the main credits given were much. What Yi Feng wanted was the kind of payoff that was a bit higher, preferably 1,000 points or more, to be able to reach the standard at once. However, this kind of mission, corresponding to the difficulty are higher, need a higher strength requirements. Generally speaking, the new students do not have half of the possibility to complete. It's a good thing that Yi Feng is not ordinary. The realm of a chi-blooded martial artist was currently the middle stage of a martial master. Previously, it was in the early stages, but after these 10 days or so, with the blood spirit pills being eaten as snacks, coupled with cultivation, it was promoted to a small realm. Such a speed was considered to be very fast, and it was also due to the martial Dao Saint Body. There's a big undercard, general level soul master. By executing the demon breaking gun, one was able to sweep away all chi-blooded martial generals. Yi Feng's junior tutor, Tung Qingfeng, would never have dreamed that one of the new students he taught would not even lose his strength anymore. Yi Feng proceeded to the large screen, checking the list of tasks. On the left are internal tasks and on the right are outgoing executions. There were no suitable internal missions, so Yi Feng looked at going out to perform them. This part of the mission, commissioned by off-campus forces who paid a certain amount of money, entrusted the school with their help, and the school, in the form of rewarding credits, hung it in the mission hall for the students to pick up, to each his own, giving students the opportunity to experience and, in the process, enhancing the prestige of the school. this is good. Yifeng saw the payoff of exactly 1,000 credits in the column of missions he went out to perform. Mission: kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. Details: the 3 brothers of the Ma family, who go around burning, killing, looting and pillaging, doing no evil. A month ago, one of the Lin family's properties was ransacked by them, and all of the employees of the property were killed. And they were commissioned by the Lin family to help hunt down and kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. Recommended strength: early military general or above. Remuneration for the assignment: 1,000 credits. Turns out it was a kill mission. Is it illegal to kill someone? Theoretically breaking the law, but because of the existence of the secret realm, a lot of extra legal areas are created. All of them formed a consensus that no one would pursue the matter if they killed someone in the secret realm, or even outside the city. The main thing is that there is no ability to pursue this, and in an age where everyone is practicing martial arts, a large number of people go missing and die every day. Either they were killed by foreign beasts or by humans, and if they really wanted to investigate, they wouldn't even be able to find out. Therefore, the Lin family could only take revenge through this way, an eye for an eye, by hunting down the enemy, rather than solving the problem by calling the police, as there was a high probability that there would not be any result even if it was reported. That's it. Yifeng received it directly. With your own student card, you touch this task on the big screen to receive success. Yifeng left the academy. Classes are free, and you can be out of school when you are on assignment. After Yifeng left the mission hall, there were other students inside, and one of them, not far from Yifeng's position just now, pressed his tactical watch to communicate with someone. He took his mission and left. What mission? Kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. What? Say it again. The other person sounded surprised, thinking he had heard wrong. Kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. The man had to repeat himself. The difficulty of this mission is not low. Can he handle it? I don't know. I probably didn't know enough to think that if I had high credits, I'd just collect them. Dormitory area. Inner perimeter. In a certain other house. Zhao Xiang looked at his tactical watch and listened to the words coming from the opposite side, pondering, still looking for death. If Yifeng was killed by the 3 evils of the Ma family because of this, he would be very happy. But that's not insurance. After hanging up, he immediately dialed another. Yifeng leaves school. Yifeng sighed. After leaving the school, it was off to the Pearl Villa area. The head of the Lin family, Lin Tianxiang, lives here. What a grand villa. The whole neighborhood are a block of independent villas. Can buy a villa here in the provincial capital? A rich lord, like the villas in here. Any one of them is sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. When I make some money, I'll come and buy one to live in. Always lived in old houses. Never even lived in a nice house yet. More detailed information, such as the address of the Lin family, was provided after the assignment was picked up. East side of the neighborhood, Villa 108. The metal-barred door of the villa was tightly closed and there was a security guard on duty inside. Seeing Yifeng approaching, he inquired about the purpose of his visit. Yifeng clarified his intentions and confirmed his identity. Please follow me, obviously explained in advance. The security guard was very quick to open the door and lead Yifeng in until the meeting hall inside. Family Master, this is a student from the Dragon Tendency Academy, saying that he has received a mission and has come over to consult you about the situation. The security guard reported, and with that he retreated back to his post outside. Hello, I'm the client of this mission. Lin Tianxiang, you're just in time. We're discussing the mission itinerary. We were about to set off. Now it's good. With a senior student of the Dragon Academy like you joining us, it's much more stable. Lin Tianxiang was all smiles and showed a lot of enthusiasm. Along with his words, Yifeng also noticed that Lin Tianxiang was not the only one in the room. There were 3 other people. These 3, with very similar faces, were presumably also 3 brothers. And you commissioned others? Yifeng frowned slightly. Since he had commissioned the Dragon Academy, why did he need to invite someone else? The 3 evils of the Ma family. He had full certainty to deal with them. But now that there were more outsiders, the more and more people, Yifeng was a bit upset. It's like this. Originally did only intend to entrust your Dragon Academy, but the task was entrusted for a period of time. But there is still a delay of no one to take it. I'm afraid of late changes. After all, the clues of the previous investigation are all time sensitive. Too long an interval of time, there will be a change. There is really no way to continue to wait, and then additionally entrusted the 3 of them. Lin Tianxiang explained, pointing again to the 3 brothers nearby. Come, let me introduce to you. They are the 3 brothers of Dragon, Tiger and Leopard. leopard, a lung, a tiger and a leopard. They used to work as bodyguards, but later switched to commissioning business. They have good strength. They all have the peak of martial master. The three brothers, the dragon, tiger and the leopard, are somewhat famous within the industry. As for the Ma family's three evils, the leader, Boss Ma, was a bit stronger, a peak martial master, while the remaining second and third were all just late martial masters. Lin Tianxian felt that it was enough to let the dragon, tiger, leopard deal with the three evils of the Ma family. However, now that the mission had been claimed by Yi Feng, it was not good to cancel it, so the two groups could only cooperate, so that the chances of winning were also greater. Please also, little brother, show me your student card, and complete the mission afterward so that I can fill in the missioner's information on my side. This was actually only one aspect. The other was also to verify Yi Feng's identity. Yi Feng handed his student card to Lin Tianxiang. Yi Feng, Junior Cadet, Enrollment Period, June 20th, 350th year of the High Martial Age. Wait, Junior Cadets? Just enrolled yesterday. Isn't that this year's freshman? Chapter 23. Picking up a treasure chest for nothing and rising 2 levels in a row. When he saw this information, Lin Tianxian felt his head buzzing. According to his conception, the one who would receive this task must be a senior cadet, or even worse, a veteran from last year, not a freshman from this year. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Freshman nah, how much strength can there be? Most of the new students hadn't even broken through to the martial master realm yet, and even if a few with outstanding talent had broken through, wouldn't they still be at the early stage of martial master? What about the opponents this time? The three evils of the Ma family, taking out any one of them, all had at least a late-stage martial master, none of which could be dealt with by a freshman, not to mention one, even a car full of them. They won't be a match. Did you get the wrong assignment? Lin Tianxian held on to his last shred of expectation and asked Yi Feng for confirmation. There's no mistaking it. It's the three evil tasks of the horse family. Yi Feng answered rightfully. After Lin Tianxiang heard this, his eyes went black and he nearly fell over. What do you mean? You want us to go on such a dangerous mission with a freshman? Isn't that pure drag? The three brothers, the dragon, tiger and the leopard, were outspoken. As early as just now, Yi Feng heard that there were 3 more of them on this mission, then immediately frowned with a look of disgust. The 3 of them, 4-1, were already getting upset. It was also thought that Yi Feng was from the Dragon Academy, and those who were able to enter it were all geniuses. A senior student of the Dragon Tendency Academy did have the strength to be arrogant and to dislike them. But now, good lord, it turns out it's only freshmen. A freshman. What's with the arrogance? Even if you have martial arts qualifications again, but before your strength grows, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? How many amazing and talented people were strangled in the cradle and fell early and were nothing? Genius. That would have to be a growing genius to be useful. Genius without growth is nothing. You guys are quite self-aware. You know that you are a drag. So let's give you a chance to voluntarily withdraw from the mission now, so as not to drag me down. Yi Feng said with a smile. We're talking about you dragging your ass. Long Hubao 3 people, angry almost spit blood. This person's ability to understand cannot be a little worse? Don't argue. It's my problem this time, delegating both sides to make these things happen. Lin Tianxian came out to round up the situation, and let the 2 sides continue to argue, fearing that they would fight. Whichever side gets hurt, it's not easy to deal with. Let's do it this way. Since you've both received the mission, you'll work together for once. Just execute it piece by piece, and when the time comes, each of you will be responsible for your own safety, and no one will have to care about anyone else. Lin Tianxiang suggested. The task was delegated out and neither party wanted to cancel it, so that's how it had to be. He felt that Yi Feng didn't have the ability to do this, but Yi Feng had to insist, so he couldn't do anything about it. Good. It's settled like this. Anyway, the 3 of us are indifferent. We're not afraid of that Ma family's 3 evils at all. Some people are different. They're likely to lose their lives, and at that time, don't blame us for seeing death. Aaron sneered with intent. Well, definitely see death. Yi Feng pulled out his ears and repeated. Let's talk about intelligence. According to the information I got, the 3 evils of the Ma family have recently appeared in the Blackwater Valley. The environment over there is very chaotic. You guys need to be more careful when you go over there. And if you can't make it, just come back first and let's think of another way. Lin Tianxiang said. It's okay, we've been to the most dangerous places. Long Hubal put on an appearance of having seen the world. Yi Feng just nodded his head lightly and didn't say anything. The vehicles have been arranged and are ready to go now. Under Lin Tianxiang's farewell, the 4 of them boarded an off-road vehicle and headed towards the Blackwater Valley. In the car, Yi Feng manipulated his tactical watch and inquired about Blackwater Valley, and the information came out quickly. The Blackwater Valley, not within the provincial capital, was located in the wilderness south of the provincial capital, a canyon that was very long in both length and width. A long time ago, some illegal transactions will be carried out here, and gradually formed a black market, buying and selling without asking where they come from, even if they come from killing people and goods, are not afraid to have worries. Then the market got bigger and bigger, and the number of people who came here just increased. As it developed, it gradually became a department of its own, and with all its organs in a small sparrow's nest, it had the feeling of a small city. Only, Blackwater Valley was definitely not a civilized city, and many people who had committed felonies liked to come here. This is a land outside the law, where all fists talk and there is rawness, violence and blood everywhere. It's a haven for the violent and the insane. When the SUV drove into the Blackwater Valley, Yifeng felt this madness head on. Within sight, there were 3 places where fights were going on, swords coming and going, blood splattering in all directions. One of them was cut down, and the perpetrator immediately made up for it. Pust, right in the neck. The round head rolled several times before stopping. The perpetrator cursed viciously and left. All the people around, all of them are not surprised. No one will pay attention to it. Well, regretting it. It's not too late to quit. Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Ha ha ha. Ah Long turned his head and laughed at Yifeng. The smile was real when he said he wouldn't laugh. Yifeng glanced at him lightly and directly ignored his words. Leave one man to watch the car, and the rest of you walk around and ask for signs of the 3 evils of the Ma family. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly got off the car. It was only after a while that the 3 brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, reacted. Grass, this brat, when is it his turn to make plans? The 3 of them cursed angrily and were very upset. Big brother, so what now? Pow. Who was driving? Inquired. Pow. You stay and watch the car. I'll go with Tiger and ask for information. Ah Long said, while the 2 of them got out of the car. Pow. Who stayed in the car as an afterthought, muttered in retrospect, isn't the plan of action still the same? Yifeng walked casually, tried to lean toward a crowded area for a better chance of hearing the news. The 2 of them, Ah Long and Ah Hu, were more or less the same, heading in the other direction. At that moment, the treasure chest clue hint suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, a yellow, fine, treasure chest has appeared 1,000 meters ahead. Please go and open it. It's only yellow, but the good thing is that it's a fine one. It's not bad, and it's a profit to open anything. Yifeng followed the yellow arrow and quickly found the treasure chest, which could be opened directly without any difficulty. Snap! You open a yellow, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1. 200 cards of Chi and Blood, 1. 300 cards of Chi and Blood. The boutique treasure chest could open 2 items, both of which were actually air blood. The values are different, and it seems that even if the treasure chest is of the same level, the things that are opened out go up and down. Fusion. Yifeng's Chi and Blood surged rapidly. Originally, the Chi and Blood had 4,000 cards, and with this 2,500, it immediately skyrocketed to 6,500 cards, above 6,000 cards and within 9,000 cards, even if it is in the category of a peak martial artist. In other words, opening this treasure chest allowed Yifeng to directly rise 2 small realms in a row from mid-martial master to peak martial master. At that moment, 2 men approached with obvious hostility on their faces. TSK, where's the kid from? Look at his age. He's a student, right? Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven, daring to come to Blackwater Valley alone. The 2 men were full of ferocity as they drank at Yifeng. What do you guys want? Yifeng inquired indifferently. What for? Ha ha ha. Look so young and handsome. Not to go to be a duck, how unfortunate. Just this side there are people to collect, to be able to sell a good price. Behave yourself. Come over here and let us sell you, or we'll just have to let you die. The 2 men voiced their threats and shook the long knives in their hands. Yes. Yifeng approached the 2. Boo! Suddenly striking out, he punched the man on the left straight in the chest. The entire chest instantly dented, and the man's eyes bulged violently. Pust! A large mouthful of blood was sprayed violently, accompanied by broken pieces of internal organs. His eyes were full of shock, his vitality slowly dissipated, and he collapsed unwillingly. Chapter 24, Is hiding your strength useful? A knife decapitates the head. With just 1 punch, the person was directly killed alive. The first time he killed someone, Yifeng didn't feel any discomfort and felt no different from killing a foreign beast. So strong. The one who was still alive froze for a while and finally reacted. A student-looking kid was so strong. The Chi and Blood that just erupted out had to be at the peak level of a martial master, right? What a joke. A brat with peak martial master strength? On the contrary, they themselves were only at the early stage of martial master. This time, it's kind of a kick in the teeth. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. The one who was still alive was horrified beyond belief. He could only beg for mercy as he was killed here and no one would care at all. It's useless to resist, and he can't escape. He only hopes that Yifeng can spare his life. That depends on you. If you can provide useful information, Yi Feng coldly said, will leave him alive, is to want to inquire about the situation, otherwise just a moment ago and killed. Please ask, and I will tell you all that I know. As if grasping the last straw, he spoke urgently. You often mingle in Blackwater Valley? Yi Feng asked. Yes, been in Blackwater Valley for a while now, he replied. Have you ever seen the Three Evils of the Ma family? Yi Feng asked again. I've seen it once recently, 2 days ago, he affirmed. Yi Feng came in the spirit. It was good to have seen it, proving that it was still on this side. Yi Feng asked him about the details. Unfortunately, there's no other valuable information other than to say you've seen it over there. I have given a full account. Will you spare me? He asked apprehensively. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth rose, revealing an inexplicable smile. Boo! A fist blasted out, killing the person in front of the person's incredulous gaze. Spare him? Joke. Yi Feng just didn't plan on it. Said I saw it over there, I'm going over to check it out. Yi Feng walked back. You will need to pass off-road vehicles on the way. Coincidentally, the two brothers, Ah Long and Ah Hu, also happened to return. I have inquired about the situation. Someone has seen the Three Evils of the Ma family over there. Get in the car and go over to see them all. The one who spoke was Ah Long, who had inquired about the situation. Similar to Yi Feng, the reason why they would come back first was that they just happened to need to pass by here, and the three of them had to be there. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to deal with the Three Evils of the Ma family. Seeing Yi Feng's arrival, he thought it was just a coincidence that he came back and let Yi Feng get on the car. You don't have to follow if you're afraid. Ah Long was looking for opportunities to taunt Yi Feng at all times. Yi Feng once again ignored him, pulled open the car door and sat up. Ah Long snorted coldly, and the two of them, along with Ah Hu, followed in the car. Pow! There's news, let's go over there, Aaron shouted, but there was no response from Pow. Pow! Go over there. Aaron turned up the volume, and Pow still didn't move. Yi Feng, who was sitting in the back row, sensed that something was wrong. The two brothers, Ah Long and Ah Hu, likewise sensed the weird atmosphere. Right at this moment, the front of the Ah Bao, his head tilted, directly planted, his forehead right in the middle. There is a hole. There is no longer any blood oozing out. Pow! Aaron's eyes widened in anger and he let out a cry of sadness. No good. Boom! A violent explosion detonated from the center of the SUV. A huge fireball that completely engulfed the vehicle and black smoke rolled out. After the explosion, the vehicle was in pieces in Pow's body, burning in flames. Yi Feng, Ah Long, and Ah Hu, the three of them stabilized their figures a few meters away from the explosion point. At some point, there were three other people around them. It was no one else but the Three Evils of the Ma family. Perhaps it was when Aaron and the others inquired for information that they had revealed their purpose instead. Otherwise it was unlikely that they would have been actively sought out by them. Anyway, Yi Feng had interrogated that person at that time to make sure that there was no one around, so it couldn't have been exposed by Yi Feng. TSK, it's true that a mortal object like a bomb is of no use against a martial artist. Boss Ma's tone was flirtatious. If it exploded at close range, the martial artist would indeed be killed as well. But the problem was that the martial artist's reaction was too fast and agile, and after noticing the abnormality, it would be difficult to blow up if they were able to dodge it immediately. You killed my third brother. I want you to die. Ah Long and Ah Hu, with full of anger, drew their swords to kill the Three Evils of the Ma family. Boom! Boom! It's just that, as fast as it went, it flew back even faster. The two dragons and tigers flew backward at an extremely fast speed, and the blood that spewed out of their mouths trailed a long crimson red in the air, eventually smashing down near Yi Feng. Their mouths were still spitting out blood, dismay and disbelief filling their eyes. How is that possible? You, Boss Ma, you actually are in the martial general realm. The one who had just struck out was just Boss Ma alone, and the strength displayed had actually reached the early stage of martial general. It was completely doable for an early stage martial general to seriously injure two peak martial masters in an instant. You guys wouldn't be naive enough to think that I'm really only a peak martial master, right? Boss Ma sneered. Not only did he hide his strength externally, even his two brothers, likewise, hid their strength. The second and third, which outsiders thought were only late martial masters, actually had peak martial masters as well. No wonder it's so emboldened. So it's a good strength. I'm wondering if you're traveling or here to assassinate us. And why did you bring a brat with you? Go on, kill this kid, Boss Ma said to the oldest at his side. Yes, big brother, Ma Laosan licked his big thick lips. Kid, I'm gonna whack you into a pulp. Ma Laosan rushed towards Yifeng. His weapon was a sledgehammer, which was incredibly heavy, exceeding hundreds of pounds. This kid is going to die, and I don't know how he offended the three evils of the Ma family. I can even imagine the picture that follows. The commotion over here had spread, and many spectators came from afar, but they didn't dare to get close and only dared to watch from afar. After all, swords have no eyes, and one of the parties is the three evils of the Ma family, so if they are injured by mistake, who can they talk to? Anyway, martial artists had amazing eyesight and could see clearly from afar. Seeing Ma Laosan charging towards Yifeng, the crowd had only one thought in their minds. Yifeng was going to be hammered into a meat cake. They didn't have the slightest doubt about Ma Laosan's fighting style and ferocity. When they die at the hands of Ma Laosan, none of them have a whole body, and all of them need a shovel in order to be shoveled up. Die for me, Ma Laosan roared. The heavy hammer carried ferocious force, a powerful blow, smashing down on Yifeng's head. Boo! Smashed. Instead, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The crowd saw that the teenager raised one hand and opened his 5 fingers into a palm, steadily catching the heavy hammer. Ma Laosan held his red face, riveted his strength, and fiercely pressed the road. The sledgehammer, however, did not half downward, motionless, stagnant there. How can that be? The people present were all stunned. Madaka! It was too late. Yifeng's other hand has long been poised to fire, the war knife out of the sheath, cutting through the air. From the face full of shock, Ma Laosan neck right in the middle, a flash passed. Pus, blood splattered in all directions. The large head, moving directly from the shoulders, fell to the ground and rolled several times before finally stopping. Wide-eyed, still with raw dismay, he stared straight at Boss Ma over there. Chapter 25. Save them? No, I bet you don't dare to kill. Too strong. This teenager, too strong. In one look, he directly killed Ma Laosan in seconds. The three evils of the Ma family. They've run into an iron plate today. Not necessarily. The strength that Boss Ma displayed just now has already reached the martial general realm, while that kid on the opposite side is only at the peak of martial master. The watchers were talking. In fact, what they couldn't figure out was that, judging from the breath, Yifeng and Ma Laosan were obviously at the same peak of the martial master. Why was there such a huge difference between the two men's fighting strength? Ma Laosan was completely powerless to fight and was directly killed in seconds. While they felt puzzled, Yifeng himself knew very well. The 1,000 life and death combat experiences that he had gotten before had greatly helped his combat abilities. The second thing was the martial Saint Body, which allowed Yifeng to have a much stronger conversion rate of qi and blood than others. In layman's terms, it means that when someone calls on their qi and blood, it doesn't translate 100% into combat prowess, and there will be a certain amount of discount. The size of the discount depends on how much the person converts chakra. Yifeng, who possessed the Saint Body of martial Tao, had an extremely strong use of qi and blood, and was able to transform at 100% without any half discounts. Combine all these reasons and it's easy to see why the combat is better than its counterpart. Awesome! He turned out to be so powerful. The two of them, Ah Long and Ah Hu, were ruthlessly shocked to the point. Even if the two of them joined hands and dealt with only Ma Laosan alone, they wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to kill him quickly. Yifeng, however, did it. It was even more unbelievable when he thought that Yifeng was only a freshman. Dragon Academy. This new student recruited this year. What kind of monster is it? When they thought of looking down on Yifeng before, they felt ashamed of themselves, so they probably looked like clowns to the other party at that time. Laosan, Boss Ma and Elder Ma, both of them roared in unison. Carrying full of anger, they killed towards Yifeng. I want you to die. Avenge Laosan. The two of them held their respective weapons and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng was not afraid in the slightest and also met the battle. Seeing this situation, still lying on the ground, has slightly slowed down the two brothers of the dragon and tiger, looked at each other, surprisingly tacit agreement to get up, and then skipped. If you don't leave now, when will you? In their opinion, even if Yifeng was stronger than his peers, he would definitely not be able to beat the martial general realm's Boss Ma. The advantage brought about by the crushing of the realm was huge, and Yifeng was bound to lose. Taking advantage of the fact that Yifeng was now dragging the enemy was the best time for them to escape. As for Yifeng's death or life, they couldn't care less. Boom! Boom boom boom. The three of them fought into a ball of swords and fists. Yifeng fought the two men alone without any fear, prancing around with his excellent stance. The Wind Whisperer talent is augmented with a high affinity for the wind system, capturing the shifting air currents around them and detecting their trajectory in advance. It allowed Yifeng to deal with the attacks of the two with ease. After the delay in taking Yifeng, the two Ma family members began to sweat. Countless times in my mind I asked myself, why is this kid so strong? No good. Suddenly, the radiant blade light flashed, reflecting in Elder Ma's terrified pupils. He wanted to resist, but realized that Yifeng's attack contained several variations, blocking the first step, but there was a second step, blocking the second step, but not the third step. The timing was just right, so that boss horse, who was on the sidelines, didn't even have a chance to back up. Ma Lauer was desperate and was killed by Yifeng with a knife. That leaves boss horse. Even though he had the strength of an early-stage martial general, he was still no match for Yifeng. Originally, Yifeng thought that he would need to use the means of a soul master to kill him, but he did not expect that he would be able to cross the ranks against him by using only a chi and blood martial artist. After a fight, Boss Ma's actual fighting strength, in fact, is not very strong. Fighting skills are very general, but also rely on the realm advantage, to be able to pass a few more moves with Yifeng. No, in the end, with an unwilling hiss, Boss Ma was also killed by Yifeng with a single slash. So far, the three evils of the Ma family have all been killed. All those who saw this scene were too shocked to speak. Just when the crowd thought that the battle was over, there was a newborn change. In the direction where the two Long Hu people fled from just now, a silhouette approached step by step. The man wore a mask on his face, making it impossible to see his appearance. He was actually carrying one person in one hand, and the person being grabbed struggled hard but could not break free. It was none other than Long and Ahu who had just escaped. By doing so, the hostility was already obvious. The crowd could not help but have doubts. The three evils of the Ma family are the three brothers. This is the consensus of the outside world. It is impossible for a fourth person to exist. Now then, who is this masked fourth person? This is your companion, isn't it? The masked man's voice trailed off. Obviously not a normal voice, but a deliberately pressed pronunciation. Even if he suppressed his voice, this voice, Yifeng, still sounded a bit familiar. Sort of. Why? Yifeng casually responded. Help me, help us. The two of them, Long and Ahu, struggled while asking Yifeng for help, especially when they saw the ground, where Boss Ma had become a corpse. They were shocked, and at the same time, it was as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yifeng was actually so strong, far beyond their knowledge. The stronger Yifeng was, the better chance they had of being rescued. What's wrong? Oh, if you want to save them, then kneel down for me. Kowtow 100 times first. I might be in a good mood and let these two companions of yours go, the masked man teased. Yeah, then you might as well just slaughter them, Yifeng said smilingly. Let's not talk about the fact that from the very beginning, he didn't have a good feeling about the three brothers, the dragon, tiger, and the leopard. It was also agreed before we left that no one would save anyone. Let's just say that the whole process has been 3 times disgusting with the faces of these three brothers. In the end, he himself took on Boss Ma, and both of them also took the opportunity to just bolt. For this kind of person, even if he could be saved casually, Yifeng would not care. Yifeng's words made the masked man whole. It took a few moments of freezing to slow down. These are your companions. Are you really not going to save them? Then I'll really have to kill them, the masked man emphasized, and his hands pressed harder, grabbing the two dragons and tigers in a wrenching grip. Save us, the two wailed. Yifeng pulled out his ears and shook his index finger left and right. I bet you don't dare to kill Eren and Tiger? When the two heard this, their faces were ashen. Fruity. Click. The masked man's hands exerted force, and the two men's necks, then, were crushed directly, letting go. The two bodies dangled helplessly. You lost the bet, the masked man said in a cold voice. Really? That's a pity, Yifeng said smilingly. Want to stop betting? What's the bet? I bet you are Zhao Donghai. Yifeng sneered. Even if the other party suppressed his voice and said more words, it was still heard by Yifeng. The masked man didn't answer yes or no, but instead took the sword at his waist and pulled it straight out. Glancing over there, the bodies of the three evils of the Ma family. You've grown so fast in a short time, but it's time to end it. It caused me to lose everything. My reputation was ruined, and I was restless. Then, go to hell. Saying these words, it was obvious that he was Zhao Donghai, and the voice line was no longer pressed. It was indeed Zhao Donghai's voice. The long sword broke through the air, carrying the might of a late-stage martial general and stabbing straight at Yifeng. With this kind of strength, one must use their soul master ability to kill them. However, this place was crowded with people, and if he had a choice, Yifeng didn't want to reveal his soul master identity here. The reason the undercard is because it's not clear to others. Taking Zhao Donghai as an example, if he had learned beforehand that Yifeng possessed the identity of a general-level soul master, he would definitely not have dared to come to retaliate alone at this time. Such a threat would always exist, and the day it chose to strike, it would definitely be something that even Yifeng's soul master status would not be able to deal with, and that would be dangerous. Now, However, it's possible to counter a wave and erase the threat. Pretend to run away. Yi Feng immediately turned around. His body technique was exerted to the extreme, and he sped in the direction of the outer Blackwater Valley. Don't think about escaping. Today, you will die for sure. Zhao Donghai also immediately caught up. With a chase and an escape, the two of them went out of the Blackwater Valley. Both sides were far apart, getting closer and closer. Ha ha ha. Yi Feng, you didn't expect it, did you? That you would also have today. Today, I'll let you know that offending me will lead to a miserable death. Die. Zhao Donghai's long sword went straight in and stabbed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng turned back, deliberately showing a look of horror. At the same time, it was seen that Zhao Donghai at close range, his entire mask was shaking, and it was evident that the face underneath the mask was hideous to what extent. A close call. A purple and black energy burst out from Yi Feng's mind, so fast that it was hard to notice. Zhao Donghai suddenly had a cold head, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, alarm bells ringing in his heart, and a premonition of death quickly grew. Suddenly looking up, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and the purple-black tip of the gun was reflected in his pupils. No! Shrieks resounded all around. Chapter 26, This son will become a great man. The demon breaker gun shot down sharply, accurately hitting Zhao Donghai's forehead, and the mask was instantly split into pieces. With powerful penetration, the lance pierced through, leaving a huge hole. Zhao Donghai didn't move a muscle as his figure slowly fell down, stirring up large clouds of dust. Until death, he couldn't figure out Yi Feng, who was still taking the college entrance exam 10 days ago, and whose performance was just a bit better than the other candidates, but was still far from being a pervert. Today, a dozen days later, at this moment, it actually possessed the ability to kill him in seconds. Even if this second kill was credited to surprise, he didn't have a chance of winning even if he started the fight head-on, because this is a soul master. Soul masters, invincible at the same rank, reasonable at the cross rank. Collect. The demon-breaking gun was turned back into energy and collected into Yi Feng's mind. The first time he used his soul master's ability, the killing power was huge, and Yi Feng himself was pleasantly surprised. A search was made on Zhao Donghai, and several bank cards were searched. I don't know the code, and I can't get the money out. It's no different than a scrap of paper. Moreover, even if it is obtained, it is better not to take it. Once the money is withdrawn, leaving the surveillance footage from the time of the withdrawal becomes evidence. If Zhao Donghai is found dead later, he won't be able to get away with it. The security services just don't have a lot of energy to investigate all the homicides, but that doesn't mean that the ones that are brought to their doorsteps are going to sit on their asses. This sword is good. It can be thrown to the black market for a good price. Blackwater Valley is the best black market. Yi Feng took the sword and returned to the Blackwater Valley without entering through the previous entrance. The Blackwater Valley was quite large and had several entrances. Going in through the new entrance was a short distance away from the place where the three evils of the Ma family had just been killed, and no one recognized Yi Feng on this side. After selling the sword, in the black market, for $500,000, he left the Blackwater Valley. There was a car on the way here, but not on the way back. But it didn't matter. With Yi Feng's speed, he could run back even if he ran. Eventually, it went smoothly back to the provincial capital, Pearl Villa area. Villa 108, meet Lin Tianxiang. Coming back so soon. Is there something unclear? I should have known that if we had left a contact information, we wouldn't have to make a trip for nothing. This point is indeed my negligence. Just met. Yi Feng has not yet said anything. Lin Tianxiang is Emil. Right. Where are the three brothers? The dragon, tiger and leopard? Lin Tianxiang realized that the only one who had returned was Yi Feng. Oh, I see. You want to cancel the mission and just let the three of you, the dragon, tiger and leopard, go on the mission, right? He said this in a euphemistic way, but in his actual heart, he thought that Yi Feng finally realized that his own strength was not enough, so he regretted on the verge of a battle and came back first by himself. The three of them, dead. Yi Feng's short sentence directly made Lin Tianxiang jump up in shock. WH. What? Dead? Dead? Taking a deep breath, his emotions eased only slightly, and he pressed on. What the hell is going on? What does dead mean? The three evils of the Ma family have hidden their strength from the outside world. Yi Feng said briefly. The three of them, dragon, tiger and leopard, were killed. Yi Feng half-truthfully said. Then how were you able to come back safely? Lin Tianxiang was puzzled. Because I killed the three evils of the Ma family. Yi Feng said indifferently. Lin Tianxiang was once again down, almost thinking he had heard wrong. Yi Feng pressed the tactical watch and released the video that killed the three people. After reading it, Lin Tianxiang was speechless for a long time. Finally, he looked deeply at Yi Feng. Freshman? beat up a military general? These two messages put together are contradictory any way you look at it, but with the video as proof, there was no room for disbelief, so he had to chalk it up to the fact that there were always a few incomprehensible geniuses in the world. Lin Tianxiang operated online in front of Yifeng and submitted the request that the task had been completed by Yifeng. After the audit is approved, the credits will be credited to Yifeng. This mission, successfully concluded. It's time to go back. Lin Tianxiang still wanted to retain Yifeng and stay for a meal. The main reason was that he could see that Yifeng was powerful and had great potential and wanted to flatter and please. But Yifeng refused. He was in a hurry to go back, wait for the credits to arrive, and head to the Pavilion of Treasures to open the treasure chest, so he didn't have time to stay for dinner. Slow down. Lin Tianxiang's face was full of smiles as he sent Yifeng away from the villa area. Looking at Yifeng's back as he left, Lin Tianxiang murmured in a low voice, "In the near future, the name Yifeng will surely be a household name, and there will surely be a place for him in the ranks of the greats. Family master, he's so young, is he as powerful as you say?" The nearby security guard, scratching his head, asked. Lin Tianxiang glanced at him lightly. "Ask so many questions, just watch your door." Yes. The security guard nodded his head. Yifeng returned to the Dragon Academy. "I just got an alert that the mission is complete and the credits are in. Use your tactical watch to go online and check your personal credits. 1,000 whole. No more, no less. Go open the treasure chest at once." Yifeng walked towards the trophy pavilion, and the news of Yifeng's return was quickly learned by Zhao Xiang. "Why are you still coming back?" Zhao Xiang couldn't figure it out. Dealing with the three evils of the Ma family would be beyond the limits of Yifeng's ability. Moreover, after Yifeng departed, he immediately contacted his eldest uncle, Zhao Donghai, to inform the intelligence. Zhao Donghai hated Yifeng and had long wanted to retaliate. It was impossible that he would not have made a move. But why? Yifeng was able to come back alive? No, I have to ask for clarification. Zhao Xiang immediately contacted Zhao Donghai. Turns out there's no answer. Continued to dial several more times. All the time. Zhao Xiang frowned. What happens to be the emergency? He had to guess so, but he didn't dare to have the slightest thought that Zhao Donghai had already been killed. What a joke! With his eldest uncle's strength of a late-stage martial general, how could Yifeng kill it? Yifeng was just like a doll that had just learned to walk in front of his eldest uncle. Apart from being abused, he was still being abused. That's when Aishot called him Brother Xiang. In the mission hall, the mission Kill the Three Evils of the Ma Family has been shown to have been completed, and the person who completed the mission is none other than Yifeng. What? Zhao Xiang jumped up in shock. Where did he get this ability? Cheating! It must be cheating! I'm going to sue him at the discipline hall. Yifeng came to the Canonical Collection Pavilion. On the first floor, you can come and go as you please. There are a lot of students, and I saw someone I know. Yifeng, you're here too. Sun Rong saw Yifeng and greeted him with a smile. He seems to have an endless supply of snacks, and this will still be going on. Well, come and see. Yifeng also smiled in response. He said, heading for the elevator doors on the second floor. That's the second floor elevator. We can't get up there. I tried. You need to swipe your student card and test for 1,000 credits or more before the elevator doors will open. The more Suwonrong spoke, the lower his voice became and the whiter his eyes became. What did he see? He saw that Yifeng took out his student card and swiped it. Tick! The elevator doors opened. Yifeng walked in and the elevator door closed again. Suwonrong, Chapter 27, Soul Technique Blood Lance Shura. Yifeng entered the elevator and smoothly came to the second floor. The second floor was less crowded and quieter. Rows and rows of shelves held a book of secrets, all of which could only be obtained in full by opening the volume and redeeming it using credits. They picked out secret books and were so focused that no one paid attention to Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng looked like he was also picking out secret books, but he was actually following the green arrows on the ground. Come to the fifth row, near the inside. A green, wobbly treasure chest rested quietly inside. Yifeng sort of discovered that the color of the fine treasure chests was darker than the non-fine ones. With anticipation, touch the treasure chest. Snap! You have opened a green, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Third Order Soul Skilled Blood Lance Shura Consummated Sense. 4,500 cards of Chi and Blood. Fusion. At once, a large amount of sensations filled into Yifeng's mind. At the same time, an image surfaced in Yifeng's mind. A blood-colored lance, emitting demonic crimson. As if it had just been fished out of a pool of blood, the lance swept across the 8 wastelands, and wherever it passed by, a sea of corpses and blood was a scene of cultivation. The scene ended at this point, and Yifeng also happened to finish fusing his senses. The image just now is what it looks like when executing the Blood Gun Shura Soul technique. Yifeng was excited. With a soul skill, the combat power was once again elevated by another tier, and after 4,500 cards of Chi and Blood, fused into his body. Yifeng's total amount of qi and blood reached a staggering 11,000 cards. The realm of a qi-blooded martial artist then reached the early stage of a martial general. Only another 1,000 calories are needed to advance to the middle stage. Yifeng's upgrading speed was no one's fault, almost one day at a time. I came to see what's available for redemption here. The fact that the credits are redeemed away does not affect future promotion to senior cadet, as long as a total of 10,000 credits have been earned. Whether they have been spent or not, you can apply for promotion to senior cadet. The falling flower sword technique, second rank, 800 credits. The autumn rain blade technique, second order, 1,000 credits. After a quick look, Yifeng shook his head straight. The ones placed on the second floor were all second order secrets, and for Yifeng, second order secrets were no longer necessary to learn. After all, already generals well, to learn is also to learn the third order. Then don't redeem it, keep the credits for now. Yifeng simply went downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Sun Rong blocked the door. It was estimated that from just now, he had been guarding this place, to wait for Yifeng to come down. Yifeng, why were you able to go up to the second floor? He also looked around while lowering his voice. Did you find some loophole to escape the credit test? Yifeng was dumbfounded after hearing this and simply swiped his student card again in front of Sun Rong. Tick, Cadet, Yifeng, credits, 1,000. Seeing the two lines of data on the small screen, Sun Rong's eyes, which were significantly smaller due to his obesity, snapped into a glare. 1,000. You've got 1,000 credits. Where did this come from? He sounded incredibly surprised. Of course it's a mission to. Yifeng hadn't finished his words yet, but was interrupted by a team of people who hurriedly came. The one at the head. Of course I came here by cheating. Everyone from the Discipline Law Hall. This man is Yifeng, a freshman who just enrolled yesterday. He received a high pay for a difficult task, yet it only took him half a day to complete it. I seriously suspect that he hired an expert from outside to complete it for him, with the purpose of earning credits quickly. Zhao Xiang added. He had just learned that Yifeng had completed the task, so he suspected that Yifeng had cheated, and thinking that he had caught Yifeng, he immediately went to the Discipline and Law Hall to complain. The Hall of Discipline and Law is where the Dragon Academy handles incidents of violating school rules. The members inside consist of two parts, the enforcers and the judges. The enforcers were the team of people who had been called by Zhao Xiang at this time and were preparing to come and take Yifeng away. They are basically staffed by older students, and the requirements are still strict, requiring firstly, good strength, and secondly, good character. Having been in school for at least 2 years and not having violated any school rules, with them acting as law enforcers, it is less likely that they will clash with students and escalate the incident. The judges, that is, some tutors are acting, also has not low requirements. People should be just and fair on the matter. They are responsible for investigating the authenticity of the incident, to make the final judgment and punishment. Senior Yifeng, please come with us to the Discipline Law Hall and investigate this matter clearly. If you are wrongly accused, you will definitely be given justice. A square-faced enforcer said in a calm tone. He's the one who reported it, right? Yifeng pointed at Zhao Xiang and inquired. Right, the square-faced enforcer nodded. Zhao Xiang revealed a smug smile with an expression that said, now you've fallen for it. Then if the final result is that I am proved to be wrongly accused, what should be done with such people who report others at will without evidence and cause a waste of human resources? Yifeng then inquired. Cut, you're the only one who's still wronged? Zhao Xiang snaps. The enforcer said slowly, if that is the case, the whistleblower will be punished, and it is the duty of the trial mentor to decide exactly how to sentence him. That is something we are not aware of. All right, lead the way. Yifeng did not panic in the slightest and followed them to the Discipline Law Hall. Kifa Hall is located in the middle of the school, and the building is white in color, which makes it look solemn and dignified. The person in charge of this matter of Yifeng was a man with a goatee. After listening to both sides, he pulled up Yifeng's mission record, and the time of collection and the time of completion were only a few hours apart. These few hours, most of which were presumably spent catching up, arguably did not leave much time to carry out the mission. After reading the mission introduction, as well as Yifeng's identity as a newborn, the two really didn't match. Only a few of the new students who had just joined yesterday had received quests, but the quests that the others had done were in line with their strengths. Yifeng was the only one who completed a task that was super difficult for him or her. But, here's a video of the battle during the mission, and it was indeed done by him. At that time, Lin Tianxiang had to submit the mission as complete and asked Yifeng for the battle video as proof that Yifeng had completed the mission. At this point by the Go team mentor, the video was pulled up for the crowd to see. On the screen, Yifeng decapitated Ma Lao San with a single slash. His movements were crisp and clean. Another picture of a solo fight against two people. He quickly seized the opportunity to decapitate Ma Lao Air, and his sword technique was so varied that it was hard to defend. Until the end, decapitating Boss Ma without a doubt. End of video playback. So strong. Is this a new student? The enforcers who brought Yifeng over looked at him in surprise. They thought that it was just an ordinary cheating incident, not that it hadn't happened before. I didn't realize that the freshman actually did it, and it was indeed a task that he accomplished. And this strength displayed is breathtaking. Goatee Tutor is also surprised to look at Yifeng, and even reconfirm Yifeng's information. It is really this year's new student. Just now there is no mistake. How is it possible? How is this possible? Zhao Xiang couldn't believe it. How could Yifeng complete this task and decimate so easily? It would have been hard to determine the exact strength of the character if it hadn't only been through the video and hadn't been able to feel the scent as it had been in the field. Otherwise, if he were to learn that Boss Ma, in fact, was an early-stage martial general, he was afraid that it would be even more difficult to believe. Mentor, now that I've been proven innocent of cheating, what should be done about people like him who maliciously slandered and falsely accused and reported me? Yifeng wrote on his victory and would definitely not let Zhao Xiang go easily. No, you must have still cheated. I didn't frame you. Before the goatee tutor could say anything, Zhao Xiang grabbed the lead. The video is only the first view, and you did not show your face in it, so the person inside the combat video is not necessarily you. Chapter 28, set me up? Just what I wanted. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the person inside the combat video is not you, but an expert you hired at a high price to complete the mission for you, which is equivalent to the fact that you paid for this video in order to complete the mission. I can even conclude that you left the school just for show as well, and actually skulked around somewhere, and then had an expert hired ahead of time to help you kill the 3 evil ones of the Ma family, and just transmit the video to you once you're done. What I say, did it really go that well for you to finish so quickly? So it's a hired expert. That must have gone well. The more Zhao Xiang spoke, the more energized he became, feeling that all of this that he had deduced was very reasonable. Do you have proof? Don't you know that whoever suspects gives evidence? You can't make a guilty inference? Yifeng threw several rhetorical questions in a row. Zhao Xiang was momentarily speechless and was dumbfounded by the question. You must have cheated anyway, unless you can prove it. Really? Zhao Xiang started to mess around. Snort. Why do I need to prove my strength to myself? Yifeng sneered back. Even if self-evidence is indeed very simple, but if you say self-evidence, I have to self-evidence, you're an asshole. Yifeng was also almost certain that Zhao Donghai would be so well informed, and that it was Zhao Xiang who had tipped him off when he intercepted himself there in the Blackwater Valley. It was a good thing that he still had his soul master status, otherwise he really would have fallen. This Zhao Xiang was already considered an enemy. Before he had the chance to find trouble with him, he was looking for trouble with himself instead. The inverted Big Dipper belongs to Is. The more you don't dare to testify against yourself, the more problematic you are. I'm at the early stage of martial general. Dare you fight me? As long as you can fight to a draw, it will prove that you are capable of accomplishing your mission. Zhao Xiang was aggressive. Early in the military? Yifeng smiled. Can only fight to a draw? Can't injure you? Yifeng's eyes teased. Zhao Xiang froze, then laughed loudly. Injure me? Ha ha, you have the ability to do that. So of course you can. We can sign up for a ring battle. No need to be responsible for injuries, and we can even bet credits. The so-called ring battles are offered by the school to encourage students to spar. A martial artist needs to grow in battle. You can't become strong just by practicing. Sign a ring agreement and you can have a legal sparring match without killing or maiming someone, and no one will be held accountable afterward. Without signing a ring agreement, both parties would violate school rules if they had a private date, which would be recognized by the school as a brawl. The so-called disabled refers to the kind of injury that cannot be rehabilitated, such as missing arms and legs and so on, is disabled. If it's just a bruise, no matter how long it takes to recover, it's not a disability as long as it can be recovered. Humph, if you dare to agree, I want you to taste what it's like to be bedridden for a month. Zhao Xiang secretly said in his heart. The mention of ring protocol is already a setup for him. The latter also suggested that one could place a bet with credits, which was a further way to tempt Yifeng into a trap with credits. Credits can be exchanged for a wide range of secret books, and they are attractive to any student. Okay, I'll sign with you, but I'll be the one to say how many credits to wager. Yifeng responded, still worried about how to quickly earn enough 10,000 credits. I did not expect that this guy will take the initiative to send to the door. This time to earn him a hard time. You can bet up to 5,000 credits. How much do you want? Zhao Xiang asked. Up to 5,000? Turns out there's a limit. Come to think of it, the school is only there to encourage students to fight. It's not like they're encouraging gambling, so there's bound to be a limit set. But 5,000 credits is quite a lot. 5,000 then, but I only have 1,000 credits right now. Can that bet stand? Yifeng is afraid. How much to bet? Need to have this number themselves, because the rules need to consider the loss. This person has the ability to make compensation. It can be established, as long as your opponent agrees to it. Then I agree. Anyway, after signing the agreement, you can't renege on the debt, and the 4,000 you owe. You can then slowly earn it to pay me back. The way Zhao Xiang said this, those who didn't know would think that he had already achieved victory. In his mind, it was also true that he never considered losing. Are you kidding? He's an early-stage martial general. He's going to lose? Lose to no one. Not to a freshman who only knows how to cheat. The two go to the official campus website, select the ring agreement, and sign it. The bet is for 5,000 credits, and the fight begins tomorrow at noon, in the hall of competition. All identity verified and signed successfully. At this moment, Zhao Xiang's mouth was crooked with a smile, not expecting Yifeng to really get into the trap. Tomorrow, not only can I earn 5,000 credits in blood, but I can also teach Yifeng a hard lesson, killing two birds with one stone. From then on, Yifeng became his subslave. Every credit earned is automatically transferred over to pay off the debt until the 4,000 owed is paid off. It takes a long time for a freshman to earn a few thousand credits on a normal mission, waiting to pay off the debt, and then accumulating 10,000 credits to advance to senior cadet. It is even more difficult to know how long it will take, and it is ruthlessly delayed. So what if Yifeng doesn't go to earn credits? It's also fine. Yifeng would have never been able to graduate and have no future. Either way, he could already foresee Yifeng's miserable future. At this time, someone entered the official campus website and inadvertently saw the information about the ring battle between Zhao Xiang and Yifeng, which immediately triggered a hot debate. Did you guys see that? The official campus battle of the ring page. A battle of the ring message at the top. Didn't pay attention. Who's fighting who? Why is it even on top? It's Zhao Xiang and Yifeng. The fight starts tomorrow at noon, and they placed a bet of 5,000 credits, so it's been put on top. Hiss, 5,000 credits bet? Isn't that the highest? No wonder it's topped. A full bet is a first. There used to be 1,000, and it all felt pretty ho-hum. By the way, who is Yifeng? What's the origin? Zhao Xiang was a veteran student. They recognized it. But this Yifeng, they had no impression. Supposedly a freshman. Just enrolled yesterday. What? Freshman? The people who learned of this news were all confused. How strong can a freshman be? I can't believe I'm in a ring fight with an older student. Even a full bet was placed. Are people crazy, or is the world crazy? Couldn't it be? Zhao Xiang is luring the freshman, right? Lulling the freshman into fighting a ring battle with him. And if they win, they'll be able to lie down and collect credits. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Genius idea. Why didn't I think of that? But it's kind of mean is all. Despicable what? And cannot be forced. Only blame that called Yifeng. Their own people stupid just was casually set on the hook. Freshmen so much, how others did not take the bait. In favor of him? Fair enough. The students were hot with discussion. Mentors are also learning the news. Yifeng's junior tutor, Tung Qingfeng, immediately found Yifeng after learning the news. How could you agree to fight a ring battle with an old student? And placed a full bet? Looking at him, he looked more anxious than Yifeng. It was only in the morning that he felt that Yifeng was amazingly perceptive and was a moldable talent. Who knew that before the day was even over? Yifeng had this incident. Most geniuses are too sharp and don't know the middle ground, and are often at a disadvantage. But he never expected that Yifeng would be so blooming that he would lose the sanity he should have. He offered to fight, so it was agreed. Yifeng said rightfully, so if he proposes a fight to the death, are you going to agree? Tung Qingfeng looked like he hated it. Ha, there's still this good thing? Yifeng was filled with anticipation. Deng Qingfeng, the man is hopeless. Chapter 29. Hundreds of punches in an instant. Did you eat a machine gun? Mentor accommodation area. Suchan Yi's yard. The surrounding air, lingering with a sizzling aroma. The nearby flowers and plants, appearing a little wilted, as if they had just been baked by the heat. At this time Su Kanyi, wearing a practice clothes, 2 round big thunder, like ripe to be picked fruit, want to pop out of the lapel. Hot body, hold up the tempting S-curve. Having just finished practicing, she looked even more alluring with a blush on her cheeks. During the break, she overheard the news about the ring battle. He's crazy, isn't he? Su Kanyi subconsciously said. If you weren't crazy, how could you possibly answer the war? She was still very optimistic about Yifeng. But now, Yifeng's approach made her feel that, at least in the peace of heart, Yifeng still had a long way to go. Just as well, let's consider it a lesson for him, and hopefully he'll grow up as a result. You can't become a strong man without a good heart. Su Kanyi murmured, and then he continued practicing, and all of a sudden, the courtyard once again rose to high temperatures. Yi Feng walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, it attracted a lot of attention. Because of this matter of the ring battle, many people held curiosity, so they went to learn about Yi Feng, and their looks became known to them. In their opinion at this time, Yi Feng was the dumbest one among the freshmen of this session. If they had known it was so easy to fool, they would have jumped the gun and fooled it first. Now that he was preempted by Zhao Xiang, he could not draw up a second sparring agreement until this battle was over. Otherwise he would have said anything to sign one with Yi Feng as well. Even if you are scolded for being mean, you won't lose a piece of meat. 5,000 credits, not a small amount anymore. So what if you are scolded? Yi Feng gradually approached the student dormitory area and turned his head to look in a certain direction, the blue arrow extending all the way over. I've heard that over there is where the instructors are housed. Hurry up and earn enough 10,000 credits to become a senior student. Get close to Su Canny, and find a way to open her treasure chest. Yi Feng, returning to the dormitory area, she happened to run into He Xiling, who shouted out, "Did you really sign up for the ring battle tomorrow?" She inquired eagerly. "I signed it." Yi Feng nodded. "Why did you sign this? That scum is an old student, much stronger than you. How could you win?" He Xiling felt incredulous. "You didn't agree to this because, knowing that I was disfigured because of this scumbag, you wanted to teach him a lesson, did you?" He Xiling subconsciously said, "I just finished, and I'm a little embarrassed to say it myself. It's a little presumptuous to say that." It was true that she and Yi Feng were friends, but to say that, because of this, she lost her mind and signed this unequal sparring agreement, it was not so bad. Fortunately, Yi Feng didn't think much about it and smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out tomorrow." Even if she explained more now, He Xiling wouldn't believe that she could definitely win, so she might as well let her see for herself tomorrow. The next day, noon, after more than 10 hours of fermentation, the whole school, teachers and students, almost all knew about the fight. Even many of those who were not originally in school hurried back just to witness today's sparring match. If it was just a normal sparring match, even with 5,000 credits at stake, it wouldn't generate that much attraction. A key part of this is the huge disparity in strength between the two sides. On one of the sides, it was a veteran student who had been in the school for more than 2 years, with the realm of early martial general. On the other hand, it was only a freshman who had just enrolled 2 days ago. No matter which way you think about it, it feels like a no-holds-barred fight. The hall of competition. The crowd was packed with students and faculty. In the middle of the hall, there was a wide square ring. On one side of the ring, Zhao Xiang held his sword in both hands and stood there with confidence and indifference on his face. "Why haven't you come yet?" The surrounding spectators were slow to wait for Yi Feng to show up. I'm afraid that I don't dare to come." Zhao Xiang sneered inwardly. He's not expected to come. At the time of signing the agreement, the head was in the clouds, and now, with hindsight, I realize that it was given for nothing, so I'm afraid to come. If he doesn't come after the point, it's considered a forfeit and counts as a loss for him as usual. You're going to lose anyway, and you'll get one less beating if you don't come. Zhao Xiang's 5,000 credits. Earning them is damn easy. Sour. Grass. I purposely rushed back from outside and thought I could see a special battle, but I didn't expect this? I've come all this way for nothing. Spectators were near the ring, talking. It's good not to come, lest you hurt anywhere and affect your cultivation later. Yi Feng's mentor, Deng Qingfeng, had also come to watch on purpose and was relieved at this moment. Not only him, but there were also quite a few tutors who came. Among them was Su Canny. Don't even know what this brat, in the end, is thinking. Su Canny shook her head. Just when the crowd thought that Yi Feng would not come, they were all ready to disperse. He's coming. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd turned their gazes, in unison, in the direction of the doorway. The scene were a revelation. He saw Yi Feng, full of tiredness, yawning, a toothpick in his mouth, nearly falling down, walking over in that unimaginative manner. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. How can anyone believe that they can win with this image right now? After approaching, Yi Feng looked around the crowd present and paused slightly when he reached Su Canny. Finally, his eyes settled on Zhao Xiang in the ring. With a light leap, Yi Feng jumped onto the ring and was facing Zhao Xiang from a distance. "Oh, thought you wouldn't dare come." Zhao Xiang's head, condescendingly raised upwards, revealing a face full of contemptuous smiles. "I finished lunch and was going to take a nap when I remembered there was this sparring match, so I rushed over just in time." Yi Feng picked his teeth and said, "Humph, pretending." Zhao Xiang snorted coldly. "Can we start the fight now? I can go back to sleep after the fight." Yi Feng asked. "You'll have a chance to sleep for the next big chunk of time." Zhao Xiang laughed sardonically, meaning it. Where's your weapon?" Zhao Xiang suddenly realized that Yi Feng was actually empty-handed and didn't have a weapon with him. "Against you, Yifeng twisted his fingers. Why need a weapon? Grass. So pretentious. The crowd chanted. Pretend. You won't be able to pretend after a while. Zhao Xiang sneered. This was where they misunderstood Yifeng. Against Zhao Xiang, there was really no need for weapons. There is another key reason. Now is not a life and death battle, and cannot be directly cut to death. If you use a knife, you can only use the unopened edge. Cut up, not painful. Ding dong, ding dong. The ring sounds the countdown beep for the start of the battle. 3, 2, 1. Matchmaking begins. An electronic beep sounded. Boom! Zhao Xiang violently raised his chi and blood, and his feet lashed out as he rushed towards Yifeng. With his speed, almost instantly, he rushed from this end of the ring to Yifeng at the other end of the ring. The stage exclaimed, worthy of being a military general? This speed is fast. On the contrary, Yifeng stood still, presumably not having reacted yet. Also, a freshman, in the presence of a military general, would certainly not be able to react. It's over. The crowd thought so. The only ones who were tutors were those who vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Yifeng, too calm. It's not like it's unresponsive at all. It's more like, boom. Right at this moment, Yifeng also instantly mobilized his chi and blood, and his majestic breath violently erupted. Military general. Surprisingly, it's a military general too. The crowd was so shocked that their mouths were about to be dislocated. The aura that erupted from Yifeng's body had actually reached the early stage of martial general. Why are you also? Zhao Xiang's thought had just risen. At close range, Yifeng's sandbag-sized fist was aimed at his face. Not good. Zhao Xiang's face was twisted, and at the expense of damaging his body, he had to change the trajectory of his figure in an instant. However, Yifeng's fist, as if it was equipped with automatic tracking, almost at the same time when his figure changed to dodge, the fist also followed. The response was staggeringly fast. Boom! Accurate hits to the face. Zhao Xiang's face, his nose was instantly dented and blood flew. Yifeng did not stop, and both fists came out. Boom 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 boom. Like two machine guns, they continuously blasted hundreds of punches at all parts of Zhao Xiang's body. Zhao Xiang's entire body, hardened, was blasted out of the ring and smashed into the middle of the audience. The whole man was a bloody man, motionless as if dead. The whole room was silent. Chapter 30. No one is allowed to rob. He's the old ladies. Finish the fight and call it a day. Yifeng clapped his hands and took a toothpick and proceeded to pick his teeth. You win a ring battle and earn 5,000 credits. Yifeng's tactical watch. A prompt popped up. The credits had been deducted from Zhao Xiang and added to Yifeng's side. Yifeng's total credits had reached 6,000. Elated, it was only then that the scene erupted into a landslide of applause and a cacophony of unmistakable exclamations. Too strong. Only one photo, just directly sent people flying. This is a freshman? In that instant just now, there were at least hundreds of punches, right? Such a fast punching speed. Even my major in boxing is inferior to me. One needs to have an extremely high degree of body control to have such explosive power. Both the older students and the newer students were overwhelmed. The older students were shocked that a freshman was so powerful. The freshmen, on the other hand, were shocked with 3 parts pride and 5 parts shame, proud of the fact that there are such strong people in the freshman group. Let's see if these older students still dare to bully them, and ashamed of being the same freshmen. People are already strong to the point of no return, and they? Still struggling to become a martial master. People are so angry with each other. The same high school champion, he's already left me so far behind. Sun Rong was filled with bitterness and felt that the snacks in his mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Yifeng is so strong, Xiling murmured softly. She was lucky enough to break through to the martial master realm last night when she was practicing. Originally, he thought that the gap in strength with Yifeng had closed, but now he realized that there were still several chasms in between. No wonder. Yifeng was so confident yesterday, and seeing that scum Zhao Xiang really being beaten up by Yifeng, she couldn't mention how happy she was. It was finally a vicious outburst for her. The mentors were equally shocked. This kid, unexpectedly so strong? With this strength, I'm afraid he'll surpass me before long. Tung Qingfeng was stunned. No wonder it was so painful to respond to the battle. So it's really something. What he didn't know was that in a real fight, Yifeng would be no worse than him now. He's growing faster than I was then? Su Kenyi seemed to have discovered a new continent, her eyes staring at Yifeng in amazement. And in her amazement, there was also a bit of unconvincing stubbornness. Don't see that she is already a martial king, but she is actually only in her 20s, and young people are always more competitive. It's inevitable to feel frustrated while admiring the sight of someone who is better than you or at the same stage. He ignored the rules of the fight and killed my brother. It's a murderer. As the crowd was immersed in shocking emotions, a discordant voice rang out. When the crowd looked, they saw Zhao Ming, full of hatred, by the side of Zhao Xiang, who was like a blood man, somewhat at a loss for words and unable to make a move. Can't die. I know the measure of my hand. just hurt him, at most lie for half a year, can get up and sit in a wheelchair, and then recover a half a year later. It is estimated that it is almost the same. This small injury, why should it be staggering? Yifeng said in a light tone. Crowd, you know what's appropriate? Lying for 6 months? Another half year in a wheelchair? That's a minor injury? Look at that, talking like a human being. Zhao Ming was on the verge of exploding with anger, and when he looked at Yifeng, he was shocked and angry. Tung Qingfeng walked over and checked Zhao Xiang's body. It's a shock not to find out. All over his body, there were as many as hundreds of broken bones, evenly distributed all over his body, and skillfully avoiding the vitals, so as not to kill the person. In terms of internal organs, they were all shocked as well. In short, the internal injuries were very serious, but fortunately, they were all recoverable. It is also the strong physical quality of the martial artist, so that there is a possibility of recovery. Replaced by ordinary people is not right, even if it is replaced by a weak strength. This kind of injury is not good to recover. I didn't expect that the seemingly easygoing Yifeng would be so ruthless. There is nothing wrong with this point. In itself, it is Zhao Xiang who set up the trap in the first place. It is nothing to be ruthless. As a martial artist, too much kindness and softness will often suffer great losses. Not dead yet, just passed out. Contact the infirmary and hurry to send it for treatment, Tung Qingfeng said. Hearing this, what can Zhao Ming say? Of course, is to hurry to send his brother to the treatment, sent late for fear that cannot be saved. After this incident, Yifeng immediately became the meat and potatoes. The surrounding tutors, especially the senior tutors, all stared at Yifeng. Their idea, which was obvious to anyone with a clear eye, was to preemptively compete for Yifeng as a student. With Yifeng's strength, they knew very well that it wouldn't be long before he could earn enough 10,000 credits to become a senior student, and at that time, he would need to choose a senior tutor. A genius like Yifeng was hard to find by beating the lanterns, and after he grew up, he would also surely have unlimited achievements, so he would surely have to compete to go over and be a student. No one is allowed to grab it. He's mine. Along with the words, Yifeng's eyes blossomed with aroma. Su Canny's proud figure appeared in front of Yifeng. Good play. Just a little wobbly. Tutor Su, many of the previous good seedlings have entered your door. This time, Su Canny directly interrupted. No need to go back this time and that time. I'm the one who went to Linhai City to supervise the exams, and I've long had my eye on Yifeng, and I won't let you guys have it no matter what I say. Su Canny's attitude was hard, not letting go, and while speaking, the surrounding temperature was even gradually rising. Good. Yours and yours, not to be taken from you. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the rest of the tutors all conceded. If you really want to get serious, this is really dare to move with you. The key is also very strong and scary. Lingnan's youngest female martial arts king's name. Not for nothing. That's more like it. Su Chanyi raised her head, like a proud swan. Yifeng, when you become a senior cadet, go find me immediately. Got it? Su Canyi instructed Yifeng. This situation was just what Yifeng wanted, but curiously inquired, do I have the right to choose? As a matter of fact, students also have the right to choose their tutors, and if they really don't want to be under your tutelage, can you force them to do so? The other tutors, who had originally given up on the competition, heard this and their eyes lit up. Yeah, and the student has a choice to decline. 2. If they reject Su Canyi, won't their chance come? The crowd of senior tutors looked forward, their eyes rejuvenated. You have a choice, but you are not allowed to refuse. Su Canyi waved her fist. It's settled. I have something to do first. Remember to look for me after your credits reach 10,000. Waiting for you, yo. After Su Canyi finished speaking, she didn't give Yifeng a chance to speak and disappeared into the hall with a flash. What a bossy twat. Yifeng spat. Sure enough, the glowing glow of the tutors dimmed anew. However, this was like Su Canyi's style, and they were not surprised. In the next few days, Yifeng found some more quests to do. With Yifeng's current strength, earning credits was still relatively simple. The credits rose miserably and soon reached 9,000. Pick another one, 000 point task and you'll reach 10,000. Yifeng picked on the big screen of the mission. This quest, it requires entering a secret realm? Also at that moment, the hint for the treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, in the green mysteries, a green, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Chapter 31 Demonized Plants. Green Secret Realm. The green mysterious realm, a place of lush vegetation, was rich in herbs. Many people who needed herbs would think of this secret place at first. This secret realm is equally dangerous, with poisonous creatures and foreign beasts. There is another species that is even more exotic and very much in keeping with the character of this secret realm. Demonized plants. The so-called demonized plant is a plant that moves, and from the outside alone, it looks no different from a normal plant, but it's also like an animal, with its trunk and branches moving as if it's alive. Demonized plants are diverse and come in all shapes and sizes, all of which are dangerous. Perhaps a nearby willow tree, which had been peaceful and quiet, could suddenly fling its willows, binding and strangling people alive in a scene that was once bizarre. The good thing is that the formation of demonized plants, the conditions are relatively harsh, the timing is right, the people are right, you can't have one without the other. At a certain point, the opportunity arrives for the plant to demonize successfully and give birth to a spirit. There was also a very small portion that came through reproduction, such as a certain demonized plant that condensed seeds, which sprouted and grew to form a new demonized plant. However, the reproduction rate of demonized plants is very low and such cases are relatively rare. There are two sides to everything, and as with the Fae, while they can be a threat, they can also bring something beneficial to the table. For example, the blood and flesh of exotic beasts, consumed year-round, was helpful to martial artists in enhancing their chi and blood. The materials on certain foreign beasts were incredibly strong and could also be used to make weapons. The same is true for demonized plants, which have medicinal value in their own right, and after they are killed, the bodies are valuable. Also, if you are lucky enough to get seeds or seedlings of demonized plants, with the ability to train them up, it will be a major combatant. Like a battle pet, it can help its master in battle. There were combat types that were extremely aggressive, as well as defensive types that were able to form protective battle armor that fit and covered the entire body, carrying the damage for the person, or other auxiliary types. It was rumored that many years ago, there was a person with average martial arts qualifications named Mubu Fan. He had a limited future in martial arts practice, but he was not willing to be mediocre, so he delved into demonized plants. Later on, he really studied the name, and was extremely knowledgeable about demonized plants. He had managed to cultivate quite a few demonized plants, some of which were extremely strong in combat, much stronger than even his own strength. It was said that he, who was only in the martial master realm, had actually relied on a demonized plant to dry out a martial king. The news spread and shocked countless people. At the same time, it also caused a lot of people's eyes to redden. After all, cultivating demonized plants, the relevant information was too little. Even if there was some research, it was definitely hidden and would not be made public. Therefore, even if you are given a demonized plant that is suitable for cultivation, you will not be able to cultivate it successfully due to the lack of relevant knowledge. The piker is not guilty of the crime. When you are carrying a heavy treasure and you are unwilling to offer it up or share it, then there are bound to be people who are desperate enough to take it from you by force through underhanded means. Many forces had set their sights on Mubufan, launching various interception and killing actions with the aim of obtaining. All of Mubufan's research results on demonized plants. A few months later, Mubufan disappeared, and no one knew his whereabouts anymore. Some say he's incognito and in hiding. Others say he's dead, stabbed to death, the killer unknown. 20 years have passed since then. The name of Mubufan can only be heard in people's mouths, and no one has ever seen this person again. Whether they are in hiding or really dead, no one knows. Speaking back to the present, Yifeng gazed at the task list. Mission: excavate 10 clear windgrasses. Details: commissioned by Oncon Pharmacy to go to Winesound Valley in the Green Secret Realm to excavate 10 clear windgrasses. Suggested strength: Martial General Realm or above. Remuneration for the assignment: 1,000 credits. Deadline: June 30th. The task looks simple, but the actual danger is not small. The Green Secret Realm is a 3-level secret realm. The strength of the martial arts generals to go in is more secure. This mission still had a deadline. Yifeng subconsciously looked at the date, June 30th. Well, doesn't that just happen to be today? This means that the task expires after today. Time was running out, and Yifeng immediately picked up the quest. Departure. Anyway, there were treasure chests inside the Green Secret Realm, so this trip had to be made, or else we could consider switching to other quests. Now go over there, dig up the clearing grass, and then go open the treasure chest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Road. Yifeng took the opportunity to inquire about the information about Winesound Valley. It really checks out quite a bit, so it looks like this place is more popular. Winesound Valley. Every year in June, the valley is wild and windy. The wind whistles. During this period of time, plants will grow rapidly, among which there is medicinal value, such as the clear windgrass, but also be careful. This period of time, the valley has the highest level of danger, but also attracted a lot of wind-loving beasts entrenched. Yifeng had a basic understanding of Winesound Valley after some understanding. It was also always clear why there were mission deadlines, because after the month of June, when the gales of the Winsong Valley disappear, the clear windgrass will no longer grow, and it is simply impossible to find it late. 2 hours later, Yifeng finally arrived at the Green Secret Realm. It's located north of the provincial capital, and there's a plain here called the Green Plains. I don't know if it was because of the secret realm that the plane was called that, or if it was called that originally, and after the secret realm appeared, it was only called the Green Secret Realm in passing. The issue is irrelevant and no one cares. At the center of the plains, the void seemed to have collapsed into a piece, the size of a soccer field to say the least, emitting a green glow, the color matching the surrounding plains. In this plane, there were relatively few foreign beasts, and seeing as it was endless, there weren't many places to hide. The intelligence of the Fey beasts was no match for a human, but they also knew that without a hiding spot, they would die faster. At a glance, the foreign beasts were not seen, but quite a few people were seen, traveling in groups of 3 or 5. It wasn't all martial arts generals, as long as inside the team, there existed at least one martial arts general realm. Even if the other team members were martial arts masters, there was usually not much of a problem. I wonder how the wind is blowing today. Over in Windsong Valley, it's the last day. I'm going to get more herbs this time when I go into Windsong Valley. So many want to go to Windsong Valley. Looks like there's a lot of competition later. Vaguely, Yifeng heard quite a few teams talking about Windsong Valley. Probably because it's the last day, and if you miss today, you'll have to wait another year. So they're all piling in. Of course, there was a significant portion that wasn't going to Windsong Valley. They had their own places to go, some distance away from Yifeng. There were 3 people there, standing side by side. The man on the left, with a strong body, waist with a long knife, and a sharp gaze, looked very much like a guard. The man on the right, with a vessel in his hand, looked serious, not knowing what he was scrutinizing. The one who attracted the most attention was the man in the center, a flamboyant gentleman with a worldly demeanor in his speech and behavior. Chapter 32, The Might of a Soul Technique. Bloodthirsty Demon. The 3 exchanged a few brief words, keeping their voices low enough not to be heard by outsiders. They quickly approached the entrance to the secret realm, and a powerful suction force acted on them, and the 3 quickly disappeared. So did everyone else. Yifeng similarly approached over. This was the first time Yifeng had entered the secret realm, and he didn't know how the experience would be. Despite having checked out other people's descriptions beforehand, it's always a novelty to actually experience it for yourself. As it got closer, the suction got stronger. Finally, completely unable to resist, it was sucked in violently. Yifeng also disappeared in place. The whole process of teleportation was, well, marvelous. The body no longer seemed to be one's own. It seemed to have been disassembled into countless pieces, and even the soul had been stripped out. The whole thing, with a sense of unreality, was probably a bit similar to a dream, until he regained control of his body and the scene in front of him gradually appeared. As far as the eye could see, there was an abundance of greenery, ranging from weeds that were several meters tall to giant trees that were hundreds of meters tall. The plants in here look a whole lot bigger than the ones outside, and a lot of the varieties, they're not available outside. Some of them are very brightly colored and most of them are highly poisonous, so it's best to stay away. When he came over here, Yifeng had already done his homework so as not to violate the taboo. At this point, no one else was visible around. When you came in, it was from the same entrance, but you would be randomly transported to various places inside the secret realm. Figure out your bearings first. Yifeng clicked on his tactical watch and unfolded the map of the Green Secret Realm that he had downloaded beforehand. This secret realm had been born for many years, and excluding a few dangerous places, most of them had been explored, and the map was still relatively comprehensive. Locate. The tactical watch scans the surrounding scenery and then cross-references it with the map to find the location. Soon the positioning was successful and a red dot appeared on the map, representing Yifeng. Not bad. It's not too far from Windsong Valley. Yifeng immediately set off in the direction of Windsong Valley. Since there is a time limit, dig up the clearing grass first, and then go forward to the treasure chest. As for how to return to the outside, one would need to come back here again, and the suction would naturally send one back again. In other words, everyone has their own place to return to, and wherever they show up after coming in, they have to return to when they go back. Like those in groups, they come in holding hands so they can be teleported to the same place and not be separated. 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at Windsong Valley. Before he even entered, he could hear from the mouth of the valley the sound of the wind whistling from within. Yifeng walked in. Phew! Hoo-hoo! The wind was so strong that it blew sand and smoke, and the sight was not as clear as outside, so it would be more difficult to find herbs. However, this kind of windy place was easy for Yifeng to cope with. The Wind Whisperer's talent allowed Yifeng to have a greater affinity for the wind element and a more sensitive perception. Swish! A wind blade suddenly attacked in front of him. With a hazy line of sight, regular people can easily be trapped. Fortunately, Yifeng did not know how to, and sensed it early in advance. shifting his body slightly sideways. He dodged away from the wind blade. Gusty winds are the ones that form wind blades, possessing no small amount of attacking power and one of the dangerous factors in Winsong Valley. Yi Feng walked inside, and from time to time, his body flashed and he dodged a wind blade, looking idle and very relaxed. On the other hand, the others walked carefully and were still hurt from time to time. Even if they managed to escape, they were still in a cold sweat. Some people beat a retreat and left Wind-Sound Valley, while others wandered in place, not daring to continue deeper. This was because the deeper one went, the fiercer the wind became, and the denser and more powerful the wind blades became. As he advanced, Yi Feng also felt the changes. The frequency of the wind blades appearing increased by at least double, and the power was also stronger. Finally, a clear windgrass was seen by Yi Feng. Just as he was about to go fetch it, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. A wind wolf was seen, with an athletic figure, rushing towards that clear windgrass. Seek death. Yi Feng shouted and crossed the distance between the two sides with an arrow step. The wind wolf also noticed Yi Feng rushing towards him. It was raging, showing its teeth, and the wolf mouth that was originally biting at the Qingfeng grass turned to bite at Yi Feng. However, the blade was cold. Ouch! Accompanied by a miserable wolf howl, the body of the wind wolf were all split in half by Yi Feng. What did I say? Why is it so hard to find? It turns out that not only other people are searching for it, even has come to get a piece of the action. Yi Feng muttered a sentence and dug up the Qingfeng grass and put it away in his backpack. If he was a step late, this clear windgrass would have definitely been eaten by that wind wolf. They eat this, presumably with some benefit. Yi Feng continued to advance. Next, one after another, they found clear windgrass. The fifth plant, another clear windgrass on the ground, was dug up by Yi Feng and collected into his backpack. Suddenly, two people appeared nearby and approached. Kid, that clear windgrass is ours. Both of them were full of crossface meat and said in a bad tone to Yi Feng, yours? These words made Yi Feng laugh wholeheartedly. Wild stuff. First come, first served. How come it's theirs? It's hard to believe that it can still be planted by you guys? Yi Feng sneered. You don't say. We grew it. The two of them laughed out loud in a eat-you-up manner. Then according to you, what should we do now? Yi Feng said in a cold voice, killing intent gradually brewing. It's simple. Hand over all the herbs you've dug up. Nay, what you have on you. Yes, give it all up, or this is where you'll be buried. The two men said viciously. For them, there is no guilt in killing. That's the reality. It's human greed. When Yi Feng inquired about information related to the secret realm, he would always see this tip. Beware of anyone in the secret realm. Then, try that move with you guys. Yi Feng murmured in a voice that was almost audible only to himself. You don't have to whisper a prayer there. Praying won't help. Don't test our patience by handing over your stuff quickly. The two men rebuked the voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, something felt wrong. Yi Feng's pupils actually turned into a weird red color, as if they were blood beads, looking very scary. A strong and terrifying aura erupted from Yi Feng's body. You, what the hell is wrong with you? Both men panicked. Facing Yi Feng at this moment was like facing a bloodthirsty demon who killed without blinking an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, the two turned around and were about to flee. Swish! A blood-colored lance quickly condensed from in front of Yi Feng. Phew! The blood spear shot off rapidly, and wherever it passed, the void was dyed red, as if it had been dragged through by a bloody corpse. Blood-red gun shadow, back and forth a penetration. The two men's heads burst in unison, exploded everywhere. Collect! The blood gun flew back, resuming its original purple-black color, turning into energy, and collected into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng's blood-red pupils also returned to their original black color. This soul skill, worthy of being called Blood Gun Shura. The process of casting it is really a bit bloody and brutal, but the might is indeed a lot stronger than when it wasn't cast. Yi Feng searched from the two men's bodies and searched out quite a few herbs. It was assumed that most of these herbs were looted by them, variety of 10 or so, which has 5 plants of Qingfeng grass, plus their own digging 5 plants, a total of just make up 10 plants. Do not need to continue to look for, the task is completed. It's time to go find the treasure chest. Yi Feng took the herbs with him and walked towards the outside of Wind-Sound Valley. Leaving Wind-Sound Valley, Yi Feng followed the green arrow on the ground and headed over to the treasure chest. I hope the location. It's not too difficult to arrive at. Chapter 33, Terrorist Self-Healing, Demonized Seed. After traveling about 20 minutes away, he had not yet reached his destination. The trees in this area were thicker, and Yi Feng walked more carefully, just in case something suddenly popped out. As if to confirm Yi Feng's thoughts, a pinprick-like sense of crisis surfaced without warning. Without much time to think, Yi Feng's feet snapped and immediately jumped away from where he was standing. Boo! A thick vine-like plant, where Yi Feng had just stood, violently drilled out from the ground, resembling a huge green python. That was close. Yi Feng was afraid afterward. If I had reacted half a beat slower, I would have been attacked by this thing. this is a demonized plant? Looking closely at this object, it was about 10 meters long, as thick as an adult's torso, and the whole thing was greenish-green, with a cloud-like pattern on its skin. Yifeng could already conclude that this kind of plant that looked like it had life was a demonized plant. Before coming here, I was wondering if I would encounter demonized plants on this trip, but I didn't expect to actually encounter them. While Yifeng's thoughts were drifting, swish, the green vine attacked again, like a long whip, and lashed at Yifeng fiercely. Luckily, the speed wasn't too fast, and Yifeng performed his stance and quickly dodged. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Die. Yifeng drew his sword and chopped. It also wanted to draw back and dodge, but because of its speed, it couldn't be fast enough for Yifeng's knife. Thumbs up, a slash hit, and green liquid splattered. That's pretty tough. With such a full-strength slash, he thought that he would cut it straight through, but it turned out that he only cut it in half. What was even more surprising was that at the wound, a large amount of green juice oozed out, healing the wound, which was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only 10 seconds before and after, and the wound returned as if it had never been injured. What a sick healing speed! It was a good thing that the opponent's attack speed wasn't fast, otherwise paired with such a perverted healing speed, it would all be invincible. Boom! Boom! The earth shook and 2 more of the same green vines burrowed out of the ground. 2 more? Yifeng's eyes glared. In that case, I'll have no choice but to use my best move. Swish! The demon breaker gun was congealing. Blood Lance Shura. The soul skill was executed, and the blood aura was so intense that the lance was dyed red. Phew! The blood spear shot out, sweeping across the green vines. The power was so great that one of the green vines was directly swept into 2 by one blow. Ha ha, now let's see how you still. Before Yifeng finished speaking, the broken section, like a gecko's broken tail, jumped madly on the ground a few times. Miraculous scene occurred. 2 broken section actually touched a piece. A large number of sap secretion treatment quickly connected back. Grass. This self-healing ability. It's unbelievable. Yifeng spat and spat. The attacking action didn't stop. His soul power controlled the demon-breaking gun and attacked the green vine remotely. Qingting's attack speed was relatively slow, and under Yifeng's frantic attacks, it was becoming more and more difficult to wield. Boo! The lance swept once again, sweeping the 3 green vines, all together. This time, it was never picked up again, so it seems that it is not something that can heal itself endlessly. In the end, under the strangulation of Yifeng's lance, it was twisted into segments and finally killed. Yifeng walked over and yanked the root position with one hand and violently yanked it upwards. Its head, which was full of roots, was then ripped out of the ground by Yifeng. I thought that 3 green vines were 3 demonized plants, but it turned out to be a demonized plant that grew 3 green vines. Yifeng said indistinctly. The dead green vine was actually rapidly becoming smaller, shrinking at least 10 times. Demonized plants all had the ability to change size. This Yifeng knew and was not surprised. In normal form, it's this tiny little look, and in combat, when hunting, it gets bigger. Of course, exactly how big they can get depends on what stage of growth they are currently at. Take this green vine. Yifeng has already surfed the internet and finally found out the relevant information. It is called Yunsang vine. When it grows to 3 vines, it has the strength equivalent to the martial general realm, and each root can reach a maximum of 10 meters. The form it just took is its largest form. The characteristic of the rue mulberry vine was that it possessed an incomparably perverse self-healing ability, and as long as it wasn't instantly blasted to pieces, even if it was broken into several sections, it could quickly recover. Or, like Yifeng, using his speed advantage, he kept inflicting damage on it, and could also keep consuming it, waiting for it to be unable to heal itself, and then killing it with a single blow. The slower speed is its weakness. According to the internet, the rue mulberry vine can grow to a maximum of 6 canes, and at that time, its strength is equivalent to the martial zone realm. Its greatest advantage, in fact, is not yet combat, but to be used as a defensive battle armor, allowing the rue mulberry vine to turn into the right size and wrap around the martial artist's body, forming a set of tightly knit defensive battle armor. This battle armor, with its terrifying self-healing ability, can also be upgraded and grown. Yifeng thought about the information he had just seen and felt that this Yunsang vine was really something good, but in order to achieve this, the prerequisite is that the rue mulberry vine recognizes you as its master. It was impossible for adult demonized plants to recognize their masters. They would rather be killed and self-destruct than recognize their masters. That was why Yifeng did not hesitate to kill the Yunsang tongue. There were only 2 ways to get a demonized plant to recognize its owner, and that was to get a seedling of the demonized plant, or to get a seed. Either way, they are very rare, and even if you get them, you won't be able to get them to grow in the end without the right breeding program. Yifeng tried to look around to see if it was possible to find a rue mulberry vine seedling. If it's possible, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, almost digging into the ground didn't end up yielding half as much as expected. With the extremely low reproduction rate of demonized plants, seedlings were not that easy to come by. Yifeng picked up the corpse of the rue mulberry vine, more accurately, pick off its head. The head contained the essence of grass and wood, making it a good material for alchemy and pharmaceuticals, especially for refining healing elixirs, which was very suitable. Ha! Why is it wilted? Yifeng suddenly noticed that the head of the rue mulberry vine was rapidly wilting. It was as if, having had all the essence sucked out of it, all that was left at the end was a layer of rotten skin. No, does it wither and rot when you kill it? But I didn't hear that the corpse would rot after killing the demonized plant. Yifeng carefully observed and quickly found the end. Inside the rotten skin of the head, it actually contained a green-colored orb, the size of a baby's fist. Seeds, it's the seed of the rue mulberry vine, Yifeng exclaimed out, his face full of surprise. Killing 100 demonized plants wouldn't necessarily be able to find one with seeds. The first time I killed it myself, I just happened to run into it, so I can only say that I was really lucky. However, how to cultivate it up next is unknown for now, and will be figured out later. Yifeng took the seeds and left the place, then proceeded to the place of the treasure chest. After advancing for a while longer, he finally approached the place of the treasure chest. What happened? The crowd ahead was noisy, and there seemed to be people fighting. Chapter 34, Ha! A new entrance? Thanks to the treasure chest for leading the way. Here, there was a huge mountain with steep vertical rock walls that loomed large. Below the mountain, there was a cave. At the entrance of the cave, a great battle was taking place. There were quite a few of them, to be precise, attacking this cave. There are even demonized plants here? Yifeng was shocked to find that there were several demonized plants like cannibalistic flowers at the entrance of the cave that were resisting the people's attack. Originally, the situation was a bit of a stalemate, but the next moment there was a sudden change. From inside the cave, suddenly rushed out a bigger cannibal flower. Huge mouthpiece, a mouthful of people in the fight, violently biting, screams in the chewing resounded, blood splattered, and soon all swallowed. The scene was bloody and incomparable. Sure enough, there's a stronger one inside. This blood-mouthed cannibal flower, even a peak martial king wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat it. Among the nearby crowd of spectators, a richly dressed young man with a grave face said, the blood-mouthed cannibalistic flowers in his mouth were talking about those demonized plants in the cave, whose mouthparts were the same color as blood, and became even redder when blood splattered during feeding, thus earning them this name. Young master, what is to be done then? The well-built attendant at his side voiced in inquiry. The more this happens, the more certain it is that this is the burial place of Mubu Fan. So, no matter how difficult it is, it's imperative to make a trip in, and I've already notified the elders of the Jiang family to send their experts to support them. The youth Jiang Mingxian said, looking to the other side, to the man who had been pounding the utensils in his hands, and inquired out loud, is it almost ready? Back to young master. It's almost time. Answering with his mouth, his hands moved without stopping, continuing to feed some pellets to the parasite in the vessel. These three people, long before entering the secret realm, had already encountered them when they were outside, and Yifeng had a bit of an impression of them, and from the words of the other nearby onlookers, who were talking amongst themselves, Yifeng keenly captured the words, Mubu Fan. It turned out that the reason they would gather here at this time was because they suspected that this place was Mubu Fan's grave. When looking up information related to demonized plants, there is always one name that you can't get around, and that's Wooden Bufon. Deeds about him have been passed down and have endured. Even after being gone for 20 years, the popularity is still high. The news here, in the end how to spread, this point is not known. Anyway, the crowd present, from different camps, there are family forces, there are individual scattered cultivators, strength is also high and low. The demonized plant at the cave entrance was too strong, and all the people present would not be opponents, except for a few reckless ones who would roar to their deaths. Most of them stayed on the sidelines for the time being. Although it is a potential rivalry, the situation is relatively stable for the time being because both are stuck outside. They were all fantasizing, assuming that this place was really Mubu Fan's grave. It was very likely that there would be Mubu Fan's research results inside. As long as these research results can be obtained, it will be a heavenly treasure. Yifeng watched from the mouth of the cave for a while and quickly concluded that he didn't have the strength to break in either. Just the one he saw just now, the huge blood-mouthed cannibal flower, he couldn't beat it himself. Don't look at the fact that they didn't come out of the cave and think that you can use your soul master's ability to consume them with long-range attacks. In fact, they are mobile and don't stay in place, waiting stupidly to be hit. But whenever Yifeng dared to move them, he would absolutely be hunted down. Then we'll be doing someone else's work for nothing. Yifeng also does not spend time here. Continue on the road. Follow the arrow guide. First go to the treasure chest to open it. See if things can be turned around. How does it feel? Like it's going around the mountain? Yifeng realized that the guide of the arrow was to fit on the side of this mountain, causing Yifeng to keep walking around the mountain. should be there soon. Yi Feng's spirit was lifted. This is on the backside of the mountain, where the vegetation is thicker, and the whole side of the mountain is covered with thick hanging vines. The arrow arrives here and ends up pointing somewhere in the hanging vine. The treasure chest is under the hanging vine? Yi Feng first tentatively attacked, and after realizing that they were all ordinary plants and there was no danger in the vicinity, he lifted the draping vines. A blackened hole appeared right in front of Yi Feng's eyes. The hole was small, just big enough for one person to fit through. Had it not been for the arrows guiding the way, surely one would not have known that such a small cave entrance was hidden beneath the thick draping vines, and the arrow, still stretching inside the hole. If you want to open the treasure chest, you have to drill into it. Just drill. Yi Feng drilled in. For the first few meters, it was all relatively narrow. Then the trail gradually widened. Soon, Yi Feng did not need to drill his way forward and could get up and walk. The mountain path was 7 turns and dark, so it was good that the martial artist's eyesight was amazing and he was not blinded with his eyes open. The view ahead widened and Yi Feng realized that he had arrived at a large cave. Inside mountains, there are often cavities where such caverns are formed. In the midst of all the darkness, the green glow in the middle of the cave was dazzling. Treasure chest. Yi Feng walked over and was about to open the treasure chest when his body tightened with a sweep of his afterglow. Someone? Yi Feng almost made a move to attack. After quickly looking at it, he realized that it wasn't a person, but just the bones of a corpse that had been dead for who knows how long. Snap! Let's open the treasure chest first. You have opened a green, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 6,000 points of soul power, 30% of blade intent. Fusion. Yi Feng's soul power surged crazily. From the original 9,000 points, it skyrocketed to 15,000 points, rising 2 small realms in a row. From the original early general level, it was upgraded to late general level. This powerful feeling is so good. Yi Feng vaguely felt that all of them had the ability to cross the ranks and fight with the early stage of Martial King. Unfortunately, even so, the demonized plants on the other side of the cave were still too strong to be dealt with by the current self. In addition to the surge in soul power, Yi Feng also gained 30% of his blade intent. The so-called saber intent is a state of mind, cultivating the saber technique to a certain degree, having an extremely high insight into the saber, and then comprehending a saber state of mind. Not only did swords have sword intent, but those who practiced other paths also had their own individual intent. For example, a sword has a sword, a gun has a gun, a fist has a fist. The realm of intent was extremely difficult to comprehend, and those who could comprehend it were few and far between. All geniuses in their respective fields, especially when the realm was relatively low. The ones that possessed the realm of intent were even rarer. It was usually only when one reached Martial King or above that one could gradually comprehend the realm of intent. There were a total of 10% of the complete realm of intent, and with each additional percent comprehended, the greater the boost to battle power. Yi Feng was only in the martial general realm at this time, and he possessed a full 30% of the realm of intent, which could be said to be a huge advantage and a huge boost to his strength. It's just not the same with blade intent enhancement. I feel now, holding the knife in my hand, as if it were a section of my extended arm. There's an idiom that says, like an arm in a hand, which should be talking about this realm. How could the battle not be strong when fighting in this state? This corpse, Yi Feng looked at the bones over there. After many years of age, the body was reduced to a skeleton, which was somewhat blackened. Poisoned? Such a phenomenon caused Yi Feng to make a guess about the cause of his death. Ha! There's a book. Yi Feng realized that the corpse, which was lying flat on its back, had a book pillowed underneath its skull. Chapter 35, Zhang Clan Compassionist. Sniffing worm. This person couldn't be Mu Bufan. Although it was a question, Yi Feng's tone was incomparably certain. Just now, all of his mind was focused on finding and opening the treasure chest, so he didn't think about it. Now that I think about it carefully, this mountain that came in was actually the same one as the one over there where the demonized plants appeared. Only, unbeknownst to others, there are 2 entrances, and by mistake, led by the arrow of the treasure chest, he himself entered through the back of the mountain, a tiny hole, and eventually reached the side of the cave. Then this skeleton should be the Would Not Fan. With those who guessed the same, Would Not Fan has long been killed, buried here. From the cause of death, it should be that after Mu Bufan was poisoned, he knew that there was no solution and would surely die, and he found this place by himself, as a burial place. The demonized plants outside guarding the cave entrance were also arranged by him before he died. After all, it was rumored that during his lifetime, he had cultivated quite a few demonized plants. When you think of it that way, it all makes sense. Then this book under his pillow. Yi Feng was breathing heavily. Immediately, he went over and eased the books out. Open it up and look through it, line by line, page by page. The more Yi Feng looked, the brighter his eyes became. It's him. It's really him. The thick book was full of records related to demonized plants, the very results of Mu Bufan's lifelong research. Inside, there was research on various demonized plants, and everything was written in detail, such as how to cultivate a mature demonized plant from a demonized seed, and every stage of the program was written in a clear and explicit manner. Yi Feng was originally worried about where he had to go to inquire about the cultivation information of demonized plant seeds. Otherwise, the Yunsang vine seeds he got would be equal to a display. Now it's good to get the results of Mubu Fan's research and have a breeding program. However, this is not the time for a closer look. Outside, at some point, an expert might arrive and attack. Yi Feng is very clear about the reasoning behind the crime of harboring a jade ring. The reason why Mu Bufan will die is this reason. Yi Feng doesn't want to become the next Mu Bufan, but he would. Getting the results of your research makes me half a student of yours. Let me take you piece by piece. Go outside and find a plot of land and give you a burial. Otherwise, that crowd out there will come in and probably break you apart. Before Yi Feng left, he said to Mu Bufan's corpse, the above said is just one of the reasons. There is another reason to take away the bones. Even if the people outside come in and don't find the bones, they won't guess that this is the burial place of Mu Bufan, and the matter will be closed. And if the bones are found, but not the results of his research, this group of people, surely, will not rest and will try to find it in every way possible. Although he would not necessarily find Yi Feng in the end, it was never a good thing to be missed and go through the trouble of searching. It's better not to let anyone know. Yi Feng took the skeleton with him and hurriedly left, withdrawing from the original path. At this time, the demonized plant side of the cave, the situation was similar to the previous one, except that the number of people seemed to be a bit larger, and they were the ones who came after them. The people who came after them were also relatively average in strength, unable to defeat the demonized plants, and likewise could only watch. Young master, it's ready, can we start now? The man with the utensils in his hand said to Jiang Mingxian. Start immediately. Jiang Mingxian affirmed. Yes. The man squatted down, the vessel in his hand tilted toward the ground, from which a few black worms wriggled out, just the size of a finger, similar to earthworms, very inconspicuous. The Jiang family has a tradition of raising parasites, which have different functions, including poisonous insects, tracking insects, flying ones, and ground-drilling ones. This black parasite, named sniffing insect, belonged to the category of tracking insects. They have a keen sense of smell, and even odors that are intentionally concealed by means, even if they are very faint, will be detected by them and tracked over a long distance. The man was a compulsion master of the Jiang family, and the vessel in his hand was called a compulsion disc. After some preliminaries, he had already established a connection with the sniffer bugs, and the information that the sniffer bugs probed later would be known to him in real time. Such means are still more arcane. The sniffing insects on the ground, as if they had been instructed by something, immediately burrowed into the ground. If one was able to see through at this point, one would be surprised to see that the sniffer bugs were burrowing their way through the ground at an extremely fast speed. Another thing they are good at, besides having a good sense of smell, is that they are very fast at burrowing. That said, the ones used for tracking targets must be fast to do so. The compulsive man simply sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, feeling the information that the sniffing insects had come into contact with. The sniffer bugs had gone inside the mountain, and those demonized plants, sure enough, hadn't found them. All the way forward, sniffers popped up from time to time to gather information about their surroundings before moving on. By the time you get to a certain lot, the compulsive man frowned. What's wrong? Jiang Mingxian asked. The compounder man still had his eyes closed, parting a trace of his mind. His mouth answered, back to young master. Inside the mountain path, a breath of living people was detected, and judging from the residual concentration of the breath, it should have just passed through not long ago. Then there is another stream. At this point, the compounder man had a puzzled expression and shook his head uncertainly without saying any more. What? Someone's been in there? Jiang Mingxian was shocked. It's also hard to figure out how the hell it got in there. Over here he was early. Everyone couldn't do anything with the demonized plants, and absolutely no one had ever been in there for that matter. Quickly track it. See where the source is. There was no need for Jiang Mingxian to order him. The compounder man knew what to do. This residual aura extended in two separate directions. One end, ironically the entrance, was the direction the man had come from, and the other, the direction the man had traveled to. No matter which end, probe through it. The sniffer bugs that had just been let in numbered more than one, just enough to split the army into two and track it at the same time. Soon, one of the sniffing insects came to a cave, and the sniffer focused on sniffing a certain location. That location was exactly where the bones of the corpse had just been lying. Young master, a cave has been discovered within the mountain, the compounder reported. What's so special? Jiang Mingxian asked. I was just now wondering about the presence of a deadly aura in the mountain path, in addition to a living popularity. And in the cave, somewhere in it, this dead aura was smelled. And that aura of the living has also been here before. You mean? Jiang Mingxian thought about it, and just now, the compassionate master said that part, and ended up wanting to say something. Only at that time, Jiang Mingxuan's entire attention was focused on the point of someone had gone in, so he ignored the other information. Not bad. I seriously doubt that there was originally a corpse here, and now it's been moved. Having said that, the situation is very clear. The people who removed the body are the same people who just went in, and by now, the people have probably left. Why did you remove the body? Can it still be necrophilia? And who's the body? A string of questions erupted in Jiang Mingxuan's mind. In the end, it all pointed to one name, Mubu Fan. Chapter 36, The Power of Blade Intent. Unstoppable. After them, track me now. Jiang Mingxian almost roared out these words. As soon as the words left his mouth, the compounder man immediately replied, I've found the exit and I'm tracking it. The sniffer bug soldiers had split into two earlier, one heading for the cave and the other, just at that moment, tracking the exit. Let's follow, Jiang Mingxian ordered, and the three of them hurriedly went on their way. Led by the compounder man, he first came to the back of the mountain. This is the hole. The compulsive man lifted the thick draping vines to reveal the hole hidden beneath. There would actually be this second entrance, and it's so hidden. How on earth did that person find it? Jiang Mingxian felt unable to understand. If it wasn't for the sniffer bugs, they wouldn't have been able to discover this place anyway. Without stopping here too much, the three of them continued on their way. Yi Feng sighed. After leaving the cave, a place suitable for burying Mu Bufan was found. A pit was dug in the ground and the bones of Mu Bufan were put down, while the soil was reburied. For Mu Bufan, he had spent his life studying demonized plants, and the Green Secret Realm was a place he often visited, because this place was a paradise for plants, and there were also quite a few demonized plants present. There were enough samples for him to study, so as he was dying, he ultimately chose to die in the Green Secret Realm. It would be in keeping with his will to bury him in this secret realm. After the burial, Yi Feng patted the dust on his body and was about to leave. Suddenly, a slight vibration coming from the ground nearby caught Yi Feng's attention. For martial artists, perception was incomparably sensitive, and any wind and grass around them could basically be detected with careful observation. Swish! The long knife in Yi Feng's hand stabbed fiercely and nailed straight to the ground, and then with an upward pick, a black worm that had been broken into two pieces was picked up by Yi Feng. Bugs? The presence of worms in the soil seems to be quite normal, but in that instant just now, Yi Feng always felt like he was being watched by someone. This kind of sixth sense without any reason is between life and death combat, gradually cultivated. Yi Feng has 1,000 life and death combat experience. In this aspect of the perception, is considered to be relatively sharp. The probability of error is also relatively low. What exactly was the reason for this? Yi Feng was not clear, but there was definitely a problem. And this worm, too, might not be ordinary. The thought had just occurred to me when the answer appeared on its own. Behind them, a line of 3 men approached with a clear purpose. Yi Feng recognized these 3 people and had already met them twice before. The first time, it was outside the secret realm, and the second time, it was at the entrance of the cave where the demonized plant existed. Now, it's kind of the third time. Despite not having crossed paths before, both parties have become familiar with each other after several meetings. Yi Feng recognized them, and they likewise recognized Yi Feng, knowing that they had seen such a person before. I didn't realize that you found the second entrance in just a short time. I'm kind of impressed. How on earth did you do that? Jiang Mingxian sized up Yi Feng. His tone was tinged with curiosity, and he also focused on the ground for a few moments, the dirt that had traces of turning. It would be said that Yi Feng only used a short time to find the second entrance because he noticed it when Yi Feng arrived at the demonized plant cave entrance there, and not a moment later, Yi Feng left, and he didn't think much of it, thinking that he was just simply leaving, but he didn't expect that he was heading to the second entrance. Yi Feng didn't answer, but asked back, "You will find me because of this black bug?" What exactly was the other party? Yi Feng was not sure for the moment, but it was definitely not a good person, and Yi Feng was ready to fight at any time. Do you know how much effort and cost it takes to cultivate a sniffer bug? How dare you kill it? Seeing the sniffing insects that had been broken into two, the compounder man's face was cloudy. No wonder one of the sniffing insects, just now, suddenly broke the link with him. So this thing is called a sniffer. Yi Feng murmured softly, and was also certain that it was this thing that had tracked him, allowing the 3 of them to track all the way over. Sure enough, the world is a big place, and tactics like these are still relatively difficult to deal with. Yi Feng had already maximized his caution and went out of his way to take away all the corpses, but he was still found to be tracked by this means. For this, Yi Feng had no defense. How could he have thought that the other party had such tactics? I've found you now for one purpose. Hand over the research results of Mu Bufan. Jiang Mingxian stopped talking nonsense and directly opened the door. I didn't get any research results, Yi Feng said. You think I'll believe it? Jiang Mingxian said in a cold voice. Young master, there's no need to talk to him. I'll kill him and we'll get it ourselves. The burly attendant at his side snapped out a loud cry and killed Yifeng with his sword. Jiang Mingxian didn't block and tried Yifeng's step first. Boom! Yifeng's chi and blood power exploded, and his aura of an early-stage martial general was detected by Jiang Mingxian. TSK, it's only the early stages of a martial arts general. Jiang Mingxian completely put his heart down. Just by having this attendant of his with late-stage martial general strength, it was enough to crush Yifeng. However, as the two of them closed the distance and were about to face each other, Jiang Mingxuan's face changed in shock. Look out! It was seen that Yifeng's long knife carried infinite might and sharpness, and the seemingly ordinary knife contained infinite mysteries. Can't stop it at all. No! The attendant screamed in horror as the long knife wiped through his neck, red lines of blood surfacing. He stiffened, his movements stopped, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Yifeng calmly closed his sword and stood, being able to kill the other party with a single strike. Yifeng was not the slightest bit surprised. With 30% of the blade intent added, if he still could not kill the other party with a single strike, that would be unreasonable. Blade intent. The attack surprisingly carries blade intent, and it's less than 30%. How is it possible? How is this possible? Jiang Mingxian was shocked beyond belief. An early-stage martial general had actually comprehended 30% of the blade intent. His own hallowed early-stage martial king, who was also similarly using a sword, had only managed to comprehend 10% of the sword intent. By what reason could an early-stage martial general comprehend 30% of the blade intent? Humph! Even if you have 30% blade intent, your realm is too low. You still have to die. Jiang Mingxuan's tone was cold. He wasn't wrong about that. The disparity in realms was too great, and the crushing it brought was on all fronts. A martial king's he had much stronger chi and blood than a martial general. The martial skills he performed were of a higher level, more powerful, and he had more combat experience than a martial general. Of course, the piece of being experienced in combat didn't hold true with Yifeng, but the crush of chi and blood was still real. There was no doubt about that. Although there was an advantage in blade intent, with only the early stage of a martial general, it was still weak against a martial king. Die! Jiang Mingxuan's powerful aura of an early-stage martial king was thick and massive, unreservedly released. Chapter 37. You're so fierce? It's a shame about the 3-second man. Yifeng narrowed his eyes as his battle-intent sword in his eyes. Early martial king? Very well. I was looking for a stronger opponent to try out my strength today. Blood Lance Shura. The lance condensed into existence. At this moment, Yifeng's pupils were glowing with a demonic red aura. The black and purple lance was also plated with a blood color. The whole temperament of the person changed suddenly. The last second it was just a normal martial general realm martial artist. The next second it was filled with the aura of blood and death. The killing intent was so strong that it was outrageous. As if the butcher came out of the Shura. The kind of indifference that came to the face. As if it was as cold as a cold winter. Cold to the bone. Soul Master. You're actually still a Soul Master. Jiang Mingxian was shocked. He, who had seen a lot of things, instantly recognized that the ability Yifeng was exercising at the moment was that of a Soul Master. Between the floating thoughts, the long spear turned into a bloody stream of light and had already killed in front of him. Without being able to think about it, Jiang Mingxian held his sword to fend it off, and even used his sword intent to enhance it. Boo! The huge force came from the tiger's mouth, which was numbed by the shock. Bam! Jiang Mingxian retreated several steps. That wasn't all. Even though the attack was blocked, there was actually an invisible penetrating force that ignored the weapon's block and directly blasted his chest. Jiang Mingxuan's face turned white as a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his face frozen to the extreme. A Soul Master's attack is truly treacherous and unpredictable. Fighting hard against the moves, he actually fell behind. It can't go on like this. He turned his gaze, aiming at Yifeng. Swish! The body technique was executed, and the martial king's speed was incredibly fast as he hurriedly approached Yifeng. It was difficult to cope with the attacks of a Soul Master, so just slaughter the Soul Master and it would all be over. His thoughts were wonderful, but unfortunately, he had underestimated the flying speed of Yifeng's lance. The long spear, under Yifeng's control, caught up with him almost in the blink of an eye. Feeling the sense of crisis that was like an on his back, Jiang Mingxian had to stop and deal with it. The two sides went against each other, each strike going all out, and the ripples of chi energy from the collision pushed down several giant trees around them. And once the attack was positively affected, it even exploded the entire giant tree, turning it into wood shavings that splattered, and the scene was once filled with flying sand and stones. So strong. The compounder man was viciously shocked by the scene in front of him. Jiang Mingxian was the son of his Jiang family's family head, and had grown up with outstanding natural talent and extremely high martial arts qualifications. And at a young age, he had cultivated to martial king. Ever since I was a child, I have been through many battles and never lost a battle. Yet it was such a genius who was being pressed and fell into a corner today. Could it be that the only way to use that bottom card? Jiang Mingxian had already tried his best, but he still couldn't be defeated. And if he continued like this, he would definitely die. But that bottom card, the side effects were too great. Once used, it would have an impact on his martial arts foundation, and subsequently, he would even fall into a prolonged period of weakness, requiring a long period of recuperation. Whatever, I'm losing my life. I don't care about the future. Jiang Mingxian put his heart on the line and took out a red elixir, immediately swallowing it in his stomach. Boom! The majestic and furious energy instantly exploded within his body, almost failing to burst him. Jiang Mingxian was like a wild beast with a fierce face, letting out a hiss. The muscles of the body bulged and the meridians were gnarled. One after another exploded as if it were a water hose, and some of them even exploded to the point of breaking open, and the blood soared wildly. His aura had actually skyrocketed to the peak of Martial King in a short moment. What kind of elixir is that? So fierce? Yi Feng was surprised. Phew! The lance shot over sharply. This time, however, it was cut off by Jiang Mingxian. The moment it was cut off, the Demon Breaker lance disintegrated into energy before regrouping and forming the lance. Yi Feng beckoned the Demon Breaking gun over and looked at Jiang Mingxian with a grave expression on his face. Although Soul Soldiers were not afraid of being broken, for Soul Masters, the soul power was attached to the Soul Soldier, and every time it was destroyed, it would cause some damage to the Soul Master. For example, at this moment, Yi Feng's head buzzed and jerked fiercely, transmitting intense pain. Luckily, the injuries weren't too serious and he recovered quickly. Ho ho ho, do you still think you'll be my opponent? You're the one who forced me to use this last resort, and next, you'll be waiting to bear my wrath. I'll let you know what it means to be worse than dead. Boom! Jiang Mingxuan's feet powered up with a terrifying force, stomping out a huge crater in the ground. His entire person, like a discharged cannonball, rushed towards Yi Feng with unimaginable speed. So fast, Yi Feng's eyes snapped open. With this speed, with this strength, one would not be a match. Can't fight, can't escape. What to do? Between the flashes of thoughts, Jiang Mingxuan's hideous face had appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Die! The long sword carried supreme might and chopped down at Yi Feng. Boom! After a slash, dust and wood shavings flew. The several huge trees that were located behind Yi Feng that were hugging each other were all split in two with neat and smooth cuts. The confident look on Jiang Mingxuan's face suddenly solidified. Snapping his head up, high in the sky, Yi Feng stepped on the demon-breaking gun and looked down on him. Just now, in the nick of time, Yi Feng suddenly thought that he could make the demon-breaking gun fly and then carry himself. Sure enough, it was possible. Dodging Jiang Mingxuan's attack, although the martial king was powerful, he couldn't fly. Boom! Jiang Mingxian bent his legs and leapt violently. The ground once again sunk out of a large pit, and the powerful force caused him to jump dozens of meters high. However, there was still a long distance away from Yi Feng, and he had no choice but to fall back down, thinking of using the tops of the nearby trees as a jumping point, but Yi Feng had already taken it into consideration, so he was flying very high at this time. You get down here. Jiang Mingxian gritted his teeth. Yi Feng pulled out his ears and leisurely looked at him, smiling and not saying anything. After a while, Yi Feng looked like he had eyes behind his back and turned back to slash. A few brightly colored ghostly sword wasps that used that sharp tail stinger and ruthlessly stabbed at them were then chopped up and dropped by Yi Feng. There was a compounder present on the opposite side, and Yi Feng had prevented it long ago. The compounder man, below, gave a dark cry of pity. Count your life as strong. I'll let you off today. Next time I run into you, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Mingxian put down such a sentence, and took the compounder man with him, hastily about to withdraw. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Heads up, grass. Sure enough, Yi Feng followed him at high altitude. Wherever he went, Yi Feng followed. Don't be ungrateful and give me a face. If you piss me off, I won't leave. Let's see if you can stay high up in the sky all the time. As far as I know, the soul power of a soul master will weaken with consumption, and when your soul power is weak and you can't keep staying aloft, that's when you'll die. Jiang Mingxuan's tone was fierce and threatening. Tell you what, let's compare. Will you weaken faster or will I weaken faster? Yi Feng said with a smirk. Means that could instantly elevate a realm basically had side effects, and the more they elevated, the greater the side effects. Don't look at him so fierce now, but he's really just a 3-second man, and he's going to be weak soon. It is for this reason that they run in the dust. It was the fear of being completely outmatched after being weakened that made it necessary to run now. When Yi Feng's words came out, Jiang Mingxuan's color was unnatural, and he stammered and retorted, what am I weak for? It's not like I'm. Before he could even finish his words, a feeling of weakness struck him, and it was as if his entire body had been drained of its strength. Jiang Mingxuan's face was pale, his body shook, and he didn't even have the strength to stand. He directly sat down. Hurry, take me and run. Jiang Mingxian became anxious and urged the compounder man beside him. Without waiting for any action, Yi Feng had already landed. No, you can't kill me. I am the young master of the Jiang family, and my Jiang family is a top-tier family. There are so many powerful people. If you kill me, they will never let you go. For the first time, Jiang Mingxian felt that death was so close to him. As early as when he discovered the burial site of Mu Bufan, he had already notified the family for reinforcements, and now he only hoped that the family experts would be able to arrive in time. Say it like you'll let me go if I don't kill you. Yi Feng laughed coldly, and his hand rose and fell. Jiang Mingxian, a term martial king, a famous martial arts genius, was then chopped under Yi Feng's blade. The nearby compatriots, too scared to move. He was good at raising parasites, but the parasites couldn't do anything to Yi Feng. As for martial arts strength, he was only in the martial master realm, and was not Yi Feng's opponent at all. Apart from waiting to die, he was as good as dead. Yi Feng didn't kill him right away, and with his knife on his neck, he said in a cold voice, "The next question I ask, you'd better answer honestly." Please ask. As long as I know, I will give an honest account," the compounder said with trepidation. The other side, the presence of demonized plants that cave. A group of several men, coming in a hurry. The person in the lead had an incomparably strong aura, and when facing him, it was as if a lofty mountain pressed against his face, making it difficult for people to breathe. No matter who was present, no matter how arrogant they usually were, they were all dogs with their tails between their legs, not daring to look at this person. This person was, in fact, a strong martial zoner. Chapter 38, Mu Bufan's Research Diary. The Woods. Yi Feng was pondering. He had just given the compounder man a round of interrogation and asked for a lot of information about the Jiang family. For example, there were Jiang family experts who had already arrived, or perhaps had already arrived, and were led by a strong martial zoner. Stronger experts still existed in the Jiang family, such as the martial zone realm. Such a family was completely not something that the current Yi Feng could fight against. Also asked about the compulsion. How long does it take for the odor I left behind to be too long for the sniffing insects to be able to smell it? Yi Feng inquired. At least a day or more, the compulsive man replied. Then if I fly away, can I still be tracked? Yi Feng asked again. How can you fly? Said the compounder man subconsciously. Having the ability to fly, it would have to be a martial emperor or above. That kind of terrifying existence. It was only just after the words came out of his mouth that he remembered. Hadn't Yi Feng flown just now? Though that wasn't really flying. It was done with the help of a soul soldier. This odor can also stay in the air for a short time, and will soon be dispersed by air currents, and after that it will be impossible to trace. Getting this affirmative answer, Yi Feng was finally relieved. Otherwise, being chased and bitten by the Jiang family would be a bit overwhelming. I've said everything I need to say, please spare me. The compounder man begged for mercy. Spare you? Yi Feng sneered. The blade flashed and blood soared. The compulsive man's eyes widened as he covered his neck and slowly collapsed. As an enemy, how can you be spared? Yi Feng searched all the useful things on the several people. If it was just now, to play it safe, Yi Feng probably wouldn't have done this. But now, knowing that odors are in the air and difficult to stay for long, it would be okay to take things away. If things would be tracked, then Yi Feng himself, likewise, would be tracked. Yi Feng once again stepped on the demon breaker gun with his feet and flew up high, leaving this place. After all these things, it made Yi Feng feel more and more that the great benefits of a soul master. Demonized plant cave side. A few blood-mouthed cannibal flowers had been killed by the Jiang family's team of experts. All of them. Unfortunately, this variety of demonized plants didn't have much value, and they didn't even bother to collect the corpses. Instead, I focused on checking to see if there were any seedlings, or seeds nearby, which would be precious. But unfortunately, again, there were none. Third Elder. When young Master Ming Xian contacted me, he said this was the location here, but he can't be found or contacted anywhere nearby. One of the Jiang family members said to the leading martial zone powerhouse. This strong martial zoner, named Jiang He, was the third elder of the Jiang family and Jiang Mingxuan's uncle. Go into the cave first. Led by Jiang He, the group walked in towards the cave. Eventually, it also came to the cave. What about the promised burial site of Mufan? How it's empty? Nothing. Jiang He's brows locked as he ordered. Release the sniffing insects and scout for me. A Jiang clan compassionist stepped out and released a pre-prepared sniffing insect. Something was soon gained and the lingering scent was found. Tracked all the way outside. Third Elder, there is another exit, also found outside. The scent of young Master Ming Xian as well as the two people accompanying him, all going in the same direction, the compounder reported. After them, the Jiang family and their group tracked them all the way. After a while, a few corpses ahead of him came into view. Young master, who in the world did this? How dare you kill my good nephew? If you dare to kill my Jiang family, I will definitely not let him go. Keep tracking for me. We must find this murderer. I'll eat him alive and kill him by 1,000 cuts. Jiang He's eyes were glazed over, and his eyes were so red that they were almost ready to spit out fire. Don't hurry up and track, Jiang He yelled at the compounder. Third elder, there's no way to track it. The murderer's aura has disappeared, the compounder said bitterly. Disappear? How did it disappear? Jiang He asked. I don't know. It broke off when we got here. I suspect that the other party may have flown away, so the scent didn't stay for long. The compounder makes a guess. Impossible. A martial artist who can fly is at least a martial emperor. What is a martial emperor powerhouse doing here in the green mysterious realm? Jiang He didn't believe it a million times. Besides, it was impossible for Jiang Mingxian to offend such a powerful person. Wait, could flying be a soul master? Jiang He suddenly thought of this possibility. Soul masters with a certain level of strength and soul power strong enough can take themselves up in flight as well with the help of a soul soldier in flight. This is something that Jiang He is aware of, and is one of the major difficulties of soul masters. But these fatal wounds, again, look like they were inflicted by a martial artist. Both a martial artist and a soul master? Jiang He only felt that his brain was in chaos. Record the murderer's scent characteristics for me, Jiang He instructed. Yes, the compounder responded. Quickly, all follow me back to the teleportation point. Let's block outside the secret realm. He thought that the murderer might not be out of the secret realm yet. Just get out ahead of the killer and wait outside, lining up people who went out of the secret area. When it appears that the breath characteristics are the same, there's no doubt that it's the murderer. What they didn't know was that Yifeng had already arrived at the teleportation point. A suction force, acting on Yifeng, gradually strengthened. At this time, the teleportation can be aborted if you move away from here. Yifeng allowed the suction to intensify, and at a certain critical point, he was sucked away and disappeared in the middle of the secret realm. After another teleportation process, Yifeng was teleported outside. There's not much out there at the moment. Yifeng still stood on top of the demon-breaking gun and flew towards the distance, disappearing into the distance. When the odor in the air all but disappeared cleanly, it was only when Jiang He and his group came out of the secret realm. Third elder, there's no sign of the murderers sent out here for now, the compounder reported. Good, let's wait outside here, Jiang He said. Yifeng flew for some distance and felt that he just couldn't hold on any longer. With a splitting headache due to the overexertion of his soul power, he flew shakily and nearly fell from a high altitude. Had to come down immediately and return to the ground. It was dozens of miles away from the entrance to the green secret realm, so Yifeng could rest at ease for a while. When the state recovers a bit, then set off back to the academy. Yifeng found a large tree and sat down with his back against it. Taking advantage of the rest period, he flipped through Mubu Fan's research diary and read it, focusing on the rue mulberry vine-related ones. After 1302 experiments, finally found the program to catalyze the germination of the seeds of the rue mulberry vine. You need to use wood marrow crystals, the birth source soil, and other 5 kinds of materials. Stir to make a nursery soil, bury the seeds in it, and then irrigate a certain amount of foreign beast blood at certain intervals. Inside, it's written in great detail. There is not only a seed nurturing program, but also a subsequent growth program. Each of these options was researched hundreds of times before it was discovered by fluke. Seeing this, Yifeng admired from the bottom of his heart. This Mu Bufan is really extraordinary. Unfortunately, he was eventually poisoned and died. Otherwise he would have accomplished much more. Regarding the information about the rue mulberry vine, Yifeng looked at it more carefully. For the other kinds, it is not too late to give them a cursory glance for the time being, and then look at them in detail if you need to use them in the future. When turning to the last page of the book, the handwriting was changed from black pen and ink to red. Nope, it's not red ink, it's blood. These words, they're written in blood. Chapter 39, God-Eating Moss. Red Treasure Chest. Hate, I, Mu Bufan, hate that I can't eat the flesh of the Jiang family. Drink the blood of the Jiang family. The text opens with a wave of intense hatred, spanning 20 years, coming at him head-on. This Jiang family in the article, is it the same Jiang family as the one he just offended? Yifeng continued to look down. The Jiang family, in order to get my research results, intercepted me several times. Luckily, I have a number of demonized plants, and I was able to escape several times and kill a number of their experts, including a martial king and even a martial zone. Unnecessarily, I was single and weak. I could not defeat them after all, and spelled the death of many powerful demonized plants, as well as being assassinated by their highly poisonous parasites. It was hard to escape death. I don't dare to be sure that my research results will end up in the hands of whoever. Anyway, don't be the group of the Jiang family is good. However, my god-devouring moss seedling, was taken away by them. I only hope they didn't find a cultivation program. Otherwise, with the wolfish ambition of the Jung family, letting the god-devouring moss grow up will be a disaster for this world. This is the end of Bloodletter. It was possible to feel from it Mubu fans' unwillingness, hatred, and helplessness. The text mentions highly poisonous parasites, and Jiang Mingxuan's Jiang family, which also has a tradition of raising parasites, is presumably the same Jiang family. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. What made Yifeng care the most was the god-devouring moss mentioned in it. Yifeng immediately flipped back to the previous page of the book, and there was the introduction of the god-devouring moss, which was also one of the last researches of Mubu fan. God-devouring moss is a moss plant that can continuously reproduce and grow, expand, with a strong poison. Rumor has it that when it grows to its limit, the god-devouring moss that spreads across the sky is like waves. Where it passes through, there is nothing but death, and it can even devour the gods, thus earning it this name. The god-devouring moss was the highest grade of the demonized plants that Mu Bufan had obtained in his life. Unfortunately, before it was allowed to grow, it suffered an untimely death, and the god-devouring moss seedling was even taken away by the Jiang family. It was no wonder that the Jiang family had gone to great lengths to find the burial site of Mu Bufan, with the aim of finding a cultivation program to breed the god-devouring moss. From the research diary, Mu Bufan had researched on the god-eating moss, and it was good that these researches did not fall into the hands of the Jiang family. 20 years had passed, and I hadn't heard that the Jiang family had made any big deal about the god-devouring moss. Shouldn't it have been cultivated? If the god-devouring moss seedling was still in the hands of the Jiang family and was still alive, Yifeng must find a way to get the god-devouring moss into his hands. Almost having rested enough, Yifeng was ready to return. Suddenly at this point, the long-lost treasure chest clue popped up once more. Treasure chest clue, Jiang family residence. A red treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Red treasure chest? Yifeng's breath stuttered. That's a 6th level treasure chest. The ground duly appeared, a line of red arrows going in a certain direction. It seems that the Jiang family and I will have to face each other. Whether it was to form a grudge just now, or to get the god-devouring moss, or to open the red treasure chest, in the end, it was inevitable that they would clash with the Jiang family. However, the Jiang family was too powerful, so exactly how to open this treasure chest had to be planned. Go back first. After a period of rushing, Yifeng returned to the provincial capital. Find the Ankang pharmacy and give them the 10 clear wind herbs. Yifeng's mission was then considered complete. The other herbs that were obtained were also sold to the pharmacy, and sold for a total of $300,000. For ordinary people, $300,000 was considered a huge sum of money, while for martial artists, it could only be considered not bad. In addition, the things obtained from the Jiang family, several people also looked for the black market to peddle and sold for a total of $6 million. The most precious of them was Jiang Mingxuan's battle knife, which was graded at level 4, and this knife alone was sold for $5 million. Yifeng also used a knife, and could have used it himself, but thinking that it was Jiang Mingxuan's weapon, it was easy to be recognized, so it was better to sell it. With this money, you can buy a new one. Yifeng was at a large equipment mall, and after some selection, he finally spent $6 million and bought a brand new one. This blade, which was made from the bones of a king-level exotic beast, had a very hard texture and a beautiful shape. Such a grade 4 battle sword was enough to be used up to the martial king realm, making money fast and spending money even faster. Yifeng lamented, it's really not something that the average person can afford to buy just one weapon, which can easily run into millions of dollars. In the case of more advanced weapons, the price is even more astronomical. As he neared the Dragon Academy, Yifeng received a prompt that the quest was completed and the credits had arrived. Finally, 10,000 credits full. Yifeng walked into the academy and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Now Yifeng, but a big celebrity. Before the instantaneous hundreds of punches, Zhao Xiang dry unconscious, and now not yet awake, but also heard incontinence. How to a miserable word. The video of the sparring match had long been spread across the campus network forums, and almost all the students and faculty had seen it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yifeng walked into the Hall of Ascension. This area is used for applications, to promote cadet ranks. Inside sits a tutor with glasses who reviews applications. Tutor, I want to apply for promotion to senior cadet. Yifeng explained his intentions. Advanced cadet? That's 10,000 credits, so come back and apply when you've saved up enough. The auditing tutor said subconsciously. Yifeng had been hot recently, and he happened to recognize it, and in just a few days, thought that Yifeng couldn't possibly save up 10,000 credits. I have 10,000 credits right now, Yifeng said. What? The vetting tutor was surprised and immediately made inquiries. Sure enough, 10,000 credits, no more. no less. After freezing for several seconds, he looked deeply at Yifeng. Alright, I'll promote you to the cadet rank this time. The operation is also simple. Modify the school information, the item about Yifeng's identity, the item about the junior cadet, to become a senior cadet. The enrollment period is June 20th and today is June 30th. In only 10 days, he was promoted from beginner to senior, walking the path that others needed at least a year. One of the fastest promoted students in years. Wait for Yifeng to leave. Many students outside poured in. What's the situation? There are so many of you. You can't all be applying for promotion, can you? The vetting instructor was shocked at how it all piled up in one piece. No, we are curious. Just now Yifeng came in. Did he apply for promotion to senior cadet? When they saw Yifeng come in and quickly leave again, they already had a guess in their hearts and found it unbelievable, so they came in to confirm. Yes, the auditing instructor nodded. The information has also been updated now, so you can check for yourselves. Students' grade information, which is not private and can be displayed publicly, is accessible. They immediately went online. Yifeng, senior cadet. Really senior cadets. The students present were all astonished. Many of them didn't even have 1 credit, but Yifeng had saved up 10,000 and was promoted to senior student. People will die, and goods will be thrown away. After Yifeng left the Hall of Ascension, heading towards Su Kanyi's side, now that the senior cadet was up, he could go and report to her and become her student. The blue arrow on the floor extended all the way to the advanced cadet teaching area. Chapter 40. Follow the blue arrow and move forward. When Yifeng arrived at the advanced student teaching area, he did not see Su Kanyi's figure. The blue arrow did not stop and continued forward. Yifeng continued to follow up. In the end, it even extended beyond the schoolhouse, and there was no end in sight. Su Kanyi is not in school? Are you Yifeng's student? A female senior tutor, seeing Yifeng, spoke out to inquire. On that day of the ring battle, she was also one of the tutors who watched the battle, and she was more impressed with Yifeng. Yes, mentor, Yifeng replied. Look like you're up to something? She inquired. I came over to look for instructor Su Kanyi, only she doesn't seem to be here? Yifeng inquired. She went out 2 days ago and is expected back soon. She was still on good terms with Su Kanyi and knew that there was such a thing. After saying that, he asked in passing, "You're coming to her now? Could it be that you're already a senior cadet?" Yes. Yifeng nodded. Receiving Yifeng's affirmative reply, the female tutor looked at Yifeng for a few moments in surprise. After many years of teaching at the Dragon Totem Academy, it was still the first time I had encountered such a talented student. If it wasn't for his good relationship with Su Kanyi, he would be starting to dig in right now. Since he was not in school, Yifeng had to wait first. Taking advantage of this time, Yifeng prepared to collect materials and cultivate the rue mulberry vine seeds. To make nursery soil, you need a total of 5 ingredients. Wood marrow crystals, raw source earth, slightly. One of them, like the birthright clay, and the other 3, can be bought on the market. Even in the academy, using credits, one could exchange various materials, among which were these 4. Credits were not too cost-effective for Yifeng to exchange for secret books. If the secret books that were redeemed could be sold outside, then they could still be exchanged for money. But unfortunately it didn't work. It was against the rules to do so, and could only be used for one's own cultivation. Yifeng has always had a treasure chest to open, always open to the Gongfa martial arts, and directly is the perfect sense, much faster than cultivation, so there is no need. Exchange secret books personally cultivate, then it is used for redemption. And the 4 materials that can be exchanged for materials that would otherwise cost money to buy are all very expensive and cost a lot of money. According to the ratio given by Mu Bufan, how much of each of the materials was needed, the proportion at exchange was sufficient. All of these materials were relatively rare and expensive to exchange, costing a total of 3,000 credits. Cadet grades look at the total amount of credits recorded, and are not downgraded, whether they are spent or not. After exchanging the 4 materials, the remaining 2 things were still missing, requiring the material wood marrow crystal, as well as the blood of the foreign beasts used to irrigate the seeds. Fey blood can be obtained by going out and hunting on your own. It was mainly wood marrow crystals, which were more difficult to obtain. There is no stock on the market at the moment, and you can't redeem it at school, so you have to go out and look for it yourself. Yifeng inquired about the information about wood marrow crystals and eventually learned that there was a chance to obtain this item in the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest, with its high popularity, Yifeng knew without checking. It was covered in mist all year round, and when you entered it, it was very easy to get lost, so you needed to be on your toes lest you get lost in there. Yifeng was going to wait for Su Kanyi to come back, check in with her and become her student, and by the way, see if there was any chance to open the blue treasure chest on her. After that, set off again and head to the misty forest in search of the wood marrow crystals. 3 days passed while waiting. During these 3 days, Yifeng not only flipped through Mubu Fan's diary to understand more about demonized plants, but also flipped through another book, Composting in Detail. This was retrieved from the Zhang family's man who was a composter, which recorded a lot of knowledge about compulsion raising, and after flipping through it, it allowed Yifeng to have a better understanding of compulsion raising. It would be beneficial to know more about it, and it might be able to be used in the future against the Zhang family. Su Kanyi hasn't come back yet. The blue arrow pointing to Su Chanyi changed frequently over the course of a few days, though the general direction did not change. It's like moving back and forth in the same area? Yifeng felt puzzled and also once again looked for the female tutor from before to inquire about the situation, but the reply she got was that she unexpectedly couldn't contact Su Kanyi. Did something happen? Yifeng frowned. Just then, the blue arrow on the ground, once again, shifted by some margin. It's good that it's moving. At least it means that the person should be alive, presumably delayed by something. Yifeng did not intend to continue waiting. Hit the road first and head for the misty forest. Rather coincidentally, the blue arrow pointed in the direction of the misty forest. With a bit of luck, one might run into Su Kanyi on her way back on the way forward. In the meantime, somewhere in the middle of a dense forest, ancient trees were in the sky, and the air was filled with white fog, so the vision was not clear, seriously affecting one's senses. Every step you take here, you have to be careful, not only to recognize the direction, but also to be careful of snakes, insects, rats and ants, as well as some highly poisonous plants. A woman with a powerful body and a stunningly beautiful face was located in the middle of this dense forest. If Yifeng was here at this time, he would definitely recognize the woman. Wasn't it Su Kanyi? At this moment, Su Kanyi's state was a bit off. Her cheeks were hot and flushed. I don't know if it was because she had just run her gongfu or for some other reason. Her pretty willow brows furrowed with indignation in her concentration, and she turned her head to look in a certain direction. Rising again, he quickly left the spot. After rushing, Yifeng arrived at the edge of the misty forest. At a glance, the boundless forest was shrouded in a thick white fog, making it impossible to see inside. It's like this all year round, no one knows why, and it's also a bit magical, and it's considered a well-known dangerous place. Dangerous ground, contains danger, adventure, both, all the way over. He didn't run into Su Kanyi. Yifeng looked at the ground. The blue arrow, still located on the ground, extended all the way inside the misty forest. It wasn't certain from this that Su Kanyi was also in the misty forest. Perhaps it was farther away. It just happened to be in this direction. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng took a step and walked into the misty forest, and his entire body was enveloped in white mist. These white mists, they actually affect perception. To a certain extent, when a martial artist observes their surroundings, they don't just rely on their eyes, all the other bodily senses, too, are involved. Things like ears, noses, and even air convection, which gives the skin a tactile sensation, are all means by which a martial artist observes the world. This means, then, is called perception. It was thought that the white fog was affecting vision and that was what made it easy to get lost. It was only after being there that I realized that a whole set of perceptions were affected. For example, the sounds coming from the surroundings make it difficult to recognize the exact location under the influence of the white fog. This blue arrow, rather, has become my guide mark. Yifeng realized that no matter how the white fog affected perception, just brainlessly following the blue arrow anyway would ensure that he wouldn't circle in place. Toward the blue arrow. Forward. Chapter 41, A Chance Encounter in the Forest. Misty fog shrouded this dense forest. Yifeng walked inside. From time to time, there were strange sounds coming from the surroundings, not knowing what they were coming from, and also making it difficult to recognize from which direction exactly they were coming from. Yifeng concentrated even more, paying attention to all the changes in the environment. In case of any unexpected changes, you can respond in time. No sooner had the thought arisen than the situation came to a head. Swish! A poisonous snake from the nearby canopy catapulted up, opened its mouth and bit at Yifeng. Yifeng instinctively drew his sword and chopped, and the light of the sword drew a beautiful arc. The viper was then chopped into two by Yifeng, falling to the ground and still twisting and struggling, and after a while it gradually did not move. Situations like this one are fairly common here. It's not just here, but any place where there are a lot of snakes, insects, rats and ants, and people are moving around in them. There is a possibility that they will be attacked suddenly. Lurking and camouflaging, then storming out to attack, are the usual tricks of such creatures. Yifeng followed the blue arrow and continued to advance while searching for the wood marrow crystal. The method is also simple. You just need to pay attention to where the trees are more huge and attract creatures that move around the neighborhood. Then you may find wood marrow crystals. Because, here in the misty forest, there is a kind of wood pith tree. When it grows to a certain number of years, within the trunk of the tree, a kind of liquid will be produced. As time passes, the liquid condenses into a solid, which is the wood marrow crystal. Some creatures like the smell of wood marrow crystals, and where there are wood marrow crystals present, there may be creatures wandering around. I don't know how long I've been walking, but there was a sudden movement ahead. Yifeng slowed down his steps and slowly approached the past with the help of some grasses and bushes as a cover to hide his figure. Eventually, it stopped at a certain location. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves, Yifeng saw that not far ahead, there was a huge wood marrow tree. It's not, I'm afraid, at least 300 years old. Judging from the thickness, this huge wood marrow tree should be more than 300 years old. Those of 100 years vintage will be in a position to produce wood marrow crystals, and those of 300 years vintage will produce wood marrow crystals that will be of better quality. According to Mu Bufan, using a higher vintage of wood marrow crystals with more nutrients would allow the rue mulberry vine to germinate and grow faster. This is the one. But, knock knock, on the trunk of the giant tree, there was a group of sawtooth woodpeckers, which were very large, with beaks more than a meter long, and they pecked at the tree trunk for a while, sending out thump 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 thump. They were also a kind of foreign beast, and their strengths were almost all at the sure level, which was equivalent to a martial artist's martial master level. For Yifeng, it was not a threat at all. Yifeng immediately showed up and killed. Alarmed by the commotion, the sawtooth woodpeckers took off on wings and went high above, circling back and forth, observing the situation below. He saw a human, who actually came to the trunk of the tree, reached out to the hole in the tree and quickly pulled out a piece of wood marrow crystal. Those tree holes, they weren't naturally formed, but they were painstakingly punched out for the purpose of the wood marrow crystals inside. But now, it's all cheap for this human. Can this be tolerated? Definitely can't stand it. With a huff, dozens of sawtooth woodpeckers, they swooped sharply from the air. The sharp beak with jagged teeth was like a sharp sword, and under the swooping effect of gravitational acceleration, it carried the momentum of breaking through the air and stabbed at Yifeng. I didn't even bother to pay attention to you guys, but you guys even took the initiative to find me. Humph, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Congeal. The demon-breaking gun condensed in the void. Shoo shoo shoo. Bursting into the air several times faster than a sawtooth woodpecker, it weaved back and forth. Dozens of woodpeckers, like kites with broken strings, fell helplessly from the air. Boom 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 boom. The bird corpse smashed to the ground. The vital parts of the body. There is a hole, blood flowing, twitching. After a while there is no movement. Yifeng continued to dig for wood marrow crystals. This group of woodpeckers, on the contrary, helped, and where they pecked, there were basically wood marrow crystals inside. Soon, Yifeng dug away all that he could, and the quantity was completely sufficient. Waiting for this tree, the next time it formed a wood marrow crystal, it was estimated that it would take a long time afterward. This time, he came out to search for the wood marrow crystal. Now that it had been found, it was supposed to go back, but Yifeng was also a bit curious about where Sukani was now. With the thought, Yifeng advanced a little further. A phenomenon has also been noticed that the blue arrows move more. Compared to before, the distance between the two sides, it can be concluded, is short enough. When the distance was far, even if Sukani moved, this end of Yifeng, the change in the angle of the arrow, was relatively small. Now that it's closer, the magnitude of the change is more pronounced when she moves casually. What a guy! Suddenly there was a movement nearby. Yifeng's whole body tensed up. The battle knife in his hand crossed in front of his body. His soul power was running, making preparations to use the demon-breaking gun at any time. Swish! A fiery red figure, from the direction of the nearby dense grass, quickly rushed out. Suchani? Seeing the other party's face, Yifeng recognized that this person was no one else but Sukani. The moment Sukani saw Yifeng, she was also startled, and a long knife with a blazing aura, aimed at Yifeng and slashed over. After seeing that it was Yifeng, she quickly withdrew her hand. The body, however, did not collect in time and collided with Yifeng. A wonderful touch spread throughout Yifeng's body. Yifeng, why are you here? Sukani gasped for breath and hurriedly retreated a few steps back. With her cheeks flushed, she looked like a peach ripe for picking, giving people the urge to take a bite. As a matter of fact, with her hallowed martial king, even if she ran continuously for most of the day, she wouldn't gasp like this. What the hell was that for? And looking at her, she was also a bit of a mess. Some parts of her clothes, and even her close-fitting fiery red battle armor, had been cut through a few slits, revealing the snowy skin inside. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not. Yifeng always felt that Su Canny, at this moment, was in a somewhat wrong state, especially staring at yourself. How do you feel? Weird? Doubtful as he was, Yifeng still immediately returned. I came over here to look for some materials, and I didn't expect to meet up here, Yifeng said half-heartedly. Just now, he had been following the arrows, and it was actually expected that he would run into Su Canny. Su Canny nodded and was about to say something else when she suddenly thought of something and her expression tensed up. This is no time for chit-chat. Come with me. After saying that, no matter what, as soon as he grabbed Yifeng's arm, he began to run away at a fast pace. Seems to be worried that Yifeng can't keep up with her. A little hesitation, a clench of teeth, actually an arm around Yifeng, half dragging and half dragging running. Putting aside the accident of the collision just now, this is still the first time that Yifeng has zero distance contact with a woman, especially a woman with a hot body and beautiful looks. Feeling the delicate touch of his body, Yifeng's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Chapter 42 Weird Black-Robed Man. As for Su Canny, the reaction was even greater than Yifeng. The roots of her ears, which were already red, swished even redder, and it was also obvious that her body temperature had risen quite a bit. This damn toxin, Su Canny secretly cursed. If it wasn't for the toxin in her body, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It was only after running the gong method more attentively and suppressing certain thoughts that he gradually returned to normal. The two ran through the dense forest, hurrying forward. Looking at Su Canny who was close by, Yifeng had a bright idea. Such a great opportunity. Why don't you try it again? Yifeng squinted his gaze at Su Canny's abdomen. The blue treasure chest was right in front of him. Moving along with Su Canny. Really do not mean to eat your tofu. Who let this blue treasure chest, how to grow on you? I had to find a way to open it. Before doing so, Yifeng chanted in his heart. The main thing was that the level of this treasure chest wasn't low. It had reached the blue color, so it could definitely open something good. If it's a low grade, like white or yellow, it doesn't matter if it's on or off. Blue treasure chests, for sure. Thinking of this, Yifeng, intentionally or unintentionally, reached out and touched it. The moment her hand touched her abdomen, Su Canny's body, as if she had been electrocuted, very obviously trembled. A certain thought, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, burst forth so violently that it was nearly uncontrollable. What are you doing? Su Canny growled, a small woman's sultriness in her eyes. God knows she had gone through a lot of trouble to suppress the toxins in her body, and this guy came and messed up, almost making her lose control. Nope, just had a bug and tried to swat it away. Yifeng used a lame excuse. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. This method really can't open the treasure chest. There's a bug? Why didn't I notice? Su Canny's eyes were suspicious as she looked Yifeng up and down. Your attention wasn't there. You definitely didn't notice, Yifeng said in a serious manner. Su Canny nodded her head, thinking that it made sense. She really didn't have the extra attention to spread out to focus on too many things. Well, get your ass out of here. The two ran and stopped. Su Canny started to drive Yifeng away. As he spoke, his eyes weren't even on Yifeng, but instead he was paying attention to the surrounding movements. It seemed to be worried about some kind of danger. What about you? Yifeng inquired, feeling that Su Canny was definitely up to something. She paused. I can't go yet. Why? Yifeng was even more puzzled. Looking at her, it was clear that she was hiding from something. Haven't been back in a couple days, so I guess it's just been a whirlwind. Yifeng didn't think that it was Su Canny who couldn't walk out. A misty forest was just a misty forest. It wasn't hard to defeat her. What should be true is that she doesn't want to go out on her own. What is it, exactly, that makes her not want to leave here? It clearly looks like he's hiding from something, but he doesn't want to get out of here and would rather be chased all the time. This approach is contradictory to anyone who looks at it. Don't ask, just go. If you don't, you're going to get dragged down with me. As soon as the words fell, Su Canny's face changed and she cursed. He's here again. Run first and wait. Su Canny once again wrapped her arms around Yifeng and started a new round of running away, as the two figures disappeared into the forest mists. Instead, a silhouette appeared at the original location. This silhouette, covered in black robes, makes it impossible to see the specific face. Hey, you run, I chase. It's so erotic. I'm so excited. The black-robed man's voice was dry, as if rusty gears had gotten into the sand, harsh and unpleasant. He stuck out his tongue, his harumph flowing, taking in the scent of the air. How come there's an extra youngster? A guy. More excited. After saying that, he chased after the two in the direction they had left. Despite not being able to catch up for the time being, he seemed to be enjoying, too, this pursuit of his prey. The two of them, Su Canny and Yifeng, stopped at a certain place, observed the surroundings. This side should be safe for now. Just remember to change places after a while. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yifeng, told you to leave quickly. You didn't listen. Now it's late. You can't leave even if you want to. There was something else about that little expression when she blamed someone. How would I know what's going on with you? Yifeng spread his hands with an innocent face. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Su Canyi sighed and organized his words to explain. A couple days ago, I would have been out, too, looking for something, but I didn't realize that I was being targeted by a dead pervert who had been tracking me. I rely on this misty forest to be able to maneuver around him. If I leave the misty forest, I will definitely be caught up by him. Hearing this, it dawned on Yifeng. No wonder it always felt like Su Canyi was wandering back and forth within the same area. Who is this man? Is the strength very strong? Even you are no match for him? Yifeng was surprised. Being able to make Su Canyi could only escape. It seemed to be very strong. I'm not sure exactly who he is, but he's a dead pervert anyway. In terms of strength, I've briefly fought with him. He should be in the late Martial King stage. Originally, with my strength at the mid Martial King stage, there was no need to be so afraid of him. It's just that I accidentally caught his poison, and now I need to keep running my chi and blood to suppress the outbreak of the toxin. In this way, I won't be able to utilize my full strength because once I do, I won't have the extra chi and blood to suppress the toxins in my body. It was because of this that she needed to keep running away and circling. What kind of poison did you get? Yifeng inquired. No wonder looking at Su Canyi, her state was a bit off, at least not the same as usual. It turned out that she was poisoned. Su Canyi stammered, looking at the way she squirmed. It seemed difficult to speak. I have been trying to cure the poison. This misty forest, there are also quite a lot of herbs. During the wandering, have found some. She directly changed the topic. However, there is one last herb missing, called cliff flower, and I need its pollen. But in my current condition, it's not too easy to fetch the cliff flower. Cliff flowers, which grow on cliff faces, are often still located in very steep places. If it were in the past, even if the cliffs were overhanging, it would not matter to the Hall Martial King. But right now, most of Su Canyi's chi and blood were used to suppress the toxin. It wasn't too good to use force, which would easily give the toxin a chance to explode. Once it erupts, it's hard to suppress. Chapter 43. You're the one who's in trouble here. Yifeng pondered for a while and spoke out. There are cliffs nearby, so stay here and I'll go look for you. It's definitely a good idea to help out whenever you can. The main reason was that Yifeng alone was also incapable of dealing with that enemy. When Su Canyi detoxified, the two of them should be able to up that enemy when they join forces. As for that, utilize the ability of a soul master who can fly and leave this place now. At first glance, it sounds like a good idea, but on second thought, this method won't work. Not to mention, whether or not it would still be possible to fly up smoothly with an extra person, and even if it was possible, the consumption of soul power would be great, and the speed would be slowed down. Even if he didn't bring Su Canyi with him, Yifeng flying alone, there was no way to fly from this side, all the way back to the academy. When the journey was long and the soul power was overly consumed, one would definitely need to take a rest in the middle of the journey, and one would need to descend to the ground. It would be a situation where one is flying in the sky and the enemy is chasing them on the ground. Unless one had unlimited soul power and could guarantee flying all the time, one would definitely be caught eventually. So it wasn't that a soul master could fly with the help of a soul soldier and be invincible under a martial emperor. As long as the enemy's movement speed was faster than the soul master's flight speed, the opponent could follow all the way, until the soul power dried up and had to come down. It was the death of the soul master. Without further thought, Yifeng immediately moved off to the nearby cliff. If it was an unusual forest, perhaps there were no cliffs. It was good that the misty forest, being located on a mountain range, was still able to find some cliffs. Not long after, Yifeng came to the nearby cliff. This cliff, nearly 100 meters high, is almost vertical. Yifeng raised his head and scanned above. Soon, the eyes locked on a certain spot, about 70 to 80 meters above the ground. A clump of white flowers, proudly rooted in the bare cliff face. That would be cliff flower. Near the cliff flower, there were a few monkeys with sensitive hands and feet, as if they were top rock climbers, firmly grasping the cliff wall. Some places where they could lend their strength, climbing towards the cliff flower. That's a cliff monkey. They are strong climbers, able to come and go on vertical cliff faces. Occasionally you'll lose your footing, but it's usually due to a fight, and you basically can't get out of it if you're climbing properly. Cliff monkeys love to eat cliff flowers. If they preempted them, that clump of cliff flowers will definitely become a meal in their bellies. Without hesitation, Yifeng mobilized his soul power and the demon breaking gun condensed out. Phew! The demon breaker gun turned into streams of light and shot off rapidly. The sharp tip of the gun violently nailed to the edge of the cliff flower bush, and that whole bush of cliff flowers, right along with the flowers and the soil, was pried off the cliff wall in a free fall. Yifeng, who was standing below the cliff wall, reached out and steadily caught the cliff flower. The demon breaker gun also transformed into energy and retracted back into his mind. A set of movements in a flowing stream, quickly completed, hanging above the cliff monkeys. All looked dumbfounded. Whoa ya, wah! After reacting, he realized that Cliff Flower had been robbed, and immediately wailed and screamed strangely, showing his teeth at Yifeng. Yifeng didn't care about them and left with Cliff Flower. Returning to Su Kanyi, Cliff Flower fetched it for you. Yifeng took the Cliff Flower and handed it to Su Kanyi. So fast? Su Kanyi was surprised. It felt like Yifeng had only left for a short while, but he didn't expect to find it. With the Cliff Flower, it should be able to cure the poison, right? Yifeng asked. It should be fine. Su Kanyi nodded, then said, let's change places first. After staying in one place for a while, you have to change places or you will be easily tracked by the enemy. The two were on their way again. As expected, shortly after the two left, a black-robed figure appeared here. He licked his lips wickedly, drooling everywhere. Ha 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 ha. What a runner. Where did he go again? He also continued on his way to track. Yifeng and Su Kanyi ran a long distance to a cave. After making sure it was safe, Su Kanyi began to mix the antidote. The dozens of herbs that had been collected successively were all taken out. Recall, in your mind, the antidote recipes you've read before, and mix them according to the proportions. When the concoction is ready, one part of it will be taken internally, and the other, which needs to be sprinkled into the water, will be used in a medicinal bath. The internal and external attack will provide a quick detoxification. You don't even know what kind of poison you've been given. Are you sure that an antidote formulated this way will work? Yifeng watched her blending the whole time and always felt a bit unreliable. This isn't, like, sick or something, is she? Who says I don't know what's poisoned? Su Kanyi looked askance at Yifeng. Her hand movements didn't stop. She took part of the antidote and swallowed it in one gulp. You know, why couldn't you tell me just now? So what exactly is the poison? Yifeng was curious and asked repeatedly. Well, I'm going to go take a medicinal bath. Once again, Su Kanyi didn't say anything and just digressed. She headed inside the cave. There was a pool of water inside, not too big, like a bathtub, with clear pool water. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At the top of the cave, water had been seeping through, dripping down continuously into the pool. Because of this, over time, this small pool of water has formed. Su Kanyi took the antidote, put it into the pool of water and watched it slowly melt away. I was about to start the medicinal bath when I remembered that there was another person nearby. You're just going to watch from the sidelines? Su Kanyi looked at Yifeng and said in a good-natured manner. I have prepared a good medicinal bath water, can already be soaked. This guy is still not half self-conscious, staring straight at it. You want to watch from the sidelines? Not watching? In case something happens, Yifeng said. It's only when you're here that things go wrong. Su Kanyi's silver teeth clenched. This guy, he really wants to see it. I really don't know if this guy is overly innocent or just horny. She remembered that she was touched in the abdomen by Yifeng when she was hugging him to escape earlier. At that time, Yifeng explained that it was because of the bugs. Now that I think about it, it doesn't always seem simple. Wait, touching the abdomen. Why did she feel that the scenario was a bit familiar? A moment's thought quickly came to mind. When the college entrance examination was held, she went to Linhai City to supervise the examination. And when she saw Yifeng at that time, this guy suddenly made a big salute. His movements were incomparably exaggerated, and he also accidentally touched her abdomen. Thought, at the time, that it was the kid who had more manners. Now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. Twice, was it really just an accident? Su Kanyi was getting suspicious. With an incomparably suspicious gaze, he sized up Yifeng. Well, this guy, he's kinda cool if... Wait a minute, why am I having this thought? Stop. Was the toxin not suppressed? Obviously, I've already taken the antidote. It should start to take effect. How do I feel? It's even harder to suppress than before? Su Kanyi was puzzled. Rushing to empty his mind of distracting thoughts, he called on more qi and blood, suppressing the spread of the toxin. Well, then I'm going to go out and keep watch outside. And if you have anything going on, call me immediately. Yifeng said and was about to head outside. Wait, Su Kanyi, however, suddenly shouted out, looking at Yifeng with eyes that were filled with fire, itching to pounce on Yifeng. What's wrong with you? Yifeng felt furtive in his heart. No, it's fine. Su Chanyi's eyes regained their clarity again. Go ahead and get out. I should be fine after my medicinal bath, Su Kanyi said. Yifeng nodded and left the cave, coming outside to keep watch. Chapter 44, Outrageous. This can also open a treasure chest? In the middle of the cave, Su Kanyi took off the battle armor on his body and undid his clothes, shedding one piece of clothing after another. Straight, slender thighs, striding, stepping into the pool of water. As his body sank, the water rose all the way up and eventually flooded to his neck. The whole person was just like that, submerged in a pool of water. That damned lecherous thief, who got me infected with the harmonization scatter, is going to force me to seek pleasure with him in order to be able to cure the poison. Dead. Dream on. I'm going to disarm the toxin and keep you out of it. After I detoxify myself, I will definitely settle the score with you. Sukanye clenched her white teeth and said indignantly. Time passes by. What's going on? As she soaked in the medicinal bath, the agitation within Sukanye's body did not weaken in the slightest. Not only was it useless, it even gradually strengthened, requiring her to call on more of her chi and blood to suppress it. No good. The toxins in his body suddenly erupted violently. It had already been nearly suppressed to its limit, and now that it suddenly exploded, it was finally completely impossible to suppress it. The medicinal power of the acacia-san was no longer restricted to a certain area, and with the blood, it flowed to all parts of the body. At this moment, Sukanye's eyes became mesmerized, her breathing rate increased, her body temperature rose, and she gasped slightly. Outside the cave, Yifeng suddenly noticed that there was some movement coming from inside the cave, as well as sounds of unknown significance. Yifeng suddenly heard that Sukanye, who was inside the cave, was calling his name. You called me? Yifeng confirmed. Well, you come in. Sukanye's voice was permeated with a sense of seduction. Have you soaked in the medicinal bath? Yifeng inquired. Yes, it's brewing, come on in. Her voice was urgent. Oh, good. Even though he felt that there was something fishy, Yifeng didn't think much about it and walked towards the cave. When Yifeng went in, the scene in front of him almost made his nose bleed. In the middle of the water pool, Sukanye was soaking in it. The surface of the water was rippling, and the underwater body was hidden, its body writhing like a water snake. The eyes that looked at Yifeng were on the verge of pulling out silk. Tutor Su, what are you doing? Didn't you say you've already soaked it? Now call me in. How do you? Yifeng immediately turned around. His mouth felt dry from talking. However, without waiting for Yifeng to finish his words, the sound of clattering water came from behind her, and Sukanye's jade hand tugged at Yifeng's clothes. Caught off guard, Yifeng's figure was unsteady, so he was dragged into the water pool. Sukanye used her hands and feet to firmly entangle Yifeng. Yifeng, I can't control it anymore. I can only commit to you. Rather than letting that ugly monster have its way, I'd rather be with you. At this time, Yifeng only felt that even the clear and cold water of the pool was not able to cool down. Until now, Yifeng finally understood what the poison that Sukanye was suffering from was. No wonder when she was asked before what kind of poison she was suffering from, she kept avoiding the topic. No wonder. From the moment they first met, it felt like she was in a somewhat unnatural state. Yifeng was about to say something when his mouth was blocked. My first time. Wow. In the cave, there was the sound of crashing water, constantly intense. In the process, snap, you opened a blue treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 12,000 points of soul power. The sudden prompt caused Yifeng to freeze. The blue treasure chest you've been longing for was actually opened in this way? When you think about where the treasure chest exists, located in the lower abdomen, it doesn't feel too hard to understand. Yifeng couldn't help but remember that when he was obtaining the wood marrow crystals, he reached into the middle of the tree hole and could touch the wood marrow crystals inside and take them out. A whole 12,000 soul power points. After the fusion, Yifeng's soul power skyrocketed by a large margin. From the original 15,000, it skyrocketed to 27,000, and this value just happens to be the threshold of the king level. In other words, Yifeng's soul master realm, in one fell swoop, had been promoted from the late general rank to the early king rank. With this kind of strength, dealing with an enemy at the late martial king stage would be a complete handful. The cave had been quiet. The two of them had already put on their clothes. Sukanye's eyes, too, had regained their clarity, only that her face was still red. Before it was the toxin that was causing the problem, now it was the blush. Thinking about the process just now, she didn't know, for a moment, how to face Yifeng, and that's when it happened. Hey, found you guys. Beyond the cave, there was an unpleasant, piercing sound. It's over. Blocked inside the cave. There's no escape. Sukanye panicked, quickly looked for a second exit. The toxin was now lifted, but she had previously consumed an excessive amount of chi and blood for suppressing the toxin, which was very exhausting. In this state, there is no way to fight the enemy. Originally, she had planned to wait until the toxin was lifted and her strength was restored, so she could run at full speed and leave the misty forest first. We'll figure out how to get revenge later. But now, having only just detoxified and in extremely poor condition, he was blocked by the enemy in the cave. It is expected that soon, the enemy will come in from outside. Obviously, there is no second exit, Yifeng said. Inside, one can see as far as the eye can see. Whether there is a second exit or not, one can tell at a glance. It's all your fault for taking so long just now. Su Kanyi complained. Long time is still a disadvantage? Yi Feng asked rhetorically. As he spoke, the person shrouded in a black robe walked in from outside. He stuck out his tongue, which was badly yellowed, and licked his thick, large lips, drooling everywhere. Wrong, wrong, wrong. This is the harmony scatter that has been magically altered by me. An unusual antidote, not only will not be able to undo it, but will instead exacerbate the spread of the toxin. The black-robed man hemmed and hawed and laughed in amusement. Soon, however, his face was a twisted mess. But now that you look like you, the toxin should be lifted. Could it be that the two of you have? How dare you deviate from my will? I won't spare you. The black-robed man's voice was shrill and hoarse, and his face was twisted to the extreme, appearing maniacal. It made his already ugly face even uglier. Hearing his words, Su Kanyi's face turned ice-cold. No wonder the antidote didn't work and even suddenly lost control. So it was like this. This lecher is really sinister. Yi Feng, when we fight, I'll try my best to stall him. You look for an opportunity to escape first, and I'll look for a chance to get rid of him. Su Kanyi's face was grave as she whispered to Yi Feng. No, I'm not afraid of him at all. You don't need to make a move, just watch from the side. Yi Feng's tone was calm and truthful. It's already this time. Don't try to be strong, or you'll only add to the chaos. Listen to me. Find a chance to escape quickly later. Su Kanyi's tone was serious and she made a gesture to protect in front of Yi Feng. She naturally didn't believe Yi Feng's words. In her opinion, a freshman like Yi Feng, even if he showed good strength during the ring battle, he could only be considered good. Placed in front of the martial king, it was not worth mentioning at all, and there was not even a chance to resist. A single finger of the martial king could crush him. Let him fight? It's no different than sending him to his death. You two don't have to fight. I won't let either of you escape. The sound of the two conversations, in fact, pressed very low. The black-robed man did not hear. The two actually said what? But a casual guess. Can guess. In addition to discussing the escape, what else can be discussed? Anyway, in his opinion at this point, the two were fish and meat on the chopping board, to be slaughtered by him. He was already thinking about what he was going to use to torture the two later. The mere thought of it made his body tremble with excitement, a shiver of madness, and some strange grunts of unknown significance. Well, I figured out how I'm going to play you guys. So next, enjoy. The black-robed man licked his lips and said in an evil manner. Su Kanyi also tensed up and despite feeling exhausted, she forcefully mobilized her body's chi and blood in preparation for battle. It's better to overdraw your body than to stand around and wait to die. Besides, falling into the hands of someone with this kind of perverted personality, even if you die, you will die miserably. Just as Su Kanyi was about to make her move, preparing to fight to the death. Phew! A sharp cracking sound behind him, passing quickly by his ears. A blood-red stream of light instantly engulfed the short distance between the two sides and appeared in front of the black-robed man. It's too fast. It was also too much of a surprise. The black-robed man couldn't even react in time. A mere thought surfaced in his mind. What the hell is this? The crisis of death came right at us. The blood-red lance pierced through the middle of his forehead with a terrifying might, churning the entire head to pieces. The remaining power of the spear did not diminish and shot straight away, eventually nailing into the wall of the cave and deeply disappearing into it. Collect! The lance, which was deep in the cave wall, turned back into energy and recycled into Yi Feng's mind. The headless corpse of the black-robed man fell straight down. In his hand, he also held a handful of psychedelic powder. As long as one is contaminated with this substance, without an antidote, one will be powerless and fall into temporary paralysis. It was presumably prepared for combat, to be suddenly thrown over. Sure is an outlaw. Who is it? The attack just now. Who on earth issued it? In the cave? Is there someone else? It's a strong man. Looking at the black-robed man who had been instantly secured, Su Kanyi did not move for a long time and froze for a long time before slowly turning around. Wanted to see who the strong person who had just struck out was. Chapter 45, Bounty Wanted List, $10 million for nothing. After Su Kanyi turned around, she saw Yi Feng behind her. Other than that, there is no one else. The one who struck out just now was you, Yi Feng. Before she turned around, it was certainly clear to her that the likelihood of anyone else being present in this cave was low, but she just felt incredulous. How could a person who, in her cognizance, was only in the martial general realm, suddenly erupt with such a terrifying attack? The enemy was a genuine martial king. It wasn't an ordinary martial king yet. It had reached the late martial king stage, and there are always devious tactics that one can't defend oneself against. Even if they were both martial kings, the level of danger was extremely high when fighting against this person, and they could be planted at any time. but it was such a strong opponent that was killed by Yifeng in a single blow and a single glance. The contrasting impact that this brought to Su Canyi was undoubtedly huge. In a short period of time, Yifeng had become so strong. The attack you performed just now felt like it had soul power fluctuations. Could it be that in addition to being a martial artist, you are also a soul master? Su Canyi looked at Yifeng in surprise. Yes, it's a soul master's means of attack. Yifeng nodded. Your realm of a soul master is even higher than that of a martial artist. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Had I known you were so strong, we wouldn't have had to run in the first place. Oh yes, you should be thinking that you don't want to reveal your strength as a soul master in front of outsiders unless you have to, so that you can use it as a bottom card. That's why you chose to run away in the first place. Don't worry, I won't tell the secret of your soul master. Su Canyi had an I understand you look on her face as she brainstormed many ideas in a row. I wasn't the one running just now. It was you who ran with your hard arm around me. Yifeng smiled and deliberately joked. At the mention of such more intimate words, Su Canyi associated it with just now. What happened between the two in the water pool? And her ears swished red. Ahem. She coughed lightly to hide the strangeness in her expression. So you won't talk? Just be so obedient that you run when I lead you on? What man would say no to being straddled by a beautiful woman? Yifeng was still smiling, saying that his eyes were still scanning her body. The beautiful picture of the white flower just now seemed to float in front of her eyes again. Humph, pervert, Su Canyi hummed, not being poor with Yifeng, turning to look at the body of the black-robed man. Nor did he dare to lay hands on him directly, but he used his weapon to pickpocket him. All the things he was carrying were stripped out. All kinds of pills and powders, bottles and jars, dozens of them. What an insidious, vicious, dead pervert. Even now that the person was dead, Su Canyi was still a bit angry. The result of her anger was a flogging, a hard cut, somewhere vital in the corpse. Looking at Yifeng, he felt his lower body tighten. This woman, if you offend her someday, will you be stabbed like this? I know who he is, Su Canyi suddenly said. Who? Yifeng asked. Look at this tattoo. She pointed her knife at the black-robed man's right hand, which had a tattoo design at the small of his arm. It was a bloody hand, sticking out of a dark doorframe, like it had come to claim its life. If you look at this pattern alone, it already gives off an evil feeling. The Bloody Hand Clan? Yifeng subconsciously said this name. Not bad, it's the Bloodhand sect, and since it's a member of the Bloodhand sect, it's not surprising. The Bloodhand sect is an organization that is evil beyond measure, full of evil people who take pleasure in doing evil things. They were so bad that they had already committed many heinous crimes and had long been on the wanted list in the wrath of God, killing and looting and all that is just everyday child's play with them. They seek, in the extreme, to be evil, to do even one bad thing. For example, if someone else kills someone, they might do it with a single cut, but they kill. They torture slowly by all means, a process that excites and stimulates them. Those who would join such an organization are more or less psychologically challenged, and it's not surprising that they can do such things. Right, on the wanted list, there are wanted for some members of the Bloodhand sect, so quickly check to see if this guy is on the list. Su Canyi reminded. The most wanted list was set up by the state, specifically targeting those evil people who committed the most heinous crimes, so that all the masters in the society would help to capture or kill them. Whether it's captured alive or killed, there's a hefty bounty to be had. From this, a profession has also developed, the bounty hunter. They are systematic and organized, looking around for wanted criminals to kill and earn a bounty. Of course, while obtaining high returns, they also bear extremely high risks, and those who can make the list are all great villains, and their strength is not too bad. Examples of wanted criminals being killed in return abound. Using his tactical watch, Yifeng called open a small light screen and started browsing the internet. Go to the wanted site, and in the search box, type in the keyword Bloody Hands Gate. Soon, the listing came out in a row. At the top of the search results was clearly the Bloodhand sect master. Master of the Bloody Hand sect, information unknown, strength unknown. Those who provide information, once confirmed, will be rewarded more than $30 million, according to the value of the information, with no ceiling. Kill, reward $4 billion, captured alive, $5 billion reward. Nice guy. Seeing this wanted message, Yifeng straightened up and called out good guy. The minimum bounty for just providing information is over $30 million. Being able to make a beggar instantly turn into a tycoon and eat and drink for the rest of his life. And if they are captured alive or killed, they have billions instantly. It's quite understandable that capturing alive is more rewarding than killing. there is more value in capturing them alive to interrogate for information. In addition, with two masters battling against each other, capturing them alive was actually more difficult, and it took a crushing level of strength to do so. Otherwise the fight is tied up and you can even get countered if you're not careful. So, the bounty looks tempting, but not everyone has the strength to take it. Even the officials give information unknown, strength unknown. It meant that this person was so well hidden that it was difficult to even find him, let alone capture him alive or kill him. Below the Bloodhand Sect master, there were several more Bloodhand Sect executives, and the bounty was also very high, basically billions, but nowhere near as high as the Bloodhand Sect master, that is. Yi Feng browsed down the page. Evil pharmacist, strength late martial king, good at using all kinds of drugs. This person's face is ugly. Psychological distortion, evil immense. Men and women eat all. Kill, 10 million. Live capture, 12 million. It was accompanied by a photo, which was able to be cross-referenced on, and it was indeed this person. Is this going to be $10 million for nothing? Killing such a martial king and giving $10 million seemed as if martial kings were a bit worthless. After all, a rank 4 weapon was several $1 million. But you can't think of it that way. Bounties are only used as rewards, sort of an incentive for behavior, and are not used for metrics. In fact, for those who had the strength to kill in seconds, such as Yi Feng just now, a single strike would finish off the opponent and $10 million would be in hand. Looking at it this way, it felt good to make money again, and making away with $10 million in one attack was quite a lot. Yi Feng immediately performed the operation. First, click to pick up the wanted person, and once you've picked up the wanted list, click Done. A page pops up where you can upload information, video of the battle, photos of the wanted man's body, the location of the body. These are the evidence. Finally, fill in the bounty hunter's own bank account for dispersing the bounty afterward. Personal information like bank accounts are encrypted by the computer system, which means that the people in charge have no way of knowing who the bounty hunters actually are. The purpose is to protect the privacy of individuals and prevent internal and external collusion. Being able to find out the exact identity of the bounty hunter and being subjected to retaliation by the forces behind the wanted person. We will verify the evidence as soon as possible, and if the situation is true, the bounty will be paid to you within 3 days. Chapter 46 New Clues, but with time conditions? Yi Feng swept all the drugs on the evil pill master into his backpack. What are you doing with all his filth? Seeing Yi Feng's behavior, Su Canny's eyes got weird. Hey, Yi Feng didn't answer positively and looked at Su Canny, deliberately revealing a wicked smile. Su Canny's heart was hairy and goosebumps were rising. You're not going to do something bad too, are you? Not bad, to do bad things to you. Yi Feng smiled evilly and walked over step by step. Su Canny was so scared that she backed up. Seeing this reaction of hers, Yi Feng was amused and laughed. Not to tease you, these medicines can be carried around by him. It is estimated that they are all worth a lot. There are so many types. I will bring them back to see if there is anything that can be used. Yi Feng explained. Su Canny blankly glanced at Yi Feng, almost thinking that a new evil pill master was going to be born. Come on, it's time to go back. The two left the cave. Road. Yi Feng killed a general-level alien beast and filled a jar full of beast blood with the container he had prepared before he left and put it into his backpack. The rest of the beast meat was not wasted, and a place was found to build a fire to roast the meat. Seeing Su Canny running her gong method, the fire element converged in her hands. The temperature gradually rose, and when she pressed her palm on the pile of wood, the flames rose. Do you have a fire type of physique? Or talent? Yi Feng inquired curiously. I have an SS grade physique, the Fire Lotus Spirit Body. Su Canny replied. So it is. After roasting the meat, the two ate it. The meat of the general grade alien beast contained a large amount of essence chi and blood, which could allow Su Canny's deficient chi and blood to recover quickly. After eating and drinking, the two hit the road, eventually returning to the provincial capital. Meanwhile, a few people came to a certain cave in the misty forest. They had come from the provincial capital and belonged to the wanted list department of prospectors, whose main job was to travel to the battle site to explore the situation. This time, after receiving notification that the high bounty wanted criminal, evil pill master, had actually been killed, he came over to explore the specifics. After a few people entered the cave, a headless corpse appeared in front of them. There was a lot of head tissue scattered nearby, obviously caused by the head bursting open, so it could be seen that the attack at that time, how terrifying the power was. The person who struck out was extremely strong. Vomit. One of the younger men in the group nearly threw up. He was a new employee who was brought out by the old explorers to practice and experience, and had never experienced this kind of scene before, and immediately felt physically uncomfortable. Ha ha, little Lee, look around more. You'll get used to it later. The old explorers looked as normal and talked and laughed. they had been through so much that they had long since lost their senses. Several people began to examine the scene. The headless corpse, whose face could no longer be seen, could still be identified through other means of detection as the evil pharmacist. The chain of evidence is also sufficient. There is a first view of the battle video. They have the technology to identify the authenticity of the video, and are not afraid of others to fake it. Multiple verifications have basically determined that the evil pharmacist was indeed killed. This evil pill master, who has been doing a lot of evil deeds, finally has an expert to get rid of the evil today, and it can be considered an evil that has come out of evil. I wonder who this expert is, to be able to kill the evil pill master in a single strike. He's so strong. Maybe it's one of the big shots in the provincial government. The only ones who can do this are the ones who made the move. Several of the explorers spoke in awe and talked amongst themselves. Yi Feng returned to the Dragon Academy. The first thing to do was to go back to the dormitory. Now a senior cadet, you can move to the inner circle. It is a small independent compound with 3 rooms with a courtyard, much more comfortable to live in than the 1-room dormitories on the periphery. Yi Feng, are you moving? Seeing Yi Feng come to the dormitory area and pick up some personal belongings, such as a change of clothes or something. This scene happened to be seen by He Xiling, so she spoke out to inquire. Yes, I'm moving to the inner circle. Yi Feng replied, the students are all talking about it. You've already become a senior cadet. Originally I thought it was unbelievable and was about to confirm it to you, but I didn't realize that you've really become a senior cadet. He Xiling sounded surprised. Advanced students, meaning having 10,000 credits, was a sky-high number for the current He Xiling. Without realizing it, the gap between her and Yi Feng was so huge. Then I'll move there first. You also cheer up. When you become a senior cadet, we can still be neighbors. Yi Feng encouraged. With He Xiling's talent, becoming an advanced student would definitely not be half a problem and would be faster than most students. Her kind was the normal speed. It could only be said that it was Yi Feng who had opened up. There was no one who could compare to this point. Looking at Yi Feng's distant back, He Xiling had mixed feelings in her eyes, hiding the trace of adoration deep in her eyes even deeper. What I'm thinking? He Xiling shook her head and cast away the distracting thoughts. From the time when she was forced to mutilate and disfigure herself and experience the deep helplessness, she had already vowed to focus only on martial arts in her life and think of nothing else. Right, I'm going to get stronger. Keep getting stronger. He Xiling's expression was once again firm. After a slight perception, a burst of joy flashed by, and she felt that the bottleneck of the realm had, in fact, loosened. Yi Feng moved to the inner circle and chose a small separate courtyard to live in. Remove the required materials and start matching the nursery soil. After mixing it according to the proportion, it was placed in a container and the rue mulberry vine seeds were buried in it. It also needs to be doused with 1 liter of beast's blood. Yi Feng opened the container and poured the beast blood down. Fey blood was peculiar. Even at room temperature, it could be stored for a long time and would not solidify. That's pretty good. It needs to be watered once a day, so you don't always need to get fresh ones. After you do that, the next step is to wait for it to sprout. That's when the new treasure chest clue hint popped up. Clue to the treasure chest, on the starburst iron or mountain. A blue treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it after half a month. Another treasure chest, still blue, but why the time condition? This time, the clue was different from the previous ones, with a time condition that required half a month to travel. There must be something in there that causes it. Perhaps it was out of the starburst iron or mountain. The place above, that there might be something special about it. Googled it, didn't find more accurate information, more just in the introduction. Star pattern iron. This ore is a good metal, can refine weapons, battle armor. Then it was only a matter of going to the canonical pavilion and looking through some of the canonical books to see if they could find any relevant information. Yi Feng was preparing to go out. The tactical watch suddenly vibrated. Glancing over, someone dialed the call. An unfamiliar number. Chapter 47. Can you come to the dorm and tutor me one-on-one? Seeing the unfamiliar number dialed, Yi Feng recalled that on the way back, Su Canny said that she lost her tactical watch in the misty forest, and went back to get a new one, and asked Yi Feng's communication number at that time, saying that it would be convenient to contact her at that time. It should be her. Yi Feng picked it up. Sure enough, above the light screen, Su Canny's figure appeared. She has changed a set of clothes, the whole person white and clean, presumably also took a shower. Looking at it all feel fragrant. That eye-shattering Twin Peaks directly occupied half the screen. Student Yi Feng, you've become a senior student. Why don't you come over and report to your teacher? She put on the airs of a strict teacher, as if she were scolding a disobedient student. Because, a bit tired. Yi Feng smiled and meant it. Good for nothing. What are you tired of? Su Canny's expression was serious. Yeah, why are you tired? Yi Feng deliberately emphasized a sentence. A trace of unnaturalness appeared on Su Canny's face, and she said in a bit of panic, come over quickly, and then it just hung up. Yi Feng happened to be going out, so he went there first. Arriving at the advanced student teaching area, Su Kanyi happened to finish answering a cultivation question raised by a student. Seeing Yifeng arrive, she cleared her throat. "Class, we have a new student joining our class today, and you shouldn't be too unfamiliar with him." Saying that, he looked at Yifeng and introduced, "He is the new student. Yifeng, come, say hello to everyone." Yifeng walked near Su Kanyi, faced the students below and politely said, "Hello everyone, I'm Yifeng, take care of me in the future." Su Kanyi, who was on the side, heard this and her eyelids jumped. "You're pretty modest." His own hallowed martial king, the senior tutor of the Dragon Tang Academy, couldn't even beat him now, and this guy was still talking about taking more care of him. Snapped. The students on the stage applauded, welcoming them, while whispering, "To become an advanced student in just a short period of time is too fast." It could be that he had good strength before, like in the high school entrance exams, he already had the strength of a martial general, and only now can he be so fast. Fair enough, that's more acceptable, otherwise it would be outrageous to make so much progress in a short period of time. The students present, able to gather here, were all outstanding, and there were many top students from various cities alone. Their hearts were high and proud, and it was hard for them to accept that their genius selves were being crushed so much by another genius. Had to find a reason to force myself to convince myself that the other guy wasn't exaggerating that much. Yifeng, in the future, if you encounter any difficulties in cultivation, feel free to find me and ask me, so as not to delay the cultivation process. Su Kanyi deliberately joked at Yifeng. Of course she knew that with Yifeng's strength today, there was no need to ask her for advice. "Can we go to the tutor's dormitory and tutor one-on-one?" Yifeng blinked his eyes and inquired with a bad smile on his face. "Certainly available." Subconsciously, he was about to say yes, but soon remembered something and noticed Yifeng's bad smile. Su Kanyi did not look askance at Yifeng in a good mood and frantically winked. "In a classroom, with all these people watching, and this guy comes up with this. What's wrong with Tutor Su? Why does it feel a bit strange? I don't know. Maybe it's because he's not satisfied with the words Yifeng said? There's nothing wrong with that statement of his, right? I remember before, there were quite a few students who encountered some emergencies and traveled to Instructor Su's residence to seek her advice, and she didn't say much at that time, and answered the questions very seriously. It was a scene that looked puzzling to the students. Instructor Su, I still have something to do and would like to leave on leave." Yifeng's another sentence once again made the students' whole won't. Only just joined over. His strength is estimated to be one of the worst in the class, and now he's not listening properly, and actually took a leave of absence in the middle of the class? He's finished, becoming a student under Tutor Su's door without properly investigating her temperament. Now he's violated a taboo. The students shook their heads straight, because they knew that Su Kanyi was notorious for hating people leaving in the middle of the day. "You can take a vacation if you want to, so just do it and simply don't come to this class." But once you came, halfway through the lesson, you suddenly said you had to leave, which Su Kanyi was very offended by. Even those old students who are at the top of their game, but who are not forced to do so, do not dare to mention half a word and want to leave in the middle of the game. Once you mention it and don't give a good enough reason, you're bound to get punished hard. The older students didn't even dare to mention it, but Yifeng, a freshman, actually said it in a dignified manner and didn't even give a specific reason. This Thai excuse of something's up is a casual prevarication as soon as you hear it. It's so newborn. The next moment, however, something shocking happened. "Well, if there's something you need to do, go ahead and do it." Su Kanyi had a gentle smile on her face, as gentle as she could be. "Nanny!" Everyone's mouths were open and their minds were about to spin, until he came back to his senses. Yifeng had already left. Looking at Su Kanyi again, there was no anger, not even half of it. Everything was as usual. Could it be that Tutor Su was now unapologetic, slipping out of this kind of operation halfway through? "Class, let's continue the lesson," Su Kanyi said from the stage. The older students scowled at each other and decided to send a representative to verify their suspicions. "Instructor Su, I also have something to do and would like to leave on leave." One of the top veteran students in the class raised his hand to Su Kanyi for instructions. Su Kanyi, who was in the middle of lecturing, blushed. "What is it exactly?" The older student stuttered with a sense of foreboding. The pointy old student couldn't think of a reason and stammered. "Humph, how many times have I said that I hate those who sneak out in the middle of the class? As a student, it is the golden period of hard cultivation, not to listen to the class carefully and strive to become stronger quickly, but still move to take leave to leave. It really cost me a piece of hard work. Go out around the school and run 5,000 laps for me." Su Kanyi laid down the chastisement. The top veteran students are suffering. This is the Dragon Academy. It covers a large area. Even if the martial arts generals have good speed and physique, 5,000 laps down, it is very tiring. Tutor, you're biased. For the same reason, Yifeng can go, but I can't, and I have to be physically punished. He argued. Can it be the same? When you don't need to listen to the lecture either. You can also leave at any time without even having to greet me. Su Kenny said seriously. It's not just better natural talent and faster progress. How come he doesn't have to listen to lectures? The older student muttered in dissatisfaction, but did not dare to confront him loudly, because he knew that if he said a few more words, instead of changing anything, the corporal punishment would even have to be increased again. What else can we do? The favoritism was so obvious that he had to admit it and honestly go for a run. Yi Feng came to the Canonical Collection Pavilion. When you become an advanced student, you can enter the third level. On the third level, there were many tomes that recorded various events. Although with today's technology, it is possible to store data in chips, the habit of book records has been retained. Especially some more important information. People prefer to use paper as a carrier. As long as it is properly stored, it can be kept for a long time. Yi Feng began to rummage around, looking for information about the star-patterned iron ore mountain. After a while, it was finally found. It also made Yi Feng understand why this treasure chest needed half a month before he could go over and open it. Chapter 48 Growing Up, Birth of Spiritual Intelligence, Blood-Sucking and Recognizing the Master. There was only one place that could produce star-patterned iron, and that was the treasure mine mystic realm. This secret realm, there existed a large number of minerals, and star-pattern iron was one of them. When people found the starburst iron mining mountain, they could excavate starburst iron minerals, and after smelting, it was starburst iron. As for why it needed half a month before they could go, it was because the treasure mine mystic realm was rather peculiar, and the secret teleportation entrance didn't exist at all times. It comes and goes, with cycles of appearing and then shutting down. It would close for about a month at a time and open for about 10 days after that, and so on. It will be half a month before the next opening. That's why the treasure chest clue suggests that it will not depart until half a month later. And if you go now, you won't be able to enter the secret realm. Then this half a month's time would be taken as a rest, and there was no need to be idle. One could study raising parasites, as well as study how to deal with the Jiang family. Yi Feng didn't forget that the Jiang family still had a red treasure chest waiting to be opened, as well as god-devouring moss seedlings, waiting to be taken. Know your enemy and know yourself so that you can better develop a plan of action. I have arrows to guide me, so when the time comes, I don't need to bother searching for it, just follow the arrows and you'll eventually arrive. Nothing but. Yi Feng looked at the cannon again, and there was this sentence on it. After years of development, people clearly realized that the value of the treasure mining mystery realm. Many of the veins inside are occupied by major forces. They spend manpower and material resources to mine minerals inside and transport them out, and a huge industry chain has been formed. Yi Feng wasn't sure if the mountain of star-patterned iron or where the treasure chest existed had an owner or not. He could only know when he went there. Time passes. 2 days later, Yi Feng, who was in the dormitory, suddenly received a transfer reminder. You received a transfer in the amount of $10,000,000 with a current balance of $15,800,000 from Bounty Wanted List Headquarters. It's the wanted bounty I collected for killing the evil medicine man. Yi Feng's original more than $5 million was when the performance of the college entrance examination was too excellent and brought great benefits to the 10th Martial Arts High School. The school rewarded $5 million, and the other $800,000 was earned by selling things later. All of a sudden let Yi Feng, assets doubled several times, to more than $10 million. Seems like a pretty quick way to make money with this route. However, people who were on the most wanted list were very secretive in their movements and were not so simple to find. Whether or not you can make a fortune depends on whether or not you're lucky enough to stumble upon it. With any luck, another fat fish will be another great income. Don't think about that for now. Yi Feng looked at the nursery pot, and the soil was a bit dry. The blood of the beast has not been poured today. Yi Feng took out the beast blood and poured 1 liter of beast blood down on the seedling pot, watering once a day. The nursery soil dries out every other day, presumably all absorbed by the seeds. Yi Feng expected that the seeds could germinate and grow faster. The next didn't stay idle, and several more vessels were brought out. The vessel is a compost pan, which holds many small worms, the compulsion disc and the bugs, all of which were bought with money in the past 2 days, were just more basic things, not expensive, and $10,000 bought a lot of them. What's really expensive are the more advanced and rare bugs, and the parasites that are cultivated to maturity. The current stage of Yi Feng also couldn't use those for the time being. Practice makes truth. It is difficult to learn how to raise parasites just by looking through the detailed explanation of raising compulsions. Experiment as you watch and progress quickly. The compulsion disc of no. 1 to no. 3. The compulsion inside is all gone. No. 4 to no. 6. It is better. The program still needs to be adjusted and adjusted again, and the poisonous food that is fed still needs to be reduced again. Yi Feng summarized. For the time being, try raising poisonous bugs. The bugs themselves carry toxins, and later make them even more poisonous by feeding them poisonous food. The amount of poisonous food has to be controlled, otherwise it is easy to have a situation where the bugs die out. When my technique of cultivating poisonous insects becomes stronger, and I cultivate high-level poisonous insects in the future, some of the poisons I've searched for, from the evil pill masters, will come in handy, Yifeng said secretly. As for now, the venomous insects were too low in rank to withstand poisons that were too virulent, no matter how diluted. Feeding it is certain death. Another 8 days passed. At this moment, Yifeng's palm was spread out, and a small green vine, 10 centimeters long, was twisting in Yifeng's palm, just like a small green insect. It is the rhubarry vine. After a total of 10 days, it finally grows into a seedling, giving birth to a spirit that can leave the nursery soil, survive without soil, and move. Yifeng operated his qi and blood, forcing out blood from his fingertips, and used a cup to follow it, catching nearly 200 milliliters. Smelling the flavor of blood, the little Ru Songting was like a cat smelling fish, immediately jumping into the cup and dipping inside the blood, greedily absorbing it. Would not the diary recorded that the seed grows to become a green vine, and the birth of the spirit will move, then use their own blood, so that it can be absorbed, so that you can recognize the master. As for the beast blood that was poured on it when it was in seed form, it was merely absorbed as nourishment, and this point had no effect. Once a demonized plant recognized its master, it would be absolutely loyal and would not betray the easy master again. So the step of recognizing the master was very important. The rue mulberry vine greedily absorbed it, and the blood became less at a rate visible to the eye, until finally, it sucked up all the blood, and the color of its body surface became green with a reddish tinge. It seemed to have really sucked up enough. In the dark, Yifeng felt that a bond had been established with the Yunsang vine. Lord, man, it seems that the words expressed by the rue mulberry vine can still be felt. Of course, it does not mean that the rue santo can talk, but to establish a master-servant relationship, to be able to feel each other's thoughts and emotions through body movements, it was all just a relatively simple idea. It had just been born spiritually now, and its spirituality was relatively low. Can you get bigger now? Yifeng tried. The rue mulberry vine received the order and immediately began to grow larger, eventually growing to nearly a meter before stopping. It seemed that it could only go so far for now, but that's okay. With enough sustenance it will grow fast next. For example, the beast's blood, and the wood marrow crystals, which it still liked, could continue to feed it. There were also other kinds of nutrients. As long as they were liked by the rue mulberry vine, Yifeng was prepared to get some more to let it absorb and grow to its heart's content. Time passed, and 5 more days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of eating and drinking, the length of the rue mulberry vine has doubled and has grown to 2 meters, growing very fast. Not being able to help Yifeng for the time being, Yifeng let it get smaller and wrapped around his upper arm, covered by his clothes. Time to find the treasure chest. Half a month has passed before and after. The treasure mine mystery is open today, so you can enter it. Head to the location of the blue treasure chest, and open it up. Yifeng prepared his equipment and went out. When I left the school gate and passed by the outer playground, it was crowded and noisy, with a lot of students gathered around. The smell of blood was also strong, filling the air around them. What happened? Yifeng was puzzled and squeezed through. Chapter 49, The death is very tragic. The mysterious corpse thrower. A bloody picture appeared in front of Yifeng as he moved closer to the past. See the ground lying a person, in its abdominal position. Was broken open a large mouth? Inside the internal organs are all gone. Apparently was hollowed out. Limbs have been cut off a section. The death is very tragic. Looking at his face again, even if it was dyed red with blood, Yifeng recognized it at a glance. Zhou Ming? The person who died in such a tragic state would actually be Zhao Ming. Speaking of which, at that time, when the grades were dropped, Zhao Ming was the biggest beneficiary, and Yifeng had wanted to retaliate against him, but then he was busy improving his strength, and the matter was put on hold. In a short period of time, he had grown to the point where he could kill a martial king in seconds, and little people like Zhao Ming were already completely out of Yifeng's sight. I didn't expect him to die so suddenly. Who did this? Yifeng felt puzzled. The students around them were, likewise, puzzled. So cruel. Who the hell did this? Daring to kill a student of our Dragon Tang Academy and leaving the body here. Too arrogant. The students around them felt scared and angry. At this time, several tutors hurriedly arrived. Among them was Su Kanyi. Seeing that Yifeng was also present, she simply asked Yifeng, "We received a report from the students that student Zhao Ming died tragically in this outer playground. Do you know what happened?" Yifeng shook his head. I also just wanted to go out and passed by here, and wasn't aware of it. With this response, she had to ask others. Most people, again, are unclear about the situation. We were the first to find it, and the body was here when we found it. A few people stepped forward. The body lacked internal organs and some of the limbs, so this was definitely not the scene of a murder. So someone must have carried the body and put it here. View monitor. One of the tutors, who had already started contacting the monitoring room, soon transmitted the monitoring images. The crowd watches the screen. See, early in the morning, outside the playground is still not much people. From the edge of the surveillance screen, suddenly there is a thing quickly flew past, and finally hit the ground. It's no other than this corpse of Zhao Ming. The location of the drop point is, indeed, here as well. The murderer intentionally avoided the CCTV footage and threw the body over from afar. The other party should also be clear that Zhao Ming is a student of the Dragon Academy. But, why did the other party do this? Yeah, if it was just to kill Zhao Ming, one could have dumped the body somewhere else. I think that this behavior of the murderer should be a deliberate provocation. Are you saying that what he's targeting is our Dragon Tendency School? Not bad. It's quite possible. If that's the case, then we have to be careful next. Let's hurry up and report this matter. Let people start investigating, and at the same time let the students try not to go out in the near future. We must find the murderer and let him know that my Dragon Tendency School is not a vegetarian. The mentors, one by one, put their finger on the pulse of the matter and felt a sense of gravity and anger. The students' faces were even more ugly, fearing that they would be the next to be disemboweled. You heard the man, didn't you? Hurry up and all go inside the school and don't come out without permission. Yes, they were all sparing of their lives and were already heading for the school grounds without having to be accounted for. That student, where do you want to go? Don't hurry back to school yet. Just one person, still on his own, walked off into the distance, looking like he was going to leave the school and go somewhere else, and immediately a tutor called out, "Says me?" Yi Feng turned around. "Who else if not you? Hurry back," the tutor said. "I have some urgent matters to go out." Yi Feng said, "Tutor Su, isn't this your student? Take care of it." The other tutors advised Su Canyi. Su Canyi was momentarily speechless. She couldn't control Yi Feng. If she dared to say anything more, she was going to be molested in return. The guy often flirted with her regardless of the occasion, and several times she almost let onlookers see the problem. "You really want to go out?" Su Canyi confirmed. "Aha." Yi Feng nodded. "Then pay attention to safety," Su Canyi said. Yi Feng walked away, gradually moving away. Crowd around? Crazy. Now the murderer has not been investigated. The murderer's intentions, the specific strength, how many personnel, are all unclear. You just let him leave? Both instructors and students were in disbelief. There's no way. This bad student, I can't control him. Su Canyi spread his hands and emphasized in a small voice alone. Yes, it's bad. Tutor Su was still as biased in favor of Yi Feng as ever. But this time the bias is a bit skewed. The student under Su Canyi's name muttered. Yi Feng left the school's range and kept following the arrows to guide him forward. What happened just now had little effect on Yi Feng. However, he also had an extra eye. Perhaps there really was a force that was targeting the Dragon Tendency School to make things happen. The next step is to see how the top management of the academy, how to investigate this matter. There may only be results. These are just for them to worry about. With Yi Feng's current strength, it is still a bit of self-protection ability. Walking outside, just be more vigilant. It does not affect going out to find the treasure chest. Open this treasure chest and you'll be able to power up again. When he had enough strength, he would head over to the Jiang clan side and look for the red treasure chest, as well as the God-Eater Moss. Yi Feng's current strength was not enough to fight against the Jiang family, nor did he have the ability to, without God's knowledge, sneak into the Jiang family's residence and get rid of the things inside. Strength. It's still necessary to improve strength. Yi Feng's footsteps accelerated. Today's extreme speed, using only the base speed of a chi-blooded martial artist, it was around 270 meters per second. If the Soul Master's ability was used, it was much faster. With a limit speed of almost 810 meters per second, you can come and go like a breeze, and you don't have to take any special transportation. It was impossible to keep up at the limit speed all the time to catch up, though, that would be exhausting. But even if you go slow, the speed is here and it's still very fast. After a period of rushing, Yi Feng finally arrived at the treasure mine's secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was located on a piece of the Gobi. So many people. Yi Feng realized that the people who came and went back and forth were very numerous, going in and out of the secret realm, and were all in groups. It's not hard to understand after a little thought. The secret realm opens at intervals. Only for 10 days for every month it is closed. It's the first day it's open, and it's definitely crowded. These people, presumably, were all from families and forces, and they were inside the secret realm, with some mineral vein industries, which housed employees mining. For the month that the secret realm is closed, employees are allowed to stay inside. They just don't have a way to leave the realm. After a month of digging, a number of them were dug up, and arrangements were made for people to come over and ship out the minerals that had been dug up during the month. Yifeng followed the crowd and approached the entrance to the secret realm. Similar to the previous entry into the green secret realm, a powerful suction force acted on Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng was sucked into it. Also, after a marvelous teleportation process, when he could see the surrounding scenery again, Yifeng had already appeared in the middle of the secret realm. As far as the eye could see, there were no plants, and everywhere was sandstone gobi, and even the distant wood-like scenery was just a single stone pillar made up of what was called a stone forest. Yifeng followed the arrow and advanced. Eventually, it came to a mountain. This is it. Chapter 50, A Long Drive to the Treasure Chest. This mountain, likewise, was bare and completely devoid of lush grasses and trees like in the outside world. Very much a feature of this secret world. The main one is an inch of grass. It's a mountain at best, and a giant rock at worst. Yifeng did not approach. Hiding behind some rock a few meters high, he watched from a distance. The mountain over there, right in the middle, has a cave with obvious traces of excavation, which should be dug by man. To the left and right of the cave stood a guard on each side. It was two men, clad in battle armor and with long swords at their hips, acting as guards there, chatting idly while keeping a lookout for movement around them. Another month has passed. Today the secret realm opens. I think the family side will soon send people over to transport the minerals piled up over here. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. When someone comes over to take over, I'll go to the night fragrance house at night to have a good time. Damn, staying here day after day, looking at all the rocks. I got tired of looking at them long ago. The night fragrance house, haha, we're in the same boat. What, you go there a lot too? That's for sure. After all the hard work, boss, can't we condescend to second brother? That's a good point. At that, both men smiled lewdly. Who are you? The two men suddenly perceived that there was a man approaching from a distance, and immediately bellowed. The man did not answer, however, and continued to approach on his own. Kid, this is the Jiang family's property. If you dare to take another step closer, you'll lose your life then. The man on the left droned. Both of them drew their long swords in unison. Is it really the Jiang family? The person who approached over at this moment was Yifeng. He raised an eyebrow and came to life. The arrows lead all the way into the cave, which can only be entered through this cave. Just now, I saw from afar that on the waist of the two guards, there was an identity belt tag with the word Jiang engraved on it. When he killed those people from Jiang Mingxian that day, and later when he searched their bodies, Yifeng had also found that they had similar waist plates hanging on their bodies. These big families, relying on their strong and powerful backgrounds, very much like to set out their identities as a sign of pride, and at the same time deterring the curmudgeons. Many people with insufficient strength, seeing such identity background, have long since retreated on their own, not daring to cause trouble at all. The moment he saw the waist plate, Yifeng guessed that this vein was the Jiang family's. As expected, it was really the Jiang family. It's a real frenzy. Up, kill him. The two men had vicious faces and waved their long knives, slashing viciously at Yifeng. In this bird not place to stay a long time, two people's mood was already bad. Actually, there is a looking for death. That just used to vent a little. However, in the next moment, the blade flashed away. Crisp metal snapping sounds rang out, and the two men's secondary battle blades broke in unison, and their limb movements all stopped. The two people who were only in the martial master realm, their eyes were wide and full of horror as a clear line of blood quickly surfaced at their throats, and they fell straight down. Boom, boom. Yifeng to the two wrists, worn by the tactical watch, are stepped on a foot, directly stepped on the shattered, without half a trace of the possibility of restoration. The purpose was simple, to prevent them from having video recording turned on just now and capturing themselves. There was no strength yet. To go head-to-head with the Jiang family, hiding his identity was necessary. In previous battles, although there was no mention of this operation, Yifeng had done so in passing, either taking their tactical watches or destroying them directly without leaving evidence. Yifeng continued to walk towards the inside of the cave. Entering the cave was a long main mining tunnel that could accommodate at least several people walking side by side, all the way down to lower. There were also small mining roads that branched off to the left and right, and the sound of clanking and digging came from them, possibly due to the sound of the fight outside just now. A certain mine tunnel rushed out a group of people, traveling in a hurry, wanting to rush outside to check the situation. Unexpectedly, he met up with Yifeng halfway. Who are you? How dare you trespass on my Jiang family's vein? There were 5 people in the group, and the one at the head was a bearded, burly man, who snapped out a cry, and his weapons were lit up. Who is it? Oh, it's here to claim your lives. Yifeng laughed coldly. It was only 5 martial master realms. They could be destroyed with their hands. Seek death. Get on, kill him. The 5 of them were murderous and charged towards Yifeng. The shadow of the knife in Yifeng's hand fluttered, slashing back and forth a few times on the 5 people. Aha! Several people then let out screams and quickly collapsed. The people inside the mine tunnel basically noticed the commotion. Putting down their picks for the moment and switching to their respective weapons, they rushed out of one of the mine tunnels. Their strength was basically around the martial master realm. It could not produce any threat to Yifeng at all. Yifeng was doing only one thing, following the arrow. Wherever they go, people kill whoever comes. Quickly go and call a few town guards. The enemy is too strong. The remaining remnants of the army retreated back and forth. The town guards in their mouths are the 3 senior officers here, who are the strongest and play the role of guarding the mineral veins. What great guts! How dare you break into my Jiang family's vein, killing my Jiang family's people. It doesn't matter which family you belong to. If you dare to offend my Jiang family, you'll surely die a horrible death. The main town guard, Jiang Fei, with 2 deputy town guards, came out from a cave chamber, dragon walking and quickly approaching Yifeng. Jiang Fei had reached the peak of Martial General, while the 2 deputy town guards accompanying him both had late Martial Generals as well. Great! All 3 town guards have come over. The 3 town guards are all military generals, and the other side is estimated to be only military generals. 3 against 1, easily taken. Humph, killed so many of us. When we take him down, we'll definitely skin him. It must be tortured ruthlessly, or else it will be hard to resolve the hatred in my heart. Seeing the 3 town guards coming over, the people who were originally killed by Yifeng, all of a sudden found their backbone, and were no longer afraid. Their complexion calmed down, and there was even no need to retreat and escape, and they looked at Yifeng as if they were looking at a person who was going to die. A town guard? Martial General? Yifeng smiled. Not to mention a martial general, even a martial king. Killing them was like chopping up a melon or cutting up a vegetable. Go! Waste him first, then interrogate him slowly. Jiang Fei took the lead, followed by the other 2, and the 3 town guards, killing Yifeng with vigor. The other members of the martial master realm, in order to show their loyalty, and also because they had the town guards leading the charge to give them courage, actually followed suit and launched a charge. The corner of Yifeng's mouth lifted up in the face of several people rushing to kill him. Congeal. The demon-breaking gun condensed out. What is this? Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. Shoo shoo shoo. There was simply no time for them to think more. After the demon-breaking gun condensed, it turned into a purple and black stream of light and shot away rapidly. At the last moment of their lives, what they saw was such a stream of light that instantly pierced through their chests. They slowly lowered their heads, and there were huge holes in their chest cavities. Collect! Put the demon breaker gun away again. Inside the mine, there are no more survivors. Yifeng eventually came to a cave chamber. It is used by the town guards for resting and also for storing minerals. After a month's time, there was a small mountainous pile of ore piled up inside, worth a lot of money, and on the pile of ores, a treasure chest that emitted a blue glow was quietly placed there. Chapter 51 Realm Surge. Black Gloves. So far, the treasure chest has been pretty smooth to find, with basically nothing in the way of opening it. Yifeng immediately touched it. Snap! You open a blue treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 13,000 cards of Chi blood. It was worthy of being a blue treasure chest, directly bursting out more than 10,000 Chi blood. A period of time had also passed since the last time he had raised his Chi in blood. At that time, after boosting, the total amount of Chi blood was at 11,000. And during this period of time, when Yifeng was idle, he also took the time to practice cultivation. With the terrifying enchantment of the martial Dao Saint Body, even just through cultivation, the improvement was fast, increasing by 1,000 cards. So that's 12,000 cards before the fusion. Fusion. The huge Chi and blood energies fused madly into Yifeng's torso as his Chi and blood continued to soar. Soaring so much in a short period of time, more points than doubling, yet there was not half a hint of discomfort. There was only the feeling of exhilaration brought about by the surge in strength. Until the end, Yifeng's total Chi blood, it reached a staggering 25,000 cards, above 18,000, up to 27,000, belongs to the peak of the martial arts. In other words, the realm of a Chi-blooded martial artist had soared from the early stage of a martial general, rising 3 small realms in a row, to the peak of a martial general. It was very close to being a martial king, only needing to add another 2,000 cards to be able to advance to the early stage of martial king. For example, the current Soul Master realm had exactly 27,000 points of soul power, which was barely at the early king level. By the way, the required values are the same whether you're a martial artist or a soul master. The 4 sub-realms of the king level corresponded to the following values: 27,000, 36,000, 45,000, and 54,000. Suddenly at that moment, a new treasure chest alert appeared. Treasure chest clue, on Stone Ape Beast Mountain. A blue, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Not bad, not bad. Yi Feng laughed. Just after opening a treasure chest and getting yourself a couple of small realms in a row, a new one comes along. It's also blue with a boutique suffix and can open 2 items at a time, 1 for each. That's quite a succession of treasure chests. Yi Feng was looking forward to what could be opened this time. Going to open it later. As for the eye, Yi Feng looked ahead at the large pile of star pattern iron ore. If they were all sold, they could fetch a good price. Don't want it for nothing. Definitely fish it out. The only trouble was that the ore was too bulky and heavy to be moved in one trip all by itself, and splitting it into many trips is very impractical. Yi Feng couldn't help but think that it would be cool if he had the kind of storage magic treasure like in novels, where he could take away all of his stuff in one go. It also has to be the type that doesn't have a small specification or it won't hold much. Thinking about it, Yi Feng knew that it was impossible to have such a thing currently. Maybe later on too? As for how to deal with minerals, Yi Feng had actually thought about it. He dialed a number, and only voice calls are selected. No video calls. After 3 beeps, the other party picked up. Hey, which one? A gruff male voice came from across the room. I have a huge pile of star-patterned iron ore here. Do you accept it? Yi Feng opened the door and said, how big a pile? The other asked. Yi Feng directly sent him a photo. That many? The other party was slightly surprised. Where is the location and what's it from? He asked smoothly, obviously skilled in his business. Location. Yi Feng sent him a coordinate. How about it? Dare you take it? The other party lapsed into silence. It seems that he is well aware what this place represents. A good job of intelligence. In our line of work, there is no dare, only the right price. He spoke out. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Yi Feng asked. A total of $9 million. The maximum can only go up to this price. After all, that's the Jiang family's stuff. It's still a big risk to collect these. After some weighing, he stated the price. 10 million, rounded up. Yi Feng bargained. 9 million isn't a round number? He spat, obviously not agreeing to a counteroffer. You're not the only one who dares to receive this batch of black goods, Yi Feng said in a cold voice. The meaning is self-evident. If you don't take it, someone else will. Alright, within an hour, someone will be sent to arrive over there to transport the goods, and the money and goods will be cleared by then. He gritted his teeth and answered, and then added in a cold voice, but to be ugly, you'd better not be fooling me, or else, those of us who can do this line of work also have masters behind us. Well, don't worry about it. Yi Feng hung up the call. The person I just approached was an order taker for an organization called Black Glove. They're an organization that specializes in collecting black goods. Understandably, a kind of black market for door-to-door collections. They were on the internet, placing small advertisements everywhere, and Yi Feng was able to find contact information with a casual search. There are quite a few of these organizations, and the Black Glove was chosen because of their high reputation, strength, and pretty good reputation. Without the kind of blackmail and betrayal of clients that happens, the most important point is to dare to accept hard goods, like this pile of ore in front of us. The original owner is the Jiang family. It belongs to the hard goods, without some ability, but also really dare not to get their hands on it. Yi Feng didn't continue to stay in the mine, but came outside. Find a spot on the far side of the room with a good view and a high degree of concealment and stay there. Needless to say, the Black Glove is just efficient, and in just half an hour, a team arrived. In all, there were about 20 men pulling several beast carts. This beast carriage, a huge carriage, was pulled by a beast with iron hooves. Iron-hoofed beast, also an exotic beast, looks like an ox like a horse. Strong body type, good endurance. The personality is fairly docile, able to be tamed, and works very well for hauling cargo. Boy, did you kill them all? The men of this party smelled, upon arrival, the strong odor of blood. At the mouth of the mine, 2 bodies fell there, killing people to get rid of goods and such things. They had also seen a lot, but to dare to lay hands on the Jiang family, such a strong family, was really rare. You two, take charge of the guard out here, and if anyone comes near, let them know. The leader assigned 2 men to watch outside. Yes, the 2 men responded, immediately alerting themselves to distant movements. The leader then took the remaining people and walked inside the mine. Everywhere you go, there are bodies, dead. It's really all killed. Head, which fierce person did this? This one is too strong to actually kill the Jiang family's property. There was a stout member of the team, looking at the corpses, marveled and said, this is not known. You also less prying, do our business. The preoccupation is not to ask the identity of the customer. Yes, the head taught me a lesson. Soon, they found the designated cave room. Hurry up, carry it all outside and load it up, the leader ordered. The crowd was busy. They were all martial artists. Their strength was not small. and they were able to carry a lot in one trip. Plus the number of people is quite a lot. Just use 10 minutes. We'll be inside the minerals. All moved clean. The beast carriages, loaded to the brim. The leader dialed a phone number. All is well on this side. The goods have been loaded and are ready to leave. And the quantity and kind of goods are all right. Well, I know. You guys evacuate quickly. End of call. The convoy hit the road and began the evacuation. Yi Feng noticed a phenomenon. One of them was in charge of breaking the back, spraying a liquid as he walked. The liquid is colorless and odorless, much like water, and after spraying it like a water mist, it becomes largely invisible that it has been sprayed with this stuff. Sure is professional. Yi Feng, who had studied the detailed explanation of compassion raising, also had some understanding of tracking insects like sniffing insects. It is mentioned that some means can be used to cover up or eliminate the odor left by oneself, and the tracking difficulty of the sniffing insects will be greatly increased. The liquid they sprayed is presumably this type of tactic. It's in the books? Chapter 52, Strange Beings, Stone Ape Beasts, receiving the account number. Yi Feng sent it to the other party long ago, and now received a transfer prompt. No more, no less, $10 million exactly. Yi Feng's fortune, then, grew from more than $10 million to more than $20 million. The order taker, who had just been contacted, called at this time. The money has been called. Should we receive it? Roger that. Good cooperation. Next time there are any more goods, I hope we can still continue to cooperate. Yes. Yi Feng hung up the phone. Congeal. The demon breaking gun condensed out. Yi Feng stepped on the demon breaker gun and rose high into the air, following the arrow's guidance towards the next blue treasure chest, the mountain of stone monkeys and beasts. Yi Feng chewed on the name of this place. The clues from earlier suggest that the treasure chest is in that place. During this period of time, when he learned that he needed to come to the treasure mine mystic realm, Yi Feng had intentionally tried to understand this mystic realm. This secret realm is characterized by an abundance of minerals, but no semblance of plants, and therefore no animals, to survive in it. Like humans who stayed in here, they brought their own food, and every time the secret world opened, they resupplied and stocked up on enough food to eat and drink for the next month or so. And the wildlife, too, needs food, but it's bare everywhere. So how can we make them eat rocks? Conditions don't allow for the birth of creatures. You don't say. One side of the water raises one side of the beast. Each secret realm, with its own characteristics, such as the green secret realm, which was a paradise for plants, appeared with demonized plants. As for the treasure mine mysterious realm, it gave birth to a foreign beast that specialized in eating stone minerals. Collectively, they are known as stone beasts, stone ape beasts, a species in the stone beasts. They were ape-like, except that their bodies were composed of hard stones. Such a life is strange to think about. They like to take a mountain and hollow out many internal spaces, as if it were a maze, more like an anthill, and make their home in it. Stone Ape Beast Mountain refers to a mountain where there exists a stone ape beast activity. It was said that within the body of a stone beast, there existed crystal cores, a high-quality mineral. It can be understood in this way that part of the various types of minerals that are normally eaten are absorbed and grown by the body. A part of it is stored to upgrade and make the crystal core stronger, as well as their life core. Such a magical species, even if it wasn't for the existence of the treasure chest over there. Yi Feng was very interested and went over there to take a look. Yi Feng's figure was disappearing into the distant sky. After Yi Feng left, a good while later, a convoy, led by a martial king, gradually approached the mine. What's going on? Why does it smell like blood? From afar, the martial king's sensitive sense of smell smelled blood and immediately felt that something was wrong. But he also had a fluke in his heart, thinking that not many people had the bear heart and leopard guts to come over and covet the Jiang family's property. So many years down the line, it's been quiet. Perhaps, it just so happened that there was a fight nearby? After all, it is a public place, and anyone can come to the treasure mine mystic realm, as long as it is not too close to the mines, and it can't be managed so broadly. It's quite understandable that someone in the neighborhood would pass by and get into a confrontation there and fight to the death. It was only as it drew nearer that the mouth of the mine could be made out in sight. This leading martial king's pupils abruptly shrunk. At the entrance of the mine, there were two corpses collapsed, and blood flowed all over the place. Who did this? Dare to kill my Jiang family's people, touch my Jiang family's property. Jiang Fu was incomparably shaken, his eyes about to spew fire. Every time the treasure mine mystic realm opened, the minerals that had been accumulated for a month needed to be transported back. The one sent by the Jiang family to take charge of this matter this time was Martial King Jiang Fu. Who would have thought that after the convoy arrived, they would see the scene in front of them? Not only was Jiang Fu enraged, but the other Jiang family members who were traveling with him were also enraged. Follow me in and see. Jiang Fu took the lead and led the crowd, holding their respective weapons, and charged into the mine with vigor. They hoped that, at this point, the murderer was still inside and could be blocked by them. It certainly didn't turn out the way it was supposed to, and all the way through it was nothing but corpses, and still corpses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even the minerals have been looted. Jiang Fu clenched his fists and ruthlessly slammed the nearby cave wall, and with a bang, debris shot out in all directions, smashing out a large pit. Could it be the work of those old rivals? It makes sense. The Sun family is the most suspected, and they've had a very tense relationship with our Jiang family. Recently, others in the same group, indignant, voiced speculation. Unlikely. Jiang Fu, however, shook his head and explained, the Sun family, or any other family, isn't that confused. Unless the relationship is completely broken and has reached the point of tearing the skin apart, they won't do this, because they figured out that if they today, wheel them back tomorrow. Their name industries are not less than ours, and here in the treasure mining mystic realm, they also have the same veins being mined. Screwing around will just end up being a lose-lose situation for other competitors to take advantage of. Jiang Fu said something that made a lot of sense, but then the question arises, who did it? Miscalculation. Should have brought a compounder and used a sniffing bug to find the trail. Jiang Fu also didn't expect that this would happen. Had to contact the Jiang family and explain the situation to them. When that side got the news, they were naturally furious and immediately held a high-level meeting. The last time Jiang Mingxian was killed, the murderer hadn't even been found yet, and now this kind of thing had happened again, making them even more furious. Take advantage of the fact that both of these things need to be done before the family master leaves the gate, or else you and I can't afford it if the family master gets angry. Many Jiang parent elders gathered in a hall, their faces grave. Eventually, they sent another team to take charge of the investigation, and among them were the companions. But as it turned out, they were greatly disappointed. The other side has used means to remove the odor. Looking at the headless sniffer, the compounder shook his head. If it had only just happened, even if the means of removing the odor had been used, it would not have been able to disappear that quickly, cleanly. But now, the delay was so long that there was no trace of half a lingering scent, and it was completely impossible to track. While Zhang's family was fretting, Yi Feng, on the other hand, arrived at his destination, Stone Ape Beast Mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was a huge mountain with an overall grayish-white color, like a marble mountain. A number of holes were cut out in various locations of the mountain, leading to the interior of the mountain. Every now and then a stone ape beast slipped out of one of the holes. Their bodies are made of stone, like an ape made of stone, looking dull and a bit tigerish. Boo! A certain stone ape beast slammed its fist into a nearby rock wall, dropping many pieces of debris. It picked up a few pieces, put them into its mouth, and crunched and chewed on them. And what a strange life. Chapter 53, Chopping and Dicing. The Birth of a King. Yi Feng looked at the arrow on the ground, guiding it all the way to the front and eventually entering a certain cave entrance. There's no other way but to break in and make a trip to find the treasure chest and open it. Yi Feng approached over. The stone ape beast, which was eating a stone, noticed Yi Feng's approach and turned its head to look over. The half-eaten stone block in his hand was aimed at Yi Feng and slammed it. Yi Feng flicked away from the attack of the stones. Boom boom boom. It came with big, lumbering-looking strides, each step thumping the earth. The arm that was the same as the stone pillar quickly smashed towards Yi Feng. Dang! Yi Feng held his sword to resist, and the collision caused sparks to fly. With its other hand, it opened up and smashed. Yi Feng took a step back to avoid the attack. With a few tests, Yi Feng had a rough idea of how much strength the stone ape beast in front of him had. Exactly. According to the division of strength of foreign beasts, this stone ape beast, its strength was at the sergeant level. If humans wanted to deal with it, they had to be at least in the martial master realm. Their bodies were very sturdy, and an unusual martial artist would probably have quite a hard time hitting them. Don't look at them as being relatively bulky, but by virtue of their strong carapace, attacks of average power would cause limited damage to them. But now well, its opponent is Yi Feng. Swish! Yi Feng's hand rose and fell, and the stone ape beast in front of him was chopped into two halves. The cuts were neat and smooth. Sturdy body? That also depends on who is the one who strikes the attack. After the stone ape beast was chopped in half, within its head, a cylindrical object fell out, light yellow in color. Is this a crystal core? Yi Feng leaned down, picked up the crystal core and placed it in his hand to observe. It does feel more condensed than other minerals, with little impurities. If it was used for refining utensils, the quality would be enhanced quite a bit. The movement of the fight here attracted all the nearby stone ape beasts, and they similarly thumped their feet and surrounded Yi Feng. Yi Feng's battle knife flipped in his hand, the shadow of the knife transformed, and a single stone ape beast, then all of them were split into two. All of them are of the rank of sergeant, and you get a total of 15 crystal cores. The value of these sure-grade stone beast crystal cores should not be low, and if one kills a higher-level stone ape beast and obtains a higher-level crystal core, it will be worth even more. There weren't many stone ape beasts outside, and their strength wasn't too strong, so Yifeng walked towards the inside of the mountain. Mainly this trip over, opening treasure chests is the goal. Even if you want to kill the stone ape beast, wait until you've opened the treasure chest. Get inside the mountain. So many forks in the road. Yifeng found that after walking forward on one path for a while, it could separate into two, and then after walking for a while, it continued to diverge again. As it went on, the mountain passages inside were intricate and complicated, like a huge maze, but no matter how it was divided, Yifeng only recognized the arrow to go along the way. As long as they encountered the stone ape beast, going up was a knife. The more crystal cores they picked up, the more. These stone ape beasts, which all felt dull, were fine except for their harder bodies. Even if there are multiple of them staying together, they don't know how to fight as a team, and it's still easier to kill them one at a time. Of course, the most important reason was that Yifeng was strong and directly crushed over. Another SGT level. Can't we have a couple of general level ones for fun? Yifeng rather resented the poor strength of the stone ape beast. If you have a general rank, you can get a general rank stone beast crystal core, which is worth even more. Unfortunately not. There doesn't seem to be any higher strength in this. As Yifeng advanced towards the inside, deep in the beast mountain, in a huge space, hundreds of general grade stone ape beasts were engaged in a great melee. They are actually in a civil war. The fight was unusually fierce, with debris flying. Boo! One of them, the largest, fought with particular valor, and had a clear advantage in terms of battle power, being one rank higher than the others. The other stone ape beasts in the surroundings, perhaps seeing that this beast is the greatest threat, all intentionally gathered together, more than one to surround one. Boom! Boom boom boom. The large stone ape beast, however, did not panic at all, and with each punch, a companion fell. Some of them were hit in the vitals, and their heads were shattered, and the crystal cores fell out, and they were actually picked up by the big stone ape beasts, which swallowed all the crystal cores. The big man fought harder and harder, with dozens of dead and wounded around him. Boom! Due to absorbing many of his companions' crystal cores, the big man's size skyrocketed, growing from the original 3 meters to 5 meters. Its realm, too, had broken through from the general level to the king level. In this moment, the king was born. All of the general level stone ape beasts didn't dare to make another move. All of them prostrated and kneeled down, submitting to their king. Click click click. The king beast's mouth opened and closed, making the clicking sound of hard objects colliding. The voice, which had a strange penetrating power, traveled all the way through the various mountain passes. Wherever they passed, what was going on in the mountain passes would be detected by the king's beasts. It was an ability born after it became the king of the group, and that's not all. There was a certain amount of chance in its birth. Previously, it was of low intelligence, empty of brute strength, and did not know how to cooperate. It has a much higher IQ now than it did before. Through the propagation of sound, it could probe, at any time, the situation of a large area around it, as well as command the stone ape beasts scattered everywhere. One can think of the stone ape beasts everywhere as its limbs, and it is the brain of the group that is giving the orders. Hula! The surrounding general level stone ape beasts, as if they had received orders, ran toward the various mountain passes. Their target was none other than Yifeng. In the exploration just now, the king beasts had discovered that there was a human who had intruded into their homeland and had killed quite a few stone ape beasts. Yifeng, who was in the mountain path, continued to advance towards the arrow. Suddenly, he noticed something strange behind him. Turn around violently. A stone ape beast catapulted its feet and approached Yifeng. The intention was very clear, to get close enough to sneak up on them. Discovered by Yifeng's sudden turn, its figure froze and without hesitation, it retreated, wanting to use the terrain advantage to drive away. Seeing this, Yifeng called out strangely. The ones he encountered before could all be very dull and would only face the hard bar straight on and it up until it was dead, not knowing how to run away at all. Swish! Yifeng's feet powered up, and his body was like an arrow off the string, catching up with the stone ape beast in 3 or 2 strokes. The same knife, a direct chop. It was nothing special, and as usual, a crystal core was taken. Continue on your way. The next stone ape beasts encountered all became different from before. Know how to take stock of the situation and work as a team. It's like their IQs, all of a sudden, have gotten higher, even one after another. They also encountered general grade stone ape beasts, general grade crystals, a little darker in color. Is there someone in command? This is the only way to explain their back and forth transformation, but no matter how it changed, in front of Yifeng, it was all one size fits all. After a while, no more stone ape beasts were encountered. Killed everything? Yifeng muttered. Again, I don't think so. It's more like, knowing they're outmatched, the conductor tells them to hide. Yifeng's footsteps accelerated, arriving at the depths of the mountain. What a big side of space, the huge mountain space. The much larger stone ape king beast stood there quietly, seemingly intent on waiting for Yifeng to arrive. And in Yifeng's eyes, this particular stone ape beast had a blue light flickering in its chest position. Treasure chest. Chapter 54 to treasure chest 2 items. King beast life contract. Another movable treasure chest. But you, a stone ape beast, won't be polite with you. Demon breaking gun. Congeal. Yifeng's first move was a masterstroke. Directly utilizing his soul master ability, the demon breaker gun condensed out. Phew! The lance turned into streams of light and shot away. With such a quick attack, the king beast was taken aback. All it had probed before was Yifeng holding a sword and attacking. Judging from the power of the previous attack, it felt that it could kill Yifeng before it would feel at ease and let Yifeng come over. Who would have thought that the attack Yifeng was hitting now was something it had never seen before, and the power was much stronger. The situation was urgent, and it made a dodge, which was quite agile, and knowing that it couldn't avoid it completely, it raised its hand and took the initiative to fend it off. Bang! With a powerful might, it blasted its arm. Originally thought that it would be instantly smashed to smithereens, but didn't want to, but only cracked out a few cracks. What a strong defense! What Yifeng was using now was the ability of a soul master, with a power that was not comparable to that of a martial artist. Nonetheless, it was still only possible to injure. Compared to those stone ape beasts from before, they were not on the same level at all. In that case, cast the soul skill as well. All of a sudden, the demon-breaking gun had a layer of blood red attached to it, and whether it was the attacking power or the attacking rate of fire, it was even stronger than before the soul skill was performed. Boom boom boom. Several attacks, all hitting the same point, exceeded the tolerance limit, and the right arm that the king beast used to block was shattered and scattered on the ground. Ha! Yifeng let out a light eek. It was as if the shattered pieces, as if summoned, suddenly flew upwards. At the broken arm of the king beast, it was as if it had been retrofitted with a powerful magnet, which reabsorbed all the broken pieces, all of them, and actually reassembled them, intact as before. There's no one else with this restorative ability. This didn't happen when fighting other stone ape beasts, so one can only say that this particular king beast had extraordinary skills. Click click click. Despite having repaired its broken arm, the king beast was still angry, its mouth opening and closing rapidly to express its anger. It quickly rushed towards Yifeng with a speed that was not the least bit bulky. If its opponent was just an unusual martial king, it would be simple to beat it. Unfortunately, the opponent was Yifeng. Yifeng's soul power was mobilized, and he once again launched a fierce attack. The blood-red lance, with infinite might, attacked and killed the king beast continuously. The king beast's sturdy body was blasted to pieces. With the final blow, it was finally unable to resist and its head was shattered by a single blow. The crystal core inside then fell out. The blue treasure chest hidden inside the stone ape king beast, which had similarly fallen to the ground, could finally be opened. Yifeng walked over and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You open a blue, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 4th rank martial arts skill, Instant Shadow Heavenly Blade, Complete Enlightenment, Ru Sangbine Rapid Nutrient, first 4 stages. Finally, a martial art for me. The last time a martial art was opened, it was still of the 2nd rank, and now it had directly crossed over to the 4th rank. I'm not even close to Martial King in strength right now, so I should be able to execute a 4th ranked martial skill, right? Yifeng immediately carried out the fusion, and the consummate instantaneous Shadow Heavenly Blade sensation fused into Yifeng's mind. Yifeng moved, waving his battle knife in his hand, the shadow of the knife flipping. In an instant, layers of blade shadows transformed and condensed into a sharp strike that chopped above the cave wall in front of him. Boo! The hard stone wall was immediately chopped out with a knife mark that was about several meters long and deep. Good sword play. Yifeng saw that this instant Shadow Heavenly Blade was characterized by its speed. The knife is fast, mighty sharp. Although the name didn't carry the word wind, it was properly a wind martial skill as well. The wind martial skill was all about the word fast. With the martial general realm, it was completely feasible to execute this 4th rank martial skill, because the distance to the martial king level was also fast approaching, and with the total amount of chi and blood lying there, it was impossible to feel overwhelmed. Another thing, Ru Mulberry Vine Instant Nutrient, first 4 stages. In fact, there were 4 portions of this substance, all liquid and green in color, in 4 separate porcelain vases. The bottle has the logo written on it, from 1 to 4. As the name suggests, it is a nutrient that allows the Ru Mulberry vine to grow rapidly. Giving it the first bottle to absorb enables it to grow to the limit of the first stage in a short period of time. Then when it is given a second bottle to absorb, it breaks through to the second stage and continues to grow to its limit for the rest of its life. After that, and so on, until the 4th stage, it was a total of 4 canes, and the battle power was comparable to that of a martial king. This is good stuff. Originally, he was worried that it would take a long time for the Ru Sangbine to grow up, and that it would not be able to catch up with the progress of his own becoming stronger at all. Now with this quick nutrient, it will help the rue mulberry vine, in a short period of time, to grow quickly to the 4th stage. Yifeng hurriedly opened the first porcelain bottle, and the liquid inside had a nice fresh smell. The Yunsang vine, which was wrapped around his right arm, smelled the flavor and was so excited that he followed Yifeng's arm and approached the porcelain bottle. Go into it, absorb as much as you want, and I'll change your nutrient solution when you reach your stage 1 limit. With its smallest size, the rue mulberry vine entered the porcelain vase and absorbed it quickly. Yifeng put all the bottles and cans into his tactical backpack. Just as Yifeng wanted to pick up the nearby king beast crystal cores, Sasha, on the ground around them, the broken pieces of the king beast's shattered carcass were actually still trembling, with a tendency to regroup towards the crystal core. Yifeng's eyes were quick and he directly collected the crystal core. This king beast crystal core, the block was even bigger and darker in color, golden, so tenacious. Yifeng detected that within the crystal core, there was a life energy, indicating that this king beast was still alive. If you put it back into the broken body block, it is expected that it will be able to gather and regenerate. Just as Yifeng was preparing, he erased the life energy amongst the crystal core. The crystal core, however, took the initiative to release a golden thread that was also composed of energy. The energy could be perceived as being full of goodwill and submission. It was afraid and succumbed to Yifeng. Since you want to submit to me, then I will reluctantly accept it. Yifeng said this on his lips, but in his heart, he was still quite happy. This guy, with his extremely strong body defense and the ability to reorganize when broken, was really not something an ordinary person could deal with. Yifeng condensed a trace of soul power and touched the golden energy, and the two sides succeeded in making a contract. This kind of operation was a life contract that the Stone Ape King Beast had released by actively yielding. After the contract was successful, it became Yifeng's favored beast and could not be betrayed for eternity. Even if Yifeng wanted it to commit suicide, it had to do so, regardless of how far apart the distance was. With a single thought from Yifeng, he could completely erase its consciousness. This is the horror of the life contract, completely under the master's control. No species will willingly, as a last resort, submit to another and create a life contract. Since the bond was now successful and it had become a 100% loyal favored beast, Yifeng let its body reorganize. Putting the crystal core back, the surrounding broken pieces of the corpse began to tremble. The amplitude is getting bigger and bigger, and eventually the neighborhood gathered back. A piece of assembled, once again forming the appearance of the Stone Ape King Beast. Although it was able to reorganize, it was evident that after all this, it was still quite depleted and looked a bit weak. These are the crystal cores of your companions. Can you absorb them? Yifeng handed the crystal core that he had obtained earlier to the Stone Ape King Beast. It immediately took it and clicked and ate it, one at a time, and soon ate it all. Its condition had indeed changed for the better. You can still eat. However, the crystal cores are kept just to sell for money. It was more valuable to give the Stone Ape King Beast a chance to recover its state instead. Yifeng surveyed the lump of stone, searching for what to arrange. If you take it out, you'll be following your activities from now on? Otherwise, if you let it roam freely outside, you're bound to be mobbed as a scourge, and it would have been more appropriate to leave it in here instead. It's full of minerals, all the nutrients they need to grow, to keep eating and getting stronger. Right, minerals. Yifeng suddenly had a flash of light and revealed a wicked smile. Chapter 55, Splitting Up the Army, Looting the Mine Vein. Yifeng looked towards the Stone Ape King Beast. You like all kinds of minerals, right? Clack clack clack. If you like it, I will give you some locations next. You command the Stone Ape Beasts and ransack those veins. Half of the harvested minerals will be rewarded to you guys, and half of them will be turned over to me. Click 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 click. The Stone Ape King Beast nodded vigorously. Yifeng dialed a phone, and a rough male voice came from the other side. Business again so soon? The person contacted was still the same order taker from before. From Black Glove. It feels like your intelligence is good, so you should be able to find out where all of the Jiang family's mineral vein industries are located in the treasure mining mystic realm, right? Yifeng asked directly. It's possible, but what are you asking for? The other party had actually vaguely guessed that Yifeng's intentions, thinking it was still a bit unbelievable. Ransacking a Jiang family's mining vein was crazy enough. Listening to this tone, I'm afraid we're not going to ransack them all? That's going to offend the tragic Jiang family. There were still many strong people in the Jiang family, with multiple martial zones and even strong martial zones. You make a price. I'll buy this handful of information. Is this business done? Yifeng said. 1 million. The opposite side was also unambiguous. Yes, deal. Yifeng readily agreed. A piece of information, sold 1 million. Sounds very expensive, but the collection of information is a very troublesome thing. Without a strong intelligence department, Yifeng is not able to short time understand the distribution of these industries of the Zheng family. Since we're going to do something big, it's definitely important to be well informed. As long as it's done, there's no worry about money at all. There's tons of minerals to sell, so what's $1 million? Yifeng directly punched $1 million over. The other party was also very quick and sent all the coordinates of the mineral veins about the Zheng family to Yifeng. That's quite a lot. More than 30. It's good to have intelligence. The exact coordinates of each place, the types of minerals, are all clearly written. It made Yifeng have to admire that the Black Glove's intelligence department was really well informed. However, in their line of work, it is true that they have to do so. Otherwise one day they will mess with people who absolutely cannot mess with them, and receive things that should not be received. Then it will be finished, and it is estimated that the whole organization will be uprooted. Next, the Stone Ape King Beast was taught to recognize the way. The good thing is that it has a good IQ and learns quickly. After testing it a few times, assign it a coordinate and it arrives at the exact coordinate location. Now in here, how many Stone Ape Beasts are left? Yifeng asked the Stone Ape King Beast. It immediately clicked and barked twice. After a while, footsteps came from various mountain passes. 10, 100, 1,000. The final rough count was more than 5,000. Yifeng didn't expect that there was so much hidden inside the mountain. However, there are some of them with low strength, which is not a small percentage, and this kind is not useful for the time being. It's the ones above the rank of sergeant that are more useful, more than 1,000 of them. As for the general level ones, there were more than 300 of them. You tell them to split up now and go to each of these 30-odd locations and ransack the veins there. All of them, and bring back all the minerals. Yifeng said to the Stone Ape King Beast. Clack clack clack. Next, it was the Stone Ape King Beast, giving orders to his men. The specifics of how to teach them to arrive at the right place was the matter of the Stone Ape King Beast, and Yifeng directly acted as a shirker. After a while, they were finally taught and departed in great numbers. They are divided into more than 30 teams. The members of each team were, roughly, 10 generals, as well as a couple dozen sergeants. Such a configuration was more than enough to deal with the guards of the vein. Will choose to strike at the same time. Efficiency is one aspect. Mainly also do not want to give the Zheng family time, as well as the opportunity to react. Today was the first day of the opening of the secret realm, and the Zheng family would definitely send someone over to transport the minerals. If the time dragged on too long, the minerals were all shipped right back to them, and there were no minerals to loot if they attacked the vein. If, on the other hand, one place is attacked separately, after the news spreads, the other mining sites will strengthen their defense, and it will be more difficult to win. Yifeng watched them leave. During this time of waiting, the phone number of the Black Glove organization was dialed. Prepare the caravan and wait to receive a large amount of minerals. Yifeng said directly. You're really going against the Zheng family? The other party's tone was surprised. That's more than 3 dozen or veins. If every one of them was plundered, it would indeed be a considerable asset. But the question is, can the Zheng family be allowed to be ransacked like this? He hadn't even thought that Yifeng had struck at the same time, because trying to loot so many mining sites at once requires so much manpower that high and low are now an organized force. Aren't you guys only in charge of buying and selling and don't ask for anything else? Yifeng's tone was unpleasant. My fault. It's my fault for talking too much. After apologizing, he then hesitantly said, it's just that this time, we don't quite dare to pick up the goods at the mining site. What he was worried about was the Zheng family's counterattack, and it would be dangerous to be blocked at that time, let alone doing business. You'll lose your life there. Don't worry about this point. I will put the goods in a safe location for you. You just prepare the manpower and vehicles and wait for my news. Yifeng said, that's good. We'll start preparing now and wait for your good news. The phone hung up. Yifeng waited quietly. Before the Stone Ape Beast departed, Yifeng had explained the hoarding point. It is a place that is quite far from this side. That location is also quite remote. With a stone forest, not much resources, few people will go over there. The secrecy is very good. The portion of minerals you want to sell, just hoard it all over there. Time passes by. At this time, a certain mining site under the name of the Zheng family. There were 2 men, watching the door. The force configurations at these mining sites are not too different. At best, those with more valuable minerals and larger deposits will have more masters accordingly. Perhaps it was because all along, no one dared to cause trouble in their place. These 2 gatekeepers, their demeanor looked quite lax. They only realized it afterward when a group of Stone Ape Beasts approached and sensed the movement. Look over there. What's that? A stone beast? This should be called a stone ape beast. Where did it come from? Strange. Do stone ape beasts have the habit of skulking around? Not that I recall. They're used to nesting in one place and don't wander around. That's strange. Could there be a stone ape beast's entrenchment point nearby? The two of them looked in disgust and surprise, not even realizing that this group of stone ape beasts were rushing towards them, and thought that they were just entrenched nearby, and had unintentionally slipped over to the side, just as quickly. It didn't feel right. Not good. They're coming for us. Quickly informed the people inside. The two men folded their arms and were about to head inside the mine. Just as he started, a powerful oppression came from behind him. Several general-grade stone ape beasts leapt and pounced over. The two were no match at all and were directly stomped on. Chapter 56, News spreads. People are on edge. Dozens of stone ape beasts rushed inside the mine. Wherever they pass, no one can stop them. The three martial guards heard the commotion and hurried out. How could there be a stone ape beast? The three were shocked. When the vein was first discovered here, before mining, there have long been experts from the Jiang family to a large area nearby, sweeping once, and this kind of thing is regularly done once to prevent there will be stone beasts to the nearby camp. More and more gathered, endangering the safety of the vein. But now, dozens of stone ape beasts suddenly popped out. Where on earth did they pop out from? Several town guards. These stone ape beasts are so strong. They killed many of us, the person who was being chased by the stone ape beast said in shock and anger. Humph, sinful animal, die. The three of them killed the stone ape beast with full fury, but unfortunately, they had severely underestimated the strength of the stone ape beast. The 10 at the front alone possessed the rank of general. Under siege, the 3 military guards of the town were beaten back wailing. In the end, he was hammered alive by the stone ape beast. After taking out the men in the mines, the stone ape beasts find the minerals. And inside the mines, there is also a type of mining cart with several large wheels with a cargo hopper that can be filled with minerals. Because the mines that are usually dug out need to be carried inside the cave chamber for centralized storage, they need to use this kind of mining cart. The mine cart is a good size and has a lot of filler. Finding many mining carts, all the ores inside the mine cave were filled into the cargo buckets of the carts, and then they were pulled away by the stone ape beasts. A part of it was transported to the stone ape beast mountain, which Yifeng had promised to give them for consumption and absorption. The other part of the group headed for the designated spot, which was a stone forest, and hoarded over there. Much like here, in multiple other veins, it was playing out at the same time. One of the Jiang family's mineral vein industries had suffered an unprecedented ransacking. There was one particular spot, though, where an accident occurred. When the stone ape beast team responsible for this place arrived at this mine, it was when they ran into strong people. Marshal King Jiangfu was ordering people to carry out all the minerals in the mine cave and load them out so that he can transport them away. The two just happened to touch. How could there be a stone ape beast running here? Jiangfu's brows furrowed in confusion. What a bad day. Leaving early in the morning from the Jiang family, with a convoy, all the way here, just ordered to transport the minerals over here. The first mining site that was reached was a situation where people were slaughtered and minerals were looted. It annoyed him and there was nothing he could do about it. After contacting the Jiang family and wasting a lot of time, it was finally time for the Jiang family to send someone to arrive. Unfortunately, the results continued to be unsatisfactory, as the enemy eliminated the scent and the sniffer bugs were unable to track it. What else can we do? The mine site where the accident occurred was left in charge of the team that arrived later, and he proceeded to load the minerals. Now here, this is the second mine site, still loading up. Dozens of stone ape beasts were seen approaching. Humph, where did you come from? Die. Jiangfu didn't care what the stone ape beasts came over for. The powerful qi and blood of the martial king erupted, and directly slashed the fastest stone ape beast into two halves. With the crushing power of the realm, it was indeed possible to do it in seconds. The remaining stone ape beasts were stunned by the scene before them. When it came out, its king explained. Of course, in reality, the king beast is just a messenger, mainly Yifeng's meaning. Yifeng instructed them, if they encountered two powerful opponents, not a rival, do not love the battle, the first time to retreat. How much can escape count? Thinking of these instructions, the stone ape beast, who was a step behind, immediately folded and fled. Humph, trying to escape, it's not that easy. For most of the day, Jiangfu had long been holding his breath, and it was just the right time to take it out on these stone ape beasts. He chased after them and cut down several more stone ape beasts. However, the stone ape beasts were too numerous and scattered to escape, and there was no way for him to kill them all. Only half of them were eventually taken out, and the remaining half, let them escape. Mainly he didn't want to chase them out too far. He had business to attend to over here. Yes, Jiang Fu re-entered and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. The depression that had been pent up for most of the day was finally vented in the battle just now. It's just that, after calming down, something always feels a little off again. There is no stone ape beast lair nearby, and stone ape beasts are not a race that likes to run around. So how come there is suddenly such a group of stone ape beasts running over to this side of the vein for a good reason? Why? Look at my skepticism. A group of stone beasts with low intelligence is just a group of stone beasts. What other reasons can there be? It must be looking for food, so they ran over here haphazardly. Jiang Fu slapped his head and muttered to himself, "The minerals, on this side, have all been loaded. Depart." They headed for the next vein. After gradually getting closer, the ominous feeling in Jiang Fu's heart grew stronger and stronger. The smell of blood. Again. Soon they saw the bodies. Who did it again? Jiang Fu's crowd. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Inexplicably, it recalled just now the image of the stone ape beast approaching. Not good. Other veins. Jiang Fu immediately set off again for the next vein. Sure enough, it was exactly as he thought. More than that, he moved on to the next place. Same, all the same, all looted. It was as if there was a powerful force targeting their Jiang family. He could already imagine how furious the Jiang family would be after this was reported. By the way, the compassionate master is still in the secret realm. Let him come and track it down. Jiang Fu immediately contacted the compounder. When he gets here, use the sniffer bug to probe. Still no trace. The compounder shook his head. What he didn't know was that the stone ape beasts themselves didn't have much of a breath. Not to mention, their bodies, which were no different from stone. And the last thing that was lacking in the secret realm was rocks. There was sand and gravel everywhere. The stone ape beasts were moving around in this kind of place. And from the perspective of sniffing out scents, it was almost as if they were invisible. With this result, Jiang Fu's entire body was disheveled. As the person in charge of transportation for this time, if you only keep one vein, you will surely be questioned. The key thing is, if you can't find any trace of the murderer, you don't even have a chance to make up for it. In the meantime, somewhere in a remote stone forest, piles of minerals were piled up, a small mountain of many kinds, all pulled by the stone ape beasts and dumped over here. The stone ape beast had already let Yifeng call it back to rest inside the beast mountain. Inside there, deep in the cavernous chambers, there were piles of minerals stored as well. With these, it is enough for them to consume and grow. They wouldn't be able to finish it if they were given any more, which was why Yifeng chose to sell half of it. Crunch crunch crunch. With all types of minerals to eat, the stone ape beasts were very happy, hugging and nibbling on their respective favorite minerals. Great teeth. The task that Yifeng had given them was to raise their strength as soon as possible and expand their population, so that they could proceed to mess things up later. Yifeng was not in the Beast Mountain at this time, but over in the stone forest, but did not show himself, but only hid in the shadows, keeping an eye on the minerals hoarded over there. When the people from the Black Glove organization, who had been notified by Yifeng, arrived here at the stone forest, the scene in front of them stunned them all. So many minerals. They knew that it was someone who was preparing to loot. The vein of mines in the name of the Jiang family. I thought that, to be able to loot one or two, are very remarkable. I did not expect so many. I am afraid that not all of them are looted. Hurry up and load the truck. Surprised as they were, they didn't stay idle and acted immediately. On Yifeng's side, he was also bargaining with the Black Gloves, and in the end, this batch of minerals was sold for a total of 200 million. Yifeng's total assets amounted to more than $220 million. For the next few days, Yifeng stayed inside the treasure mine secret realm. The main thing was to hang out with the stone ape beasts, observe their habits, and make plans for their next development. You guys give me a free pass on breeding, and for each additional child, you get an additional resource subsidy, Yifeng announced. The way they have babies is also interesting. 2 stone ape beasts, male and female, stay together. Some kind of fluctuation released in the crystal nucleus, if the frequency is right. Inside the female beast, there will be a chance to bear a new small crystal nucleus, gradually grow into a small stone ape beast, and then be born. Yifeng told them to develop for a while and not to mess up for the time being, because after the matter of the Jiang family, after the news spread, it had become a big deal and people were on edge. Each family's vein had sent more experts to sit in on it, fearing that, like the Jiang family, they would be the next to be looted. It's time to go out, Yifeng said softly. Chapter 57, Crazy Way. Fishing for law enforcement. Yifeng let the Stone Ape King beast, in the Stone Ape Beast Mountain, develop obscenely for a period of time first. For himself, he came to the teleportation point, the location he had been randomly teleported to when he first came in. A mysterious suction force that gradually strengthened. Soon, Yi Feng was teleported out. I had thought that I would meet someone from the Jiang family, but it turned out that I didn't. What Yi Feng didn't know was that in the first 2 days after the incident had just happened, the Jiang family was indeed incomparably furious and sent a large number of experts to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. But the results weren't as good as they could have been, and the leads were few and far between. Hearing Jiang Fu say that there were dozens of stone ape beasts, intent on attacking the vein, could it be all stone ape beasts? At first, they thought it was just a coincidence, but with the investigation, in other mining sites, some clues found, it is indeed very much like the stone ape beast to do. So much for throwing events even more into the bizarre. It hadn't happened in years, so how did it happen at this time? 1 or 2 is fine, but now there are a whole 3 dozen, all at the same time. Everyone else is fine, but only his Jiang family is in trouble. Definitely premeditated. This could never have happened without premeditated planning. But the question came up, who exactly was behind the scenes, to be able to do that, to make a group of stone ape beasts, to come over and ransack their Jiang family's vein? It was important to realize that stone beasts generally had low IQs and would only react instinctively. There was no way to teach them to do anything. It was once envisioned that stone beasts were naturally interested in all kinds of ores, so if they were tamed to become favored beasts and allowed to help dig up minerals, they could provide a lot of labor. However, after many experiments, all failed and could not be tamed at all. People gradually gave up this idea. It's hard to believe that someone has succeeded in taming it. For a few days, they had been searching for the stone ape beast everywhere in the treasure mine mystic realm, but the secret realm is so big that there is no result for a while. Even if they found the stone ape beasts, it wouldn't necessarily be the group that had ransacked their vein. Before Yi Feng left, he had also explained to the stone ape king beast that when he was fine, he would stay inside the mountain, and if he found that there was an enemy outside, he would utilize the labyrinth of walkways inside the mountain to play hide and seek with them, and just keep circling around. Yi Feng advanced towards the provincial capital at an even speed. In the meantime, the Dragon Academy is in the midst of something intense. Several senior instructors were sent out, and the Martial King sent by the Joint Guard Bureau was in the process of launching an operation. There was a Guard Bureau Martial King each, as well as a senior tutor of the academy, each following a student as they strolled aimlessly through the streets and alleys. Simply put, there were groups of 3, with 2 Martial Kings following a student. While the students walked in plain sight, the 2 Martial Kings dressed up as passers-by and followed at a distance, minimizing their presence. I hope we can fish out Crazy Wei. Su Kanyi was also one of the operatives, and at that moment, in conjunction with the Martial King sent by the Security Bureau, she was following a student from afar. The cause of the incident goes back to a few days ago, when Zhao Ming was brutally killed. An investigation was immediately launched at that time, as well as reported to the Guard Bureau. The Guard Bureau, as the state's department for maintaining law and order, had many martial arts experts. The alarm is the Dragon School, the murdered or students, and is in the provincial capital murder. The murderer is really lawless, too arrogant. The Security Bureau, incomparable attention, set up a task force rapid investigation. After many testimonies, the final result was reached. This murderer, most likely, is a member of the Bloodhands sect. The bounty wanted list still has this person's information on it. Crazy Wei, strength early Martial King, nickname Student Killer. He very much likes to kill students, especially those from key schools. Those who can get into key schools have better natural talent, giving him the pleasure of eliminating geniuses. Bounty, 50 million. The original evil pill master, who was in the late Martial King stage, only had a bounty of 10 million. Crazy Wei was as high as 50 million at the early stage of Martial King alone, a full 5 times that of the evil pill master. That's why the bounty depends not only on strength, but also on how bad the impact of the crime committed by the person is. The evil pharmacist is certainly also an evil person, but compared to Crazy Wei, who specializes in killing school students and often kills them in a series, causing people to be on tenterhooks, the nature of the evil pharmacist is much worse than that of the evil pharmacist. For example, during this period of investigation, several other students were killed, who disobeyed the advice to sneak out of the school and were eventually killed. Their deaths were equally miserable. They were also thrown to the outer playground, similar to Zhao Ming's death. At first, there were doubts about how the murderer knew so well what students were in the school, because if it's not clear, how did the killer manage to, each time, kill a student at the school? After an investigation, it finally checks out. One student, in the records of the students' basic files going through, had browsed through almost all of the students' files. The basic file information is public. The school students can query each other. Originally done so that the students can real-time knowledge of the progress of the same period of classmates, each other climbing competition. Who had thought, will be betrayed to a murderous maniac? The person who sold the student files was none other than Zhao Ming. Sometimes it's so dramatic that the person who sells student records becomes the first person to be killed. And it's kind of karma. As for Zhao Ming's motivation, it was nothing more than being promised benefits by Crazy Wei, and without knowing clearly what the other party, who wanted these files for, sold the file information. When Crazy Wei got what he wanted, he naturally wouldn't keep Zhao Ming. The action that unfolded at this time was fishing for law enforcement, using the lone student as bait to lure Crazy Wei out, and the two martial kings that accompanied him immediately stepped forward to deal with it. It was just that time was passing by, and most of the day was almost gone. Large chunks of the surrounding area had been wandered around, and several times, they had even encountered other teams. As a result, nothing. It's not supposed to be seen as a problem, is it? Su Canny's lips moved lightly and said in a very low voice. A female martial king from the security bureau beside him nodded slightly and responded in a low voice. Crazy Wei can have such a high bounty. Aside from the numerous crimes, the other reason is that it's hard to catch him. He's too vigilant. In the meantime, a street somewhere in this area, Yifeng had already returned from the treasure mine Mystic Realm and headed towards the Dragon Tank School. It was in this street at this time, walking without speed. The street is relatively isolated and low traffic, with just about nothing at this time. Yifeng suddenly stood still, felt something in his heart, and slowly turned around. Just behind him, at some point, there was one more person standing there, with a cruel sardonic smile on his face. Chapter 58. He's one of my students. This person has narrow eyes and thin lips, a ghostly blue dagger, flipped back and forth in a few fingers, as nimble as a fish in water. Yifeng, the current freshman of the Dragon Totem Academy, has been promoted to become a senior student in only 10 days. Ha 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 ha, not bad not bad. Like you, this level of genius, I still encountered for the first time. Wait to kill, it will be very happy. Think about it to feel excited. As he spoke, the dagger he was flipping in his hand gradually increased in speed. Yifeng's eyebrows lifted. This person actually read out his identity accurately. I don't know him, but he looks familiar? After a little thought, Yifeng suddenly realized. Bounty wanted list. The last time he killed the evil pharmacist, he went online to browse the wanted list, especially the members of the Bloodhand sect, and focused on browsing a lot. Among them was this one, Crazy Wei. This man is a psychopath who takes pleasure in abusing and killing students. Yifeng immediately associated it with the fact that a few days ago, Zhao Ming's tragic death was probably the work of this person. Now it would come to him, presumably with the same purpose. You are calm, but unfortunately, no one can save you without an expert following you. Just as Su Canny had guessed, their fishing enforcement had been detected by Crazy Wei, so he had delayed showing up, leaving them there to work for nothing. However, Crazy Wei had an unexpected gain and found Yifeng, who was acting alone. A check of the file. It is even more joyful. Good guy, actually is the current freshman, the most talented one. Even if you look at the previous sessions, it is an absolute first-day talent. And that brings us to this point. Next, enjoy the pain of being abused. I will first cut out your tongue, then stab your eyes blind, and then disembowel you. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Crazy Wei revealed a perverted smile, flipping the ghostly blue dagger in his hand. He had already approached in front of Yifeng. Then, enjoy. Crazy Wei's face became hideous, the ghostly blue dagger, aimed at Yifeng's mouth. As he said, he had to cut out Yifeng's tongue first. Since you chose this method of death, then I will fulfill you. Phew. 4th rank martial skill, Instant Shadow Heavenly Blade. The long knife in Yifeng's hand was surprisingly fast, pulling out a residual shadow and chopping at Crazy Wei's wrist. The dagger was still held by the hand, but the severed hand had fallen to the ground. Crazy Wei howled in pain and looked at Yifeng with a face full of horror. Why is it so strong? He was shocked. How could a freshman who hadn't been in school for long be this strong? What was even more puzzling was that the aura that the other party was erupting at the moment was only at the peak level of a martial general, but the martial skill that he was performing, judging from its power, should be at the 4th stage of perfection. He was already a martial king, and he had only managed to cultivate a 4th-ranked martial skill to a small degree. Facing Yifeng's attack, he couldn't even hold back, and one of his hands was wasted in one go. What he didn't know was that Yifeng was only making use of the strength of a chi and blood martial artist, a stronger soul master. but he hadn't used it yet. However, against someone like Crazy Wei, using only martial arts strength would be enough to use. Don't look at the current realm. It was only considered the peak of a martial general, but it was only 2,000 chi and blood away from the early stage of a martial king, infinitely approaching. Plus, the martial skill was of the 4th rank, even more complete, and there were also additions such as the 30% blade intent, wind whisperer, and the holy body of martial arts. Crossing the ranks to kill an early martial king was like playing. No, don't kill me. I was joking just now. How could I possibly dare to make a move on you? As powerful as you are, give me 10 guts. I wouldn't dare to make a move on you. Crazy Wei covered his broken arm and endured the pain, heaving and frantically begging for mercy. Noisy, Yifeng's hand rose and fell, and the tip of the knife violently stirred against Crazy Wei's mouth, directly churning out his tongue. Crazy Wei couldn't even speak properly. Then, Yifeng went after his eyes. Just give him the package, as Crazy Wei just said. According to Yifeng's own habits, he must have cut him with a knife. After all, Yifeng is a psychologically normal person and has no sadistic tendencies, but since this person is so obsessed with this type of killing, let him experience it for himself. One package down and Crazy Wei cut off his breath. Yifeng picked up the dagger he had dropped. This weapon is not bad. It's grade 4. It can be sold for $3 million in the black market. Yifeng left this place. As he walked, he opened the wanted website, and just like last time, he submitted the information and waited for the bounty behind him. What about $50 million? I don't want it for nothing. A few minutes after Crazy Wei's death, a passerby passed by the street and screamed in horror when he saw Crazy Wei in a terrible state of death. Dead people. There's a dead man here. Su Kanei team, who just happened to come to the nearby area, vaguely heard the screams and thumped in their hearts. Bad. Shouldn't something have happened? The 2 female martial kings immediately approached the source of the sound. When they arrived, the scene in front of them made them suck in a breath of cold air. Crazy Wei is dead, and his death was tragic. Which team did it? Su Kanei. The 2 of them swept their gazes around and didn't find any other teams either. There was only one other person at the scene, a passerby who was paralyzed with fear, his face bloodless and his feet weak. Were you the one screaming just now? Su Kanei inquired of this person. The passerby nodded woodenly, taking a moment to slow down a bit. I was just passing by and I realized that one person had died tragically here. He was just a martial artist at the martial apprentice realm, and hadn't even experienced much decent training, so it was normal that he would be shocked by the tragic situation in front of him. I notified the others. They're coming soon. The female martial king of the guard bureau turned off her comms and spoke out. A little while later, the other teams arrived, talked to each other and sort out the situation. Crazy Wei was killed, and for the time being, it's unclear who did it, just by looking at the maneuver. I almost thought it was done by another Crazy Wei. This person is extremely strong. Crazy Wei is defenseless in front of him. Those with such strength are feared to be only a few when looking at the provincial capital. Let's pull up the perimeter surveillance first. The Security Bureau has access, at all times, to public area surveillance, and unfortunately, the location of the crime, as well as several surrounding streets, are not equipped with surveillance. So, if you want to check the surveillance, you can only look further away and see if you can find any clues. They investigate many of the surveillance at the same time, and the images show up on a light screen. So many people. The more the crowd looked, the more they frowned. Where there's surveillance, there's a lot of foot traffic, and the streets are crisscrossed, so it's hard to tell which streets all the people who are passing through are coming from. Ha, Yifeng? Su Kanei suddenly let out a light eep. In the picture, she saw Yifeng's figure. Who is it? The guard inquired. Oh, he's one of my students, Su Kanei replied. I don't think this student was scheduled for the operation just now. Was he? The guard was puzzled. It's no, but he left school a few days ago and might just happen to be back now, Su Kanei said. The guard nodded, unquestioningly, and continued to review the security footage. Coincidence? Su Kanei was thoughtful. Chapter 59. How did the promised armor become a bundle? Yifeng returned to the Dragon Academy and headed to the dormitory area. It's been a few days since I've had a good night's rest, so I could use a good night's sleep. First, he took a shower, changed into a clean set of clothes, and prepared to rest. Ha, grown to the 2nd stage limit? It's pretty fast. Yifeng took out the bottle labeled with the number 2, and the instant nutrient inside had already been absorbed by the rue mulberry vine in its entirety. At that time, 4 bottles were given for each of the 4 stages. The first stage of it, as early as the first day, was absorbed by the rue mulberry vine. Yifeng then immediately arranged for it to enter the 2nd stage of the bottle. It's absorbing the light again right now, reaching the growth limit of the 2nd stage. What's the longest you can reach now? Yifeng released the Yunsang vine. The 2nd stage of the rue mulberry vine which had a total of 2 canes, immediately began to grow in size, growing to a full 6 meters, in the middle of the room, hovering several times. I've heard that the rue mulberry vine can be wrapped around the surface of the body to form a defensive armor. Let me give it a try. Yi Feng gave the order. The Yunsang vine read the meaning and immediately wrapped around Yi Feng's body. It had been thought that, after winding, it would just look like a thick rope, bound and wrapped around the surface of the body. Actually, no, the rue mulberry vine has the ability to grow larger and smaller, which means that it has the ability to change its size. After winding, it can be adjusted to look best according to the structure of the body. The entire person looked like he was covered in a layer of green-colored battle armor. All over, the coverage area is spot on, even on the face, with holes left in the eyes and other areas. It's hard to tell from appearance alone that this is wrapped around the rue mulberry vine on the body. Unless one knows more about demonized plants, one can see it. Otherwise it would probably just be mistaken for wearing a greenish-colored battle armor with a high coverage area. At this point, Su Kanyi had returned to the academy. "Hello, Tutor Su." The students came out to say hello. Su Kanyi nodded and asked in passing, "Have you guys seen Yi Feng come back?" "There is. I saw it just now. It seemed to be heading towards the dormitory," the classmate replied. Learning this news, Su Kanyi went straight to Yi Feng's dormitory. On the way back, she wondered if Crazy Wei could have been killed by Yi Feng when he appeared in the surveillance footage. She didn't doubt that Yi Feng had this ability. After all, at that time, the evil pill master were all killed by Yi Feng in a single strike, so killing another Crazy Wei was also completely doable. But from the scene, it doesn't feel quite like it. The ability used by Yi Feng to kill the evil pill master that day was a soul master, whereas the way Crazy Wei died, he was hacked to death by a martial artist with a sword. In terms of that ferocious means, it didn't feel like it came from Yi Feng's hands either. Since Yi Feng had returned, let's go ask him personally and see. When he came to Yi Feng's special courtyard, he was probably too involved in thinking about things, so he just barged right in. She then saw that Yi Feng, who was wearing green armor. "What's that you're wearing? What is it?" Su Kanyi's gaze was astonished as she sized up Yi Feng. "Don't you know how to knock?" Yi Feng spat. "What kind of person breaks right in over the yard wall?" To the martial king, the height of a courtyard wall was indeed nothing, and he passed it with a gentle leap. "Aren't I in a hurry to ask you something?" Su Kanyi spat out her tongue, knowing that she was a bit shortchanged. Then she saw that the Yunsang vine faded from Yi Feng's body surface. "It's actually a demonized plant?" Su Kanyi sounded surprised. Demonized plants might not be considered rare, but they were all in the wild, and demonized plants that could be cultivated as pets were rare, and needed to be nurtured from seedlings, or seeds. She didn't expect that Yi Feng had such a good thing. On the last trip to the Misty Forest, he had learned of Yi Feng's identity as a soul master, and now, unintentionally, he had learned that Yi Feng possessed demonized plants. The more he knew about Yi Feng, the deeper he felt. What does it feel like to wear battle armor formed from demonized plants? Su Kanyi's bright, large eyes held a strong curiosity. She had killed demonized plants, but had never experienced what it was really like to have them cover her body surface. The attention was all drawn to the demonized plants, forgetting the main purpose of this trip over. "Then let you try?" Yi Feng proposed. "Really?" Su Chanyi was happy. "Well, don't move. I'll have the rue berry vine go over and cover your body," Yi Feng said, and began to command the rue mulberry vine. The rue mulberry vine was also obedient, swimming its 2 canes, like the tentacles of an octopus, over to Su Kanyi's side, and began to wrap around in a circle. A little while later, Su Kanyi's face looked strange. "Didn't you just cover your entire body? Why does it only bind my hands and feet, and strangle at specific parts?" "And," Su Kanyi said, blushing a little, and pulling hard, "so that I'm in this position. It's a little embarrassing." Maybe you're not its owner, so it's still a bit resistant to you. There's no way to do what it did to me," Yi Feng explained. "Really?" Su Kanyi looked at Yi Feng suspiciously. "Also, how did it start picking at my clothes?" "There's no way." Yi Feng stared unblinkingly at Su Kanyi and gulped. "It's also a bit disobedient to me right now, so I'll try to make it stop." Yi Feng slowly commanded the Yunsang vine and told it to leave Su Kanyi's body. The result was not only no, but a tighter bundle. "Come on you, if you don't let go, I'm going to have to use force." With the strength of the Yunsang tongue at this time, if Su Kanyi really wanted to get mad, it was estimated that she would be ripped into several pieces. "That won't do. If you break the Yunsang vine, you have to find one to compensate me." Yi Feng shook his head straight. "This is a demonized plant. It's hard to buy with money. Where can I find this to compensate you?" Su Kanyi said in an aggravated manner. Paired with her face and body, it was a lustful sight to behold. "Then you don't have to pay for it if you don't move it and don't break it," Yi Feng said with a smile. Su Canny's white teeth clenched and she wanted to give Yifeng a punch. Her face looked angry, but she didn't struggle much, half pushing and letting herself be manipulated. In the room, the atmosphere was charming. Only when it was almost dark did Su Canny leave Yifeng's residence. That asshole, a belly full of bad water. In contrast to when she went in, her hair was slightly disheveled and she was also a bit tired. By the way, what the hell am I doing here? Oh, wanted to ask about Crazy Way. Su Canny slapped her head. There's no one to ask a question for most of the day and not end up with an answer. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Anyway, now that Crazy Way is dead, it won't affect the normal operation of the school anymore. Look guys, Tutor Su came out of Yifeng's residence. Students on the road, whispering. She still favors Yifeng so much that she actually comes to the door to tutor cultivation. And seeing how tired she is, she must have been instructing very seriously. That's for sure. Or else Yifeng could improve so fast? One can only say that people's fate is good. They were spotted by Tutor Su early on, and when they were still beginner trainees, they were already scheduled to be taken in, and spared no effort in teaching. Even if they usually made mistakes, they turned a blind eye to them. Why? Can't compare, at all. With the discussion, the conversation turned back to the great events of the day. That said, that Crazy Way, a genuine martial king, was actually killed. I don't know which good man moved. It's such a relief. And we don't need to be scared next. The good man who made the move is at least a martial king. Martial king, so distant. I don't know when I'll be able to reach it. Although they were already martial generals, they still had a long way to go before they were martial kings. Chapter 62 New Clues. Emergency Assembly. The day passed calmly for 2 days. Yifeng suddenly received an arrival alert, a total of $50 million in full, from the bounty wanted list headquarters. Obviously, it's the bounty obtained by killing Crazy Way. After Crazy Way's death, the Guard Bureau was very curious as to who had moved, and through the security footage, they were unable to find any useful information. Later on, they received news that the Bounty Wanted List department side received a bounty hunter's submission application. The person hunted is exactly way crazy. However, the information is encrypted. For example, the account number submitted for collection is automatically encrypted by the program, and the payment of bounties can only be made in this program, not by manually entering the account number. This type of encryption is one way. After encryption, the data is not reversible. Even if the person who wrote the program to come over, the same cannot be restored to the encrypted account number, and cannot be through the account number to find out who the head of the household is. However, one thing was certain. The person who killed Crazy Way had also killed the evil pill master not long ago. In the end, they had to assume that it was a powerful bounty hunter who had recently targeted the members of the Bloodhand sect. Yifeng looked at his current assets, which totaled more than $270 million. Such a sum of money would enable an ordinary family to live through this life with unparalleled nourishment. Yifeng cannot help but think of the past. A poor family, nestled in an old neighborhood in Linhai City, a layer of dozens of square feet of the old house. In the past, my parents had a wish to save up some money to renovate their old house, and they didn't even dare to hope that they could afford to go back to buying a new floor. If it wasn't for that beast Tide that took the lives of his parents, now that he had this ability, he would be able to let them live the good life that they had dreamed of. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Thinking of this, Yifeng sighed, sadness tinged with regret. Yifeng's encounter is just the epitome of millions of people. Yifeng is still lucky to have a turnaround day. More people can only be forever extinguished in the dust of history. In the future, if there is an opportunity to go back to Linhai City, Yifeng is ready to hire someone to decorate the old house. Though not living on it, Yifeng simply wanted to do this, as the second old man had this intention. Time rushed by, and another 10 days or so passed in peace. Not bad. Not bad. You've finally grown to the limit of the 4th stage. Yifeng looked at the Yunsang vine and was very pleased. Back 7 days ago, it had grown to the limit of its 3rd stage, with 3 canes, each 10 meters in length. And now it was the 4th stage limit, with 4 canes, each up to 20 meters long. Double the length. The effect of the quick nutrient that the treasure chest opened out was just amazing. In order to make the rue mulberry vine, in a short period of time, improve so much. Unfortunately, there are no more stage 5s, so progress will have to be put on hold. Now that the 4th stage had been helpful to himself, even if he allowed the Yun Sang Tang to deal with the martial king alone, it would be more than enough. I wonder when, if ever, the treasure chest clues will appear again. Yifeng thought expectantly. No new leads have emerged in 10 days. Currently the only red treasure chest that hasn't been opened yet is in the Jiang family residence, which is the Jiang family's home base, with a martial zone and a martial zone sitting in the middle of it, making it impossible for anyone to get started. Yifeng could only put his hopes on the new treasure chest, so that his strength, a little more, would have the ability to sneak into the Jiang family. Coincidentally, Yifeng had just thought this way when the treasure chest's tips popped up, and as soon as they appeared there were also two direct ones. Treasure chest clue, south of Linhai City. A blue, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Treasure chest clue, south of Linhai City. A purple treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Yifeng was elated. The blue fine treasure chest, at the moment, are already very good. I did not expect that a purple one could also appear. That's a treasure chest that's higher than blue, the 5th level, and the treasures open must be very good. Ha! South of Linhai City? Yifeng noticed that the two treasure chests both hinted at the south of Linhai City. This place Yifeng familiar. As early as before the college entrance exam, the southern sea area of Linhai City was shaken, and a large number of sea beasts came ashore, causing many casualties. At that time, Yifeng was also just a high school student at the martial apprentice realm, and was arranged by the school to go to the big backyard to practice and make a contribution. It was also then that he was injured by a sea beast. His martial arts foundation was damaged, and then later he was withdrawn from school to deal with all sorts of things, not really too long in the past, but in retrospect, it feels very far away. It was because he had improved too quickly and already possessed the ability to kill a martial king in seconds, and was so different from before that he had created the illusion of a long time past. I was just thinking about hiring someone to renovate the old house when I have a chance to go to Linhai City, and now that I'm going over to open the treasure chest, I just happened to have someone finish this in the meantime. Yifeng thought secretly, just as he wanted to pack up and prepare to go out. The loud broadcasting sound spread throughout the entire Dragon School. Attention all students and faculty. There's an emergency. Please all tutors and senior students at school, gather at the center playground immediately. Repeat, there is an emergency. Did something happen? With doubts, Yifeng walked towards the school playground. Along the way, the students who ran into each other asked each other what was going on, but all of them looked confused and said they were not sure for the time being. The mentors, the advanced students, all headed for the meeting point. As for the junior cadets, there was no mention of them on the radio, but holding on to their curiosity, many of them trailed off. When we got there, more and more people gathered. So many people. So in the academy, there are so many advanced students. At a glance, tens of thousands of people had already converged, and it was still growing. And that's just the ones staying on campus. If you count those who aren't at this time, the numbers only get higher. At the front of the student body are hundreds of mentors. Su Kanyi gazed around and unintentionally saw Yifeng. What happened? Yifeng inquired with his mouthpiece. However, what she waited for was Su Kanyi glaring over and waving her fist. Anyway, she didn't answer and was probably equally unclear. Just then, a mighty pressure approached rapidly. A figure appeared at the very top of the crowd when the crowd's eyes blinked. He looked like he was in his 50s, his body was straight, his gaze was like electricity. He did not deliberately release his breath, but he gave a powerful oppression. His chi and blood were like the sea, and he was not angry. Headmaster, the principals are here, the crowd exclaimed. Normally in school, there is basically no chance to see the principal, and now that the principal has appeared, it can only mean that the situation is indeed urgent. The principal of the Dragon Academy sure is strong. Yifeng couldn't tell the exact strength of this person. He only felt that it was very strong. In the near future, I'll be able to achieve this kind of intensity. More than that, stronger. Chapter 61, Returning to Linhai City. Teachers and students, I've called you all here to gather because I've just received news that over at Linhai City, the southern sea is once again shaking, and a large number of sea beasts have come ashore again. This time, it's even worse than the last time. Preliminary estimation, the number of sea beasts that came ashore, a few million heads. Hearing the words of Principal Punch, many teachers and students sucked in a breath of cold air. A million scale sea beasts gathered together. How spectacular and terrifying would that be? Above 100,000 heads, the scale of the beast tide is reached, such as the last sea beast battle. The scale is only 100,000 heads. There was only an interval of more than 2 months before and after, but it actually triggered the beast tide again, and the scale was still several times that of the last time. What's going on in those waters over there? There are already martial artists from all walks of life, heading over there to help resist the beast tide. Longting Academy, as the top martial arts university in Lingnan province, cannot sit back and do nothing. Once Linhai City is captured, the neighboring cities will be next. It's a showdown between humans and alien beasts. Now get ready. And after that immediately set off to Linhai City to support and beat that group of back into the sea. Poncha's loud, resonant voice traveled into everyone's ears. Yes, numerous students and teachers responded in unison. Damn sea beasts, this time, make them never dare to come ashore again. It's been a long time since I've had a big kill. This time I will definitely have a painful kill. Let's all compete to see who kills more. The students sharpened their knives and fought. We now have half an hour to get ready and half an hour to leave in unison. Yifeng didn't have to prepare much. He had planned to go out and travel to Linhai City, and had already prepared his equipment. I was about to go out when I was urgently summoned here. It was really coincidental that on the side of Linhai City, it actually happened that the sea beasts came ashore again. Yifeng's purpose was simple this time. Opening treasure chests was the main task, and then killing more sea beasts along the way. Since his parents had died in a beast tide, every time a beast tide occurred, it would always stir up Yifeng's hatred. Besides, that was the place where Yifeng had lived for 18 years, full of memories, and Yifeng didn't want Linhai City to disappear. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. The principal led the way, and there were so many students that they were divided into teams and led by their respective instructors. Yifeng, on the occasion of departing, a female voice called out to Yifeng. Yifeng looked over and it turned out to be He Xiling. When you arrive in Linhai City, can you help me see my father? She was filled with worry. Her dad was in Linhai City, opening a grocery store, and I think Yifeng even worked there part-time at the beginning. Now that she had heard that over at Linhai City, a large number of sea beasts had come ashore, she was very worried about her father's safety. If she had the strength, she would have loved to go, but unfortunately, being only in the middle stage of martial master, even if she wanted to go, the school wouldn't agree. This rate of improvement, compared to students in the same period, is considered excellent, but it is still not enough. Good, I have plans even if you don't say so. Don't worry, uncle, he will be fine. Yifeng smiled and comforted a sentence. Thanks. He Xiling nodded, finally feeling better. The procession departed in great numbers. Walking out of the school gate, he rushed towards Linhai City. Yifeng followed in Su Canny's group and looked at the scenery along the way with some emotions in his heart. The last time I came over, I came to enroll in school, and my strength wasn't good enough. This time, when you go back, you'll already be able to hold your own. Yifeng, who was thinking about things, suddenly noticed someone approaching. With a sideways glance, he realized that it was Su Canny who came closer. You've got a lot of color, kid. Just now, He Xiling called out to Yifeng, and was seen by Su Canny, who also had a bit of an impression of He Xiling, knowing that she and Yifeng both came from Linhai City. We are just ordinary friends, Yifeng said. Unbelievable. Su Canny shook her head. You're jealous? Yifeng laughed playfully. Cut. I'm jealous of you? It's none of my business who you're with. Su Canny made a disgusted look and her tone was rude, talking so unladylike. Yifeng shook his head straight. Humph. Angered by you. Su Canny gritted her teeth. There was a word over here. The students in the back of the room didn't hear what both of them were saying and started talking. See, even rushing the road is instructing Yifeng. Why do you feel like Tutor Su is a bit angry? That must be where Yifeng didn't learn, and Instructor Su is teaching anger. Right, it must be. After a long rush, the vast procession came to Linhai City. At the city gates, martial artists wearing uniform styles of battle armor with solemn expressions and a murderous aura stood guard. Now that the situation was urgent, many of the city's experts had traveled to the south to fend off the sea beast attacks. I'm afraid that there are some foreign beasts that will take advantage of the emptiness of the city's power and just attack from another direction. That's why these important entrances to the city should be guarded by martial artists. There were thousands of people, and they were all city guards. The city guard is a department, which every city has, and their duty is to take care of the security of the city's borders. Seeing the arrival of a group of tens of thousands of people, the city guards came to life. It's from the Dragon Academy. From the members of the team, one school emblem could be found hanging on each of them, which was distributed before they set off, with a pattern of two dragons prancing in the clouds, allowing people to instantly recognize that the team was from the Dragon Academy. This resistance to the sea beasts, with all the forces, all the reporters, is a good opportunity to publicize. Even though the Dragon School was well known and was already a top university, the necessary publicity still had to be done. You are the principal of the Dragon Totem Academy, aren't you? I'm really thankful to all of you for traveling thousands of miles to support us. A captain-like city guard immediately stepped forward and spoke with a very respectful tone. Previously, he could only see Punch on video, but he never thought that he would be able to meet in reality. There was also that one teacher and student, worthy of being from the Dragon Totem Academy. Even if they were just young students, their chi and blood were all incredibly thick, clearly not weak. Thousands of families are at stake when sea animals come ashore, and that's what we should do. After a short exchange, the party entered Linhai City. So many masters. What forces are they from? Didn't you see their school logo? The Dragon Academies. No wonder. There will be so many experts. So it's the Dragon Academy. Just now it's the arrival of Yonhui University, and now it's the Dragon Academy. It's really great, with so many experts to support us. Our Linhai City. We're not afraid of being overrun by sea beasts. Walking along the way, the crowd of Linhai City, talking and looking excited. The Yonhui University, as they called it, was also a top-tier institution. Although it wasn't as good as the Dragon Totem Academy, which was always pushed down ahead, it was still only slightly inferior and very much a top-notch existence. As expected, as they said, not far ahead. There was also a large number of teams that were walking towards the south. It was evident from the school insignia they wore that they were men of YFU. Seeing the Dragon Totem School at the back, they purposely stopped and waited. Chapter 62, Crazy, isn't it? He's going to the front line. The principal of Yonhui University, who was also a middle-aged man with chi and blood like a rainbow, saw the people from the Dragon Academy, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you guys to be here. Principal Yonhui smiled skin deep. If you all will come, we will definitely come even more. Pang Chi faintly returned. The simple dialogue makes you hear the strong smell of gunpowder. The students of Yonhui University had the same pinpoint look in their eyes, a look of sharpening their swords. They couldn't get into the Dragon Academy before, so they retreated to Yonhui University. However, they felt that a college entrance examination represented nothing, such as the stage of martial arts examination, which belonged to the actual combat experience. And there were too many influencing factors, so if they were targeted, it was likely to lead to the loss of the examination and a much lower ranking. The second thing was that, in the path of martial arts, apart from talent, there was something even more important, which was opportunity. Some people, who were mediocre, were very lucky to get the opportunity and have been flying high ever since. They felt from the bottom of their hearts that they wouldn't be inferior to the people from the Dragon Tendency School. This resistance against the sea beasts is an excellent opportunity for publicity, facing the many media outlets and martial artists from all walks of life. If they, the faculty and students of Yonhui University, could perform well and overshadow the Dragon Academy, then Yonhui University, replacing the leading position of Longting Academy, is just around the corner. The two teams continued on their way, putting some distance between them. All know what to do, right? Principal Wingfield spoke. Good to know. We'll be good. I'll let them know that we, Yonhui University, are the #1 martial arts university in Lingnan. The one who spoke was a cold and arrogant youth, who belonged to the type who had failed the college entrance exams and was later given the opportunity. The strength was one of the best among the students in the school, and he was confident that he was no worse than any of the students. When the two teams came to the south of Linhai City, as far as the eye could see, there were martial artists everywhere. There are city guards in military-style battle armor, local martial artists from Linhai City, and teachers and students from other schools. Yifeng also saw that a group of high school students were at the very back of the battle line. More than 2 months ago, Yifeng played a similar role. However, these were senior freshmen, weaker than Yifeng at the time, and were now only responsible for logistical work, such as transporting the wounded. The Dragon Totem Academy. I'm envious. It would be great if I could also enter the Dragon Academy in the future. Let's learn from Senior Yifeng and get a good grade in the future. Ha, isn't that Senior Yifeng? Which is which? What about inside the Dragon Academy team? It's still true. I saw his picture on the honor stone, and it's really him. The high school students exclaimed in shock, and then chanted Senior Yifeng one after another. Yifeng forehead. How to make it look like an idol star. Yifeng? The people from the nearby Wingate University all looked over unexpectedly when they heard the name. They often paid attention to the movements of the Dragon Totem Academy, so they also knew that among the current freshmen of Dragon Totem, there was one called Yifeng with strong martial arts talent, who had been promoted to senior cadet in just 10 days. What they didn't expect, though, was to dare to call such a student over. No matter how good the talent is, it still needs time to grow. Now I guess it's at most the early stage of military generals, right? And resisting a big scene like the sea beasts, the slightest mishap could kill someone, and it would be a huge loss if they died here. As the group approached the front line, the scene became increasingly mixed. Above the battlefield, the human martial artists and the sea beasts fought with exceptional intensity. Sinful animal, die. A military general, armed with a heavy battle sword, slashed a sea beast with 4 large pincers in half with a vicious slash. There were many similar sparring matches around. Some were sea beasts being killed by martial artists, while others were martial artists accidentally killed by sea beasts. You can't go any further. Just fight here. Ponch said to the students. The more the front line, the higher the level of danger, and the number and strength of the sea beasts faced, the more and stronger they would be. The students are still limited in strength and are more appropriately positioned in the center line, and it would be dangerous to move any further. Junior instructors, stay here and direct the students. Senior instructors, follow me to the front lines. Ponch gave the order and led the many senior tutors, continuing to head towards the front line. Senior tutors have martial king strength, so that they are more sure of themselves when they go to the front line. As for the junior tutor, he was only a peak martial general, so it was just right to stay here and command the many students. Over at Wingate University, the same arrangement was made. The students over there, led by their junior instructors, began to hunt sea beasts. On the side of the Dragon Totem Academy, they were not willing to show weakness, and they all lit up their weapons in preparation for battle. Yi Feng, stay close to me, don't stray too far from me, Tung Qingfeng instructed Yi Feng. He was Yi Feng's junior tutor before, and it was only because Yi Feng upgraded his senior students too quickly, otherwise he would still be his student now. However, in his opinion, Yi Feng's current strength should be the weakest in the team, so he purposely gave such an explanation. Yi Feng scratched his head. Actually, I don't have to. Watch out over there. Tung Qingfeng noticed the dangerous situation nearby and bellowed, carrying his weapon and charging forward. The other students around them, likewise went over to help, sparring with the hundreds of general-grade sea beasts. At this time, near Yi Feng, there was a piercing cry. A huge crab-like sea beast, whose pincers alone were 2 meters long, clamped down on Yi Feng. Yi Feng's gaze was cold, and with a casual slash, the 2 huge crab pincers were chopped off, and added another slash, splitting them in 2. Let's go for the treasure chest first. Yi Feng didn't forget the main purpose of coming over this time. Whether they were blue arrows or purple arrows, they all pointed in the same direction. Front line. Mentor, I'm going over there. Yi Feng put down a sentence and dashed towards the front line. Wait, Yi Feng, what are you doing? That's the front line over there. It's dangerous for you to go. Tung Qingfeng shouted loudly, but he was now being pestered by the sea beasts, and he could only make Yi Feng come back quickly by shouting. Yi Feng acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to run quickly. Deng Qingfeng was anxious and his classmates were dismayed. It was not expected at all that Yi Feng would suddenly pull such a stunt. Crazy. Who does he think he is? A martial king? How dare he charge towards the front line? Isn't it just a quick upgrade to senior trainee? Actually so inflated. Can't weigh up how many pounds he has. The people from Yonghui University, seeing this scene, were stunned and then hotly debated, shaking their heads in succession. It felt that Yi Feng's behavior was no different from sending him to his death. Look, he's going to finish. Yi Feng, be careful. The crowd saw that a huge sea beast, which looked similar to a sea lion and was similar to a small mountain, opened its bloody mouth and bit down towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't even turn his head as if he didn't see it. The knife in his hand, however, moved, cutting a sharp arc and hitting the sea lion's neck. The sea lion didn't even have time to howl miserably before Yi Feng chopped off the entirety of his huge head. Sheath your sword and move on. Boom! The sea lion's meat mountain-like body slowly collapsed. Chapter 63, Ghostly Giant Octopus. Intracranial Treasure Chest. 1 second? Everyone who saw this scene all froze in shock. If he wasn't mistaken, that sea beast just now had definitely reached the peak of the general level, and it's also the type that has a big waist and relatively high defense, making it difficult to decapitate. But despite this, he was still killed by Yi Feng with a single slash. Then wouldn't Yi Feng be stronger than that sea beast? It's only been a short while. He's actually grown to this level. Tung Qingfeng felt incredulous, considering that not long ago, Yi Feng was still his student, and the teacher-student relationship was maintained for 10 days before and after Yi Feng was promoted to senior student. Another period of time has passed, and it's even stronger than him? He tried to think about it. If it was him facing that sea beast, he would definitely not be able to do it and kill it in one hit. Even if you can win, it's going to take many rounds of deadly fighting. With such a comparison, it is clear at a glance who is strong and who is weak. The Dragon Totem Academy's own people were shocked, and the ones from Yonghui University's side were even more astonished, thinking that just now, he was making fun of the fact that Yi Feng was sending him to his death. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face all of a sudden. How can this be a death sentence? It clearly has the strength. It instantly felt that it was simply delusional to want to steal the limelight from the Dragon Tendency School. Yi Feng didn't care what they thought. Anyway, he just wanted to hurry up and open the treasure chest, follow the arrows, and whoever gets in the way along the way dies. Who is this? So brave. Look at his age. He's still just a student, right? Wearing the emblem of the Dragon School. So it's from the Dragon School. It's too strong. After chopping their way through, many nearby martial artists in the midst of a fierce battle saw such a person who was not very old, but was ridiculously strong. Almost all of the sea beasts encountered were killed in a single slash. Close to the coastline, This area has many reefs. Yifeng stood in a crevice of the reef and observed the situation ahead. The endless sea level was surging with huge waves, tens of meters high, as if the earth had been used as a furnace to boil a pot of seawater, violently churning. Ahead of sea beasts of either large or small size, spread out in the sky, densely packed, constantly accompanying the waves as they surged ashore. They looked different. Some are clad in hard armor, some have giant pincers, and some are full of tentacles. Countless powerful martial artists were in the first line of battle, fighting with many powerful sea beasts. My treasure chest. Yifeng followed the arrow and looked all the way, quickly dumbfounded. The treasure chest is surprisingly in the sea. Both of them. How am I supposed to drive it in the ocean? Yifeng was speechless. These that came ashore alone. There is no lack of king-level sea beasts. If this goes down to the sea alone, I am afraid that it is not going to be wrapped up in a dumpling. Ha! Wait, something's up. Yifeng realized that the blue treasure chest arrow was actually moving. This has happened twice. While the treasure chest is inside a creature, the treasure chest moves with the creature. Boom! At this point, the waves churned up more and more, raising a small hill as the water crashed down. A huge octopus, hundreds of meters tall, curled its tentacles and climbed up the coast. Giant octopus of the underworld. What a big one! At least it has reached the peak of the king level. Many of the nearby martial kings exclaimed in shock. If there was a strong martial zoner here at this moment, it would be easy to decapitate him. However, the problem was that the number of strong people above the level of martial zone, which was relatively small in itself, and had more important tasks at this time, were not on the coast. Go! Let's kill it! Several martial kings from Yonghua University joined forces to kill the giant octopus of the underworld. Boom 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 boom. The giant octopus of the underworld flung its long tentacles and lashed over, and the martial kings dodged to avoid it. Let's go too! Several martial kings from the Dragon Tendency School, not willing to show weakness, similarly killed the giant octopus of the underworld. Martial kings couldn't fly, but their powerful explosive power, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, made up for the difference in size. Only, things didn't go well with the battle. It was slow to take the giant octopus of the underworld. They were often forced back by the tentacles, and had to be even more careful of its ink jets. If one was sprayed by the ink, it would have a powerful corrosive force that even a martial king with an extremely strong physique would not be able to carry. More to the point, it's too high. You have to attack its brain to kill it quickly. However, it was too huge, hundreds of meters, and the highest a martial king could jump was tens of meters. This is also dangerous. There is no way to leverage your strength in the air, and in case of an attack, it's almost hard to dodge. The situation is at an impasse. Yifeng, who was observing from afar, stared at the giant octopus of the underworld with unblinking eyes. More accurately, staring at its head. At the location of its head, there was a faint blue light emanating from it. The blue treasure chest. It's in there. I'm going to have to step in and finish this guy off quickly. If the martial king over there could quickly finish it off. Yifeng was happy to pick up the present, but the delay in taking it, Yifeng was afraid of a change. In case you let it back into the sea, it will be even more difficult to kill it. Thinking of this, Yifeng looked around. This place was located in the crevice of the reef. No one was paying attention to this place. Rue mulberry vine, cover me. As Yifeng commanded, the Yun Sang vine, which had 4 canes, quickly wrapped around Yifeng's torso, covering every place, wrapping Yifeng's entire person, including his face, tightly, leaving only the necessary holes for observing the outside world. It looked like, wearing a suit of superbly covered battle armor, even those familiar with it would have a hard time recognizing him. Other than Su Kanyi, she knew that Yifeng possessed the Yun Sang vine. Yifeng fiercely stepped on the ground and his body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards the giant octopus of the underworld. Several martial kings who were in the middle of a fierce battle suddenly realized that there was such a person in green battle armor approaching, because at this time, the chi and blood were stirring, and the breath could not be collected and hidden. It was seen that Yifeng's realm of chi and blood martial artist was only at the peak of the martial general. You're a martial general realm. What are you doing running here? Quickly back off. Which of those who dared to come here for a fierce battle was not a martial king? A small military general, running to the front line, even if it is not enough, but even came over. Here can also be a powerful underworld giant octopus. If a random tentacle were to whip through, I'm afraid it would be smashed. Wearing a full suit of armor, does it work? In the face of absolute strength crushing, what armor is useless? The same is true even for advanced armor, because, even if the armor isn't broken, the shock will kill you. Only Su Kanyi, the moment she saw Yifeng, froze slightly, but she wasn't too surprised that Yifeng would come here. She was clear about Yifeng's strength. Swish! At this time, a long tentacle quickly drew at Yifeng. Look out! The crowd of martial kings exclaimed in shock. They knew it was coming. It was also completely too late to try to free it. The speed of the attack of the giant octopus of the underworld was so fast that almost in a blink of an eye, it drew in front of Yifeng. The crowd thought that Yifeng would be directly jerked away. However, he saw Yifeng's body moving, dodging this jerking attack, and his long knife flicked smoothly. The blade flashed, directly cutting off a section of the tentacle. The giant octopus of the underworld howled in rage and drew in more tentacles. Oomph! It's time to end it. Chapter 64, Spirit of the Deep SSS. Yifeng coldly grunted. His body speed was pulled to the limit as he circled around with the giant octopus of the underworld. Finally seizing an opening, the soul power mobilized. Demon Breaking Gun, Congeal. The purple-black Demon Breaker Gun, just after condensing out, immediately became blood-red due to the execution of the soul skill. The long spear carried the power to pierce through everything and shot at the head of the giant octopus of the underworld. In desperation, it drew back some of its tentacles to fend it off. However, the Demon Breaker Gun seemed to anticipate it in advance, and suddenly made a curved turn, bypassing the tentacle's resistance and accurately hitting its head, directly piercing through. Pust. Under the stress, it ink sac release, a large number of ink splash. Wherever they passed, the martial arts kings have been shocked to avoid the nearby beach reef, but wherever the ink splash, are corroded to dissolve a lot. Boom! The giant octopus of the underworld was finally killed, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a sky full of sand and dust. So strong. So, he's still a soul master. Soul master nah. I've seen only a handful of soul masters in my life, worthy of being a soul master. The combat power is just strong. Whether it was from Yonghui University, Dragon Tang Academy, or other martial kings, all of them marveled in awe. Earlier, he was still scolding people. A military general running here for what? Who knows that people are more than just chi-blood martial artists, or a more powerful soul master? In a few rounds, the giant octopus of the underworld, which they had been in a stalemate for a long time, was killed in quick seconds. Looking back, it feels like I was the clown. That was the move used to kill the evil pill master that day. Su Canny's bright eyes stared at Yifeng dead on. On that day, she needed to be fully concentrated on dealing with the evil pill master, and she couldn't even react when Yifeng suddenly attacked from behind. So much so that in retrospect, it wasn't quite clear what means Yifeng had used. Now that I can finally see the whole thing, it came out this way. Soul masters, controlling soul weapons, can attack from a distance, and can also change lanes halfway to surprise and be extremely powerful. The breakdown reveals that it's much stronger than a martial artist. No wonder inside the same rank, soul masters hanged over martial artists. Su Canny was a little envious that Yifeng had a dual system. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yifeng approached the giant octopus of the underworld. Just now, after the spectral giant octopus had opened up and it fell to the ground, the blue treasure chest fell out of its head. It's a good thing that the only person who can see and touch the treasure chest is yourself, or else it wouldn't make sense. Yifeng pretended that he was confirming whether the giant octopus of the underworld was dead or not, but in reality, he was touching the treasure chest with his foot. Snap! You have opened a blue, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 card blood. Spirit of the Deep SSS, 4/10. Fusion. There are people in the vicinity that can blend just as well. As long as the chi and blood were collected first, the fusion would only skyrocket within the body, and would not be noticed by outsiders as the chi and blood rapidly spiked. When the chi and blood fusion was complete, Yifeng's total amount of chi and blood reached a staggering 36,000 cards. Previously, while in the treasure mine mystic realm, he had raised his chi and blood to 25,000 cards, and over this period of time, Yifeng, through his own cultivation, then increased another 1,000, and so on. Before the fusion, he had 26,000, now at 10,000 and it's 36,000. Yifeng's chi-blood martial artist realm crossed a major realm and then a minor realm. The current realm was the middle stage of martial king, reversing the realm of the soul master. The soul master was now only at the early king level. As for the second item opened from the treasure chest, the 3 S's alone already let it be known that it was not simple. Spirit of the Deep Sea, an SSS ranked talent. Those who possessed this talent would have an incomparable affinity for the water element, especially into water. Like the ocean, it's more like a fish out of water. There are 2 more terrifying advantages. Diving into the deep sea, for example, can be done with no fear of water pressure at all, even 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, where the water pressure is incredibly terrifying. It is possible to dive deep there without the protection of any equipment. The second benefit is the ability to draw oxygen from the water through the skin. For the king of wushu, you can hold your breath for an hour. However, if a fight occurs underwater, it will consume oxygen quickly, resulting in not being able to support it for that long. With the spirit of the deep, it's a different story. Being able to draw oxygen from the water, it's perfectly possible to stay underwater for long periods of time. However, the one that you get now is not the full version of the spirit of the deep. The suffix with the word, for tense, indicates that only about 40% of the efficacy is obtained. Yifeng wasn't surprised. It was just a blue treasure chest that could only open the mutilated version. You might even be able to open a higher level treasure chest later and upgrade to the full version. Don't look at the crippled version now, the effect has been discounted, but still than others, there is a much more advantageous. The nearby martial kings, how could they have never imagined that within a short period of time, Yifeng had variously improved his strength, and was even stronger than when he arrived just now. The crowd had wanted to come over and say hello, a powerful soul master, well worth befriending, but now was not the time for idle chit-chat at all. The nearby sea beasts, once again, poured over the sky. Kill! The crowd of martial kings fought once again. Su Kanyi took the opportunity to fight and kill, intentionally or unintentionally approaching Yifeng. What brings you here? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and only Yifeng could hear it. Come to see if you'll be carried away by a sea beast. Yifeng joked. You're the one who got carried away by a sea beast. Su Kanyi huffed. Look out! Yifeng's gaze condensed as the demon-breaking gun brushed past Su Kanyi's ear and nailed onto the head of a sea beast. And you said you wouldn't. You almost got bitten. That's not because you're distracting me. Su Kanyi's ability to dump pots and pans has always been possible. Where's the principal and the others? Yifeng scanned the coastline and didn't find Headmaster Punch, nor did he find any other powerhouses of the same level. They went down to the sea, Su Kanyi explained. Within a short period of time, 2 consecutive sea tremors and sea beasts coming ashore on a large scale. There must be a reason for this. They dived to the bottom of the sea to find out the reason. Otherwise, even if they cope with it this time, it won't be reassuring, and perhaps there will be a next time. Yifeng nodded and felt that it made sense. Looking in the direction of the sea, the purple arrow stretches all the way across and straight into the ocean. The purple treasure chest, which had been at the bottom of the sea, could only be opened by diving down. If you're so eager, dive down and see. Seeing Yifeng staring at the sea with a look of eagerness to try, Su Kanyi deliberately joked. Okay, I'm going to check it out. After Yifeng finished speaking, he headed towards the sea. Hey, I'm rambling. Su Kanyi was all confused. She casually blurted it out, not really wanting Yifeng to go down. The bottom of the sea is so dangerous. How can you go down there? No, this guy must have intentionally scared me. Su Kanyi thought so again. With her understanding of Yifeng, this person was sometimes very malicious, and it was very possible that this was a deliberate attempt to scare her. Humph, I'm not falling for that. I'll leave you alone and see you eventually run back in the dust. Su Kanyi crossed her arms with one hand and looked at the faraway Yifeng. Then he saw, after Yifeng casually decapitated a few sea beasts that were close by, his figure leaped and plunged into the sea with a jerk. Su Chanyi, Chapter 65 Undersea Gorge. Secret Passage. Yifeng entered the middle of the seawater and immediately manifested the benefits of the spirit of the deep sea. This talent, skin contact with seawater draws oxygen from it, giving him no sense of holding his breath at all. Swimming in the water actually has a cozy feeling, like a fish that can stay in the water for a long time. With a casual swing of his body, Yifeng was like a barracuda diving down quickly. At this time, in the surrounding waters, several sea beasts sensed Yifeng. A human, how dare he sneak into their territory? He is really tired of living. At once, the sea beasts closed in on Yifeng, opening their bloody mouths, about to bite Yifeng. Seek death, Yifeng said in his heart, and his long sword launched an attack in the water. Originally, fighting underwater would be weakened by the resistance of the water, which would somewhat weaken the attacking power, as well as the sensitivity of the movements. However, having the spirit of the deep sea, which was exceptionally attuned to the water element, allowed Yifeng to move as lightly as he did on the coast. The martial king's aura erupted, and his long sword carried infinite power, chopping at the vitals of these sea beasts. Bright red blood, staining the surrounding waters, all were killed by Yifeng in a single strike. The sea beasts further away, attracted by the commotion over here, and the smell of blood, quickly swarmed over. There were many, hundreds of them, and the more distant ones were still approaching this way. If this went on, it was endless and endless. Yifeng didn't forget that he came down to look for the purple treasure chest, not to kill the sea beasts, so he couldn't always get entangled with them here. Yi Feng's feet violently stepped on the water and his body swung, a smooth and incomparable movement, causing his body to catapult start and shoot towards the depths. Originally, the speed was already fast enough, but Yi Feng still seemed like he didn't like it enough and directly condensed out the demon-breaking gun. The soul power drove the demon-breaking gun and stabbed forward. Yi Feng gripped the demon-breaking gun tightly with his hand, and the whole person was then driven, and his speed got faster and faster. So styled, it looked as if it was a swordfish, swimming rapidly. The sea beasts that surrounded them all looked dumbfounded. What the hell is this? A human, arriving in their territory and swimming faster than any of them? In no time at all, they were all behind them, unable to catch up. You can't even see the figure. What else can you do? Give up the chase. Of course, as Yi Feng was swimming, a new sea beast appeared ahead. When the sea beasts saw Yi Feng, they thought that the rations had arrived and blocked in front of Yi Feng. Swish! Yi Feng's speed did not decrease. He grabbed the demon-breaking gun and directly stabbed it. The powerful piercing force allowed Yi Feng to even bring the gun with him and penetrate through the middle of the sea beast's body. Trying to block it? Can you block it? Yi Feng followed the purple arrow and made his way down while moving forward, until you dive thousands of meters deep and finally see the bottom. From afar, a large number of sea beasts, all of them huge in size, hovered above a sea trench, seemingly guarding something and not leaving no matter what. These sea beasts, some of which glowed, provided a source of light before Yi Feng could see the situation over there. Otherwise, at this depth, there is little light source and it's pitch black everywhere. In the vicinity of the sea beast, Yi Feng also saw that there were several figures, surprisingly human. Every one of these humans was a strong martial zone. Among them were Pang Qi, the principal of the Dragon Tang Academy, as well as the principal of the Yonghui University, and martial zone realms from other powers, so that's where they came down to. Yi Feng didn't get close and just watched from a distance. The martial sect members over there exchanged glances and paired gestures with each other to express what each of them wanted to say. The reason the sea beasts are gathered here is in this trench. The only way to figure it out is to go down there and find out. But with so many sea beasts guarding this place, it's impossible to get close. They communicated before coming down. At first they thought that it was a tremor in which undersea secret passage that caused a large number of sea beasts to run out. But after coming down, it turns out that's not the case. A trail leads to this trench, which is like a canyon and is so deep that you can't see the bottom. It was also unknown what was happening and why it had attracted so many sea beasts, guarding the top of the trench, with many more running up the coast and attacking humans everywhere. Everything is still a mystery. They have made several attempts, charging toward the trench, but the sea beasts over there, there were just too many of them, and each one of them was still not weak. They were all at the king level. If it was on the shore, the king level sea beasts, with their strength as martial sectors, could definitely be decimated. But now, they are thousands of meters underwater, and the water pressure around them is incomparably terrifying, and they need to call on a large amount of qi and blood to resist the water pressure, plus the resistance of the water, and the inability to breathe. The multifaceted effects made their strength, not all of which could be utilized, discounted considerably. The situation was temporarily stalemated by the small number of people on their side and the large number of beasts on the other side. Try again. Good. Kill over there. Several strong martial sect members killed the sea beasts. The group of sea beasts over there once again resisted to the death. When some were killed by the martial sect powerhouses, more king beasts swarmed over. There was no way for the martial sectors to get close to the trench, let alone being able to go in and find out what was going on. Yi Feng observed the situation for a while. Without further delay, Yi Feng once again checked the arrow of the treasure chest. It was nearby, and the arrow disappeared to the bottom somewhere, where there was a big rock. What's the situation? Could it be that the treasure chest was crushed under a rock? Holding his doubts, Yi Feng lifted the stone. Ha! There's actually a hole. Yi Feng lifted the stone and found that there was a hole there with a diameter of about 1 meter, vertically downward, not knowing where it would eventually lead. It was blocked by the boulder just now. That's why I didn't know. There is another hole here. Then we'll just have to go down and see. Yi Feng's body entered the cave, and before he dived down, he moved the big stone up in his hand and put it on top of his head, and while he dived down, he recovered the stone. In the passageway, Yi Feng's body kept sinking. It is roughly vertical, and only in some places, with a tilt angle. It felt like after sinking quite a long distance, more than 3,000 meters to say the least, the passageway gradually flattened out and became wider as well, eventually allowing Yi Feng to stand up. A purple light source appeared ahead, flickering, sometimes suddenly very strong, sometimes suddenly dark. Strange, why does my body feel a little numb? Yifeng frowned and carefully approached towards the light source. The long knife was tightly gripped in his hand, and the demon breaker gun was on standby to launch an attack as soon as danger arose. It wasn't until he neared the exit that Yifeng finally got a good look. This passageway, after all, led straight to the bottom of the trench. There was a flat area below, like the bottom of a canyon. Zip! There was a zippy sound of electricity coming from over there, and purple electricity kept flashing. No wonder there's a purple glow. No wonder it feels numb. Yifeng's eyes widened a few points and his body muscles tensed up. Chapter 66, Purple Thunderbolt Ray. 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. Just over there, a huge figure that fit into the ground. It has a flattened body with a pair of wings and an overall resemblance to an oval leaf. Below its head, on the inside of its pectoral fins, there was a crackling sound and a burst of purple electricity. The arc of electricity carried a powerful might that surrounded the body and radiated in all directions. Far away, it can give people electric numbness. If close, the strength of the weaker, but also to be directly electrocuted to death. Purple thunder rays. In the depths of the trench, there was actually a purple thunderbolt ray. Looking at its size, as well as the power prowess it released, it was actually a Lord-class sea beast. Lords, comparable to human martial sect powerhouses. Now that it's in its home turf, water is a favorable environment for it. The lightning that it released could pass through the water and radiate far away, which was equivalent to forming an electric field, making it difficult for anyone to get close. So even if a martial zone came, it would be difficult to deal with it. Yifeng even converged all the movements, all of them cleanly. Normally, Yifeng didn't want to provoke this kind of lord-level sea beast and would leave immediately. But the problem was that the purple treasure chest was right in the belly of the purple thunderbolt ray. At first, it was thought that the purple glow in its body was due to the purple lightning. Now fixing his eyes on it, he realized that it wasn't all purple lightning. There was a spot where the purple light formed a ball and didn't flash as fast as the lightning, so there was obviously a difference. Coupled with the fact that the arrow of the purple treasure chest was pointing towards the body of the electric ray, it could be directly determined that the treasure chest was inside the purple thunder ray. Yifeng was speechless. It was inside the body again. What should I do to open it? The previous giant octopus of the underworld was alright, within the range of what he could deal with, but the current purple thunderbolt ray, a lord-class sea beast, was so powerful that it could not be slaughtered as well? Yifeng felt very difficult. Or, wait for the martial sect above, to clear out all the sea beasts above the trench, and then come down to deal with this electric ray, and I'll just wait for them to finish off the electric ray, and then figure out how to open the treasure chest? It seems to be the only way left. At this time, Yifeng noticed that this purple thunderbolt ray felt a bit off. It stayed in that position the entire time, not moving much, the electric light on its body constantly flickering, and it felt as if the brightness had diminished compared to a moment ago. Yifeng proceeded to observe and soon made a new discovery. The glow that represented the treasure chest was actually moving, and soon slipped out of its reproductive hole. Holy, a raw treasure chest? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't speak, Yifeng would have almost exclaimed in shock. No, it's not all treasure chests that are born, but little electric rays? Electric rays are ovoviviparous, where the egg develops into a fetus in the mother's body and regenerates. The little electric ray that was born was motionless and breathless. Yifeng understood it all. This electric ray was giving birth, but after all this time, it was still a stillborn. Inside the body of the stillborn little electric ray, the purple treasure chest was in it, which was why it was just seen that the purple thunder electric ray had given birth to the treasure chest. Where are you keeping this? After giving birth to the baby, the purple thunderbolt ray realized that it was actually a stillborn baby, and the mood was a little unstable, and the purple thunderbolt crackled and flashed more and more. However, it had consumed too much energy due to giving birth to a child and having a difficult labor, and was very weak at the moment, with some lack of electricity in its body. If it didn't leave, Yifeng couldn't go over to open the treasure chest. In that case, let's kill it while it's sick. Having just given birth, her state is weak and her strength has dropped drastically, so it's a good time to strike. If we waited any longer, when it regains some of its form, it would be even more difficult. Thinking about this, Yifeng immediately made his move. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and the demon breaker gun fiercely shot over. The purple thunderbolt ray was actually very alert, and after sensing the danger, it immediately did a glide and sidestepped the attack. The demon breaking lance plunged straight into the ground. Coincidentally, right on the ground, where the little electric ray with no breath was. Yifeng immediately took back the demon-breaking gun, and the little electric ray corpse was brought back with it. Seeing this situation, the purple thunderbolt rays were furious. Even if it was just a corpse, they would not allow anyone to take away the little electric rays. Ignoring the weakness of his body, electricity flashed on his body and he quickly chased after the returning demon breaker gun. Nay, the demon breaker gun was fast, instantly spanning the distance and penetrating into the hole. The arrival of the little electric ray carcass means that the treasure chest is also in hand. One rips open the body of a small electric ray and touches the treasure chest inside. Snap! You have opened a purple treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Level 5 Soul Soldier 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. A long time had passed since the last time he obtained the Demon Breaker gun, and with only 3 levels, the Demon Breaker gun was a bit insufficient to use. Finally, it was a Soul Soldier again, and it was a level 5 one, which could be used for a long time again. This Soul Soldier, the whole of which was purple in color, was like the lightning of an electric ray. It was pointed in the front and wide in the back, and was shaped like a shuttle and a flying sword. If you looked closely, you would find multiple components that were a full 100 pikes, assembled to become the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. Zip, 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 crackle. Beyond the entrance of the cave, purple lightning flashed. Boom, boom, boom. The purple thunderbolt rays were too large, and this side of the cave was too small to accommodate it, so that cave entrance suffered, being blasted by the purple electricity and collapsed a lot, and there were even more arcs of electricity that pierced through the cave entrance. Yifeng retreated back and forth, not to be attacked by the purple electricity. Let me try. The power of the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. Soul power was released, wrapping around the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle and killing towards the purple thunderbolt ray. Boom! A purple thunderbolt blasted at the shuttle. However, before the blast hit, the shuttle suddenly disintegrated and split into 100 shuttles, and 100 cold rays of light were like meteors, dispersing and instantly hitting the purple thunder lightning rays. From all parts of it, stabbing in. Thunderbolt electric ray ate the pain. Wings flapped. Crazy. Electric arc everywhere bombardment. The trench stone wall crumbled, stirred up countless mud and sand. Everywhere monumental. Yifeng did not stop. Controlling the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle, he was running all over the purple thunderbolt ray's body, especially its vital parts, which were pierced with thousands of holes. The commotion gradually subsided. The purple thunderbolt ray lay there motionless. The electric light was very weak, gradually cutting off its breath. Such a Lord-level sea beast died in Yifeng's hands just like that. If not for the fact that it was in a weakened state and reduced in strength due to its difficulty in producing offspring, it would have been extremely difficult to kill. The commotion below this had already attracted the attention of the sea beasts above. They would gather above themselves to guard the purple thunderbolt rays as they gave birth. At this moment, when they realized that there was something going on, they couldn't care too much and came towards the trench in unison. Yifeng noticed this situation and prepared to leave immediately. What's this? Yifeng realized that there was another glowing piece in the middle of the purple thunderbolt ray's torso. Not being able to think too much, he controlled the shuttle and slashed through its corpse, and a crystal core with flashes of lightning fell out. Yifeng collected the crystal cores and retreated from the original cave entrance, evacuating the trench. A moment later, a large number of king beasts rumbled and swarmed down, filling the trench. An angry hiss spread out from the trench, and the sea boiled and cleansed the 8 directions. Chapter 67 Mysterious Soul Master. Who is it? The large group of sea beasts came down and hissed in anger when they realized that their lord, after all, had been killed. But soon, they, who possessed a certain level of intelligence, realized again that the lord could be killed. The murderer must be ridiculously strong, so a king beast level like them would be even less of an opponent. With a huff, it resumed its journey over the trench. Above the trench, a group of martial sect, who had been curious as to how the king beasts had suddenly headed down to the bottom of the trench, were thinking of following them down to take a look as well. It had only just moved when it was flushed. A large number of sea beasts reswarmed and rushed up. The crowd executed their moves and were about to start a new round of sparring, but they were shocked to find that the sea beasts didn't charge at them this time. It actually avoided them and dispersed in all directions, swimming farther and farther away, disappearing in the middle of the vast ocean. Run away? The martial sectors looked at each other in disbelief. What was going on? A mutual wink was exchanged, and then they went down into the depths of the trench. When they arrived at the bottom, they suddenly saw the figure of the purple thunderbolt ray. All of their bodies tensed up, their attacks ready to be launched. Nope, dead. After a closer look, it was discovered that the purple thunderbolt ray was, in fact, already dead. They approached and examined the corpse of the purple thunderbolt ray, and found that there were countless holes in all parts of its body, and within its body, it was even cut by sharp blades and was riddled with holes. With their insight, they could tell a lot of information just by the wounds. Soul Master, judging from the wounds, it was most likely a Soul Master's tactic. There was a horrified look in their eyes as they looked at each other. Soul Masters were not unheard of, they were just rare, and Soul Masters who could kill Lord-level sea beasts were even rarer. Human strength was greatly discounted when they reached the sea and fought on the sea beasts' home turf, something they themselves knew best. Therefore, the mysterious Soul Master who killed the purple thunderbolt rays must be extremely strong, stronger than all of them anyway. They thought to themselves that under these circumstances, in a single fight, they would not be a match for, at all, the Lord-class purple thunderbolt rays. But a new doubt came up. It was they who, at the earliest, arrived above the trench, and there were many sea beasts guarding it, and none of them had seen who approached the trench and broke through. That Soul Master, where exactly did he come down from, and where did he retreat from? Could there be a second entrance? With that in mind, they looked around and soon realized that a passageway opening. One of them tries to go in and finds the body of the little electric ray torn in half again. They instantly understood a lot more. As a lord, the purple thunderbolt rays were the strongest in the surrounding area, capable of summoning the sea beasts in a certain amount of surrounding waters and ordering them to do things. When the purple thunderbolt skate was close to giving birth, it started summoning sea beasts to guard this area of the sea so that it could wait for the birth with peace of mind. Over a period of time, the sea beasts gathered more and more, but there were only so many resources, not even enough to eat, and some of them even started to attack each other. Eventually they swarmed ashore and began attacking and devouring humans. And there was the incident of the sea animals coming ashore. More than 2 months ago, there was also a sea beast coming ashore, when an undersea secret passage was detected to be expanding, and it was assumed that it was all for this reason. Now it seems like it probably has something to do with the pending birth of the purple thunderbolt rays as well. The reason the time would drag on for so long was because of the delayed labor, which could have been born 2 months earlier, but it had been difficult to deliver, and it was only today that it was born, and it was still a stillborn baby, leaving the purple thunder rays in a weakened state. However, the martial sectors were not clear about this, thinking that it was just a normal birthing process. Then a powerful Soul Master came down from this secret passage and killed the purple thunderbolt ray, as well as the child it gave birth to. All together, the martial sect members didn't continue to stay down here, and dragged the corpse of the purple thunderbolt rays towards the sea with a combined pull. Wherever they passed, the sea beasts at the bottom of the sea all avoided from afar. Their lord is dead. How dare they make a move? When the bodies were hauled up, broke the water, and laid out on the beach, the sea beasts, already ashore, were equally stunned. The lords are dead, so they can't play. They all retreated to the sea and rolled as far away as they could. As a large number of sea beasts gradually dispersed, this beast tide crisis was lifted. The martial artists on the coast all cheered excitedly, celebrating this victory. The crowd looked at the several martial sect powerhouses with admiration in their eyes. It was they who ignored their own danger and dived into the deep sea alone, decapitating the lordly sea beasts below, and the sea beasts dispersed without a leader. If it wasn't for these martial sect powerhouses, it was hard to say whether or not they could win the fight. Each and every martial sect powerhouse was embarrassed to be looked at by such adoring gazes. This purple thunderbolt ray? Where they decapitated it. If only they had that. Unfortunately, they were stuck outside the trench for so long that they didn't even get a glimpse of the battle below. Ahem. Ponch coughed lightly. Gentlemen, as you can see, it was because the Lord was killed that this beast tide was diffused. But in reality, this purple thunderbolt ray was not beheaded by us. At their level, face was still very important, and it was impossible to take a chance on them. Furthermore, if that mysterious Soul Master, who was nearby at this moment, revealed it on the spot, he would not have the face to meet people at that time. What? You guys didn't kill it. You guys are so strong. If you didn't kill them, who else could have killed them? Yeah, of all the people here, you guys are the strongest. Who else could it be if not you guys? The people around them were all dumbfounded. Who else could it be but these martial powerhouses? Actually, we're not sure. We were right above this lord's lair at the time, but by the time we went down, it had already been killed by a mysterious powerhouse. That strong person is estimated to still be a Soul Master. The strength is so strong that we are ashamed of ourselves. Ponch and the others spoke up to explain. The crowd naturally gasped again. Soul Master nah. Many of them had never seen a Soul Master before. Such a powerful Soul Master would be a big shot wherever he went. It was just that, having obviously done something good, they actually did not show up, a point that made them feel deeply admired while puzzled. If they were in their place, they would definitely come out and give a good brush of existence, ruthlessly pretending to be a wave, and be subjected to all sorts of adoration. Soul Master? It can't be that guy Yifeng again. In the middle of the crowd in the distance, Su Kanyi was surprised, but then it felt wrong. It was a lord, not a king-class sea beast. A lord that triggered such a large-scale beast tide. Just think about it and you would know that it wasn't simple. Even the principal admitted that he was inferior. How could it be Yifeng? But somehow, in her mind, the image of Yifeng plunging into the sea with a jerk always appeared frequently. The only one who had dived into the sea was Yifeng. Apart from the principal and the rest of them, who were strong martial zoners, it wasn't the principal and the others who did it. Plus it was a bit of a soul master, the spearhead of everything, all pointed at Yifeng. Hello, where are you? Su Kanyi found a secluded corner and dialed a video call to Yifeng. The call was connected and the screen was revealed. Yifeng's body had clear muscle lines, and he held the wet clothes in his hands, twisting them as if they were twisted. Won't you get dressed before you connect? Su Kanyi's face swished red. Snap! The call was slapped straight through her. Chapter 68. You have 3 seconds to get out immediately. Inside Linhai City, in the old house where he used to live, Yifeng took the twisted clothes, shook it with force, gave it a swing, and basically dried it almost, and put it back on his body. From the tactical backpack again, he took out the crystal core that he had earlier dug out from the body of the purple thunderbolt ray. This purple thunder crystal core, which is rich in lightning energy, can be used for absorption in the future if I acquire a lightning talent or physique. Yifeng said secretly. After finishing, he put the things back away, and kept them if he couldn't use them for the time being, and then he called Su Kanyi back. What did you want to find me for just now? Purple thunderbolt rays, did you kill them? Su Kanyi lowered her voice and asked directly. Yes, Yifeng also answered dryly. Anyway, Su Kanyi knew that he possessed the identity of a soul master, so there was no need to hide it. Su Kanyi froze for a while with a look of determination. That's a lord, and it's underwater. The principal and the others said that they were incapable of killing it, and you did it. She was still a little incredulous, especially seeing that the surrounding, whether they were martial zone powerhouses, or martial kings, as well as those of even lower strength, all had the same expression of awe, curious as to who the person who had struck out actually was. It struck her, then, that there was something absurd about the situation. If they knew that the one who had struck out was Yifeng, a current freshman of the Dragon Tang school, I wondered how they would feel. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng went out, head to Lime Rock Road, Whitman's grocery. Before coming over, Yifeng promised He Xiling that he would help her look at his father. He Wang. Walking on this road again, Yifeng felt a lot of emotions. The last time I was here was just over 2 months ago, but the mood was very different. The previous self, everything had just begun, not knowing what the future would hold. But the current self, even the Lord Sea Beast had already beheaded one. And although the situation was rather special, the successful beheading was a fact. This is, to be torn down and rebuilt? Walking on the green stone road, Yifeng noticed that some buildings, stores and whatnot on the roadside were being demolished by workers. The sea beasts outside the city were spreading out and fighting in a frenzy. But for the ordinary people inside the city, what they should do was still what they should do, and they couldn't play much of a role. Yifeng proceeded to walk and eventually came to the Huimin grocery store. Can I get you anything? A young guy inside greeted Yifeng. He Wang, who was organizing his things, also looked up. Yifeng, why are you here? An unexpected smile surfaced on his face. Seeing that he was recognized by He Wang, the boy who had just mistaken Yifeng for a guest, wisely retreated to the side and curiously surveyed Yifeng. He was a fellow hired by He Wang to help out, filling the gap where Yifeng used to work part-time here. Uncle He, I just happened to have something to come over here, so I came to take a look at you. How's your health lately? Yifeng greeted with a smile. Good, it's all good. He said good, but actually looked a bit preoccupied. Did she follow Xiling here? There was anticipation in He Wang's eyes. Yifeng shook his head. She needs to stay at school. There's no way for her to come over. The glint of anticipation in He Wang's eyes turned into disappointment, but he quickly adjusted and smiled. Further education is important, so it's just as well to come back later when you're free. Right, Uncle He, I saw outside. Some stores are being demolished. Are they ready to be pushed down and rebuilt? Yifeng asked curiously. Speaking of this, He Wang's original hanging smile gradually faded. He was about to say something when there were suddenly noisy footsteps outside. A few big men who were tall, tiger-backed, and full of crossface meat with tattoos tattooed on their arms came striding in from right outside the store. Old man, the period given to you to consider is over. Hurry up and make a decision. Now you can still be kind to you, but if you want to give your face like that again, ha. Speaking of this, the person in charge leaned forward slightly, looking at He Wang in a downward posture. His hand rested on the glass side of the counter, and without seeing how hard he pushed, the glass clicked and several cracks appeared. The shopkeeper boy was a little bit shocked by the scene in front of him. His face was a little hard to see, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps back. The knots in his throat kept rolling. You guys, Wang forced down his anger. You, Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, want to build a mall over here. You should show due sincerity. How am I supposed to sell the store when you only offer a tenth of the normal purchase price? The matter of forceful buying and selling has always happened, and Wang did not expect that it would fall on his head today. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, in Linhai City, was considered to have a reputation. They are looking at the street, Castle Rock Road, to knock down and rebuild the buildings and construct it as a chain of shopping streets, but they offered a very low price, almost as if they were buying by force, and bought the store from many merchants. Naturally, Wang did not comply, not to mention that the price was out of line. Even if the price was right, Wang did not have much willingness to sell. This unassuming store carries so many memories, and every time he is busy here, it is as if his sick and dying wife is still around. Old man, don't think that just because you have a daughter who got into the Dragon Academy, we wouldn't dare to do anything to you. For your information, we, the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, have not only martial masters, but also strong martial generals. The son of the owner of our Chamber of Commerce, who was admitted to Yonghui University long ago, is already a strong martial general realm practitioner and is presently in Linhai City. That daughter of yours, at best, is an early-stage martial master, so don't hold too many illusions. You should be satisfied with a tenth of what you're being given now, and if you keep it up, you won't want a penny. The tattooed burly man's gaze was fierce and threatening. Yi Feng, who was nearby, also finally heard what was happening. No wonder I felt just now. That uncle, he was a bit preoccupied. Come on, sign this resale contract. The burly man flung out a paper contract, his tone extremely impatient. Swish! Yifeng suddenly probed his hand and snatched the contract, without even looking at it, directly tore it into pieces and slapped it on the strong man's face. You have 3 seconds to get out of my face. Go back and bring another message to your boss. Don't hit this store in the future, and also bring a generous gift to apologize in person. Otherwise, let alone a martial general, even if a martial king comes, he'll have to get down for me. Yi Feng's voice was calm, but contained no doubt. That sharp eyes, like a sharp blade, directly stabbing the strong man. A few people. Little Feng, don't start a conflict with them. There are quite a few martial artists in their Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. Wang was anxious. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce was a big family and raised many martial artists. Even the few strong men in front of him had the strength of a martial apprentice and were not ordinary people. The fellow on the side had an even more stunned expression. A behemoth like the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. Even a small person like him was aware of it. And the other party had also said that there were even strong martial generals. But despite this young man, who was even younger than himself, had the audacity to speak to them in such a manner. Don't you want to die? Chapter 69. This man can't be messed with. Where is this brat from? Daring to talk to me like that and tearing up the contract. I think you're living out of your mind. The tattooed burly man's tone was ferocious as he said and slapped his face, just with a blur before his eyes. His hand stopped in midair, because at some point, Yi Feng had also raised his hand and held it. No matter how much he struggled, he actually didn't move at all, as if he was imprisoned there. With a slight force from Yi Feng, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the tattooed strong man screamed miserably, and his entire face was distorted. A kick was delivered and his entire body flew backwards, smashing down on the outside avenue. His right hand drooped helplessly, obviously wasted, and the pain caused him to curl up into a shrimp, wailing uncontrollably there. Boom boom boom. Yi Feng kicked a few more times, and the remaining few people who were still in the store similarly flew out backwards, before and after just a blink of an eye. The change came so fast that a few strong men who were clamoring one moment, were all lying outside wailing the next. This is still to restrain the force, otherwise it can be a kick to death. Whether it was Wang, or the young shopkeeper, they were all too stunned to speak, and it was difficult to return to their senses for a long time. The miserable howls of several people outside attracted nearby pedestrians. Isn't this the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce's few thugs? Not bad, that's them. Why are they lying here? Got beat up, flew out of the old Ho store. Well played. My family's store, which I bought 20 years ago, was forcefully bought by them, offering a price that was not as high as my purchase price at the time. Although it's a relief, but Lao he is going to be in bad shape. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce can't be offended. These are just the bottom tier fighters. They have stronger fighters. All of them are martial artists. There was a lot of chatter from nearby spectators, from those who applauded and those who were worried about why hope. What's going on? A voice suddenly came from nearby. When the crowd looked around, they saw a group of people traveling with dragons and tigers, coming this way. The person at the head of the group, a middle-aged man with a beer belly. From the way he was dressed, he felt that he had a lot of money, and by this person's side, there was also a young man who looked somewhat similar to him, with arrogance and confidence between his eyebrows. There were also a dozen or so fit, full-blooded, good-strength fighters. It's the owner of the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. The crowd exclaimed in shock and consciously dispersed a path. It couldn't have come so fast because it happened to come this way. Due to the incident of the sea beast coming ashore, his son came from YFU and took a walk around. And by the way, he looked over here, at the works that are going on. I didn't expect to come here just in time to meet my men being beaten up. Boss, a few of the fighters, wailing and screaming at the same time. Who hit you guys? Boss Kim's face was grim. Inside the store, a young man, the beaten few said, "Humph. I'd like to see who's so bold as to dare beat up someone from my Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce." Boss Jean snorted coldly and led the crowd, rushing into the Huimen grocery store. "It's over. Old Ho is going to be over. Alas, let's just say you can't go against the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. It's better to sell your store at a loss than to be screwed over and then forced to sell it." The crowd sighed and felt worried for He Wang. After Boss Jean went in, his eyes immediately locked onto Yi Feng. There were two young men in the store, but with that panicked look on the clerk's mate's face, it was clear at first glance that he wasn't hands-on material. "You're the one who hit the man with your hands?" Boss Jean said in a cold voice. "Aha." Yi Feng calmly nodded his head and then said, "You came over to apologize so quickly. It seems that your attitude is quite sincere. So what are you going to offer as compensation? Apologize? I apologize my ass off." Boss Jean was made to laugh by Yi Feng's sentence. They were the ones who were beaten, and they still need to come to the door and apologize in person? What bull reasoning. Hurry up and sell me this storefront. For $1, and I'll consider not bothering with you, or else this won't end so easily. Boss Kim had a condescending demeanor. He had long been used to whoring things out for nothing. "Fine, I'll sell it to you, as long as you don't hurt little Feng." He Wang clenched his teeth and agreed to the terms. No matter how powerful Yi Feng had shown just now, in his opinion, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be more powerful than the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. Now that the other party had made this offer, in order for Yi Feng not to be harmed, he could only bite his teeth and agree. After all, Yi Feng would go up against them, and it was also the result of helping out. Everything started because of himself. He Wang did not want Yi Feng to be hurt because of this. Did I not make myself clear enough? Hurry up and make amends. My patience is limited. Yi Feng's tone also became icy cold. It's over. He Wang's heart, too, cooled by half. The first time he was called out like this, Boss Jean laughed in anger. Give him credit. With a wave of his hand, Boss Jean was about to let his thugs come forward. With his son of the martial general realm by his side, his bottom line was even more full than ever. This person can only fight a few martial arts disciples. How strong can he be? No matter how strong it is, it won't be a match for a military general. Wait, just then, his son, Jin Guangshuan, suddenly stopped the many beaters. Shun, an opponent of this level doesn't even need you to do it yourself. Just let them do it. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. No, Dad. I was thinking, let's just talk to them first. Jin Guangshuan's tone was very weak, and the eyes that looked at Yi Feng were more than a little scornful. Talk? What else is there to talk about? They were given a chance, but they didn't treasure it. Boss Kim waved his hand again, but he was pressed down by Jin Guangshuan. Dad, let's come over here and talk for a few minutes. The two stepped to the side and muttered in whispers. What's wrong with you today? Boss Jin was puzzled. This was not like his son's character. Dad, this person should never be messed with, Jin Guangshuan said with a bitter face. When he just entered the door, he felt that Yi Feng's face was familiar, and only after a while did he recognize it. Wasn't this the same Yi Feng from Longting University? It was also blamed on the chaotic scene at that time. He only swept Yi Feng's face, so he needed to recognize for a while. At that time, outside the city, fighting against the sea beasts, the scene where Yi Feng killed the peak general level sea beast with a single slash was still fresh in his mind at this time. Then also went toward the front line. Fierce, to the front line. What happened? He is not clear. Anyway, now can come back. That all is well. How could such a fierce man be dealt with by his Jin family? Jin Guangshuan told his dad all these causes and consequences. When Boss Jin heard that face instantly collapsed. What's this? What's this going to be? He panicked, and his face lost all color. The business veteran was so flustered for the first time. I thought I was just running into a little prick, but I didn't realize it was an Optimus Prime. Boy, to be able to kill a peak general level sea beast in a single slash, it would have to be a martial king? Such a strong strong person. What could one take to fight with others? The thought of it made him break out into another cold sweat. And it was a good thing this was the city and everyone was still relatively restrained. If this had been placed outside the city, in that kind of lawless place, jumping in the face like that just now, maybe his body would be cold by now. Chapter 70. Getting him to pay out is like cutting his flesh. Boss Jean re-entered in front of Yi Feng and awkwardly squeezed a smile. Young Master Yi Feng, I'm sorry for the offense just now. I'll make amends to you, as well as everyone else. Boss Jean changed into a fawning smile and nodded his head. How arrogant he was just now. How humble he is now. Foolishly, everyone looked dumbfounded that the boss of the hallowed Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce was lowering his voice like this. The sudden change of face before and after was so unexpected that one could barely react. Is this the same Boss Kim who has always been aggressive? In the future, this store, even if I were given 10 more guts, I would not dare to covet it. Not only do you not dare, but you'll be responsible for protecting this place, and I'll take care of anyone who dares to think about it. To show my sincerity, I decided to take out $1 million and compensate shopkeeper He Wang. Take out another $10 million and compensate you, young Master Yi Feng. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as Boss Jin's words left his mouth. It actually came up with $11 million as compensation. Boss Jin is known to be stingy. To make him bleed so much, that young man, what's his story? From the compensation ratio, it was clear that it was all because of Yi Feng's face that Boss Jin suddenly changed his face. You're a man who runs a chamber of commerce. Is that all the sincerity you have? Yi Feng said indifferently. Boss Jin gritted his teeth and said in a meaty voice, then double it again. Yi Feng didn't say anything and just looked at Boss Jin coldly. Boss Jin was stared at with a cold sweat swish. It was too scary. It was like being stared at by a kingly beast. Then how about, you make a price, young warrior? Boss Jin's tone was careful. 10 times, Yi Feng directly said. Boss Jin's head was dizzy for a while. He was only a chamber of commerce, not a money printer. The bid at the beginning multiplied by 10 times. The amount was more than 100 million, not a small amount of money for him. Okay, well, it will be compensated at the price you said. Boss Kim couldn't stop the corners of his eyes from twitching as he said this. For the profit-oriented businessman, to make him spend money is to cut his flesh. But despite the physical pain, the good thing was that this was finally settled, and Boss Jin breathed a long sigh of relief. Who would have thought that casually bullying an honest person would have the backing of a martial king behind it? Boss Kim asked for the bank accounts of the two men and then contacted the finance. Not long after, Yi Feng received a transfer of $100 million. Ho Wang, on the other hand, received $10 million. The moment he received the money, He Wang couldn't believe it. He operates this grocery store, busy, after costs and expenses, the year-end net profit, but also earn a 50,000 or so. And now, the assets had skyrocketed by $10 million, topping his income for 200 years. Not counting hadn't been a concept, but once he did, it was He Wang's turn for the sky to spin. 200 years. He couldn't live that long in 2 lifetimes. If He Wang were to describe his mood today, only one word would come to mind. Roller coaster. I thought it was over, but I didn't expect to fly from hell. All of a sudden, to heaven again. The store was saved and a big profit was made. As for the other spectators around, their eyes were full of envy, envious that He Wang had suddenly become a multi-millionaire, and even more so, envious that He Wang had gotten to know a strong man. The crowd focused their gazes on Yi Feng, with awe in their eyes. It was because of Yi Feng that he was able to make the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce lower their voice so lowly and compensate a huge amount of money to apologize. Then Yi Feng, young warrior, do you see us? Boss Jin stammered, as if he was sitting on a needle. Scram! Yi Feng waved his hand. I hadn't wanted to deal with these people too much, and I just happened to run into them before there was a twist. With Yi Feng giving the word, Boss Jin and the others were relieved and fled as if they were leaving. The matter came to an end and the personnel should be dispersed. Yi Feng also bid farewell to He Wang. Before leaving, He Wang was also ready to give the compensation to Yi Feng, thinking that it was all Yi Feng's credit, but Yi Feng refused. Instead, he gave Yi Wang the key and asked him to help find a decoration team to renovate his old house. It always took time before and after. Yi Feng didn't have the time to stay over here all the time. Yi Wang was naturally very happy to oblige, and was finally able to do something for Yi Feng in return. Yi Feng was walking casually on the road and saw that there were quite a few workers, putting up lights and colors on the roadside. Knowing that the sea beast crisis was lifted, the vast majority of the people of Linhai City were incredibly happy and held spontaneous celebrations to express their gratitude to the martial artists fighting on the front lines. If it wasn't for these bloodbath martial artists, Linhai City would have had a hard time getting past this crisis. They are the ones who are on the front lines to make this moment peaceful. Yi Feng, this way, this way. In the square in front, a lot of people had gathered, and a clear female voice sounded over there. Yi Feng searched for the sound and looked. By coincidence, I ran into Su Kanyi, who was strolling around, and she was waving over there. What are looking at? Yi Feng said as he moved closer to the past while looking into the crowd pile. In the middle of the crowd, a space was vacated, and an acrobatic artist, holding a long stick dipped in oil, set fire to the end of his head. He danced his arms, and the flames flipped with him, drawing brilliant trails in the air. The mouth contained an oil-based liquid, which was violently blown out at the torch, and a ball of fiery flames erupted from the mouth and shot up into the sky. Yes, the audience roared with applause. Cultivating all the time is boring, and being able to have the chance to see these folk performances makes me feel like my whole body is relaxed. Su Kanyi had a smile on her face, and by the looks of it, she knew that she was quite happy. Yi Feng nodded. It was the truth. I'll give it a try. Su Kanyi suddenly got excited and pushed her way into the pile of people. What are you doing? Yi Feng held his forehead, really thinking out of the box. While talking, Su Kanyi had already reached the center and dealt with the acrobatic artist. What a beautiful girl. The crowd's eyes lit up. Girl, don't make fun of me. It looks simple, but it's hard to actually do it. I've practiced for more than 20 years before I can be this skillful. You come up here and say you want to have some fun. If it burns later, I can't afford to pay for it. The acrobatic artist waved his hands in a row, looking helpless. Just by looking at Su Kanyi's appearance and temperament, we all know that she came from a rich and noble family, which can afford to eat this hard work, and it is obviously impossible to have learned acrobatics. Wait. Acrobatics, one man said sharply. Su Kanyi didn't even pay attention to what he said, and directly took what he placed nearby, a new bottle of fuel, containing a mouthful. He signaled the acrobatic artist to pass the torch. No. The acrobatic artist didn't do as he was told. Then he saw that Su Kanyi's gong method was running, and the fire element was pulsating for her who possessed the fire lotus spiritual body. Phew! Spraying a mouthful upwards, a fire dragon spewed more than 10 meters high with the addition of the fire element in his body. Everyone present was dumbfounded, their mouths open to the point of dislocation. Silence passed before a landslide of thunderous applause erupted. The acrobatic artist was even more dumbfounded, and with another 100 years of practice, he wouldn't be able to spray so high. Frozenly, he watched Su Kanyi retreat, unable to say a word. How is it? Did I play it well? Su Kanyi said smugly to Yi Feng. Awesome. Yi Feng only thought it was funny. Which person used the fire element to play acrobatics? The two of them wandered around again. The festivities continued until the next day, when the foreign martial artists were ready to leave Linhai City. Zhu Jing, Yang Wen, and these people, haven't they been contacted yet? While organizing the team, it was discovered that several people were slow to get in touch, as if they had disappeared. Also at this time, a treasure chest clue popped up in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Chapter 71, Trying Out a Father at Random. Treasure chest clue, in the old part of Linhai City, a purple treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Old Town? Yi Feng saw the treasure chest hint enchanted in his heart. As a person from Linhai City, Yi Feng naturally knew clearly where the old city center was located. It was on the west side of town, an area that covered a lot of land, and the buildings over there were somewhat older. It used to be prosperous there, but then there was a time when there was an infectious disease that killed a lot of people. Those who were still alive and in a position to do so migrated elsewhere and gradually became depressed. As population density plummeted and a sparsely populated situation emerged, infectious diseases gradually disappeared. The disease disappeared, but the area never developed after the depression. Many years have passed, and that side is still very backward, and the people who live there are a mixed bag. Because the buildings are old, people call that side the old town. Take an inventory of how many people are missing. Principal Pancha's voice sounded nearby as he addressed the tutors. Before leaving, the teams are organized, one student at a time, led by mentors. But with yesterday's citywide celebration, and having just finished a bloody battle with a sea beast, it's rare to be able to relax. Those who were able to come over here this time were all senior trainees and above, and they basically had the strength of the martial general realm. With such strength, it was definitely impossible for anything to happen when moving around Linhai City, so he let everyone move freely as well. But when it was time to go back, several people couldn't be reached. After an inventory, it was finally discovered that a full 20 students were missing. That's when Wingate University was approached. Originally, the two families weren't that close, and there was always a bit of tit-for-tat, but this was a special situation. Not a time to count on that. Do you have any students missing? What? Are you guys missing too? Good. 23 students are missing. Our side is 20. The two families talked so much that they immediately realized something was wrong. If it was just a handful of people who were missing, it could be argued argued that it was because of something, but right now, more than 40 people couldn't be reached at their 2 universities alone. Being a student at a top university, you can't be too bad in terms of discipline to lose so many people at the same time. Did something happen? A square-faced strong man with majestic chi and blood approached over and took the initiative to inquire. He was the head of the Linhai City Security Bureau, a strong martial zoner, and he was among the members who went down to the sea yesterday. The various experts had come thousands of miles to help, and now that they were all ready to leave, he naturally needed to come and give them a ride. Only now it was seen that they seemed to be held up by something, so they took it upon themselves to inquire a mouthful. "We have over 40 students from both schools, missing in total," Ponch said to the chief of security. When the director heard this, he froze, then frowned slightly. "Don't worry for now, I'll have someone investigate immediately." Within his boundaries, something happening to the students over here, especially these students, who had come over to help fight against the sea beasts, would have too much of an impact. The commissioner did not dare to delay and immediately informed his officers to launch an investigation with all speed. "It's time to visit and check the surveillance." And then, as reports of other groups' disappearances came in, the chief of security was getting more and more stressed. The number of missing persons, after all, has exceeded 200. Because of this, everyone continued to tarry in Linhai City. The idle crowd, combining into teams, took it upon themselves to search for the missing students to see if they could be found. Yifeng also took this opportunity to temporarily get away. "Let's take a trip to Old Town and open the treasure chest first." As you get further west of the city, the prosperity gradually declines. Elsewhere, skyscrapers abound, commerce is bustling, and the population is dense. And the west side of town, where the buildings are all a bit older, is becoming less densely populated. This is especially true when arriving in the old town. Some of the old buildings are uninhabited, the glass windows are either broken or missing, and the exterior walls are peeling off in many places, or moss is growing, or black spots are attached. Purple petunias, following a nearby utility pole, climbed all the way to the top and wrapped around the peeling wires, extending for large distances. Yifeng looked at the purple arrow on the ground and followed it. Walking into this old city, Tuda, in broad daylight, the surroundings are quiet, not seeing half a shadow, as if walking in the ghost city, only the sound of Yifeng's footsteps walking. At the top of a nearby abandoned building, 2 men stood there, keeping their eyes on Yifeng below. "Can you see what strength it is?" The 2 men were fat and thin, and it was the fat man who spoke. The thin man shook his head. "Can't tell for now. The opponent didn't use his chi and blood, plus there was some distance that made it impossible to judge the strength. I'll try." On top of the rooftop, there are some scattered stone bricks. The fat man picked up a piece and weighed it in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his already small eyes became even more of a thin slit. Swish! Throwing with great force, the stone brick transformed into a stream of light, spanning a large distance and coming to the back of Yifeng's head almost instantly. Just when he was about to hit, the back of Yifeng's head seemed to have eyes, and he quickly tilted his head, and the stone brick just barely brushed past his scalp. Yifeng turned around and looked at the roof of the building. At this moment, the fat and thin 2 people only feel that the opposite is not like a person, more like a horrible king beast, that cold eyes full of killing intent, as if the sword straight into the over. Terrible, terrible. Thought it was just a passerby, tried it casually, didn't expect to try out a dad. Run. The 2 strength is not low, but do not dare to hesitate. Violently leaped up. From this side of the roof, jumped to the rooftop over there. Boom! A thick chi and blood fluctuation came from the distance. In the next instant, the silhouette was like a discharged cannonball, rising and jumping from the ground over there, pulling out a string of residual shadows. Instantly appearing in the air, he intercepted the 2 men, who were halfway through their jump, right out of the air. Yifeng captured one person with one hand and violently flung him, smashing him into a nearby abandoned building. The wall was smashed out a big hole. Smoke and dust rolled and flew in all directions. Before he descended, he condensed out the soul soldier and stepped on it to enter the middle of the building before putting it back away. The fat and thin 2 men were lying on the floorboards, blood spitting out of their mouths, and were very seriously injured. Yifeng intentionally collected some force, otherwise with the 2 late martial arts generals, direct fall to death is not a problem. The old city center, with sparse households and a corrupt environment, it was not strange to see a martial apprentice martial artist, but the appearance of a martial general could not help but arouse suspicion. In Linhai City, a military general could be the principal of a high school, so how could he show up here, and 2 of them at once? It is hard to believe that it could still be the current alien martial artist. Yifeng didn't recognize the 2 men and didn't have the slightest impression. Spare your life. The 2 of them were covered in blood, their eyes looking at Yifeng in horror, their tone weakly begging for mercy. Chapter 72. This treasure chest opened really smoothly. Who are you guys, and why are you striking out at me? Yifeng looked down at the 2, his voice cold. We are the residents here. The bricks we threw just now, we didn't mean to. We just threw them with our hands. We thought there was no one down there. We didn't think you were down there. The fat man lied as he fought back the pain in his body. As soon as the words left his mouth, he howled miserably again. Yi Feng's foot, stepping on the fat man's palm, had crushed his skin. If you don't tell the truth again, I'll make your life worse than death. Yi Feng's tone was full of killing intent. Saying something about being a resident of this side of the country is a lie at first glance. I said, the attack just now was just to test your strength. The fat man said. What are you testing my strength for? Yi Feng pursued, adding in passing, you'd better finish at once, don't always wait for me to ask. My patience is limited. Yes, the fat man gulped. We are seeing that you are alone in this old city. Perfect for capture. Try your strength, and if it suits, go down and take you away. As for what we're doing with you, we're not sure. Anyway, we're only responsible for arresting people and handing them over to the designated location. The rest is out of our hands. Hearing about the arrests, Yi Feng raised his eyebrows. Before he came here, he heard the principal and the others talking about the fact that a number of students had gone missing, and other groups and organizations, likewise, had people missing. The Security Bureau has intervened in the investigation. I don't know if there is any result now. I didn't expect to hear such news after making a trip over to the old town in search of a treasure chest. Did you guys make a lot of arrests between yesterday and now? Yi Feng had reason to suspect that the missing ones were also captured by these two. I've captured 7 so far yesterday, all of them early martial arts generals. I captured 10 of them. There are martial arts generals and martial arts masters. The 2 men answered honestly, not looking as if they were telling lies. Then the 2 men combined only made 17 arrests, and the missing population, as far as they left that side of the country, inventoried over 200 people. So you still have accomplices? Yi Feng's tone was certain. Yes, we're not sure how many people they arrest, but anyway, we're in charge of arresting people and just sending them to the deep house when they're done. And where is the deep yard? The deep house is just deep in the old city, a large courtyard, and after the delivery, it's none of our business. We've all given an honest account. You have the generosity to spare us both. We promise to clean up our act from now on and never do anything bad again. The 2 men wailed and begged for mercy, truly afraid of dying here, killed in this remote old town. No one would even know about it, and even if they found out, it would probably be a long time from now. Yi Feng gently laughed. I don't care at all if you guys will be bad guys. There are a lot of bad guys in the world. How can I care? Hearing Yi Feng's words, both of them were delighted. Was the big brother so good at talking? However, Yi Feng's next sentence directly doused their rising hopes and cooled them all the way from the ceiling to the soles of their feet. My concern is that you have just become hostile towards me, and I, for one, have always had an axe to grind. Boom! Huge and majestic chi and blood erupted from Yi Feng's body. Strong force was injected into his arm, and the long knife in his hand drew a cold and sharp edge, cutting through the necks of the 2 men. The 2 men covered their necks. Blood couldn't stop gushing out, and they quickly died. The deep house? Yi Feng looked in the direction of the depths of the old city center. Another looked to the purple arrow on the ground. Yi Feng departed and continued to follow the purple arrow, the other side. After an investigation, things are looking up a bit. You see, the surveillance images coming from the technical department. This Yang Wen student, the last place he appeared, was in Beishun Street. See the direction he went. It was the North City Gate, and this student as well. The direction he's traveling to is also the North City Gate. The chief of security, Fong Pingho, said to Pang Chi and the others. He showed several surveillance images at once, expressing basically the same thing, the suspicion that all these missing people had gone out of town. It's not always all north gates, some are other gates, but the expression is the same. As for the many others, who did not find the surveillance footage, the reason was that, on the side of the technical department, the relevant surveillance had not been checked for the time being. According to this, they went out of town and may have met with an untoward incident that caused them to be lost? Punch frowned slightly. Judging from the current information, that should be the case. Marquis Fong Ping didn't dare to speak too fully, but I've already ordered in advance that they are not allowed to leave the Linhai city limits, so they shouldn't disobey. Also, some of them, the last place where they appeared, from the nearest city gate, there is also not a short distance. On the way some sections are also very busy. Is it over there to check no picture? Pang Chi was puzzled, always feeling that this matter was a bit fishy. I've also consulted the technical side on this issue and they said that the surveillance is down in many places. Broken and unfixed? It used to get fixed, but then it broke down quite frequently and gradually I didn't care much about it. Speaking of which, Fong Pingho received another message. Word has come in from the city guard that some of the people on the missing list have been seen, and have indeed gone out of the city. Ponch nodded, since he could be sure, He should have gone outside the city. Maybe it's the first time you've been to Lini City and you feel fresh, so you go out of town to check it out? The others listened and accepted this. It just so happened that at that moment, Su Kenyi escorted a bloodstained man to Pang Chi. Headmaster, there's a new discovery. This guy was sneaking around, following a student who was left alone. I just happened to bump into him. He tried to sneak up on the student, but I stopped him. I think it has something to do with this disappearance. In this situation, the crowd's first reaction was not to look at the person covered in blood, but to cast their suspicious gazes at Marquis Fongping. The expression on Fongping Ho's face froze there. Old Town. Yi Feng followed the purple arrow all the way. Because of the attack just now, Yi Feng knew that there was a mysterious force entrenched in the old city, and perhaps there were people hiding in certain locations. So Yi Feng advances the route. Choose those more remote streets. At the same time, pay attention to the neighborhood. There is no camera. No matter how they went, the purple arrows always started at Yi Feng's feet, guiding him in the direction. Just keep to the direction specified by the arrows and you will surely find the treasure chest eventually. It's in this abandoned building. According to Yi Feng's experience, every time a treasure chest appeared, there was bound to be an obstacle. But the abandoned building in front of us doesn't look too much like it's in danger. Yi Feng observed a little and did not find anything special and carefully entered the middle of the building. Come to the third floor of the building. A purple treasure chest, quietly placed there. Ha, it's that easy this time? Yi Feng was all a bit surprised. However, before opening it, Yi Feng still didn't dare to take it lightly. Alert to your surroundings. Approach over and touch the treasure chest with your foot. Snap! You have opened a purple treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the 5th Order Sneaking Art Phantom Misty Complete Enlightenment. It's really going that well. Same moment. Treasure chest clue. In the deep courtyard of the old part of Linhai City, a purple, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Chapter 73, Incinerator. Strict defense. The treasure chest opened smoothly and unparalleled, surprising Yi Feng. What's even more unexpected is the new treasure chest clues that seamlessly follow. It was still Linhai City, the old city center, only the location changed to the deep courtyard. A new purple treasure chest, or a boutique one, will open up 2 items then. Shemu, it was the same place that the fat and thin 2P, Eeple, who had met earlier, had mentioned. Yi Feng didn't want to think about this first, but instead focused on the present. This time, the purple treasure chest, which opens up something very useful. The shadow trail is a sneaking technique. When it is performed, it can maximize the convergence of breath, and a layer of light and shadow will be formed around the body, which will always mimic the nearby scenery, so that the performer will be integrated into the environment, so that it is not easy to be noticed. Simply put, it's similar to a chameleon, with the ability to camouflage and hide. But then there is more than simple visual deception, the formation of all that light and shadow, which can affect perceptual judgment. With a 5th Order sneaking technique, even the marshal's own realm could be fooled. It was only a strong marshal exalted that could recognize the breakage. For the current Yi Feng, it was considered enough. Yi Feng tried to cast it. With the operation of the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, a layer of light and shadow immediately surfaced on the surface of his body, wrapping up all of Yi Feng's figure. In other words, no matter what was worn on the body, or even if a weapon was held in the hand, it did not affect it at all, and was able to envelop it altogether. Otherwise, I'm afraid that every time I cast Phantom Mystic, I would have to strip naked. Isn't that a lot of bull ****** in chicken? 5th rank sneak spells, obviously. Can't be this trashy. Yi Feng tried to walk around, the light and shadows changing, moment to moment with the surroundings. If one were to look at it from an outsider's perspective, at this moment, one would realize that no matter which angle one was located in and which direction one was looking at Yi Feng had blended in with his surroundings, with an extremely high degree of concealment. Continue on your way and look for the treasure chest. Every time he looked for a treasure chest, it made Yi Feng incomparably look forward to what good things he could open out. This time it was a fine treasure chest with 2 unknown items that were waiting for Yi Feng. All the way, Yi Feng executed the spectral shadow misty trail and hurried along the main road without having to choose secluded paths like he did just now. Even if there were eyes laid around, or some normal residents, they wouldn't have discovered Yi Feng's existence. Come deeper into the old town. A compound that covered an extremely wide area appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. This is the deep yard? Purple arrows that extend all the way into the building in front of you. Thinking of the words of the fat and thin men earlier, the people they captured were brought here to deliver. What would be the secret of the deep court? Looking at this somewhat age-old compound, it made people drift off, as if they were seeing a man-eating beast, opening its bloody mouth. Get in there, now with spectral mist. Sneaking around is very easy, unless it possessed a martial exalted powerhouse inside, who also happened to run into himself in the midst of sneaking. It would be categorically impossible to discover his presence. Before going in, Yi Feng let the Yun Sang Mine wrap around his body to form a layer of defensive armor, in addition to providing some protection, and more importantly, the ability to cover the face in its entirety hides the face. Taking a step back, even if the martial Zun realm really existed inside and was detected, Yi Feng was not afraid of exposing his looks and causing unnecessary consequences. As for safety and security, you can step on the soul soldiers and quickly withdraw. Be careful and you'll basically be fine. Yi Feng circled around the periphery of the courtyard and walked most of the way around before finally arriving at the backyard. What strange odor. Yi Feng frowned slightly. As he gazed over the courtyard wall, he could see smoke rising from within, and wondered what was burning. Nearby was another tall stone pillar, similar to a utility pole, equipped with several cameras above it, watching all directions. As you can imagine, there are people glued to the screen, watching every move around them. If he hadn't cast the phantom shadow misty trail and concealed his figure, it would have been much more difficult for Yi Feng to go in silently. For now, keep it simple. Yi Feng's feet powered up, and it was very easy for him to climb over the courtyard wall and enter the middle of the backyard. At this moment, somewhere in the deep courtyard, there was a light screen that displayed many images from various places of surveillance. A number of people sat inside, staring intently at the screen. The one in charge of the direction of the backyard, looking at the picture as empty as before, with no special circumstances, he yawned and continued his stakeout. Every day's work is simple. Just be responsible for a few surveillance places, and report any situation in time. Unbeknownst to him, there was already a man who had slipped into the middle of the backyard, right under his nose, strutting around under surveillance. Yi Feng, who had entered the backyard, surveyed the surrounding situation. The backyard was quite large, with stone tiles on the floor and several large stoves, each of which was dark and showed signs of burning. At this moment, one of them was burning something, and the flames were rolling. The heat waves were raging. No wonder just now, outside the courtyard wall, he could smell a strange odor. So it was the incinerator inside here, which was burning something. One oven is barely enough, and I guess we'll have to start another one later. A male voice sounded as footsteps approached. Yi Feng followed the sound and saw two people, each dragging a corpse in their hands. The corpse's face was as pale as paper, without half a trace of blood, without half a breath of life, letting them drag it along, obviously having long since cut off its breath. Wingate University. Yi Feng saw that one of the corpses, the body also wore the emblem of Yonghui University. Yesterday, when hunting sea beasts, a hasty glance, met this person a glance, is considered to be a little bit of an impression, is indeed a student of Yonghui University. This person is one of the missing list. It is captured, sent to the deep courtyard here. Do not know what to go through, but at this moment has become a cold corpse. As for the other body, Yi Feng had no impression, and there was no school insignia on his body, so perhaps it was a missing person from another power group. The two men took the body, dragged it to the incinerator, and threw it straight in. Immediately sparks flew everywhere, and there was a crackling sound. The movements were incredibly skillful, and it was clear that they didn't usually do this sort of thing. After doing the closing, they re-left, not realizing from the beginning to the end that there was still such a person as Yi Feng, staring at the vicinity. This deep courtyard, what the hell is it for? Yi Feng's face was a bit cold. Without much delay, move on. From time to time there are patrols, in groups of 2, following established routes. Surveillance, patrol, can be said to be the security to the extreme. Even without the fat and thin 2 people less advance information from these phenomena alone, coupled with the incineration of the body, all know that there is a big problem. Yi Feng ignored these patrols and didn't scare the snakes for the time being. Follow the purple arrows and keep pushing. Yi Feng had a premonition that the location where the purple treasure chest was located must have something to do with the missing person, and everything would be clear by then. Gradually, it came to the center area of the deep courtyard. As we got closer to this side, security got tighter, with more patrols, frequent walks back and forth, and a full range of overhead surveillance without dead ends, filming every corner. This is it. Chapter 74, Holy Blood Pill? A treasure chest in a suitcase. There was a huge building in front of it, as if it was a prison cell. The doors were closed at this time and the windows were sealed shut. Purple arrow that extends into this building. What's it going to take to get in? Whether you push your way in or break a window, you'll be spotted by the neighborhood patrol vigilantes. Before things were completely clear, Yi Feng did not intend to expose it too early. The advantage is greater when the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. Whether you fight or retreat, the initiative is in your hands. Just then, the closed door was suddenly pushed open, and a man walked out. In this person's hand, he was dragging a corpse, just like the two people he encountered when he was in the backyard earlier. Just as this person walked out and turned back to prepare to push the door back in, Yi Feng took this opportunity and slipped right in. Ha! The man scratched his head, full of doubt, and turned his head to look around, not finding anything unusual. In that moment just now, he always felt as if someone had passed by beside him. Did you flush too much last night? It's not that bad, is it? It's only 7 times. Shaking his head without further thought, he closed the gate behind him, dragging the body with him, in the direction of the backyard. It wasn't that his perception was so sensitive. It was mainly because Yi Feng was just now too close to him. His intuition told him that something was wrong in the neighborhood, but unfortunately his strength didn't allow him to find anything. Yi Feng, who entered inside, walked on a wide walkway. To the left and right of the aisle, there is a studio. A few studios passed by in front of them, containing several workers, were using porcelain bottles, into which a red elixir was filled, encapsulated, and placed on the nearby shelves. Yi Feng swept a glance, and in the middle of the porcelain bottle, there was a label with the words Holy Blood Pill. Even Yi Feng, who didn't often pay attention to pills, was aware of this kind of pill, which was very famous. Sacred blood pills on the market, divided into a variety of specifications: 1 product, 2 products, 3 products. Even the lowest first grade was still several times more expensive than other pills in the same class. It's kind of weird that it's expensive, yet it sells pretty hot and often sells out. I heard that this is the Ruweiqing Pharmaceutical Group, a secret research and development of a cultivation aid elixir. After martial artists take it, the side effects are small, the absorption rate is high, and the effect is much better than similar elixirs. It is for this reason that they dare to sell it so expensive. People's unique secret recipe, only this one, but elsewhere cannot be bought. The effect is really good, and no false propaganda. The word of mouth up, business is getting better and better. The supply does not meet the demand. But what made Yi Feng puzzled was that the mysterious deep courtyard of the old city would have workers that were encapsulating the Holy Blood Dan. Ruweiqing Pharmaceutical Group. It is reasonable not to put the workroom arranged here, as he understood. Yi Feng felt more and more that things were getting more and more strange and bizarre. A vague feeling of foreboding arose in his mind, creating some sort of conjecture. It's up to you to see what comes next and if it's what you think it is. Yi Feng continued to advance. This is when you see the workroom and the work is different. Inside, there were many auxiliary herbs with a strong medicinal flavor, and a machine that was rumbling. According to a certain proportion, the herbal auxiliaries, as well as a kind of red liquid that had been processed in advance, were successively put into the machine. After a tedious maneuver, a red elixir eventually rolled out of the mouth below. They were, after all, refining pills. Looking at the appearance of the red elixir, it was definitely a holy blood elixir. It's just that red liquid. Just then, a worker delivered yet another bucket of blood. It's human blood. This time, Yi Feng was incomparably sure that this was human blood, which had just been drawn out not long ago and still had a temperature. That red liquid just now, it was estimated that it was the use of human blood, some kind of processing, the resulting liquid, so that Yi Feng could not recognize it for a moment. It was human blood. It's actually using human blood to refine pills, refining the sacred blood pill. All the questions, all linked together. Every doubt, all found answers. This deep courtyard was refining the holy blood pill for the Ruweiqing group, and the so-called holy blood pill was actually using human blood as the core ingredient. The source of human blood is those who have disappeared. No wonder the effect was good. The blood of human martial artists contained a large amount of qi in blood, and after purification, it avoided all kinds of conflict problems, and as raw materials for alchemy, it was an incomparable fit for humans, and the absorption efficiency would be high. Take other pills, the same use of blood to refine pills, but people use beast blood, no matter how it's purified. It's a bit separated from humans, resulting in a discounted absorption rate. Yi Feng could already imagine that there were places inside that were responsible for drawing blood. Fittingly, as one proceeds, one sees the blood draw room. Someone was lying on the bed in a comatose state, presumably drugged. It was also locked with bracelets and anklets, all made of special materials, and even if it suddenly woke up, it was impossible to break free. People in white coats with syringes were drawing blood, one large tube at a time. Instead of drawing all the blood at once, the blood was drawn to the right amount and then replaced by the next person. Keeping them alive in the first place will allow for continued blood production and supply for them to extract, but it is not to say that this is so sustainable. And then powerful martial artists, the cycle of repeated pumping down. There will always be the day of violent death. Most people don't even wait to die a violent death before they accidentally hiccup out of a problem during one of their blood draws. It had to be drained of all the blood in its body, squeezing the last ounce of value out of it. This is the case with the bodies that are dragged out, such as the student at Wingfield University. Thought it was an early martial arts general that could be pumped for a few more rounds, but I didn't expect it to be pumped straight to death. Such accidents happen from time to time, and they had long been accustomed to them. Life was no different from dead matter in their eyes. Yifeng continued to go deeper and eventually came to an inner room. Just as he approached, he heard heckling from inside. It's just nonsense. What kind of people are you arresting? Why did you choose to arrest this group of people who came here to resist the sea beasts? And many of them are students. You can't be so naive as to think that if some people go missing, they'll just let it go. Can you? The voice contained a voice full of anger. Then another voice rang out, a little shaky and obviously a little scared. Mr. Tang, I'm not trying to rush the work. So a moment of confusion. Think these people full of blood, very good, catch a little over, will not have too much impact. After all, this resistance to the sea beasts, there are also people accidentally died. May not be too late to count the number of people. It is mistakenly thought to be eaten by the sea beasts. Who knows? Who knew you were so stupid? Not much impact? I've tried my best to cover it up, fabricating lies and misleading them. Unfortunately, your group of trappers were just as stupid as you were, and even acted at this critical moment, and were caught red-handed, and all the lies were exposed on the spot. What then? They shouldn't be looking for us already, should they? It's come to this, we can only avoid the wind first. You take those important information, all of them. I want to take them away now. There was a rummaging sound from inside the room. Yifeng followed suit and moved closer to see what was going on inside. There are two people in the chamber. One of them stood, a long-faced man. His face was very shady. The most attention-grabbing thing was his hands, very white and slender, better maintained than a woman. It should be that general manager Tang. The other, on the other hand, had just turned out a large suitcase, which looked a bit heavy and should have contained quite a lot of stuff. The moment the chest appeared, Yifeng's eyes lit up. A purple glow emanated from this suitcase. The purple treasure chest that's nestled inside. Chapter 75. Why is there Yifeng everywhere? Mr. Tang, the important information. It's all locked inside. This was a bald man with a fierce face, and his strength was also at the Martial King realm, which was considered to be the highest person in charge of the deep courtyard. However, in front of Tang Kuan, he appeared to be groveling and treating carefully, with a flattering and pleasing face. The suitcase made of special materials was presented to Tang Kuan with both hands. Mr. Tang, so what do I do now? Baldhead inquired apprehensively. You know too much to be caught by them. Tang Kuan's gaze, moving away from the suitcase, looked toward the bald man, his eyes flashing with an unknown meaning. You take me for a piece, Baldhead pleaded. Well, then I'll give you a ride. Tang Kuan's voice was clear and cold. The bald man was just about to thank him, but then suddenly thought, why does that sound strange? Boom! Tang Kuan's late-stage martial zone chi and blood violently erupted out. A claw on the bald man's neck. 5 fingers, as if they were cast in steel, violently exerted force, and the bald man's neck was pinched off in one hand. Dawn. In the bald man's eyes, there was disbelief, as well as a deep fear of death. He didn't expect that Tang Kuan would unload and kill him out of the blue. After killing the bald head, Tang Kuan flung his hand with force, just like throwing away garbage, and threw the body to the side. Only the dead will shut up. And you fool, you've made such a big mess and you still want to live. You're just delusional. Tang Kuan coldly grunted. Just then, there was a loud and unmistakable noise from outside. Quick, this building is suspicious. Let's rush in and take a look. Faintly, sounds like these could be heard. That was pretty quick. Tang Kuan gave a dark cry and pressed a certain button in the chamber, and the walls inside moved, opening a door. This is the back door of the building, from which you can leave this building without having to go to the front door and meet up with the people rushing in from outside. Tang Kuan went out the back door with quick steps. Yifeng also immediately followed out. No way, it has to be done. Tang Kuan was very strong and fast. He was moving at his limit speed. Yifeng couldn't really keep up. Now you must be surprised and have a chance to grab the suitcase. The only way to get the purple treasure chest set inside is to capture the suitcase. If you don't make a move now, and are run by Tang Kuan, and don't know behind you, where he will put the suitcase, it adds a lot of variables. 100 Spirit Shuttle. Congeal. The energy of the 100 Spirit Flying Shuttle shot out from the center of his mind and condensed into the appearance of the 100 Spirit Flying Shuttle. Shoo shoo shoo. The 100-spirit flying shuttle quickly disintegrated, transforming into 100 sharp shuttles that appeared behind Tang Kuan, roughly divided into 3 parts. One of them shoots at Tang Kuan's vitals. Secondly, attack Tang Kuan's right wrist, which is carrying the suitcase. Third, approach the suitcase. Not good. The moment Yi Feng struck, the alarm bells rang loudly in Tang Kuan's heart, and he clearly perceived that the crisis of death was rapidly approaching. He didn't know what was happening yet, but he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that if he didn't make a strain, he would surely be killed. In the heat of the moment, he took a step and was about to dodge sideways. However, he was shocked to find that the suitcase seemed to be stuck by something, unable to be pulled away by him, and there was also an invisible force that pulled the suitcase, going in the opposite direction. There were even several pikes as thin as cicadas that were about to slice his wrists off. Without thinking about it, as a reflex, he simply let go and abandoned the suitcase. Dang! His right hand didn't completely pull away, and the pike knife cut into his fingers, actually making a sound of gold and iron clashing. The hands that looked like fine skin and tender flesh were only superficial. He majored in finger techniques, and the hardest place on his body was these fingers, which could be used as weapons. But the other parts of the body is not as hard as this. Several positions were cut, but because of the movement, staggered the vital parts. At this time, Tang Kuan, a jump of tens of meters away, his heart was afraid. If he hadn't just reacted in time, he would have been more than just injured. The enemy behind it really wanted him dead. Unable to care about the pain in his body, Tang Kuan violently turned over. Just over there, his suitcase was being held up by many pikes, flying towards one person. The man was wearing green battle armor, wrapped so tightly that he couldn't see his face. Soul Master. And, this is a demonized plant? Tang Kuan still had a bit of eye power, and at a glance, he could see that what covered Yi Feng's body surface was the demonized plant. But this is irrelevant. The main this person actually is a Soul Master. No wonder it can do long-distance attack, specifically how to emerge. He also vaguely guessed that it was casting a sneaking type of secret art, and the grade was still very high, cultivated to the point of pure perfection. Otherwise it couldn't have been. For him to have sprung out of nowhere without noticing it at all, he had reason to believe that this person had been nearby since just now. It is also on the exertion of force that one has no choice but to come out. Don Quinn's thoughts were pretty much the same as the truth. It was not that Yi Feng intentionally revealed his figure, but the sneaking technique needed to completely restrain his breath, and once he used force, it meant conflicting with the sneaking technique. You can only choose one of the two, either maintain the sneak spell or use force, but at the same time the sneak spell breaks. Unable to do so, and able to exert force while sneaking, the suitcase arrived and Yi Feng had wanted to open it immediately. Nye is locked, and this chest was also outrageous enough to be made from shin cold iron. The control pike knife slashed at it and only managed to cut out a shallow mark. Trying to break through would take some time, not something that could be accomplished in a moment. This way, surround them, don't let any of the enemy go. With the sound, Pang Chi, as well as 2 other martial zoners, and some other martial kings, from both ends of the building, encircled over. Tang Kuan tried to escape, but he was stopped dead in his tracks, and Principal Yonghui and another martial zone attacked him, 2 against 1. Tang Kuan was also injured by Yi Feng in advance, so naturally he lost ground and was quickly taken down, and at the same time, because he didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend, the remaining Pang Chi, with his men, was about to approach Yi Feng. Swish, the 100-spirit flying shuttle combined a piece, and Yi Feng stepped on it and soared into the sky. Soul Master, there's a Soul Master inside the enemy, and he escaped. That shouldn't be an enemy. We've seen the Soul Master before when we resisted the sea beasts, and we've fought side by side, haven't we, Instructor Su? The nearby Su Kanyi reacted with a strange expression and nodded. Yes, at that time, when we dealt with the giant octopus of the underworld, which wasn't too good to fight, it was the Soul Master who stepped in and killed it. At the same time, he secretly chanted in his heart, how come there are Yi Fengs everywhere? In that case, I also suspect that the one who killed the purple thunderbolt rays was also the Soul Master. Pang Chi said. It wasn't a wild guess, but the Soul Soldier used by the opponent was a combination of multiple pike blades into one piece. As for the cause of death of the purple thunderbolt ray, the body had many holes, very much like it had been injured by those pikes. If the guess was correct, then this person's strength was probably not even below theirs. Otherwise, how could one kill the purple thunderbolt rays and still injure a martial sect? Pang Chi looked at the wounds on Tang Kuan's body, the same wounds from the pike blade. Chapter 76, Long Lost Soul Power. Strength Surge. I advise you to let me go now and I can pretend that nothing has happened, or else you will surely regret it. Tang Kuan looked a bit wretched, but the words he said were unusually arrogant. Regret? Tell me instead, what will we regret? Principal Yonghui said in a cold voice. Starting with the capture of one of the captors, a lot of information was interrogated and the target was directed to the deep courtyards in the old city. regarding the words of Fong Pingho, the chief of security, there are various inconsistencies and suspicions of a cover-up, but the explanation he gave, that it was possible that his men had been bribed, especially in the technical department, to distort the facts. There is no such thing as being able to get a clear picture about all this so quickly. The situation was so urgent that they had to come to the rescue first. I didn't expect to catch a big fish, but there was actually a martial zone realm. But now, this martial zone realm, who had clearly been captured, had such an arrogant attitude. Where the hell did he get that from? You guys are also considered to be dignified characters. Shouldn't you be unaware that there are some things that cannot be touched? Have you ever thought about how to end it when the time comes? Tang Koan had a sardonic smile on his face, making it very unpleasant to look at. So, there are quite a few people behind you. All the more reason for us to investigate thoroughly. A clear day, a clear sky. Can you still be allowed to be lawless? The people in the room, not intimidated, decided to investigate thoroughly or apologize for the deaths. Yi Feng left the deep courtyard and flew a large distance, eventually entering an abandoned building. There's no code, so we'll just have to force it to break. Yi Feng took the suitcase and put it on the ground. Soul power was mobilized to control the 100-spirit shuttle blade. Boom 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 boom. A pike knife, transformed into streams of light, like a blizzard, accurately hitting the suitcase. The sound of metal clashing was unceasing, colliding with a cloud of sparks. The scars on the suitcase grew and deepened. This thing was made quite thick, and it took Yi Feng a while to finally break through it. There were many documents inside, and a cursory scan of them recorded a lot of information involving a lot of people. It even includes data from experiments on human beings, properly incriminating. Yi Feng temporarily ignored these documents and focused on the purple treasure chest inside. Reach in and touch the treasure chest to it. Snap! You opened a purple, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 points of soul power. Ruberry Vine Rapid Nutrient, Stage 5. Finally the soul power has opened up. Yi Feng rejoiced. Since the last time he was in the Misty Forest, he opened Su Canny's treasure chest and his soul power was mentioned at 27,000 points. Since then, 5 whole treasure chests in a row had not been opened to soul power. Within these 5, the chi and blood were turned on twice, but there was no soul power. It caused all the chi and blood, which were originally lagging behind, to overtake soul power. Now it's finally open to soul power again. It's worthy of being a purple treasure chest. The values opened are just more. After the fusion, Yi Feng's soul power, then, reached a staggering 57,000 points. As I said before, as long as it exceeds 54,000, it is the peak of the king level. In other words, Yi Feng's current soul master realm had jumped several levels in a row from the early stage of the king rank to the peak of the king rank. It was still 24,000 points short of the 81,000 points required at the beginning of the zone level. As for the realm of the current chi-blooded martial artist, it was also mentioned in passing that it was 36,000 calories of chi blood. At the middle stage of Martial King, if he had the strength he had now when he sneak attacked Tang Kuan just now, with the Soul Master's powerful overstep combat power, coupled with another sneak attack, he really could have decapitated Tang Kuan. As for the other item, it was a bottle, marked with the 5 logo, which contained liquid. It could be absorbed by the rue mulberry vine and grow quickly to the 5th stage, but now the rue mulberry vine, attached to himself, and when he was idle afterward, he would let it be absorbed. Well, these documents. Yi Feng took out the pile of documents inside the box. Before flipping through it, smoothly turn on the recording function of your tactical watch and start checking it out. It records a lot of information. For example, the information of the members of the henchmen, what kind of people each has captured, what kind of experiments have been carried out, how many small amounts of holy blood pills have been made, and what kind of people have been contacted, how to supply, and so on. This information is, properly, a piece of incriminating evidence. For Yi Feng, the information was of no use unless he wanted to dabble in this muddy water. Now since Punch and the others are taking care of this, simply hand over the information to them. Turning the video recording off, Yi Feng restuffed the file back into the bulky suitcase, hugged the suitcase, stepped on the soul soldier, and resumed flying in the direction of the deep courtyard. Sham Shuipo. The people who came here had already swept through the entire deep courtyard. The staff here, all of them, were arrested and converged on one piece, and of those who are missing, there are still many left alive, although some are not in the best of shape and fortunate to be rescued. At this moment, Pang Chi and the others had icy cold faces. What a holy blood pill! It was actually refined using the blood of a martial artist. They could hardly imagine that someone could do something so heartless. Headmaster, none of this information we've searched out is too important to be of much value. Just now, they searched out some information, but after going through it, it was all ordinary documents that were not of high value. It shouldn't be. There must be some important information. Pang Chi frowned, and quickly turned his sharp gaze toward Tang Kuan, who was being controlled nearby. You're the one who hid the important information? Ponch sounded certain. After running an organization for so long, it's impossible to leave no important information at all, even if it's a shipping slip or a personnel information sheet. But no, not at all. Granted, now that they are caught in flagrante delicto, they can be convicted even without this information. But if there is information, it is possible to get more information from it and uncover the person behind it as well. For example, just as he thought of this, Fong Pingho, the chief of security, arrived with many police officers. When investigating missing persons, the results given by Marquis Fong Ping were that the missing person had gone out of town, but in fact, it was captured in the deep yard. After this incident, the people were skeptical of this director and became suspicious. The purpose of this coming over here is also to jump ahead of the guard bureau, for fear that, by some well-intentioned people among them, they might deliberately cover up something or let some people go. I know you're suspicious of me and think I'm in league with them, but I, Fong Pingho, swear that I was fooled by my men at the time. The probability is that the chief surveillance commander of the technical department has been bribed, as well as some of the grassroots of the city guard, and there are likewise people who have been bribed to fabricate lies. I've already sent people to control those who are suspected, and then combine them with this side, and then interrogate them one by one, and return you a justice, Fong Pingho said to the crowd present, and then he looked at the criminals. Tell you what, escort the people back first, then interrogate them, but was interrupted by Punch raising his hand. Wait a moment. I suspect that some important information has been transferred. Pang Chi kept staring at Fong Pingho as he said this, trying to see something different on the other's face. Unfortunately, in the end it didn't, and Fong Pingho's expression didn't change much. Where's the important information? Tang Kuan sneered, looking as if he wasn't worried about his situation at all. At the same time, he said in his heart, that guy did me a favor by taking the file box. He wasn't sure who the other party was, but falling into the hands of one person always gave him a better chance of getting it back than falling into the hands of a bunch of people. As long as the person is found and silenced afterward, everything is pinched. Wait, I suddenly remembered that a soul master, just now, flew away from here, and at first, I thought that it was also to deal with the deep yard. But now, in retrospect, I seem to have seen that, at that time, this person's hands carried a box away. Punch suddenly spoke out. Yes, I also remembered that it did happen just now. So it was the enemy's accomplice. Someone on the sidelines chimed in. Only Su Kanyi, who was clear that it was Yi Feng, didn't feel that it was an accomplice of the enemy. Just then, the crowd felt something in their hearts and looked up at the sky in unison. Something square and heavy fell sharply, and with a bang, it hit the ground hard, and scattered a few papers. Chapter 77, Sword Shadow on the Rooftop. It's that Soul Master. Everyone was looking up at the sky when a green-colored figure above them, with soul soldiers under their feet, turned into a stream of light and went far away. In many people's eyes, there was a strong envy. Martial artists of them, unless they reached the martial emperor realm or above. It was impossible for them to have the ability to fly, but that was the martial emperor realm. How many of these people present dared to pack their bags and say that they would definitely be able to reach it? It's not just a matter of hard work, it's more important to look at talent, which determines the ceiling. Soul Masters were different. They could soul power control the flight of their soul soldiers, and in turn, take themselves with them as well. But Soul Masters were rare, and with so many people present, none of them froze to be Soul Masters, so they could only be envious. Good, that's the box I was talking about. Punchy was excited. I didn't expect the Soul Master to return the box. The box is broken, but there are many documents inside, all intact. Could they be classified documents? Tang Kuan's heart, on the other hand, was half-cooled, and at the same time, he felt furious about how that guy had sent the documents back. If you didn't want the documents, why did you grab them just now? Tang Kuan was confused. Fong Pingho saw the document and was about to bend down to pick it up. Wait, I'll read it first. Punch snatched the box away. Until now, he still seriously suspected that there was something wrong with Fong Pingho as well, even though the other party was the chief of security, who was supposed to be leading the investigation. The matter was so important that he had to cross the line and obstruct it. It's okay, you read it first then. Fong Pingho indifferently spread his hands, without the slightest intention to fight for it. The truth will come out soon enough. Punch took out the document and flipped through it, and several other people, nearby, came over. As he looked through it, his face got harder and harder. one by one, one by one. It's that bloody. When I first arrived here, seeing all those holy blood pills on the scene was shocking. Reading these documents, I realized that it's just the tip of the iceberg, and that they haven't done this kind of thing a lot over the years. They're organized, premeditated, and connected. First, it was the grassroots trappers who went around catching fallen martial artists. The catchers were also divided into strength levels. For example, those with weak strength could be responsible for catching the martial apprentice and martial master realms. If you are strong, you can capture the generals. As for the martial king realm, no relevant records were found in the document for the time being. According to the different realms of martial artists and the different levels of blood, the holy blood pills that were refined would be of different grades. That was why there were first, second and third grades, sold to different levels of martial artists. The SCC side is responsible for production, and the Ruwaching group is responsible for peddling. The perennial missing persons, on the other hand, are some of the people on the side of the Guard Bureau and the City Guard, who are responsible for providing false information and covering up. For example, in the case of the student's disappearance, the surveillance footage provided by the technical department only captured footage that was favorable to them. Plus, the city guards committed perjury to create the illusion that the missing persons had left the city and were killed outside. In this day and age, it was not safe outside of the city, and it was already an everyday occurrence for a large number of martial artists to die outside every day. Many of the families of perennial missing persons do not even report the case, taking it for granted that something has happened outside and nothing can be found out even if they report it. Only a handful of people reported it, and there was no more than a suspicion when they finally got that kind of information. With this kind of maneuver, they can be lawless and make arbitrary arrests in the city. It wasn't until this student incident that the thunder finally broke out. Looking through to the end, there are a very large number of people involved, but there really isn't a Fong Ping Ho. Putting aside that very small probability, Fong Ping Ho should be innocent. Only then did Pang Chi take the document and hand it over to Marquis Fong Ping, allowing him to go through it as well. For the information capturing ability of a strong martial sect member, even if the entire page was densely packed with words, one could go through them all with just a few quick sweeps. It also didn't take too much time for Fong Ping Ho to finish reading the document as well. This bunch of assholes, some of them, whom I have vigorously cultivated, did not expect to secretly do such things. Marquis Fong Ping gritted his teeth, anger written all over his face. In particular, the chief commander of surveillance was still the one he had brought up from the grassroots. White wolves, what a ing white wolf. The good thing is that these people in the list were basically controlled by his people in advance, rather than anticipate things, but almost a sweeping, as long as a little suspicious, are first controlled, and then after the fact one by one to check. He will not spare any criminal, nor will he wrong any good man. Tang Kuan, president of Ruwaching Pharmaceutical Group? Fong Ping Ho looked at Tang Kuan. This identity information was obtained from the file information. Ruwaching Group, a local industry in Linhai City, was not a small name, but the president who used to show up in the media, not Tang Kuan. Now it seems that Tang Kuan is the actual person in charge, the one on the surface, just launched to fool the outside world puppets. Take them all back, keep this side of the evidence in place, you guys stay and seal off the scene. Fong Ping Ho commanded the personnel, and the action proceeded in an organized manner. Eventually, all but those who stayed behind to cordon off the scene were evacuated. At the same time, there was another large group of police officers that traveled to the Ruwaching group to arrest their top brass. Unfortunately, the actual people in power have long since gone, and those who remain are either puppets usually pushed in the open or personnel who have no knowledge of the situation. If he hadn't traveled to the deep courtyard in time, someone like Tang Kuan would have gotten away with it. In the guardhouse, prisoners were separated for interrogation. Tang Kuan, on the other hand, by the Fong Ping Ho personally presided over the trial, to see if it can be uncovered. More unknown big shots, but he's so hard-mouthed that it's hard to pry him off. So I guess I'll have to use some tricks to get him off. It's going to take some time to get the case straightened out. When they came across this kind of thing, those groups that were in trouble didn't leave Linhai City, and temporarily stayed for the time being, perhaps needing to cooperate to do something. The place of choice, also in the vicinity of the guard station. Some large hotels among the stay, directly the whole package. Yifeng had returned long ago and appeared in front of the crowd as a student. The incident of human blood creating pills was very involved, and if it was known that the Soul Master was himself, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. In order to be able to clear the air a bit, Yifeng was very careful and didn't reveal his identity as a Soul Master. Time passes and comes to night. The moon hangs high in the sky, now and then hidden by clouds. sometimes spilling silver light, sometimes dark. Yi Feng stood on the rooftop, enjoying the moonlight and evening breeze as he looked down at the night scene below. The night is late, many places have turned off the lights, and there are not many pedestrians on the road. At this time, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Yi Feng did not turn around. All know who it is. What are you doing up here so late? Su Canny's voice sounded from behind her. Lin Feng, enjoying the moon. Yi Feng gave a spontaneous smile, slightly sidestepped his head, and asked rhetorically, "What about you? Why did you come up here as well?" "I was unable to sleep, so I came up here to get some air." Su Canny came to Yi Feng's side and stood side by side. A faint fragrance came with the wind and lingered on the tip of Yi Feng's nose. For the matter of seeing Yi Feng during the day, she was very sensible and did not mention it, knowing it in her heart. If this statement was heard by anyone, it would be inviting trouble for Yi Feng for no reason. A woman's mind is still more delicate. Neither spoke, enjoying the quiet evening. Hoo-hoo! The evening wind blew and the clouds moved in, obscuring the bright moon tightly and plunging the entire rooftop into darkness. Abruptly, a streak of sword light with a strong killing intent quickly attacked from the rear. Chapter 78 Crossfire. Masked Killer. Look out! Yi Feng let out a stern cry. Soul power was mobilized, and the 100 spirits shuttle condensed out, and the position it appeared in was behind Su Canny. Hundreds of pikes, as flexible as fish, combined to form a shield. Dang! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron striking each other rang out, and the tip of the sword, which carried full killing intent and swore to break through everything, was steadily intercepted by the shield formed by the 100 spirit flying shuttle. The black-robed man with a sharp sword in his hand, his face staggered beneath the mask. He was an early-stage martial zone and had come over to assassinate a martial king, which would have been 100% successful. But now, it was actually intercepted, and the sharp sword was unable to inch the slightest bit. Surprisingly, there are soul masters. He was surprised that besides Su Canny, there existed a soul master who was even stronger than him. Wait, could you be? He immediately reacted again. Could this person be? In this incident, the soul master with a mysterious identity? Yi Feng is so strong. Even though Su Canny had long known that the current Yi Feng was much more powerful than before, she was still shocked to see it with her own eyes at this time. With that sword just now, she couldn't even react to the strength of the enemy, who was too powerful than her. If Yi Feng hadn't stepped in, at this moment, she would either be dead or injured. Who's the other guy? Why did he come to assassinate her? Everything points to the human blood elixir incident. Was the choice to assassinate her random, or was it targeted? Many thoughts flashed quickly through Su Canny's mind. A new round of exchanges, too, is beginning. The black-robed masked man, who had failed to land a blow, quickly retreated a few steps before killing again. This time, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Yi Feng. Finish off Yi Feng first, then finish off Su Canny. However, he still underestimated Yi Feng's strength. Although Yi Feng's Soul Master realm was only at the peak of the king level, while he was at the early stage of martial zone. However, the Soul Master's ability to transcend the ranks was exceptional. Together with the Grade 5 Soul Soldier 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle, it was even more invincible. 100 pike knives could be formed into any form under the mobilization of Yi Feng's soul power. Attackable, defensible, can split up. Facing the incoming rapier, Yi Feng controlled a portion of the pike blades, combining them into a shield to parry. The remaining dozens of pike knives, on the other hand, turned into a hole, from all directions, like locusts attacking and killing the black-robed masked man. No good. The black-robed mask was greatly alarmed. The pikes were simply too fast and numerous for him to fight. Just about to pull back, however, located on the side of his arm, a few pikes waiting for a chance to move, immediately increased their speed to the fastest. With a miserable scream, it instantly cut through the black-robed man's right arm, severing his arm directly. The long sword held in his hand also fell with the broken arm. The black-robed man covered his broken arm, blood still gushing out like a fountain. With such a delay, there was no longer any way back either. Everywhere around his body, pike blades were evenly distributed, as if they were a poisonous snake, staring him to death. I ask, you answer, do you hear me clearly? Yi Feng's voice was even colder than the evening breeze. Ho ho ho. The black-robed masked man, however, laughed, and his laughter was a bit bleak, just like the silent night. I'm not so naive as to think that if I cooperate honestly, I'll be able to live. So, you're not going to get any useful information from me, ever. Besides, I would come on an assassination mission with the determination of certain death. His voice was getting weaker and weaker. With those words, he fell straight down. From beneath his mask, blackened, foul-smelling blood continued to seep out, took poison and killed himself. Yi Feng judged. Professional assassins like these are no different from dead soldiers, and every action is treated as the last one before they are born, with a special poison capsule in their mouths beforehand. Once the situation is not right and you can't escape, you will bite through the poisonous capsule and swallow the venom, and you will soon die of poisoning. The movement is up here. Noise came from the hallway. It was estimated that there were quite a few people coming up. It was the commotion from the fight just now that was perceived by them. What to do? Su Kanyi was anxious. Experiencing this assassination, she felt more and more that the forces behind the human blood pills incident were very uncomplicated, and the people involved might be more than those in the list of documents. How can it be simple to casually send in a martial zone assassin? If they can assassinate once, they can assassinate a second or third time. Yi Feng's current identity as a soul master hadn't been exposed yet. Once exposed, it must have been very hated as well. After all, it was Yi Feng who was the first to arrive at the deep courtyard, and it was also Yi Feng who had slowed down and injured Tang Kuan, and even through the confidential documents, to the crowd of the security bureau. With the means those people have, there is no way they don't know this. If Yi Feng's identity was exposed, the other party would definitely send experts and come over to assassinate Yi Feng. Although these people who were coming up now were theoretically their own people, but there were many people. But if they knew that Yi Feng was that soul master, they could not guarantee that at some point, the news would be leaked. A martial emperor died here, taking poison to commit suicide. So who on earth had the power to force him to take poison to commit suicide? If she, Su Kanyi, didn't have this ability, it could only be Yi Feng. And what explanation could be given? Rue Mulberry Vine. When he saw Yi Feng's right arm straighten out, the green-colored rattan drilled out from his sleeve, rapidly expanding and lengthening, and almost in the blink of an eye, he was wrapped tightly around Yi Feng. The 100-spirit flying shuttle combined into a shield, and Yi Feng stepped on it with his feet and quickly ascended into the air. At the same time, a large group of people came up from the building just in time to see the image of Yi Feng leaving. It's that soul master. Why is he here? The crowd was now respectful and curious about this mysterious soul master. It was the information given by this soul master that made things go smoothly, so they respected it. And who exactly the other party was intrigued them. This soul master friend, why don't you come down for a gathering? Pang Chi arched his hand and shouted at the figure in the sky. His tone was very friendly. He genuinely wanted to befriend this person. Just the person above simply did not pay attention to his intention. Flying farther and farther, soon disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. Ponch sighed, secretly regretting it. Bodies. Someone died there. And Mentor Su, you're up here too? The shouts of the people around him caused Ponch to withdraw his mind and similarly discover the situation on the rooftop. This person, in his lifetime, was a martial arts expert. Pang Chi was surprised. The person hadn't been dead for long and there was still breath left. He could conclude at a glance that the person was in the martial zone realm. A martial sect realm that actually died here is the fight that just happened? They hadn't forgotten that it was because they had sensed a fight that they had come up to see what was going on. Everyone turned their gazes towards Su Kanyi. Obviously, Su Kanyi was present during the fight just now. She must know what happened. Su Kanyi took a deep breath and said the speech she had thought of beforehand to the crowd. This is a killer who came over to assassinate me. But coincidentally, that mysterious soul master passed by and stepped in to save me. And the soul master was so strong that he forced the killer to retreat. And then he took the poison and killed himself. Slayer? Could it be? The crowd wanted a piece of the story, which was the Blood Dan incident, the power behind it. As for why they assassinated Su Kanyi, at the very beginning, it was Su Kanyi's capture of a catcher that gave the incident a breakthrough. Interrogating the clues about the deep courtyard, it could be that this was the reason that led to being remembered by the other side and sending killers to retaliate. You really don't know that soul master? Pang Chi suddenly looked straight at Su Kanyi and asked with a serious expression. Before Su Kanyi could reply, there was suddenly a noisy movement coming from the direction of the guard bureau below. Chapter 79, Yanlong Army. The congregation's temporary home is located in the immediate area of the guardhouse. At this moment, when there was movement in the guard bureau, Ponch and the others on this side were able to detect it. What the hell happened? The crowd was puzzled as to how it seemed to be suddenly very noisy in the dead of night. Not good. Dead man. Another shout came from below. The crowd rushed down and eventually came to the third floor to see a man lying in a pool of blood in room 404. The vitals came from the neck, which had been cut with a deep wound and had just recently broken. And the scene, long gone is the killer. Li Liang, the president of Wingfield University, sniffing around, cried out in sadness. The person in the pool of blood was called Li Liang, a senior tutor of his Yonghui University with Martial King realm strength. He was supposed to be resting in this room, but he was actually infiltrated and assassinated without even a sound of movement. It was only just now that the rooftop commotion, as well as the direction of the guard bureau, where the same cacophony of noise came from, woke many people up. Passing by Li Liang's room, he smelled the smell of blood, which is why he broke the door and entered the house. Not expecting to see this scene, just now on the rooftop, a killer also appeared. Ponch turned to Principal Wingfield and told him what had just happened. Any idea where the killer came from? Principal Wingfield asked. The killer has the strength of a Wuzong. As for the identity, Ponch was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly saw something. Look, you guys, there's an envelope. On Li Liang's body, there was an envelope. He went in and picked up the envelope and opened it for inspection. Let this be a warning and a lesson to you all to forget all about it and go back where you came from. The red font is hideous to look at. There was no doubt that the envelope had been deliberately left by the murderer, and the identity of the other party, which could not be anyone else, was the force behind the human blood. Dan Punch had another man go up to the rooftop and find the same envelope on the assassin up there, was prepared to leave this envelope behind after killing Su Kanyi. He had made thousands of calculations, but he had failed to calculate that there was such a variable as Yi Feng. With a murder on this side, Pang Chi immediately contacted Marquis Fongping. Unexpectedly on the other side of the call, Fongpingho's breathless voice came. Something happened on our side as well. Remembering that not long ago, over at the guard station, there was a noisy commotion, and the crowd moved to the guard station. Just inside, the crowd's pupils shrunk, and the smell of blood was strong and overwhelming. What happened to this? How did so many people die? As far as the eye could see, in the middle of the field, there was a body placed, at least hundreds of people, all killed in one hit, showing the professionalism of the assassin. Among them were those in police uniforms and those in prison uniforms. These people in prison uniforms were all captured for interrogation during the day, and were basically the more critical characters. Except Don Quinn isn't one of them. Some assassins sneaked in, all dressed in night clothes and masks, and killed all the more important detainees, and these police officers on duty, too. Fong Pingho's voice was hard and his face was ugly and angry. What about Tang Kuan? Don Quinn is the most important person. He was not seen in the pile of corpses, nor did he hear Fong Pingho mention it. Saved by them. When I sensed the commotion, I came out to stop it, but I was stopped by an assassin. But I'm actually no match for this person. If I'm not wrong, this assassin is a Marshal Zun powerhouse. He also warned me that I had better not continue the investigation or suffer the consequences. When Marquis Fong Ping said this, the entire room was shocked. Marshal Zong was already impressive enough, but there was even a Marshal Zun realm. It makes one feel more and more mysterious and fearful of the enemy forces. Not only do they have the strength, but they're also so arrogant that they dare to go to the guard bureau to kill people and save Tang Kuan. It is simply lawless and lawless. Fong Pingho has already reported and contacted the provincial bureau, and it will take time to send someone over there. It was a long night, and neither of them had the heart to sleep, so they just kept waiting at the guardhouse. The other side, Yi Feng was high in the sky, looking around at the night scene, then returned to his residence. Put away your soul master status and strut back. There were many students in the hallway, talking about what had just happened. What rooftop assassin is countered by a mysterious soul master? Yonhui University's Li Liang is assassinated and killed, and the principal and several instructors head to the guard bureau. Yi Feng entered the house and fell asleep. Don't look at Yi Feng sleeping, but as a soul master, his soul power was full and his perception of the surrounding was very strong. However, whenever there was a hint of crisis approaching, Yi Feng would wake up with a jolt. Nothing more happened this night. A blink of an eye brought us to the next day. The morning light pours softly. Many had been up all night with tired faces. Being a martial artist who hadn't slept all night wasn't much of a problem, but it was because of the assassination that happened last night that made their nerves so highly strained that they were so tired. Yi Feng stood on the balcony, and the bearing he was facing happened to be the guard bureau. Yi Feng suddenly saw that in the extremely distant sky, there was a black dot rapidly getting bigger. When he got closer, he could see that it was a human figure. He stepped on a piece of soul soldier and flew quickly in the direction of the guard bureau. It's a soul master. Look guys, there's a soul master flying in the sky. There were exclamations of surprise from the students around them. Yi Feng naturally saw clearly that it was indeed a soul master. Even from a distance, it gave Yi Feng a powerful sense of oppression. This person must not be simple. Other than himself, it was the first time that Yi Feng had, for the first time, seen another soul master. The soul master, coming over the guard station, landed down. Deputy Bureau Lu, you came in person. Marquis Fong Ping led the crowd and immediately went forward to greet them respectfully. I had long heard that the deputy director over at the provincial government, Lu Xianhua, was a Zun-level soul master with incomparable strength. What I saw today, the rumors were true. Facing Lu Xianhua, they felt extremely pressurized, as if they were being pressed by a huge mountain. With you, Deputy Bureau Lu, I'm sorry that the enemy will never dare to make a move again. Fong Pingho half patted his horse's ass and said. The stuffiness that had built up in his chest could finally be loosened. No, Lu Xianhua, however, shook his head. I came here this time to tell you all to stay out of this matter. What? The crowd thought they had heard wrong. You guys don't know. This kind of thing doesn't just happen here in Linhai City. Similar things have happened in other cities, not just human blood to create pills, but probably other bottomless things involved. Behind a pile of evil, it is as if there is a pair of big invisible hands that are manipulating it all. Can you understand? You don't have the ability to investigate this, and more people will die if you keep investigating. Lu Xianhua's words, listening to the crowd present, all the backbone cold, said these words, if someone else okay, but from Lu Xianhua's mouth, the gold content can be imagined. They had expected that the enemy was very uncomplicated, but they had not expected that it would be uncomplicated to this extent. Should we just let them get away with it? Marquis Fongping was suffocating, being bullied to this extent. He actually had to pretend that nothing had happened. That's certainly not possible. Something like that has always been the responsibility of the Inferno Dragon Army, and it's the same this time. Hiss, Inferno Dragon Army. The crowd was surprised, because it was a special military type, and people's impression of it was that it was powerful, mysterious, and rare, specializing in major events. Chapter 80 Zheng Family Lord's 60th birthday. Lu Xianhua explained some more things, and then left. Pang Qi and the other outsider martial artists also returned to their residences. Yi Feng learned about Lu Xianhua from Su Canyi. Yi Feng did not expect that this matter would end hastily in this way. However, since there was a need to alarm the Yanlong army, it proved that the enemy was indeed very powerful, and it would indeed be very dangerous for the local forces on this side to forcefully intervene again. Yi Feng couldn't help but think that there were still a lot of strong people in this world, and he was still not strong enough. At the same time, I lamented that some people put their lives on the line to protect their country, while others try to persecute others by all means. It was a trip over and seeing both kinds of people made for a very cutthroat experience. Reorganize the team and head for the return trip. Regarding the students in the accident, the school will contact their families when they return, and the state will also provide compensation. At this point, somewhere in the middle of a remote building, two people were standing, one in front of the other. The person located at the back was none other than Tang Kuan. His demeanor was incredibly respectful as he bowed slightly to the person in front of him. The man in front of him had his back to him, and his thumb wore a jade ring that spun at an even pace under the twist of his index finger. Suddenly, the finger movement stopped as he spoke out. You just mentioned that you were initially stopped by a soul master who sneaked up on you, causing you to run out of time. Do you have any clues about this person? Useful clues are not available for the time being. I only know that his body was wrapped all over by demonized plants at that time, and that should be the rue mulberry vine the soul soldier used. Tang Kuan described it in detail according to his memory at the time. The person wearing the jade ring nodded slightly. At the same time, he secretly said, there just happens to be a need to catch some soul masters over there. Let's see if we can find this person out. By the next day, the team rushed back to school. Yi Feng let the Yun Sang Bang properly absorb the fifth stage of the rapid nutrient. My identity as a soul master is now bound to one piece with the rue mulberry vine, the 100 spirits flying shuttle, and all these things. So, once I use these things, I have to appear as a soul master, and I can't let people know that I, Yi Feng, am that soul master. Now that the enemy was powerful and required the intervention of the Yanlong army, hiding his identity was necessary. Unless someday, one can be unafraid of this force, then one can go head to head and tough it out. Time passes. Half a month passed. In the rue mulberry vine had grown to the fifth stage. At this time, it possessed a total of 5 canes. Each cane, if released to its ultimate length, could be up to 40 meters long. However, Yi Feng didn't let it do that. The house wasn't big, so he was afraid that it would be stuffed later. Yi Feng looked at the ground, a red arrow, stretching all the way to the east. This was before, on the way back from the misty forest, the clue to the treasure chest suddenly appeared. It's a red treasure chest, which is a step above a purple treasure chest. Its location exists in the Zheng family residence. Exactly which location of the Zheng family residence, this point is not known for the time being. At that time, after learning about this clue, Yi Feng had also conducted research on the Zheng family, and had even taken the time to go to the field to observe. Unfortunately, the Zheng family residence, which was the Zheng family's base camp, was not that easy to enter. The important point was that there were many experts inside. There were martial zone experts and even martial zone realm powerhouses. Once you sneak in and get caught, it's very dangerous. But that was before. The current Yifeng was even more powerful than before. Not fearing the normal martial zone realm, the only thing he was afraid of was just martial zone. In the large Jiang family, there was only one person who could be identified at the martial exalted realm, and that was their contemporary family head. As for the uncertainty, the old family head of the previous generation, I heard that he was also once a strong martial zone, but then I don't know what happened and disappeared. Some people guessed that the old family master was dead, while others guessed that he wasn't dead yet, but just didn't ask about the world and was hidden behind the curtain. What exactly is the situation? The Jiang family has never been in front of outsiders, talked about this issue. Outsiders can only make their own wild guesses, especially those forces that were in competition with the Jiang family and had entangled interests. They very much wanted to figure this out. Old Master Jiang, is he still alive or not? For a family, the existence of a martial exalt, or the existence of two martial exalts, those were two completely different concepts. If the old family head Jiang was already dead, the threat posed by the Jiang family would drop a notch. The next time there is a conflict with the Jiang family, the waist plate can also be more rigid, without having to give too much face to the Jiang family. The Nemesis understood the key to this, and the Jiang family themselves were equally aware of these. This is also why the Jiang family would hide and not let people know whether the old family head is alive or dead. I just won't tell you. You guys can guess for yourselves. As long as there was no answer for one day, the fear of the Jiang family would always be there. Yifeng assumed that this old family head was still around, so in that case, the entire Jiang family, the ones who were a threat to Yifeng were this pair of new and old family heads, the two martial zone realms. As long as they didn't run into these two martial zone realms, there basically wouldn't be too much of a problem. The main thing is that now that he has the secret art of sneaking of the phantom trail, doing this kind of work of sneaking is like a fish out of water. This gave Yifeng the information to try a trip to the Jiang family. If it went well and you could open the red treasure chest or even steal the God-Eater moss, it would be perfect. Of course, everything still needs to be acted upon to know the answer. Yifeng took a moment to prepare and immediately set off in the direction of the Jiang family. The location of the Jiang family residence was located to the east of the Lingnan provincial capital. This is a manor covering an extremely wide area. The architectural style is ancient. Tall garden walls, many pavilions, all to surround them. There is a hint of the flavor of the city within the city. For martial artists with a certain level of strength, scaling a fence of this height was completely doable. But inside, the defense was extremely tight. Not only was there surveillance, but there were also martial artists standing guard and patrolling teams. Without certain means, it is almost impossible to sneak in unnoticed. What a hoot! Yifeng observed from afar and realized that today's Jiang family residence was full of doors and guests. They each brought congratulatory gifts and presented invitations. As Jiang family master is celebrating his 60th birthday today, my Wang family has brought a 100-year-old ice lotus plant to congratulate him. All of you from the Wang clan quickly come in. The group entered inside. 60th birthday? The volume of their speech just now was not small. Coupled with Yifeng's sensitive ear, it allowed Yifeng, who was far away, to hear the content of their conversation. Chapter 81, Infiltrating the Jiang family. It was getting dark. Inside the Jiang family's manor, the lights were bright and cheerful. Flat and spacious lawn, set a table with a variety of delicious food, fruit juice and wine. The scene was extremely lively with guests sitting around tables and talking in twos and threes. To be able to receive invitations and be invited here, they are all big shots with big names. On such occasions, it is a good time to make friends and build up connections, and perhaps in the course of pushing and exchanging glasses, the two sides finalize a certain business that will bring rich profits to the family and the power. At that moment, several people came along. The guests in the middle of the conversation were all quiet for a moment and looked over. Surrounded by the stars in the center was a middle-aged looking man. He was strong, full of spirit, and had a strong chi and blood. From the outside alone, one would think that he was only in his 40s, and could not see at all that this person was already 60 years old. He was the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yin, a powerful martial zone realm master. The people who came with Jiang Yin were all Jiang family executives with martial zone strength. A martial zone expert, in normal times, was also a big person on one side, but at this time, standing with Jiang Yin, he appeared to have no presence. Everyone's focus all converged on Jiang Yin. Master Jiang, congratulations to the Jiang family master on his 60th birthday, blessed as the East Sea and longevity as the South Mountain. Guests rose and arched their hands in greeting and congratulations. Jiang Yin came to the top position, his face hanging with a smile as he looked around the crowd. Everyone, to be able to come to my Jiang family tonight, to wish my old man a happy birthday. You all have a heart, and there isn't too much good hospitality for everyone. Only slightly prepared wine and food for everyone to eat and drink. All of you should enjoy yourselves tonight. Thank you for your hospitality. Jiang family master Jiang, I'll drink to you. In the midst of all the hustle and bustle, no one thought that a figure in a sneak had scaled the fence and entered within the Jung family. Electronic eyes everywhere, watching everywhere with no deadlines, standing officers, patrolling officers, not at all worse than usual. There were a large number of outsiders tonight, and entering within the Jung family, it was easy for people to fish in troubled waters and mix in some well-intentioned people. Security is anything but lax. However, all of this was nothing to Yi Feng. Not bad, the person who sneaked in was Yi Feng. As long as his enemy did not exceed the martial zone realm, he would not be able to detect him as long as he executed the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail. Under the concealment of the Spectral Shadow Misty Trail, Yi Feng moved around the Jung family residence. The direction of advancement, naturally, follows the red arrow. After a while, Yi Feng stood at the edge of a large tree. The Jung family was large and did well in greening, and in many places, there were flowers and plants planted. When you have a lot of flowers and plants, you can't help but attract mosquitoes and insects. For example, around this moment, there was a mosquito, wandering aimlessly. It looked ordinary, but Yi Feng was dead set on one of them. If you look at it from the outside alone, there is nothing special about this one. With other mosquitoes, there is not much difference. But regarding the knowledge of raising parasites, Yi Feng had already studied it for some time, and it was then that he noticed that this one of the mosquitoes was not an ordinary mosquito, but a wind mosquito. The Jung family was very good at raising all kinds of bugs, such as the previous sniffer bugs, which were quite difficult to deal with, and now the wind mosquito, again a scouting bug. It had a strong perception of the wind element, and the airflow around it. If there was anything out of the ordinary, would soon be detected by it. This function of the wind mosquito is specifically cultivated to detect possible enemies. After all, having a secret art like the sneaking art, not only was he able to conceal his figure, but he was also able to converge his breath cleanly. Even sniffing bugs have trouble detecting the scent. Conventional means, on the other hand, are even more impotent. Wind mosquitoes are just the thing for such situations. The figure is hidden, the breath is converged, but you always have to move. Once you move, it will drive the air flow. It will be easy for it to detect the abnormality. If you can know of its existence in advance and deal with it carefully, you can still muddle through. The problem is that many people simply don't understand parasites, and most people, for a common mosquito around them, don't even expend the energy to pay attention. Therefore, it is very easy to be tricked, and without realizing it, one's whereabouts are exposed. Yi Feng realized it in time, and only just now did he immediately stop his body. Wind mosquito hovered nearby, looking a little puzzled. It had clearly sensed just now that the airflow in the vicinity was clearly abnormal, but now that it perceived it in detail, there was no abnormality. This doubt was also passed on to the owner of this wind mosquito, the same compassion master who had nurtured it. He didn't think much of it though. Sometimes it was possible for perception to be wrong because of some coincidence. No, there's something really going on. Secretly, this compounder was suddenly startled, because from the side of the wind mosquito, once again came the information, sensing that nearby, there really was an abnormal air current. From experience, it very much looks like someone is moving around. Didn't get to see the figure, could only have cast a sneak spell. Wind mosquito had already followed him, and at the same time, the compassionate master had also reported this person's whereabouts, in real time, to the Jung family's experts. Yi Feng sighed. I'm not the only one who infiltrated the Jung family. Yi Feng realized that the wind mosquito suddenly had an abnormality, tracking in a certain direction. Yi Feng possessed the wind whisperer talent, and his innate perception of the wind element was equally sensitive. So if you perceive it carefully, you can indeed notice that the airflow in the direction being tracked by the wind mosquito is a bit abnormal. If there weren't wind mosquitoes, it might not have been so easy to find out. After all, the surrounding space was so big that Yi Feng couldn't possibly probe everywhere carefully. And with a wind mosquito pointing the way, fixed point perception, it's a lot easier. The other party's secret sneaking technique should also be very skillful, and their own strength is also estimated to be very strong. If not for the weak air currents generated when moving, exposing their whereabouts, the general public would not be able to discover their existence. Yi Feng hung far behind this person and followed. The main reason for this is that the red treasure chest has an arrow that just happens to be in that same direction. However, this person should have already been discovered by the Jung family's compulsion master, so it was only a matter of time before the Jung family was attracted. Yi Feng couldn't help but pull the distance. Some more. Wait, and by the way, let's see how the Jung family will respond in the face of the intruder. Yi Feng's actions at this moment would not be detected by the wind mosquito, because of the wind whisperer talent. The use of the wind element is also stronger, and with a little care, You can make the air currents so small as to be negligible. Just like that, Yi Feng hung far away all the way. The person in front of him seemed to have a clear goal, heading all the way to the Zhang family's backyard. Coincidentally, the red treasure chest has an arrow that also points to the backyard. The Zhang family's backyard wasn't normally big, the environment was great, and it even had a large rockery. At a glance, there are mountains, water, flowers and grass. This person, who had risked a great deal to sneak into the Zhang family, certainly wouldn't just come to enjoy the scenery of the Zhang family's backyard. Could it be that there is some secret here in the backyard? Chapter 82, Dragged to Feed the Worms. Yi Feng temporarily failed to see the specific location of the red treasure chest, only to see the red arrow, extending all the way to the direction of the wigwam. No one else would surely know about the treasure chest, so there must be some other reason why others would sneak in. This makes Yi Feng more curious. Zhang family backyard here, in the end has what? This person in front, even with the sneaking technique, still habitually borrowed trees and other obstacles and kept moving towards the wigwam. The more the Zhang family dares not publicly prove that old family master Zhang is still alive and well, the more it means that something is wrong. According to the latest investigated information, this old family head, perhaps really alive, but because of what unseen problems, resulting in not being able to show up in public, the person who was sneaking around, said in his mind, while looking in the direction of the wigwam. According to the informant's intelligence, the Zhang family's backyard is an absolute forbidden place. Without the permission of the family head, all cannot approach the backyard. In the entire Zhang family, there were only a handful of executives who were qualified to enter the backyard. Doesn't that tell you enough? If the Zhang family had any secrets, then by coming to this backyard to look for them, there was a higher probability that the answer could be found. Strange, how come there's no personnel guarding it? The man who was stalking was puzzled. He had all but entered the backyard and gone a great distance deeper, yet he had yet to see around. What personnel existed? Where's the promised forbidden land? What forbidden place? Not even a single guard? Wait, no. Just then, several strong auras came from all directions. It turns out that around, there are so many people hidden. He was startled at first, then quickly puzzled. Wasn't he performing the secret art of sneaking? How could he be discovered? Or didn't actually notice and they just happened to show up for whatever it was? He was holding out for one last chance. It wasn't until the crowd, who had him all surrounded, attacked and hit him, and he had no choice but to take it, and after using force, the sneak technique disappeared and his figure was exposed to the crowd's eyes, that he realized how naive the idea was. How on earth did you find out about me? It was a hawk-nosed man with a look of dismay spread across his otherwise serious face. The Zhang family members around him were as if they could see him, and they could actually surround and kill him directly. It wasn't easy to discover you. With your little tricks, you also want to sneak into my Zhang family? Tell me, which family sent you? The Zhang family? The Yang family? Or the Sun family? As he spoke, two men suddenly made their move, one controlling the hawk-nosed man and the other pinching the hawk-nosed man's jaw. Another knee crash, a heavy blast to the eagle-nosed man's abdomen, and with a poof, something contained in his mouth was spat out. It was a capsule-shaped item with a shallow embossment, but any step slower will be bitten through. The liquid inside, no need to guess, must be highly poisonous. You're here and you still want to kill yourself? It's impossible to let you die without asking enough valuable information. The Zhang family and the others sneered. Worthy of being a person from a big family, experience is old-fashioned, anticipating in advance. This person has the intention to commit suicide. The hawk-hook-nosed man's face was incomparably ugly. Falling into the hands of the enemy, he couldn't even decide to die on his own. If you don't say anything, I'll let you taste it. My Zhang family's latest cultivated bloodthirsty worms, so that you'll be crawling with worms all over your body, sucking all the blood out little by little. If you think this isn't fun enough, no need to rush. My Zhang family has many varieties of parasites. We can take our time and try them out. There's always something you like. Devil! The hawk-nosed man's face instantly turned white, only to feel that the crowd in front of him, all of them were devils. I said that I was sent by the Sun family, the hawk-nosed man said breathlessly. What are you being sent here for? The Zhang family asked. I've come to probe, regarding old family master Zhang, and to see what other secrets there are in the meantime. The hawk-nosed man gave a truthful account. Next, some more cross-examination. He likewise answered each one. Is really afraid that the Zhang family will catch him and feed him to the worms. Now there was no longer any desire to be able to live, only to die a painful death. After asking about the situation, the hawk-nosed man said apprehensively, I've already explained everything. Please give me a pain in the ass. Well, good performance. The Jiang family members smiled and said, swish. The number of people had a tacit understanding and struck out in unison without warning. Ah! The hawk-nosed man howled miserably. His hand and foot tendons were all picked off directly, and even if he had the realm of martial zone, he became an invalid. Drag it away and feed it to the worms. You Jiang family members shall not die a good death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. With angry curses, the hawk-nosed man was dragged out of the backyard. Yi Feng witnessed the entire process. There were 10 Jiang family members hiding in the backyard, and every one of them was at the martial zone realm. This Jiang family has a lot of martial sectors. They were in a bearing that was roughly near that wigwam. If it was just the martial zone realm, Yi Feng was not afraid. The phantom shadow misty trail could completely fool them, and with the wind whisperer talent, Yi Feng would not be detected by the wind mosquito as long as he paid attention. It was completely possible to do it silently and approach that wigwam. However, the things that happened here had only attracted the Jiang family lord, and Yi Feng decided that he would just wait and see what happened. Given the strength of the Jiang family master, a martial zone powerhouse, who could gain insight into the phantom shadow mist, Yi Feng did not dare to strut and pestle there, but instead, in the corner, he found a bush and hid his figure all over it. In this way, even if the head of the family would come over, he would basically not be discovered by him, unless he knew beforehand that he was hiding here, and then his senses purposely scanned this side. It would be flatly impossible to discover it. It was similar to what Yi Feng had expected. After the situation on this side, someone notified Jiang Yin, who was still having his birthday banquet over there. A quick goodbye to the guests and a quick trip to the backyard. Master of the house. The crowd of martial sect members in the backyard bowed respectfully to Jiang Yin. Well, did you ask for information? Basically, we're done asking questions. They were sent by the Sun family, and the infiltrators were dragged off to feed the bugs. Humph, the Sun family, this dead enemy again. Just wait, one day, I'll make the Sun family fall apart. Jiang Yin grunted coldly, then said to the crowd, there are many guests tonight, and those nemesis are likely to send someone to fish in troubled waters, so all get in the spirit and don't make any mistakes. Yes, master of the house. Jiang Yin looked at the wigwam in front of him, an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. He was seen approaching and turning a certain raised stone in the wigwam. Rumble. It was actually right in the middle of the wigwam, where the stone wall split down the middle and moved from side to side, and an entrance appeared. The entrance wasn't big, only big enough for one person to go in, with a long passageway from which a faint light emanated. Jiang Yin stepped into it, and the mountain rocks moved closed again, restoring their original appearance. The nearby martial sect, who had long since seen it, silently guarded their surroundings. Chapter 83, Terrified Teenager. Ho! After a while, in the direction of the wigwam, there came a sound like that of a wild beast. The source of the sound was very much like it came from inside the passageway that Jiang Yin had just entered. Perhaps because of that entrance, which was closed more tightly, the sound could not be transmitted well. Anyway, the voice had become a bit weak when it reached Yi Feng in the distance. The several martial sect members who were guarding the vicinity of the wigwam still did not have much change on their faces. The voice was just that one, and quickly fell into silence. After a while, the entrance to the wigwam opened and Jiang Yin came out from inside. He's no different than when he went in. I'll keep watch. If there are any suspicious persons, take them down and inform me, Jiang Yin sternly instructed. Yes, several martial sect members responded in unison, their voices resounding. Jiang Yin left and rejoined the birthday banquet over there to meet the guests, the several martial sect members in the backyard. On the other hand, followed Jiang Yin's instructions and put on their best foot forward, paying attention to every part of their surroundings. Yi Feng didn't act for the time being, now hiding in the bushes. Even if they were a bit far away, the bushes would inevitably move whenever they moved. The martial sect over there, at this moment, was on the alert for fear of being discovered by them. Until the night grew late, the birthday banquet all celebrated the end. The outsiders left one after another. Jiang Yin also went back to rest, all without finding out again who sneaked into the Jiang family. The martial arts sects guarding the backyard only gradually lowered their guard. Around the wigwam, there were several hiding spots, and they retraced their steps to their respective hiding spots, sort of half watching, half resting. They were also human beings. Even if they had the martial zone realm, it wasn't like they could go without resting all the time. Only then did Yi Feng come out of the bushes. Carefully, the little bit of commotion created didn't attract their attention. Yi Feng had performed the phantom shadow misty trail to the extreme, and under the cover of the night, it was even more difficult for people to notice. Yi Feng approached the wigwam and kept pressing closer and closer, eventually coming to the front of the entrance. Up close and scrutinized, there was nothing fishy to be seen, and if he hadn't seen it beforehand, he wouldn't have known that there was an entrance hidden here. Just turn this stone and the entrance will open. Yifeng looked towards the vicinity. A raised stone. Unfortunately, it can't be done. Once it turned and the entrance opened, the surrounding martial sect would be the first to notice. Even if he couldn't discover himself, he would immediately call for Jiang Yin. Yifeng didn't have the ability to instantly take out all of these martial sect members before they called for Jiang Yin when they sent out the message. Eventually, if Jiang Yin arrived, he might even be discovered. Even if they don't find out, it will make them more alert. And what was that beast-like voice just now? Yifeng did not forget the voice that he had just heard from afar. What is hidden inside the passages of the wigwam is not yet known. This made Yifeng curious. Yifeng still chose to retreat back again. In the backyard, he found a relatively remote and well-hidden corner and temporarily hid. Let's wait and see if there's an opportunity next. It would be best if these martial arts sects, for whatever reason, left the backyard for a while. When the time comes, you can try and go over and open the entrance up and see what happens. Time passes, turning to the next day. Not much has changed. Things are no different than last night. Yifeng continued to wait patiently. 5 days passed in this wait. For 5 days, these martial sect members had no intention of leaving the backyard at all. They were like nails, firmly planted there. When the time comes that you need to eat, it will naturally be brought to you. The simmering was too much for Yifeng to bear. The martial artist's own appetite was large, plus the constant need to run the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail. It sharpened the consumption even more. There was no choice but to leave a couple times during that time to go out and have a ho-hum meal, stopping the Phantom Mystery in the process and recovering properly. When he came back again, it wasn't half as different as when he left, and he didn't miss anything because of it. Just as Yifeng was thinking about how long he had to wait and whether he should think of a trick to lure these people away, that night, things changed a bit. Jiang Yin, the head of the Jiang family, was holding a teenager in his hands. Woohoo! The teenager looked young, about 15 or 16 years old, his hands and feet bound with chains, his mouth gagged, constantly emitting terrified whimpers. But no matter how much he struggled, falling into Jiang Yin's hands, he was destined to be unable to escape. Jiang Yin came to the front of the wigwam and turned the stone switch. The rocks moved and the entrance to the passageway reappeared. Jiang Yin walked in, and the entrance to the passageway reclosed. The teenager's whimpers, too, were too small to be heard. Ho! After a moment had passed, there was, once again, a strange sound from inside. It's different from the last one, though. The last time that voice, it kind of sounded like an emotional outburst, and this time, it sounded more like, well, a hiss of excitement. Rumble. The passageway reopened, and Jiang Yin stepped out of it. In his hands, the teenager who was alive a moment ago was now limp, without any semblance of life. A look of horror was frozen on the childish face, the whole face lifeless. Take it and get rid of it. Jiang Yin casually threw the corpse, just like throwing a piece of trash, directly onto the ground, before turning to leave. One of the closest martial zones took the initiative to step forward, picking up the body and heading to the compulsion raising area. Let some like to eat flesh and blood parasites. To decompose the corpse is very suitable. Not a daytime. The corpse will even meet with bones. Was eaten clean. Will not be in the world, leaving half a trace. Yifeng, who was hidden in the shadows, witnessed what had just happened and frowned slightly. What is the origin of that young man just now? After being captured, he was sent inside the wigwam by Jiang Yin. And what happened inside? Things were getting weirder and weirder, and this wigwam in the Jiang family's backyard, the problem was getting bigger and bigger. However, what happened just now did not allow Yifeng to find the right moment to enter. Do we have to keep waiting? Yifeng didn't know just how long he had to wait. According to the current situation, the wigwam has a lot of secrets. The Jiang family probably won't let this place go unguarded. It must be letting multiple martial sectors continuously guarding it. Really, it's basically impossible to find anything in that case. It was also unwise to forcefully break in unless one had the strength to be able to fight against a martial exalt. Suddenly just then, a new treasure chest clue popped up in front of Yifeng's eyes. Chapter 84, The Jiang Family's Accounts Office. People's Accounts Book. Treasure chest clue, in the account room of the Jiang family. A purple, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. No eyebrows were raised over here, but I didn't expect a new treasure chest to appear. Jiang family accountant. That is still within the Jiang family. Now go over and take a look. If it goes well, go ahead and open this purple treasure chest. Yifeng left the Jiang family's backyard. Follow the purple arrow and make your way to the Jiang family's account office. Come to the ledger room. Inside, the lights were brightly lit, and now and then there was the sound of tiny papers being turned over. The door of the room was only half closed, leaving a gap. Yifeng turned sideways, just enough to enter it. Inside the account room, there were rows and rows of bookshelves with many account books and books on them. Right in the center, there was a rectangular desk where a man was working. He had a black mole growing at the corner of his mouth, and 3 long curved whiskers were growing out of the mole. His right thumb touched the mole from time to time, which was already his habitual action, and he flipped through a page from time to time, staring intently at the account book in his hand. By the way, we used up one person tonight and need to get the accounts done. The dark mole man pulled out a drawer under his desk and took out a ledger, turning a page with a single name on it. Wang Jieqian, gender male, age 16. Lingqing body, Li Shang, gender male, age 15. Longwood spirit body, Miao Zhang, gender female, age 15. At this time, Yi Feng, who was already behind the black mole man, could see, clearly, the information recorded on it. The format is pretty much the same. It's all one name, along with gender and age, followed by what body type it is. They have 2 things in common. For one thing, none of them are too old to fall into the category of teenage boys and girls. Secondly, they all possessed physiques, and all of them were wood-type physiques. This line contains information about people, some of which has been crossed out. What exactly does it stand for? Yi Feng couldn't help but remember that the teenager who had just been brought to the backyard had actually had a guess in his heart. Seeing the man with the black mole, he picked up a pen and heavily underlined the line that was originally not underlined. A teenager named Chen Bin. Yi Feng shifted his gaze downward and looked at the treasure chest. The location was not biased. It was on the spot where the black mole man was sitting. The chunk of the treasure chest, in fact, was not large. Otherwise before, it could not exist within the human body. So, at this point, being sat on by the man with the black mole, the treasure chest was wearing a mold, embedded within his body. Yi Feng tried several times, but there was no chance that he could touch the treasure chest, as the Jiang family management accounts, even involving those young boys and girls, although Yi Feng is temporarily unclear the ins and outs of this, but so it can be seen, this person in the Jiang family is quite trusted. He couldn't be moved now, or else he would soon attract the attention of the Jiang family's senior management. Just then, there were footsteps outside the door. The man with the black mole hurriedly pulled open the drawer, put the ledger in his hand, and put it back. A beautiful woman walked in, and in passing, she also brought the door closed. This big night, why did you come? This if the 4th elder found out. The black mole man was halfway through his sentence when the beautiful woman gagged him with her hand. Don't mention that deadbeat. Don't know where he's gone to spend his time, said, with a charming smile. He plays with his, we play with ours. The black mole man swallowed hard and pounced hard on the beautiful woman. Look at you monkeying around. Go to the inner room. The 2 of them made love to each other and headed for the offing. You're going to help me even out that money I spent earlier. That's for sure. I'll help level it out if you don't tell me. These conversations are still faintly heard in the midst of the war, and on the seat in front of him, without the black mole man's cover, the purple treasure chest, reaching out and touching it. Yi Feng touched it. Snap! You open a purple, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 cards of chi blood, a perfect realization of the 5th rank stance technique, flowing cloud steps. Both pieces. Very nice. Fusion. As Yi Feng gave the order, the chi and blood in Yi Feng's body rapidly soared in a short period of time. From the original 36,000 calories, it has been raised to 66,000 calories. Following the Soul Master realm's breakthrough to the peak of the king level, the chi-blooded martial artist's realm, which had also risen several small realms in a row, broke through to the peak of the martial king. It wasn't that far away from the early stages of the martial sect, only 15,000 calories of chi blood away. As for the flowing cloud steps, it was a 5th order stance, and after the fusion, it directly allowed Yi Feng to master the consummate flowing cloud steps, and with a casual flick of his hand, it was much faster than when he hadn't been running the stance before. Of course, inside the house, there was no way to test it to the fullest for a while. Yi Feng was in the house, strolling up slightly, and his eyes couldn't help but rest on the drawer just now. Gently pulling the drawer out, he took out the ledger about the young boy and girl. In all, there were about 10 pages, with many names recorded, though the vast majority had been crossed out, and of those that hadn't, there were about 20 left. Cross off one every 10 days? The dates crossed out are also marked. The dates are very regular, all crossed out at 10-day intervals. Yi Feng fell into contemplation. Soon, his eyes looked toward the nearby desk. Has a copy machine, by hand to this account book. Made a copy, also from the nearby bookshelf. Other ledgers were taken and pages were photocopied for them as well. After doing so, everything in the house returned to its original state. Yi Feng wanted to take advantage of the 2 fighting in the inner room and secretly go open the door to leave, as the door of the room was just closed by that beautiful woman in passing. Unexpectedly, the commotion in the house had gradually subsided. What a fast shot! The 2 men straightened their clothes and stepped out of it. Don't forget to level the playing field for me, the beautiful woman droned on, opened the door to her room, and was about to leave. Don't worry, my little sweetheart. The black mole man was greasy and satisfied. He sat down in his seat and picked up the ledger again and turned it over, not noticing in the least that something in the room had been moved. Yifeng didn't stay longer and followed the beautiful woman, leaving the account room together. Coming outside, Yifeng thought about what to do next. From what I've observed these days, the Jiang family's backyard, I guess it's hard to smoke out the guards, unless, of course, something big has happened. There's a shortage of manpower, or they've been targeted and need to move certain secrets. Anyway, in Yifeng's opinion, the backyard definitely had a heavenly secret. Just now when he made copies of the account book, Yifeng was thinking that he could expose this incident through some channels, so that the guard bureau could intervene, or even the Yanlong army. Anyway, the treasure chest is the only one who can see it and no one else can get it, so no matter how big things get, there is no fear of being robbed of the treasure chest by others. When things get big, the pressure on the Jiang family will be big, and only then will there be an opportunity to take advantage of it. Instead of withering away day after day, is not going to make a difference. Well, let's do it. Yifeng had made up his mind to use other forces to pressure the Jiang family and disrupt them. And just then, a new treasure chest clue hint popped up. Once again, another treasure chest? Having only opened one, which went incredibly well, I didn't expect another treasure chest clue once again. Yifeng hurriedly checked the treasure chest clue information. Treasure chest clue, in Wazetsa Hall. A purple, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Chapter 85, Wazetsa Hall. Wazetsa Hall? Yifeng secretly chanted a sentence, not quite sure what place it was. The good thing is that there are arrows to guide you, so just follow through. Since there was now a treasure chest again, Yifeng simply followed the treasure chest arrow first and went over to open it. The things given by the purple treasure chest were all completely good for the current Yifeng. The enhancements that come with it are huge. As long as you're strong enough, you'll have far fewer concerns when it comes time to open the red treasure chest. Yifeng followed the purple arrow and walked until the fence of the Jiang family's manor, and the arrow went all the way over it. So it's not within the Jiang family? Yifeng originally thought that, just like the treasure chest at the accountant's office, the Hall of Martial Strategies was also inside the Jiang family residence, in the middle of a certain building. Turns out it wasn't. As it was outside the Jiang family. Without too much hesitation, Yifeng's feet powered up, and with a gentle leap, he tumbled over the tall fence to the street outside. At this time, the night was dark and windy. Outside on the street, there weren't many pedestrians. Yifeng fully executed the flowing cloud step. Even if it made the sneaking technique disappear because of this, there was no harm in it. He had already come to this outside. There was no need to worry about too much. Swish! With the full power of the flowing cloud steps, the already swift movement speed became even faster. The figure was like lightning. From one end of the street, almost in the blink of an eye, it appeared at the other end of the street. This speed, it's comparable to a martial sect. Moving at such a limit, the speed of a second had exceeded 2,500 meters, more than 7 times the speed of sound. Proper martial zone speed. If he didn't perform the flowing cloud steps and only relied on the peak strength of a martial king, at the top of the day, his speed would only be more than 1,000 meters per second. It was evident how strong a speed increase could be brought about by a good stance. The Wusk Hall was about 100 kilometers away from the Jiang family residence, and if one moved at extreme speed, it would only take 40 seconds to arrive. But after all, it is on the ground, cannot go all the way across the road. Need to pay attention. Otherwise, if you hit a pedestrian, the other side is expected to become a puddle of blood. Slowing the speed down slightly, it eventually took only 2 minutes to arrive at the Wazetsa Hall, which was 100 kilometers away. Yifeng operated the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail to conceal his figure. Viewing this building in front of us, it is an imposing lobby, covering a large area and favoring the ancient style. Above the main door, there was a long plaque with 3 big, hot gold characters, Wu Sa Hall, a stroke, quite imposing, with a wind of martial arts, which greeted the face. This was not an area that Yifeng was familiar with, and what exactly the so-called Wu Sa Hall was for was not clear to Yifeng. There is one way to find out, though, and it should be possible to find out. Yifeng used his tactical watch to surf the internet, locating the place and searching for keywords on the internet. Soon the information came out, and after a little scrolling, it was clear. The so-called Wushu Hall is a place where people are given strategies for martial arts cultivation. The process is roughly like this. For example, people who have just stepped into martial arts, not quite sure what to do next, what kind of cultivation program can maximize to help themselves and quickly improve their strength. One can then find the Wushu Hall and tell their situation to the Wushu Hall's people, and the Wushu Hall's martial artists, according to the consultant's specific situation, will give a reasonable martial arts program. This includes, among other things, what martial arts skills to major in, what type of cultivation aid drugs to take, and so on. The detailed tailoring can be much more detailed than a school teacher, Who kind of teaches uniformly? Those masters who are not short of money are likely to come to the wushu hall and inquire about the programs. At this hour of the day, the wustang was closed for business and the doors were shut. It seemed clear that Yifeng could not possibly break in from the front door, and the arrow of the treasure chest was not pointing to the front door, but toward the back of the building. Yifeng followed the arrow and entered from the side alley, walking for some distance and eventually coming to the back of the lobby. Hurry up! Get the car in! At the back of the wushu hall, there was a back door that was open. There was a car with glass as black as ink, with no light penetration at all, so that it was impossible to see what was going on inside. The vehicle moved at an even pace and, with a rush of urges, pulled into the inner courtyard. Yifeng was performing Phantom Shadow Misty Trail at this time, and the members here were not very strong, so they were completely unable to detect Yifeng's existence. Before they closed the back door back up, Yifeng slipped in as well. In the courtyard, vehicles have been parked. From the car came down two men, and opened the rear compartment again, from which were dragged out two sacks, long and loaded with goods of some weight. The two were martial artists, grabbing the cargo and carrying it over their shoulders. The weight of nearly 100 pounds was not heavy for them. Lightly, he carried the sacks to the room and opened them, each containing an unconscious person, a man and a woman, both not too old, looking like teenagers. Let me see which two. Another person came in at the door. It was a middle-aged man with a serious face and ruthlessness between his eyebrows. He swept his eyes over the unconscious pair, feeling only familiarity. There were too many people he consulted every day to remember them all, especially since it had been a while between them, and he only had a general impression. Had to find out the previously entered information by lookalike recognition. Soon, information about the two men surfaced. The man's name is Shi Hao and the woman's name is Ding Shui. Both were only 15 years old, and both had a wood attribute physique as well. The information about their identities was asked and recorded as early as the time they came to the Wazetsu Hall as clients, accompanied by their parents, for a consultation on the cultivation program. The Wushu Hall had a large number of customers every day, and certainly not every one of them would have a wood attribute physique. However, as long as there was a wood attribute physique, it would be targeted by the Wazetsu Hall, which would not come in the open, but rather the information would be specially marked. After a period of time, they would then send someone forward to the area where they were active and take the person captive and bring them here to the Wusa Hall. Here in the back hall, there are a lot of rooms no one should enter. In the original construction, has long been prepared. The room with special materials, very strong. Even martial masters could be imprisoned, let alone just some youngsters who had just stepped into martial apprenticeship. Even if they woke up now, they would not be able to escape. It was no different from a prison. At its peak, there were more than 40 people imprisoned, but lately, fewer people were captured, and the more they were consumed by secretly sending one out every 10 days to the Jiang family's residence, the fewer they were consumed, and now there were only 20 or so left. The people they have captured are no different from goods in their eyes, and since they are goods, they should keep good accounts. On this side, there is one record, and on the Jiang family's side, there is a copy of the same record. Originally, with the addition of two new people on this side, they should have immediately contacted the Jiang family to inform them of this matter, but they don't do that. They don't want to use the communication link, which is easy to leave behind. Instead, they wait until the next time they send someone over and tell them all together. Hall Master, why does the Jiang family always need young men with what attributes? Over the years, many have been captured and sent over. What have those people done? One of the people who carried the sack just now said with some confusion. Just as he finished speaking, he only felt a cold chill. Chapter 86, The Mysterious Elder. The Hall Master's cold gaze, as if it were a sharp knife, made him shiver. Don't ask so many questions about things you shouldn't know, the Hall Master said with cold sorrow, though he was curious. Too much curiosity was sometimes deadly. Anyway, if the Jiang family told them what to do, they would just do what they were told and they would be paid a lot of money. Yes, yes, the man hurriedly answered. Personnel exit and lock the room. Watch it all. With a low shout, the hall master left the back hall. Although the room was made of special materials and was extremely strong, it was rare to have people guarding it, and there were 5 members of the guards. Yifeng came outside a certain room. Through the doorway, it was visible that several people were being held inside, and they were all asleep. Perhaps there was fear and struggle and thoughts of running away when they were first caught. Not eating well, not sleeping well, but as time went on, there was no way to keep tossing and turning like that, and gradually they got quieter and slept. Treasure chest. Through the doorway, Yifeng could see that the treasure chest was inside, placed in the middle of the room. Yifeng turned back, his gaze clear and cold, and looked at the several guards who had gathered together. The door of the room where the treasure chest is located is locked tightly, so if you want to enter, you have to open it, which will inevitably be noticed by the guards. Then, only these guards can be. Hiss, why do I feel Suddenly, a little chilly? Look, the hairs on my arms are standing up. Not to mention, I also suddenly had a really bad feeling, but couldn't tell what was going on. Several guards, the moment they were stared at by Yifeng, were naturally and inexplicably flustered. Suddenly just then, who? Several guards bellowed in unison. Seeing under the night, a team of mysterious martial artists, wearing night clothes, using the cover of the night, ghostly and quietly appeared, directly over the fence from the fence. Their expressions had a nervousness, but at the same time they were determined, their eyes revealing eagerness and anxiety. There must be something wrong with Wustang. Our missing children must have been taken by them. Finish them off and save our children. This line of several people, the parents of the missing members, who originally did not know each other, were acquainted with each other because of the disappearance of their children and in the process of searching for them, talking about the details before the disappearance. The crowd found surprising consistency in the fact that their children, all of whom had wood attribute physiques, and had come to the Wazetsu Hall to consult on cultivation strategy options. Coincidence? Surely it can't be that coincidental. After discussing the matter, they decided to come over jointly and in person to find out what was going on. Breaking into my Wazetsu Hall at night, looking for death. The 5 guards, all of whom had their weapons flashed in unison, and the several people who had rushed in, mixed into a battle. In the blink of an eye, swords flashed, silhouettes crisscrossed, and the sounds of shouting and killing and weapons clashing were intertwined in the back hall. Thumbs up. With a single slip, one of the guards was cut, taking several steps back, looking horrified. So strong, they were actually outmatched, falling fast and being forced into a very bad situation by the rescuers. That said, the children of the rescuers, who had embarked on the martial arts path in their teens and possessed a wood attribute physique, obviously had genes that couldn't be bad, and as parents, they were similarly strong. Originally thought that the martial arts policy hall more professional, only to spend money to let them advise, develop the cultivation program. Who knows that in fact it is a trap? The purpose is just to let them, in the sea of people, can be screened out, has the wood attribute talent of the people. Who comes to my Wazetsu Hall to act recklessly? The sounds of the fierce fight over here had eventually alerted the hall master. Boom! As the hall master bellowed, the majestic and incomparable aura that belonged solely to a martial king came surging in like a titanic pressure. Accompanying him was a group of martial arts fighters of notable strength. The strongest among the team of rescuers were only late-stage martial generals, and in the face of the hall master and the others, all of their faces changed drastically, secretly saying that it was not good. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that the hall master of the Wazetsu Hall was not something they could deal with. Rather, he was eager to save his son, and could not care less, thinking of a quick battle, taking advantage of the night, knocking down the guards quickly, rescuing his children in a fire, and then leaving immediately. Nay, this hall master came so swiftly, breaking into my Wazetsu Hall at night. I think you're tired of living. The hall master's eyes were cold and murderous, and he killed with his battle sword in hand. So strong, it's over. This aura alone was not something they could resist, and it was almost predictable that they were going to suffer. Having learned the secrets of the Wazetsu Hall and falling into their hands, it was absolutely impossible to walk out again. Just when the crowd thought that they would surely die, a close call. Swish! Several pike blades, as thin as cicada wings and flashing with cold awnings, flew out sharply from behind a thick pillar, turning the corner, under the drive of soul power. As if it had life, the shuttle knife flew between the enemies, bringing out a blazing light, so strangely fast that even the Martial King Realm's Hallmaster could not react and was completely unable to resist. Aha! Blood splattered everywhere, and there was a lot of screaming. They were simply powerless to resist. Their bodies were cut out with wounds, especially the hall masters, who were focused on, and were directly wasted, collapsing on the ground and wailing, losing all their fighting strength. The incident was so sudden that the teams that came to rescue them were all stunned for a moment. I thought it was going to be the end, but the enemy fell all over. Which high-ranking senior person came to the rescue? The crowd was alarmed, looking around, and eventually all focused towards the direction of the pillar behind them. If they remembered correctly, the attack just now came from here behind them. However, went up to check and there was absolutely no one there. Elder should still be around, just unwilling to show himself. There are just some high-ranking seniors who don't like to show their faces. Thank you, senior, for your help. Although they were not able to meet their seniors in person, it didn't stop them from expressing their gratitude, which they would have received had they still been there. This is. On the ground behind the pillar were 2 documents, which they picked up and read. In one of them, there were many names and identifying information written. They can even find, in it, the names of their children. Some of these names are already crossed out and some are not yet. Parents who see their children with their names crossed out get a bad feeling in their hearts. The other document was a breakdown of some expenses, with the Jiang family's seal of approval. The Jiang family? The Jiang family was very famous, a large and prestigious family within the boundaries of Lingnan province. Why would the Jiang family's account books appear here in the Wusa Hall? They carefully studied both documents, most of which were in print font and a small portion was handwritten. You guys look at the handwriting. It's the same. That small portion that required handwriting. The handwriting of the two documents was, after all, the same, from the same person, the person arrested by the Wusa Hall. The book that records the information has the same handwriting as the Jiang family's account book. Behind the incident is the Jiang family. Chapter 87 Double Surge. Strength suddenly soars. The crowd only felt a chill down their backs. It was actually the Jiang family that was up to no good. These two documents should be left behind by the senior who just stepped in to save us. He didn't kill those people from the hall master. The purpose is to leave them alive, and left these evidences to expose us. They figured out the key to it. But that's the Jiang family. There was a tall, thin man who was intimidated by the name of the Jiang family. Such a behemoth that he didn't even have the courage to face it. What? Scared? Has it ever occurred to you that that child of yours is probably in a bad way? The sidekick criticized it without mercy. There was a note just now that the name of the tall, thin man's child was one that had been crossed out. More talk than personal verification. They broke open the door to the room and released all the children, who were locked inside. The children were saved and all wailed, "Dad, I didn't think you'd come to my rescue. It's okay, don't cry." After the children were stabilized and some questioning was done, the answer finally came. It is said that one of the same inmates is taken away from time to time and never returns afterward. Indeed, fierce, the tall and thin man who had a timid heart, his eyes were red at this moment. What Jiang family or not, no matter who it was, he was going to stir the matter up, so that these assholes would get the punishment they deserved. They immediately reported it overnight. Now there's witnesses and material evidence, and the finger is pointing directly at the Jiang family. Before that, however, there was another handful of preparations made to contact a number of prominent media outlets to get the story out. First, the heat is fired up. The attention is high. They have more confidence. After all, the other party is the huge volume of the Jiang family. In front of the Jiang family, they were little people, and to bring down the Jiang family, they needed to build up momentum for themselves. While they were carrying out these things, Yi Feng, who was in the dark, casting his phantom shadow mist, witnessed all of this. Just now, when the soul power controlled the pike blade and injured the hall master and the others, it was indeed Yi Feng's hand. At that time, he was located behind a stone pillar, showed his form when he struck, and then reappeared to perform the phantom shadow misty trail when he closed his move, and left two documents behind to leave that location. The whole process was very short, and by the time the crowd reacted and headed to the back of the stone pillars, Yi Feng's figure was long gone. Photocopying out the documents from the accountant's office had the very purpose of exposing the Jiang family and allowing the many forces to put pressure on the Jiang family. Doing so now, it was just the right time to borrow the hands of the rescuers and others to bring the matter to light, and save the need to find another way to do it on your own. Yi Feng moved and walked into the room. Right in the center, a purple treasure chest was placed. Move over closer and touch it. Snap! You have opened a purple, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 points of soul power. 30,000 cards of chi and blood. Not bad, not bad. Soul power and chi and blood all there. This purple treasure chest had enough power to open soul power and chi blood, each of which was a full 30,000. Looking at the two masses of energy, Yi Feng issued a command. Fusion. Boom. The soul power and chi and blood in his body rapidly skyrocketed in a short period of time. Let's start with the soul power, which had skyrocketed to 87,000 soul power points from the previous 57,000. The soul master had broken through a large realm, from the peak of the king rank to the early zone rank. The chi blood, on the other hand, skyrocketed from 66,000 cards to 96,000 cards of chi blood. The chi blood martial artist's realm had similarly broken through a large realm, from the peak of Martial King to the early stage of Martial Zone, the four sub-realms of the zone level hierarchy for martial artists and soul masters. The corresponding numerical lines of promotion are 81,000, early, 108,000, mid, 135,000, late, 162,000, peak. A treasure chest that allowed Yi Feng's realm, both of them, to have a huge breakthrough, giving a huge boost in strength. Feeling the infinite power in his body, Yi Feng's confidence was much higher again. Just then, the media people, who had heard about the incident, had arrived at the Wazetsa Hall. The occurrence of such a thing, if true, would be great news, and it naturally came very swiftly. They immediately interviewed several people present, asking about the ins and outs of the matter, pointing at various parts of the Wusa Hall, clicking and shooting. Once you've gathered enough information, go back and run the headlines overnight. The Guard Bureau, which had received the report, had also come with a number of people, and as the case involved a large family like the Jiang family, they took it very seriously. If not handled properly, there will be huge repercussions, especially now that several well-known media outlets are aware of this matter, and the report will attract attention from all walks of life. Mysterious seniors? In the course of questioning the case, there is always a mystery man. This person is suspected to be a soul master, hiding in the dark and striking out, and the people of the Wusa Hall were injured by this mysterious person, and left key evidence, 2 documents with equal handwriting, pointing the finger at the Jiang family. But now, it was almost impossible to find this person. Because of the people present, no one had ever seen this person and was completely unaware of this person's traces. They even called up the surveillance near the Wushu Hall and viewed a large area. And again, they didn't see any suspicious characters. What they didn't know was that Yifeng, when he was still a short distance away from the Wusa Hall, he lowered the speed of his rush, and then executed the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, before approaching the Wusa Hall. With the cover of the sneaking technique, they certainly couldn't see Yifeng. Letting things over here ferment naturally, Yifeng rushed back to the Jiang family. Once again, he came to the Jiang family's backyard, hiding in the shadows and paying attention to changes in the situation. The time came to the next day. The front page of every major news outlet carried an eye-popping story. Shocked, the Wushu Hall, which advises you, has done such things behind your back, even involving the Jiang family. The bolded and reddish headline appears brightly in the eye of the beholder. Clicking in and roughly skimming through the content has set the internet ablaze. It's so shady, isn't it, that it's a front for the purpose of gathering information and then kidnapping children. What did they kidnap so many children for? How could a big family like the Jiang family, with a big name, get involved with something like this? So it's the Wusa Hall that kidnapped my missing child. The news mentioned a mysterious soul master powerhouse. It's because of him that things had a chance to come to light, or else those who went to rescue the child would be afraid that their corpses would be cold by now. Thank you to this soul master senior. Otherwise, the Wusa Hall wouldn't even know how many more people it would have to plague. The Wushu Hall must be severely punished. The Jiang family must be severely punished. The case is still under review, and we won't know the exact ins and outs until an official announcement is made. While the internet is buzzing, the Jiang family, there was some tension in the parlor. Jiang Yin and several elders sat on one of the sides. On the other side, several officers in police uniforms were seated. If Yifeng is here, he can still see an acquaintance. Chapter 88, Empty Martial Power. Good time to open the box. This acquaintance, whom Yifeng had met once, was Lu Xianhua. Previously, in Linhai City, after the incident at the Guard Bureau, Lu Xianhua had arrived there and informed the crowd that they should not investigate the human blood pill incident and just let the Yanlan army intervene. Now on the provincial capital side, this kind of thing appears. The impact is equally extremely bad. As the deputy director of the provincial bureau side, it was necessary for him to step in to deter the emergence of such a bad thing within his boundaries, involving such a behemoth as the Jiang family. Lu Bureau, I think this thing, it must be someone planted, and I have enemies with the Jiang family forces. The old want to put my Jiang family to death. It is estimated that they sent people, infiltrated my Jiang family ledger, stole the ledger, and then imitated the handwriting, forged a list of people, so that people mistakenly think, behind the scenes, is my Jiang family in the lead? You can be clear, but also my Jiang family affair. Jiang Yin's tone was sincere, putting on an innocent look. It was not at all clear what kind of anger was in his heart at this time. It's been fine all these years. Why did this happen all of a sudden? His Jiang family also has an intelligence department. Learned the news quite early, but at that time, has been Lu Xianhua, with people looking for the door, did not give him time to react. In front of Lu Xianhua, he was still quite honest, even though he, Jiang Yin, was not bad in strength and had the martial Zun realm. In front of him was a Zun-level soul master, equal realms, but the combat power of the soul master, which was much more powerful than him, made him not dare to act rashly in the slightest. Whether or not it's a wrongful accusation will soon come to light, Lu Xianhua said faintly. This time, he had brought quite a few people with him, and from the moment he entered the Jiang family, he had the personnel spread out, controlling every place and preventing the Jiang family from walking around at will. The Jiang family's accountant's office is the primary target of the search. Bureau Lu. Outside, 2 constables came hurrying in with a document and the blackmoored man who was holding the bookkeeper in custody. Bureau Lu. Look, this list of people, it's the same as the one found there in the Wusa Hall. There's also this person, who manages the Zhang family's books. The handwriting is from him. Lu Xianhua glanced at the black mole man and took the papers handed by the police officer. Turning it over and checking it out, it was indeed exactly the same as the list of people that had been found on the side of the Wusa Hall. Exactly the same. Zhang family master. Explain. Why your Zhang family? Would something like this appear? Lu Xianhua pointed to the list of people in his hand and said to Zhang Yin, this. Zhang Yin was momentarily speechless, his eyes rolling rapidly. It's quite understandable, isn't it? Just like what I just said. It was someone who sneaked into my Zhang family's account office, took some account books, and afterward imitated the handwriting and forged this list of people, one copy of which was placed in my Zhang family's account office and one copy of which was left in the Wazetsu Hall, with the purpose of planting evidence against my Zhang family, and the relationship with the Wazetsu Hall's side of the family. Zhang Yin's words changed as he said this. Also, didn't you say that on the side of the Wusa Hall, a mysterious soul master has appeared? I seriously suspect that it is this person who did this. You should find this person out and interrogate him severely, and you will naturally get an answer. Of course we'll try to find the man, but until then, you're not off the hook. Speaking of which, Lu Xianhua suddenly received a phone call. A report came through on the other end of the line. Bureau Lu, the people from the Wushu Hall, have all confessed, saying that the people they captured before were all sent to the Zhang family. Aha! Hanging up the communication, Lu Xianhua stood up and looked towards Zhang Yin, his gaze like electricity, and his soul power was also vaguely mobilized and ready to strike. But whenever Zhang Yin made the slightest move, he would exert force and forcefully subdue him. Zhang Yin, notify all of the senior members of your Zhang family to follow me to the police station to be investigated. Lu Xianhua's tone carried no refutation. The qi and blood in Zhang Yin's body was also vaguely mobilized, and his muscles were taut, with the momentum of a sudden upsurge. But under Lu Xianhua's gaze, reason overcame his impulses, and he didn't dare to make a move after all. He, Zhang Yin, wouldn't be Lu Xianhua's opponent, although the Wustang has confessed, but long before, it was thought that there would be such a day, so each time to receive the personnel, very careful not to leave obvious evidence. If there was ultimately no ironclad proof that the person captured by the Wusk Hall was sent to the Zhang family's side, then there would still be room for maneuvering based on the handwriting of that bill alone. Just, all the top level. That includes those martial arts sects in the backyard. He didn't want to leave his backyard unguarded, but it would look very suspicious if he didn't do as he was told. It would be bad if it caught Lu Xianhua's attention and focused on searching the backyard. In a short period of time, the thoughts in Zhang Yin's mind flashed rapidly. He had no choice but to do as he was told and contact all the top brass to come over. Family master, we go over. Then this side. Upon receiving the notification, the martial sect in the backyard was a bit hesitant. Cut the crap and all come over here at once. Zhang Yin's tone was aggravated and did not say anything more, lest he cause Lu Xianhua's suspicion. The martial sect in the backyard had no choice but to do as they were told, leaving the backyard and heading to the parlor. At this time, Yi Feng, who was hidden in the dark, did not take action when he saw the Zhang family's martial sect leaving, and continued to cast phantom shadow misty trail and stayed in a hidden corner. The Zhang family members were probably going to be summoned to the police station to be interrogated and investigated. Otherwise, the martial arts sects here shouldn't have left. Then wait a little longer until they leave the Zhang family. A little while later, another group of people came to the backyard, dressed in police uniforms. They were police officers who had been ordered to come over and search the place to see if they could find out some important evidence. Perhaps it was a preconceived notion that the backyard wasn't too important, so he simply explored it without much discovery and quickly left. They focused on the more important buildings of the Zhang family. In the end, not too many valuable clues were found. It could only be said that the Zhang family's means of destroying the body had been perfected without leaving too many traces. Under Lu Xianhua's escort, many Zhang family executives, led by Zhang Yin, were brought out from Zhang's house. There were many media reporters gathered outside, who had been waiting for this moment and were filming outside, although they wanted to go up for an interview. At this time, the case had not been finalized and it was impossible for them to be interviewed, so they can only shoot some footage outside the cordon that had been pulled up to make a first-hand report. By the time the police cars were fast moving away, the media had dispersed. Backyard. Yi Feng came down from the courtyard wall. He had just seen from afar a long line of police cars, far away from the avenue, and knew that the top management of the Zhang family were all taken away by the police officers. Red treasure chest. Yi Feng looked at the wigwam over there, the red arrow, guiding all the way over there. Now that the Zhang family's experts were empty, it was a good time to open the treasure chest. Yi Feng took a deep breath, and the soul power in his mind, as well as the qi and blood in his body, were all ready to respond to a crisis at any time. I'd like to see what secrets could be inside. Yi Feng reached out, pressed on the raised stone and turned it with force. The mechanism was triggered, and an entrance rumbled out in the center of the wigwam. The long passageway, which appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes, was like a man-eating beast that opened its bloody mouth. Chapter 89, The Man in the Casket. The flow of the shuttle weave. Yi Feng moved his feet and walked towards the inside. Not only was the spectral shadow misty trail being cast, but the Yun Sang vine on his body was also wrapped tightly to provide maximum protection. The channel is 2 meters high and wide, not too big and not too small. Yi Feng is not too fast and not too slow. Every step is silent, until finally, it came to a spacious cave chamber. It was square and didn't have a lot of furnishings. On a square stone in the corner, a jade box was placed, and from the warm color of the jade box, one could tell that it was of great value. A box made of beautiful jade. The items placed in it would certainly not be ordinary. Yi Feng walked over and picked up the jade box while opening it. Could this be God-eating moss? Yi Feng's breath caught and his eyes snowed. In the beginning, when he obtained Mu Bufan's research diary, he saw such a piece of information from it. The God-eating moss seedling was taken away by the Zheng family. Yi Feng's purpose of sneaking into the Zheng family on this trip was twofold: to open the red treasure chest and also for this God-devouring moss seedling. Originally, I thought that I would need to go through the trouble of searching for it afterward, but I didn't expect that the God-devouring moss would be placed right here in the wigwam. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Yi Feng carefully surveyed the God-devouring moss seedlings. It stayed at this time very dry, cannot see too much moisture, dry, black color, not much vitality, just like the sun-dried moss, just like that in the middle of the jade box. Dead, or the God-devouring moss had fallen into the hands of the Zheng family for 20 years, and now it was in this state, which could only mean that the Zheng family had failed to research and cultivate a program to cultivate it. Is it already dead? Yi Feng is not too sure. First take it away, and then slowly study it. Yi Feng looked forward. Inside the cavernous chamber, there was another entrance that led to a deeper cavernous chamber. The red arrow of the treasure chest is the one that goes all the way inside. Looking at it from this angle, one could see that there was a green-colored wooden thing inside. As he approached and entered inside, the outline of that thing was also completely revealed to Yi Feng. Coffin. A coffin made of 10,000 ancient greenwood. There is a rare kind of tree called Vanguard Green, which is incredibly verdant, full of vitality, and contains rich wood attribute energy, and even if it is cut down, it can keep its vitality intact, and can be verdant for 10,000 years. Of course, no one has verified whether it can really be 10,000 years, and it is not known whether it is an exaggerated claim or not. Coffins? Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. When looking at this coffin, it always gave Yi Feng an uncomfortable feeling. But on the contrary, the arrow of the red treasure chest is pointing to this coffin, which means that the red treasure chest is inside the coffin. Want to open the treasure chest, and must be Yi Feng himself, personally touch it, cannot be through other means, such as the use of interitem contact touch, must go over to. Yi Feng took a deep breath, his mental energy highly concentrated, and approached the coffin step by step. The casket has a lid, which still needs to be opened. Yi Feng commanded the Yun Sang vine, dividing into several vines, reaching out to the coffin lid and moving it away little by little. A pale face whose appearance was similar to Zheng Yin's, but much older, appeared a little in front of Yi Feng. He was lying flat on his back inside the coffin, his eyes closed tightly, and at first glance, he thought it was a corpse, but in the underworld, he gave people a sense of crisis. The treasure chest, which emitted a red glow, was located in the chest of the corpse. The good thing was that it wasn't set inside the body, but was located on top of it. That sense of crisis, it was getting stronger and stronger. Yi Feng didn't dare to hesitate. His right hand explored like lightning and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You have opened a red treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the 6th order soul skill flowing shuttle weaving consummated sense. In the meantime, Miso, the corpse in the middle of the coffin, mischievously, violently opened its eyes. That sense of crisis was even more like a pinprick. Back! Retreat! Back! Not being able to think much, Yi Feng quickly drew his hand back and his body exploded back sharply. But the other party's attack was really fast, and at close range, that dry hand instantly grabbed at Yi Feng's neck vitals. Rue mulberry vine. Yi Feng's eyes widened angrily, and the Yun Sang vine grew crazily, intertwining and entangling in front of his body, forming a defense net. Boom! The old hand, which was as withered as a tree branch, grabbed onto the defense net with an extremely terrifying power that exceeded the tolerance limit of the Rue mulberry vine, and was instantly torn apart. But it had also bought a sliver of time, and when masters fought against each other, even a single moment could affect the battle. Yi Feng's body, transformed into a residual shadow, stormed back out of the cave room and came outside. During this process, Yi Feng drank low. Fusion. Take the flowing shuttle tapestry that you just obtained and fuse it. The senses about the flowing shuttle brocade quickly filled into Yifeng's mind, and he had a clear perception of it as well. Boom! The sense of crisis looms again. Inside the wigwam passageway, a withered figure quickly rushed out. Yifeng's gaze was cold. Soul power was mobilized and the 100 spirits shuttle condensed out. Flowing shuttle tapestry. The soul skill that he had just obtained was also immediately cast. 100 spirit shuttles became animated as if they possessed life. They transformed into streams of light, their tails trailing a silver-white silk thread that was condensed by soul power. The spirit shuttle intertwined and twisted, weaving out a silver-white silk net in the void, each silver wire carrying inexplicable might, with an extremely strong cutting ability, advancing to attack, retreating to defend. The withered old man, however, didn't have much fear as he grabbed a claw at the white and silver silk net. Thumbs up, the two froze, and a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted at the point of contact between the hand and the net. The overflowing power alone could make the surrounding trees explode and wood chips fly, and the wigwam behind it suddenly collapsed under the wave of energy, and the rubble rolled down, and wherever the power reached, it was destroyed. So strong, what a hard palm. Yifeng shook inwardly. He himself was already a zone-level soul master, and now that he had a 6th-ranked soul skill to add to it, dealing with a normal martial zone realm was completely out of the question. But this old man, looking at the description of a withered, windy, a twilight, is this powerful? It doesn't feel like a normal martial zone realm. No wonder. Just now, inside the wigwam, it was clear that he had already operated the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, but he was still recognized by the other party at a glance. Yifeng couldn't help but recall the rumors about the old family head Jiang when he was investigating the situation of the Jiang family. In recent years, the life and death of the old family master Jiang was unknown, and the person in front of him, the silhouette and Jiang Yin, quite similar. The answer cried out that this person was the old family master Jiang, right at the moment of stalemate. However, old family master Jiang suddenly withdrew his hand and drew back violently. In the process, he drew some of his attention to a certain direction. Yifeng did the same and turned his head to look at the sky. High up in the sky, there was a man with his feet on the 9 sections whip, which was a soul soldier, hurrying towards this side. Chapter 90, Equalizing. Roadblocker. The person who came was none other than Lu Xianhua, looking at the scene below with a surprised expression. Soul Master? This soul skill, it should be of the 6th rank, right? From the soul force fluctuations, the person below, who was clearly a zone-level soul master, should have performed a 5th rank soul technique, but the one that was cast was of the 6th rank and looked very skillful. He couldn't help but recall that in this incident, there was a key figure there in the Wushu Hall, the mysterious soul master. Now here, another soul master appeared. Were both the same person? Between the flashes of thoughts, Yifeng had already retrieved the 100 spirit flying shuttle, combined it into a shield, lifted up into the air and flew away quickly. Lu Xianhua wanted to chase after Yifeng to ask for a clarification, but unfortunately the conditions did not allow it, because there are more important people to deal with. Where to escape? The old family head of Jiang took the opportunity to be about to escape, knowing that he wouldn't be Lu Xianhua's opponent. Prisoner, Lu Xianhua, from a high altitude, catalyzed his soul power, and the 9 sections whip disintegrated, dividing into a 9-sectioned pillar-shaped weapon. He stepped on one of his own feet, and the remaining 8 shot sharply toward the old Jiang family master, rapidly growing larger in flight. Knock knock. 7 of them turned into a thick pillar, nailed in the body of the old family master Jiang, between the pillar, and soul power connected to form a side of the ball cage. The rest of a pillar, straight when the head plugged down. Drink! Old family master Jiang let out a furious roar and turned back to print a palm upwards. Boom! The two collided, and the terrifying energy formed ripples that progressed in layers around them like waves. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew, and even the fence in the distance was blown apart. The entire Jiang family residence was shaken, the building creaked, and all of Jiang's family members were horrified, looking in the direction of the backyard. Bureau Lu is so strong. I just don't know who the opponent actually is. The Jiang family master has obviously been captured. What other experts exist in the Jiang family? Several officers in police uniforms looked at each other in surprise. When he left before, Lu Xianhua purposely left a few police officers in the Jiang family, sort of keeping an eye on the movements of the Jiang family. Then after that, Yifeng's fight against Jiang Lao family master also made a lot of noise, causing the attention of the police officers stationed there, so they immediately contacted Lu Xianhua and informed the Jiang family of the abnormality. Lu Xianhua, who was still halfway to the police station, received the news and immediately returned with all speed. In order to catch up with the speed, he came flying by himself, which led to what happened later. The few officers here, puzzled as they were afraid to go near the backyard. This kind of strong person battling against each other. If they went there, with a random wave, it would be hard not to die. Backyard. Boom! the old family master, Jiang, was ultimately undefeatable and was suppressed to death by Lu Xianhua's attacks, eventually capturing him. Pity! Lu Xianhua looked at the direction that Yifeng had just left, and at this time, he could not find the shadow. He wondered who that really was. His body was wrapped around demonized plants that appeared to be rhubarb vines, and he couldn't see his face. To be able to go toe-to-toe with old family master Jiang and comprehend a sixth-order soul skill, such a character couldn't even be found in the Lingnan province. He recalled those long-famous soul masters, but there was none that matched what had just happened. The trip wasn't without its rewards, though. Jiang Shishong, the old master of the Jiang family, the person who had been nowhere to be found since 4 years ago, suddenly showed up in this appearance. This person is extremely heavy with twilight, and should be a person who is about to die, but why does he seem to be in the prime of life, with a strong qi and blood, and strong strength, associated with the missing would attribute gifted people one by one? The answer gradually became clearer. Xinghua District, a bustling area, a procession of police cars, traveling at an even pace toward the police station. On top of every police car, there were old dry police officers of the martial zone realm. If in normal times, such a luxurious lineup would bring a complete sense of security, and there are not many suspects that could resist such a team, but today was different. What they were escorting was a group of Jiang family's top management, and there were quite a few at the martial zone realm as well. What was even more desperate was that there was also a strong martial exalted like Zhang Yin. Originally, with Deputy Lu Xianhua holding down the fort, the crowd could still feel a lot more at ease, but now, Deputy Lu had received urgent intelligence and had temporarily left. The officers looked like they had lost their backbone and became a little nervous. Within the lead police car, Zhang Yin was located. The remaining 3 positions, each sitting a Wuzong police officer. They pretend to be relaxed on the surface, but in fact, the heart is a little apprehensive. Cannot stop chanting in the heart, hope that Lu Bureau quickly come back. However, on second thought, although they were not as strong as Zhang Yin, what they represented now was an official force like the Guard Bureau. If Zhang Yin dared to act rashly, he would be pursued endlessly afterward, and all that awaited him was constant flight. Unless it came to the point of fish death, Zhang Yin shouldn't force his escape. You, Bureau Director Lu, what did you go for? Zhang Yin tried his best to make his tone seem sparse and normal, as if he was just asking casually. I don't know, maybe there's something going on in the neighborhood and I'll be back soon. The police officer on the side also pretended to answer as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yin stopped talking and intentionally glanced in the direction of the Jiang family. The direction Lu Xianhua had traveled to just now was his Jiang family residence. Could something have happened over there? His biggest worry was what was going on in the backyard. If what happened in the backyard comes to light, he has no wiggle room. Every single one of those things he did was the wrath of God, and the Guard Bureau would never let him off the hook after they investigated it. Therefore, the crux of the matter now is that if Lu Xianhua really found out what happened in the backyard, then he can't just sit back and wait for death, and honestly follow them to the police station, and going there would be a death sentence. A deputy bureau Lu was not something he could deal with, let alone that main bureau. He would be even less of an opponent, but right now, he was still holding out for a chance. If the backyard matter didn't come to light, and he honestly cooperated, maneuvered around, and smoothed things over, there would still be peaceful days in the future, and he would still be able to be his Jiang family's head. Just when Jiang Yin couldn't decide what to do, snort dash, the ear-splitting sound of tires scraping together rang out shrilly. Leader vehicle, emergency brakes in a hurry. The back of the accompanying vehicles are almost rear-end, also emergency brakes. The people inside the car, the body shape with inertia forward. Good thing is that all are martial artists. Strength are not bad. Quickly unloaded the force. Stopped the body shape. When the lead vehicle came to a complete stop, the officer could see through the windshield that there was a person standing in front of him. It was clearly not there just now. It was as if it had suddenly appeared, or, rather, had rushed from the neighborhood at great speed and quickly appeared directly in front of the vehicle. This person had his back to the vehicle, standing quietly. What made people pay attention was that his right hand, which was behind his back, was wearing a jade ring on his thumb, and his index finger was twisting it, and the jade ring was spinning at an even speed. 100 kilometers away from the Jiang family, this area is more depressed and quiet. Yifeng stopped, looking around carefully. There were no suspicious characters in pursuit. It was a good thing that there was old family Master Jiang to attract hatred, otherwise he would definitely be caught by Lu Xianhua. Although the Guard Bureau would not make things difficult for themselves, once the identity of a soul master was exposed, the people and forces that they had offended in this one incident would all come after them and would be more troublesome. Was that a Zun-ranked soul master just now? Thinking of Lu Xianhua who had struck out, Yifeng could understand the gap between himself and him, and had to continue to get stronger. Yifeng took out the jade box and looked at the dry god devouring moss inside. Go back and research how to breed it. I think It hasn't been recognized yet, right? Chapter 91, Finding That Soul Master. Xinghua District. When Lu Xianhua detained Jiang Shishong and came here, the scene he saw in front of him made his pupils shrink to the tip of a needle, and his anger bloomed on his face. The caravan, which had been fine before he left, was now a piece of discarded scrap metal that seemed to have suffered some kind of violent bombardment. The Wuzhong police officers present either died directly inside the vehicles or fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Only a scattering of people were left in the vicinity, all of whom were incredibly frightened and running off into the distance. As for Jiang Yin and the rest of the Jiang family, they hadn't seen a single one of them. Jiang Yin, what a Jiang family! You guys are thinking that as long as you can escape, you'll be able to be okay, right? Humph, you can dodge the first day, but you can't dodge the 15th. Lu Xianhua was beyond angry. He also blames himself for the deaths of numerous co-workers due to his negligence. However, he was also not expecting that Jiang Yin would be so bold as to dare to openly antagonize the security bureau before things became clear. Normally, even if one wanted to escape, one would not go on a killing spree like this, because if one did so, one would be provoking the entire law enforcement agency. Right at this moment, a man with majestic qi and blood swept in sharply from the air. The qi and blood were actually able to leave the body and form an energy-like barrier, allowing them to fly through the air without borrowing anything. All the crowds who witnessed this person let out a succession of gasps. Martial Emperor. Only strong martial emperors could exude their qi and blood and fly through the air. As the mountainous aura pressed in, the man landed beside Lu Xianhua. He had short hair, each of which was like a steel needle, and a square face with a serious, unruffled expression. Bureau Duan. The person who came was none other than the head of the Lingnan Provincial Bureau, Duan Yang. A sudden incident here was reported long ago, and the situation was so bad that Duan Yang personally came over to check it out. It's my bad. I shouldn't have left in the middle of the day. Lu Xianhua blamed himself. Now is not the time to blame yourself, but to bring the murderer back as soon as possible. Duan Yang had already checked the nearby surveillance, but without exception, they were all destroyed in advance. The next step was to look for witnesses and see if we could find any useful clues. Bureau Duan. This is Jiang Shishong, the old head of the Jiang family. Lu Xianhua told the whole story. Briefly, in the Jiang family's backyard, there is a coffin made of 10,000-year-old greenwood, and having Jiang Shishong lie in it will provide him with a certain amount of wood attribute energy. Those who have disappeared recently are also wood attribute physique people. I have reason to suspect that Jiang Shishong was originally a person who was about to die, because he used some kind of evil power that could absorb the vitality of wood attribute physique people, allowing him to live on until now. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Duan Yang's eyes as he looked toward Jiang Shishong. At this moment, Jiang Shishong's expression was a bit dull, completely lacking the same resourcefulness as when he was in the Jiang family's backyard before, looking a bit like a demented old man. It wasn't that Lu Xianhua had used anything against him. The real reason was that the evil power he had practiced had not yet been completely perfected. Normally, most of the time, it was necessary to slumber in the middle of the coffin and replenish the wooden life essence in time. The big fight just now was very consuming in itself, and it was only now that he had fallen into this state. Take it back first. The other side, north of the provincial capital, there is a relatively backward area. In one of the compounds, Jiang Yin and the others were in it, looking at the person in front of them with some apprehension. The man in front of him, a somewhat affluent build, put a smile on his face from time to time and had a harmless look about him, but those who know him well enough to know that these are just appearances. He habitually turned the jade ring on his hand and looked at Jiang Yin with a smile. Just don't have any illusions. I've gotten information that your old father has been captured by Lu Xianhua. It's only a matter of time before we find out about the use of rejuvenation later on. You Jiang family members, there's only one way out now, and that's to wholeheartedly sell your lives for the organization. When he said the word organization, he had a rare serious expression that showed great respect. The person who appeared in front of the police car just now was him, and he was also the person who ended up talking to Tang Kuan when he was rescued from the guard bureau in Linhai City that day. The human blood pills incident is related to their so-called organization. The fact that he was able to stand here properly now meant that he still hadn't been able to do anything to them after the Inferno Dragon army had intervened. 4 years ago, when you took the initiative to approach me and inform me unconditionally about the matter concerning the spring return technique, did you know that there would be such a day? And that you aimed to make my Jiang family desperate and sell your lives to you? Jiang Yin gritted his teeth. He really didn't have a second way out. Otherwise just now, he wouldn't have escaped. And there's even no going back on the killing spree. Humph, it's only your incompetence that will lead to this situation now, letting things fall out, but it can't be blamed on me at all. Besides, I didn't force you to do it in the first place. It's entirely your own free will. Otherwise your old father wouldn't be able to survive until now. The rich man, Lu Yi, his smile tightened and his gaze turned cold, criticizing without mercy. Jiang Yin was silent. It was true. I can sell my life for you, but I have one request. help me find that soul master. I want him to die without mercy. Jiang Yin's tone was filled with hatred. Yes, I'm looking for that soul master too. From some of the existing information, that soul master, there is a great possibility that it is the soul master that they were looking for in the human blood Dan incident. Keeping up against them, do they really think they are easy to bully? One more thing, my Jiang family backyard. There was originally a clump of god-devouring moss seedlings, which I hid inside the wigwam, and now, it is estimated to be taken. Jiang Yin intended to make this information known. For 20 years, he couldn't find an effective solution for recognizing the owner, and even if the god-devouring moss was in his hands now, its value wasn't really too high for him, and the odds were that it would remain placed. And now, since it's all gone wrong, let's get the word out. With the attractiveness of the god-devouring moss, Lu Yi, as well as the organization behind him, would definitely go to great lengths to find and snatch it, no matter who took it. As expected, when Lu Yi heard this news, his breath caught in his throat. Is this true? Lu Yi seriously emphasized. Never false. Jiang Yin replied affirmatively. Good. Your Jiang family actually has such a good thing. With Lu Yi's insight, he naturally knew that the god-devouring moss was precious. It was rated as the king of demonized plants and grew to its limit, capable of devouring even martial gods. As long as you get it and cultivate it, it will be invincible in the world. What organization, what country, even the whole world, will not have to be put in the eye. Such an attraction was incomparably huge for Lu Yi. The original incomparable loyalty to the organization had given birth to greed at this point, wanting to take the god-devouring moss for himself. Chapter 92, The Secret World is Born. God-devouring moss recognition program. You guys, next, you'll be at my disposal. Do everything I tell you, and you'll be rewarded without fail. Also, no more information about the god-devouring moss is allowed to be spread, Lu Yi said in a cold voice. Yes, Jiang Yin and the others replied in unison. Lu Yi tilted his head slightly, greed in his deep eyes. He wanted to take the god-devouring moss for himself, but before that, he also needed someone to help him find it. Who specifically took the god-devouring moss? There were two people who were the most suspicious, Lu Xianhua, and that mysterious soul master. He had already received intelligence that when Lu Xianhua re-entered the Jiang family's backyard, there had already been people fighting before. The arrival of Lu Xianhua makes both sides of the battle want to retreat, one of which is Jiang Shishong, the old family head, who was eventually captured. The second was a soul master, his entire body covered by the rue mulberry vine, leaving from the Jiang family's backyard. It was a pity that he only learned of this information after the fact. Otherwise, he might have gone forward and intercepted that soul master at that time. Just then, in a certain direction, an energy fluctuation came from them, causing them to turn their heads in unison to look. Perhaps because of the distance, when it was transmitted here, it was already extremely weak. With their strength, they could still perceive it. In the meantime, Yi Feng, who was approaching the Dragon Academy, also felt this faint energy and looked at it with the same suspicion. The entire Lingnan province, or even more distant places, but those with stronger strength could sense this fluctuation. For a while, a lot of forces or individuals were dumbfounded. They didn't know exactly what was happening, but every anomaly was a change, and maybe it was chance. Treasure chest clue: a red treasure chest has appeared in the secret realm of water and fire that is being born. Please go and open it after 30 days. In front of Yi Feng's eyes, such a hint suddenly popped up. A red treasure chest clue: a secret realm being born? Yi Feng recited. If you don't prompt early, you don't prompt late, and it just happens to pop up as a prompt when there's an energy fluctuation. It was almost certain that the energy fluctuation just now was the result of the spatial collapse and energy explosion when the secret passage was born. These existing secret realms were all born one after another, and there was absolutely no need to be surprised that a new secret realm would be born at this moment. The secret realm of water and fire? Yi Feng curiosity. This will be what kind of secret realm? From the name to analyze, also feel quite contradictory. The so-called water and fire are incompatible. These two conflicting energies, if put into a piece, what will be the scene? A new secret realm represents unknown opportunities as well as unknown dangers, but surely it couldn't be stopped. Many experts heading to venture into it, and it would be incredibly lively at that time. There's still a month to go before the passage is completely formed. The red treasure chest existed inside, and when the time came, Yi Feng was bound to make a trip there as well. Don't think about that for now. Yi Feng arrived at the Dragon Totem Academy and walked in. Yi Feng, it seems like you haven't been in school for many days, right? Some of the students who recognized Yi Feng came out to greet him. Normally, very few people would leave school every other day like Yi Feng. He barely listens to his classes even when he's in school. But on the contrary, people's strength was still not bad, and Tutor Su was still very biased towards them, which was the most infuriating part. Well, it's been some days. Yi Feng nodded, casually perfunctory a few sentences, and headed for his residence. For Yi Feng, it was the same whether he went to school or not. The biggest reason for coming to enroll in the first place was that there were treasure chests to be opened here. After enrollment, there was no special effort to drop out. Now stay here, purely as a landing place. Plus access to information is also convenient. Some of the more secretive information, the internet is not searchable, but in the school's library can be. At this time, there were several tutors, traveling in a hurry, heading in the direction of the outside of the school, as if they were about to go and do something urgent. Among them was Su Kanyi, who just happened to run into Yi Feng, who had returned. "Where did you fool around again?" Su Kanyi said with wide eyes. Only after saying this did he realize that, in a large crowd, this seems to be not very suitable, and coughed lightly, digressing from the topic. Just now there were energy fluctuations coming from afar. "Did you perceive them?" Yi Feng was about to reply, but was preempted by another tutor accompanying Su Kanyi. "The distance is far. We can only feel the weak energy fluctuation. How can he, a student, detect it?" "Yeah, don't delay. Let's hurry up and get going. Go over there and see what's going on." Another tutor concurred. Su Kanyi smiled dryly and said that the few of you combined, "I'm afraid that none of you would be enough for Yi Feng to fight." Yi Feng did not make unnecessary arguments, smiled faintly and said nothing. Several people were far away, having been sent out by the principal to probe the situation. It wasn't just them, other large and small forces, and even individual experts, who had sensed the commotion, were all interested in sending people over to check it out. When these people came back from their exploration and realized that it was a secret realm that was being born, the news would spread and it would definitely be big news. If it was really a secret realm, Yi Feng's speculation was considered to be confirmed. Yi Feng returned to the dormitory, immediately began to study the god-eating moss. The god-devouring moss was a very powerful demonized plant, and once cultivated, it would be an extremely terrifying battle force that would help one tremendously. No matter what the cost, Yi Feng would find a way to cultivate it. "I hope it goes well." Yi Feng wasn't too sure in his heart. Find the research diary of the wooden builder and start flipping through it. When I hadn't gotten the god-eater moss yet, I felt it was a long way off, so I just took a cursory look at the introduction. Now, at last, I can study carefully the programs mentioned in it. Diary content. At first, I thought it was just like an unusual demonized plant, where one only needs to use one's own blood and have it absorbed to succeed in recognizing the owner. When I did, I realized that blood was mere sustenance to it. I used my heart's essence blood again and gave it absorption, and this time it was somewhat effective, establishing a preliminary bond. However, as time passed, the bond became weaker and weaker, until it completely disappeared, turning back into a masterless state. Should I keep feeding my heart's blood? No, I don't think it's possible. Every drop of heart essence blood is extremely precious. If I do this, it won't be long before I die myself. What follows is one experiment at a time, one failure at a time. Last time I experimented, I tried to add in, exterminating the active king beast essence blood, as well as the grass and wood essences of the king level demonized plants, and after pairing them up, I didn't expect the effect to improve quite a bit. I think I've found the method. The recognition still uses the heart essence blood, but it still needs the supplementary ingredients, the beast essence blood and the grass and tree essences. The level of both should need to be Imperial. Chapter 93 Urgent Need for Money. New thread. After reading the contents, Yi Feng fell into deep thought. It turned out that if you wanted to recognize the master, you needed more than just the heart's essence blood. You needed even more auxiliary materials. The essence blood of an imperial beast, and the grass and tree essences of an imperial demonized plant. Two excipients, equivalent to nutrients. It was worthy of being a god-devouring moss, and the requirements were so high for the master recognition session alone. Regardless of whether it was a foreign beast or a demonized plant, all of them were incomparably powerful existences when they reached the imperial level or above. Just think about the martial emperors among the humans. Which one of them is not a big shot? Put in this huge Lingnan province, all can walk horizontally in existence. It was also because of this condition that Mu Bufan, at the time, failed to get the god-devouring moss to recognize him. Of course, there are other reasons for this. At first, is not yet aware of this program, and when it is known, it just happens to be the Jiang family to find trouble and take away the god-eater moss. Otherwise, as long as he gave Mu Bufan some time, he could find a way to make money, and through that money, he could purchase what he needed. It was not bad, as long as one had money. The essence blood of an imperial beast, and imperial grade grass and tree essences, could all be purchased, only that they required a certain channel, and they were also incredibly expensive. Mu Bufan had mentioned in his diary that the price for both would cost roughly $25 billion. While that was the price of goods 20 years ago, it shouldn't be too different now. With the concept of price, Yi Feng also has a goal of saving money. I've saved a total of just over $300 million to this point, and $25 billion. Yifeng instantly felt that his head was big, and the money he had on hand was not even enough for a fraction. Saving up slowly? That's going to be a monkey's errand. Wait until you get stronger and then hunt to get it yourself? It's not a bad idea, but again, it requires a wait. Originally, it could have also not been rushed first, but the main thing that came to mind was that the god-devouring moss recognizing its owner was only the first step, and the subsequent need to cultivate its growth was also going to take quite a bit of time, one way or another. It was unknown how long it would be until they had the strength to help themselves in battle. Just then, a call dialed through. It has a docket name, Black Glove. Yifeng remembered that he had gone to the treasure mining mystic realm before and looted the Jiang family's veins, and those minerals, half of them were left for the stone beasts to absorb and half of them were sold to the Black Gloves. They, the Black Gloves, specialize in this kind of business, door-to-door collection of black goods. Suddenly calling, Yifeng vaguely guessed the intention. Yifeng connected and a rough voice came from the opposite side. The voice was recognizable, and on first hearing, it was the same order taker as last time. Hey, over at the treasure mine mystic realm these days, it's a chicken and dog mess. You know about this, right? He said with a tentative tone. How? Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Non-committal. The Orvanes there, all of them have been looted, no matter which family's property, even the big families. It can be said that this bout of granularity has already caused public anger. The order taker said this with a bit of a gloating tone. In his opinion, those big family forces that were able to occupy those veins were also using force to take them by force. Now being straightened out, he didn't feel any pity. Anyway, this world, then the fist, disobedient to fight back. Hearing this, Yifeng's thoughts moved. In the underworld, there existed a tie that was remotely tied to the side of the treasure mine mystic realm. The last time he went there, he had subdued a stone ape king beast and commanded them to ransack the Jiang family's vein. Now these things, it can't be these guys who did this, right? According to current intelligence, it's rumored to be the work of one of the stone beasts inside, but with the intelligence of those stone beasts, it feels unlikely, doesn't it? I was originally wondering if it could still be you. After all, you even dared to offend the Jiang family, but now by the way you're reacting, it doesn't seem to be you either. The order taker dialed in on this call to find out exactly what was going on. If Yifeng had done it, so many minerals, they must be looking for channels to sell them, and they were just in time to eat the goods. When I have goods that need to come out, I will naturally take the initiative to find you, Yifeng said, and then ended the call with him. Treasure mine secret? Yifeng softly chanted, his eyes looking in the direction of the treasure mine mystic realm. The secret realm of treasure mines, every month, has 10 days to open the passageway. Counting the days, now is the time to open the passage, but tomorrow is already the last day. In this bout, busy with the Jiang family's affairs, Yifeng didn't even have a good rest before he was in no hurry to set off. Anyway, there's still time, so we'll set off again tomorrow and go over to the treasure mine mystic realm side to see what's going on. If it was really the stone ape beasts in them, that whole batch of minerals sold was estimated to be worth a lot of money, so perhaps there would be money to buy what was needed. Time passed, and it was the next day. Early in the morning, Yifeng woke up, organized his travel equipment, and left the schoolhouse, heading towards the treasure mine secret realm. Halfway there, a prompt suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, in the treasure mine secret area. A red treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Yifeng froze slightly, then joy surfaced on his face. It's a new treasure chest clue, and it's red too. This time it was considered very unexpected. Originally prepared to head to the treasure mine secret realm, did not expect a red treasure chest. The location is also inside the treasure mine secret realm. Just stop by and drive by later. It was a side trip anyway, giving Yifeng the feeling of picking up a treasure chest for nothing. After leaving the provincial capital and coming into the wild, Yifeng spiked his speed to the limit. His body transformed into a stream of light and soon disappeared into the distance. With Yifeng's speed nowadays, it didn't take too long before he arrived near the treasure mine mystic realm, much faster than last time. Once you reach the neighborhood, bring your speed down gradually. So many people, and these people are all pretty strong. Yifeng collected his breath and watched from afar. The last time I came here, I also saw quite a few people, but the people I saw at that time were not too strong. At the top, they were only in the martial general realm, and more were just in the martial master realm. But today, there were quite a number of people present, all of whom were martial zoners. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to enter the secret realm and only stationed themselves nearby. Divided into individual forces, they vaguely formed an alliance again, keeping an eye on all the movements of the secret passageway. At that moment, the secret passageway surged with energy and a group of people teleported out from it. Which side of the force are you from? The man stationed outside asked Drilly. It's none of your business what power we are. The bearded man at the head of the team was also a grumpy one, with an exceptionally strong tone. However, Swish swish swish, the surrounding garrison forces all looked over with unfavorable gazes. Their chi and blood stirred without the slightest intention to hide, and there was a tendency to encircle over. What the hell? The man with the beard and the others were almost about to pee in fear. Chapter 94, Amazing Growth. You've been promoted to Lord? We're from the Heavenly Sea Chamber of Commerce. There are our veins inside the secret realm, but the minerals that have been accumulated for a long time have been looted, so the higher-ups sent us over to do an investigation. Gentlemen, make peace and talk things over. The man with the beard instantly wimped out and accompanied him with a smile. In fact, we are all in the same boat. The veins under our banners have been looted, and now we have joined together as one to block the outside of this passageway. So many minerals, the enemy must not have transported them out yet. Let's see if we can hold them and tell the enemy. And since you are also victims, join us, the residents said. That was all they could think of for the time being. Uniting all the victimized forces, there is strength in numbers, part of them guarding the entrance of the passageway, and part of them entering the secret realm to do investigations. Yifeng was in the distance, watching for a while. It was found that no matter what went in, or what came out, they would be stopped and questioned all over again. With so many martial sect realms present, no one dared to resist. Idle forces or individuals can only be honestly investigated, and after they are found to have no problems, they are not made to suffer, and fellow victims will choose to join in, making the ranks of the coalition grow stronger and stronger. Just when Yifeng was ready to act, Yifeng looked in a certain direction. Over there, a group of people came slowly. Their breaths were all well restrained, and Yifeng had a vague feeling that they should be very strong. The team was small, 5 in total. The person in the lead was a man, looking not too old, should be around 30 years old, wearing a golden battle armor, looking very noble. The remaining 4, who accompanied him, all looked uncomplicated as well. This time when I came to the south, I didn't expect to make this discovery. Are you sure that inside there, the earth elemental energy became abnormal? The gold-armored youth slightly sidestepped his head and looked at the man on his right. Back to young lord. This matter is true. I originally went in to see if there were any rare minerals in the southern part of the country, and when I didn't find any satisfactory minerals, I made this discovery and immediately informed you. The horse-faced man accompanying him at his side respectfully returned. If it's what I think it is. The golden-armored man didn't continue. He recalled a rumor that the powerful man who stood at the top of the world and was known as the god of fire had been able to obtain a ball of fire origin during the elemental upheaval of a certain fire-type secret realm. The rumor was unknown, but he preferred to believe it was true. If this earth-type secret realm was also elementally abnormal and turbulent, did he have any chance of obtaining the origin of earth as well? It just so happened that he was now an earth physique person. In the middle of the conversation, they approached the secret passage. The officer stationed in the passage stepped forward. May I ask you all to? They could also see that this team was not simple, but duty calls, so I had to go up and ask. Much more conciliatory in tone, not as forceful as when dealing with others. But the golden-armored youth did not give the slightest bit of face. An icy cold I swept over, and the people present, as if their necks were being pinched, were immediately mute, waiting for a reprieve. Where there was still the figure of the golden-armored man, several people, who had long since entered the inside of the secret realm. Wu Zun. There was absolutely no mistaking it. Those people just now, the aura that crushed them, were definitely all martial Zuns. However, each and every martial exalt powerhouse was famous and well known, and with their insight, it was impossible for them not to recognize them. But why? It all looks so strange, especially the golden-armored youth at the head, looking to be around 30 years old, right? 30 years of age in the martial Zun realm? Looking at the entire Lingnan province, it seemed that there wasn't such a demonic figure. Who the hell are they? Just as they were rambling, they didn't notice in the slightest that the passageway above them, once again, had energy fluctuations, the energy manifestation of someone being transported in. I cast spectral shadow misty trail, converging my breath and hiding my figure, and just as I approached the secret passageway, I was immediately sensed, teleporting me in. Yifeng, who had already entered the treasure mine secret realm, murmured softly. After entering the secret realm, he was in the same space as the Stone Ape King Beast, and was able to clearly perceive that the Stone Ape King Beast was located in the direction that it should be inside the Stone Beast Mountain. It just so happened that the location he was randomly teleported to wasn't far from the Stone Beast Mountain. Yifeng moved forward and his figure disappeared into place. Within a short time, it appeared in front of the Stone Beast Mountain. Rumble. As soon as Yifeng arrived, inside the Stone Beast Mountain, there was a rumbling sound, as if there were 1,000 armies treading. Apparently it was because Yifeng had entered the secret realm, and the Stone Ape King Beast had sensed it and led the many Stone Ape Beasts out to greet him. Soon, the figures of numerous stone beasts appeared in Yifeng's line of sight. How come there are other kinds of stone beasts? Yi Feng was puzzled. When he left last time, inside this stone beast mountain, only stone ape beasts existed. Other forms of stone beasts, too, could not possibly fit into them. But now, inside the group of stone beasts, there were actually other varieties of stone beasts with different looks, big and small. When his gaze settled on the stone ape king beast, Yi Feng was again slightly shocked. Surprisingly, he's growing so fast. You've become a lord? Before, it was only a king beast, but now it had actually become a lord, which was equivalent to the human martial zone realm. The territory of a lord among beasts is basically not too small. And within its territory, beasts that are weaker than it have to listen to the Lord's dispositions. It was probably for this reason that the other types of stone beasts, which were also subject to the Stone Ape Lord's command, were now here. Click click click. The Stone Ape leader claimed to close his mouth, and Yi Feng, who was his master, was able to hear what it was trying to express, probably expressing excitement, as well as reporting on some of their recent battles. Don't look at it like it's dull, but in fact, it's getting smarter and smarter. Last time when it was still a king beast, Yi Feng had this vague feeling that this stone beast, more than any other stone beast, was different. That is, it was smarter. Yi Feng had subdued the stone ape king beast at that time, and had originally thought that he would go back and look for other species of stone beasts and subdue their leaders as well. Later on, they actually did take the time to try, but those chiefs, apart from being stronger in combat, remained clumsy and couldn't be subdued at all. Yi Feng had no choice but to stop. Now, seeing that it had become a lord, the seemingly dull eyes were actually flashing with essence, so one could tell that it was even smarter than when it was a king beast before. Almost certainly, it is special individual, different. After listening to the Stone Ape Lord's report, Yi Feng finally realized that since this bout of time, the various veins had been ransacked, and it was all their doing, being eaten by some of them, causing the overall strength, all of them, to rise a notch. The rest of those were piled up in several hidden places and stone beasts were sent over there to guard them. Where is it all stored? Take me over to take a look, Yi Feng said. Chapter 95, Earth Elemental Anomaly. Led by the Stone Ape Beast, Yi Feng traveled to several places, and each of the sites chosen was extremely secretive. From this, it can be seen that the IQ of the Stone Ape leader now is not at all inferior to that of a human being, and all know that they have to choose a place with good concealment as a hoarding point for minerals. A random hoarding spot, at a glance, was stocked with all kinds of ores, some of which were still valuable and could be sold at a high price. Whichever minerals you eat that can raise your strength the fastest and quickest, keep some to store up, and I'm going to sell the rest of the excess, Yi Feng said to the Stone Ape leader. Click it, click it. The Stone Ape leaders opened and closed their mouths, indicating that they had already saved up all the minerals they needed, which was already enough for them to eat for a long time. In that case, these can't be used if you keep them, so you can just sell them for money. Yi Feng immediately contacted the Black Gloves. I have a batch of goods to sell to you. Yi Feng opened the door and said, Oh, what kind of shipment, and how many? The order taker inquired. It was only yesterday that he took the initiative to contact, but Yi Feng didn't have the intention to ship, so how is it that after only one day, he immediately had the goods? It shouldn't be a big shipment, he thought. It's minerals, tens of billions of dollars. I'm afraid you can't eat it, Yi Feng said. What? Tens of billions? The order takers were alarmed, and their voices, which had been lazy, were serious. Could it be the treasure mine secret ones? Then you yesterday, he was going to say. Didn't I tell you yesterday that you didn't do it? But on second thought, the other guy didn't seem to make it clear yesterday that it wasn't him. Yi Feng sent him over a few pictures of the mountainous pile of minerals that could not be seen at a glance, almost causing him to jump up from his seat in shock. It's still true. It was the first time he had seen so many minerals. If this order is successful, he can get a lot of commission. When do you say? When is the deal? The order taker's tone was respectful. As soon as possible, preferably today, to finalize the deal. Yi Feng paused and continued. The stuff is in the treasure mine secret realm, and outside at the secret realm passageway, there are multiple forces jointly stationed to censor people entering and exiting. Can you solve this point? We know all this. It's okay, we have other identities we can use, like members of one of the chambers of commerce. Moreover, inside the treasure mine mystic realm, there are also our people stationed all year round, so it's only more convenient when you need to trade. You give us an address, we'll send someone there now, and when the goods are inspected, the deal will go through. And what to do with the minerals afterward is our business. The order taker man said that he was skilled in this area and knew exactly what to say. Good, this is the spot then. Yi Feng sent him the address. The next step is to wait. Yi Feng told the stone beasts to go back. As for Yi Feng himself, he likewise hid in the vicinity of the location, in a hidden place, and also casted the phantom shadow misty trail. In less than half an hour's time, the Black Gloves team arrived at the place. Pretty much the same process as last time. These guys are here to inspect the minerals and give pricing afterward. Only this time there were so many that it took quite a while just for the inspection session. When this side of the acceptance was finished, Yifeng sent them the next address. They headed over there and Yifeng followed. When the goods at one place were inspected, the Black Glove side gave the price, totaling 19.6 billion. After bargaining, in the end, they only managed to get a round figure of $20 billion. There was still a difference of several billions from the amount Yifeng needed. That's a couple billion. Get it from somewhere else later. Happy cooperation. In the future there are any goods, I hope to continue to cooperate. Our Black Glove organization, business all over the place. The headquarters is set up in the central part of the country. The strength is strong. What goods can be eaten? At this time, the one who talked to Yifeng was no longer the order taker, but the Lingnan province side, the highest person in charge of the branch. A big client like Yifeng would definitely need him to come out and talk. Yes, there's a chance to work together. Saying this, Yifeng suddenly laughed softly. You guys don't have to worry. This batch of goods, since I sold it to you, I won't touch it again. Ha ha. The opposite side smiled awkwardly. His words just now seemed to be introducing the organization and soliciting business, but his actual purpose was that he was afraid that after the transaction, Yifeng would again have crooked thoughts about the goods. The intention is to let Yifeng can be able to understand on the line, but did not think. Yifeng actually directly put the words plainly. The two ended the call. Yifeng looked at the red arrow on the ground. Time to find the treasure chest. There was a lot of delay due to the matter of trading minerals, and it was already getting late, and there were only a few hours left before the secret passageway closed. A few hours to open this treasure chest should be enough. Yifeng's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Halfway through the trip, Yifeng slowed down and his expression became puzzled. How does it feel? The earth element in here seems a bit abnormal. There are a variety of elements in the world. The most common is gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, ice, and so on. It wasn't that one needed to have a certain attribute talent to be able to perceive the existence of these elements, but rather, as long as one had a certain level of cultivation, they could all perceive it. The difference is that those who have the corresponding gifted physique will have a more enhanced ability to perceive the elements of that attribute. Yifeng did not have an earth elemental gifted physique, and his perception of earth elements was indeed inferior to those who possessed earth elements, but now the cultivation is not bad, just do the perception. Still can, especially the treasure mine mysteries, which were earth-based mysteries, not those of the balanced type. The earth element was incredibly dense here, making it easier to perceive. Just now, he was busy making a deal. Perhaps he had neglected it, and now if he carefully perceived it, he would realize that the earth elemental energy around him appeared to be even more agitated, not as stable and calm as before, especially as it got closer and closer. The direction of the red treasure chest, this feeling became more and more apparent. I'd like to see what I'll end up finding. Yifeng came to be interested and re-accelerated his speed, skimming rapidly in the direction of the treasure chest. When coming to the destination, this place had a continuous stone forest with strange rocks, which was very much in line with the characteristics of the treasure mine mystery realm. There were already quite a few people in this area. They all discovered the earth elemental anomaly and began to intentionally search for the source, eventually coming here, where the earth elemental was most anomalous. They walked aimlessly, observing their surroundings. There must be a demon in everything. I want to see what's different here. Unfortunately, a quick look around didn't reveal anything. Yifeng didn't walk around, but looked at the ground under his feet. The red arrow, which extends as far as this point, has disappeared. The ground, however, did not show the treasure chest. The treasure chest is in the ground? Chapter 96. It's coming out. Obviously the arrow had broken off, like it had reached the end, but there was no treasure chest in sight. There can only be one explanation for the existence of the treasure chest in the ground. The arrows are not at the end of the line, but are stretching down into the ground below. Yifeng looked around. There was no one else in close proximity. The people further away, their attention was more on the surroundings. No one paid attention to Yifeng. Yifeng twisted his foot on the ground and a crater soon appeared. Fruity. From the crater, it looks like the arrow is going down. What do we do? Dig down? Although the ground was hard, with Yifeng's strength, if he wanted to dig down, he could do it. Just how deep would one need to dig to find the treasure chest? It was impossible to determine that. Just as Yifeng was calculating his next move, I was shocked to find that the red arrow was pointing in a direction that was actually shifted. What does that mean? explained that the red treasure chest, below, has shifted. If it was on the ground, it could be argued that it could be because, perhaps, the treasure chest was located inside whichever stone beast it was. Now that the treasure chest is clearly in the ground, how come it's moving too? Can it be that there will be a stone beast that lives beneath the earth? Yifeng was startled and made a bold guess. It seems the only possibility that this is the case now. Yifeng looked at the surrounding crowd. There was a commotion in the crowd as the treasure chest moved just now. The reason was also simple. As the treasure chest moved, the surrounding earth elemental energy, followed by a noticeable tremor. Coincidence? Don't rule it out. However, Yifeng preferred to believe that there wasn't any coincidence, but rather there was a connection. Yifeng proceeded to observe. Only a few minutes had passed before the treasure chest shifted again, by an even greater margin than earlier, and once again, the earth elemental energy around them followed with a noticeable tremor, and to a much stronger degree. Once could be considered a coincidence, twice both times. It's basically certain that there is a connection, although Yifeng was not clear for the time being what kind of connection there was. I had thought that it just existed underground, and that if I put some effort into digging, I would eventually find the treasure chest. But now, Yifeng was in a bit of a bind. The treasure chest is not stationary, then there is no way to dig. The speed of one's own digging absolutely cannot keep up with the speed of its changing position. Time passes. Yifeng didn't make a move for the time being, just quietly observing the movements of the red treasure chest. It was found to be moving more and more frequently, and moving more and more. The more this happened, the more Yifeng had no choice but to watch. The degree of vibration of the surrounding earth elementals also grew stronger and wider. As a result, more and more people discovered the abnormality here, and more people gathered here in the stone forest. This way, this way. Is this stone forest? It's still true. Strange. What on earth could have caused this? I don't know. Everyone is looking for the cause. Just no luck for now. With the sound of conversation, the large group approached. A similar situation continues to occur, but anyone who gets word of it makes a point of coming over and finding out what's going on. Even before coming over, it was known that everyone had failed to notice anything for a while, but all have this mentality that maybe they're the lucky one who discovered the secret over here. Yifeng even saw some familiar faces that he had seen when he came in just now. Originally, they were guarding the outside passageway, waiting for the enemies who had looted the vein to appear. But now, those forces have learned of the news here and are short on manpower, so they have mobilized the people over here. Otherwise, if there really is any chance, too few people will come over, and they won't be able to grab the benefits. The matter of the vein could just as well be looked into another day, but the chance to miss it would be I-seed forever. In an inconspicuous corner of the stone forest, 5 martial exalted gathered their breath and lowered their presence, their eyes burning as they observed the surrounding movements. The most likely place for the origin of Earth to appear should be here. The youth in the golden armor whispered, "What the young lord said is very true. Let's just stand guard here. If there really is an Earth origin, it's imperative to get it. That's natural, even if there are competitors. At most, they'll only be the same as us, at the same martial zone realm. Not bad. We haven't been afraid of anyone in the same realm." The people who accompanied him, one by one, looked extremely confident. The reason they were so sure that others were also at most at the martial zone realm was because the secret passageway was solid to a different degree. The more solid the passageway, the higher the strength of the powerhouse that could be transported in, and vice versa, the weaker it was. With the degree of solidity of the treasure mine mystic passage, it could only withstand the martial zone realm at the highest. Therefore, it was impossible for a martial emperor and the powerhouses above him, who could not come in, to appear inside this secret realm. Time passes by. Don't look like it's still bright in here, but outside in the main world, it's actually dark. If the time reached 0, the secret passage would close, and if you wanted to go out again, you would have to wait for a month later. This is the situation that is before us all. Either hurry up and leave the secret realm before the passageway closes, or proceed to guard it. If they didn't leave in time, they would have to stay inside the secret realm for a month, waiting for the next time the passageway opened again. Seeing that the distance to ground zero is getting closer and closer, some people had already given up and gritted their teeth and left, thinking that it was not a solution to wait. Who knew if there was really a chance? Even if there is, it may not necessarily be theirs. Some had resolved to wait it out. Most of them were men of power. Rations for the next month will be considered, and if there is enough stock in its veins, it can be left unhurried. Otherwise you need to contact someone to send in a batch of supplies before the channel closes. Yifeng was similarly pondering this question. A month's rations, but there is no need to worry. This period of time, the stone beast ransacked the vein, but also incidentally, the people quite a lot of food. The stone beasts tried to eat it, found it super tough and devoid of nutrients, and left the grain piled up there to eat the dust. With that much food reserves, you can survive for a year, not to mention a month. Yifeng was considering the water and fire secret realm that was being generated, which also had a red treasure chest in it, and would make a trip there when the time came. When the treasure chest clue was prompted yesterday, it said that it would pass in 30 days, so if this is the time when the secret realm is finished generating, then there are still 29 days left. After a full month in this, it will be slightly delayed by then. Go ahead and wait. Yifeng made a decision. There are not always opportunities in the secret realm of water and fire, so it's fine to delay for a day or two. On the contrary, here in the treasure mine mystery realm, every place is full of anomalies, and there is a higher probability of chances appearing when the time comes to 0. The red arrow suddenly shifted drastically. The earth shook as the earth element shook like waves. It's coming out. Chapter 97 Giant Stone Beast. Immortal Body. Rumble. The surrounding earth elemental energy was like a shocking wave that surged up. The entire ground shook. The stone forest shook, and all sorts of rubble and dust rustled. When the shaking was really strong, there were even stone pillars that collapsed and smashed on the hard ground, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. What a commotion! What the hell is going to happen next? All the people present were holding their breath, their bodies tense and ready to go. While keeping an eye on his surroundings, he was also wary of those around him. Don't look at just now. Everyone is tacitly staying out of each other's way, and that's because there's nothing to tit for tat about. And whenever any chance appears, it will surely trigger a coaxing and scramble to the death. Even two people who were talking and laughing one moment could be fighting the next. All cheer up. The golden armored youth drank low. I, young lord. The four people beside him answered in unison. While everyone around him was on alert, Yifeng turned his attention and stared dead at the ground. Yifeng paid attention to whatever direction the arrow pointed to. In a short period of time, it was changing rapidly. The glow, a red glow. The ground could already be seen, with a faint reddish glow coming through. The only way the treasure chest could be seen was if it was in a shallow underground layer, closer to the ground position. It's now. Rumble. With a violent vibration and a tumbling, the ground actually rumbled rapidly, as if a high mountain was being pulled up from the ground. Those who were located on the rumble position were lifted off their feet by this sudden turn of events. Some of them stumbled and did not stand still, falling straight down from the height with the tumbling stones. Some were barely able to stand still, but with the rumbling mountain standing higher and higher, still unsure of what exactly was happening, they were inwardly overwhelmed with apprehension. This is a stone beast? A giant stone beast? Again, it seems not quite right. The crowd looked in astonishment, and they saw over there the mountainous rumble of the ground, assembled into a huge humanoid monster, whose entire body, less hundreds of meters high, was made up entirely of sand and stone. It's like taking out such a large mass of material from the ground and combining it out of its body. So it is seen that, at the top of its head, shoulders, and other places, there is a towering stone pillar that was originally located on the ground and was brought up to the top by the bulge. Boom! It raised its foot violently and stomped down. Run! Crowds on the ground, fleeing in panic. A huge stone-shaped monster with an unbelievable weight, casually being stomped on would definitely turn into mush. In the midst of the panic, no one noticed that Yifeng, who was located near the stone pillars on the ground, had the Yunsang vine on his body rapidly extending, covering his entire body. The treasure chest is in the chest position. When Yifeng looked, he could see that at the chest of the stone man, there was a faint light radiating out, and the red arrow, too, was pointing to that location. Just as Yifeng was about to make a move, his gaze was frozen. Die! A bellowing cry came from the distance. Several auras of the martial Zun realm exploded over there. 5 figures, violently leaping upwards, hundreds of meters high in one jump. It was the man in gold armor's group. The 5 of them struck out in unison, the biting sharpness, carrying the intent, chopping away, accurately hitting the stone man's head. Boo! The head, like a small hill, shattered under their decapitation, and debris flew. So strong. The rest of the people on the ground looked above them in shock at the scene that had taken place. However, the stone man whose head exploded seemed to be unaffected. The huge prime arm violently slapped at the 5 people. The 5 people who were still in midair had nowhere to draw strength from, so they had to make a chopping move. Boom! The stone arm was also chopped to pieces. Only then did the 5 men manage to land on the ground. At the same time, the stone man was actually sinking rapidly, and at this time, the ground, as if it were water, was sunk to the bottom by it, and was quickly hidden in. Yifeng just watched and did not rush to make a move, letting others fight first to feel out the situation. Run away? The crowd was puzzled. Yifeng, on the other hand, stared at the ground, knowing that it had not run away and was still in a shallow position, poised to reappear at any time. Rumble! Sure enough, the ground churned again and it reappeared. However, unlike just now, at this time, it was not in a humanoid state, but like a crab with multiple legs, standing on all fours, as if it was a giant pillar in the sky. It even has a pair of huge pincers that look quite aggressive. The entire figure, likewise, was incomparably huge. Up, kill it, the golden armored youths, a few of them, struck out once again. Go, let's go too. There were other martial zone realms nearby, from several forces, totaling just 5 people as well. They were originally in a competitive relationship, but now, they had tacitly come together and were ready to join forces. The reason was simple. On the golden armored man's side were 5 martial zone realms, and at first glance, they were accomplices. If they didn't join forces now, then no matter what benefits they were able to obtain next, it wouldn't have anything to do with them, and it would definitely be snatched away by the golden armored man's team. They were now joining forces for the time being, competing against the team of golden armored men in order to have a chance to grab the benefits. As for how to equalize the benefits, if they are received, that will be considered afterward. For a while, swords and daggers, the 2 teams, a total of 10 people, all of whom were at the martial zone realm, were vaguely wary of each other as they dealt with the gigantic stone beasts. They had a purpose in striking out against the giant stone beast. This huge stone beast was very special, able to combine forms at will, and also had a strong earth elemental fluctuation on its body. It might be beneficial to decimate it. A battle went on. Yi Feng, who was secretly observing, sort of discovered the pattern. This giant stone beast, which protects the location of the treasure chest every time, is in a variable location, sometimes on the chest, sometimes on the head, or elsewhere, but anything that isn't the location of the treasure chest being attacked doesn't matter to it, even if they were beaten and mutilated, as long as they sank into the ground. When they re-emerged, they were in a full-blooded state again, and they could also change their size in the process. This thing can't be beaten? It gave the crowd the illusion of not being able to fight. After all, whether it's the head, or the chest, or any other location, it's all been tried. It didn't work. It didn't work at all. This guy, it's like he has no vitals. They didn't give up that easily, and a new round of battles was fought. Yi Feng was looking for an opportunity and could strike at any time. For a one-hit kill, you have to attack the treasure chest location, but the location of the treasure chest is able to move at any time, so it's important to be surprised. At some point, the opportunity finally arrived. Perhaps it was a coincidence that 10 people struck out at the same time, and the position that each person attacked was different. There was only one place that was not under attack. That's the abdominal position. A faint red glow emanated from it. Chapter 98 Origin of Earth. Earth Vein Rock Body. Yi Feng mobilized his soul power. Congeal. The 100 Spirits flying shuttle was released, and under the wrapping of soul power, it hurriedly killed the huge stone beast, though the speed had been so fast that there wasn't much time at all for the stone beast to react. However, being cautious, Yi Feng did not direct his attack straight to the stone beast's abdomen, but the chest above. Soul Master? The 10 Wuzuns who were fighting, sensing Yi Feng's attack, did not stop attacking on their hands and continued to attack the stone beast. They suddenly saw that the 100 Spirit shuttle was about to blast the stone beast's chest, but it suddenly turned in unison, the attack deflecting downwards. Flowing shuttle tapestry. The shuttle transformed into 100 shuttles, intertwining and twisting with each other, and between the shuttles there were soul power threads connected, weaving out a huge silk net that instantly enveloped the stone beast's abdomen. The change came so suddenly that the stone beast wasn't able to react at all. It was also too late for anything in the belly to shift its orientation. Thumbs up. As the silk net cut through, the stone body was as fragile as tofu, cutting in from directly in front and out the back. The abdomen was cut into numerous pieces. There was only one thing that was netted by the silk screen. It was a ball of earth-colored energy that was incomparably pure and condensed, emitting an earthy aura that was dense to the extreme. It was as if it had life, moving and jumping, and at the same time panicked, wanting to escape, but unable to escape the cage of the flowing shuttle brocade. The origin of Earth. It's the origin of Earth. The moment he saw the energy mass, the golden armored youth's entire breath caught. His guess was right. There really was an Earth origin being born. That huge stone beast just now was indeed not a stone beast in the conventional sense, but rather, it was the origin of Earth, which manipulated the surrounding sand and rocks to coalesce into a form. No wonder it could transform into various forms, and no wonder it seemed like it was undefeatable. At this moment, when the origin of Earth was detached, those sands and stones were as if they had lost their lives and rumbled and collapsed and scattered. So there is an Earth origin. The rest of the group saw this and all of them were red-eyed as well, especially some people, who had an Earth system physique themselves, were even more greedy with their eyes. They hadn't been able to guess in advance that there would be an Earth origin like the golden armored youth. However, with their insight, they were all able to recognize the origin of Earth when they saw it. The same was true for Yifeng. Originally, he was just staring at the red treasure chest and messing with it, thinking that there must be something fishy about the treasure chest moving all over the place. So he attacked it with the streaming shuttle weaver, but do not want its body. The existence of the origin of the Earth are given to the net out. It is an unexpected gain. Under the netting of the flowing shuttle weaving, the origin of Earth was quickly collected, and inside the origin of Earth, the red treasure chest was also netted along with it. In the end, both fell into Yifeng's hands. It's a long story, but the whole process, in fact, was very quick. The main focus was a surprise, and with the Soul Master's attack, it was also exceptionally swift. From the time Yifeng made his move, to the time the origin of Earth appeared and finally fell into his hands, it was completed in just one breath. All those other people's thoughts were also in their minds, quickly flashing away. When the reaction came, the origin of Earth was already in Yifeng's hands. "Kid, bring over the origin of Earth," the gold-armored youth said sternly, his tone full of imperturbability. The origin of Earth was too important and attractive to him. He's going to get it. He's got to get it. Hear that? My young master is asking you to bring over the origin of Earth. If you don't send it over, don't blame us for being rude. The attendants around him spoke out one after another, their tone full of threats. As for the other forces, they were all eyeing each other intently, with the momentum of encircling them. Then what if I say no? Yifeng's voice was ice cold. Then you'll have no way to leave here alive. Today, the golden-armored youth said with a killing intent. The words were spoken, but there wasn't too much obvious movement. It wasn't that he wanted to talk nonsense, but he didn't dare to fight for it rashly for fear that Yifeng would suddenly swallow the origin of Earth. Even if it took time to absorb it, he wasn't sure if he could still take out the origin of Earth after being swallowed and then finishing off Yifeng. There is no record of such a thing to be found. No one has ever experimented in this way. The best way was to first make the other party understand the situation and know that if they wanted to live, they could only be honest and turn in the origin of Earth. Quickly hand over the origin of Earth to me, and I'll make sure you can get out of here. Or else don't blame us for not being polite either. The other team's Martial Zune Realm, also not willing to show weakness, spoke out. Ha! Yifeng gently smiled and looked around the crowd, sweeping from face to face, as if to memorize their looks. All of them. With a sudden leap, his figure stepped onto the 100 spirits flying shuttle and rose sharply into the air, flying towards the distance. "Kid, where to run?" The golden-armored youth was the first to react, and his body jumped hundreds of meters in a single leap, killing the distant Yifeng with his sword. The rest of them followed suit, their faces full of ferocity as they made moves to chop. Yifeng's figure was incomparably flexible, and with a few random swings in the air, he dodged their attacks, and then it rose higher and higher, beyond the height of their jumps, and sailed away. Martial arts? With no way to fly, they could only stare. As for chasing on the ground, they had also tried, and found that Yifeng was very fast, and deliberately headed for complex terrain. The air follows the spur and travels unimpeded, on the ground. They can't do so when faced with complex terrain. Soon they were thrown farther and farther away. "Humph, all of you wait for me. 1 month's time. Let's play slowly." Yifeng, who was high in the air, looked back and said with an icy voice, facing one Martial Zune realm alone. Yifeng wasn't afraid, but facing 10 at the same time, Yifeng could only escape first. Another glance at the origin of Earth grasped in his hand. In its original form, it did not have any offensive power and could only allow itself to be grasped. Absorbing it would take some time. Next, find a quiet place to absorb it. He himself did not have an Earth attribute physique, and it was also possible to absorb it, only that the effect might be almost as good. By the way, there is a red treasure chest. Open it and see what's there. Yifeng reached out, stabbed into the body of the origin of Earth, and touched the red treasure chest inside. Snap! You open a red treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Earth Vein Rock Body SSS 6 out of 10. It's really whatever you want it to be. Earth Vein Rock Body, a top-tier Earth attribute physique, but because it was opened from a red treasure chest, it was only a 60% crippled version. Below were rolling mountains. Yifeng landed down, found a cave and entered it. First, the Earth Vein Rock is fused to obtain that physique. It began to absorb the origin of Earth again. As it was absorbed, the perception of the Earth attribute became more and more intimate. Ha! The Earth Vein Rock Body, it's actually being upgraded. From a crippled version, it's going to become complete, and benefits go beyond that. Chapter 99 Hard Ground. Like a pool, earth-colored energy wrapped around Yifeng's body surface. As he breathed, it rose and fell. Yifeng was absorbing the origin of Earth, and the energy was very pure. As it was absorbed, it was a surprise to find that the Earth Vein Rock Body was being upgraded, gradually becoming complete from the original mutilated version. Those who possessed this physique had an affinity for the Earth element, and could even feel every beat of the Earth's veins, and under the effect of the origin of Earth, it made this affinity strengthen more and more. Yifeng absorbed and digested the origin of Earth as a little bit of time passed. 5 days after the turn of the year. At this moment, Yifeng was sitting there, motionless, in the same posture as 5 days ago. The surface of his body was covered with a thick layer of dust, and he looked like a mud man. Only Yifeng knew that at this time, in his body, among the power of qi and blood, there were stars of earth color, flowing in all parts of his body as his qi and blood operated. The perception and utilization of the earth element was also ridiculously powerful. Gaze. Yifeng's eyes opened steeply, bursting out 2 yellow rays of light. Rumble. The surrounding sandstone, which began to tremble violently, suddenly flew towards Yifeng. Yifeng's body, like a powerful magnet, attracted the surrounding sand and rocks over and gathered them on his body surface, turning it into a thick layer of rock armor. A punch is thrown. The stone wall in front of him collapsed with a loud bang, and the rocks fell, but they couldn't hurt Yifeng at all, because those stones, when they touched Yifeng's body, actually became as soft as cotton. It wasn't that there was anything special about the stone, but Yifeng mobilized the earth yellow light points in his body, which were the energy that absorbed the origin of the earth, and turned into energy. When you encounter earth properties, you can manipulate them with abandon. For example, Yifeng's mind moved, and his entire body actually began to sink, directly into the ground. The key was that a pit did not appear on the ground, and if one did not see it with their own eyes, it was completely impossible to tell that Yifeng had entered the ground. After a while, Yifeng resurfaced. The origin of Earth is just awesome. The earth element is as easy for me to hold as if it were in the palm of my hand. The hard ground, like a pool, can be accessed at will. However, utilizing such an ability is also quite consuming. There is no way to travel underground for a long period of time, during which one needs to rest and recover. But it's enough, and when used when necessary, it can be of great help. In fact, there was a consumption when using any ability, such as the power of qi and blood, which would likewise be deficient if used for too long, and the same was true for soul power. There's not much to say about that. That's true of any ability. It can't be endless. The length of time, however, is something that can be fought for. For example, by boosting your chakra up more, you can consume it for longer. Similarly, if one was able to find, again, more earth origin, after absorbing and fusing it, one would be able to travel underground for a longer period of time. Golem. Rumbling came from Yifeng's stomach. For 5 days, Yifeng was motionless, absorbing the origin of Earth and entering a state of oblivion. Now out of focus, there is always an overwhelming sense of hunger. Go get something to eat first. Yifeng discerned the direction and headed towards Stone Beast Mountain. Did you find out what happened? No. What about you guys? Neither. Somewhere in a pre-designated location, 5 figures met and consulted each other. They were the 5 golden armored youths. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the hell are you hiding? The gold armored youth cursed angrily and searched for Yifeng everywhere for 5 days. For efficiency, even 5 people searched separately, but as it turned out, nothing was found, not even a clue. Young lord, eat something first. This is what I looted from one of the Orvanes. The horse-faced man at his side handed over some dried animal meat. The gold-armored youth took it and nibbled on it, with dislike in his eyes. This kind of food, which is made from the dried meat of foreign beasts, is not as bad as fresh beast meat, I guess, but it's not really that bad. It was just that with the golden-armored youth's background, his daily diet was all about mountainous delicacies, and he really couldn't look at food like this. Now trapped in this, another place full of rocks and no semblance of food. If you don't eat, you have to eat. You can't starve. After eating and drinking, spread out and look again. Ha! I don't believe that kid can still disappear. Remember, if there's a situation, make immediate call contact. The 5 re-separated. In much the same situation as them, there are other power groups, wandering the mountains, looking for Yifeng everywhere. Even though he understood in his heart that perhaps the origin of Earth had already been absorbed by Yifeng, he just couldn't swallow this breath. And also taking a chance that maybe it hasn't been absorbed yet, or for whatever reason, the absorption was unsuccessful. In short, wanted to find out Yifeng and get to the bottom of it. Yifeng came to Stone Beast Mountain. As before, the stone ape leader greeted them with excitement. Yifeng's stomach was starving, so he didn't have time to take care of them and went straight to the food room. The food that had been looted earlier was all hoarded uniformly inside, in one of the cavernous chambers. They don't find them tasty and leave them behind and keep them stocked up like that. Inside has a lot of dried meat and bottled drinking water. Yifeng took some dried meat on the water to eat up. The stone ape leader also followed, and was filled with amazement when he saw Yifeng eating these things. How did the owner swallow something so unpalatable? It directly pulled out several of its favorite ores and handed them to Yifeng. Click it. Master, this is the only thing that tastes good. Better eat this. Yifeng waved his hand. You guys eat by yourselves. I'll just eat this. The stone ape leader was touched that his master was really a good man, leaving all the good things for them. After eating and drinking, Yi Feng was refreshed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's time to have some fun with you guys, Yi Feng whispered in a cold voice. He hadn't forgotten the scene a few days ago, when he snatched the origin of Earth and was threatened by those martial Zun realms. If he didn't have the identity of a soul master and could fly with the help of a soul soldier, he would have had to leave his things behind at that time. And if he didn't, he would have really been killed by them. Inside the secret realm, it was the land of the lawless, and no matter how you fought and killed, no one would care. Kabar. Master, do you need help? The stone beast leader asked. It could tell that Yi Feng was about to go against someone. No need. The enemy this time, as a whole, is much stronger than you guys. You won't be able to help if you go. Yi Feng refused. His body then flashed and left the stone beast mountain. Yi Feng, who was standing on the ground, had a faint layer of earth-colored energy that emerged from the soles of his feet and made contact with the earth. The movement was sensed by Yi Feng within a 100-mile radius of the area. This was the benefit of fusing the origin of Earth. Even the Earth could become one's helper. Over there, Yi Feng sensed that tens of miles away to his right, there was a person moving forward. Chapter 100, Revenge. Successive assassinations. The man observed some of the traces around him, trying to see if there was anything suspicious. If not, you'll have to look elsewhere. This kid, can he still be invisible? The man's face was puzzled. For a few days he ran through many places, but without any luck. As the head of the Li family, his overall strength was on par with the Jiang family, and he had been safe and sound for many years. This time the mineral vein was looted, causing him to become furious, and he didn't hesitate to personally be there to investigate the matter. I didn't expect to come across the appearance of the origin of Earth. This was too attractive to him. As long as he obtained the origin of Earth, allowing him to become stronger, his strength would override the other clans, and one old rival would no longer be a threat. Unfortunately, the origin of Earth was snatched away by someone else, and as time went on, the lower the chances of him being able to obtain it. But no matter how slim the hope was, he had to try. Anyway, now that the secret passage was closed, he could only stay inside the secret realm. No clues here, so we'll have to look elsewhere. Just as the Li family master was about to leave this place, no good, a strong sense of crisis spread throughout his body. With the cultivation level of the martial Zun realm, he clearly knew that this sense of crisis would not appear for no reason. That's the body's various senses, firing at the same time, giving a quicker warning signal than the brain when it senses danger. Once this signal appears, it proves that there is definitely danger. Danger! From underground, without much time to think, the surging power of qi and blood in his body was instantly called out and applied to his legs, violently leaping upwards. Boom! At the same time, the ground violently burst open, and a figure popped up from it, the battle knife in his hand glowing with a blinding yellow color, chopping at the Li family master who was just about to leap up. The Li family lord's face was livid, and he could only draw his sword to block, but he responded too hastily and only partially defended against the might. Pust! With the Earth Origins enhancement, the force of this blade was incomparably thick and terrifying, blasting the Li family lord into a sharp upward throw, with blood spewing out of his mouth. The Li family master, who was thrown upwards, saw that the person who had sneaked up on him was a person who was wrapped in a rue mulberry vine. It's you! The person who came out of nowhere that day and snatched the origin of Earth was dressed in this outfit. Adding to that, now, this person was suddenly emerging from the ground, and it was simply the same as at that time, when the huge stone beasts made up of the origin of Earth were able to freely travel through the ground. The origin of Earth was absorbed by this person. The origin of Earth. My origin of Earth. The Li family master's eyes were red, still thinking about the origin of Earth. Kid, how dare you sneak attack me, and absorb the origin of Earth? I want you dead. The Li family master landed from a high altitude, utilizing this impulse while also executing the strongest blade technique he had ever cultivated, the falling goose chop, swooping down like a wild goose, carrying an infinite blade momentum. In the face of this move, the corner of Yi Feng's mouth on the ground below was raised, soul power was mobilized and a pike blade condensed out, intertwined and entwined. A single thread of soul force intertwined and killed towards the Li family master. Break me! The Li family master slashed down violently, chopping at part of the silk net. Situation all of a sudden stalemate. This one root of the soul force thread, actually also with the yellow light, obviously is also attached to the origin of the earth energy, making more and more tough and difficult to break. No good. There were hundreds of pikes and swords, and the Li family master only defended against some of them, but the remaining ones, which were not defended against, attacked him from the side. In the air, he was completely unable to use his strength to dodge, and was struck by many attacks, which immediately split his skin and fell helplessly from the air. It was also thanks to the fact that he was at the martial Zun realm, and the perennial nourishment of his qi and blood had made his body strong. Otherwise he was afraid that even his body would be cut to pieces at this moment. The Li family master who smashed to the ground was breathless, and he directly broke off without waiting for Yi Feng to make another move. Yi Feng searched his body and removed anything of value. Next, Yi Feng once again utilized the energy brought about by the origin of Earth, which could pass through the Earth and perceive the movements of a large area around him, to scout for enemies that existed in the vicinity. For once, there were no suspicious targets around. Yi Feng then continued to advance while continuing to explore. It didn't take long to find a new target. Get close to your target, and when you get to a certain distance, dive into the ground, close in silently, and then launch a killing blow. This person was not as vigilant as the Li family master, and was directly seconded by Yi Feng's violent strike. Before he died, he was full of consternation and incomprehension. He did not understand how, for good reason, an attack would suddenly appear in the ground, and the power was still extremely strong, directly killing all of his hallowed martial Zun realm. After finishing off this person and taking the loot, Yi Feng continued to look for his target. One after another, they fell in Yi Feng's assassination. There were those from the clans, as well as members of the Golden Armored Youth's team. When it comes to striking at them, they're basically in a fallout situation. However, this time, when Yi Feng discovered the target, the other party had 3 people. That was the Golden Armored Youth, and the other 2 members of the team. The 3 stayed in one piece, their faces stony. Still no contact? The gold-armored youth said with a frown. Young lord, both of them have not been contacted, and there is no semblance of news coming from them. The horse-faced man on the side replied. The 5 of them, originally, were separated so that the search would be more efficient. With their strength at the martial Zun realm, they were very confident that even if they fought alone, they would not be afraid of anyone inside the secret realm. However, just now, when they wanted to contact each other and inquire about the situation, 2 of them failed to get in touch. At first, it felt like something unexpected had happened, but as time went on, it felt more and more wrong. The 3 of them then met somewhere to talk about it. What else can happen? The golden-armored youth sounded puzzled. Inside this secret realm, with their strength, they were not afraid of anyone at all. So what could go wrong? Suddenly at this point, the golden-armored youth's eyes stared. The golden-armored youth who possessed an Earth system physique, and whose perception of the Earth element was also relatively sensitive, suddenly detected an abnormal movement coming from the ground. Even though the movement was very faint, it was still detected by him in advance. Watch out! Get out of the way! The golden-armored youth let out a bellow and was the first to draw back and dodge. The other 2, who also reacted swiftly, mainly because of their brainless trust in the golden-armored youth. So when they heard his words, they subconsciously obeyed and followed suit and dodged. Boo! It just so happened that just as they dodged away, an attack with overflowing might also kill them from where they originally stood, beneath the ground. The 3 people's heartbeat was like a drum, and they were afraid. If they had just slowed down a beat, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die at this moment. It's you! Upon seeing the figure of the attacker, the golden-armored youth's face sank. Chapter 101, Shuttle at Will. Take it easy. To be able to travel under the ground at will, you've absorbed the origin of Earth? The golden-armored youth, Zhou Qi, said with a cold face. It appeared to be inquiring, but the tone was very certain. He had searched for Yi Feng everywhere for this Earth origin. Now Yi Feng had taken the initiative to appear, but the Earth origin he wanted had already been absorbed by Yi Feng. How could he not feel angry? Young lord, I'm going to capture the person here, and when I return, there might be some way to strip the origin of Earth from him. Again, the horse-faced man at his side said. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. With his Zhou family's heritage, it might actually be possible to do it. Go! Waste this kid and bring him back. With a command, Zhou Qi brought the other 2 and rushed towards Yi Feng to close in sharply. They executed their respective moves and killed Yi Feng. When he was about to arrive in front of Yi Feng smiled disdainfully. The Earth origin in his body was mobilized, and his entire body was like a fish stuck in the water, directly plunging into the ground in place and disappearing without a trace, allowing the attacks of the 3 Zhou Qi people to fall short. Come out to me, Zhou Qi droned. The 3 of them put all their attention, all on the ground beneath their feet. Those who saw Yi Feng sink into the ground with their own eyes, when they came back up later, they naturally came out from the ground. Don't even think about a surprise attack. You don't stand a chance. The 3 of them paid attention to every movement of the ground beneath their feet, and would be the first to notice any changes. However, what they didn't expect was that after Yi Feng sank into the ground, he didn't move around in the shallow layer, but sank much lower, sink to a certain depth and then move laterally. and it will be difficult for those on the ground to detect movement. Yi Feng did just that, and at this moment, he was deep in the ground, moving out horizontally for a distance before resurfacing. There was a distance between this side and the three people over there, plus Yi Feng's movements were very light, so they didn't notice, until he floated up to the ground. Yi Feng had also entered amongst a large rock. The stone was a few meters in diameter, randomly placed on the ground, and there were many more similar stones in the surrounding area, because in the treasure mine mystic realm, the last thing that was lacking was stones. Who would have thought that such a big rock would have a person hidden inside? A pair of eyes surfaced on one side of the stone, and saw the three over there, staring intently at the ground, not paying the slightest attention to this side. And just about none of them are facing this way. Such a great opportunity, it wouldn't be right not to sneak up on them. Soul power was mobilized, and the 100 spirits flying shuttle was condensed out in the void. The flowing shuttle weaving soul technique was executed, strangling towards the three people over there. Watch out! Back! Sensing the crisis, the three of them were violently startled. Unfortunately, they had just put too much attention on the ground, and now they were attacked by Yi Feng from behind, and the attack was fast and incomparable, so by the time they reacted, they were already a step too late. Rip it! Ah! The one who was closest to Yi Feng was accurately sliced by the soul force threads. Grid-like wounds appeared on his body, blood sprayed non-stop, and he collapsed amidst screams. The other two, who were a little farther away, had more time to react, which allowed them to avoid the attack. Vile! Zhou Qi roared and slashed over. The boulder that Yi Feng was on was then cut in half by him, but at this time inside the boulder, where there is still a trace of Yi Feng, as early as in the attack issued at the same time, has already disappeared to change the place. The soul soldiers also stabbed into the ground after the attack and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Qi, who was still alive, as well as the horse-faced man, both of their chests rose and fell, alert as never before. Pay attention not only to the ground, but also to those rocks. Come out! Zhou Qi bellowed again and casually slashed away, just as another boulder shattered. Boom boom boom, the two of them vented, slashing and hacking furiously at the rocks around them. The idea was also simple. As long as the stones were all splintered, they wouldn't be hidden by Yi Feng. All they had to guard against was the ground. After a while, the hundreds of boulders around them were all chopped up by them. Humph, now let's see how you can still hide. Zhou Qi huffed and puffed and gasped, somewhat pleased and relieved. However, the next moment, the rubble all over the ground suddenly trembled in unison. The tremors, growing in amplitude, soon suddenly came together to form a huge stone man. Yi Feng disappeared from the bottom of the stone giant's feet and rose all the way up to within its torso. The fact that the broken rocks would combine to become a giant was also done by Yi Feng, who had exerted the origin of earth and manipulated the broken rocks. This is even possible. Zhou Qi's two eyes were shocked to look at the stone giant. Isn't this the same scene as at that time, when the origin of earth just appeared? It turned out that after the origin of earth was absorbed, one could also do this, manipulating the sand and rocks around them. The more one understands, the more one realizes that the origin of earth, the benefits it brings are really many. The more Zhou Qi wants to get this origin of earth. He had even begun to fantasize that if he was the one to get the origin of earth. Boom! The stone giant's heavy foot slammed down. Zhou Qi suddenly woke up and dodged away, breaking out in a cold sweat. Boom boom boom. Yi Feng maneuvered the stone giant, stomping foot after foot, stomping at the two of them one after another. Having a great time, the two of them dodged woefully, getting grimy, and counterattacking from time to time. But even if they chopped the stone giant's body into pieces, they were completely unable to do any damage to Yi Feng, and it was just a matter of reassembling it. Just like the battle against the origin of earth at that time, no matter how they attacked, they were unable to cause substantial damage. In the end, it was only because of Yi Feng, who made a fatal strike and hit the origin of earth, that it was resolved. Similarly, the only way for the two of them to knock down the stone giant right now was to knock down Yi Feng, who was located inside the stone giant. However, Yi Feng could change his position at will and was not afraid of their attacks at all. And even if he was hit by their blind cat and hit the part where he was hiding, Yi Feng could change his position in advance to avoid it. Had to use that one. Zhou Qi fiercely gritted his teeth and touched out a bead from his body, looking crystal clear with electric light flickering. This was a means of preserving his life that was left to him by a powerful elder. As long as the bead was crushed, the thunder energy contained within it would be released, comparable to the full force strike of an emperor-level powerhouse. Originally, it was for him to use to save his life when he encountered a crisis. But now, in order to deal with Yi Feng, he decided to use this thunder bead. The moment the thunder bead appeared, Yi Feng's pupils abruptly shrunk. Danger! Danger! A sense of crisis like a pinprick spread all over Yi Feng's body, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately followed the stone giant's body and dived all the way down towards the ground. Chapter 102, Black Card, Early Opening. At the same time, Zhou Qi placed the thunder bead in his hand and pinched it fiercely, Crackle! Berserk thunder energy was released from inside the thunder bead. Good strong. Even Zhou Qi himself was stunned by the massive energy, followed by unexpected ecstasy. With such a terrifyingly powerful attack, I don't believe that the other party would still be able to remain unharmed. Between flashes of thoughts, he didn't hesitate for half a second and struck this terrifying thunder energy at the stone giant. Boom! Instantly bombarded the stone giant. With a shocking loud sound, the entire stone giant was all shattered, turned into dust floating in all directions. Yi Feng, who had already dived into the ground, sensed the movement coming from the ground above and secretly smacked his lips. If he had run a little slower just now and was still inside the stone man, then he definitely wouldn't have been able to block such an attack. Yi Feng had a hint more speculation about Zhou Qi's background. To be able to carry around such a powerful means of preserving one's life, one's birth background, was definitely not ordinary. While Yi Feng was thinking about this, somewhere far away in the central region, it's actually putting the Thunder Pearl to use. Is it in some kind of danger? It's actually forcing Qi to need to use the Thunder Pearl to save his life? A silver-haired old man in meditation steeply opened his eyes, and there were flashes of lightning in his eyes. The Thunder Bead was gifted by him, and he was able to know the first time after it was used. Treasure mine mystery. The stone man was blown into powder, and Zhou Qi stood there with a smug and sardonic smile on his face. Duck, why don't you dodge one more for me? Zhou Qi said freely, pent up for a long time a mouthful of bad gas. Finally shoo out. Find out where the man's body is and see if it's still alive. The two of them were in the pile of rubble and started rummaging through Yi Feng's body. At this time, they thought that Yi Feng would be seriously injured without dying, and it was impossible for him to pose a threat to them, and their vigilance was the weakest. Completely unnoticed, the shallow location on the ground near behind them, Yi Feng quietly appeared there. The 100 Spirits flying shuttle suddenly broke through the ground with a biting attack. The crisis of death. Instantly, the thought of crisis had just flashed, when all the vital points of the two men's bodies were fatally attacked in unison. A piece of pike, as thin as a cicada's wing, stabbed into their bodies, churning up and opening 1,000 holes in them. Several handles impacted on top of Zhou Qi's golden battle armor, and as expected by Yi Feng, they collided with blinding sparks. This golden battle armor of his, the texture of which was indeed extraordinary, could block the vast majority of attacks, but unfortunately, it could not protect all parts of his body either. Those places that failed to protect became Yi Feng's main attack areas, hitting wherever he pointed. The two men slowly turned around with wide eyes full of disbelief. Not far away, Yi Feng stood there quietly and was slowly retrieving the soul soldiers that had attacked out. Both men collapsed unwillingly, searching through the two men and taking anything of value they had on them, such as the golden armor. It was quite nice. This is. Yi Feng also searched a black card from Zhou Qi's body. It's a bearer card. Yi Feng knew that there was a kind of bank card that didn't record identity information, and wouldn't even have a password, so no matter who it was, as long as they had this bank card, they would be able to access the money inside. This type of bearer card makes it easier to transact and less likely that someone will follow where the money goes and find the person who corresponds to the identity. Many people who deal in black on a regular basis, or have high expenses, like to carry a bearer card with them and deposit money into it. Yi Feng logged into an online bank and swiped at the stripe code on the bearer card, and the balance was displayed. Erase a little bit of change and it's just under 10 billion. It just so happened that Yi Feng wanted to buy Imperial Beast Essence blood, as well as Imperial Grass Essence, which was still a few billions short, and with this $10 billion, it would be very rich. So far, the people who threatened to threaten Yi Feng that day were all killed by Yi Feng. Next, it was inside the secret realm, waiting for the opening of the passageway entrance. During this period, one could familiarize themselves more with the use of the origin of Earth, so that when they fought in the future, they would be more comfortable in using it. Time rushed by and another half-month passed. Counting the 5 days at the beginning, only 20 days had passed before and after. According to the original pattern, it would take another 10 days before the secret realm would open again. But this time, it was a bizarre anomaly. On this 20th day, the entrance to the secret passageway was, in fact, opened. Could it be because when gave birth to the origin of Earth, it caused the opening and closing times of the treasure mine mysteries to change? Yi Feng made a guess. That was the only possibility for something like this to happen. Otherwise it would have been very regular for so long. Every 30 days it was closed, 10 days it was opened, in a constant cycle. And now, all of a sudden, it has become closed for 20 days. As for the next, how long the opening will be, it is not clear. It can only be known next. However, these, too, were not important. It was better to go out early now, and still be able to hurry back outside before the water and fire mysteries formed. Go back. I'll come back to see you guys later when I'm free. And you guys, next, just try to raise your strength as much as you can. Yifeng said to the stone beasts. Click it, click it. The stone beasts were very reluctant to say goodbye. A suction force acted on Yifeng as he returned to the point where he was teleported in before and sucked him out. Back outside in the main world. When I came in earlier, there were quite a few people stationed outside, but now there were none. It was empty. Part of those originally stationed here were later summoned in because of the matter of the origin of Earth. The other part, still stationed outside, but by the time the passage closed, they left. Anyway, the passage was closed, and the people inside were unlikely to come out, so it would be foolish to wait here. Even if they were to then station themselves, they would wait until the next passageway opened and then come back over again. They didn't expect the passage to open early at all. Yifeng left this place and returned to the provincial capital. Now that he had the money, he could inquire about how to buy those two items and get the God-Eater moss to recognize its owner as soon as possible. It's all royal class stuff, not something you can normally sell. Right, ask Black Glove if there's a way to get one. The previous head of the Black Gloves division said that the Black Glove was coming from a great place and how marvelous it was. Truly, according to what he said, getting something at the Imperial level shouldn't be too much of a problem. Unless he's bluffing. Yifeng immediately dialed over a phone number. As a result of the last big deal, they are now able to contact the head of the branch directly. Ha, brother, have goods to sell again? The person in charge, Jin Qisheng, smiled brightly. It's not for sale this time, it's for purchase. I just don't know if you guys can get your hands on this stuff. Chapter 103 Transactions. Oh, buying stuff? What kind of stuff do you want? After Jin Qisheng asked, he didn't forget to boast. As long as it's not too outrageous, there's nothing I can't get my hands on with the Black Gloves, so you might as well be bold enough to say it and listen. They, the Black Glove organization, did focus on collecting things, but if a customer wanted to entrust them to find a certain commodity, they would take orders. Business, regardless of whether he is buying or selling, as long as there is money to be made. I want the essence blood of an imperial beast, and one that has been purified and has had its activity extinguished, as well as the grass and wood essence of an imperial demonized plant. Yifeng spoke of the two needs. Surprisingly, they're all at the imperial level. Jin Qisheng inhaled darkly. His tone was a bit surprised, and he almost blurted out, "What do you want these two types of imperial level things for?" It was good to keep their mouths shut quickly. They were only in charge of business and not free to pry into what things were used for. Emperor level? Nah, that's not very good. Jin Qisheng was a bit hesitant. Just tell me directly. It works or it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I'll find someone else. Yifeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and said bluntly, "Ha, take it easy." Jin Qisheng snorted and continued, "Whether I can get it or not, I have to ask the headquarters side. I can't give you an answer now, but one thing is for sure. That is, the price must be incomparably expensive. It should be $200 or $300 million. He said the price in advance, just in case Yifeng didn't have a concept and eventually couldn't afford it or didn't want to buy it, making him work for nothing. Money is not a problem, as long as the price is fair. Then ask around and contact me right away if it's available. Yes, no problem." After hanging up the phone, Jin Qisheng immediately contacted the headquarters. When hearing this news, there was some surprise over at headquarters. After all, in the Lingnan province where Jin Qisheng was located, there were only a handful of powerful people even at the emperor level, so how could there be any customers with this kind of demand? But since someone wants it, they don't care so much and just do it. Dragon Academy. Yifeng returned to the school dormitory. Someone dialed the call. Thought it was the Black Glove side. So efficient. Not a moment to complete. It was only when I looked at the name that I realized it was Su Kanyi. Yifeng connected up. It was a video call, and the light screen popped up, showing the picture. Su Kanyi could be seen wearing a light armor that outlined her beautiful curves. She stood in a wilderness, as far as the eye could see, surrounded by a gale of wind, heavy with sand and gravel, swept up like cotton wool by the gale. If an ordinary person were to be there, they would definitely not even be able to stand still, and only a martial artist would be able to stand still under such a hurricane. Yifeng, do you still remember that 20 days ago? I was preparing to go out to scout for information with a few other tutors, and I even ran into you at that time. Su Kanyi almost shouted as she spoke, otherwise her voice would be covered by the gale. Remember. Yifeng nodded, and despite vaguely guessing where Su Kanyi was located at this moment, he still asked, "Where are you now?" That's where we came. Su Kanyi said, smiled playfully, and suddenly turned in a different direction. Rip it. From the picture, it was visible that the void in the distance was collapsing in a large area, tearing out a sinuous crack that stretched for miles and miles, and wherever it passed, whatever it was, would be torn apart. The space was torn to a certain extent, and then it was repaired again by the repair of natural laws. Rip, repair, rip again, repair again, has continued this process. See, isn't that shocking? This is a new secret passageway that is forming, and when it is completely formed and stabilized, it will be a new secret realm. How about that? Would you be interested in that time? Coming over? Sue Caney inquired. A new secret realm, perhaps with new opportunities, and she would certainly go in then anyway. The news about the secret realm had long been spread, and various forces had sent people to station over there to keep an eye on the situation. Sue Caney's presence there at this moment was representing the Dragon Tendency School, the personnel stationed there. It's indeed shocking. Wait for it to form. I'll go and take a look at it then, Yifeng said. Based on the situation, it feels like it will take another 10 days or so you can get ready, Sue Caney said. After ending the call, Yifeng looked at the red treasure chest clue. The destination was a secret realm in the process of being born, the secret realm of water and fire. Looks like this is it. 2 days later, Jin Shixing called and said that both items had arrived and were ready to be traded. Imperial Beast Essence Blood. The price is $10 billion. The grass essences of the Imperial level demonized plants were a bit more expensive, costing $14 billion. Together, the two items totaled $24 billion. You first place an order on the platform, and then specify a transaction location, and when the goods are inspected, you can then confirm receipt. The equivalent is for the platform to act as an intermediary, said Jin Shixing. Yifeng did as he was told and placed the order, while giving Jin Shixing a report on the trading location. It was within a hudong, very remote, and basically no one went there during the week. Yifeng came here and placed a large box on the ground. Inside the chest were things that had been recovered from those killed in the treasure mine mystic realm, such as weapons and equipment and whatnot. The things on the body of a martial exalt realm were not low in value and could be sold for quite a lot of money. Yifeng utilized the ability of the origin of Earth and merged into the nearby wall. Not long after, a round-faced man, with a group of people, appeared inside the hudong. This round-faced man was Jin Shixing, and such an important transaction had to be presided over by him personally. He looked around and there was absolutely no one else here. All you see is the big box on the floor. Yifeng naturally had told him in advance that when trading, he would also have to sell him something, so it seemed that Yifeng had arrived a step ahead of him. What about the people? He didn't think that Yifeng would put down his things and then leave. He must still be around. But if it was in the neighborhood, then it was a bit weird, because when he carefully probed the surrounding area, he couldn't even notice that there was someone hiding in any of the places around him. That's when he received a text message. Don't bother looking for me. What I'm selling is right there. You inspect it. Jin Shixing's heart was shocked. Being able to say this was even more proof that Yifeng was nearby at this moment, but he was really not able to detect at all where exactly Yifeng was hiding. There weren't many obstacles around, and those were the only places he could hide, and he couldn't figure out where to hide even if he tried. Surprised as he was, he immediately headed for the chest, opened it, and examined its contents. Good lord, all the stuff used by the martial exaltation realm, and some of them look a little familiar, like they've been seen on some big shot. Chapter 104 God-Eating Moss recognizes the Lord. After a quick inspection, the valuation was $2 billion. He dialed Yifeng, but the call could not be made, so he could only send over a text message and tell the price. Yifeng returned a yes. $2 billion, quite a lot, the most expensive of them all. Or that gold armor on Zhou Qi, otherwise it wouldn't have sold for such a high price. When Zhou Qi took out the thunder bead, Yifeng knew that this person was not simple, so it was best not to use anything on this person as well. Although the golden armor was a good piece of defensive battle armor, if one wore it, it was clear that one had killed Zhou Qi. It's better to just sell it. It's always better to be cautious. Anyway, with the rue mulberry vine, the defense is not bad. Jin Shixing took the box he brought with him again and placed it on the ground. Inside, it contained the items that were to be traded this time. He took the men and withdrew from the alley. The mind is very curious as to who this mystery client is. It's tempting to send someone to squat around the neighborhood to see if they can squat on this person's true colors. However, once he thought that, just now, he didn't even notice the other party's traces, and his concealment methods were extremely skillful. He felt that he couldn't do this, in case the other side gives it away. It's not worth it. Mr. Jean, do you think that person could actually be hiding in the distance and just happen to be able to see our side from afar? That's why we didn't discover the other side's trail? An aide at his side offered a hypothesis. Jin Shixing's eyes lit up. It's really possible. He all but started sweeping off into the distance, looking for suspicious vantage points, when he, unintentionally, brought his gaze back and looked into the alleyway. he was shocked to find that the thing he had put down a moment ago was gone. At the same time, he received an alert that the order was confirmed as received. What does that mean? It means that just now, this mysterious customer has appeared in the alley for a trip to take everything away. And the whole process, 10 or so people on their side, not far from there, froze without anyone noticing. Go go go. Go back, go back. Jin Shishin wiped the sweat from the corners of his forehead and led the people to quickly leave. It was only after they left that Yifeng slowly walked out from the wall inside the alley. With the 2 items, Yifeng left the provincial capital and came to the wilderness. From Mu Bufan's diary, one could only see some of his experiments and conjectures on the step of God-devouring moss, recognizing the Lord. That is to say, what is about to be done is something that has not been actually verified by anyone. In the end, whether there will be any accidents, Yifeng will not be sure. To be on the safe side, it is better to come to this uninhabited wilderness. Yifeng took out all the stuff. First was the jade box, and after opening it, inside was the God-devouring moss seedling. It was no different than before, blackened and dried as if it were sun-dried moss, leaving one uncertain whether it was dead or alive. The other is the 2 items purchased. The essence blood of the imperial beast had been extinguished overactive, leaving only pure, dense energy, each drop glowing with a golden color. Can be used as a nutritional supply, but there is no need to worry. Will be recognized as this imperial beast, because it is already extinguished active. The other was the imperial grade grass essence, which was turquoise and verdant, containing extremely strong grass vitality. Stir these 2 things and then add my essence blood. Essence blood was located in the heart and there wasn't much of it. Each drop was extremely precious. For recognizing the owner, just 1 drop is all that is needed. Yifeng mobilized his body's chi and blood, and from his heart, he forced out a drop of essence blood, which was also glowing with gold, and flowed all the way down his veins. Miraculously, essence blood and ordinary blood do not merge into one piece, until it was forced out at the fingertips and fell into the container. After mixing, the liquid needed to recognize the owner was made. Whether it works or not depends on this step. Yifeng put the dried-up God-devouring moss seedling directly into it. Like a sponge meeting water, the God-eater moss absorbed it crazily. Originally dry and black, as it absorbed, it became more and more glistening and verdant and vibrant. Its aura, which continued to grow stronger and stronger, was also growing wildly, covering an increasingly large area, covering and wrapping the entire container while continuing outward. There had been some vegetation on the ground, but after it was covered by the God-devouring moss, it was completely invisible. By the time the expansion had reached a large area all around it, the liquid had all been sucked up. Between Yifeng and it, he had also managed to establish a bond that was very solid, just like the way he had let the Yun Sangbine recognize his master before. It's done! Yifeng was elated, and according to Mu Bufan's guess, he had finally made the God-devouring moss recognize its owner successfully. At this time, the God-devouring moss, in its turquoise verdure, was still slightly golden, and it looked extraordinary. It covers that like it's a lawn. Yifeng stepped on it and made contact with it, feeling very soft and comfortable. The God-devouring moss was also very intimate, surging up some moss and wrapping around Yifeng's ankles, which was equally comfortable. You should be able to get smaller again too, right? Hearing Yifeng's words, the God-devouring moss was indeed getting smaller and finally shrunk to the size of his palm, so that he could be put back into the jade box. Just after it shrunk, Yifeng's pupils just shrank. Dead silence, where it had just covered. The originally verdant vegetation was all blackened and rotting at this time, and the same was true of some bugs and whatnot. The whole place became a place of dead silence. What terrible destructive power! Yifeng couldn't help but look at his feet, which were wrapped in God-devouring moss just now. Still good and not half bad. It was a good thing that the recognition was successful so that it wouldn't be harmed. Good. The more powerful you are, the better. I'll think of a way to train you properly next. Just as he said that, the God-devouring moss sent a thought to Yifeng. Between master and servant, it is possible to do some simple communication. Want to go over there? Yifeng could read the meaning. Good. Then go over there. Under the guidance of the God-devouring moss, Yifeng came to a dense forest, and from time to time, a beast roar came from it. This kind of wilderness is infested with exotic beasts and poisonous plants and whatnot. It could be felt that the God-eater moss became pleasurable after coming to a place like this. It slipped out of the jade box and landed on the ground, then quickly expanded and grew larger, with a diameter of less than 10 meters. Roar! A beast suddenly popped up in front of him, with the strength of a general, shaped like a rhinoceros, with thick skin, as if clad in armor. Rumble! It stamped its heavy steps as if it was a tank and rushed over to Yifeng's side. Seeing this, the God-eater moss excitedly moved over against the ground. The rhinoceros alien beast did not know what these things were, and with its head bent low and its long pointed horns like sharp swords, it was about to attack the God-eater moss. Only in the next moment, being wrapped up whole by the God-devouring moss, there was a gurgling scream, when the god-devouring moss faded away again, the rhinoceros was seen, blackened and as if it had been drained of moisture, becoming a dry corpse. Chapter 105, Sparking Panic. The secret realm formed. Seeing the foreign beasts that were sucked into dry corpses, Yifeng only felt creeped out. The way it kills, it's just kind of scary. However, the current god-devouring moss wasn't strong enough to be able to roughly kill a general level in seconds and be able to fight against a king level. From the state of a seedling with no attacking power, it had grown to this point in a flash, thanks to the two types of imperial ranked things that provided enough nourishment. After letting it absorb it, its strength soared rapidly. That's still because, for the time being, it didn't all translate into strength. Some of this energy, which is temporarily stored in the body, has not yet been transformed. In the next period of time, the God-Eater moss could still get stronger quickly. After devouring the rhinoceros alien beast, the appetite of the God-Eater moss was not yet satisfied and continued forward. No matter if they encountered foreign beasts or those poisonous creatures, all of them became meals in its belly. By the time it had oohed and awed all over this forest, it was finally satisfied. Returning to Yifeng's side, it became smaller in size to only about the palm of his hand, and climbed onto Yifeng's arm under his sleeve. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that something so dangerous was hidden within the arm. Whenever you want to let it out in the future, it's almost a thought away from releasing it. Yifeng took the god-devouring moss and left this forest. Shortly after Yifeng left, a group of martial artists came to this forest, preparing to come over to look for some poison. It was just that when they stepped into this forest, the scene they saw was a complete scene of Shura hell. Everything was dead silent. No matter whether it was animals or plants, they were all completely devoid of life, dry and black, as if they had suffered from something horrible devouring them. It's all so creepy at a glance. How the hell did this happen? They swallowed hard, feeling their mouths go dry and their backs go cold. It's hard to imagine what happened to cause this place to be in such a sorry state. If they encounter this kind of thing, casually think about it, they all feel incomparably horrible. Go go go, get the hell out of here. Incredibly panicked, several people stumbled out of the deadly jungle. Strange things about this place were also spread by the mouths of a few of them. Some bold, 3 or 5 groups, over this side of the field to watch, bold as they are, is also scared to the face, do not dare to stay more. Those who were timid were given a glimpse of the scene here through videos taken by some. For a while, the news about the deadly silent forest caused many people to discuss it. There is concern that the culprits responsible for all this could be a threat to the human city. If it would, the brunt of it would be here in the provincial capital of Lingnan, as the distance is the closest. The guard bureau of the provincial capital, as well as the city guards, attached great importance to this matter, and sent a team of masters to go over there for an on-site inspection. It feels like it should be caused by God-eating moss. In the team, an old man who had studied demonized plants quite a bit said in a grave tone, "What? God-eating moss?" The rest of the group was taken aback. They all understood what God-eating moss really was. This kind of demonized plant, which was only heard of in legends, was surprisingly encountered in reality. It was rumored that when the god-devouring moss grew up, it could even devour martial gods as it swept through the sky, and wherever it passed, it would be a dead land. Such a terrifying demonized plant. If it really acted as a demon, if it wanted to exterminate a city, it would really be easy. The conclusion about the god-eating moss should not be spread out for the time being, lest it cause the public to panic. Right. What we need to do now is to investigate clearly where exactly the god-devouring moss has gone. It's best to destroy it before it grows up, otherwise there will be endless troubles. They immediately investigated. In one of the courtyards within the provincial capital, Jiang Yin hurriedly came and found the rich man Louis and gave him a video to watch. I've looked up a lot of information about the god-devouring moss before in order to get it to recognize its owner, and although I ultimately failed to find a way to recognize it, I still have some notion about the god-devouring moss and what kind of damage it can cause. Saying that, Jiang Yin's gaze gazed at the image in the video and said in a complicated tone, "The condition of this forest is very much like that caused by the god-eating moss." Hearing this, Louis's habitual movement of turning his thumb's jade ring suddenly came to an abrupt end, and his harmless eyes steeply became stern. "Are you saying that the god-eater moss that was taken away has been cultivated?" After learning about the god-devouring moss, they were thinking of ways to get it. There are 2 possibilities for speculation, one of which is that it was taken by Lu Xianhua, the deputy director of security. The second was the mysterious soul master who had been working against his organization frequently. After many days of open and secret investigation, such as some of the informants buried in the security bureau, access to some information, Lu Xianhua to take the probability is relatively low. It should be, then, that the mysterious soul master took it. These days, they had been investigating the traces of this soul master, but unfortunately, they had not been able to find any clues as they wished. Now there's finally a clue, and it's directly about the god-eating moss. If this is really caused by the god-devouring moss, does that mean that the god-devouring moss has already recognized its master? Louis said with a frown. He knew very well that the demonized plant would only recognize its master once, and if it had already recognized its master, then even if he got it, there was no way for him to make it change masters and take possession of it. I'm not sure about this, Jiang Yin stammered. He hadn't even been able to find a way to recognize his master, and he couldn't say anything good about what Louis had asked. Find me this soul master and everything will be clear, Louis said in a cold voice. The tone slowed down, and spoke of another matter, the newly formed secret realm. It is estimated that it should be formed in no more than 10 days at the most. You all prepare for it as well, and go with me at that time. Yes, Jiang Yin answered. Time passes day by day. In the blink of an eye, it came to the day when the secret realm of water and fire was completely formed. It was a vast and boundless wilderness that used to be a wasteland, and ever since the secret passage appeared here, it had attracted people from all over. The closer the passageway was to being completely formed, the more people that converged nearby, the more they grew. At this time, the void that had been constantly torn and repaired had become much more stable. A mirror-like entrance to the secret realm was located in the middle of the void ahead. There were many people around, from various forces, with both high and low strengths. Most of them were locals from the Lingnan province, and a small portion were from other places, who had rushed over specially when they learned that a new secret passage was being formed over here. When the passageway was completely stabilized, a suction force appeared steeply, and the crowd located below the passageway, in a large area, were all sucked into it. Chapter 106, Water and Fire Secret Realm. Crystal Bead. Su Kanyi was located here at this moment, and when the suction force appeared, she looked around, searching for Yifeng's figure. Until he was sucked into the secret realm, he didn't see Yifeng. The passageway is stabilized. More people, from the surrounding toward the center, scrambling to be the first to rush, fearing that if they are one step slow, what benefits there are inside, they will be snatched away by others. A suction force descended, sucking group after group of people, inside the secret realm. Catch up. Yifeng came in a hurry. When he came over, there was originally quite enough time, but halfway through, when he passed by a place filled with foreign beasts, the god-devouring moss once again wanted to go for a full meal. The meal 8 days ago, after eating it, was quite helpful to the growth of the god-devouring moss, and now that he was craving for more, Yifeng agreed, thus delaying a little more in the middle. It's not too late to arrive. It's kind of just right. Yifeng followed the crowd and approached the past. A suction force came down and wrapped around the whole body and was soon sucked into it. When the vision is clear again, the environment that Yifeng was in had completely changed drastically. Water, water everywhere. It's surprisingly a water world, up and down, all filled with water. The outrageous thing is that in this water, there are flames, cluster after cluster of flames, from time to time, cut through the water like a shooting star passing by. The so-called water and fire are incompatible. How can two elements that are obviously conflicting and repulsive coexist so harmoniously? Yifeng felt a bit puzzled. No wonder the secret realm was called the Water and Fire Secret Realm in the hints of the treasure chest clues. So this was the case. Phew! A certain mass of flame came in fast through the water, trailing a long trailing flame. Swish! Yifeng chopped it apart. This kind of flame, carrying a certain amount of power, would be injured if it was allowed to attack. Let's go open the treasure chest first. Yifeng also did not care what the situation of the secret realm was. This trip over, for the red treasure chest in here, and it would be good to open the treasure chest successfully in the end. Looking at the direction indicated by the arrow, his feet stomped, like an arrow off the string, in the water quickly far away. Having the spirit of the deep-sea talent allowed Yifeng to be like a fish in the water, as free and light as a fish, and flexible in its transportation. Whether it's an event, or a fight, it helps tremendously. Those who acted in the water, like those who didn't have a water talent or physique, would be subjected to a certain degree of resistance, which would cut down on their combat power. Halfway through the swim, Yifeng slowed his speed down. In front of them, there was a large group of fish creatures of different sizes and looks, some with mouths full of sharp teeth, and some covered with hard scale armor. There was one thing that was surprisingly consistent: the color of their bodies, all aqua blue. Just now, at the midway point, there were also fish creatures found. It's basically two colors, aqua blue and fire red. Phew! The fish attacked each other, spitting out a water arrow from their mouths, which was no weaker than metal arrows, but whenever they were hit, even their hard scale armor would be pierced through. Yifeng watched from afar. It was found that in the middle of the fish, there was a vortex. At first Yifeng thought that it was formed by the fish in a big mess, stirring after swimming. A closer look, however, revealed that the vortex was more like a natural formation, and at the center of the vortex, there was a crystal-like crystal clear bead. The moment he saw the crystal bead, Yifeng had the urge to take it for himself and absorb it immediately. The fact that this impulse would arise naturally meant that this item had benefits for Yifeng. Those fish would fight here, also to grab this crystal bead, which must have great benefits for them as well. Yifeng observed the surroundings and didn't find anyone else, so let the fish fight it out first. After a while, the fish were more than half dead or wounded. Suddenly, there was a slender-bodied fish that swam with such speed that it looked like an arrow that had been launched. Phew! With a whoosh, he killed the heavy circle and approached the crystal beads with great speed. The rest of the fish saw this and also stopped fighting. The crystal beads were going to be taken away by the other fish. So what were they fighting for? Only, this fish's slender body, which appeared to be a strong swimmer, was surprisingly fast, and they could not catch up at all. A water arrow condensed out of his mouth, and after shooting over, it was also dodged by the slender fish. The crystal beads were about to be taken away by the slender fish. Swish! Steeply, energy fluctuations came from nearby. A pike blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, swept through the water almost silently to the side of the slender fish. Before it could react, it was instantly twisted into pieces. The pike blade continued to move forward, enveloping the crystal beads before taking them straight away. The vortex there dissipated and disintegrated as the crystal beads were taken away. The fish were furious, showing their teeth, a watery arrow that shot at the withdrawing pike. But the speed of the water arrows, obviously inferior, could not produce any threat at all. As he watched, the crystal beads fell into the hands of Yifeng in the distance. What a dense water energy! Yifeng immediately absorbed it. An incomparably pure water energy was sucked into Yifeng's body, constantly nourishing the body, making Yifeng's perception of water energy gradually stronger. My gift of the spirit of the deep seems to be gradually perfecting? Earlier in Linhai City, inside the blue treasure chest, a spirit of the deep talent was opened. It's SSS rated, but it's a crippled version, just 4/10. Now that I've absorbed this crystal bead, I feel promoted to 5 out of 10. In other words, as long as a few more of these crystal beads were found, it would be possible to upgrade the spirit of the deep, a water-based talent, to the full version. This kind of crystal bead should be a unique kind of water-based treasure inside this secret realm. Shoo shoo shoo. After only a slight delay, the fish over there killed it. Yifeng was too lazy to waste time with this group of blue guys. There was no benefit in killing them, and with a light stomp of his feet, he turned into a sharp arrow and hurried away. The blue fish looked dumbfounded. Who's the fish when you're that fast? Anyway, they couldn't catch up with Yifeng and could only stare there. The direction that Yifeng was advancing was still towards the treasure chest. But since learning of such goodies as crystal beads, one has been more mindful of whether there are any more such things on the way. Where there are crystal beads, there will be two features: whirlpools and schools of fish. The vortex is caused by the crystal beads, and the fish come to compete for them. Not to mention, after a while, it allowed Yifeng to find another one. It was still a smooth success, and after absorbing it, the spirit of the deep sea was promoted another notch. It is just days away from being complete and perfect. Next, one after another, until the sixth one, which just so happens to be where the red treasure chest is located as well. Chapter 107, Strength Surge. New clue. This sixth crystal bead, with only a few fish nearby fighting for it, was chopped by Yifeng in the past with a few knives. As long as I absorb this one, my deep-sea spirit talent will have advanced to perfection, Yifeng secretly said in his heart. At that moment, there was a fluctuation coming from nearby, and when he turned his head to look, it was a trio of people swimming over quickly, looking very strange. Yifeng did not recognize them. One of them pointed at the crystal bead in Yifeng's hand from a distance, and his body movements matched his mouth, letting Yifeng know clearly what they wanted to express, meaning in the sense that this crystal bead, they found it first. Yifeng wanted to laugh when he looked at it. It was just that they happened to be passing by, saw themselves obtaining the crystal beads, and could see that this thing was extraordinary, so they relied on the large number of people to come and fight for it. Get out! Yifeng's eyes sneered, a simple mouthful, too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and then immediately absorbed the crystal beads in his hands. With this infusion of energy, the spirit of the deep talent finally advanced to its full state. Seeing that Yifeng had actually directly absorbed the crystal bead, the three of them showed fierce glints of anger. Go! The three of them made a gesture and killed Yifeng. The stuff is gone, but this bad breath can't be swallowed. They must make Yifeng pay the price. The three came in front of Yifeng and held their swords about to chop. Their attacks, far from being as smooth as they were on land. In Yifeng's eyes, it was like pressing slow play when playing a video. Against that, it's not a breeze? Seek death. At this time, Yi Feng actually coldly grunted in the water and subconsciously blurted out such a sentence. Yi Feng himself didn't realize it, but the three people opposite him were shocked to appear frozen for a moment. In the water, it can actually talk? Pust. In the next instant, a blood scar appeared on the necks of the three in unison, and blood soared straight up, staining the surrounding body of water. Originally was not Yi Feng's opponent, actually still froze in front of Yi Feng. Kill them? That is not easy? After finishing off the three people, Yi Feng himself came back to his senses. I can talk underwater. Yi Feng was stunned, talking without choking on the water at all. Just as comfortable as on land. It's a function of the spirit of the deep. It hadn't been able to do so before. It was just now, when the spirit of the deep advanced to its fullness, and it was only now that it could. So it must be a function of the spirit of the deep. Yi Feng figured out the key. In fact, it wasn't just the spirit of the deep sea either. As long as one's water system, physique and endowment, and their grade had reached SSS level, they would be able to have the ability to speak in water. Open the treasure chest. Yi Feng looked towards a red treasure chest suspended in the water. The real purpose of this trip over crystal beads can only be considered a windfall. Approach over and touch the treasure chest. Snap. You opened a red treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 90,000 points of soul power. Opening out soul power. The soul master realm could skyrocket again. Fusion. A large amount of soul power fused into Yi Feng's body. From the original 87,000 points, after fusing 90,000 points, it reached a staggering 177,000 points of soul power. Yi Feng only felt the strength of his soul, which had never been stronger, and if he exerted his soul power to fight, it would be much stronger than before. As long as one's soul power exceeded the threshold of 162,000 points, one was a peak zone level soul master. Yi Feng is now more than 170,000. Obviously over, the soul master realm is the peak of the zone level. Just as Yi Feng was thinking, what to do next, a new treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, a red, fine, treasure chest has appeared near the volcano in the secret realm of water and fire. Please go and open it. Volcano? Yi Feng chanted. Anyway, still inside this secret place, still fine, so just right to be given the boot altogether. Yi Feng looked at his feet, and the newly appeared red arrows pointed in a certain direction. Departure. Keep looking for the treasure chest. Yi Feng set off again. Somewhere in the secret world, there was a huge volcano here, with hot magma that continuously flowed out of the crater, meeting the surrounding water without causing conflict. It coexisted in harmony that way. A curvaceous figure in fiery red soft armor stared at the volcano nearby. I sensed from afar that the volcano over here is a bit abnormal. It has an extremely dense fire energy that attracted me from afar. The fiery red figure was Su Kanyi. Possessing a fire physiognomy, she had a very sensitive perception of fire energy, and she sensed it at a very long distance. There was just one thing that puzzled her a little. The fire energy of a volcano was usually incomparably violent, and this kind of violent energy was of no use to her. If one were to forcefully absorb this energy, not only would there be no benefit, but it would be harmful. And why, then, does the energy here attract her? What is really drawing me in? Su Kanyi said inwardly. She closed her eyes and finally sensed. After a moment, the eyes opened abruptly. Pure energy. In the midst of this frenzy, it is actually vaguely perceived that there exists an incomparably pure energy. Su Kanyi was taken aback. It was the vaguely pure energy that drew her in. Not good. The volcano is going to erupt. The volcano's energy, which was already raging, became more and more violent at this time, a precursor to an outbreak. Su Kanyi didn't dare to hesitate and backed away sharply in succession. Even though she had an SS-grade fire physique fire lotus spirit body, her strength had recently made a breakthrough, reaching the late martial king stage, but she didn't dare to be careless at all. And in the face of the raging volcanic eruption, it was better to avoid it for the time being. Boom! With a shocking vibration, magma gushed out from the crater until it was hundreds of meters high, and then it turned into a ball of flames, scattering down and splattering in all directions. Su Kanyi's body flickered, dodging these flames. Su Kanyi suddenly realized that among these flames that were falling, there were actually two very special groups. One is blue and one is crimson. The two flames, looking very spiritual, surrounded each other and accompanied each other, as if they were born as a pair. From these two flames, one could feel that extremely pure fire energy, especially that blue flame. The attraction to Su Kanyi was unprecedented. Xianyin spirit fire, Xianyang spirit flame. It was a pity that he was in the water and couldn't speak, otherwise Su Kanyi would have exclaimed in shock. But from the expression on her face at the moment, it was already clear how ecstatic she was inside. These two kinds of spiritual fire, one yin and one yang, are extremely rare and precious, and the birth conditions are very harsh. The Xianyin spirit flame was suitable for a woman to absorb, especially one like her who had a fire physique herself. As for the Xian Yang spiritual flame, it was suitable for men to absorb. Su Canny was already planning that she could give it to Yifeng when the time came. Chapter 108, even you presume to get your hands on the spirit flame. Not daring to have any hesitation, Su Canny quickly approached the two types of spirit flames. The two kinds of spiritual fire seemed to have spiritual intelligence, full of spirituality, and were about to escape Su Canny's capture. But in the end, he couldn't escape and was caught by Su Canny. Once the spirit flame was in his hand, he didn't want to wait a moment longer and immediately absorbed the Xianyin spirit flame. Pounds of majestic, purine fire energy filled Su Canny's body, a layer of blue flames that wrapped all over her body, as if she was being reborn in a cocoon. My fire lotus spiritual body has actually undergone a metamorphosis. Su Canny was shocked to discover that her fire lotus spiritual body physique had become even more advanced, advancing from the SS grade fire lotus spiritual body to the SSS grade fire lotus sacred body. Moreover, after fusing the Xianyin spirit flame, her control over fire energy had reached an unprecedented height. Just then, in several places, there was movement. It was the volcano eruption just now that created the commotion, attracting people from a large area nearby. Spirit fire. It's spirit fire. Everyone looked surprised and cried out madly in their hearts. It turns out that the volcano erupted here and also gave birth to a spiritual fire. They saw that on Su Canny's body surface, the blue flames were dissipating, and in his hands, he was still grasping a ball of crimson spirit fire. Those who had insight had already recognized that it was the Xian Yang spirit flame. The Xian Yang spiritual flame would not appear alone. There must be a matching Xianyin spiritual flame. Then the blue flame that receded from Su Canny's body surface was definitely related to the Xianyin spiritual flame. The Xianyin spirit flame was absorbed. If I am allowed to absorb this spirit flame, it will greatly help my alchemy family. It was a goateed man with sparks leaping from his eyes. There are not many that dare to call themselves a family, and it is only those great families in the center that have a long and deep heritage that dare to call themselves a family. Apparently, this person is from the central region, Spirit Fire. At this moment, a member of the Zheng family of the martial zone realm named Zheng Tai also came to the vicinity. Just him alone. Previously, along with Zhang Yin, and quite a few other Zheng family members, he had followed Lu Yian. However, they came into the secret realm with the purpose of searching for a chance, and with all of them nestled together, the efficiency of searching for a chance was naturally at its lowest. So split up and make contact if there is a situation. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Yin. In the past, Family Master, Spirit Flame was found here. It was obtained by Su Canny from the Dragon Tang school, but she can't run away. She's already surrounded by a lot of people. There are quite a few people in the vicinity, and there may be a martial zone realm in existence. You guys hurry up and come. Zhang Yin, who had learned of this news, was shocked and immediately rushed here with his men. There were many others similar to Zheng Tai, who called for friends and shook people over for support. The biggest competition at this point, in their opinion, comes from others in the neighborhood. As for Su Canny, they didn't put it in their eyes. It was just a martial king. There was no shortage of these people present who were at the martial zone realm, and there was even a martial zone realm. What to do? Su Canny's face was grave. She has contacted Principal Punch. However, Pang Chi was only at the martial zone realm, so even if he came, he wouldn't be able to deter these people present. The only thing that could be expected was that Pang Chi had a wide range of connections and should be able to contact some martial zone powerhouses to come and relieve him. But having invited such a strong person to help, there must be a great price to pay, and perhaps this Xian Yang spirit flame would not be able to be preserved. She had originally thought that she would give it to Yifeng after she brought it out. Just as Su Canny was thinking about it, not knowing what to do, the goatee-bearded man from the Central Alchemy family suddenly had a stern look in his eyes as his martial zone realm cultivation erupted out and rushed towards Su Canny. The other two low-profile martial zones, as if they had an appointment, no longer hid their breath and suddenly stormed up, also rushing towards Su Canny. 3 martial exalted powerhouses. There are actually 3 martial exalted powerhouses hiding nearby. The crowd gasped inwardly. For those requesting support, they just need to stall and wait for support. The more people that come, the more competitive they are. As for the martial zone realm present, they knew that they couldn't drag it out. The longer they dragged it out, the more people that came, the smaller their advantage would be. While they were at it, they were among the strongest in the crowd present, and had the best chance of grabbing the spirit flame. The goatee man was strangely fast, probing his palm out, trying to grab Su Canny. Swish, but it was stopped again by a flash of blade light, a square-faced man with a knife. While stopping the goatee man, he also waited for an opportunity to take away Su Canny's Xian Yang spirit flame. Only his movements were again stopped by the third martial exalt. In just a few seconds, the 3 of them went back and forth with dozens of variations, and when one of them tried to close in on Su Canny, they would definitely be stopped by the other 2. In this way, the 3 form a stalemate. Su Canny's expression was grave to the extreme. For her, it was tough for her to even capture the movements of a powerful martial zone realm opponent. Any random overflow of the top's residual power was a great threat to her. But what could she do? It was impossible to escape, and to stay, there was no hope at all. Even if they took the initiative to throw away the spirit flame and let them fight over it. But there will always be people who can't grab it and might end up taking it out on her. For some reason, in this life and death situation, what came to mind was actually Yi Feng's figure. What are you thinking about? Yi Feng would be here, and he doesn't have the strength to deal with a martial zone powerhouse. But, would there be any way to get out of here if it was him? Su Chan-yi was a bit rambunctious. Just then, that familiar figure actually appeared in the middle of the field of vision. Blurry eyes? Su Chan-yi rubbed her eyes vigorously and realized that she wasn't blinking. He's, literally, coming. It was still the same hidden costume, utilizing the Yun Sang Vine and wrapping his figure tightly. It was only because she knew clearly beforehand that this was Yi Feng that she recognized it at first. Yi Feng came here as if nothing was wrong, idly walking, and approached the past. The treasure chest is right there. The location where the treasure chest was hovering happened to be where Su Chan-yi was. Why is she here? Yi Feng also surprised a handful of people. Also, do not think too much. Close to the past. First open the treasure chest. What is behind, then slowly chat. Humph. The fighting trio grunted a snort in unison and gurgled a large series of bubbles in the water. They were seeing that there was actually a fourth person that wanted to insert themselves into their three-man battle. It would be fine if it was also the same martial zone. Looking at the aura of chi and blood overflowing from the other party, it was only at the martial zone realm, a small martial sect, and you presume to get your hands on the spirit flame? It really didn't put them, the martial exalted, in their eyes. Since he's looking for death, let's make it happen. It just so happened that the three of them were at a standstill, and they had also long been harboring anger. So they took this guy who didn't know how to die, and used it to vent their anger. Phew! The three people's fierce attacks, coincidentally, attacked Yi Feng. Su Chan-yi was filled with worry. The rest of the spectators had a look of amusement on their faces. Chapter 109, so it's him. Facing the incoming trio, Yi Feng smiled coldly. If it was his previous self, whether he was a chi blood martial artist or a soul master, his realm was at the early zone level, and he was facing three martial zone realms at the same time. Yi Feng would need to have a good time with them, but since the last treasure chest, which opened 90,000 points of soul power and took off straight away, the soul master realm reached the peak of the zone level. With the soul master's powerful ability to fight over levels, Yi Feng was completely unimpressed by the three. Soul power was steeply mobilized, and the 100 spirits shuttle coalesced. Shoo shoo shoo, a flying shuttle, wrapped in soul power, carried infinite might and shot at the three goatee men. What speed! The three of them were shocked in their hearts. The starting attack stance instantly switches to a defense stance. If they didn't defend anymore, they would definitely be attacked by Yi Feng before they could attack him. Dang! The successive collisions instantly collided with powerful might, blasting the surrounding waters like a pot of boiling hot water. No good! The three were so terrified that they couldn't even resist such an attack. Pust! With the large mouthful of blood spewed out, the three of them flew out backwards in unison, their blood staining the surrounding waters. With a single photo attack, they were directly seriously injured. Strong. It's just horribly strong. They had been dumbfounded as to why Yi Feng's attacks, completely unaffected by the environment, were so swift and powerful. Their own attacks, on the other hand, were obviously weakened to a mere 70% from when they were on land. Both the power and the speed had the same degree of weakening, and Yi Feng not only didn't weaken, he even felt like he was able to use the environment to maximize the power of his attack. In that case, how can they not lose? Can't. Gotta run. The three of them endured the pain from their injuries and were about to quickly flee. Of course Yi Feng could not give them this opportunity, and flew the shuttle to attack and kill. They were not Yi Feng's opponents when they were in perfect condition, and now that they were heavily injured, they couldn't even put up a decent resistance and were killed by Yi Feng in seconds. So strong. Yi Feng, how did he become so powerful? Su Chan-yi stared at Yi Feng in disbelief with wide eyes. This figure, familiar yet unfamiliar. Once upon a time, Yi Feng was just a freshman in the college entrance examination. Compared to her senior tutor in the Dang Dang Dragon Academy, it was one heaven and one earth, and the two were not at a level at all. At that time, if she wanted to be unfavorable to Yi Feng, it was completely a matter of moving her fingers. And now, the two are, as it were, switched. She, Su Chan-yi, was still stuck at the martial king level, surrounded by a crowd of martial zone, or even martial zone powerhouses, without the slightest means to even escape. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was actually able to kill even the martial zone realm, and it was still overwhelming, taking out three martial exalted in just one glance. Su Chan-yi was even a bit skeptical that what was enveloped by the Yun Sanbine was still not Yi Feng. Could it be another strong person who just happened to like using the Yun Sanbine as well, protecting himself tightly? The other spectators around them were emotionally shocked to a similar degree as Su Chan-yi. Originally, He thought that Yifeng was just going over to send him to his death. Who knew that the situation was instantly reversed, and the three martial Zun realm, who couldn't even put up a decent resistance, were killed by Yifeng. It's him, so it's him. Jiang Dai, who was in the crowd, was beyond stunned. The main culprit for his family's downfall, becoming a street rat, is this person who was wrapped in the Rue Mulberry Vine. The Rue Mulberry Vine, the pike blade-shaped soul soldier, and the soul master. Various characteristics are all possessed by that mysterious soul master. The person their hearts had been longing for, the one they had been looking for, was right in front of them. Only, it was far stronger than what they had expected. They expected this soul master's strength to be, at most, martial zone battle power. But now, it was actually even a martial exalt who had taken out 3 people in 1 kill. It was that easy. Not good. We have to tell the head of the family not to come over. Family head Jiang Yin was also only at the martial Zun realm. If he came, wouldn't he come to die? Just as he wanted to send a past message to Jiang Yin, several familiar auras immediately came from the vicinity. Jiang Tai's face, all of a sudden, went white. The people who came were none other than Jiang Yin, as well as several Jiang clan's martial zone realm. Jiang Yin didn't inform Louis of the situation here. It was because he was a bit selfish. Submitting to that organization of Louis didn't mean that all the benefits should be dedicated to the organization. Coming here to fight for the spirit fire, it was enough for him to bring a few Jiang family members over, and the spirit fire he obtained would be able to be appropriated for himself. Otherwise, it would definitely be taken by Louis. The moment he came here and saw Yifeng, Jiang Yin was ecstatic. It's a pity that I can't talk, otherwise I would have to make a remark. It's not hard to find a place without stepping on iron shoes, but it's not hard to get one. Then he let out a few loud laughs and hurriedly killed towards Yifeng, but it didn't work out that way, and it didn't stop him from killing towards Yifeng in a furious manner. He had the same great hatred towards Yifeng. The defeat of the Wushu Hall matter and the exposure of the Jiang family's backyard matter were all because of Yifeng. If it wasn't for Yifeng, he would still be the scenic Jiang family head. No, master of the house. Gang Tai tried to shout out to stop it, but only gurgled as a large amount of water kept pouring into his mouth. As for rushing over to stop it, it was even too late. Jiang Yin had already led several people and rushed to Yifeng's body, his eyes staring at Yifeng in an unkind manner. Scrap him first, then take them back and interrogate them slowly. When he made up his mind, he slashed at Yifeng. In his opinion, the martial Zun's him, even if he was cut down due to the environment, was not something that an ordinary person would be able to fight against. Unfortunately, Yifeng was not an ordinary person. Yifeng looked at Jiang Yin, who was chopping at him with a sword. He was really surprised. Earlier, he had inquired that Jiang Yin had been robbed midway after being captured, and had since disappeared, but he had never thought that he would show up here and even initiate an attack. He already had a grudge against the Jiang family, and since he wanted to seek death, Yifeng would not be the slightest bit soft. Shoo shoo shoo, a pike blade, killing right on fire, swept towards Jiang Yin. Humph, a curmudgeonly generation. How dare you fight back? Jiang Yin snorted coldly in his heart. Only just after the thought surfaced, it was immediately realized that something was wrong. Those pike knives, they were incredibly fast and frighteningly powerful. Boom! Using his full power to resist, he still failed to do so. Before his body could fly backwards, he was accurately caught from the back by Yifeng's other pike blades that had been calculated long ago, piercing through all of his torso, which was immediately riddled with holes. Master of the house. The Jiang family members around him were horrified. Then he was terrified beyond belief, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yifeng. Terrible, terrible. The family head was killed in seconds in a single glance. Then they, the martial zone realm, were even more completely inadequate. The thought had just arisen when intense pain came from the vital parts of their bodies. Chapter 110 Red Flame Sacred Body. Heavenly Speed Soul Chasing. Yifeng's attack had already arrived, and they were killed by Yifeng without even being able to capture the trajectory of the attack. Until they died, Jiang Yin and the others were confused, not understanding why their opponents were so powerful that they didn't even have a chance to resist, and they were directly killed without even reacting much. Yifeng was still rather emotional about killing Jiang Yin. The first time he saw Jiang Yin was when he was in the Jiang family, and the Jiang Yin at that time, in Yifeng's opinion, was so powerful. Even if he had cast the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, he still didn't dare to be touched by him head-on, or else he would definitely be detected. And now when he raised his hand, he could already kill him in seconds. The gap between the strength before and after could not be said to be small. Finally, I can open the treasure chest. Yifeng didn't care about the large crowd. They couldn't see it anyway. Touch the treasure chest. Snap. You open a red, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the Red Inferno Sacred Body SSS 6 out of 10. The 6th order soul skill Heavenly Velocity Soul Chasing consummates your senses. Another SSS ranked physique. This time it was fire type. As for soul skills, this time it was very special, not an attacking type of soul skill, but actually, for increasing speed. If one was a chi-blooded martial artist, a speed-based martial skill could be called a stance, and this heavenly speed soul chaser could be understood as a stance that required the mobilization of soul power in order to use it. Fusion. Two things that fused into Yifeng's torso. The body was transformed and possessed the red flame sacred body. The large amount of enlightenment also allowed Yifeng to immediately grasp the essentials of using the heavenly speed soul chasing. Let's get out of here before anything changes later. Yifeng's mind moved, and the 100 spirits shuttle flew, sweeping all those corpses in the vicinity, and rolling over all the valuable things on their bodies. Su Chanyi came closer and gestured, trying to say something. Yifeng, however, suddenly stared into the distance. An incomparably strong aura came rushing in from the distance. Martial Emperor. This was definitely a martial emperor powerhouse. Yifeng was able to cross one major realm and kill the martial Zun realm, but was unable to cross two major realms in a row to deal with the martial emperor. In particular, martial emperors were still different from those previous realms. This large realm crossing was rather special, with a huge increase in the quality of chi and blood, as well as the ability to exude chi and blood, and also possessing the ability to fly. All sorts of peculiarities made the martial emperor realm incomparably powerful, and it was impossible for Yifeng to cross two great realms to deal with martial emperors. Jiang Dai, who was in the crowd, his eyes lit up. It's Lu Yi coming. He had originally minimized his presence like a shrinking violet, but seeing the approaching person, that iconic jade ring, from afar, Jiang Tai instantly recognized that the person coming was Lu Yi, the backbone of that organization they had defected to, and their top boss. He waved his hand violently in the crowd, suing as if he was going to tell Lu Yi that Jiang Yin and the others, all of them were killed by Yifeng. However, what he met was Lu Yi's icy cold eyes. A chi and blood exuded and condensed into a palm print, striking over. No, Jiang Tai didn't have any chance to react at all and was killed on the spot. You Jiang family members, you talk about loyalty, but you don't inform me when there's a situation, and you've been beaten almost to death here, so what use do I have for you? Rolling waves of sound came along with Lu Yi. The crowd was shocked that this person was in the water and was able to speak. Seeing this, Yifeng also narrowed his eyes. He had already felt that it was impossible to deal with him as he was two big realms higher than himself. Now that the other party could talk in the water, he must have a SSS grade water talent or physique, and his strength would not be affected in the slightest when he acted in the water. Boy, you made me look for you. Lu Yi's target was really Yifeng. He had long hated Yifeng for the previous incident of the human blood pill, and now that he learned that there was a high probability that the god-devouring moss was taken by Yifeng, he wanted to catch Yifeng even more and interrogate him to find out the truth. Go! Yifeng didn't dare to hesitate, and with a volume that only Su Canyi could hear, he drank a low sentence to Su Canyi. Su Canyi stared with wide bright eyes. Even Yifeng could talk in the water? Hallucinations? The next moment, she realized that she was wrapped in Yifeng's arms. Heavenly Speed Soul Chaser. Yifeng mobilized his soul power and executed the stance-type soul skill that he had just obtained. Heavenly Speed Soul Chasing. This time, it was actually possible to not have to control the soul soldiers, and the threads of condensed soul power, intertwined and entwined with each other, actually formed the soul power screen cover that enveloped Yifeng. However, now that he was carrying one more person, Yifeng let this screen cover become a little bit bigger, enveloping Su Canyi in it as well. The screen cover is pointed at the front and wide at the back, in the shape of a cone, possessing an extremely strong water-breaking capacity. The formation of the screen cover was completed in just an instant, and under the drive of the soul power, it turned into a stream of light and hurriedly vanished into the distance. Almost in the blink of an eye, the silhouettes of Yifeng and the two of them disappeared into the vast waters. At this moment, Lu Yi was able to reach the place where Yifeng was originally staying. Where to run? With a violent shout, he chased after Yifeng in the direction he had disappeared, and soon disappeared from the crowd's view as well. The people present were all dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that with the arrival of a martial emperor powerhouse like Lu Yi, he would already be able to control everything. As the saying goes, under a martial emperor, all are ants, and as long as you're not a martial emperor, you can't even escape. But he didn't want Yifeng to run away. His speed was surprisingly fast. The crowd didn't even react. Yifeng disappeared from view, or with another person. If it was just Yifeng alone, they didn't even dare to imagine how fast the speed would be. However, Lu Yi had already chased after him, being targeted by a martial emperor. He probably couldn't run away, right? This was that they had underestimated Yifeng, or rather, they had no concept of the speed of heavenly speed soul chasing. At this time, Lu Yi, who had already lost Yifeng, was so angry that his fists were pinched and creaked. Yifeng on the other side, had already evaded to an extremely far place. When he sensed that his soul power was somewhat deficient, he then slowed down and stopped. It seems that this heavenly speed soul chasing is not a regular stance, but more like a secret technique that can provide one with extreme speed. But but the consumption of soul power is also enormous, and there is no way to continuously perform it like a regular stance. Having used it once, Yifeng had a deeper understanding of soul skills like heavenly speed soul chasing. It's also enough to basically not use it on a regular basis, and just use it at a critical moment to be able to provide an extremely high speed boost. This time, thanks to it, otherwise it would not have been easy to get rid of a martial emperor's trail. Yifeng turned his head sideways and saw Su Canny's face pale. What? Scared? Yifeng laughed out loud. Su Canny nodded her head mechanically. She had never moved so fast before. Just now the surrounding scenes, almost all of them were muddled into a piece. She could not see at all. By the way, Spirit Fire. She took the Xianyang Spirit Flame and handed it to Yifeng. Chapter 111, Special Envoy Lu. Xianyang Spirit Flame. As early as Yifeng was close to Su Canny, he had already seen the Xianyang Spirit Flame that Su Canny was grasping in her hand. However, at that time, the treasure chest had not yet been opened, and had been attacked by two groups of people. Yifeng did not have much time to use to understand this matter. Su Canny was about to speak to Yifeng before she realized that she couldn't speak at all as she was still in the water. It was really a bit envious, Yifeng's ability to be able to talk underwater. It was about to communicate with Yifeng by sending a message. Wow! Yifeng suddenly used his hand to gently wave, and the waters at the position of her head actually avoided in all directions, and a piece of waterless space appeared. That's too good to be true. How the hell did you do that? Su Canny was once again surprised by Yifeng. Not only was she able to speak in the water, but now with a flick of her hand, she was able to make the water take cover, allowing her to speak out as well. It's nothing, I'm able to talk in water because I have a water talent, Yifeng said. Then this talent of yours, the rank should be very high, right? Su Canny asked. Well, SSS rank to have this function, Yifeng replied. Su Canny looked deeply at Yifeng. How did it feel? This person in front of her, like a bottomless pit. Every time they met, they could bring her a new shock. The more he understood, the more he realized that Yifeng was not simple, and it felt like he could never understand clearly enough. This massive Xianyang spiritual flame. Su Canny began to explain what had just happened. Yifeng quietly listened, and soon enough, he also knew what all had happened before he arrived. After explaining, Su Canny continued. I originally intended that giving you this Xianyang spirit flame to absorb would bring benefits even if you don't have a fire physique talent, but now that you possess a water physique talent, I'm afraid that after you absorb it, there will be a conflict, and it will be more trouble than it's worth. For me? Thank you then. Yifeng smiled and thanked him, then said, I can absorb it. You don't have to worry about that. Is it really okay? Su Canny was skeptical and handed the Xianyang spirit flame to Yifeng. Yifeng took it and immediately absorbed it. A layer of crimson energy wrapped Yifeng in a dense fire energy, filling in every part of Yifeng's body. The red flame sacred body that was originally obtained by opening the treasure chest, which was a crippled version, was also rapidly promoted at this point until it was complete. After fusing the Xianyang spiritual flame, together with the red flame's sacred body, Yifeng's control over the fire energy reached an unprecedented level. When the fire energy on Yifeng's body surface subsided, the absorption ended completely. Well, will there be a conflict? Su Canny said uncertainly. No, it's good. Yifeng smiled brightly. Get out first. Yifeng brought Su Canny and headed towards the teleportation point. It was not far away and arrived quickly. Normally, this was the teleportation point when Yifeng came in, and only Yifeng could go out. If Su Canny wanted to go out, then she needed to go back to the place where she had appeared when she came in at that time. However, as long as Yifeng held onto Su Canny tightly, when the suction force descended, he would also be able to take Su Canny out as well. The suction descended and the two left the secret realm and returned outside. There was no one outside at this time, and Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried that I would be blocked outside by Lui's early appearance, but fortunately I wasn't. Perhaps it was also because, when Yifeng escaped just now, he intentionally headed towards the direction of the teleportation point, so he did not delay much time before leaving the secret realm. Lui, on the other hand, was a step slower after reacting. Yifeng didn't stay too long and took Su Canny and quickly left this place. Shortly after Yifeng and the two of them left, Lui was indeed furious and came out from inside the secret realm while keeping watch nearby. Unless you've left the secret realm, I'm going to get you, Lui viciously said. On Yifeng's side, he was about to arrive at the provincial capital. You'd better find a more private place to hide for a while, Yifeng suddenly said to Su Canny. Why? Su Canny was puzzled. When she returned to the dragon school in the provincial capital, could others still be unfavorable to her? Even if those people had the heart to do so, but to do it within the provincial capital would be of a different nature. Can't you see that martial emperor just now, chasing after him with murderous vigor? Though his target is me, seeing you taken away from me, once he can't find my whereabouts, he'll think of you and seek a break from you. So, you need to hide for a while first and not be found. don't think that there is no one who dares to make a move inside the Dragon Totem Academy. You have to realize that people like them have the guts to commit murder in broad daylight against the security bureau officers inside the provincial capital, Yifeng said in a grave tone. He would say this because he had already guessed a few points about Lu Yi's identity. On that day, Jiang Yin and a group of other Jiang family members were taken away from the Jiang family, but then there was an accident. The news said that after Lu Xianhua left halfway through, these people, Jiang Yin, were robbed, and all the police officers at the scene were killed. So far, they haven't caught the murderer, nor have they recaptured these people from Jiang Yin. And just now, when Jiang Yin and the others appeared in the secret realm of water and fire, coupled with the words that Lu Yi said when he arrived, it could be seen that they were a team, and it could basically be concluded that Lu Yi was the one who had robbed Jiang Yin that day. That's why Yifeng said that for people like them, it was anything they dared to do. If he was determined to find himself, Yifeng really believed that this person would break into the Dragon Tendency School and rob Su Canyi. With the strength of the Dragon Totem Academy, it really didn't have the ability to stop a martial emperor. Then Su Canyi was worried about Yifeng instead. She didn't feel that she was now being dragged down by Yifeng, because in that situation just now, Yifeng had saved her by taking her away, and it was dangerous not to take her away instead. Now that this situation had arisen, there was nothing she could do about it, so she decided to listen to Yifeng and hide for a while. Ha, you'd better think about yourself, where you're going to hide to be safe, so you don't have to worry about me. Even if I meet that person, I can't fight but I can still run away. Yifeng laughed out loud. I have a way to hide well, so watch out for you and me. Su Canyi solemnly said goodbye and separated from Yifeng. Looking at her far away back, Yifeng pondered. I need to get a feel for the enemy as soon as possible so I won't be too passive. Yifeng muttered, then took out a tactical watch. It was from sweeping the loot just now, from Jiang Yin's body. In passing, it may be possible to learn some useful information from it. Yifeng clicked on the tactical watch and flipped through it. Envoy Lu? Yifeng realized that within the contacts, Jiang Yin was in frequent contact with this person whose note was Envoy Lu. Chapter 112, Crouching in a Dense Forest. Special Envoy Lu. Yifeng knew that this was definitely not a person's name, but more like some sort of job title. The word Lu, though, should be the person's last name. It couldn't be that martial emperor just now, could it? Combined with what that martial emperor had said before, the Jiang family was obviously defecting to him, and Yifeng felt that this was very likely. Wait, Special Envoy Lu, Yifeng softly recited. The more he recited, the more he felt that the three words, Envoy Lu, were very familiar, like he had seen them somewhere before. Right, it's those papers. Yifeng immediately operated his tactical watch and quickly called up a video, clicking pause when he watched it somewhere, and it clearly had the words Envoy Lu on it. This video, but also to the time to travel to Linhai City, in the old city center, in the middle of that deep courtyard, the discovery of human blood to create pills incident. When Tang Koan, the head of the Deep Academy, was about to leave with a file box, he was sneak attacked by Yifeng, because there was a treasure chest hidden inside a file box. Take the file box and leave, and at some abandoned building, break open this file box and open the treasure chest without any problems, and the documents inside, all the more confidential documents, involves a lot of members. There is such a special mysterious name, or title, Lu Envoy. In that case, the human blood pill incident, the person involved behind it, is also related to that martial emperor just now. There is even more than one such envoy, the organization behind it. Perhaps there are even stronger experts. Yifeng connected the dots between what happened before and after. It was no wonder that Lu Xianhua would arrive at that time, informing the Linhai City Security Bureau to stay out of the way and let the Yanlong army take charge. The enemy had a martial emperor powerhouse behind them, and with Linhai City's guard force, that definitely couldn't intervene, and it would be very dangerous to push the enemy. But now, it seemed that the Yanlong army hadn't achieved much. Just look at this Envoy Lu, who was now able to appear here in a dignified manner. Yifeng proceeded to check Jiang Yin's tactical watch. This location. Inside was a text message from Special Envoy Lu with the short phrase, just send it here. Below this passage, there is a coordinate attached. What place could it be? Yifeng opened the map, and the location that corresponded to it was just a wilderness. Nothing special. Go over there and take a look. Yifeng departed and headed towards that place. The main reason was to see if he could get some clues from it and understand the enemy's details clearly. Otherwise Yifeng didn't want to care about these things. This place, in the northwest of the provincial capital, the distance is not too far. Yifeng's speed is also fast, not much time to arrive. This place has a continuous dense forest, from which a beast roar comes out from time to time, and there are flowers, trees, gravel and dirt everywhere. Places like this are plentiful in the wilderness and are nothing special, and few people would come to a place like this if they didn't have to. After Yifeng approached this place, he invoked the origin of earth and his body dived into the ground. Scouting in this manner would maximize concealment, and it wouldn't be too late to reappear when it was confirmed to be safe. Half an hour later, somewhere in the dense forest, Yifeng had already appeared, but with the spectral shadow misty trail, even if there were foreign beasts passing by in the surroundings, none of them were able to discover Yifeng's existence. A very ordinary wild and dense forest. Then Special Envoy Lu, why did he call Jiang Yin to come here? Yifeng thought suspiciously. Looking at the date of the message, it was a few days ago. Even if Jiang Yin had really come here, the traces had disappeared cleanly. And anyway, Yifeng hadn't been able to find too many useful clues here. Keep waiting and watching. Yifeng made up his mind. There was nothing urgent to do now anyway. 3 days later, somewhere in a compound, Tang Kuan and a middle-aged man in flashy clothes were sitting face to face. The price is negotiable. It's this success rate. I'm a bit worried. What if it fails? The middle-aged man said in a worried tone. President Qian, the Qian Chamber of Commerce you run is one of the best in the entire province. Even when you're doing business, you can't guarantee 100% success, right? Tang Kuan asked rhetorically. That's natural. As long as the benefits outweigh the risks, it's worth taking a chance, President Qian affirmed. So you don't have to worry too much. This has a 90% success rate. Even if it fails, it will only cause some damage, and you can all recuperate and recover afterwards, Tang Kuan said confidently. Good. I'll have someone bring my son in, as long as it works. In addition to the negotiated payment, Mr. Qian will also present a generous gift, President Qian said, starting to contact people. His son had been brought here long ago, only to wait outside. Not long after, 2 martial artists, with a teenager in tow, walked in. After a brief explanation, President Qian and the 2 martial artists both left, leaving only the teenager behind. The young man came from a rich family and was considered to have seen the world, but at this time, he looked a bit formal. You can really make me have an S-rank gold physique? The teenager looked at Tang Kuan and gathered his courage to ask. This was something that his dad had told him, saying that there was a way to turn his gold physique from an extremely trashy D rank into a rare S rank. However, the physique is innate. Unless one obtains a supreme treasure, it is possible to enhance it, but the magnitude of the supreme treasure's enhancement is also limited. For example, to enhance a level or 2, that is still reasonable, but directly from the D grade, to enhance the S grade, such a huge leap, how can it be done? Don't worry, since your father paid well, we're bound to do it. Just wait a minute, just listen to my arrangements later. Tang Kuan temporarily left the courtyard and entered the inner room. Louis carried his hands behind his back and turned the jade ring in his hand. Possessing this jade ring was the status symbol of an envoy, and in the entire organization, there were only 9 envoys. 3 days ago, he came out of the water in Fire Mystic Realm and stood guard, but after keeping watch for most of the day, he finally realized that the person he was trying to squat on had probably left earlier. With his status, it wasn't too suitable for him to show his face too much, so he didn't continue to stay longer and left there. Still, not being able to catch anyone was a bit of a bummer for him. As a martial emperor and one of the 9 envoys, he had let someone slip out from under his nose. It was simply a strange shame. Envoy Lu, President Qian has sent his son. It's just that I've just remembered that the S-ranked golden physique they want is not in stock over there at the moment. Tang Kuan's tone carried a note of invitation. Don't worry, there are still goods. You can go over there now. By the way to the usual place, I will have someone send the goods over to meet you, Louis said blandly. Yes, Tang Kuan withdrew and left with Chairman Qian's son. Louis, on the other hand, opened his communication list and sent a command message to a certain subordinate. Chapter 113, New Treasure Chest, Dense Forest. Yifeng squatted for 3 full days without finding anything unusual. Just as Yifeng was thinking about whether to look for a breakthrough elsewhere, suddenly there was a new situation. Toho. There was a beast cart, pulled by an iron-shod beast, that came to this dense forest. This kind of beast cart, Yifeng had seen it before. For example, the first time he entered the treasure mining mystic realm, ransacked the Zhang family's vein and sold the minerals to the Black Glove organization, the one they sent to pull away the goods, was this kind of beast cart. For the complex environment in the wild, the use of animal carts to haul goods is more than appropriate. Creatures like the iron-hoofed beast were one of the few more docile and extremely hardy beasts that could be domesticated by humans for their own use. The beast cart arrived in the neighborhood and stopped. One person came down from inside the wagon, and with the driver, that made 2 people in total. They were there stopping and watching, as if waiting for someone to show up. Is it pulling some cargo? Yi Feng wondered. The odds are that those who would normally move a beastly vehicle are hauling some kind of cargo. At this moment, he was performing the Phantom Shadow Trail, and the two people over there, both of them only had the strength of a martial general, so it was completely impossible for them to discover Yi Feng's existence. As Yi Feng was thinking, why don't he get closer to the past and see what was being transported inside the carriage? Once again, there was a new movement in the neighborhood. Again, two people. It was a long-faced man with a teenage boy, coming at a brisk pace, perhaps in order to catch up with the speed. The richly dressed teenager was almost carried by the long-faced man, carrying him to catch up with the road. The teenager was shocked a little bit back to his senses. It's him! I didn't expect to see an old acquaintance here. The long-faced man was none other than Tang Kuan, and the young man was President Qian's son. At that time, in the deep courtyard of the old city district of Linhai City, Yi Feng had faced Tang Kuan, and had still only been able to rely on sneak attacks in order to injure him. As for now, Yi Feng was able to kill him in seconds with a casual movement of his fingers. However, Yi Feng didn't rush to make a move, but watched first. It was now known that Special Envoy Lu was also related to the human blood pill incident, and Tang Kuan might be his subordinate. Now that Tang Kuan would appear here, there must be something going on, so he could wait and see for a while, and there might be unexpected gains. Mr. Tang, the goods are inside the carriage. Please take a look, the man said, opening the carriage door and dragging out a long sack inside. Tang Kuan nodded and opened the sack for a slight look, quickly losing it. Well, you guys go back. Yes, the two men drove the animal cart and headed back. The place that you are about to go to is not for just anyone. It has to be someone who was highly trusted by the organization to go there. This dense forest was just a staging area for them to meet up when handing over goods, like those two just now, and even those Jiang family members from before. They all failed to be highly trusted by the organization, and could only come here at most. For the rest, Tang Kuan will lead the trip. That's what? Teenager Qianyu, puzzled looking at the sack, always feel, the sack seems to be loaded with a person, but just now heard those people say, but what goods? If it's a person, how can it be described as cargo? Come here, I'll open it for you. Tang Kuan had a kind smile on his face. Qianyu had no doubts and moved closer. Swish, Tang Kuan took a swift move, and sliced at the back of Qianyu's neck with a palm strike. This palm strike, with just the right amount of force, only sliced Qianyu unconscious. As mentioned just now, the place that is about to go over is very secretive. Even the client's Qianyu, he cannot be made aware of the exact location, and can only be knocked out and then brought over. Tang Kuan two shoulders, one side carrying the money one side carrying the sack. For him, this weight is nothing, still fit as a fiddle, rushing away, just as Yi Feng was about to follow. New treasure chest clues that popped up. Treasure chest clue, in the underground laboratory. A red, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. An underground laboratory? What is it? Yi Feng was puzzled. This name felt a bit special when he heard it. No specific detailed information about the place is given, but the good thing is that there are arrows to guide you, so if you follow the arrows and walk, you will surely be able to reach your destination. Quite coincidentally, the direction the arrow pointed was the direction Tang Kuan had left. Without much hesitation, Yi Feng hurriedly followed, hanging far behind Tang Kuan. Upon arriving at a mountain range, Tang Kuan had a clear goal and went straight in. Eventually, it came to a stop somewhere below the cliff face. At a glance, the cliffs are covered with a vibrant array of draping vines, and the nearby plants are so lush that they don't look out of place at all. Tang Kuan stood still at a certain location and lifted the draping vines there, and a modest hole actually appeared. Walking into it, he let the draping vines fall back down and cover the cave entrance tightly. Who would have known that a portal existed here if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? In addition, this side of the original is rare, but no one will just arrive here to discover the secrets of this place. What is Tang Kuan trying to do by coming here? Speculating here will never get you an answer. Just go in there and find out for yourself. What's more, the red treasure chest arrow is pointing exactly inside the underground laboratory. It's in there. Yi Feng immediately went in. Instead of lifting the draping vines there like Tang Kuan did, he used his earth essence and entered the inside of the mountain by way of the evasion technique. Mr. Tang. Inside, the trail was fairly spacious, enough to accommodate several people side by side. Two men stood guard at intervals, located on either side of the walkway. When they saw Tang Kuan go in, they recognized him and voiced their greetings. If it was an enemy, it would have done it by now. The walkway slopes downwards as a whole, which means that the destination that is about to be traveled to is located in a subterranean position, the underground laboratory. As it turns out, it's just not clear what kind of experiments they're actually doing. No matter how they could not imagine, there was an enemy, potentially underneath the aisle, advancing with Tang Kuan's pace. When Tang Kuan came to the innermost part, this place has a heavy door. The electronic eye scanned Tang Kuan's identity information and the gate rumbled open. Tang Kuan walked in and the door reclosed. Compared with the outside, the environment inside is greatly changed, with all kinds of instruments and equipment placed everywhere, and one after another people, wearing white coats, working in their respective positions. Subject 7. Anomaly in wind elemental separation. Vital signs weakening. Suspend separation. Inject biogenic fluid to resuscitate. They were fully focused, executing the experiment at hand. The experimental subjects they were talking about were actually one and the same. This scene made Yifeng, who was lurking underground, quite shocked. It turns out that the experimental field the subjects experimented on are human beings. Chapter 114, Qi and Blood Enhancement. Soul Devouring Technique. Tang Kuan walked towards an old man. The old man, also dressed in a white coat, sat there quietly, not engaged in any work. I don't know what things to think about. Extremely focused and absorbed. Even Tang Kuan close, did not half notice. Elder Chen. Tang Kuan shouted twice before Chen Yi looked up. What is it? Chen Yi didn't have much expression on his face. A bit wooden, like a demented old man. I've received business. I need to give this kid, Chairman Qian, a transplant on a gold system physique. You see. Hearing these words, Chen Ye's originally wooden expression immediately glowed with excitement, revealing a few hints of madness, as if he had found something good. His eyes burned as he stared at the unconscious teenager. If one didn't know about his person, seeing Chen Yi with this appearance, one would definitely feel hairy in their heart. Those who knew him would know that in Chen Ye's eyes, the only thing that could make him interested was all kinds of remodeling and experimentation, and everything else was ignored. Whenever he is asked to do something in this area, he shows extreme enthusiasm, so high that he appears to be a bit fanatical. Because of this, here in the experimental place, Chen Yi was the most highly skilled, and difficult modifications or experiments needed to be left to him. This is the Qian family kid, D-grade gold talent, and this side of Tang Kuan opened the sack, poured out the unconscious person inside, also a teenager. This person has an S-class gold physique, and by taking this physique and transplanting it to the Qian family's kid, I wonder what percentage of certainty Elder Chen has, despite all the confident assurances in front of President Qian before. In fact, Tang Kuan did not have a bottom in his heart. All he knew was that transplanting a gold physique was the most experimented with and most maturely done type. However, most of the examples of successful transplants are relatively low level, and as for reaching the S level, examples are very rare. After all, the number of S ranks and above, regardless of talent or physique, was small in itself, and there were even fewer opportunities to experiment on them. Don't worry about it, the transplantation of the golden physique. I have a great grasp on it. I guarantee it can be done, Chen Yi said with confidence. As he spoke, his eyes didn't leave the teenager on the ground the entire time. In his mind, it was not a person, but an object for him to experiment on. These conversations, falling into the ears of Yifeng, who was hiding underground, still felt quite surprised and shocked. All along, in people's cognition, the physique or talent are born with themselves. You have is to have, do not have is not, and it is not possible to make this person's talent physique. Through what way? To give to another person. But now, what they're trying to do, surprisingly, is this: take the physique from one person and transplant it into another. How is this going to be transplanted? How can a body be transplanted over when it's not a specific organ? Yifeng's attention couldn't help but focus on the other people who were conducting some kind of experiment. For example, Experiment 4, lying in a container filled with an unknown liquid, and many pipes and instrument cables connected to it to monitor the data. From within the body of the experimenter, there was actually a little bit of yellow energy that was stripped out. Class A conglomerate body. Stripping complete. The experiment, 2, convulsed with a painful twitch, and then broke off. Being used for this means, for stripping, basically kills you. But they didn't care. They wanted what they wanted and just got it already. Just then, Yifeng, who was hiding in the ground, sensed a faint vibration coming from the direction beyond the cave. It very much looks like there's a group that's coming this way. Despite the fact that they kept their footsteps as light as possible, Yifeng, who was located underground, and because of the origin of Earth, his ability to perceive the Earth, which was undoubtedly superb, was still perceived by Yifeng. Someone's coming? Yifeng couldn't determine for the time being whether or not the matter here had been revealed, and someone was coming over to prepare to free the personnel. For example, the guard force at the provincial capital, or the Inferno Dragon Army, or is still one of their own? Let's open the treasure chest first. Yifeng disappeared underground and continued toward the inside. There is also a passageway open on this side that leads all the way outside, and the location of the treasure chest is probably right at the exit of the passage. I'm surprised there are no guards on this side, possibly because the exit was so secretive that it was not normally used at all, blocked by a large stone. If you look at it from the outside, you wouldn't even know that there is an exit. The treasure chest is right in front of you and very easy to open. Yifeng touched it. Snap! You open a red, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 90,000 cards of chi and blood. The 6th order secret art soul devouring technique is complete with a perfect sense of enlightenment. Fusion, 90,000 cards of chi and blood, fused crazily into Yifeng's body, causing Yifeng's chi and blood power to soar rapidly becoming stronger. From the original 96,000 cards, it soared to 186,000 cards of chakra. Current realm, at the peak of martial zone. At this point, the Soul Master and the Chi Blood martial artist would both have reached the peak of the zone level. And then there was the fusion of the soul devouring skill, the perfect enlightenment, fused into Yifeng's mind, allowing him to immediately master the soul devouring skill. This was also a kind of soul master's means. The conditions for casting it were relatively harsh, requiring one to concentrate and be very focused, and then invoke the soul power to cast it, directly attacking the enemy's soul. This means, need to be used with caution. If the other party's soul strength is too high, but also perform the soul devouring skill on it, there is a possibility that it will be reversed, causing one's own soul to be traumatized. This means, in the torture of the enemy has a miraculous effect, because few people can endure this kind of pain from the soul. In the interrogation of the enemy information, with this kind of means, do not believe that cannot pry the other side's mouth. Rumble. At that moment, in the direction of the experimental field, there was a noisy vibration. There is a large group of Yanlong army, breaking in all the way, killing whoever stands in the way. There were dozens of people, all of them were experts, and the one leading the group was still a martial emperor realm. With such a powerful battle force, it was completely impossible for the people in this experimental field to withstand it. It's true, the Divine Creation Organization is hiding an experimental field here. Take them down, take them all, don't let any of them go. One by one, the white coat personnel were captured by the Yanlong army. Shen Yi, who was all set to perform a body transplant on Qian Yu, still had wild eyes when he was tackled. Asshole, get the hell out of here, don't interfere with my work. Snap, being slapped down by Yanlong Jun, he immediately fainted. There's an exit over there, someone should have run away. Go after them. In the exit tunnel, Tang Kuan fled in panic, rushing towards the exit at extreme speed. Boo! When he was about to rush to the exit, he suddenly suffered a huge force that hit him hard in the abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground in pain and curl up into a shrimp. A familiar figure emerged before his eyes. Chapter 115, Not Seeing the Coffin Without Tears. It's you. Tang Kuan's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Yifeng's dress at this time, just like in the past in Linhai City, the old city deep courtyard, covered in Yunsang vine entanglement, completely unable to see the looks. It was the costume that stuck with him. On the previous trip to the water and fire mysteries, he had not called him in because he had something to do. However, when Louis came back, he was filled with anger and brought a message that he had met this person in front of him right in the secret realm, didn't catch it and let it get away. I didn't expect it to suddenly appear here. At this time, caught off guard, out of nowhere, he popped up and knocked him down with a punch. Get thee out of here. Tang Kuan endured the pain and got up, probing his palm into a claw, practicing claw power. His fingers were as hard as metal, his chi and blood stirred as he grabbed at Yifeng. Yifeng smiled coldly and moved his feet gently to avoid his claw strike. Almost at the same time, flipping up a blade pattern and using the back of the blade to chop at the back of Tang Kuan's neck. Tang Kuan's head buzzed, his eyes went black, and he instantly fainted. Yifeng's entire set of movements, flowing in a cloud and flowing in a stream, barely delayed any time before he knocked Tang Kuan out. With a smooth grip, he lifted it up. Who is it? Don't run away. Inside the mountain path, a thick voice came from the martial emperor's huge breath that crushed like a mountain. Yifeng didn't even look at it for more than a second. His soul power catalyzed. Heavenly Speed Soul Chaser. The soul power formed a conical shroud that enveloped Yifeng and Tang Kuan. The speed surged steeply, and almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from view. This martial emperor powerhouse of the Yanlong army, who was leading the group, looked dumbfounded all of a sudden and froze, forgetting what to do next. Good speed, this martial emperor murmured softly, a bit in disbelief. He had the self-awareness that he absolutely couldn't catch up before he froze in place. Teen Yang, is it that you didn't realize that there was an escapee over here? An inquiry from the team came from behind him. In the team's opinion, if someone really escaped from this side, With Team Yang's strength, they definitely wouldn't be standing here foolishly, but would be scrambling to catch up. I lost the chase. Yang Cheng's face was full of bitterness and it was somewhat difficult to say. Chasing, lost? The team members couldn't believe their ears and thought they had heard it wrong, and after carefully recalling what they had just said, they realized that they definitely hadn't heard it wrong. Worthy of that organization, there are just so many experts. Yang Cheng's face was a bit gloomy. I thought, this time, I could arrest all of them, but I didn't realize that they still ran away. He wasn't even quite sure whether an expert had come and saved one of the people here, or whether these two people, who had originally been here, had sensed that they had intruded and fled in pairs. Yifeng brought the unconscious Tang Kuan and eventually came to a hidden place before stopping. Grabbing him, he pressed violently into a nearby pool. Gollum! Tang Kuan was immediately choked awake, his hands clawing and slapping the water indiscriminately, his head gurgling and bubbling in the water. Yifeng lifted it up and threw it on the ground. What the hell do you want? Tang Kuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard, his complexion somewhat alarmed. He was truly afraid. The last time he fought with Yifeng, he was still able to be very confident and did not lose to Yifeng. But now, this person in front of him was someone who was able to escape from Lu Yi's hands. Being able to escape from a martial emperor was enough to show strength. Moreover, he had just briefly exchanged hands, and how could he not feel scared when he was directly knocked out in just one glance? What do you want? It's very simple. You honestly explain to me everything about your organization. For example, your superior, that Lu envoy. Tell us about him as well. Yifeng said in a cold voice, his tone full of irrefutability. He would leave Tang Kuan alive and purposely take him away just to pry some information out of his mouth. Knowing the enemy better, you can deal with it later. Tang Kuan's eyes flickered. The words envoy Lu, coming out of Yifeng's mouth, he was still rather surprised. After all, most of the cases of Special Envoy Lu were hidden behind the scenes, and the people who knew this appellation were not too many. But remembering before, there had been a box of confidential documents that had fallen into Yifeng's hands. There was something in it about Envoy Lu's mere words, and perhaps it was from that document that the name of Envoy Lu was learned. I don't know anything. I also just received money to do the job. As for the identity of the employer, I am not even clear. The organization you said, even more, does not exist. Tang Kuan was silent for a moment and spoke out in a sly voice. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Yifeng said in a cold voice. Just now, I opened the treasure chest and opened out the soul-devouring skill. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Yifeng's spirit was highly concentrated as he mobilized his soul power and performed the soul-devouring technique, a channel of soul power, as if it had condensed into a soul needle, invisible and untouchable. At this moment, Tang Kuan only felt that the hairs of his sweat stood up. He didn't understand what was happening, but he could be sure that it definitely wouldn't be good. A sense of fear quickly surfaced in his heart. No, stop. With an invisible soul needle, it stabbed into Tang Kuan's mind, sticking above his soul. The soul needles transformed into energy again, carrying some sort of erosive power, causing Tang Kuan extreme pain and letting out a miserable scream. This kind of pain that comes from the depths of the soul cannot be endured, no matter how strong the will is or how much pain one is able to endure. For the members of their divine creation organization, they all had a habit of keeping a poison in their mouths, from time to time, and as long as they bit through the capsule, they would be able to release the poison and take the poison to kill themselves. The purpose is that, when this happens, falling into the hands of the enemy and being severely tortured, one can end oneself. At this moment, Tang Kuan would not be able to endure this pain from the soul, making him want to commit suicide. Wait, where's my poison? Tang Kuan was shocked to find that the venom capsule in his mouth was gone. Reaching out with a trembling hand, he touched what he had brought with him, and what had been a spare poison was gone. Wasn't looking for this? Yifeng smiled, took out some things. Among them was the poison Tang Kuan was looking for, and waved the things in front of Tang Kuan. Give to me. Tang Kuan's entire face was twisted as he violently pounced on Yifeng. Yifeng casually took a step and dodged it. Tang Kuan rolled and crawled on the ground, reaching out to get closer to Yifeng, but the distance wasn't shortened in the slightest. Until the end, Tang Kuan had already lost consciousness a little. Yifeng knew that it was almost at the limit. If he didn't stop, he could directly straighten him out. Yifeng stopped performing the soul-devouring technique. Chapter 116 Intelligence. This soul-devouring skill secret art still consumed quite a lot, and after a trip to perform it, he consumed quite a bit of soul power and felt a bit tired. Stopping the execution of the soul-devouring technique, Tang Kuan was as if he had been pardoned, gasping for air, although his soul was still vaguely aching. It was already much better than just a moment ago. Tortured to the point where he was almost half dead, he was paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog. Can you say it now? Yifeng said with a smile on his face. This smile, in Tang Kuan's eyes, was no different from the devil. Thinking of the pain just now, Tang Koen winced fiercely. I said. Tang Koen's voice was breathless. It took a while to slow down before he began to tell it off and on. After listening for a while, Yi Feng finally learned quite a bit. For example, that envoy Lu, whose name was Lu Yi, was indeed a strong martial emperor. There were 9 envoys of such strength, each responsible for a geographical area. Let's say Lu Yi is the top man on the Lingnan side. Their organization, called Divine Creation, implies that like God, they can perform many miracles. The Divine Creation organization was extremely mysterious and powerful, with members of the organization spread all over the place, and many of the great events that had happened throughout the ages were related to them. The country had a headache over this and sent many Yanlong troops to specialize in scouting and dealing with them. Some results have been achieved, but they have never been eradicated. They are like rats in the shadows. They can't be exterminated. They are still very strong and very difficult to deal with. Some of those experiments they did were still very impressive, such as this transplantation of the gold physique, which was breathtaking. What made Yi Feng a little surprised was that, according to what Tang Koen said, these technologies and not all rely on experiments obtained. Rather, their superiors gave them a theoretical program around which they conducted practical experiments and improvements. Why did the superiors have this program? They do not know. Anyway, this type of technology can be beneficial. For example, for a mediocre talent, transplant a rare physique in the past, and immediately become a genius. Though the means are not honorable, most people, for the most part, are selfish. For example, those families and rich merchants are very happy to pay a certain price to give themselves or their family members, in exchange for a gifted physique. They don't care if other people die or live. They're fine anyway. Such aiding and abetting, colluding with each other, and supporting each other both explicitly and implicitly have made the Divine Creation organization stronger and more difficult to eradicate. I've said all that I know. All that I know. Tang Koen looked at Yi Feng apprehensively. Thoughtfully, Yi Feng returned to his senses. Swish, knives and shadows flipped. Tang Koen instinctively wants to escape, but before there was much action, he was killed by Yi Feng, since what should be asked had already been asked. This person was no longer of any use to Yi Feng. Originally, he was still thinking of sending Tang Koen to the Yanlong army so that they could learn more about the Divine Creation organization from Tang Koen. Now that he was on the opposite side of the Divine Creation organization, then the Yanlong army dealing with the Divine Creation organization was equivalent to helping themselves. Just like this to send people over. They still need to go back to interrogate and investigate, and one way or another, it is estimated that Louis can get wind of the situation and make the deployment in advance. To inform the intelligence, the main thing is a quick one. Moreover, Yi Feng was quite worried that there would be some variables that would lead to Tang Koen's death next, something that had happened when he was in Linhai City. Yi Feng simply killed Tang Koen, then using Tang Koen's tactical watch, he edited the video from earlier. Yes, the whole time Don Quinn was talking, it was recorded. Now for the editing, take the part you want to show the infernos and splice it all into one piece. After doing this, Yi Feng lifted Tang Koen's corpse and rushed back to the vicinity of the underground experimental field. The 2 cave entrances leading to the experimental field were both guarded by the Yanlong army at this time. Inside the lab, there are a lot of things, all of which are physical evidence and clues that they need to deal with properly, and they have delayed until now. Boo! Suddenly, a body was thrown from afar. The Inferno Dragon army, who were watching, were startled by the sudden turn of events. Look out! Clanking, swords were drawn and on high alert. They thought it was some kind of person, coming on a quick raid. Not moving? Fixing my eyes, I saw that it was indeed a person, just not moving at all. How does? Feel like death? If it's dead, it's a corpse. That should have been thrown by someone, only they just now did not notice who actually threw it. Go over there. Be careful for fraud. Several members of the Yanlong army, careful, watched the corpse and approached slowly, their bodies tensed and ready to strike at any time. When he got close, he tried to stab it with his sword, and it didn't respond. One more hard jab, still no response, turning the person over. The person's face was pale and not half alive. Tang Koen. They recognized that this person was none other than Tang Koen. After the human blood pill incident came to light, they had been to Linhai City, and the main target of their arrest was Tang Koen, who had been taken from prison, and those who had robbed the prison in the past. For Tang Koen, it had long been their key target for capture, only they had never been able to catch him. Even this time over here, according to their intelligence, Tang Koen was also a high probability that he would be here. Only in the end it didn't. Perhaps the person who escaped just now, among them was Tang Koen, which made them all chagrined. I didn't expect to see Tang Koen at this point and already dead. Notify Team Young. I've been informed. You guys, the tactical watch he's wearing on his hand, it's activated and there's a video playing on it. One of them, suddenly, noticed the situation. The rest of them all looked away, and indeed there was a video playing, and the video content, or Tang Koen himself is talking. The crowd could not help but look solemn and listen carefully. Soon, all of them revealed unexpected looks. Tang Koen in the video was actually talking about a lot of information about the Divine Creation Organization. In particular, it is very clear about those within the boundaries of Lingnan province. For example, what venues are over here and what kind of things are being done. Let's just say there are underground labs like this one over here, and even 2 others. The location, too, is clearly stated. And then there's Special Envoy Louis Liu. What are some of the locations where he's been most active? What the hell? From behind him came Yang Chang's thick voice. The team members briefly explained the matter and Yang Chang understood. It's him. Among the 2 people who fled just now, there was him. And looking at his appearance, it looks like he was abducted away. Yang Chang said in shock. Even though it was hard to see just now and the distance was relatively far, the identity could basically be determined from the body type and clothing. That's strange, to be abducted and taken away, and now to be here as a corpse, with a lot of intel delivered. Who is the person who took Tang Koen? Chapter 117 Aqua Bamboo Forest Treasure Chest. Teen Yang, is this intelligence credible? The player said with some uncertainty. Mainly, they couldn't be sure who that person behind the scenes actually was, whether it was friend or foe. Then, they were equally uncertain. Suppose, is there such a possibility? If it is a trap set by the enemy, this intelligence is actually false. Is to force Tang Koen deliberately say so? Finished then will Tang Koen killed. Assuming that this is the case, it is also plausible that the purpose is to lure them to those locations mentioned in the disinformation. What would be waiting for them there was unknown. I'm more partial to the intelligence being true. Yang Chang pondered a little and gave his answer, then explained it in an organized manner. I'm sure you guys remember that at first when I was chasing people, I couldn't catch up at all and had no choice but to give up. Someone who can't even catch up with me means that the opponent is extremely strong, probably no worse than me. Such a powerful expert. If he really wanted to be unfavorable to us, he should have slowed down just now to lure me into continuing the pursuit. At that time, I will be out of touch with you and will be knocked down. If not killed, in the field, this man will return again and take you all down with him. If the other party didn't do that, at least they won't be our enemy. So the information provided is probably true. The information will now be sent over in this and other ways. I think it's probably, this person and the Divine Creation Organization also have conflicts. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Now with us, in a united front, he captured Tang Koen, presumably wanting to get some kind of information, and now he's sending a copy of the information. By the way, to us, didn't show up straight away, probably didn't want to. 2. Cross paths with us too much either. Yang Chang spoke eloquently and clearly, and spoke his analysis. One thing he guessed wrong was that Yifeng had executed heavenly speed soul chasing, which was too fast, making him mistakenly think that Yifeng's strength was not below his. However, in terms of results, his guess was similar, and it was more similar to Yifeng's idea. Worthy of Team Yang, you've sorted out the vein in a flash. The players patted their asses. Alright, everyone get ready. There's going to be a big move coming up. I'll contact my superiors and request reinforcements. This time we must catch Louis by surprise. And all the dens, too, must be struck at the same time and cleared out. Yang Chang's voice was powerful. Yifeng's side, at this moment, was located on the edge of a large rock. There was a bonfire set up, on which was roasted a large piece of beast meat, which had been roasted until it was golden brown, with the grease penetrating and a rich meat flavor coming from it. Rip it! Taking a hard bite, the meaty flavor blossomed in the taste buds. In the past few days, squatting in the dense forest the entire time, he hadn't had a good meal, and now that he was relaxed, he hunted a foreign beast by hand and roasted it. Just then, a new treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, deep in the aqua bamboo forest. A red, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. What is this place? Yifeng smoothly searched online, and did not come out the desired results, but came out a kind of bamboo called bisui bamboo. This bamboo is green and verdant, and it is quite nice to look at, but it is just an ordinary and common bamboo, and it is not too special. Apparently, the bamboo forest is unknown and not well known, and only the species of bamboo over there is used as the name of the bamboo forest. Yifeng swallowed the last bite of beast meat, got up, and followed the red arrow on the ground towards the Bisui bamboo forest, the provincial capital. Yang Chang and another martial emperor realm, named Tai Zhangtong, jointly headed towards the courtyard where Louis often resided. Both of them were experts of the Yanlong army, and they had a greater certainty in joining forces to deal with Louis. As for the rest of the team, they were arranged to go to various places, those mentioned in the intelligence. If you don't make a move, you must make a thunderous strike, and smash all the forces on Louis' side at the same time. The courtyard. In the room, Louis sat straight. The side table placed a cup of freshly made hot tea, the heat slowly rising. He frowned slightly, vaguely a bit distracted, always feeling as if something bad was about to happen. Reaching out, he cupped the nearby teacup, just by accident. The ceramic mug lid on top slipped off and smashed on the floor, breaking into several pieces. This kind of thing, when it happens to an ordinary person, would just be a very sparse and normal thing. After all, it is inevitable to be negligent. But his hallowed martial emperor powerhouse let the cup lid slip and smash. Boo! With a loud bang, the door to the room was kicked straight open, and it was instantly in pieces and debris. Who is it? Louis bellowed. Madaka. The long knife that he carried with him, with a cold blue light, was instantly drawn. Martial emperors. They're all martial emperors. The two people who rushed in outside the door, judging from their aura, were surprisingly both at the martial emperor realm. And when looking at the two faces, especially seeing Yang Chang, Louis's entire face went cold. The Yanlong army had been investigating them, and Louis, who was the highest person in charge over here, must have done enough in terms of intelligence to learn quite a lot of information about the members of the Yanlong army, and Yang Chang was among them. Louis, you're really here. You made us look for you. The sharp weapon in Yang Chang's hand pointed straight at Louis. How the hell did you guys know I was here? Louis frowned. His whereabouts were very secretive. Even those underlings who knew he was here were not many. Could it be Tang Koan? Tang Koan was one of the people who knew about it, and just happened to be out on an errand. Or perhaps something had happened, such as being caught by the Yanlong army, and the information leaked out on that. How it is known, you don't need to care. We know a lot more. Louis, you've lost the momentum. Now you tie your hands. You can still fight for leniency. Otherwise my ass. If you want to fight, fight. Yang Cheng's words were directly interrupted by Louis. He knows best what he's done himself. Any one of them was a great evil, and he would not be so naive as to think that he could live if he cooperated honestly. Now that the other party was saying this, it was entirely just a matter of wanting to succeed in capturing him at the lightest possible cost. Nice try. Rather than fight back to the death, I'd rather take the skin off the other side. Besides, he has a bottom card. The big deal is to go. Die. Louis struck decisively. Don't know what's good for you. The two of them, Yang Chang and Tai Zhengtong, were also prepared and immediately struck out. At that moment, the sword light and shadow, metal clash sound endless. Collision in the casual overflow of the dots of power, can be nearby solid wall, to the rupture collapse. Boom boom boom. In a short moment, hundreds of rounds were exchanged back and forth. The entire house, which had been reduced to rubble, was facing each other from a distance. Chapter 118 Double Duel Zoom Level. Huffing and puffing, Louis's chest rose and fell as he gasped for air. At some point, a wound was picked open on his shoulder, and blood flowed down his arm, all the way to the long, ghostly blue blade he was holding, and eventually, from the tip of the blade, dripped down to the ruins below. 1-on-2, clearly underpowered, pressed the entire time, and already injured. Watch out for that knife of his. Yang Chang turned to Tai Zhengtong, who was beside him, and said softly, "Well, I know." Tai Zhengtong nodded. Both of them glanced slightly at the weapons in their hands. The blades already had some nicks in them. As the elite of the Yanlong army, martial emperor realm powerhouses, the weapons they used were all as high as grade 7 and of very good texture. In a battle at the same level, there was no one, yet, who was able to slash their weapons, all the way to the point where the edges crumbled. Louis, however, did. It wasn't that Louis was stronger than them, then it was the weapons. That long, ghostly blue blade must not be simple. At least, it was incredibly hard and incredibly sharp to slash all their weapons in a short sparring session. Raging Sea Blade Technique. Louis relied on his water-based physique to utilize a water-based martial art, and his blade shadows were like giant waves, layered on top of each other, attacking towards the two Yang Changs. Both of them were not in the least bit weak. Both had their own stunts, and again, they did not hide their clumsiness. Boom boom boom. In a flash, the battle started again. They fought from this side, all the way to that side, and wherever they passed, houses were reduced to ruins. Again, from the ground, it hit the sky, causing many on the ground to watch. So strong, they can fly. That's a strong martial emperor. Heavens, there are actually 3 martial emperor powerhouses fighting. The crowd was shocked, but surprised as they were all still sober enough to try to stay away as far as possible, lest they be caught in the ripple effect and their little lives would be in jeopardy. The sky. Louis is being pressed hard, with a small difference in strength. It was obviously very hard to fight 1 against 2. He was also the only one who had a divine weapon, which made Yang Chang and Tai Zhengtong scornful, fearing that if they were not careful, their weapons would be cut by Louis during the sparring match, and they would be more tied up in the fight. This was what allowed Louis to hold on until now, but he could hardly hold on any longer. The wounds on his body, several more, One of them, which was very close to his heart, was inflicted on him by Yang Chang and nearly killed him. No way, if this keeps up, I'll die for sure. Louis saw the situation clearly. Without any further hesitation, the life-preserving secret technique was cast. Burning blood flying trail. Fighting until now. The already scarce qi and blood in his body was burning in large quantities at this moment, causing his face to turn white and nearly fall down. But fortunately, he was able to hold on in the end. Swish! Once the secret skill was executed, Louis' speed was steeply galvanized to several times his usual speed. No longer in love with the battle, in a certain direction, fleeing in a hurry, almost in the blink of an eye, it flew without even a shadow to be seen. Yang Chang and Tai Zhengtong, who had only just chased after them for some distance, were angry and helpless. He was already in bad shape, and after performing this secret technique, there are usually side effects. Even if he fights alone, he is no longer a match for you and I. Let's split up and look for him, and see if we can eventually find this guy. Yes, the two set off in pursuit, but without much hope in their hearts. As long as Louis casually changed directions after shaking them off, he would make them even chase in the wrong direction. At this moment, Louis was indeed as they thought. After shaking it off, it switched directions and flew. Wait for me, when I recover from my recuperation, I'll definitely settle the score with you guys, Louis said with hatred. He was pale and in extremely poor condition at the moment. Performing this body technique secret skill had a great deal of side effects on the body, and it would not be performed easily until it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, last time, inside the water in Fire Mysterious Realm, he would have been able to catch up with Yifeng if he had used this secret skill. In addition to not using it easily, he also underestimated Yifeng's speed too much, and was very confident that he thought that with his own normal speed, he would definitely be able to catch up. Unexpectedly, things went against his wishes, and in the end, he couldn't even see Yifeng's shadow. After all, the sight underwater wasn't as good as on land. After losing them, it would be too late to cast them in all directions, and who knows exactly where they ran. Well, over at the Aqua Bamboo Forest, I've created a resting place in advance. That place is only known to me, so now you can go over there and hide and recuperate. Louis thought darkly, praising himself for saving for a rainy day. Aqua Bamboo Forest. When Yifeng followed the red arrow, he came here. As far as the eye can see, everywhere is green and verdant, and the birds are chirping. There are no foreign beasts encamped on this side. It is very remote and quiet. It is simply a paradise. I didn't realize that such a bamboo forest existed amidst the mountains. Yifeng was a bit surprised. He had just followed the arrow and traveled all the way to this side. The geographical location was quite remote. If it wasn't for the arrow guiding him, he probably wouldn't have arrived here in his entire life. When I came here, I saw only lofty mountains, rolling and steep. I was wondering how the promised bamboo forest came to the mountains. Eventually follow the arrows to guide you down the goat path and inside the mountains. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, there is a large empty plain, which grows a large blue water and green bamboo, forming this bamboo forest. Find the treasure chest first. Yifeng followed the arrow and went deeper into the middle of the bamboo forest. When he came to the center of the bamboo forest, Yifeng was alert. Bamboo yard? The center of the bamboo forest was actually artificially built out of a tall bamboo courtyard. Covers an area of not small. Must have spent a lot of thought. Does anyone live here? Or did someone once come to live here and build it? Yifeng wasn't sure if there was anyone inside. Go over and take a look first. Yifeng utilized the origin of earth, and his hand of earth escape came in handy once again. Dive into the ground and approach the bamboo courtyard. Eventually some probing came down and no one was found. Just so many everyday things. So much dry food, and healing potions. Inside, Yifeng found a lot of things. Who the hell hoards here? And what is the purpose? If you look closely at the items, you can see that there is a layer of thin gray on top. Obviously some days, no one has touched these items. Yifeng did not care for the moment and looked towards the center of the room where a red treasure chest was placed. Walk over and touch it. Snap! You open a red, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 84,000 cards of Qi and Blood, 83,000 points of soul power. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect this treasure chest, which could be opened with Qi blood and soul power. Fusion. The fusion of the two things caused Yifeng's strength to skyrocket once again. For the martial artist, it was raised from 186,000 cards of Qi and Blood to 270,000 cards of Qi and Blood. For the Soul Master, it was raised from 177,000 soul power points to 260,000 soul power points. Two systems, both to the early Zune level. Chapter 119. Figure out what you're getting yourself into. The four sub-realms of the Zune level. The corresponding values are 243,000 early, 324,000 mid, 405, 000, late, 486, 000, peak. To open such a treasure chest and promote both systems of the realm, both by one large realm, Yi Feng was still very happy. The key to this treasure chest opened without any difficulty, without any obstacles at all. It was opened directly and successfully. Although the bamboo courtyard here let Yi Feng produce some doubts. In the end, who was built? The thought had just begun when there was a commotion outside. Someone? Yi Feng's expression was austere. The origin of Earth was mobilized, and Yi Feng once again disappeared into the ground. Located at the shallow surface of the earth, he collected his breath and quietly sensed the movement above him. One man's breath was weak and fatigued, and his form was a little unsteady as he staggered into the room. With a clear goal in mind, he headed for the bottles and jars over there, his frail physique in desperate need of medication to heal him. It's him, Lu Yi. Although Yi Feng was located in the ground at the moment, he was almost one with the earth at this time because of the origin of Earth. A considerable range of the nearby earth had almost become Yi Feng's senses, able to know what was happening on the surface. Yi Feng wasn't sure exactly what Lu Yi had gone through, but with a little thought, you can guess. He himself had given the Yanlong army the information with the purpose of letting them to deal with Lu Yi. Now that Lu Yi's breath was weak and covered in injuries, he appeared here and was obviously injured by the Yanlong army. It was fortunate that he was still able to escape from under the Inferno Dragon army. What makes Yi Feng more surprised is that the original here bamboo courtyard is built by Lu Yi, a hiding place laid out in advance, so that when you are desperate, you can come here to hide for a while. Because he knew this place so well, he entered the house and went straight to those medicines. Not at all like a chance intruder should behave. Want to heal your wounds? It's not that easy. How could Yi Feng let go of such a great opportunity? Just now opened the treasure box. The strength of both skyrocketed. On the contrary, Lu Yi at this time the state, and is extremely bad. Each other cancelled my long Yi Feng confidence. Suddenly, he leapt out from the ground, and his long sword carried a ferocious might, chopping towards Lu Yi. At the same time, the Soul Master side also used their means. The 100 Spirit Shuttle condensed out and killed Lu Yi from the flanks. Lu Yi, who was approaching the drug, was in a weak state, but the perception of a martial emperor was still powerful, and all of a sudden his heart was alerted. Turning violently, the long ghostly blue blade clenched in his hand, also chopped horizontally in a smooth manner. Dang! It collided with Yi Feng's long sword. Yi Feng's long sword was like paper mache. It was actually chopped off in an instant. So sharp, Yi Feng was shocked and backed up sharply, managing to avoid Lu Yi's remaining blade. His condition was too poor, or else with this slash, the speed was able to be even faster. No good. Reactions also became sluggish, and he was powerless to defend himself against the flanking pike attacks. Thumbs up, an incomparably sharp pike knife stabbed at various parts of his body, intentionally avoiding the vitals, cutting off all the various meridians, with blood going straight to the surface. Ah! A miserable howl came out from Lu Yi's mouth. Ever since embarking on the path of martial arts, with his outstanding natural talent, he had a smooth ride and had never been so miserable. Today, the hallowed martial emperor realm was actually wasted by a guy who wasn't even a martial emperor. Lu Yi, whose meridians were broken by inches, had already become a cripple and collapsed helplessly, with only one breath left, shocked and angry, staring at the silhouette that was slowly approaching. It's you! It was only then that he was able to see who it was that had struck out at him. When Yi Feng was walking around outside and needed to utilize his soul master status, he used the Yun Sang vine and wrapped his body tightly, which had become his signature feature. Lu Yi did not know who the person in front of him, hidden under the rue mulberry vine, was. All he knew was that it was his life and death enemy. But he, today, was planted in the hands of this man he hates. Can't figure it out either. This bamboo forest, surrounded by mountains, incomparably hidden and remote. Why would this person suddenly appear in this? Obviously, he was one step ahead of him and came here to ambush him in advance. The whole process gave him the feeling that it was, in general, calculated in advance. This caused Lu Yi's complex emotions to be interspersed with a trace of indescribable thrill. Who the hell are you? Why can you calculate that I will appear here? Lu Yi asked through gritted teeth. Yi Feng smiled bashfully. He couldn't say that he was actually trying to open the treasure chest and coincidentally stumbled upon it. Could he? Get your facts straight. I'm the only one asking you, not you asking me. As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng swiftly probed his palm and pinched Lu Yi's jaw, violently pulling and flinging it, causing the poison capsule he had in his mouth to directly spit out. Against the people of the Divine Creation Organization, Yi Feng was already familiar with it. Ha, ha, Lu Yi suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Yi Feng frowned. I'm laughing. You thought I would take poison and kill myself, but actually I won't. Louis still had an inexplicable smile on his face. This smile made Yifeng very upset. Boo! Yifeng went up and stomped his head into the ground. It was also good that as a martial emperor, even though his cultivation had been abolished, the strength of his body that should be there was still there, or else with this kick, it could have directly crushed his skull. Playing God, Yifeng took his head and pulled it out of the ground. Cough, cough. Louis's face was covered in dirt, mixed with blood. His incisors had fallen out a few. Extremely wretched, and he finally failed to smile again. I ask, you answer, is that clear? Yifeng's icy cold gaze stared straight at Louis. Listen, clearly. Louis's voice was a little winded. As far as I know, those experiments you did were not the result of your drilling, but rather, the upper echelons of your organization gave you theories to put into practice, and I would like to know, where did these theories come from? This information was learned from Tang Kuan, but Tang Kuan was not at a high enough level to say why his superiors had these theories. Yifeng was still very curious about this, because from the information available, both the transplant talent and the physique are incredibly advanced technologies, advanced enough for everyone to recognize that it can't be done. But now, the Divine Creation Organization has done it, and they have a success story. I don't know, maybe, it's something out of the sky. Louis's uncertain tone didn't seem like he was telling a lie. Something out of the sky? This was the first time Yifeng had heard this. Good, I'm just guessing. Those theories just came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, Louis's gaze was directed towards the ghostly blue longsword that fell over there. Can you see what kind of material was used to make this blade? Hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the ghostly blue longsword over there. Chapter 120, Heavenly Objects. This knife, about 3 meters long, has a more elongated form and is extremely thin, with a ghostly blue body. Yifeng will pick it up. The first feeling in the hand is quite a weight, to say the least thousands of pounds, although this weight, for today's Yifeng, is nothing at all. But what surprised Yifeng was that with the form of this blade, slender and thin, it should be far from being this heavy. The problem then is, the material used to forge this blade. Thinking about Louis's question just now, what he asked was, what kind of material was used for this knife? I don't know. Yifeng said truthfully, his knowledge of high-end materials was not really proficient, and it was normal that he could not recognize it. I have looked through a lot of information, have not been able to find out. This knife is used in what kind of material forged, so I am also suspecting that the material used in this knife is also not all of this world, perhaps the same as a heavenly foreign object. This knife, which was rewarded to him by the organization, the exact origin of which he did not know. Regarding the sky alien, you have proof? No. In other words, it's all his personal guess. This knife, however, did give Yifeng a different feeling. It was obviously so thin, but it was incredibly tough, and so sharp that it cut through his own battle sword with such ease. Next, Yifeng asked some more questions. Louis was very honest. All explained clearly, what to ask and what to say, even many times, without Yifeng taking the initiative to ask. He said a lot of information. For example, in addition to their 9 envoys, there were also 4 saint kings above them, each of which was at the martial saint realm. As for the founder of their divine creation organization, he was said to be one of the few martial gods in the world. Why alleged? This was because even Louis had not met this trailblazer with his own eyes. They called this man the Lord of God. I've told you everything I need to say, and everything I shouldn't. Louis looked like he was waiting to die. Then he laughed again, a little maniacally. Are you wondering why I'm being so cooperative? Without waiting for Yifeng to reply, Louis continued, you know too much. They'll shut you up forever, he said, looking down slightly at his chest. South Sacred King, I have been working for the organization for many years, and today I have shaken out a lot of secrets, which is considered to be a betrayal of the organization, but it doesn't matter. I'm alone and unattached, and I won't live anyway, so tell me more, and I'm sure you'll be very attentive and help me get my revenge. Ha ha. With Louis's insane laughter, his chest was actually cracked open, and there was actually an electronic eye hidden there, filming everything over here, all the time in it, transmitting it in real time to his superiors. One called the Southern Saint King there. At this time, in the imperial southern city in the central state, a middle-aged man, with flames dancing in his eyes, silently watched the image in the light screen. Suddenly, the sole of a foot zoomed rapidly through the frame. The screen warped for a moment and finally just cut out. Bamboo forest with blue water. In a bamboo courtyard, Yifeng slowly retracted his right leg. Lying on the ground, Louis's eyeballs protruded. His breath was extinct, and his chest position was deeply sunken. The electronic eye on his chest, which was just a miniature instrument implanted into it, had been crushed under Yifeng's kick. The moment we went up against you, the Divine Creation Organization, you were already destined to die. It doesn't matter to me whether you guys are after me or not, because between the two of us, only one of us is destined to have the last laugh. That side, too, will surely be me. Regarding the fact that the image had just been filmed and transmitted to the Saint King behind his so-called back, Yi Feng was actually indifferent. He did not reveal his appearance throughout the whole process, wrapped tightly with the rue mulberry vine, wanting to find himself. Not so easy. This blade, it is indeed extraordinary. Yi Feng rubbed Lui's long, ghostly blue blade, feeling the cold touch coming from his fingertips, feeling in love with it. It's just that, if it's used directly like this, it's easy to be recognized by the people of the Divine Creation Organization. Perhaps there would be quite a few people inside the Divine Creation Organization who had seen this long phantom blue blade of his. Put it away for now, and afterward, just think of a way to disguise the knife, or at least make the appearance look not too different from what it is now. Yi Feng thought secretly. Also, Yi Feng found another thing from Lui. It was a book with some characters transcribed on it, and he didn't know what they meant. Anyway, Yi Feng had never seen this kind of symbols before. What can be carried by Lui is not simple. Perhaps from which more important place to see, and then copied down? Otherwise there's no reason for it being carried around with him. Put the stuff away first. Yi Feng went back to the house and strolled around. First, they found some clothes, probably stocked by Lui as well. Taking one, he tore out a piece of cloth and wrapped the long, ethereal blue blade around it so it wouldn't be conspicuous. Then go to those bottles and jars and remove the more precious elixirs. After basically finishing what he should take, Yi Feng left the bamboo courtyard. Before he left, he looked back, mobilizing the fire element within his body. His fingertips condensed out a flame and pointed it at this bamboo courtyard. The flames rose and blazed up, and before long, the bamboo courtyard would be reduced to rubble that would not leave much of a trace. Yi Feng left the bamboo forest. On the way back, Yi Feng thought about the next plan of action. The Divine Creation Organization, which was bound to be taken out, just wasn't strong enough right now. But before that, surely it was necessary to find a way to investigate them in more detail, which required intelligence sources. The second thing was to find a way to camouflage the phantom blue long knife, so that when the time came, it could be taken out and used at will. There are also those characters that Lui copied. It seems that it is not simple. Find a chance to understand it. These were the things Yi Feng wanted to do next. Suddenly at that point, treasure chest clue, in Dinan City, an orange treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Yi Feng's breath caught. Orange treasure chest. That's a treasure chest that's one level higher than red. Still, what opens up will be better than red. But this destination, Dinan City. Yi Feng looked towards the center, which was also the direction called Zhengzhou. Hundreds of years ago, space shook, the continental plates shifted, the geography and landforms changed, giving birth to many secret realms, and human beings embarked on the path of martial arts to fight against foreign beasts. After the Great Chaos, the population was decimated and then restabilized order and gradually prospered. The world is no longer that world. The population distribution, the geographical divisions, are all very different from before the catastrophe. The center of the world today is the Middle Kingdom, where there are 5 huge cities. The main city in the center is called Imperial City. There are also 4 sub-cities in the 4 directions, named Imperial East City, Imperial West City, Imperial South City, and Imperial North City. Chapter 121, Rising Star Camp? I don't give a. This time, the orange treasure chest is located in Dinan City. It seems that I have to make a trip to Dinan City. In fact, even without the treasure chest, Yi Feng probably needed to travel to the central state. Whether it's investigating things or dealing with the Divine Creation Organization, it's a need to go. The higher-ups of the Divine Creation Organization were active over in Central State. Yi Feng was ready to head to the Dragontang school, and casually find an excuse to withdraw from the school. Sort of making a farewell, it was better than suddenly disappearing. When I would enroll in school, it was not at all because I needed to learn anything at school, but to open treasure chests. There's no need to stay in school anymore, so it's okay to drop out. Yi Feng returned to school. Why is she back? Yi Feng saw a familiar figure. It was Su Canny. In order to avoid Lui, Yi Feng told Su Canny to go and hide for a while. Now that Lui had died Yi Feng didn't spread the word. Su Canny was at most informed that Lui escaped from the hands of the Yanlong army with injuries. Even so, that was still dangerous. She shouldn't have been so quick, and appeared here to be right. In front of Su Canny, there stood the principal. Punch. On the opposite side of Pang Chi, there was also a person standing, a beautiful woman. looking in her 30s, but her cultivation was not low, reaching the martial zone realm, stronger than Pang Chi. Don't worry, principal. The schoolgirl is young and has such cultivation. She is a moldable talent. When she joins the Nova camp, with her own ability, she will be able to mix well, and her future achievements will not be below mine. The beautiful woman, Su Shuya, said to Pang Chi. She had been a student of the Dragon Totem Academy with excellent grades, and was later recruited by the Central State Rising Star Camp to further her studies there. The current identity, on the other hand, was an elite member of the Yanlong army, who followed Yang Cheng this time and came over here to deal with Louis and other members of the Divine Creation Organization. As for being here at the moment, it must also be mentioned that at that time, when Su Kanyi was surrounded by multiple people in the water and fire mysterious realm and was in a desperate situation, she contacted Pang Chi and asked him to find a way to rescue her. It ended up being just as Yifeng arrived and saved Su Kanyi when he left. While Su Kanyi was in hiding, Punch contacted Su Kanyi about the matter. Su Kanyi didn't give up Yifeng and only said that he was saved by a mysterious expert. Punch thinks that it is not a solution to always hide like this, so he helps to advise. After all, he has a wide range of contacts. A moment's thought led to Camp Nova. It was a genius gathering place, where geniuses from all over the world gathered there, with powerful people teaching them advanced cultivation theories and abundant cultivation resources. Camp Nova was created by the state and has an official background. There are many experts there. It will be safe there. Instead of hiding like this, it would be better to enter there, where one could cultivate in peace and go further. With Su Kanyi's original natural talent, it was enough to enter it, and now that she had fused the Xianin spirit flame, her physique had been upgraded to SSS grade, and it was even more of a no-brainer. Pang Chi then helped contact Su Shuya, a former Dragon Tang student who had also been in the Nova camp, making her the most suitable person to be the introducer. Su Shuya was still quite attentive, and immediately rushed over after finishing the task at hand. Then there was this scene that Yifeng saw when he arrived. Schoolmate Su, get ready. I'll be leaving this site any time now, so I'll go over there piece by piece then. Okay, Sister Su. Su Shuya left. The rest of the crowd dispersed. Su Kanyi wanted to immediately head to the dormitory to pack her bags when she suddenly saw Yifeng nearby. You should have heard the conversation just now, right? Su Kanyi said as she came closer. Yes, you want to join Nova camp. Yifeng nodded. Well, I was able to increase my strength faster when I went there. Su Kanyi's bright eyes had expectations in them. Then remembering something, she looked at Yifeng and lowered her voice. Do you want to go too? With your... She didn't make it too clear, and continued. Surely you're good enough. I wouldn't be able to. Yifeng, however, was very decisive and directly refused. What is the benefit of joining inside? There is no treasure chest inside. Su Kanyi froze. She thought Yifeng would agree. After all, who wouldn't want better cultivation resources? However, he didn't want Yifeng to refuse so dryly. Why? She was puzzled. Not rare, Yifeng said bluntly. Su Chani, nothing to say. She heard for the first time. Someone put the Nova camp, said so dislike, do not know, thought it was a refugee camp, let people avoid. So what's next for you? Then, Su Kanyi was aware of Yifeng's specific strength. He could even kill a martial zone, and the principal was also completely inadequate in his eyes. What else do you get with that kind of strength if you remain in school? Well, next, I should be leaving the school and heading to the Central State, and I feel bad about suddenly disappearing, so I want to find a reason to say goodbye. Yifeng said, truthfully, reason for leaving? Su Kanyi paused and said, how about this? As an official member of the Nova camp, it is possible to bring a companion school member in, without an official status. It can be understood as a miscellaneous. Hearing this, Yifeng already roughly understood what Su Kanyi wanted to express. Fine, just tell the principal that I'm becoming your companion cadet. However, I won't really go to Nova camp afterward. Saying that now is just a random excuse. Yifeng said, that's for sure. Su Kanyi laughed. She was also sharp and contacted Punch remotely on the spot to talk things over. Well, as the fastest student ever to be promoted to senior cadet, his natural talent is indeed good. Becoming your companion cadet and going to the Nova camp to see the world would be a good thing for him. Punch had a decent critique and readily agreed. Su Kanyi endured some pain to hold back from laughing out loud, because if Pang Chi knew that Yifeng's true strength at this moment, I wonder if he would short-circuit his head on the spot. One day later, the school had already spread the word about Su Kanyi being about to join Camp Nova. Many of my colleagues who are also mentors are still envious. The requirements for joining the Rising Star Camp were not low. In addition to the requirements for strength and qualifications, there were also requirements for age. That is to say, even if the realms are the same and the talents are the same, but if the two are of different ages, the one that is more youthful is definitely more popular. While Yifeng was chosen by Su Kanyi to become a companion student, it sparked discussion among the student body. they were all envious, of course, although all know that the nature of this so-called companion cadet is no different from odd jobs, and after going there, you may need to do some chores, but as long as they were able to step into the Nova camp, then everything would be worth it. No matter how hard or tiring it was, they were willing, but it was useless for them to be willing. There was only one spot, and it was occupied by Yifeng. Congratulations, he Xiling beamed with joy. Once upon a time, Yifeng was the same starting point as her, but now, it is like two worlds. Chapter 122. Towards the orange treasure chest. He Xiling was genuinely rejoicing for Yifeng, but at the same time, she also felt a bit chagrined that her progress was too slow. In fact, among the freshmen of the same class, her rate of progress was considered to be among the best, only that it was completely incomparable to Yifeng. The anomaly. Yifeng knew what was going on with him, relying entirely on treasure chests to raise his strength, and those of them who needed to raise it a little bit through cultivation definitely had no way to compare. These are for you to be able to help you increase your strength faster. Yifeng pulled out quite a few bottles and jars, all of which were in the category of pills. It's all been the spoils of war, from various enemies, that have been captured. For the current Yifeng, these were completely useless, and eating them wouldn't help. As for selling it for money, Yifeng still had a lot of money left now and couldn't see that. He Xiling is also considered Yifeng, a friend who has known for a long time. Giving these to her, to be able to play a greater value, is completely worth it. This is too precious? He Xiling was shocked and quickly refused. In her opinion, these elixirs were very precious. All of them were the type that were expensive and had very good medicinal effects. If she were to buy an elixir, she would definitely not be able to afford to purchase this kind. Even some of them are still perennially out of stock. After out of stock can't be bought because there are just too many people who want it, and demand exceeds supply. But now, Yifeng suddenly took out so many pills, so how could she accept them with peace of mind? These pills, take them yourself. He Xiling excused herself. As much as she wanted to, with these, she would indeed be able to raise her strength more quickly. Yifeng guffawed. If I say I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. These are no longer of any use to me. Saying that, he directly put the elixir and stuffed it into He Xiling's hands. Then, thank you. Seeing that Yifeng really wanted to give it, He Xiling finally accepted it and thanked him in a hurry. And in Yifeng's words, the phrase no longer of much use to herself further convinced He Xiling that the gap between her and Yifeng was already like a moat. However, she wasn't discouraged. She had done well enough. In the path of cultivation, if one kept comparing oneself to others, then unless one was the one who was always number one, there would definitely be people who were better than oneself in existence. Just don't compare yourself to anyone else, just yourself. I don't know if I'll have a chance to meet in the future. He Xiling inexplicably felt a sense of loss. There should be. Yifeng was actually unsure of what would eventually happen on this trip to the past. Hiding the wipe of loss in the depths of her eyes, He Xiling encouraged herself. The next time we meet, I'll definitely be much stronger than I am now. Well, I believe it will. Yifeng nodded. After saying goodbye to He Xiling, this side of things, it was considered to be the end. As for the stone beasts in the treasure mine mystery realm, Yifeng had nothing to arrange. Just let them remain inside to develop and grow. Depart. Yifeng left the school and headed towards Zhengzhou. As for Su Kanyi, she took one step ahead of Yifeng and followed Su Shuya, heading to the Imperial City Nova camp. After all, it wasn't really meant to be Su Kanyi's companion trainee, so naturally, she wouldn't travel together. Yifeng this trip over, did not use the extreme speed to rush, walking and stopping, through many cities, over the mountains and rivers basin. It is also considered to be a good appreciation of the scenery along the way. When the huge thick wall of Dinan City appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes, and the orange arrow on the ground pointed to this city, Yifeng knew that he had arrived at Dinan City, worthy of being the imperial southern city. Even the city walls are this thick and tall, built with incomparably hard granite steel precision stones, capable of defending against the attacks of many medium and low realm fey beasts. Yifeng murmured his review softly. As for higher-level foreign beasts, or flying birds of prey, they could only be defended by strong human beings. Please show your pass, or proof of martial arts. Beneath the massive gates, there were guards on the left and right, heavily armed and watching for passers-by. When they saw Yifeng preparing to enter the city, a guard immediately stopped him. The passes that the guards are talking about require a special trip, have certain conditions, and the vetting is still quite strict. For example, there are requirements for strength, or status. Only by possessing this certificate could one travel unimpeded in the Imperial City and the 4 major subcities of the Central State. This was to prevent too many people from flocking to settle in the Central State. After all, everyone knew clearly that the Central State was the center of the world, with the most powerful people and the safest place. If there was ever a day when the foreign beasts took over the human homeland, then the Central State would definitely be the last to fall. Without additional access conditions, it wouldn't take long for it to fill up with people from all over. If you don't have a pass, You can also show your martial artist certificate, no matter in what way, as long as you can prove you are a martial artist. You can also have the pass qualification. Martial artists are relied upon to defend their homes, and they have that privilege. Yifeng showed the student card of the Dragon Tang Academy, on which the strength was written in the martial general realm. This was because Yifeng didn't purposely display his strength to get the school to update the information above. Anyway, it's good to have this proof to use as a pass, worthy of being from a prestigious school like the Dragon Tendency Academy. At such a young age, he has reached the martial general realm. The guard secretly muttered a sentence before signaling Yifeng that he could enter. Yifeng entered Dinan City. As far as the eye could see, a random passerby was full of energy, walking with a dragon's footsteps, and it was obvious at a glance that he was a martial artist. In other cities, it's hard to have that. There are a lot of ordinary people in other cities. Not everyone is a martial artist. As for here, unless they are still young and haven't carried out cultivation yet, the rest are almost martial artists. After all, it was one of the 4 great secondary cities of the central state, and to be able to come here, it basically wouldn't be simple. This, coupled with the fact that there was a pass requirement, screened out even more people, and it was difficult for ordinary people from at least other places to qualify to come over. Yifeng looked at the arrow on the ground. The first order of business is to find the orange treasure chest. Giddy up, get out of the way, get out of my way. Behind them came a sudden, noisy stamping of hooves and a young man's bellowing curse. It was a group of people, riding alien beasts on their hips, galloping in the middle of the main road. At the head was an arrogant young man, riding a beast that was the most impressive, a lion with a fiery red mane, huge in size, with a vicious face, and not bad in strength. Actually a king beast. To be able to tame a fiery lion with a ferocious nature and a strength of king level into a mount, it was evident that this young man's origin was not small. Road pedestrians' eyesight is good. Know that this pedestrian is not simple. All have to avoid. Kid, looking for death? On the road, however, there was a man, looking not very old, as if he did not know to avoid, still on that avenue. Roar! Seeing that the fiery lion was about to crash into it, but for some reason, the fiery lion suddenly came to a sharp break, almost lifting the arrogant young man on the back of the seat. All toppled down. Chapter 123, Weapon Refining Extravaganza. The youth was also a martial artist, and it took a while to stabilize his body. Fiery lion, are you trying to topple little master to the ground? The youth, Mo Baifan, was slightly in a sorry state and was filled with anger. This fiery lion, is his Mo family spend a high price to buy? Once over the master tamer domestication, obedience first class, never disobeyed orders. Today this is how it is. Running well, is suddenly come to a sharp break. No one noticed that at this moment, the fiery lion, staring at Yifeng in front of him, had a deep scorn in his big copper bell eyes. Suddenly starting again, he purposely bypassed Yifeng and sped away, nearly toppling the unprepared Mo Baifan again. Mo Shao, wait for us. A group of men behind him rushed to catch up. It was this unauthorized run. Mo Baifan's voice came from afar. This young man is really lucky, almost about to be hit by that fiery lion of the Mo family, but in the end, somehow, that is like a sudden jerk, stopping sharply and suddenly running away. I've heard that it's a king beast. If this is hit, you'll be seriously injured if not killed. Riding such a dangerous foreign beast on the streets and rampaging through the streets, it's really lawless. Who called him the Mo family? Is the top refining family in the Imperial South City, with a great reputation and wide connections. Even if Mo Baifan makes a bit of a mess, it will be easy to smooth things out, and it's still us who will suffer. It's a family misfortune that the Mo family has produced such an uneducated dude. You're wrong on that point. This Mo Baifan, who usually seems to be unconscious, is actually the genius with the highest talent for refining artifacts among the younger generation. There's more to this. Not bad. This time, the Alchemist Association organized a triennial alchemy extravaganza. It's these young alchemists who participate. I see the direction he's heading to. Maybe he's just going over to participate. The people in the neighborhood, talking about it. The Mo family they spoke of was enough to be ranked in the top 10 in the Imperial South City's family rankings. If they were to purely compete in terms of martial strength, the Mo family wouldn't necessarily be able to rank this high. The main refining aspect was highly accomplished, and there were multiple refining masters within the clan, many of whom were at the top of the Refiners Association. For those who were strong in martial arts, besides their own strength, combat weapons were also important. Weapons don't just appear out of thin air. It would require a highly skilled refiner to customize them. At this time, it was naturally necessary to enlist the help of these refining masters. Over and over again, These refining masters, too, had made friends with many powerful people. That is why they are said to be well connected. The words of the crowd naturally fell on Yifeng's ears. What the crowd thought was a thrilling moment was actually not half as thrilling for Yifeng. That king beast fiery lion. Yifeng could kill it with a single slap. Only then, with the Mo family's position in Dinan City, the follow-up would be troublesome. Mo's family? Mo Baifan? Refiner. Yifeng took these key words and memorized them in his heart. If from Louis, the seized phantom blue long knife, the best way to have someone change its appearance for camouflage was to ask a refiner with good skills to help. You don't have to re-refine it, just make a difference in appearance. The Mo family is not the only one that has weapon refining masters. Other forces also have them, so it is not necessary to ask someone from the Mo family to make a move. Only, whatever it is, Yifeng is not assured. After all, this was Lu Yi's stuff, and it concerned the Divine Creation Organization. The main reason one would want to make a disguise is the fear of being recognized, and when the trustee is in disguise, he is destined to be seen by outsiders. And who knows if there is a connection between this person and the Divine Creation Organization? Never mind, let's ignore this for now. Yifeng continued to follow the orange arrow. Eventually, Yifeng came to the front of a huge building. This place is heavily staffed and crowded with people constantly walking into this building. Yifeng looked up and saw the huge banner above him, the Refinery Extravaganza. It was quite a coincidence that he had just heard about the refining extravaganza, and now he had come to the venue where it was being held. I wonder if this treasure chest is good to open. Yifeng simply followed the crowd and walked into the middle of this building. Inside was a huge internal square, which was already crowded with people at this point, and at a glance, it was bustling with people. The vast majority come just to be spectators, either alone or in groups. It's worthy of being a venue under the name of the Alchemist Association. Look at the floor. It's all very characteristic of alchemy. A floor? Isn't that a metal floor? I've seen people with metal floors in other places. This is what you don't understand, right? If you look at this floor carefully, you'll see that there are fine star patterns on it, which means that it's not an ordinary metal plate, but rather, it's forged by a refiner, utilizing the technique of hardened star forging. Forged using the hardened star forging technique. Boy, such a large site. That's not a small project. It's too extravagant. Near Yifeng, there were several people chatting there regarding what hardened star forging. Yifeng wasn't sure what exactly it was, but looking at their surprised expressions, it was estimated to be a good forging technique. Yifeng didn't care about this. His eyes searched and eventually settled somewhere inside the square. A large field was isolated, and inside the field, a single refining bit was neatly planned out. At each location, it consists of a forging table, a smithing furnace, and some tools. In the last row, a certain smithing bit, in which a bright orange treasure chest was placed on top of the forging table, was clearly placed on top of it. How is this going to go in okay? The field was surrounded on all sides by a material that resembled glass. However, it was not glass, but a kind of transparent crystal ore, created by a refiner. The degree of sturdiness was quite high, and the transparency was even more superb, and if one did not pay attention a little bit, one would ignore the existence of this layer of screen cover. This doomed the attempt to sneak in, and it became less realistic, not to mention the isolation of this transparent screen cover. Even if not, among so many people present, there are still experts. Sneaking in will definitely be detected. As for utilizing the origin of Earth, approaching the past from the ground, Yifeng looked at the ground, the metal floor with the broken star pattern, and knew that it was not very realistic. The origin of Earth, in objects with Earth attributes, could pass through at will, whereas the metal floor, with its gold attribute, had no way to pass through at all. What's more, even if he could get through, there was no way to touch the treasure chest, which was not placed on the ground, but on the forge. Thinking about it, Yifeng's gaze was fixed on the only entrance over there. At the entrance, there was an old man sitting on the left and right. At that moment, a man came forward, full of confident looks, and approached the entrance over there. The noisy voices in the room became quiet. Is he? Chapter 124. A hush fell over the room. This person, the very same Mo family disciple that he had encountered not long ago, was named Mo Baifan. He was riding a fiery lion to get here. Upon arrival, the fiery lion had his men watch over him while he took a tour around and did some sightseeing, and it was only now that he felt it was about time that he was ready to go up. Hello, two masters. Mo Baifan bowed to the man, and from his demeanor, he should have recognized them. There's no need to be polite. Sien nephew Mo, Both responded with a smile. The two of them were master refiners of the Refiners Association, and they had many dealings with the refiners family like the Mo family. After all, in addition to being a refiner family, the Mo family likewise had quite a few clansmen that were titled inside the Refiners Association. If it wasn't for the sake of avoiding suspicion, the person presiding over the venue would definitely have been a member of Mo's family. But now that the Mo family had Mo Bifan come to compete, they, the Mo family, took the initiative to not participate in the hosting of the venue. But the connections were there, and the people presiding over the venue almost all recognized Mo Bifan, the rising star of the Mo family. The preliminary question for this tournament is to take this metal ball, disassemble it into pieces and put it back together again without damaging it. The shorter the time it takes, the better. One of the masters handed a fist-sized metal ball to Mo Bifan. When I was down there just now, I had seen the other contestants come up and knew it was this question, but knowing the title was useless and couldn't do much to unravel and put together the metal ball. The test here is the flexibility of the smith's hands and the ability to cope with the construction of the instrument. Some refiners, in their spare time, would play such tricks on their own to hone their abilities in this area. Mo Bifan usually didn't exercise much, and at this time, he was confident beyond measure. Taking the metal ball, he observed it in his palm for only a second. Swish, swish, swish. Fingers flipped and flexed as if each finger had come to life with an individual life. Wow, that's so strong. Worthy of being a genius of the Mo clan, being able to dismantle the metal ball so quickly. The crowd gasped out in shock. It was seen that the metal ball, in the flip of Mo Bifan's fingers, transformed into a piece of metal components, big and small, thick and thin, with different shapes, amounting to thousands of pieces. A small metal ball was actually assembled with thousands of components. After Mo Bifan finished disassembling, his hands didn't stop moving, and immediately reassembled. And again, it only took a very short time to put the metal ball back together, restoring the original appearance. Total time 55 seconds. The two master refiners, looking at Mo Bifan with admiration, announced out the total time spent. It took time to get into within a minute, about the same as Zhang Biao of the Zhang clan. I thought that Zhang Biao had secured the top title, but now I'm saying it's not good. Both of them are geniuses from the weapon refining family. This is something to see. In the midst of the people's murmurs, within the competition venue, a stout young man looked out at Mo Bifan, with intense battle intent in his eyes. Go inside and wait in the first row, the master smith said. Mo Bifan did as he was told and entered through the center channel to the inside of the transparent screen cover. Yifeng continued to observe and came to a conclusion after a while. It turned out that inside the transparent screen cover, it was the competition venue of this refining event. To get in, you have to go to the preliminary question, which is to disassemble and assemble that metal ball. All can qualify regardless of their grades. Only the location at the time of the game will be different. The better the scores on the preliminary questions, the more advanced the location. For example, Mo Bifan, Zhang Biao, and even those with poorer grades, but who were considered good as long as they could get within 2 minutes, were placed in the first row. 2 minutes to less than 5 minutes to be placed in the second row. As for more than 5 minutes, they were placed in the third row from the end. The purpose of the preliminary questions is to delineate the positions so that the more specialized the contestants are at the front, the better the line of sight, and the viewers have a good time watching. People refer to these three positions, jokingly, as the professional group, the amateur group, and the atmosphere group. That description is apt. Yifeng looked at the location of the treasure chest. It was in that final third row, the atmosphere group location. It just so happened that Yifeng didn't know how to refine weapons either, and if he was in the professional group, Yifeng really didn't have the means to reach it. As for the atmosphere group, that's easy, no hard and fast requirements at all. In that case, it's a good idea to participate just for fun in order to open the treasure chest. Yifeng went straight forward, disassemble and put together this metal ball in the fastest time possible. The master refiner on the left side of the passageway, without much expression on his face, handed a metal ball to Yifeng. Yifeng received it and carefully observed the metal ball. It is actually almost impossible to see the seams. Yifeng secretly surprised. Thousands of components assembled metal ball. Even from the appearance of the seams cannot be seen. To build this metal ball of people, skills must be very high. This made Yifeng have some interest in the ability of a refiner for the first time. Yifeng tried to dismantle it, but found no way to do so. Disassembling this kind of thing was not something that could be done just by having the strength to do it, and it needed to be in this area. With enough understanding and practice, that was the basic skill of a refiner. Whatever, just try it. Yifeng also does not expect to be able to achieve good results. Anyway, it is the opportunity to mix into the field. The treasure chest will be opened on the line. Yifeng concentrated and utilized his powerful perception ability, and really found a breakthrough. The metal piece of the first piece was removed by Yifeng. Wait a minute, what seems to be wrong? Yifeng took a look towards the dismantled piece of metal. A small hook existed underneath, thinner than a hairline. Yifeng, who didn't have perspective eyes, naturally couldn't know that there was such a trap inside, with the hook hooked on another metal component inside. When removing the metal piece, I accidentally pulled the hook off. The main thing is, this metal ball, the material used is not very good, is a kind of quite soft metal. Casually add a little more force, afraid to deform, not to mention is smaller than a hairline hook. Ripped off will not have too much feeling. The faces of the two master refiners who were invigilating the preliminary test questions were already a bit unsightly. Even though they didn't limit the participants, those who dared to come up and compete had at least learned a few tricks. Even those who are halfway decent are at best poorly strong enough not to break the first piece of metal. This person in front of him was obviously ignorant of refining weapons. Even such basic skills as disassembling and assembling were so rusty. How could one expect to perform well when they got their hands on refining later on? Yifeng didn't care about the stinking faces of the two men and continued to dismantle it. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces. Between each piece, they are all interconnected and can be dismantled if you're not careful. The two master refiners, the corners of their foreheads were already veins jutting out. The crowd at the meeting, too, resounded with booing after booing. Chapter 125 Advanced Weapon Refining Patriarch. Which one of those who can get on the field and compete isn't a bit strong? At least have a few tricks up your sleeve and be decent. No one would dare to go up like Yifeng, who knew nothing about refining weapons. Even those who were also members of the Atmosphere group just said that it was a little too cookie, but no one was completely incapable of it. All right, no need to take it apart anymore. Go to the last row. The two master refiners, who couldn't stand to watch, hurriedly called Yifeng to stop. If Yifeng was allowed to dismantle it like this again, the entire metal ball would be scrapped. The materials used are not precious, but the construction of the inside, to be cleverly designed, still takes a lot of effort. Half scrapped, there's still value in repairing it. Full scrapped, it's just scrap metal. But I haven't finished yet. I haven't even finished dismantling it. Won't this be a violation? Yifeng looked at the two with an innocent face. No, it's perfectly in line with the rules, and when I say it's okay, it's okay. It was a struggle for the two to hold back from having a fit on the spot. The surrounding audience, many of them, had already laughed out loud. The Atmosphere group, it's really the Atmosphere group, haven't seen, who put these two masters, to the hole so suffocated, and angry and not good to attack. After all, it does comply with the rules. They are not good to blow people away. No, we must propose to the association that the next time this kind of event is held, more restrictions should be added beforehand, and the rules should be clearer, so as to prevent these idle people from coming to play around at will. The two master refiners, both thought so in their hearts. He had already secretly defined Yifeng as an idler. Yifeng entered the arena from the passageway and made his way to the last row. Is he, located in the first row of Mo Baifan, originally put the attention, all on in Zhang Biao tit for tat, just now did not pay attention to the off-site movement. This time Yifeng into the arena, he only inadvertently noticed Yifeng. He was slightly surprised. Wasn't this the same passerby that he had been on the road earlier, and had almost run into? I didn't expect that it was also coming over to participate in the weapon refining extravaganza. So it's the Atmosphere group. When he saw Yifeng walk to the last row, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. You know, it turns out that you also have a friend from the Atmosphere group. It's hard to see that you, the young master of the Mo family, has a wide range of friendships as well, making friends with all kinds of people. Zhang Biao, who was nearby, laughed out loud. You could tell by the taunting tone that it wasn't a good one. Humph, you're the one who has a friend in the Atmosphere group. Mo Baifan sneered back. In his ears, this sentence had a great insult. It felt like a waste of time to say one more word to those of the Atmosphere group when he was a genius of the refining family. If he were to say, the Alchemist Association should not have allowed anyone to participate in this tournament if they were organizing it, and it would be best if the only people eligible were the Alchemist families. Mo Baifan had this thought, and Zhang Biao pretty much had it too. This thought embodied the arrogance of their lineage to the fullest. Yifeng didn't care about what others thought. His code of conduct was never more than one. Find a way to open the treasure chest. As long as you can open treasure chests and be able to power up yourself or gain various abilities, that's enough. A random treasure chest that opened out items that others would need to spend a lot of time and effort to obtain, and even some that others would not be able to obtain no matter what they did. Yifeng took an arrow step and came to a certain refining bit labeled with the number 308. Here at the forge, an orange shaking treasure chest was quietly placed there. There was supposed to be one person nearby, also a member of the atmosphere crew, ready to go to the 308 position, but suddenly occupied by Yifeng. He could only go to the nearby 309. It was all the same anyway. Just now, I wanted to head to 308, and I just picked it at random. Hi, bro. The man was in his mid-20s, with dark skin and looked a bit old, and from his appearance alone, he felt like he was in his 30s. The character was very self-conscious and took the lead in greeting Yifeng. Dude, are you just here to just hang out too? The dark man, Chen Song, inquired to Yifeng. Sort of. Yifeng nodded perfunctorily. Alas, our kind of people, to background no background, to network no network, even if interested in refining, but also cannot learn the real skills. A little more advanced forging technology has long been let those refining family monopoly. You say, we do not casually play. What else can we do? What else can we do if we don't just play around? Can we beat them? In Chen Song's tone, there was a strong sense of resentment. Since he was a child, he was very fascinated by weapon refining and had a very strong interest in weapon refining. Unfortunately, he has little background. Even if he pays money to learn, the skills he learns are relatively shallow, and it is difficult to learn any profound techniques. On the contrary, those people of the family, once born, have quality resources, high-end connections, the circle of all know each other. Cannot be excellent? If he was allowed to be born amongst one of those refining families, he would also have the confidence to make a name for himself. Now it is also kind of a bit open. Focus on other things, and refining weapons, just as a hobby. That's why there was the opening line, asking Yifeng if he was also here to casually play around. Listening to Chen Song's words, Yifeng nodded his head. Although he didn't have this kind of experience himself, Yifeng could imagine it. So suffocating and helpless. It's a good thing that you, yourself, don't have to go through this. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Yifeng reached out and touched it. Snap! You have opened an orange treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining all the abilities of a senior refining master. Ha, going to be a refiner? And he was a senior refining master. How high was this level? Yifeng wasn't too sure. Yifeng's first feeling was that it didn't help much in terms of strength enhancement, and it felt a bit ribbed. After all, he, himself, had no intention of following the path of a smith career. If he could choose, what Yifeng wanted was definitely the aspect of improving his strength. It didn't matter if it was soul power, chi and blood, or other feats and martial arts. Any one of them will do. But then, on second thought, it didn't feel like it was all chicken scratch. First of all, by becoming a refiner, one would have the ability to take that long phantom blue blade and transform its appearance, or even refine it twice. Secondly, refiners are destined to have only a few people eating out of the palm of their hand, because of the monopolization of technology. Then if one has a high level of smithing skill, if one needs money, or any rare resources, it is possible to earn these things through smithing skill. As for the next match, Yifeng was thinking about whether or not to show a little. On the surface, he could be a refiner with a mysterious teacher and highly skilled techniques. With such a status, there are opportunities to get in touch with all kinds of big shots, which will be very helpful in investigating intelligence. Just as Yifeng was thinking about this, a new treasure chest clue prompt popped up, directly helping Yifeng make his choice. Treasure chest clue: an orange treasure chest has appeared in the champion's prize chest of the refinery extravaganza. Please go and open it. Chapter 126, Treasure Chest in the Prize Chest. At this time, the refining event, which was nearing its start, no longer continued to let the participants in. The only people who can get in now are the staff. Just now in the entrance channel, that master refiner, the one surnamed Ma among them, would act as a host again. The winner of this refining event will be able to become an official member of my Refiners Association. Grandmaster Ma's loud voice carried throughout the entire venue. Regarding joining the association, it wasn't really the most appealing because those who were able to win the championship were most likely the sons of refining families, and for these sons of families, it wasn't difficult to join the association. To join through normal channels, you need to be introduced, plus go through an assessment period and finally pass to become a full member. The equivalent would be, minus all these tedious steps, to just become a member of the association, which is kinda nice. Master Ma announced the prizes and didn't actually finish, and the group knew that he had deliberately whetted their appetites. The second thing is, rewarding a piece of grade 8 heavens beyond metaphysical iron. The crowd immediately sparked a clamor. What? Outer heaven metaphysical iron? And it's still grade 8? The Refiners Association, actually willing to take out such a high-end mineral to give out as prizes. Even the minerals on the blue star are worth a lot once they reach the 8th level, let alone the heavenly Xian iron. People clamored at once. Minerals are also graded, just like weapons, in several levels and grades. For example, if the weapons used by martial emperors were generally grade 7, then the materials used to build this grade 7 weapon would generally be grade 7 as well. In other words, grade 8 materials, capable of creating grade 8 weapons now, were usually only possessed by martial saint levels. With such an analysis, one could tell how precious and rare the grade 8 materials would be. As for the extra heavenly metaphysical iron, it refers to those metals that do not exist on the blue planet. Today's scholars believe that this part of the extremely rare, non-blue star stuff is from outer space, collectively known as celestial objects. One of the metal minerals in the category is then called extraterrestrial metaphysical iron. Not only are they extremely rare, but they also have great research value and are often of better quality. Of course, not all heavenly objects are valuable. A meteorite, for example, is also from outer space, but may be just an ordinary rock. As for the prize this time, the fact that it could be rated at the 8th level already indicated that the item was of extremely high quality. For refiners, the things they cared about were nothing more than their own refining skills, external refining tools or materials, and so on. The attraction of a piece of grade 8 heavens beyond metaphysical iron was undoubtedly huge for a refiner. Or rather, to anyone, the attraction is immense because it is, in itself, of great value. As Grandmaster Ma made the announcement, 2 martial artists, carrying a box, walked onto the field and solemnly placed it on the sturdy metal stand there. The 2 martial artists were all at the martial emperor realm, directly guarding the left and right of this champion's prize. People's attention, all of it, went to the box, and their breathing became rapid. Yifeng similarly looked at the box. Others might be thinking about the heavenly metaphysical iron stored inside, but Yifeng was different. Most of his attention was on this box, emitting a faint orange light. The treasure chest clue just said that there is an orange treasure chest in the winner's prize box. This is the case. The newly appeared orange treasure chest is placed inside this prize chest made of rare metal. It seems that I am going to have to show some strength, take the champion away and win the prize to have a chance to open the orange treasure chest inside. Yifeng thought secretly, this is good, had been thinking, to be in the open, to shape out a refiner identity. Now it's sort of a treasure chest system that makes the decision for him. Being interrupted by Master Ma's announcement of the prize, Yifeng had forgotten that he had to fuse away the just opened Advanced Refiner's insights. Fusion. As this thing fused, huge and incomparable insights and sensations scrambled to fuse into Yifeng's mind. Let Yifeng on the refining of weapons together. Whether it is skill, experience, knowledge, all know it like the back of his hand. It was as if he himself was a senior refining master who had lived for a great many years and had spent his entire life delving into refining weapons. Yifeng also had a concept of the division of strength of a refiner: apprentice refiner, master refiner, and master refiner. Each of these 4 broad stages is also broken down into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. I'm actually the top senior refiner master. Yifeng was incredulous, directly ascending to the top in one step. Other people in the refining of weapons together, dedication of a lifetime, immersed in many years, are not necessarily able to ascend to the peak. He simply opened a treasure chest, directly to the top. If anyone else knew about this, they would probably be unable to take a breath and be directly infuriated alive. Yifeng suddenly remembered that the preliminary test question just now, disassembling and assembling the metal ball. Now that he had the ability of a senior clan master, he realized in retrospect that dismantling and assembling the metal ball was as simple as it was explosive. It's like being an academician and going through the questions of an elementary school student. If I had to go back to disassembling that metal ball, with the thoughts in his mind, Yifeng inadvertently moved his fingers. As if it was soft and boneless, it transformed into a continuous residual shadow, so flexible that it was unbelievable. It'll be done in a second, Yifeng confidently concluded. To the extent that Mo Baifan did, it took 55 seconds, which just now made people think it was impressive. Now that I think about it, it was only at the level of an intermediate refiner. For others, Mo Baifan reaching this level at this age was indeed not bad. It was just that in front of Yifeng, a bug, it was completely incomparable. Wait, am I seeing things? Chen Tsung, who was nearby, rubbed his eyes vigorously. He had just seen something remarkable out of the corner of his eye. What's with this dude's fingers in the neighborhood? How are they so fast that they're nothing but shadows? He turned his head to look at Yifeng, yet no special conditions were seen. Everything was normal. That's just eye candy, he muttered. Thinking about it, the members of the Atmosphere group were, at best, junior apprentices, and for that maneuver just now, if it was a real occurrence, it was feared that it could only be attained by a weapon refiner patriarch. A refiner patriarch, high or low, was the backbone of the Refiners Association. Who would be idle enough to come to the Atmosphere group competition? Besides, where did such a young man come from to become a master refiner? Good. All contestants get ready. The competition is about to begin. Master Ma reminded in a loud voice. A staff member presented a pre-prepared material to each of the participants. This is the material that needs to be used for the next competition. Participants have one copy in hand, all of which are identical. Next, the rules of the game are announced. Chapter 127, Something Wrong with the Temperature? Each participant will be given a copy of the same material. The rules are also simple. Is to use this material, let you free to play, refining out a knife, after which by the three patriarchal judges, on the work of evaluation, select the winner. Master Ma's voice announcing the rules spread throughout the entire venue. The three judges that he was talking about, sitting on the judges' bench at this moment, were all well-known big names in Dinan City, and 99% of the people present recognized them. The three judges were all refining masters, although they were only junior, but as long as they reached master, their status was incomparably high and revered. It was because throughout the refining circle, the number of patriarchs was few and far between. Each and every one of them, all of them were superbly gifted, showing exceptional refining talent since they were young, and immersing themselves for most of their lives to get to where they are today. So it was possible to see that any of the patriarchs were not young, with the youngest being over 50 years old. Who do you think is the most likely winner this time? The patriarchal judge in the center with a long beard looked to the left and right and asked with a smile. I'm more optimistic about the Mo family kid, the left judge said. I'm the opposite of you, and favor the Zhang clan kid, the right judge said. Ha ha, if you ask me, these two little guys, the level is not too different. Both have the level of intermediate refiner. It depends on how the next clinical performance. The long-bearded judge laughed. The judges were not the only ones who thought that this weaponsmithing competition would be decided between Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao. Everyone else, too, thought the same thing, and had already figured out that they would just wait and see how these two performed. And somewhere in the audience, there is a special area set aside for a soft seat, with more than just a waiter on call and a variety of snacks and drinks. All in all, located in the middle of it all, the service was excellent. Those who were able to sit inside were all of great importance, such as people from various families, like the Mo family and the Zhang family, the two major refining families. There were clansmen present. Among the people present, there were even primary refiner masters. You can see how seriously they take this game. After all, with a public competition like this, word would get out about whatever the performance was later. Perform well, the family shines and produces good sons and daughters. Perform poorly and maybe people won't dare to say anything on the surface, but there's no shortage of people poking their fingers behind their backs. The two families are still located next to each other. Normal exchanges on the surface, but the words can't help but take on the flavor of gunpowder. In this match, it was clear that there were hundreds of people participating, but from the judges down to the audience, they all felt from the bottom of their hearts that it was a duel between Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao. Even many of the contestants thought so in their hearts. In the middle of the race, the contestants opened their respective packets of materials. Pale jade crystal, red haze iron, cloud scale mother. A variety of materials were displayed in front of the crowd, as if counting dozens of them. All of them were first-grade materials, and to a refiner, these were only very basic, low-grade materials. If you use these 7 combinations, you should be able to refine, at the highest, a grade 1 upper-grade knife. However, it's still not enough. I can think of this plan, and Zhang Biao can definitely do the same, so there's no way for me to guarantee a solid win. Mo Baifan stared at the large bag of materials and pondered. These materials are not only of the lowest level, but also of the very common category of the first level. If one didn't purposely go with it, the things that were refined would usually be of the lower first grade, and the better ones could reach the middle grade, and after careful matching, and applying some superior refining techniques, it could be up to grade 1 top quality. In Mo Baifan's ideal, it was capable of refining a grade 1 extreme grade. That would be an almost surefire way to win the title. Not only did Mo Baifan think this way, Zhang Biao thought the same. It was just that with this pile of broken materials, no matter how much they were tossed around, it would be hard for a coquettish woman to reach a grade 1 extreme grade. So, what seems like a simple topic can be difficult in practice. I don't know if I can refine it. Chen Song, who was located next to Yifeng, muttered as he looked at the bag of materials. What others were considering was how to refine a higher quality, while for the members of the atmosphere group, what they were considering was whether or not they could succeed in refining. There was a success rate for refining weapons just like alchemy. Don't look at what needs to be refined now. It's only the lowest level weapon, but the probability of failure is still very high if the basic skills are not enough. Whatever, just for fun. Brother, what do you say? Chen Song turned his head to look at Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng with a lazy look, he casually glanced at the material a few times, not really looking at it squarely at all. Chen Songhart cannot help but feel secretly, said just to casually play? belonging to is yelling the loudest, the actual hands, just now also in serious thinking, or this brother on the side of the right mentality, not even look at the material in the right eyes much. This is the real casual play. What he didn't know was that with a few casual glances, Yifeng already had thousands of scenarios floating in his mind. The lower the level, the more thoroughly it is studied, and the more it is still able to play it out, the more it proves that the person is capable of greatness. That's why the tournament will test something so low, universal and accessible to all, yet also from which one can show the disparity of strength. I have at least 800 ways to refine a grade 1 extreme, but just that level alone doesn't satisfy me at all. I've got hundreds of ways to do the same for level 2. This was the terror of a senior refining master. With just a bunch of grade 1 common materials, there was a way to refine grade 2 implements. It takes more than just a brilliant combination of materials and an unparalleled mastery of juggling techniques to ultimately achieve transcendent results. Play around with it and see how far it ends up going. The rest of the atmosphere group was playing, and Yifeng felt the same. Although he had already mastered the ability of a senior zongsher, this was the first time Yifeng had carried out refining, and it felt quite new. The first step needs to be to start a fire. Every refiner needed to be gifted with a fire physique, or else they could not execute the fire refining technique. Phew! As Yifeng performed the fire refining technique, the fire energy in his body operated and condensed into flames that were injected into the refining furnace. The blue-white pure flame instantly filled the entire alchemy furnace. The nearby Chinsong was startled. He was still in the stage of whimpering and starting fires, a step that was also quite difficult for someone of his strength and took a bit of time. I didn't expect the nearby Yifeng, blinking his eyes, a carelessness, and started all the fires. Why does it feel like this temperature is a little off? Chinsong was a bit puzzled. The temperature coming from Yifeng's side of the refining furnace was much higher than expected. Chapter 128. The judges are shocked. It's probably because he's more skillful with the fire refining technique. Chinsong thought so. If not for the lack of openings on the sides of the smelting furnace, one would need to look down from the front above to see the flames inside. Otherwise, Chinsong would surely be surprised. Because of Yifeng's refining furnace, the color of the flame inside was surprisingly bluish-white. With different levels of mastery of the fire refining technique, the flames that were struck were not all the same, specifically differentiated by color. They can be divided into 4 grades: tong red, orange red, golden yellow, blue white. It just corresponded to the 4 major levels of refiner: refiner apprentice, refiner, refiner master, and refiner grandmaster. Only a refiner master had the ability to inspire a blue flame. If this was seen by Chinsong, the flame that Yifeng struck out was actually blue-white in color, a sign of a refining master. He would definitely be shocked. Yifeng looked at one piece of material. His hands were constantly moving, putting the materials into the smelting furnace while regulating the fire refining technique and smelting them. The move caught the attention of some viewers, mainly because Yifeng's behavior at the beginning was that of a newcomer who didn't have any knowledge about refining weapons. Some people held the mentality of watching for fun, and while paying attention to the 2 geniuses of the 2 lineages, they also divided a sliver of their attention to Yifeng's movements. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. If you do, you're a bit frozen. They saw with their own eyes that Yifeng had executed the fire refining technique and succeeded in starting the fire. The only people who can start a fire that quickly and successfully are those specialized groups, right? Even the slightly less powerful amateur division doesn't have many fires starting right now, not to mention the members of the atmosphere crew. Didn't you know nothing about refining weapons? How come the way you're acting now? It's like it's not that? They continue to pay attention. It was soon seen that Yifeng's move of putting in several materials one after another. Crazy. The nature of these several materials, they all conflict with each other, and he put them in at once. It's going to blow up the furnace. It's going to blow up. Inside the audience, a man with small eyes couldn't help but exclaim out in shock when he noticed the situation. It drew the ire of other nearby spectators who glared at the man. What the hell? It must not be satisfying to watch the game properly and have someone ghosting around. What with blowing up the oven and not blowing up the oven? They sought to find out, and they didn't see anyone messing around. Of course, the main thing is that they didn't bother with the atmosphere group, thinking it was a pure waste of time. I'm talking about contestant 308. I saw with my own eyes that he put Song jade crystals, Qixia iron, several kinds of materials into the refining furnace at once. Hearing this, the others also understood. Even if he didn't know the way of refining weapons, he still had a basic understanding of these low-grade materials, not to mention the fact that most of the people present had come over to watch the competition only if they had some contact with, or at least an interest in, the artifact refining course. They knew that materials with conflicting natures, if used together in smithing, could very easily cause the furnace to blow up due to the conflicting natures, unless one is a highly capable refiner. It is possible to go through the micro-manipulation to make the materials that clash reach a delicate balance. The things refined by such techniques were often still the very best. You're looking the other way. aren't you? You think he's capable of this? Someone who knows nothing and is only at the bottom of the atmosphere group? By this time, there was no sign of the furnace blowing up, proving that it had been fine. In their opinion, if they really used several materials with conflicting natures, the furnace must have blown up at this time. It didn't blow up, which can only mean it was misread. But, maybe, the small-eyed man gave a whole lot less confidence as well. Even he wondered if his little eyes were bad and he was really looking away. Yes, at that moment, a landslide of applause and gasps came from the audience, because Mo Bifan had actually taken two materials that clashed with each other and smelted them to become the main material for refining weapons. And there were no accidents yet. If he wanted to raise his grade to a grade 1 extreme, he had to take a chance, and he really succeeded in his attempt. Mo Bifan took the time to glance at Zhang Biao next door, his smugness showing. The pressure was suddenly given to Zhang Biao's side. Ha ha, Fanner is worthy of being a son of my Mo family. He hasn't disgraced my Mo family. In the Mo family camp in the audience, a Mo family member laughed out loud and was also very pleased with himself. To be able to successfully utilize two conflicting materials to refine a weapon with the strength of an intermediate level refiner, his performance was considered very outstanding. Humph. The person from the Zhang clan's camp let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. The game isn't over yet, and it's not yet known who the deer will be. The Mo's wanna pop the champagne at halftime now? It's a little early. Worthy of being from a worldly family, both the techniques and the fire are much more mature and smooth than those who are not from a worldly family. The three judges, too, praised one after another, their eyes filled with appreciation. Yet just then, the long-bearded judge located in the center, his old eyes suddenly glared and he spoke out in shock. His eyes were dead, staring at the last row, on position 308. In the flashing eyes, there are all kinds of complex colors of surprise and doubt. What's wrong? The two judges to the left and right inquired suspiciously. With their position of strength, there were not many things that could move them anymore. One can't help but be puzzled as to what it was that was seen that moved the long-bearded jury so much. No, 308. How does this technique feel so skillful? The long-bearded judge wondered. As a judge, one would have needed to keep an eye on the whole room, but because, in their minds, the winners would only be decided within the professional group, they simply didn't put much effort into paying attention to the other groups. The atmosphere group, in particular, simply makes up the numbers. It would be done mainly to show fairness, declaring that no matter who you are, no matter your family background, if you have a dream, you can come and participate. That's all well and good, but in reality, with a monopoly on resources, the winner is no different from an insider. Without resourcefulness, it will always be just a companion. Just now, just unintentionally, he swept over and was suddenly captivated by No. 308. Even though it was just a few random movements of throwing materials, that maneuver, it looked as if it had been practiced hundreds of millions of times. The trajectory, amplitude, and force of the movement are as precise as machinery, every time. Yes, the other two judges looked away as well. It doesn't matter if you don't look, you'll be surprised. How does it feel that is more skillful than I am? This simple movement actually has an invisible rhythm. It's like listening to the soothing music of a foreign beast, making it all feel like enjoyment. Why do I feel like I'm watching the chairman refining a weapon? So you feel this way too? I thought that it was my illusion. But President, that's a senior refiner master. The three judges' expressions were stunned, and the more they looked at it, the more wrong they felt. What they said was also mic'd up throughout the arena, causing a furor. Chapter 129, Absolute Genius. What? Did you guys hear that? What the three judges just said? We're not deaf. Of course we heard it. Could we have misheard? Misheard my ass. I heard you loud and clear. There's no way I could have misheard you. Then this is too unbelievable. No. 308. Wasn't it just now that you couldn't even dismantle the metal ball? How come it's suddenly so powerful? Even the three judges gave it such a high rating. For a while, all the spectators, all in unison, threw their gazes at Yifeng. Yifeng's skillful and incomparable refining movements, falling in the sight of the crowd, even triggered a clamor. For different refiners, they only feel that such movements, traveling in the clouds and flowing in the water, make people feel very comfortable to watch. As for the insiders, they were already surprised and full of disbelief. Ask yourself, they could never do so. In the VIP audience, there was the same disbelief on the faces of the Mo family and the Zhang family. A refining family like the Zhang family. Impossible. How could he be so skillful at such a young age? There must be a problem somewhere. It's just that it's not clear yet. It's impossible to be so young and possess such profound refining techniques. Neither family could believe it was true. It is said that seeing is believing, but at this moment, even though the facts were in front of their eyes and they had seen it with their own eyes, the situation was just too far beyond their knowledge, and they still chose to disbelieve it without any reason. How much energy and resources had their two major refining families spent to cultivate their descendants? Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao were the two most outstanding people in the younger generation of their lineage, but even so, it only allowed the two to reach the level of intermediate refiner at the age of 20. The further back you go, the tougher it gets. They didn't believe that there existed someone who was similar in age to Mo Baifan, Zhang Biao, and the others, but whose refining strength far exceeded both of them. And just then too, Yifeng twisted his fingers and pinched the fire refining technique. Up, the whole arena shook with a boom. Blue-white flames violently rose up from above the refining furnace in front of Yifeng, leaping several meters high, and the temperature of the arena seemed to have risen a few degrees. Chen Tsung, who was located beside Yifeng, had been so shocked that his mouth could not close and his jaw was almost dislocated. At close range, he was baked and sweating profusely, and the blazing blue-white fire of the furnace was so hot that his eyes dared not look directly at it, as if it were a blazing sun hanging high in the middle of the sky. Blue-white flame. Surprisingly, it's a blue-white flame. Oh my god, he's actually a master refiner. All those who saw the scene were shocked. Even the most amateur people were clear about what the blue-white flame meant. It was something that could only be done by a refining master. No wonder he looked so skillful just now. It turns out, he is a master refiner. It can't be. How is this possible? The audience's VIP seats, the people of the Mo and Zhang families, cried out impossibly. They couldn't believe, and couldn't accept, that someone could be this good. What kind of artifact refining genius could do that, and become an artifact refining master at an age seemingly less than 20 years old? The Mo family couldn't do it, and the Zhang family couldn't do it as well. On the contrary, the leaders of the two families, that is, one of their respective junior patriarchs, both of them were silent. They were clear that the refiner's flame could not fool anyone, and it was an eternal fact that what color represented what level of ability. Having seen it with my own eyes twice before and after, I have to honestly accept this fact even if it is unacceptable and unbelievable. The three judges at the judges' table all stood up in a mischievous manner. They had lost the steadiness they should have had in the past, and that wonderful expression on their faces at the moment was in no way inferior to those of the layman, even because it is an insider, can see the doorway. To bring them the shock is more than ever. Surprisingly, it's a blue and white flame. The three were surprised beyond belief. They themselves were refining masters, and they were also able to reach the blue and white flames, but they are a handful of years old. It was really hard to imagine that such a young man was at the same level as them. It was hard to believe that the weaponry refining extravaganza held this time could really uncover a supreme weaponry refining genius. Where have you been before and where will you be again? Not only the audience and judges were attracted by Yi Feng's movement, the other people on the field, halfway through the refining action, were all simply stopped, staring blankly at Yi Feng. In particular, Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao were directly dumbfounded. Doesn't he know nothing? Doesn't he just deserve to be in the atmosphere group? How? How did this happen? How could he be a refiner master? Countless question marks surfaced in Mo Baifan's mind. Thinking back to just now, completely disregarded Yifeng in his eyes, and felt that it would be a huge shame if he got to know the atmosphere group. Now what? If it was a strange shame to be acquainted with such a master refiner, then what were they? In retrospect, they just feel like clowns. Phew, the rising flames, recollected down, melting materials this step, even if it is into the end. He saw Yifeng directly put his hand into the refining furnace and took out the embryo in it. Nearby Chen Tsong, see only feel hand pain, far all feel, that piece of reddish embryo heat wave, visible how high its temperature. However, in Yifeng's hands, it was like there was no temperature, and it couldn't burn Yifeng at all. Boom, boom boom boom. One hammer, two hammers. Yifeng used the forging hammer. Hammer after hammer, smashing on this piece of embryo. The movements were so fast that one could only catch some remnants of the shadows. In just a few breaths, there were already hundreds or thousands of hammers, and the whole set of movements, likewise, could be described as top-notch art. Unable to find any flaws, the embryo gradually took shape as Yifeng forged it. Throughout the entire process, everyone was motionless, as if they were under a fixation spell. They were normal, of course, just looking completely lost in thought, all but forgetting their own existence and losing all movement. Thumbs up, It wasn't until Yifeng immersed the molded long knife into the quenching liquid, and thick white smoke emerged, that all of them seemed to lift their acupoints and came to life. Yifeng pulled the long sword, slowly, out of the quenching liquid. This knife is about 1-2 meters long. The knife body has a dense pattern. Each pattern, the shape is exactly the same. The size, the curve, are the same, as if it is reproduced. What's even better is that each flower pattern is made up of 5 colors. Each of its 5 petals is a color: red, cyan, blue, red, yellow. It may not be clear to the layman what this means, except that the pattern is pretty and the pinnacle of showmanship. The only people who know what this really means are insiders, and they have to be level-headed insiders. Chapter 130. Quick, bring it to me. The long-bearded judge growled sharply, as if waiting a second longer would kill him. He saw from afar the 5 colors woven into the pattern of the blade, and already vaguely guessed what was going on. But it would take a closer look in the hands to determine if it was what he thought it was. Just even if he shouted in such a hurry, Yifeng acted as if he didn't hear it, holding the long knife in his hand and examining it by himself. This was Yifeng's first time refining a weapon, so naturally, he wanted to take a good look at it. His first piece of work. It's still satisfying to watch, and it's perfectly constructed from start to finish. Yifeng was here slowly surveying the works, but the 3 judges couldn't sit still and went inside the arena themselves. All the spectators looked at each other in dismay. It was the first time that 3 refining master judges could be allowed to need to go up and check the work themselves. If you say it, those who have not seen it with their own eyes will not believe it. I'm afraid. Come on, let me see. The long-bearded judge roared sharply and grabbed the long knife in Yifeng's hand. The 3 of them held their long knives, looking and touching them. The look in his eyes, too, grew more and more astonished. Can't be wrong, just as I suspected. The patterns on this blade, the 5 colors, are the 5 elemental attributes. When refining just now, the materials of the 5 attributes were fused and refined to form a subtle balance with each other. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing, making the materials that originally clashed with each other form a perfect closed loop that's even more solid, and as a result, substantially higher quality. This blade, it's actually reached grade 2 extreme. Long-bearded judges murmur comments. Even he did not have the certainty that he would be able to fuse the 5 attributes to form a delicate balance. The principle is simple to say, but it's harder than hell to do. In the process of refining, the elemental changes of various materials were too great, and if one was not careful, the furnace would directly blow up. Melting, synthesizing, forging, each step is crucial. What? The 5 elements are intertwined. Grade 2 extreme. Everyone rose up with a start, shocked beyond words. When other people used 2 types of colliding materials, it was already remarkable. But Yifeng was good. He directly used 5 types. With some grade 1 ordinary materials, he had actually forged a grade 2 extreme grade long sword. But anyone who has a slight understanding of the refining process knows how difficult it is. Even a layman should know the difficulty just by looking at the reactions of the 3 judges. The only one who had a moment of dismay was Yifeng, after hearing the judges' comments, because they missed one more thing. The blade of the long knife was forged through a special technique that catapulted its quality to the extreme, comparable to grade 3 quality. This is already the limit of the materials used, which can be achieved just from the outside. The whole knife is just a grade 2. As junior patriarchs, they were still a bit too tender in front of Yifeng to see the specialness of the edge. It is estimated that it will take their president, who is also a senior refining master, to be able to see it. Yifeng didn't say much. Anyway, this part of his strength that was now on display was completely enough. I declare the winner of this refining extravaganza. The winner is contestant number 308. Now present the winner with the prize. Originally, according to the rules, you needed to wait until the end of the playing time before announcing the results. But is there any point in waiting now? No need to wait at all. Waiting any longer was just a waste of time. There couldn't be anyone else who was even better than Yifeng. The 2 martial emperors over there who were responsible for guarding the prizes carried the prize box over. The long-bearded judge opens the treasure chest. First, he took out a certificate inside, with a few big words on the cover. Certificate of Honorary Membership of the Alchemy Association. He inquired about Yifeng's name, then swished a few times on it and wrote Yifeng's information. Congratulations, you are now an honorary member of the Alchemy Association. Some information about the Alchemy Association you can see inside the certificate. This was a rule that had been set before the competition, and one of the prizes for the winner was to become a member of the Alchemy Association. Generally, it's an honor, and it's a great joy for whoever gets it. It's just that when it's placed on Yifeng today, it always feels a bit off. Is it an honor for the winners? No. In their opinion, the association could recruit Yifeng, such a supremely talented refining master, and it was a great advantage that they had taken. My name is Zhuang Yolu, and I'm a member of the association's elders. He lowered his voice and took the initiative to introduce himself, and the intention to pull in and curry favor was very obvious. Even within the Alchemy Association, there are multiple factions, and there are always circles where each mixes a piece. Now that he saw Yi Feng's performance, as such a young refining master, he definitely wanted to make good relations. Although you are only an honorary member now, with your refining level, you can definitely become an elder just like me, but for all that, you still need to wait for the president and their arrangements. After Zhuang Yolu finished, he coughed lightly and his voice resumed its loud volume. The second champion's prize is a piece of grade 8 extraterrestrial metaphysical iron. The two martial emperors handed the prize box to Yi Feng. Yi Feng picked it up with his upper hand. Nice guy, heavy, thousands of pounds to say the least. At a glance inside the box, the heavenly metaphysical iron contained was just the size of a head. It was so heavy for such a size. Orange treasure chest. More of Yi Feng's attention was placed on the orange treasure chest inside. The purpose of this smithing competition was to successfully obtain this treasure chest. Yi Feng pretended to touch the heavenly Xian iron inside, but in reality, he was trying to touch the treasure chest inside. Snap! You opened an orange treasure chest. Congratulations on gaining 270,000 points of soul power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Feng inwardly exclaimed straight. The orange treasure box is just powerful. A give is so much. Yi Feng's own current soul power was only 260,000 points. Fusion. After the fusion of soul power, Yi Feng's soul master realm skyrocketed until the end. The total would reach 530,000 points of soul power. Soul master realm, reaching the peak of the Zun level. If he had possessed such strength when he first confronted Louis in the water and fire mysterious realm, there would have been absolutely no need to panic. There would have been no need to run away, and he would have had the ability to kill Louis head-on. After all, with a soul master's powerful ability to fight across levels, crossing a large realm and decapitating the martial emperor realm's Louis was still doable. Accompanied by Zhuang Yolu and a few others, Yi Feng walked out of the arena. Again, they were surrounded by more people outside, scrambling to introduce themselves, such as where they were from and what power or family they were from. Although it was still unclear what kind of details Yi Feng actually had, just based on what he was showing now, it was enough for them to befriend and make friends. Such a sight made Mo Baifan, Zhang Biao and the others, their faces so cold that they were about to squeeze out water. Chapter 131, Investigate for me. 4. Why is he so good? Whether it was Mo Baifan or Zhang Biao, there was a strong sense of unwillingness. Coming from a refining family, they originally had enough confidence to compete for the top spot in such a competition. Because of this competition, there is an age limit. If the age is too high, in the pre-competition preliminary test questions, certainly have to be refused to participate. May I ask who else, among the younger generation, can compete with them for the title? But now, there really is. Yi Feng, such an unheard-of guy who had appeared out of nowhere, was actually displaying abilities comparable to those of an artifact refining master. In its contrast, they were as if they were small and transparent, so devoid of existence. Incredible shock and deep disbelief at the same time. They didn't want to believe it, but the fact that it was right in front of them made them believe it. They were even wondering if they had utilized some method and Yi Feng had just cheated. However, they did not dare to question things recklessly without evidence. In the end, it didn't lead to a conviction, and it was even more of a joke to be made. It was already a disgrace. Yi Feng, surrounded by the crowd, thanked the invitations from all sides while squeezing out of the crowd and eventually leaving the venue. There are more important things to do. No time to waste here. Looking at Yi Feng's departing back, many people had a regretful look on their faces. He had wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to Yi Feng, only the other party didn't give the opportunity. In the VIP audience, the expressions of the Mo and Zhang families were not so good, with multiple emotions and complexities. The next step is to investigate just who this man is. Both families thought so. It wasn't just them, the others present, too, had similar thoughts. The sudden appearance of such a refiner master, who was also so young, really made them feel curious and puzzled. Zhuang Yolu and other people from the association, likewise left in a hurry. They took away the long knife that Yi Feng had refined, to rush back to the association's headquarters as fast as they could, to show this item to the president. And the information about Yi Feng's performance at this artifact refining extravaganza also spread in all directions as the many spectators left. You guys are unaware that a dark horse has appeared in this refining event, displaying shocking abilities. What do you mean? Aren't the champions the sons of those refining families? Since it was said to be a dark horse, of course it wasn't them, but a young man, less than 20 years old, showed the ability of a refining master, and undoubtedly took the top prize. Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao, who were originally favored, hadn't even finished melting the materials before the competition ended. Ha ha ha, this is too trashy, isn't it? Still calling yourself a refining family? I poo. Then this young patriarch, he's too powerful. Similar conversations are ringing out on the streets and in major venues. Perhaps it was because the resources were usually monopolized in the hands of these families, and those who came from a bad background often bumped into each other all over the place, and had long since built up a bellyful of anger. Now that I heard this result, I somehow had the pleasant feeling of breathing a hard sigh of relief. Even though they didn't know much about that young refining sect master, they felt pleasure as long as they could see the lineage suffer. When similar conversations were said more often, it was inevitable that some of them would be overheard by the Mo and Zhang families. When they heard these rumors, they were practically spitting blood. They were a family of refiners, but they had been reduced to a companion for others, being made to look like a joke. But it can't be helped. It's true. Rumors are swirling, and there's no way to gag these people. Check. Find out the kid's origin. What exactly is his origin? I don't believe that he could have popped out of a stone, without the inheritance of a higher power. Where did he get these abilities? The higher-ups of both the Mo and Zhang families, the meetings had been held several times, talking about this matter from start to finish. Now everywhere was looking at their two families as a joke. They must think of a way to take care of this matter as soon as possible, otherwise the face of their refining family was about to be disgraced. It was also at this time that the Mo family's family head, Mo Qing, suddenly received a call. Vice President? He picked up. Shortly thereafter, the Zhang family's family head, Zhang Heng, similarly received a phone call, also from the Vice President of the Alchemy Association, Baishan Alchemy Workshop. Yifeng arrived in front of a certain building and looked up at the signboard above. This is the kind of place that gives people smithing bits. Simply put, if you want to refine weapons, you definitely need the appropriate equipment, such as a refining furnace, forging table, and so on. The more high-grade implements were refined, the more high-end equipment needed to be used. But a good set of refining equipment requires a significant price. Then places like the Baishan Alchemy Workshop appeared, making money by renting out alchemy bits. You pay money to rent the use of a smithing bit with them. Yifeng was still living in an unsettled place, so he didn't consider purchasing refining equipment for the time being, lest he have trouble bringing an extra set of equipment with him. And the phantom blue long knife that he had gotten from Louis, he wanted to do the camouflage treatment again as soon as possible. Yifeng then went online to check, and learned about Baishan Refinery Workshop, this kind of place that was able to rent refining bits. Our refining bits, they're all separate, so we don't have to worry about being disturbed by others at all. There are 4 levels of smithing bits: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top. The topmost refining bit, the facilities provided inside are even enough for a refining master. A young woman salesman introduced Yifeng enthusiastically, with some pride in her tone. This was because there were no more than 5 fingers in the entire imperial southern city that had the ability to provide top-tier refining bits in a refining workshop. Baishan Alchemy Workshop was one of them. For the primary refining bit, the price is 300 yuan a day, and there's a certain discount if you rent it consecutively, and the discount is even greater if you have a monthly card. The salesman bites off more than he can chew and presents a lot in a row. Having been in this business for a few years now, I've dealt with a lot of customers, and I can tell at a glance what different customers probably need. This one in front of me, for example, doesn't even feel like she's 20. According to past experience, people of this age were usually apprentice refiners. Mostly, it was those amateurs who couldn't afford the equipment for the time being who chose to come and rent the equipment for the time being for practicing smithing. This happens every day. What about the top refining bit? Yifeng directly inquired. If you wanted to work on the phantom blue long knife, you definitely needed the best refining equipment. If the top refining bit is charged by the hour, the price is very high, 50,000 yuan an hour. After all, the equipment inside, all spent a high price to purchase. Every time you use it, there is a loss. Charge too low can't row. The businessman's mood didn't change much. It was normal. She only thought that Yifeng was just casually asking about the price out of curiosity. Chapter 132, even looked away. Then start me off with a check-in rental for an hour, Yifeng said, and was ready to scan the code for processing. Ha! The salesman gave a surprised ah, as if he had heard something greatly unexpected. What? No? Yifeng couldn't help but frown. No, line for you now. The salesman immediately proceeded with the process for Yifeng. Yifeng paid $50,000 and got a note. The ticket has a number on it, so find the refining bit that corresponds to the number and go in. Looking at Yifeng's distant back, the salesman muttered in a low voice, "Where is the rich young master from? The primary one is enough, but you still have to use the top of the line. 1 hour is 50,000 yuan. You really don't know how much it hurts." Until now, she still hadn't thought about Yifeng being a refining master, and simply thought that Yifeng was more generous, and even if she couldn't use the top refining equipment, she wanted to spend money on renting the top of the line. As a salesperson, she was happy to do so, and the more customers spent here, the more commission she would get. Yifeng found the corresponding refining bit. It was a room that existed independently, and Yi Feng pushed the door in. Inside, there was a full array of refining equipment, using all of the top-of-the-line ones, much better than the ones used during the smithing competition. It wasn't that the Hall Refinery Association couldn't afford this kind of high-end equipment, but there was no need for it. That competition was geared towards the younger generation of refiners, and usually, the refining abilities were not too exaggerated. If it wasn't for the existence of Yi Feng as a special factor, the strongest of the participants' members were only Mo Baifan and Zhang Biao, both of whom were only at the intermediate refiner level. Then the equipment is sufficient. No need to get that good on purpose. The number of participants is large. Get too good. It is also a small expense. Close the door to the room. Yi Feng's perception was released and probed the room, not sparing any corners. After the final exploration, to determine the room, not been installed what camera type of surveillance equipment, Yi Feng only put down his heart. They don't do this for the privacy of their customers and so that the business can continue. Yi Feng took out the ghostly blue long sword that had been carried behind his back and wrapped tightly in cloth. When he had just gotten it earlier, Yi Feng looked at the knife and only thought it was good. And now that he had become a senior refiner master, looking at this blade again, he had a different feeling. This material, it's really top-notch. Yi Feng rubbed the blade, and a silent and cold touch came from it, the ghostly blue color, as if it was a deep space. The material is a good material. Only the person who refined this knife is a bit worse in terms of skill. It should come from the hand of a junior refining master. A junior refiner master. No matter where he was placed, he was an admired existence. But in Yi Feng's case, he could only be disliked. I'll refine it all over again myself. Yi Feng made up his mind. Start the fire and open the refinery. Pure and incomparable blue-white flames rose from the top-quality refining furnace. Yi Feng took the phantom blue long knife, placed it in to burn red, and reforged it. During this time there was also a special inclusion, the piece of grade 8 heavens beyond Xian iron that was obtained during the competition. Even though in comparison, the texture of this grade 8 heavily outer arcane iron was not as good as that of the phantom blue long blade, but a mere adjunct, a layer of camouflage treatment on the surface of the blade, would be perfectly adequate. Time passes, an hour has passed. In the refining room, the temperature had gradually lowered. Yi Feng held a long knife and scrutinized it carefully. The length hadn't changed much from before, while the blade was slightly wider by a centimeter, and it had changed from the original ghostly blue color to a bright silver color dotted amongst the ghostly blue. And at a glance, it looked like a river of stars hanging in the deep sky. After I forged it a second time, the blade's ethereal blue became even deeper, becoming a deep ethereal blue, a sign of a more thorough forging. From the looks of it, if one did not use the heaven's outer Xian iron and embellish the camouflage, based on the current change in shape and color alone, it would no longer look like the knife from before. But, I always feel as if the limits of the materials used have not been reached. Yi Feng himself felt a bit incredulous. He himself was already a senior refiner master, and when looking at the world, he was considered one of the top refining experts. However, refining this long sword, it was surprising that none of them had been able to forge it to the extreme. If forged to the extreme, the deep ghostly blue color of the blade would probably be close to ink. From this, it was easy to see how high-end the material used for this knife was. With Yi Feng's insight as a senior refiner patriarch, he was also unable to recognize what kind of material it was. Ignore that for now. Yi Feng carried his sword behind his back. Now he could display it at will and was not afraid of being recognized by the people from the Divine Creation Organization. Yi Feng walked towards the outside. As she passed the salesman, she smiled formulaically and said, "Welcome next time." Eyes watching Yi Feng go far away. A moment later, just two more young men came in. The two of them are longtime acquaintances of the place and have also opened a monthly membership. After entering the door, he familiarized himself with the door and walked towards the inner refining room. And talking as we walked, after watching that refining match, I realized that the gap between man and man is simply bigger than man and dog. Who says it isn't? You and I studied hard to refine weapons, and now we're still muddling along at the apprentice stage. And that champion, simply outrageous, similar in age to you and me, is actually a weapon refiner master. The two walked further and further away. This remark fell on the ears of the salesman. Similar age? A master refiner? Those two keywords, why do they feel so out of place? After all, those two just now, they were only in their 20s, and if they were of a similar age to them, they would be similarly in their 20s, and at such an age, they had become an artifact refining grandmaster? She had a feeling that she should have misheard, otherwise it would have been unbelievable. With nothing else to do at the moment, she stopped by to do an internet search. It doesn't matter if you don't check it out. It's a shock. The internet has been flooded with this news story. The refining ghost talent came out of nowhere and appeared at the refining event, and at such a young age, he displayed the ability of a patriarch. News and debates with similar headlines are all over the internet. Just do a quick search. There's live video and high-resolution Expulsion photos. It's him, taking a good look at the appearance. The businessman, his mouth opened wide in shock. She could not have imagined in any way that the client she had just received had such an origin. Just now was still thinking, just to spend money do not know heartache broad young master. Who knows? People are a veritable refining master. Isn't it normal for a master refiner to need to rent the topmost refining room? She, who thought she had a good eye, actually had a time when she looked away. And it wasn't just a general look away. Chapter 133, is that all you've got? Alchemist Association. Headquarters. In the room, an old man with a head full of silver hair, but with a brilliant light flashing between his eyebrows, examining the long knife in his hand. His fingers rubbed the blade from time to time, and there was a thoughtfulness in his eyes. He was the president of the Alchemist Association, Gu Pingjiang. The knife in his hand at this moment was the one that Ji Feng had refined at the weapon refining event. After being brought by Zhuang Yolu, he sent it to Gu Pingjiang at the first time. Just now, Vice President Lu Feng was also present. Both of them unanimously felt that this sword technique was at its peak, and that the person who forged the sword was, at the very least, a primary grandmaster, and possibly even an intermediate grandmaster. After a short deliberation, it was decided that this man would be recruited to become a member of the Council of Elders. The matter was left to Vice President Lu Feng to organize. In the room, only Gu Pingjiang was left, rubbing the blade. His fingers, unintentionally, slipped over the location of the edge. Ha! He suddenly gave a startled gasp. Next, look closely at the edge. This blade is not simple. Purposely scraping the edge with his hand, he felt a sharpness coming from it. From the appearance alone, it felt like the entire blade was only grade 2. In fact, the blade had actually reached level 3. The use of the materials therein to match them were all very elaborate, and combined with special forging techniques, it was only possible to do so and catalyze the grade to the extreme. Senior refiner patriarch? Gu Pingjiang's expression moved a little. A handful of years old, he was in a high position and had seen a lot, and it had been a long time since he had been so emotionally touched by anything. He had already detected the special nature of the edge, and had already known that to do so, he would need to have the ability of a senior refiner patriarch to be able to do so. He himself was a senior refining master, so if he were to do it himself, it could theoretically succeed, except that there was also a certain failure rate. This kind of high difficulty technique cannot tolerate the slightest error. A slight error will immediately fail. The tolerance rate is 0. That young man, who on earth is he? Gu Pingjiang felt puzzled. In the Tao of refining weapons, there wasn't a single one with the ability of a sovereign that he didn't recognize. How is it that today, such a young senior artifact refiner suddenly popped up? Originally thought that it was only a junior sect master then. That could possibly be recent. Promoted up from a master refiner. He just happened to not be clear it was normal. But now this is a very puzzling situation. I'll have to meet him in person when he gets here, Gu Pingjiang said darkly. The other room, Lu Feng, the vice president, had a cloudy face. In the beginning, when he learned that this event had unearthed a supreme genius, he didn't think too much about it for a moment and was still very happy. The more geniuses absorbed, the stronger the Alchemy Association would be, and those of them who are in the association, with actual power, will live a much better life. But as you get to know it, the scruples grow. This man, too young, too strong, they, the old guys, were on the verge of becoming mediocre by comparison. If it wouldn't threaten their position, it would be fine to accept the existence of such a genius, whose natural talent was much more powerful than theirs. But the problem is that the president is stepping down and will serve another year at most. He, Lu Feng, as the vice president, had been eyeing the position of president for a long time. According to the normal development, the next president will be directly up to him to take over. But now, a variable like Yi Feng appeared. If it was just a junior sovereign, then it would be fine. Although he was young, he was still no match for him in terms of ability, seniority and all. But in case it was an intermediate-level clan master, the ability would be on par with him. This natural talent must be deeply liked by the president. If in the next year's time, the president has the intention to cultivate him as a successor, then there is no doubt that he will become a presidential candidate and compete with him. No way, I can't let that happen, Lu Feng said in a chilling voice. He had just contacted the Mo and Zhang families. These two families had long been at loggerheads with him and belonged to the same camp, supporting him explicitly and implicitly as vice president. Lu Feng, too, has from time to time taken advantage of the convenience of his position as vice president to seek undue benefits for the two families. In this incident, the Mo family and the Zhang family were also considered to have suffered a bellyful of anger. The two young juniors were comprehensively crushed by Yi Feng, and because of this, they were greatly discussed by the world, recklessly belittling them, making the face of their refining family vanish. Both families must have had a bellyful of it too. Suddenly at that moment, a call dialed in. Lu Feng picked it up. Vice President incident. Our two families have joined forces to investigate, and we've already found out something. After the phone was connected, the voice of Mo Ching, the head of the Mo family, came through. Oh, you have an idea? Lu Feng's mental head perked up as he said in a loud voice. What's that kid's origin? He's an outsider, not from our imperial South City, and only just arrived over here today. After Mo Ching finished the sentence, on the other end of the call, there was also the voice of Zhang Clan's advocate Hang. Not bad. On the side of the city guards, I got the news that this person just arrived over here today, and from the information of the entry documents he presented, this kid is just a student of the Dragon Tang Academy, with the strength of the martial general realm. Apparently, the family heads of the two families were staying together at this time. For the sake of common interests, these two refining families, which were originally a bit at odds and belonged to a competitive relationship, were able to temporarily discard their former enmity and shake hands to cooperate. It was normal to be able to get information from the side of the city guards, and with their status and position, it was still very easy to obtain this bit of information. If you can't even do that, then you don't deserve to talk about a family. Oh, that's all you've got? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, somewhat puzzled. Then I can't figure it out. Where did a kid from the Dragon Tendency Academy come from to have such profound refining abilities? At first, we also felt puzzled, but then on second thought, there are many strange encounters and legacies in the world. Could it be that he got the relics of a certain predecessor, together with the fact that he had strange encounters in certain areas, which coincidentally allowed him to quickly master the ability to refine weapons? Mo Ching half-guessed. More speculation is not an answer, so you should understand exactly what to do, right? Lu Feng's voice became a bit cold. Understood. After saying this, the other side simply ended the call. Anyone or anything that affects my succession to the presidency has no need to exist. In the room, Lu Feng's icy voice sounded quietly, and in the middle of a certain mansion, a man with a scar on his face and a fierce look was listening to Mo Ching and Zhang Heng's orders with blazing eyes. All you have to do is bring the person back alive, and afterwards, a refining master will personally come out and use the heavenly Xian iron to customize a weapon for you. Hearing this, the scarred man could not hide the joy on his face. Don't worry, two family heads, I will definitely do it. Chapter 134 Orange Fine Treasure Chest. The target's information was already known to Scarab. The small martial general realm, in his opinion, could be captured with a single hand. After all, his strength was already a martial zone long ago, 2 great realms higher. Wouldn't that be a handful? Watching the scarred man lead his orders away, the two family heads smiled at each other. Originally, he thought that Yifeng was a big and difficult character to deal with, but he didn't want to. But after some investigation, he found out that he was just a small character with unbelievable luck. Such a small person, in front of their lineage, was no different from a mole cricket, and could be crushed with their hands. From the information obtained from the investigation, the target was only in the martial general realm. Such strength, placed on a young man who was less than 20 years old, was indeed considered outstanding. But without sufficiently strong strength, they don't care about you, whether you are excellent or not, whether you are a genius or not. Especially in this Dinan city, it is all about strength. This martial zong that was being sent out right now was one of the many characters who wanted to flatter and curry favor with their lineage. Every day, a large number of people, in search of a good weapon and equipment, would beg for their weapon refining family. You can tell them to do a lot of things just by refining a good weapon for them. Capturing a martial general realm alive was too easy for the scarred man, and after the matter was over, he could obtain a customized weapon made by a patriarch, and he could also get close to the Mo family and the Zhang family, the two major weapon refining families, willing to carry out this matter of people. A large number of people, just cannot use so many people. Many eyes are also easy to leak the wind. Mo Zhang two families, just find a ruthless, good strength. It'll all make sense when we get the guy in here. Hopefully it'll be a bit of a surprise. The boy is indeed perverse, and is to be questioned. The two family heads talked, full of anticipation, not even bothering to think about whether or not this would fail. Imperial South City, Shanlin Street. The roadside is planted with rows and rows of greenery, and Yifeng walks on the sidewalk. This side is nice and secluded, and it feels like a good idea if you live in this neighborhood. Yifeng pondered the next settlement, considering that over here, you may not stay forever. Then instead of buying a house, just rent one and have a place to stay. Yifeng pondered things, and without realizing it, he walked into a nearby alleyway. This alleyway is in an isolated location and there happens to be few pedestrians. Yifeng's gaze out of the corner of his eye, slightly slanted backward. The corner of his mouth now appeared to touch with an imperceptible sneer. From just before, there was a tail behind him. The other party is considered a stalking veteran. The distance pinch is not too far, not too close. Action, expression natural, as if it is really a fellow traveler. If they were tracking those in a lower realm, they might not really be able to detect it. Unfortunately, the one he was following was Yi Feng. With Yi Feng's strength nowadays, especially as a soul master, with a realm as high as the peak of the Zun level and full of soul power, his perception of his surroundings was extremely powerful. Every move of the people in the vicinity, even the swinging of a flower or grass, could not escape Yi Feng's observation. This person seemed to be casual, but he controlled the distance too dead. From beginning to end, the distance hardly changed too much, and stayed that way. It wouldn't be such a coincidence if they were just passers-by, keeping the same distance all the time. Then it's simple, this person is following him or her. The only reason for the delay was to wait for the time to strike. Isn't that easy? Without an opportunity, Yi Feng took the initiative to create an opportunity for him. No, it turned into this out-of-the-way alleyway. As expected, the tail behind him, his footsteps suddenly accelerated, and his pace was so light that he hardly made any noise. If one had not noticed in advance, it would have been difficult to realize that there was another person following behind. Closer. Just a few steps away from Yi Feng, the man's face became hideous and he abruptly stormed up. His right hand probed his palm into a claw, as if it was a claw hook, and grabbed towards the back of Yi Feng's neck. Only the next moment, this palm was firmly grasped in midair. At some point, the young man in front of him had turned around. The young man's hand, which was gripping his own wrist like an impenetrable vice, prevented him from even moving. How is this possible? How is this possible? The person who struck out was none other than the scarred man who had led the order to come and wanted to capture Yi Feng alive. He panicked. His head went blank and his face was all stunned. Didn't you say that the target was only in the martial general realm? What's going on now? A martial general realm that could casually grab him with a single grip, and take his hallowed martial zone, and grab him so that he couldn't move at all? Tell me, who sent you? Yi Feng asked blandly with a calm expression. He wasn't afraid of the other guy not talking. There were ways to get him to talk. The soul-devouring technique, for example, was a good means of doing so. Surprisingly, the scarred man was very cooperative and immediately said, "It was the Mo family and the Zhang family. They were the ones who promised me favors, saying that they would build me a weapon as long as they captured you back. And they lied to me that your strength was only at the martial general realm before I agreed. If I had known ahead of time that you were so strong, I definitely wouldn't have dared to be disrespectful to you." Scarab said a lot in his head. It can hurt so much, mostly because of the hatred for both families. Surprisingly, he had lied to himself, causing him to ride the tiger now, and his little life was all in Yi Feng's hands. This time, even if you die, you must give up both families. This young man in front of him, don't look at his expression calmly, but with his many years of experience, the more calm he seemed to be, the more he was not to be messed with. Let's just let these two families get a good dose of revenge. You're a generous man, just spare me for once. I was really fooled by both of them to make a foolish move against you. Scarab begged for mercy. Yi Feng laughed coldly. According to your meaning, if my strength is really as they said, only at the martial general realm, then I deserve to be captured by you and become a victim for you to redeem your benefits? When Yi Feng said this, the scarred man was immediately dumbfounded. Thumbs up. Yi Feng also didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense at all, and with a flash of the blade, he fell down covering his neck. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yi Feng released the god-devouring moss. The god-devouring moss covered the corpse tightly, and after a while, the god-devouring moss detached itself again, and there was only a blackened withered bone left there, making it impossible to see what it looked like in life. Mo's family? The Zhang family? Yi Feng's voice was icy cold. If you dare to come at yourself in a shady way, then don't blame yourself for not being polite. Yi Feng was never soft when it came to his enemies. Suddenly just then, treasure chest clue, in the Mo family in Dinan City. An orange, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Yi Feng's face was happy. A new treasure chest had appeared, and it was still an orange-colored fine product. Coincidentally, the location just happened to be Mo's house. I was ready to take revenge on them, but now, well, I just went over and opened the treasure chest. Chapter 135, Martial Saint. The Mo family, located in the eastern region of Imperial South City, a large area, all of which was their Mo family's territory, could not be seen at a glance. Yi Feng, who was in the hiding place, had been wrapped all over by the rue mulberry vine at this time. For the current Yi Feng, the protection ability of the Yun Sang vine could be said to be rather limited. However, the biggest role was still to hide his appearance. Yi Feng executed the Phantom Shadow Misty Trail, and his figure gradually gradually hid in the distance. This sneaking art, which was only of the 5th rank, was already somewhat insufficient, and would be recognized as soon as it encountered someone above the level of a martial exalt. It doesn't matter. The MO family is a refining family. The vast majority of their energy are placed on the refining above. Cultivation will gradually fall. The strength of high strength is relatively small. The main goal of this dive-in is still to find the treasure chest first. By the way, feel out Mo's family and then see what happens. With this in mind, Yifeng sneaked into the Mo family. Perhaps it was because they felt that no one dared to lay hands on their Mo family in the Imperial South City, and the Mo family's defenses felt relatively weak. Most of the people who came and went on patrol were just below Marshal King. With this strength, of course, it was impossible to discover Yifeng who had executed the sneaking technique. Even if Yifeng did not perform the sneaking technique, just with this strength crushing alone, as long as he was cautious and with the help of something to cover it up, he could avoid their ears and eyes. The treasure chest is in that direction. Yifeng looked at the orange treasure chest arrow on the ground, and the general direction it was pointing to was the center area of the Mo family. Follow the arrows all the way. Ding 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 dash. As he passed a certain huge factory building, he could hear, coming from it, the sound of clanking and banging on objects. Regarding this voice, Yifeng, who was a senior refiner patriarch, was naturally more than familiar with it. It's smithing. The factory building was the refinery room, which had many refining bits, and there was a Mo family refiner, who was busy inside, forging equipment. There were several such large refining rooms in the Mo family, so it was evident that the number of refiners in the Mo family was very high. Yifeng was at the window and casually looked inside for a few moments, and instantly judged that their levels were uneven. For Yifeng, it definitely couldn't catch his eye, not to mention just some ordinary refiner. Even if it was a refiner master, without a certain level, it was just mediocre in Yifeng's opinion. With nothing to see, Yifeng continued on his way. Originally, I thought that the defense of the central area would not be more strict. In that case, it would be more difficult to sneak in silently, before he could feel it out. Yifeng still preferred that he could sneak in quietly before saying anything. The central area. The defense is slightly stricter than the periphery, but it's only a little bit stricter, and there are no martial exalted realm in sight. At most, there are more martial zone realm. Therefore, for Yifeng who had executed the sneaking technique, they were still blind with their eyes open, and completely failed to realize that there was still the existence of such a figure as Yifeng in the vicinity. Then I would like to thank Patriarch Mo Pei for organizing this matter, and if you need to use my Li Shan's place in the next few days, just open your mouth. Li's Fist Jim, will definitely not excuse myself. A thick-voiced voice came out from the middle of a nearby building. This voice was soon followed by another older voice. Curator Li, you can rest assured that the cooperation between our two families is not 1 or 2 times. The refining of this batch of gloves, I will certainly strictly supervise. Not only the quality assurance is superior, the delivery time is also certainly not more than a month. Li Shan, definitely wouldn't dare to have any doubts about your Mo family's refining strength. The two voices were talking happily, seemingly talking about business cooperation. Yifeng looked inside from the window. Just inside, in the hall, sat 2 people. One of them was a bald man, standing at a height of 1 meter 9 or so, with a very strong physique, the muscles on his body bulging, looking like a human bear, especially his palms, which were at least twice as thick as a normal person's, and those fingers, each of which was similarly thicker than a normal person's. There was not the slightest doubt that if these hands were grasped into fists, they would be as if they were 2 large sandbags. This person was, without a doubt, that Li's curator, Li Shan. As for the other person in the parlor, he was an older man who was Mo Pei, the blood brother of Mo Qing, the head of the Mo family. The 2 men were indeed negotiating a big deal at this point. The Mo family, as a weapon refining family, cultivated the disciples within the clan, and the resources consumed in the weapon refining course every day was an astronomical amount. If there was no financial income, if they sat on their asses, even if the Mo family was deep, there would always be a day when they would go bankrupt. Maintaining good financial resources is essential. The business of taking orders for refineries is a good income. With their Mo family's fame, there was no worry about business at all, and a large number of forces approached them seeking cooperation. The Mo family, on the other hand, was able to select a satisfactory partner from among them. Let's just say that this Li's boxing gym also had a notable reputation in Dinan City. The curator, Li Shan, was a genuine martial saint. The Li's Fist Gym that he founded was very famous in Dinan City, teaching many disciples who were also quite renowned, and it was just like a fist Tao force that could not be underestimated. Befriending such a large power would be of great benefit to the Mo family. The only thing that a refining family like the Mo family lacked was the force aspect. If they encountered a strong enemy, it would be difficult for them to cope, and if one befriended a strong force, it would be equivalent to filling the gap in this area, making many people who had coveted the Mo family Fearful. Collaboration is a great means of making friends. Both sides get what they want and the relationship is well established. The Mo family took these orders so that the members of the clan had something to do and were able to make money. As for the Lee's boxing gym, it got the gloves refined by the Mo family, which were more comfortable to use and exerted stronger fighting power. The level of refining greatly affected the quality of the weapon. The gloves, in particular, needed to fit with the hands, and if those who weren't of a sufficient level refined something that didn't fit properly or wasn't comfortable to wear, it would affect the fighting ability. Letting a refining family like the Mo family refine the gloves, Li Shan was very trusting. Let's say that the pair of boxing gloves he used himself, at this time is being pinned on the waist, body bright white, like quicksilver. It is in front of the eyes of the Mo Peizang personally for him to refine. It's so comfortable to wear that sometimes it's overlooked that a pair of gloves are still on your hands, so you can see how comfortable it is. It was only at this point that he took his gloves off after talking face to face as a sign of respect. On a normal day, he rarely took off his gloves even to eat or sleep. Isn't Family Master Mo in? I was thinking of meeting with him, Li Shan said. My brother is not here. Unfortunately, he has something to go out. Mo Pei replied. Li Shan nodded with a regretful look on his face. He was about to say something else, when suddenly there was a violent bellow. Who is it? Chapter 136, Hijacking. While shouting violently, he slammed his fist out. Mighty chi and blood flew off from the fist, forming a huge fist print that fiercely blasted towards the sidewall, where that window was located. Boom! The fist seal blasted against the window, erupting with an extremely terrifying might, and the sturdy window, which was fitted with a security window, broke open a huge hole under this punch. The fist prints still had momentum, straight ahead, blasting at the straight and distant building. The thick wall over there was also blasted out with a big hole in the shape of a fist. The nearby members of the Mo family were stunned by the scene before them, and Mo Pei, who had watched all of this from close range, was somewhat moved. When a martial saint powerhouse strikes, it is truly terrifying. This was still a targeted attack to only cause this much damage. If it was allowed to let loose and fight, wanting to destroy the entire Mo family would be easy. In the eyes of the martial saint, regular buildings were just like tofu dregs, breaking down at the slightest touch. With a flash, Li Shan had come outside. His hands, too, at some point, had been dressed in silver-white gloves. Looking at the slightly wretched person in front of him, who had already revealed his form and was wrapped all over by the rue mulberry vine, Li Shan said in a cold voice, casting a sneaking spell and sneaking around outside the window. Who the hell are you? And what's the purpose? Yi Feng's figure stood still, his body tensed up, not daring to be half relaxed. Just found out that the Li Shan inside, the strength is very not bad. Yi Feng does not want to stay longer, ready to avoid it first, after that come back to open the treasure chest. Unexpectedly, the other party appeared to be 5 big and thick, but was so resourceful, mainly because the strength was there. The realm of the martial saint, detecting a person who was casting a 5th order sneak was still very simple. Yi Feng had just thought of withdrawing, and before he could make too many moves, he was detected, and without any warning, he directly blasted over with a punch. Fortunately, Yi Feng's reaction was also swift, coupled with the execution of heavenly speed soul chasing. For a short period of time, he burst out with super high speed, which managed to avoid his attack. You're not a member of Mo's family, and I have no intention of starting a conflict with you. I can ignore your attack on me just now. Let's just leave it at that. How about it? With Yi Feng's strength at this time, he was still rather afraid of this person. One's strongest means was only the peak of the Zun level, and even if one had the ability to fight across the ranks and could be unafraid of martial emperors, but now the other party was a genuine martial saint. Even though he was only in the early stage of martial saint, it was not something Yi Feng could deal with. However, Yi Feng didn't panic too much. With heavenly speed soul chasing, a means to burst out with terrifying speed in a short period of time, Yi Feng was confident that even if he couldn't beat him, he still had the ability to escape first. So at this point, he spoke, not in an overly humble manner, but more of an equal exchange. Yi Feng knew his situation, but Li Shan did not. Ha 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 ha, arrogant and ignorant. As if he had heard the world's funniest joke, Li Shan laughed out loud, and soon the smile violently tightened again. Who are you? Dare to talk to me like that? Well, water does not interfere with river water? You would dare to say, with this strength of yours, what qualifications do you have to speak this to me? Whether I'm a member of Mo's family or not doesn't stop me from making a move. In my eyes, you're as small as a bedbug. I'll pinch a bedbug to death at will. Do I still need to reason with it? Humph. If you can dodge the first time, let's see how many times you can dodge it. Suffer death. Li Shan coldly grunted. After saying that, he immediately mobilized his body's chi and blood and violently struck out. The fist shadow formed by chi and blood contained infinite might, carrying a terrifying energy that destroyed the sky and earth, and rushed rushed to bombard Yifeng. Heavenly Speed Soul Chaser. Yifeng didn't dare to take it on the chin and immediately used Heavenly Speed Soul Chasing to catalyze his stance to the extreme. Swish, the speed was extremely fast, as if it was instantaneous, disappearing from its original position. The shadow of the blasting fist looked like it had hit Yifeng's chest. Just the next moment, the figure standing there gradually vaporized. The fist shadow actually did not hit the entity. What hit was only a shadow of Yifeng. What speed! And a soul master. Li Shan was a bit stunned. His all-out strike had failed to take the other party down in one fell swoop. No wonder the first strike just now could be dodged. It was just that he couldn't figure it out a bit. Just now it could be said that it was a case of striking out too hastily, and he hadn't used his full strength either. But now face to face, with his gloves on and a full-on strike, the opponent still dodged away. Judging from the soul force fluctuations, it was only at the peak of the Zune level, so why could he dodge his attack? One must know that he was a powerful martial saint. There, Li Shan searched for Yifeng's trail and quickly locked it. No good. After locking on, Li Shan was again struck with an ominous premonition. As expected, he saw Yifeng in the house and directly hijacked Mo Pei inside. Mo Pei was at a very high level when it came to refining weapons, and was a patriarch that everyone admired. However, in terms of force, it was ordinary, only at the martial king level, and being hijacked by Yifeng, he was completely unable to resist, nor did he dare to do so. Curatorly, help me. Mo Pei panicked and begged for help. Growing up, it was the first time he was hijacked and felt a life and death crisis. Release Patriarch Mo Pei. I can let you go, Li Shan said in a deep voice. He stopped where he was, not daring to act rashly, and was really worried that Yifeng would get agitated and finish off Mo Pei. The rest of the Mo family, who had also been attracted by the commotion over here, gathered around at this time and glared angrily at Yifeng. It's just that they weren't really strong, and Yifeng had a hostage in his hand, so they were even more afraid to make any moves. Yifeng didn't say anything, just enough to keep Li Shan from making a move for a while. Yifeng slightly turned his head sideways and looked at the neighborhood. A few paces away, there was an orange treasure chest sitting on the ground, quietly placed there. This time, when he came over to Mo's house, opening the treasure chest was also one of the purposes. The reason I would arrive here just now is that I was guided all the way here by the treasure chest arrow. Just before he could observe it in much detail, it was discovered by Li Shan, triggering the fight just now. Yifeng hijacked Mo Pei and moved closer to the treasure chest sideways. Li Shan and the others were highly concentrated, paying attention to Yifeng's every move, which immediately made them nervous. I advise you to think about it. You might have performed some secret technique. Your speed is not low enough to dodge my attack, but this secret technique of yours, you definitely won't be able to perform it for long, and my speed isn't low, so whether you fight or flee, you won't have an advantage. Hurry up and let go. I can let you go. Li Shan continued to apply pressure, aiming to get Yifeng to release him quickly, lest there be any accidents. It was as if Yifeng didn't hear it. A few steps had been taken to touch the treasure chest. Snap! You have opened an orange, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations, you have gained 280,000 soul power points. Grade 7 Soul Soldier 9 Soul Nails. Chapter 137, you're given a chance to be useless. Orange Boutique Treasure Chest, which can be opened for 2 things. The key now opens up 2 things that are very good. Soul power could elevate a soul master's realm, while soul soldiers, on the other hand, could bring about stronger kills. 2 things that are helpful for strength gains. It was just right for Yifeng in his current situation. Fusion. Without much hesitation, Yifeng immediately fused his soul power. After fusing a whole 280,000 points of soul power, it caused Yifeng's soul power to skyrocket from the original 530,000 points to 810,000 points of soul power. Yifeng's realm in terms of soul masters had also risen from the peak of the Zune level to the early Imperial level in one fell swoop. The minimum values required for each of the 4 subrealms of the Imperial level are 729,000 early, 972,000 mid, 215,000 late, 458,000 peak. As for the second item, the 9 Souls Nail, a 7th level soul soldier. There were 9 nails in total, black as ink, marked with numbers from 1 to 9. Each nail is a sharp weapon to attack the enemy, the nail on the enemy, as if nailed into the soul of the other side, causing direct damage to the soul. Each additional nail brings more damage. Yifeng wanted to see how many soul nails an early martial saint could hold up at most. Embodiment. Physical items obtained from treasure chests will be made temporarily invisible by the system if there are people nearby. taking into account whether they are seen by others. Of course, it cannot be used in this state either. It must be embodied before it can be used. Yi Feng was going to do it, so naturally he needed to materialize first. After materialization, the entire 9 soul spikes, like a chain of 9 stars, were suspended in front of Yi Feng, neatly arranged. The soul power of the early imperial level was connected to a single soul spike, creating an incomparably close connection. It was like his own 9 arms that extended out, allowing Yi Feng to manipulate them at will and make any attacking movements with his mind. Die. The moment the soul spikes appeared, Yi Feng didn't want to give Li Shan too much time to react, immediately controlling a soul spike, shooting towards Li Shan. 9 soul nails, carrying infinite might, and like ghosts in the dark night, almost instantly, swallowed the distance between the two sides and appeared in front of Li Shan. Humph, don't know what to do. How dare you choose to initiate an attack? Li Shan was furious. Originally, he was concerned about Mo Pei, so he naturally had no way to make a move. Otherwise, if his hands resulted in Mo Pei being killed, and it was spread out, he would be criticized for this kind of behavior. But now it was different. It was the enemy who had first moved against him, and it was reasonable for him to strike back in self-defense, even if, as a result, Mo Pei died in the hands of the enemy. He did not have to take responsibility for the matter. Rising Dragon Fist. When the soul nail was about to hit him, Li Shan quickly reacted, sinking his knees slightly and setting his hands in a punching motion. A dragon's roar, if there was one, actually appeared with his movements. The 2 fist shadows, transformed into 2 long dragons of chi and blood, roared as they competed to be the first, rushing to kill the 9 soul nails. Ding, 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 ding. A single soul spike was nailed to various parts of the dragon fist shadow. With every nail that went down, the dragon-shaped silhouette faded, until the 8th soul nail, the 2 dragon-shaped silhouettes, then the soul flew into oblivion. What? Li Shan was shocked, his eyes widening by several points. His hallowed martial saint, with his all-out blast, also using the martial skill Rising Dragon Fist, was actually received head-on by the other party and directly dissolved without injury. The other Mo family members, seeing this scene, were similarly stunned and froze in place, as if they were scared silly. How could they not have imagined that this enemy who had originally been beaten by Li Shan to the point where he could only flee in all directions, not daring to receive any moves at all, and could only be preserved temporarily by virtue of hijacking Mo Pei? In just a small amount of time, it seemed to have suddenly changed a lot. The situation was reversed all of a sudden, and they actually all dared to harden Li Shan's frontal attack. Not only did he go hard, but he also directly defused the attack. It's mind-boggling. It's just mind-boggling. You were hiding your strength just now? Li Shan's brow had wrinkled into a pimple. Obviously, judging by the soul force fluctuations he felt before, the enemy was only at the peak of the Zoom level, or else he had been so confident just now, thinking that he could easily pin down the other party. But now, the situation was completely different. The soul force fluctuations emanating from the other party had simply reached the imperial level. The special soul power of a soul master, coupled with the fact that the soul weapon the other party was now using was also very advanced, possessed the ability to fight against him. I suggested to you just now that we should leave each other alone, and you remember your answer at that time, don't you? You've been given a chance, but you're not up to it, so don't blame me for getting real, Yi Feng said in a cold voice. After the attack just now, Yi Feng's manipulation of the 9 souls nail became familiar. Just now it was just a small test. Next, it's a life and death duel. Humph, don't be rampant. Just by defusing one of my attacks, you think I will lose to you? Who lives and who dies? We won't know until we fight. Boom! Li Shan once again mobilized the huge power of chi and blood, the fist shadow illusion, but also the rising dragon fist, to the extreme. This time, the dragon fist shadow, compared to just now, was even more solid, and at a glance, it was clear that the power was even stronger. Seeing that the attack was about to arrive, Yi Feng's figure flickered as he executed heavenly speed soul chasing, directly flashing away from his original position. Before dodging away, he didn't forget to give Mo Pei, who was originally hijacked in his hands, a gentle push. No! Mo Pei's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with the rapidly enlarging fist shadow from the opposite side, and the crisis of death filled his heart. Wait! Li Shan also became grim-faced and tried to retract his attack, but he was a chi and blood martial artist, not a soul master. Soul masters were able to keep in touch with their soul power at all times, whether it had been detached from their body or not. There would be a thread of soul power, if any, that would always remain in contact. Chi and blood martial artists could not, and the attacks they used their chi and blood to blast out were like arrows that were fired out, completely detached from the person and unable to maintain contact at all. Therefore, even if Li Shan had the intention to make the attack change trajectory, he was completely unable to do so. As for the idea of utilizing his martial saint's speed to personally go up and save Mo Pei himself, that was even more nonsensical. his own attack, struck with all his might, was faster than his own stance, and it was simply too late. All that happened in a flash of lightning. He only had time for one such thought to, well, surface. Boom! The attack that carried terrifying energy blasted right onto Mopei's body. With Mopei Martial King's strength, he didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was directly blasted into a bloody mist. The power of the fist shadow did not decrease. Continued forward. Will this house are bombarded to collapse most of the dragon-shaped fist shadow before it dissipated and disintegrated. Second Master. Those members of Mo's family who were present cried out in grief in unison. Chapter 138, Hatred. Li Shan froze on the spot for a moment. The one he wanted to attack was Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was really cunning, and even pushed Mopei, whom he had hijacked, over while dodging the attack. No good. It was not up to him to think about it. The soul power fluctuations coming from the vicinity made him feel like an enemy, and all of his mind tightened up, not being able to care about that much at all. The fist phantomed and rushed in that direction, blasting away. However, the 9 nails that shot out were like they had eyes, more like they were prejudged in advance, and they even made a sudden sharp turn right in the middle of the attack, so that the attack that he had struck did not even manage to match up with these 9 soul nails. Boom boom boom. In his haste, Li Shan blasted out several more punches, and the entire inside of the building was filled with the shadows of Li Shan's punches, and the building was immediately reduced to rubble. Shoo shoo shoo. However, the 9 souls nail transformed into streams of light, and with a few sharp changes of direction, it avoided the attack's block. It was even more of a detour around the back, appearing on Li Shan's flank and rear. The soul nail that was close at hand was like a poisonous snake staring at him. It was too late to think about it. Li Shan's body flashed and he was about to leave his original position to dodge. Thumbs up, only. The 9 soul nails were too fast, and one of them nailed Li Shan's back from an extremely tricky angle. Ah! A sharp, drilling pain came, and Li Shan let out a miserable howl. The 9 soul nails had the property that for every additional one that was stuck in, it could drastically limit the enemy's movements while dealing damage to him. It can be interpreted as something like controlling the acupuncture points so that the movement of their limbs is affected. Although only the first root had been tied up now, the impact on Li Shan's movements had already initially appeared, and his movements, obviously, became a little sluggish. Just now when he was rapidly prancing and moving, Yi Feng was able to hit one of the soul spikes, and now that his movements had become sluggish, it was even more of a no-brainer to try to attack him. Second root, third root, one by one, the soul nails were not inserted into the various parts of Li Shan's body. Each one is nailed into a different location, on the back, arms, legs, and other places. As each soul nail was driven in, Li Shan was accompanied by a miserable scream, and his movements became increasingly sluggish. Until the 8th root, Li Shan was already dying and his body could barely move. What little waking consciousness was left was filled with fear. He couldn't even open his mouth to plead for mercy. It really didn't occur to him that he, who was a powerful martial saint and the director of the Li's boxing gym in Dinan City, would end up in such a state today. Obviously, when he faced Yi Feng before, he just felt that he could take it with his hands, but he didn't know how. The enemy became so strong all of a sudden, and the situation was reversed all of a sudden, and he didn't have any chance to turn the tables anymore. If I had known that, I should have agreed with the other side that well water does not interfere with river water, and leave it at that. He regretted it, really regretted it, but unfortunately any more regret would no longer help. 9th root, this last soul nail, from top to bottom, violently pierced into Li Shan's heavenly aura. Li Shan couldn't even let out a miserable howl before his eyes glazed over and he fell straight down. Collect! Seeing that Li Shan had completely severed his breath, Yi Feng's mind moved, and he took back all the 9 soul nails that had been nailed into Li Shan's body, this time using the 9 soul nail to fight. It still gave Yi Feng a good feeling that the 9 soul nail was quite useful. As long as the enemy was stabbed with one of their own, it would bring about a certain limitation, and on the contrary, they had an extra advantage on their side. As more and more soul spikes were stuck in, the advantage grew and the damage to the enemy increased, and it was only a matter of time before the enemy was finished off. Being able to take out a martial saint this time, even if the other party was only in the early stages, it was still quite an encouragement to Yi Feng. It also allowed Yi Feng to understand what level his current combat power was roughly at. Suddenly right at this moment, a huge chi and blood fluctuation came from the distance in a certain direction. A martial saint? Another strong person has arrived? Judging from the aura, the person of this fluctuation was even more powerful than Li Shan. Perhaps it was the late martial saint stage, or even the peak was possible. Yi Feng didn't dare to continue lingering in the same place. Such a strong man could not be dealt with on his own, not to mention that he was still experiencing a battle now, not to mention that it was over quite quickly, but it was still quite a drain on his soul power. Go! Yi Feng decisively executed heavenly speed soul chasing and whooshed, leaving from the opposite direction. Yi Feng had just left with his front foot, and the aura he had just sensed immediately arrived at the Mo family. What speed? Soul power fluctuation. Which soul master is it? A peak martial saint powerhouse who looked somewhat similar to Li Shan and was named Li Hai stood in the air and appeared high above the Mo clan. He looked far into the direction Yi Feng had left. At this time, Yi Feng's soul force fluctuations could no longer be captured, probably after escaping far away, and then immediately stopping and converging his breath. It's a smart way to do it. Just blend in with the sea of people who don't know exactly where they've run off to. Wait, this is second brother. Sure enough, it's you here. Who the hell killed you? Li Hai's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire when he sensed the situation below. His second brother Li Shan's body, lying quietly below, died in an extremely tragic state. His face still had the horror of his life, so it was obvious how fearful he was when he died. This is his own brother. The person who founded the Li's boxing gym in the first place was actually Li Hai. Later on, when Li Hai wanted to concentrate on his cultivation and sprint to the peak of martial saint, or even one day, to ask for the martial god realm, he gave the director of the pavilion to his younger brother, Li Shan, to take care of the martial arts school. After several years, he was finally successful in his seclusion, and from the late stage of martial saint, he managed to advance to the peak of martial saint, return with such good news and gusto. Coming from his direction and trying to head to the Li's martial arts center, he would just happen to pass by this area. Just now, passing by from afar, I sensed this side. There was a considerable commotion, and it seemed that there were strong people fighting. Among them was an aura that still felt familiar. It should be someone he recognized, but due to the distance, there was no way to be that sure. So he rushed over, ready to find out, and that's what just happened. I didn't realize that it was really his brother, Li Shan. Could it be that the soul master who just left did it? Li Hai turned his gaze to the Mo family members present. The group of Mo family members were not very strong themselves, and when they were stared at by a peak martial saint powerhouse, they immediately felt like they were being pressed by a huge mountain. You guys say, did the soul master who left just now do it? Li Hai asked. Yes, that's him, the Mo family replied. Then who is he? Li Hai continued to ask. I don't know. He just showed up over here out of nowhere and got our second-in-command killed, and Curator Li was killed by him. Hearing these words, the killing chance in Li Hai's eyes was thick to the extreme. I don't care who you are. I will kill you. Li Hai squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Chapter 139, the whole city is on alert. Mo Pei, the second leader of the Mo family, the titular weapon refining patriarch, was actually killed, and just as he was killed, there was also Li Shan, the director of the Li's Fist Gym. Hiss, how could there be such a thing? When did this happen? Just a little while ago. Didn't you hear people around you talking about it? Who the hell did this? Even Li Shan, the director of the Li's Fist Gym, was able to kill him, and if I remember correctly, that was a martial saint. Could it be that the murderer is also a martial saint? Who knows? It's rumored that Li Shan has a close brother who is also a martial saint, and after learning about this, he searched everywhere for the murderer, vowing to seek revenge on him. Also, the Guard Bureau of Imperial South City, as well as the Yanlong Army stationed over here, have sent a large number of experts to investigate this matter. No wonder, when I saw so many powerful people just now, I wondered if something big had happened. So it's because of this. A certain restaurant was filled with diners, all talking about the incident, even forgetting to eat their meals, many of which had already cooled, and no one had even touched their chopsticks yet. There were really a lot of big events that happened today. First there was a young refining master that came out of the refining event, and now there was a well-known figure that was killed. Whether it is Mo Pei or Li Shan, both are very well-known big names in Dinan City, casually died, which is a piece of heavenly news, not to mention that now a death directly too, can be imagined, triggered what kind of vibration. This kind of thing, a random one, was a small probability event when placed in the huge imperial southern city. Very few people would be in the city, openly and honestly taking on these big shots. It required enough strength and the risk was very high. Once something went wrong, one couldn't even run out of Dinan City. This was because in Dinan City, the number of experts was simply too many. What the diners didn't know was that the murderer who had killed the two men was sitting in the corner at that moment, also ordering a large table of food and eating quietly by himself. This person was none other than Yi Feng. After leaving the Mo family, he gathered his breath and hid himself. The whole city, no matter how much they searched, that would not help. They knew too little about Yi Feng. As long as Yi Feng didn't use his soul master's ability in front of them, they wouldn't even have the slightest possibility of suspecting Yi Feng. From the looks of it, Yi Feng was just a young man who was less than 20 years old. Normally, just a college student. How much strength can such a college student have? Of course it was impossible to suspect Yi Feng. Count that old Mo family thief lucky that he didn't stay in the Mo family just now, or else he would have been killed off piece by piece. Yi Feng sent a mouthful of rice into his mouth and said in his mind, the person he was referring to was Mo Qing, the head of the Mo family. From the conversation between the two people, Mo Pei and Li Shan, It had long been known that Mo Qing had not stayed within the family at that time, and it was true that he had not seen his person at that time, but this revenge, Yi Feng would definitely continue to avenge it. Daring to send people to capture themselves with ill intentions, they naturally had to be prepared for retaliation. The Mo Pei that was killed just now can only be regarded as collecting some interest first, and the next is the main event. Mo family master and Zhang family master. These two Yi Feng was definitely determined to kill them. But, it's not the right time yet. It's still time to hold off and see what happens. Yi Feng sent another mouthful of rice into his mouth, and combined with the situation at hand, made this judgment. Because a murder had just occurred, the whole city was on high alert, and it would be easier to get into trouble if we acted at this time. The Mo family, in particular, had been protected by numerous experts. Some of them are official forces such as the Guard Bureau and the Inferno Dragon Army. Some, too, are from forces that are usually friends. The Mo family's senior management gathered in one piece at this time, and the Mo family's master had also returned from outside, all of them being under key protection. Mo family head, don't worry too much. This place has been heavily protected. The amount of that murderer thief's guts are no longer big, but also do not dare to come over this side of the assassination. A large, thick-looking man said in an urn, his eyes widening angrily. Not bad, if he dares to come, so many of our experts will definitely join hands to take him down. Another man with a long sword, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, said in a cold voice, "Humph. I'd hate for him to be able to come over and let him see my heaven-opening axe." This person was holding two huge axes, and as he spoke, he casually danced a few times, whirring, as if what he was holding in his hands was not an axe, but two small mountains, bringing a great deal of oppression to the people. Numerous experts surrounded the neighborhood, scrambling to say, their strengths were all not bad. There was the Martial Emperor realm and even the Martial Saint realm. My Mo family is in trouble, and I am truly grateful that all of you were able to help out today and come over to protect my Mo family. A great favor is not appreciated. After this matter is over, if you all have any needs, as long as it is something my Mo family can do, I will definitely not push back. Mo Qing's tone was all thick with gratitude. Only when something really happens, do you realize how useful these contacts you usually make are? When he initially knew that there was an enemy with at least Martial Saint strength, he was beyond panicked, fearing that the next moment, this powerful enemy would appear in front of him and assassinate him. With the many experts who took the initiative to come to protect, surrounded by many experts in the center, feeling a sense of security, gradually also settled down. At that moment, a man with majestic chi and blood swept in sharply from high above. Many people were energized, thinking that it was the enemy who was going to kill them, and they all pressed their hands on their weapons, ready to fight at any time. Only soon did they notice that the owner of the aura was actually Li Hai, which caused them to loosen their hands that were pressed on the weapon. Li Hai landed down, covered in fury, and at a glance, he knew that he was in a very bad mood. How is it? Does Li Wuxing have any clues? The crowd knew that Li had gone out to track down the murderer. The death of his brother, Li Shan, held a strong hatred for him, but looking at its expression at this point, it was probably not going to yield anything. Li Hai shook his head. No clues for now. It's like the guy just disappeared into thin air, leaving no useful clues. As expected, Li Hai's answer did not surprise the crowd. Li Hai looked to Mo Qing, family master Mo. I'm coming over now, mainly because I want to ask you if you've offended anyone recently? The more powerful ones, or the more powerful kind? Li Hai asked out loud. He was ready to seek a breakthrough in this area. If you can ask who you've offended recently that fits the killer's profile better, it should be much easier to investigate in that direction. Who have you offended lately? Someone powerful, someone who has something to offer. Mo Qing's eyelids drooped slightly in thought. It just took a while to come up with an answer. For a family as big as the Mo family, it was inevitable that they would have disputes with other forces in normal times. But to say that it's so far gone that they're sending their experts over to assassinate them doesn't feel right. Chapter 140, waiting for you for a long time. I can't think of who I've offended for the time being, Mo Qing said with a sigh. He didn't even think towards Yi Feng for a second. After all, in his opinion, Yi Feng's strength was only a martial general, and again, he was just a person with no big background. Hearing this answer, Li Hai was a little disappointed, but there was nothing to be done about it, and he could only proceed to seek a breakthrough from other aspects. On Yi Feng's side, he had already eaten and drunk enough and left the restaurant. Walking through the streets, there were some guardsmen around from time to time, passing by in groups. They would never have guessed that the young man they had just brushed past was the murderer they were looking for. Yi Feng pondered his next move. The Mo family is under key protection at this time, so it's impossible to go there for the time being. As for the Zhang family, they haven't realized that it was me who did this, but they also sought protection for safety reasons. The main reason was that they were both refining families, and since something could happen to the Mo family, it was possible for something to happen to their Zhang family as well. Both families were in a similar situation, both focusing on refining weapons and practicing martial arts. If the purpose of this murderer was to target their refining family, then seeking protection would prevent it. To summarize, you can't go to Chang's for a while either. In fact, even if the Zhang family did not seek protection, Yifeng did not intend to assassinate the Zhang family members at this juncture. If they went now and killed the Zhang family's key figure as well, their two families would start looking for common ground, plus the scarred man who was sent out to assassinate himself. If he was late to return, gradually he was expected to suspect his own head. Just as Yifeng was pondering all this, a new treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue at the Refinery Association in Dinan City. An orange, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Well, there's another treasure chest and it's a fine one at that. Yifeng was delighted and looked carefully at the location of the treasure chest. The Alchemist Association, the same organization of alchemists that he had joined. Originally, I thought that joining this refinery association was incidental to the champion's prize, and I didn't bother to think too much about it. Yifeng dug around on his body and took out the certificate that he had gotten earlier. Certificate of Honorary Membership of the Alchemy Association. It was imprinted with a large golden line of letters. Unexpectedly, it played a role at this time. Without this layer of identity of the Refiners Association members, it would take a lot of effort to enter inside the Refiners Association headquarters. And now one can waltz over there because one is an honorary member there. I'm going over there right now to check it out. Yifeng went over in the direction of the Alchemy Association's headquarters. The whole thing about being a murderer, they weren't so quick to suspect them, so they were safe for the time being. A few moments later, a huge building was presented in front of Yifeng's eyes. Above hangs a huge plaque, written Refiners Association for big hot gold characters, dignified and heavy. At a glance it looks like 4 pieces of equipment, quite a refiner's style. It's here all right. Yifeng glanced at the ground, and an orange arrow was pointing inside this huge building. Yifeng walked in. First, there was a spacious vestibule, and near the front entrance, there was a front desk where a man stood. Membership card, please. He's here to act as a receptionist, which can also be interpreted as a doorman. Sometimes there would be people who were not members of the Refiners Association who wanted to blend in and take a look inside, and they would be stopped if they didn't have a membership ID. Here are my papers. Yifeng didn't think much about it and handed over his credentials for the man at the front desk to check. The man at the front desk obediently took it and flipped the page to check it out. At this look, his expression was one of shock. It's you! He looked a little surprised in his tone. Just now, he didn't bother to take a closer look at Yifeng's looks, and was too focused on his documents. Looking at that name on the document, I realized who the visitor was, and carefully measuring Yifeng. This looks exactly the same as what I saw in the video. What's wrong with me? Yifeng raised his eyebrows. No problem. It's about your performance in the refining event. The news has long been spread. We all already know. Quite admiring and respecting you. Have been looking forward to you to be able to come over. I didn't expect to be able to see it with my own eyes so soon. The man at the front desk sounded adoring. He was actually a refiner as well. Only his natural talent was rather average, and he wanted to join the Refinery Association in the past, only that he was a bit unqualified, so he didn't succeed in joining. Probably because there is an obsession to join the place, and since you can't be a member of the association, it's okay to be a receptionist. His talent in martial arts was not bad, so he was qualified to join the place as a receptionist. You wait here for a moment. The man at the front desk is on the instrument, performing some operations. Yifeng thought that this was some necessary operation when entering the association, so he didn't care much and let him operate. Actually, he's just sending a message. The vice president had explained in advance that if Yifeng arrived, he should be the first to be notified. As a gatekeeper with a status lower than that of an ordinary association member, he was not sure of the vice president's intentions and did not dare to ask more questions, so he had to do as he was told. In any case, he thought it must be a good thing. How many people, even if they are eligible to join the association, hardly meet the president and vice president once, and Yifeng hadn't even arrived yet, but he had been explained all this in advance by the vice president, which showed the importance that the vice president attached to him. That being said, with Yifeng's performance at the artifact refining extravaganza, it could be said to be astonishing, and with such talent, he was completely envious. A room within the association building, the vice president, Lu Feng, always felt a bit distracted. Suddenly, he then received a transmission from the front desk. Vice President, Yifeng has come over. Upon seeing the content of this message, Lu Feng's 2 eyebrows steeply furrowed into pimples as he hummed out a disgruntled snort. I really don't know what it's for. What was given to them was not done properly. but they had an accident themselves first, and I don't know who they offended. He was also informed about the news about the Mo family's accident, and the matter that was given to them to do, to deal with Yifeng. They were late in delivering the good news. I was just getting annoyed about this when I suddenly received this message. The two families were all rice buckets and couldn't handle a little thing, allowing Yifeng to show up at the headquarters intact. It's a good thing I did a backup and explained the front desk so I could intercept it ahead of time. Lu Feng left the room and headed towards the front hall, about to arrive at the antechamber. He saw from afar, near the direction of the door, the young figure standing. His gloomy face suddenly came to a great transformation and became smiling. It's little friend Yifeng, isn't it? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 141, My Master is Loki. Lu Feng smiled and walked over to Yifeng. I am the vice president here. My name is Lu Feng. Lu Feng introduced himself to Yifeng. His tone was amiable. Meet the vice president. Looking at the old man in front of him, Yifeng politely said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've been waiting for you to arrive and wanted to meet you in person. He sized up Yifeng and nodded his head with a satisfied look. I have watched the video of your competition several times, and even now, I am still a bit incredulous as to how, with your age, you possess the level of an artifact refiner. With regards to this question, Yifeng had expected it and had thought of what to say beforehand. I actually have a master. Come on, let's walk and talk. The two headed inside. The front desk man's eyes looked enviously. It is true that people are more angry than people. It would be good if he also had this natural talent. Look at the vice president's attitude just now. It's directly different from the usual. Walking too. Lu Feng quietly listened to Yifeng's narration. When I was still young, I was spotted by a refiner and accepted as a personal disciple. My master said that I was a refining wizard and taught me his skills without reservation. I didn't disappoint his old man either, progressing far faster than he could have imagined. Without realizing it, I'd become a refining master, Yifeng said smilingly, as if he was talking about a matter of course. Hearing Lu Feng's eyes twitch at the corners of his eyes. What do you mean? Without realizing it, you've become a master refiner? Can you not say that so lightly? Is it that easy to reach this master smith? If it was that easy, they wouldn't have needed to, all of them, reach the realm of the sovereign only when they were 7 or 8 years old. Yifeng's words simply set them off as if they were trash. To be able to teach such an outstanding disciple like you, your master must be very famous, right? At least it's likewise a weaponry refining grandmaster. And it can't be an ordinary weaponry refining grandmaster, Lu Feng asked curiously. In his opinion, every single one of those who had reached the level of a refining master was famous, basically someone he knew, and might even be a member of the association. If Yifeng was able to say its name, then he should be able to recognize which one this person was. My master. His old man doesn't like strife and lives in seclusion for many years. If he didn't see that my talent in refining weapons was really good and moved him, he didn't even have the idea of taking on a disciple in the first place. So far there's only one disciple like me. He is low-key and doesn't like to show his face, and due to his influence, the fact that I am good at refining weapons is something that few people know about. It's really not convenient for me to mention his old man's name, so I apologize to the vice president. Yifeng's expression was natural, and he said the pretext that he had thought of long ago. So it is. Being said so by Yifeng, Lu Feng in turn believed some of it. At first, he thought, if it was those refining masters that he knew, then he should have more or less heard of it. And there was one who had cultivated such a super genius disciple as Yifeng. He should have received some wind. Not to say, not a single wind at all. Since it was an artifact refining master who lived in seclusion for many years and did not like to show his face, then this matter made more sense. The world is a big place, and people have different temperaments, and he does know that there is such a small portion of people who don't want to chase fame and fortune, and just want a peaceful and quiet life. Maybe Yifeng's master is such a person. As the two talked, they came to a place. Several rooms were separated inside. There was a refining room specialized for refining weapons, in which there were all kinds of facilities such as refining furnaces, and the equipment grades were not even low, allowing people to refine weapons in it. There are also rooms for resting when you are tired. Here in the association, there are many similar rooms that are offered to various members to live in and refine their weapons. You'll stay here for now, and if there are no accidents next, you'll be promoted to become a member of the elders. When Lu Feng said this, he hid his true thoughts so deeply that one could not see what he was really thinking. With that said, he left the room for the time being. When he came to the other room, several people had already gathered there. All of them were members of the Elder Group in the Alchemy Association, and also his beloved henchman. President, what about that man? One of the Minders asked. In private, when they addressed Lu Feng, they wouldn't even bring a vice word. In their eyes, the position of president, sooner or later, was going to fall into Lu Feng's hands. Lu Feng was also very satisfied with everyone addressing him directly like this. Inside the association, we definitely can't make a move. We can only think of a way to trick him into going outside, and then we'll do it outside. Lu Feng glanced around at the surrounding crowd, his words carrying a biting, killing intent. It was a pity. He had thought that there was a possibility that he could take Yi Feng under his wing and use him for himself. After all, Yi Feng's talent, he also saw in his eyes, if properly cultivated, future achievements are even more unimaginable. But the more he knew that Yi Feng's talent was powerful, the more he didn't dare to keep Yi Feng. Every second of Yi Feng's existence was a threat to him. Get rid of it. It has to be done. Before the president knew about Yi Feng's arrival, he had to trick the person back out to finish him off as early as possible. As the vice president, he had a considerable amount of power in his hands, and it was still quite certain that he would be able to cover this matter up. Even if the president eventually knew that Yi Feng had actually made a trip, it didn't matter. As long as this was done reasonably cleanly enough, then he couldn't be suspected. All help me out with ideas on what to do to trickle down, Lu Feng asked to the crowd of beloved henchmen. It was the reason why he had summoned the people to meet here in secret. The men looked at each other, all racking their brains to help come up with ideas. Now was the chance to take credit. If he could come up with a brilliant idea for Lu Feng and deal with this big problem, it would be a great achievement. The other side. In the room, Yi Feng looked around. Looking at the equipment in the refining room, he felt that it was enough, and that the next step was to find some materials to refine out a mask-like apparatus. It is very important to conceal your identity when you are fighting in an outside operation. The Rue Mulberry Vine is no longer enough. The enemies they were facing now were moving above the level of martial emperor. By virtue of martial artists above the martial emperor realm, as long as they were struck by their attacks, the Rue Mulberry Vine would not be able to withstand it at all and would shatter. If it happened to hit the face, then after the Rue Berry Vine shattered away, one's own appearance, too, would be seen by outsiders. When there was no absolute top strength, Yi Feng did not dare to expose his face easily, especially now. There were still a lot of people who had been offended, and it was even more important not to expose their identities at will. Let's go find the materials first. Yi Feng was ready to go out, only just made it out the door when he was stopped. Chapter 142 False Assassin? Then make him real. Yi Feng would go out, wanting to find materials. It's because the room doesn't have the materials you want. Another reason for going out was to find the location of the treasure chest. Yi Feng hadn't forgotten that the purpose of coming over here this time was to open the treasure chest. If it is not for the sake of opening the treasure chest, there is no need to come over here in such a hurry. At most, it is just to think of it later. With the attitude of sightseeing, casually come over here to take a look. I just didn't realize that it was just a matter of getting out of the house. How come I was stopped? At the entrance of the room, there was a person standing on the left and right. They had strong qi and blood, and it was clear at a glance that they were both martial artists. Yi Feng shifted his gaze down and looked at their hands. Both hands were rather rough, completely lacking the delicacy of a refiner. Refiners deal with refining weapons all year round, and have higher requirements for finger flexibility, dexterity, and so on, in all aspects. For every refiner, their hands were not how smooth, but at least they would not be as rough as these two. The more capable the refiner was, the better the hands were maintained. Yi Feng instantly understood that these two were martial artists, not weapon refiners. It was also normal that the Refiners Association also needed force protection. Once an unexpected situation occurred, it could not rely on a group of people with low force who only knew how to refine weapons to deal with it. That's why some martial artists will be hired and used to protect the association. What do you mean by that? Yi Feng frowned and looked at the two men and asked. Just now, inside the room, it was actually known that there were these two people outside. It's just that I didn't think about it that much just now, thinking that I was just busy with something out here, so I didn't go overboard with it. Now it seems to be coming to watch over itself? We received orders to come over and protect you. One of the square-faced hulks replied. Protect me? How can you protect me like this? You stopped me from going out like this. Is this protecting me? Yi Feng questioned the two. You don't know. Just now an unknown assassin sneaked in. At this time we haven't caught anyone yet. For safety's sake, you don't run around for the time being. It's only by us guarding here that we can protect you. The two men spoke with reason, and these words were obviously accounted for in advance. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Now that you've left the room, are you planning to leave the association? They asked again. What difference does it make? Yi Feng asked, vaguely discovering something unusual. If you want to leave the association, then we can escort you out. If you just want to walk around the guild, then forgive us if we can't agree to that, because the assassin is in the guild and hasn't been caught yet, and it would be dangerous for you to walk around. They replied. Then what if I just want to walk around the association and force myself to do so? Yi Feng said in a cold voice. Just don't give us both a hard time. This is an order from the top. If you have to leave, For the sake of your safety, we'll have to use force and stop you forcefully, the two said rightfully, the chi and blood in their bodies, already vaguely mobilized, and the muscle lines of their bodies, also gradually became clear. Ha ha, fine, no hard feelings, I have no urgency, and for my own safety, I'll stay in my room then. Yifeng suddenly had a big change of face and laughed. Yifeng retreated back into the room and also closed the door in passing. Seeing Yifeng do so, the movements of the two men loosened up. You mean, there really are assassins infiltrating our place? The big square-faced man on the left said to the one on the right, I suppose there is. It must be there if the higher-ups have given such an account. The man on the right shrugged. Well, then let's be vigilant and be ready to deal with the enemy at any time. That's right. The two men exchanged words. For the assassin thing, of course, it was false, except that the two of them didn't know. This kind of thing, unless it was Lu Feng's beloved cronies, could not be informed of the exact reason. Other than that, the remaining people, even if they are involved, are probably all in the dark. They just have to follow orders. It's like the two men at this moment, sent over to guard the door of the room. The orders they received were just a lie made up by their superiors and they were told to just carry it out. As for the specifics, they didn't know anything. The two people in conversation would never have thought that in the location of the feet where the two of them were standing at the moment, there was a person who was located there in a recluse manner, and inside the closed door of the room, Yifeng's figure was long gone. The person underground was none other than Yifeng. Yifeng advanced in a certain direction, stopping every now and then to probe the situation above him. If there's not much to be gained, you move on. It's a good thing that unlike the grounds over at the refinery extravaganza, the ground slate is not metallic. It's a normal stone tile type, allowing me to utilize the earth essence in my body to escape the ground without any problems. Yifeng secretly said in his heart, trying to put me under house arrest? Seems to have something in mind for me. The way Lu Feng acted at the beginning, Yifeng didn't suspect anything too much. When he left, letting himself stay temporarily, Yifeng likewise did not think much about it, until he was sent under guard and was not allowed to leave. Yifeng had an idea and knew that things were not simple. What assassin sneaked in? Yifeng didn't believe it at all. Really, the commotion must be much greater than it is now, and not so quiet. This kind of deceitful bull is more like fooling a 3-year-old. Just now, if he had broken in hard, Yifeng would have been able to break out as well. The two guards, judging from their breath, their strength was only at the martial zone realm, and for Yifeng, they could be destroyed with their hands. It's just not necessary. Yifeng had already thought of a better way. Fictionalize an assassin? Good, then I will fulfill your wishes by giving you a real assassin. After advancing some distance further, there was a sudden movement from above. Yifeng floated up to the shallow layer and carefully received the movements above. Eyes gradually snowballed as time went on. In this room, there were a total of 5 people. One of the vice presidents, Lu Feng, was surrounded by 4 people with stars. I've got people on guard over there. He's not going anywhere for a while. When he gets tired of being in the room and lifts his house arrest, he'll hate to leave here without looking back. By then, if something happens to me out there, it has nothing to do with us. The word accident was said with a slightly heavier bite, letting it be known that the accident he was talking about was not the regular kind of accident. The matter about the assassin sneaking in was fictionalized by us. If President Gu asks about it afterwards, how should we explain? One person worried. This is not simple? Just say that it was misreported by the people below. It's already been checked out. A misunderstanding. Don't worry about that. I can handle this little thing, Lu Feng said with full concern. Chapter 143, Universal Script. Yifeng, who was hidden underground, heard these conversations and secretly sneered in his heart. You guys are really hitting it out of the park. At the beginning of the association, did not feel that this Vice President Lu Feng, there are any abnormalities. And what an old fox, hiding his heart deep enough. On his face, he was smiling with an amiable smile. But in fact, in his heart, he was plotting how he was going to disadvantage himself. From the moment he wanted to go out just now but was stopped by the 2 martial artists at the door, Yifeng knew that this matter was not simple. On the surface, he honestly cooperated and retreated to his room. But secretly, he quietly utilized the ability of the origin of Earth to vanish out, wanting to find out what was going on. Yifeng even changed the usual style of doing things. Is not the first time to go to the direction of the treasure chest, is in order to want to find out. Behind the scenes in the end is who in the ghost. Finally, who would have thought it would be the previously smiling vice president? Since you can do the first day, then I can do the 15th. If you can be unkind to me, I can be unrighteous to you, Yifeng secretly said in his heart. Boom! Immediately from the ground, it surged upwards. Who is it? Something suddenly popped up from the ground, taking the 5 people in the room and scaring them. fixed eyes, only to realize that it is a silhouette, wrapped all over the rue mulberry vine, cannot see the face of this person, just from this costume alone. Not daring to show his true face, Lu Feng and the others felt an ominous premonition, coupled with the fact that it was popping out of nowhere from the ground. Even if it wasn't clear how exactly the other party did it, it didn't delay them from feeling alarmed. What sane person would suddenly pop out of the ground? It couldn't help but remind them of the sudden appearance of some assassins. It was that sudden. Who the hell are you, and how did you suddenly pop out of the ground? Lu Feng frowned, and his eyes were annoyed and fearful when he looked at Ji Feng. Do you know what this place is? This is the Alchemy Association, not a place where outsiders can trespass at will. The other person beside Lu Feng said in an unpleasant tone. They may have usually sat in high positions for a long time and been admired by people from all sides, and have long since lost the keen sense of danger that they should have. It was as if, as long as they were a refining master, no one would dare to touch them. They had even forgotten that just today, Mop of the hallowed weapon refining family, who was also a weapon refining patriarch, had also been assassinated. Who is it? Humph, the one who came to take your lives. 9 soul nails. Yi Feng's soul power was mobilized steeply, and the soul soldier 9 soul nails were condensed. 9 soul nails, with cold sharpness, like a poisonous snake, were suspended in the void, waiting for an opportunity to move. The moment the soul nail appeared, Lu Feng and the other 5 finally had the hindsight to know that they were afraid. From these soul power fluctuations, it was clear that this assassin's strength was not simple. In the face of a murderous, cold-blooded assassin, the most important thing for them to do was not to question the other party, but to let the situation de-escalate and see if there was any room for détente. Wait, this warrior, this good man, let's talk things over. If you have any grievances, just mention them to us, and we'll go out of our way to satisfy you. There's no need to resort to knives and guns. By this point, Lu Feng was finally scared. There was none of the usual high and mighty. There was just the same panic as the little people. He was truly afraid that this assassin on the other side would kill him with a random strike. He wasn't getting any younger, but he hadn't lived long enough. Seeing that in another year, he would be sitting in the position of the rightful president. He was even more unwilling to die at this time. As he said this, he even played a bit of a trick, purposely giving his voice a loud voice. He looked forward to the fact that if someone happened to be passing by outside and heard those words, they could come in and rescue them. But in the midst of all this panic, he had forgotten one thing, and that was, this room they were staying in at the moment had been purposefully built. They often use it as a meeting place, and much of what is said is unseen. Since the content is unseen, it must not be heard by outsiders, so the soundproofing effect is done very well. Not to mention just talking loudly in here, even if it's like killing a pig and squealing a few times, even if someone passes by outside, they won't hear the slightest movement. And it also eliminates all electronic devices such as monitors and the like. Just don't want people to have the opportunity, through these electronic devices, to put monitors, bugs, whatever in here. With this wave, they have literally dug a hole and buried themselves. Yi Feng really didn't do anything right away. This is because of the desire to corroborate a conjecture. That depends on how well you do. If you can satisfy me. Yi Feng's voice was ancient, making it impossible to hear too many emotions. Tell me, as long as it's something I know, I'm sure I'll tell you everything. Lu Feng's face was full of joy as he happily said. Originally, it was just a plea for mercy in the heat of the moment, but I didn't expect the other party's attitude to really be soothed. It's good that they didn't do it right away. Then there's still room to fight. A few companions nearby, although they didn't interrupt, were equally happy, as long as Lu Feng's answer could satisfy the other party and spare them, then they would be safe. Then let me ask you, did you explain to the Mo and Zhang families to do anything today? Yi Feng spoke very quickly and spoke the passage out. Mo's family? The Zhang family? Lu Feng subconsciously thought back. These two, who belonged to the same camp as him, were still in frequent contact, but the question now, obviously, refers only to today alone. Wait, today. When he thought about it, he remembered that he had contacted the Mo family Zhang family just once today, and this time, he wanted the Mo family Zhang family to find a way to get rid of the one called Yi Feng. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's eyes snapped wide. Could you be? Only halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that even if it was true that the assassin in front of him was that Yi Feng, as he had guessed, he couldn't explicitly say it. Immediately changing his tone, he said, no contact today. Well, then you can go to hell. Wait, no. Shoo shoo shoo. A single soul nail, carrying the momentum of piercing through everything, was viciously nailed right in the middle of the 5 people's skulls, piercing out a large hole. Lu Feng opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to say something else, only he no longer had any chance. As for the other 4 people who were killed in a piece of seconds, their faces even wore a dumbfounded expression. They don't understand. Wasn't there a sign of negotiation just now? How is it that within 2 words of opening his mouth, the other party suddenly made a move? They didn't, even, manage to understand what the conversation that had just taken place really meant. Yifeng looked at the 5 corpses that had fallen to the ground without much change in his emotions. The questioning just now was just to confirm one thing. The Mo family and the Zhang family, sending people to try to capture themselves. Was it their own intention or this Lu Feng's? If it was before, and he hadn't learned that this Lu Feng didn't have good intentions towards himself either, Yifeng naturally wouldn't have associated it with him. But now, after learning that Lu Feng had no good intentions towards himself and thought of ways to get himself killed, Yifeng associated himself with the Mo and Zhang families. Just now, when asked tentatively, Lu Feng really revealed his footsteps. He thought that he would be fine if he changed his words. In fact, from the moment his face suddenly changed, Yifeng had already gotten the answer he wanted. Then there was no need for the men to survive any longer. Yifeng was never soft when it came to treating his enemies. I'll see what direction your investigation takes when faced with a fictional assassin. The corner of Yifeng's mouth lifted slightly. After glancing around once again to make sure that there really wasn't any electronic equipment around, Yifeng disappeared and left. Well, let's go see where the treasure chest is before word gets out about their deaths. Yifeng disappeared underground and followed the direction of the treasure chest arrow, advancing all the way, until eventually, it came to yet another room. Yifeng didn't go up immediately, still located underground, only in a shallow position. By looking around, it was clear that there was someone inside the room. This was an old man with a head full of silver hair, but there was a brilliant light flashing between his eyebrows. It's the president, Furuhiri? Yifeng had previously read an interview from the internet, and the person being interviewed was the president of the association, Gu Pingjiang. So when Yifeng saw Gu Pingjiang at this moment, he instantly recognized him. On the table in front of Gu Pingjiang, there was also a knife. That blade Yifeng was familiar with. It was the one he had refined at the weapon refining extravaganza. But at this moment, Gu Pingjiang wasn't looking at the sword, but at an object in his hand. The object was a piece of metal with irregularly shaped edges, and looked as if it had been stripped of metal remnants from somewhere. He concentrated, staring up at it as if there was something of interest on it. At times, he frowned slightly in contemplation, and at other times, he re-stretched himself, as if he had figured out some key. Yifeng also didn't dare to release his perception over recklessly, and it was unclear what exactly he was looking at. More of Yifeng's attention was placed on another object on the table in front of Gu Pingjiang, which was a treasure chest that emitted an orange glow. Orange treasure chest, right there. However, if he went over to open it now, he would need to show himself, in which case he would be detected by Gu Pingjiang. Well, let's wait for now. Yifeng just lurked underground and waited. Time passes by. A little while later, an ear-piercing alarm sounded, spreading throughout the entire Alchemy Association headquarters. What happened? Gu Pingjiang also immediately put the metal remnants into his arms and stood up violently, without him having to ask much. Almost at the same moment, he received an urgent report from his subordinates. A cursory scan of its contents caused his eyes to glaze over. In a hurry, he left the room and went out the door. I guess I've already found out what's going on over at Lu Feng's side. Yifeng did not hesitate and immediately appearing near the table. Reach out and touch the orange treasure chest placed on top. Snap! You open an orange, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 270,000 cards of chi and blood. Proficiency in the universal script of the universe. What? Treasure chests open out chi and blood. This point Yifeng has long been familiar with, but this second item made even Yifeng freeze. Universal script? This was the first time Yifeng had heard of this. The previous ones had not heard of this. Yifeng also didn't care about that much first and fused it. Fusion. The entire 270,000 cards of chi and blood fused into his body, causing Yifeng's chi and blood power to skyrocket within a short period of time. Before the fusion, the total amount of chi blood was also 270,000 cards. Now that the fusion went in at 270,000 cards, it totaled to 540,000 cards of chi blood. The realm of a chi and blood martial artist reached the peak of the Zune level. Before, the realms of chi and blood martial artists and soul masters were actually similar. But then, 2 successive openings to soul power had allowed the soul master's realm to be far ahead of the rest, reaching a full 810,000 points of soul power, elevating him to the early imperial level. That was why it allowed soul masters to exceed chi-blooded martial artists by a lot. Now that he had obtained chi blood, he had finally pulled back some of the realm in terms of chi blood martial artists. In the back, as long as another treasure chest with chi and blood was opened out, he could catch up again and reach the same level of early martial emperor. However, what exactly will be opened out of the treasure chest at the back? Yifeng is not able to have any guarantee. Everything is unknown. It's like this now. the universal script of the universe. After the fusion of chi and blood, it was the fusion of knowledge related to the universal script of the universe. So, those symbols are the universal script of the universe. Yi Feng's eyes slightly widened a few points, slightly surprised. Yi Feng's current equivalent was to have a proficient level in the universal script of the universe. Immediately, he recalled the pamphlet that he had previously obtained from Louis. At that time, he casually flipped through the pages, and there were some characters excerpted from it, and at that time, he couldn't understand what that was at all. And anyway, Yi Feng had never seen it before. Just think of it as Louis seeing it somewhere and transcribing it offhand. It turned out that these characters that he had transcribed were of such origin that they were actually the universal script of the universe. However, now was not the time to study this. If the news of Lu Feng and the other 5 being killed spread, the association would definitely have to carry out a big search within the association. And at that time, it would definitely be to find their room. Make sure you're in there after they look for it. Yi Feng immediately disappeared and headed towards the room as fast as he could. Fruity. Soon after Yi Feng's return, there was a commotion from outside. What's the guard doing here? Gu Pingjian's question came from outside. The 2 of us have been ordered by the vice president to guard this place, in order to ensure the safety of that new member inside. The gatekeeper replied. New member? Who's that? And why did you say it would be unsafe? Gu Pingjian wondered. Because the vice president said that an assassin had broken into the association and had not yet been caught, and that it was very dangerous, and that this new member who was in here was very important to the association. He sent the 2 of us over here to watch over him and protect his personal safety. The gatekeeper replied. So, he already knew that there were assassins. It's just that if he knew there was an assassin, how come his own defense is still so weak? Also, why didn't he just pull the alarm? If you do that, you won't be killed by an assassin, Gu Pingjiang said sadly. Chapter 144. Rumors are spreading and people are on edge. The door to the room was opened. Gu Pingjiang walked into the room. The moment he saw Yi Feng, he was just stunned. It's you! He was slightly surprised. When I was outside just now, the said gatekeeper said that Lu Feng had sent them to protect this place because a new member had come, and Gu Pingjian was still wondering. Because of the mere arrival of a new member, Lu Feng, as the vice president, was rarely this attentive. Most of the time, it was just a matter of the people below him doing the work, without him having to bother. If they join a new member and have to report back to them every time, then they have a lot to keep them busy in a day. However, this time it was unusual. The arrival of a new member even immediately let Lu Feng know about it, and also worried about this person's safety, specially sent martial artists to guard it. What kind of person can make Lu Feng so attached? Now that he entered the room and saw Yi Feng, he finally understood. It was the refining genius that had appeared at this refining event. Previously, on the video, he had already seen Yi Feng's looks, so now once they met, Gu Pingjiang immediately recognized Yi Feng's identity. Meet President Ku. Yi Feng saluted Gu Pingjiang with the posture that a newcomer junior should have, now displaying the identity of a talented refiner genius who had become a new member of the Refiners Association. It was definitely normal to behave like this when meeting Gu Pingjiang. No need to be polite. For Yi Feng to recognize his identity, he didn't have half a doubt. With his identity status, over the years, he had been interviewed many times, and there was a sea of people who knew him, especially those in the art of refining weapons. Unless they were unquestioning, almost all of them knew him. Then with Yi Feng's current status, it would be strange if he didn't recognize him. I've already watched the video of you during the competition, as well as the knife you refined. I've also scrutinized it carefully. It's really hard to imagine that the person who made all of this would be a young guy like you. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't be able to believe it's true at all. Gu Pingjian's eyes were filled with a look of admiration, and he wasted no time in praising Yi Feng. President Gu is flattering. It was just a fluke that I was in a better state of clinical play, Yi Feng said modestly. No arrogance and no impatience. This alone is already better than many so-called geniuses. Gu Pingjian's appreciative look increased. Let's just say that those refining families had trained disciples whose skills were not as great as Yi Feng's, but they were all more arrogant than one another. Even Gu Pingjiang himself, when he was young, he was also young and vigorous, and then when he got older and also sat in a high position, he restrained himself a lot. Regarding that blade you refined, I actually still have some questions I want to ask you. However, now is not the time. Something happened just now and I still have to go and take care of it. When Gu Pingjiang said this, the smile on his face tightened and became gloomy again. Did something bad happen? Yi Feng looked at the 2 people at the door and continued. Just now I wanted to go out but was stopped by the 2 people, saying that it was for my safety, so I had no choice but to stay in the room. And now that you, President Gu, have arrived, I would like to ask for some clarity. Indeed, Gu Pingjiang nodded, his face grave. An assassin infiltrated in here, and a human life has already been taken, killing the vice president along with the other 4 elders. Assassins? There really are assassins. Just now, the 2 big brothers outside were telling me that they were guarding the outside because there were unknown assassins sneaking in. I thought it was just some small thieves, but I didn't realize that it was really assassins, and they even killed someone. So scary. Yifeng put on a surprised and scared expression. Well, it's still being investigated, and I'm going to find the murderer. Before Gu Pingjiang left, he once again urged Yifeng, then I can only entrust you to continue staying in the room. The people from the security bureau should be arriving soon. I believe that the water will soon come out. Okay, Chairman, I'll stay well in my room until things come to a head, Yifeng said cooperatively. Gu Pingjiang left and the door to the room reclosed. The look of fear hanging on Yifeng's face slowly transformed into a cold smile. If one were to doubt which one of the members here is the murderer, I guess the last one to be suspected would be himself. Being confined to the room from start to finish, the opportunity to commit the crime was lost outright. No matter what kind of person came from the security bureau, they could not think that they have the ability to hide directly from this room, hiding to that room to commit crimes. In the room where Lu Feng was killed, a lot of people came at this time. A good portion of them were just arrived detectives from the guard bureau. The rest were the elders of the association who cooperated with the questioning, as well as the president, Gu Pingjiang. The crowd was silent at this point, and the scene was quiet. They all gazed at a flat-headed man. This person's eyes were like electricity, sharp as knives, looking around the crime scene as if it were a scanner, not sparing any corner, not ignoring any suspicious places. Both the guard bureau's own people and those on the association's side had great faith in this man. Wonka is very famous criminal investigation experts, solved many large-scale cases. Now let him come over this side of the investigation. The people are very confident that they will soon be able to find clues, and then start tracking. The murderer will be caught. Only after a good while had passed, Wang Ke's brows were gradually furrowed. Strange, strange. Wang Ke couldn't stop shaking his head. His mouth even said the word strange. Strange what? Gu Pingjiang couldn't help but ask. I can't believe I can't find any sign of the killer going in or out, Wang Ke said in a grave tone. You mean, this person is at least an imperial-grade martial artist, or a soul master, with the ability to fly? At the time he committed the crime, he was in a flying stance, so there were very few traces left at the scene? Gu Pingjiang guessed. In fact, judging from the wounds, I have already determined that the murderer is a soul master and, here, he did not continue, but made a direct conclusion. Even if it could fly, it would need to enter and exit the door of the room, or the window, but it did not. The door of the room and the window. There is no trace of the murderer entering and exiting. By questioning you just now, I am also almost certain that the door to the room was closed properly until you realized that something was wrong. It seems like, has met an expert this time. It should be one that knows how to eliminate traces very well. Wang Ke made a guess. No matter how experienced he was, he would never have thought that Yifeng possessed the ability to vanish. After all, this kind of thing, the origin of Earth, was very rare, and many people hadn't even heard of it, so they didn't associate it in that direction. And with the Earth origin's fitness to the Earth, it was also possible to keep the ground as it was after the vanish, so that the problem would not be seen by Wang Ke at all. When I first arrived, President Gu, you said that Vice President Lu Feng had known about the assassin infiltration long ago? Wang Ke remembered this and spoke out to confirm. That's true. Some of the people he sent out on alert can testify to that. Gu Pingjiang said, I also don't know Vice President Lu Feng. Where exactly did he find the assassin? Now that the person is dead, I guess there won't be an answer. Regarding this point, Wang Ke was actually puzzled, because from the way things were going, he was not going to be able to find half a trace of the murderer's activity. Even those places with surveillance have not seen, at all, that there has ever been a murderer. And it is in this case, Lu Feng in the end from where? Perceived the murderer? On the other hand, there was an even bigger doubt. According to common sense, after discovering that there was an assassin, it was definitely necessary to notify Gu Pingjiang, the main president. But no, not from beginning to end, not even sending out martial artists, heading to the place where Gu Pingjiang was for protection and vigilance. This was something that made Gu Pingjiang feel a bit offended even after thinking about it. Could it be intentional? You want to use the murderer's knife to take out yourself as the chairman? By the way, you just talked about the murderer being a soul master, and after that you seemed to have something to say, but didn't continue? Gu Pingjiang inquired about Wang Ke. If he were anyone else, he would definitely not dare to ask questions at will. But Gu Pingjiang was different, the president of the Hallowed Refiners Association, with an incomparably high status, so of course there was no problem. Wang Ke didn't think there was anything he couldn't say, so he replied, "This murderer's means of attack is surprisingly similar to another case." "Oh, there's still this?" Gu Pingjiang was instantly curious. "You should have heard about this. It's the Mo family. Something has happened to the Mo family as well." At that time, Mo Qing, the head of the Mo family, was not present and was lucky enough to escape death, and the one who died was his younger brother, Mo Pei. However, after investigation, Mo Pei was accidentally killed by the director of Li's gym during a heated battle with the murderer, and pavilion director Li Shan was later killed by that soul master. According to eyewitness accounts, this person is wrapped in rue mulberry vines, unable to see his face, and is using a 9-nailed soul weapon. The wounds on Li Shan's body, after I examined them, are exactly the same as the ones here. Combined with here, I also concluded that the murderer was a soul master, and it's almost a foregone conclusion that the two murders were all the work of one person. As for the murderer's motive, I'm even wondering if it's an indiscriminate attack against refiners? Originally, when they heard Wang Ke's words, the crowd felt a bit flustered. Hearing the last sentence, the surrounding refiners directly shivered. Attacking a refiner without discrimination? Doesn't that mean that they could all, potentially, be the target of the killer's assassination? Damn murderer, did we refiners invite him to mess with him? Why did he come to assassinate our refiner? The crowd of refiners were all indignant. The death of Lu Feng and the other 5 brought them far less fear than the motive that Wang Ke had said, and I think that the higher the ability of a refiner, such as a refining master, the more likely it is that he or she will be the murderer's target for assassination. It's because the two existing homicides target the refiner patriarchs. Wang Ke was as if he didn't know that they were afraid, and directly added 2 sentences, which even more so made the crowd almost faint, because, at this time, those who would be gathered around were all core figures in the association, and their refining abilities were not weak. Most of them were refining masters. Aren't they, then, in danger? The crowd looked at each other. The more they looked at the heart, the more Harry always feel that the murderer did not go far, staring at them in the neighborhood, who if when alone, will become the object of this person's attack. So, you all try to be more careful, don't go around for a while, and I will also report this matter truthfully, requesting the higher-ups to send an expert to give you a personal protection. Wang Ke's words finally made the crowd's uneasy hearts slightly relaxed a little bit. The same day, the body was removed for more rigorous examination. The crime scene, too, was temporarily sealed off and guarded by a number of people. The entire headquarters of the association, also in various locations, had arranged martial artists for key protection. A few days passed. A rumor is also gradually spreading. It's said that in Dinan City, a soul master powerhouse had appeared. How strong is it? Even a martial arts saint like Li Shan was killed. Do you think it's strong? This person didn't know what stimulated him, but he caught the soul master assassination, and first took out Mo Pei, and after that, he infiltrated into the Refiners Association, and took out the vice president Lu Feng, as well as the other 4 elders who were refiners' grandmasters. It is said that this person, in particular, likes to kill refining masters, so if you are a refining master, then you should be careful. Perhaps soon, a soul master will appear in front of you. When these rumors got out, they sparked a lot of panic and a lot of fuss. Used to wish that it would be good if I were a refiner. Still, for the first time, it turned out to be a good thing that he wasn't a refiner. Those refiners, on the other hand, consoled themselves with the fact that they were not refining masters, and that the assassin should not be able to see good such as themselves, and would not come to assassinate them on purpose. And Yi Feng, who had triggered these panics, was called over by Gu Pingjiang at this time. He had said before that he still had some questions he wanted to ask Yi Feng, but I've been so busy cooperating with the investigation these past few days that I haven't even bothered with it. Several days down the road made him gradually realize that the murderer probably wasn't going to be that easy to catch. Anyway, so far, no progress has been seen, and the situation is no different than it was a few days ago. The location of the edge of this knife has actually been specially treated to a level 3 degree, right? Gu Pingjiang asked the question that he had wanted to ask for many days. President Gu has wise eyes. Yi Feng nodded his head as an acknowledgement. Indeed, Gu Pingjiang sized up Yi Feng as if he was looking at a rare treasure. In other words, you've reached the level of an advanced refiner master. Gu Pingjiang's tone was certain. The only way to have this ability was to reach senior refiner patriarch. Otherwise, it would definitely not be able to do so. Yes, Yi Feng likewise did not refute. It's just unimaginable. Gu Pingjiang opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only say these words. He really didn't know what words to use to describe what he was feeling at this moment. Completely for the first time, it was the first time that he had seen such a young one reach such a high level of refining. It was good that he had guessed this possibility before, and was mentally prepared not to lose his temper too much at this point. I've been working on something. Would you be interested in working on on it with me? Gu Pingjiang suddenly said mysteriously. What is it? Yifeng inexplicably associated it with the scene where he was searching for the treasure chest and came over in hiding and saw Gu Pingjiang studying a piece of metal debris. Chapter 145, Starship Restoration Technology? From his bosom, Gu Pingjiang took out a piece of metal debris, the very same piece that Yifeng saw him working on that day when he was hiding in the past. Do you know what it is? He inquired to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Gu Pingjiang and quickly turned his gaze, again, to the piece of metal debris that was held in his hands. Yifeng carefully surveyed this metal fragment. Its edges were irregularly shaped. Some were sharp corners and some were rounded corners. If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't have been intentionally made to look like this by man, but it came off somewhere. However, the shape and whatnot was actually not the most important thing. The most important thing was that on the surface of the metal debris, there were actually some characters. The characters are uniform in size, about the size of the fingernail of a small thumb. If it was in the past, Yifeng would definitely be puzzled as to what characters these were. But now that he was proficient in the universal script of the universe, he could already tell at a glance that this was the universal script of the universe. As for the contents of it, Yifeng also took a general look at it. It was some information about the material composition, production process and so on. Suppose it was a piece of metal that had come off the top of some utensil, and that kind of utensil, somewhere on the surface, had this kind of information etched into it, much like on a grocery bag, with a list of ingredients written on it. I just don't know. Where did Gu Pingjiang get this thing from? President, what is this? I can't tell. Yifeng pretended to be a fool. Before things became clear, Yifeng would not expose his ability at will. It's a piece of debris that came off some implement. From what exactly? I can't actually say. Speaking here, Gu Pingjiang's words changed. One thing is certain. This kind of apparatus was built by an alien civilization. As if he was afraid that Yifeng would not believe him, he immediately explained. Look, this metal fragment, the materials used in the forging process, are not what we should have here. And the words on it. He squelched his voice even slightly. I'm not going to lie. It's the universal script of the universe. What? Cosmic universal script? Yifeng said in surprise. On the one hand, it was the necessity of feigning surprise that was more in keeping with the reaction that was now due. After all, it must have been surprising to hear this for the first time. On the other hand, in fact, Yifeng did feel a little surprised. He was surprised that Gu Pingjiang would even know that there was such a thing as a universal script for the universe. It was only because he had opened the treasure chest that he had learned about the whole universal script of the universe thing. The other side, on the other hand, doesn't have that experience. Yifeng thought that Gu Pingjiang was just wondering what kind of characters these were. Now it's with the intention of researching with myself piece by piece that I'm talking about this. I didn't realize that wasn't the case, and went straight to the words universal script of the universe. Can't it be that he knows the universal script of the universe? Yifeng could not help but think so. If it really knows how to do that, then it's amazing. I wonder where I learned about it. Not bad. Our world, in fact, is just a grain of dust-like existence in the vast universe, and even dust may not even be counted. It is really too small. You should have ever wondered if there would be other human beings, or even other races of civilizations, in outer space beyond the planet, besides our planet. The answer to that, I can tell you unequivocally, is yes. In a vast universe with billions of civilizations, aliens, they are real. They are probably much more powerful than we are, and their technology is much more advanced than ours. Civilization to civilization, there was definitely a need to communicate with each other, and that's how a universal script was born, as well as a universal language. With these universal scripts and languages, one day, if we need to make contact with aliens, we'll be able to communicate without barriers. Gu Pingjiang looked at the metal remnant in his hand and said, I've basically learned the universal script of the universe now, and except for some really out-of-the-way ones that may appear unrecognizable, for the most part, I can recognize them. As for the universal language of the universe, then I won't be able to do that for a while. If I could be given the chance to learn it, I'm sure I could learn it too. Only I don't have that chance at the moment. Gu Pingjiang spoke without surprise, revealing many secrets in a row. But the more he was like this, the more curious Yifeng became about him and couldn't help but ask, President, where did you learn all that you know? Gu Pingjiang looked at Yifeng and pondered for a while before finally answering. Naturally, I was informed of this, but just who exactly? I'm not at liberty to tell you right now. They also seem mysterious to me, and I don't know much about them. If you are willing to learn these words from me, and later learn the restoration techniques of the starship, you will have the opportunity, when the time comes, to make contact with those I have contacted. As well, Gu Pingjiang threw out an even more shocking secret. Starship? Yifeng vaguely guessed what was going on and purposely emphasized these two words. Not bad. You can take this starship and understand it as a spaceship. It's pretty much the same concept, only the name is different. This is a flying vehicle that allows you to come and go as you please in the universe. As long as there are starships, maybe we will also have the opportunity to take a dip in the vast and boundless universe and see the development of other races and civilizations. Gu Pingjiang said, his eyes staring straight at Yifeng. I know that you and I are both people who are obsessed with refining implements, and as long as it's something related to implements, it can attract us to understand and learn. To be able to learn starship repair techniques, I believe that you will definitely be interested in it as well, and I also know of your talent. As long as you cooperate with me, we will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties, and one day, we will be able to repair that broken starship. Wait, restoring a starship? Why is it that by the implication of your words, Chairman, it seems as if you have a starship waiting to be repaired right now? Yifeng inquired doubtfully. Gu Pingjiang, on the other hand, shook his head and said, not really, I haven't even seen what a starship looks like. In fact, everything I know was told to me by people from a mysterious organization who informed me of this, gave me the opportunity to learn the universal script of the universe, as well as to learn about starship restoration techniques, and they would even, as much as possible, provide me with everything I needed. And once I've learned that, all that's needed is to help them restore a starship, or at least get the power back up to the point where I can maintain basic flight. It's just that I still kind of underestimated how difficult it would be to repair the starship, and was slow to fully learn those techniques, until I found you. Your talent is one of the strongest among the refiners I've seen in my life. If you're willing to get on board, this thing can definitely get done. Yifeng didn't give any immediate reply, but continued to inquire. Haven't you ever doubted their identity, their motives? Having so many alien objects, they shouldn't be. Saying this, Yifeng did not continue, and Gu Pingjiang understood Yifeng's meaning. He nodded, his voice slowing as he said, at first, I was also curious about their identities and skeptical of their motives, and I also wondered for a while if they could be aliens. Otherwise, why would there be so many alien things? But after being in contact with them for a long time, it doesn't seem like it. The way they talk, the way they act, they are just like us. There is no difference. They have actually made it clear to me that there would be so many alien objects. It was a crashed starship that was found. The things were obtained from there, and the starship that was wanted to be restored referred to that crashed starship as well. As if he was afraid that Yifeng would not agree, he emphasized, alien technology, cosmic text, heavenly objects, repairing the starship. Don't you feel moved? When the repair of the starship is completed, we can still follow them and take the starship and travel the universe together. The more Gu Pingjiang said, the more exuberant his voice became. A handful of years old, no matter if it was the refining technique or status, he had long stood at the peak level. It was tiresome after a while, and there were few things left that could make him feel fresh. Ever since the man from that mysterious organization had approached him and informed him of these things, the curiosity and drive that he had felt when he was younger seemed to have returned. It's a feeling that hasn't been had in many years. Yifeng was naturally very interested in all this, only that he was more sober than Gu Pingjiang and felt that things should not be that simple. He didn't think that Gu Pingjiang would not be able to imagine that this might not be as simple as it appeared. Maybe, it's that he doesn't care if it's simple or not. For people like them, who are incredibly obsessed in a certain field, as long as they are engaged in that field, they will completely disregard anything else. What it is they don't care. Furuhiri, perhaps, is such a person. Good, then tell me all about the text, and the technique for repairing the starship. Yifeng agreed for the time being. He also wanted to know what that so-called mysterious organization did. And the starship, is it possible, eventually, to take possession of it? Anyway, it's made so mysterious that it surely can't be an official organization. Yifeng's interest in the vastness of the universe was still great, especially after obtaining Lu Yi's phantom blue longsword. Yifeng had realized that there were some things in the universe that were more advanced than those on this planet. If one day in the future, one could get more alien objects, it would become even stronger. Speaking of Lu Yi, Yifeng had previously obtained from him a booklet with excerpts of the universal script of the universe. Later, after becoming proficient in the universal script of the universe, he flipped through it and realized that it was just words that had no relevance. The longer ones are, at most, words, or short sentences. It was more than certain that it was just the places from which Louis gave excerpts. There is no value in cobbling together such a small volume. When Louis would have copied these, it was probably because he knew it was some kind of writing and transcribed it for study. Good, I really wasn't wrong about you. You are the same person as me. Come on, let's start learning now. Time passes. A month has passed. During this period of time, Gu Pingjiang started off by teaching Yifeng the universal script of the universe. Yifeng also pretended to show the rawness that a novice should have at first, and did not reveal the fact that he was already proficient. However, in order not to waste time, Yifeng played the persona of a genius in learning words, master all the words in just one day. The expression on Gu Pingjiang's face, at that time, could not be mentioned how wonderful it was. He studied diligently and painstakingly, and it all took him several months before he could get an initial grasp of it, which is considered a sign of strong learning ability. But now when he compared it to Yifeng, he had no eyes at all. As for the technique of repairing the starship, Gu Pingjiang himself was half knowledgeable, so he had to take the study material and make a copy for Yifeng. This material, stored inside Yifeng's tactical watch, could be tapped and viewed at any time. In this regard, Yifeng would really be a novice, progressing no faster than Gu Pingjiang back then. Somehow, it was clear that he was hoping that Yifeng could make progress, but seeing that Yifeng was progressing at about the same rate as him, Gu Pingjiang was relieved instead. Perhaps he was afraid that Yifeng would give him another show and become proficient in one day. His old heart can't stand this kind of continuous stimulation. At this time, the room. Yifeng looked at the three-dimensional light screen in front of him, which was projected from inside the tactical watch. On the three-dimensional light screen, there was a pattern, like some kind of part, made of intricate lines. Near the pattern, there are written notes. The script used is the universal script of the universe. It is for this reason that you need to learn this text before you can proceed to study this material. Otherwise, if you can't even read the text, how can you know what he's trying to say just by staring at the pattern? Yifeng reached out and touched the light screen. Wow! The pattern in it was suddenly like a heavenly maiden, transforming into countless small, fine components, each component, oddly shaped and sized. There were so many of them that it was difficult to see them at a glance. And in front of Yifeng, there was a set of refining equipment that still had a not-so-low temperature, obviously just used. Yifeng stared at the parts held in his hand for a while, and then stared at the light screen pattern in front of him. It should be a done deal this time. All the building blocks, I did not make a mistake, and also successfully assembled. As for such parts, can be used, without trying it is not clear. Yifeng muttered alone, but it does have a hard enough time. A single fist-sized piece is made up of a full 70,000 building blocks, failed hundreds of times before it was successfully refined, and such a small piece is just inside the starship engine. A certain small piece. One can imagine the amount of technology used to make up a starship. If you want to fix it, you have to be able to at least make it, or else you'll have to make it yourself if the part breaks and you don't have one readily available to replace it. This was the reason why Yifeng needed to learn to refine these. After staying for a month, it's time for me to get outside and move my muscles. A month has passed. Zhang family, Mo family, the defense force should have weakened, right? Just as Yifeng floated this thought, a new treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Chapter 146 Suspicion. Treasure chest clue. In the Zhang family in Dinan City, an orange, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Yifeng smiled. Originally, he had thought that he would head to the Zhang or Mo family and take the revenge that he had yet to finish. Unexpectedly, an orange treasure chest popped up out of nowhere, and it was just as fine. Then we'll go over to the Zhang family first and open the treasure chest. Yifeng went to lock the door of his room, which he usually did when he was concentrating on refining weapons. Because the process of refining weapons required extreme concentration, if someone suddenly arrived at a critical moment and disturbed it so much, it would very easily lead to failure. So, locking the door to the room now would not make anyone suspect anything. After doing so, Yifeng mobilized the earth element in his body and disappeared into the ground, from the ground towards the outside. During this process, Yifeng could detect that there were some people walking around above. Some were members of the Alchemy Association, while others were martial artists sent by the Guard Bureau, or the Yanlong Army. After the assassination of Lu Feng and the other 5 a month ago, many experts were stationed here to protect the safety of the many refiners of the Alchemist Association. They were hoping that the murderer who had killed several weapon refining masters in a row in a single day would reappear so that they could catch him in the act. Unfortunately, a month has passed without any leads on this murderer. Gradually, they also gradually relaxed the guard force. After all, they had been arranging a large number of experts, drying out over here, and other places such as the Mo family, which similarly needed quite a few experts. Could not have so many experts to spend like this. It's fine if the killer shows up early, but if this takes years, are they going to be in a stalemate for a few more years? Of course it's impossible. So the guard force, while still there, is much smaller than it was when the incident first occurred. Let's just say that here at the Alchemy Association, the number of guards stationed here is about 1/5 of the number of guards from a month ago. It was a hopeless move. It had to be. If I leave through the way of recluse, it won't be known by them that I left the association here. At that time, no matter how things go wrong outside, it has nothing to do with me. After all, I haven't even taken a step out of the association. I've been harboring my head buried in refining weapons here. Surely I won't be able to suspect my head. Yi Feng, who had already come outside, secretly said in his heart. This was the reason why Yi Feng would choose to leave the association in a recluse manner. Well, the Zhang family is in this direction. Yi Feng adjusted his direction, still using the recluse method, and advanced towards the Zhang family. This will maximize and ensure that you are not seen by outsiders. It's a good thing that after all this time, I've become more skillful at using the origin of Earth, which allows me to use it for such a long period of time. Otherwise, there's no way to support me in rushing such a long distance. Yi Feng could think about all this, estimated the distance and thought it was still doable. Transportation was not as fast as running on land, and it took several times longer for Yi Feng to arrive within the boundaries of the Zhang family. Yi Feng still didn't show his head, advancing below the Zhang clan's territory. First, a cursory look around. It's pretty much what I thought, and the guards here, they don't have the patience to stay dry. The guards on this side, likewise drastically reduced, are also down to about 1/5 of their number. In addition to the guards, there were also some other people from the forces who had made friends. At first, when they learned that the Mo family and the Alchemy Association had been successively assassinated, they all volunteered to come over to protect the Zhang family. The situation was also similar to the Mo family's side. They were using this opportunity to sell the Zhang family a favor. In order to return this favor, the Zhang clan definitely needed to refine some good weapons for them. But a month passed, and those who were impatient, one after another, found various reasons to leave. The power experts and members of the guards that still remained in the Zhang clan now added up to less than 30 people. In order to defend each direction, they had to be stationed separately again, just making the range strength even weaker. Normally, it's not a big deal to play defense like this. Among them was the presence of several martial saint powerhouses, and with the perception ability of martial saints, it was enough to prevent a large part of the place. No matter which direction the enemy came from, it could not escape their senses, but they definitely didn't expect someone to sneak in from underground. In the center area of the Zhang family, there was a courtyard. The two brothers of the Zhang family were in the courtyard at that moment. Big brother, it's been a month. Do you think that the thief who specializes in killing refiners isn't making waves in Imperial South City anymore? You see that it's been quiet for a month now, and I haven't heard of any refiner getting into trouble. A man who looked somewhat similar to Zhang clan's Zhang Hang said to Zhang Hang. He was Zhang Hang's younger brother, Zhang Manhwa. Probably. Anyway, there is really no movement anymore, presumably because they know that the Imperial Southern City is full of experts, and many places are guarded by guard forces. So that thief gave up as soon as he saw that there was little chance of striking. The index and middle fingers on Zhang Hang's hand were gently holding a chess piece, and as he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the chessboard in front of him. After this passage, the pieces were dropped into the disc. The two of them were relaxed and had the leisure to play chess here. After experiencing the tension at the very beginning, gradually feeling safe, there were still experts guarding the outside in all directions. Now basically didn't have much to worry about. If the murderer did arrive, he would definitely be intercepted by those experts outside. Therefore, as long as there was no movement coming from outside, it was proof that it was safe, and they wouldn't have to do unnecessary fearfulness all day long. Ha ha, you lost. As Zhang Hang's another piece fell, completing the kill, he laughed out loud. No more, no more. It's no fun to play 10 games and lose at least 9. Zhang Muhua said in annoyance. You think I'm willing to play with you? If it wasn't for the appearance of that damn thief, for fear of being found by him, and only being temporarily protected, I would have already looked for old man Mo to play, and it's only that old man who can fight me 50-50. Zhang Hang muttered. The old man Mo in his mouth was Mo Qing, the head of the Mo family. I used to play chess, and my chess skills were sort of indistinguishable, and I could often kill back and forth. Originally, he just happened to think of Mo Qing because he was playing chess, but Zhang Hang suddenly had a flash of light, as if he remembered something crucial. After a moment's thought, he slapped his thigh. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Zhang Muwan naturally noticed such a big commotion from Zhang Hang. Why do I have the feeling that the one called Yi Feng seems to have some problems? Zhang Hang said with a frown. Yi Feng? Isn't that the refining genius that suddenly appeared at the previous refining event? Zhang Muhua said. They had also already known that Yi Feng was living in the Refiners Association these days. President Gu was very important to him and often personally taught him to refine weapons, completely treating him as a personal disciple. There is no such thing as an impervious wall, and these things are no secret. As time went by, it became known to many people in the association, and when it was known, it gradually spread again. Nice, that's him. Zhang Heng lowered his voice and continued. A month ago, Vice President Lu Feng passed a directive to both old man Mo and I to get rid of that Yi Feng. Well, big brother, You mentioned something about this before, saying that the person who was sent there was nowhere to be found. Regarding this point, Zhang Heng had indeed told Zhang Muhua a long time ago. Not bad, at first, although I was puzzled, but I didn't think much about it. Plus it just happened that something happened on the side of the Mo family, followed by something happened on the side of Vice President Lu Feng, which made people panic and made people uneasy, and this matter has also long been put aside by me, Zhang Heng slowly said, mainly because Lu Feng, who gave him this order, was dead, and he was even less likely to take this matter to heart. It wasn't until just now that I suddenly felt that something wasn't right about this. I, along with that Mo Qing, sent out martial artists to capture that Yi Feng, and it wasn't long before something happened to the Mo family. The martial artists that were sent over there were like vaporized on Earth, while that Yi Feng, not long after, traveled to the Refiners Association headquarters in one piece. I also heard that after Yi Feng arrived over there, the vice president went over to greet and take the person away. Still on the same day, the vice president, as well as the other 4 refining masters, were all killed in the same room. All of these people who were killed had direct or indirect contact with Yi Feng because of him. Zhang Heng uttered many in a row. Big brother, you have a point. However, after investigation, isn't that Yi Feng only a martial general in strength? Also, at his age, to be able to become an artifact refining grandmaster is already unprecedented. How can he still be a martial saint powerhouse? Human energy is limited. It is impossible to cultivate so many at the same time, and if one achieves excellence in one field, one may be mediocre in other fields. All around, all talented ones are very rare. Sometimes it's not a lack of talent, it's actually a lack of energy, and putting energy into one area causes other areas to fall behind. Like these refiners, among them, there were a considerable number of people whose martial talent was still good, but their strength appeared to be somewhat mediocre. That was the reason. As for Zhang Mu was mentioned just now that he felt Yi Feng couldn't possibly be a martial saint. It was because the one who was able to kill Li Shan must surely also possess martial saint combat power to do so. If it was suspected that this matter had something to do with Yi Feng, then it meant that Yi Feng needed to have this strength to kill Li Shan. This point is also the place that confuses me the most, if it is not because this point does not make sense. My suspicion of that Yi Feng will be even greater. As for now, I just feel that this matter is a bit fishy. Zhang Heng wrinkled his eyebrows and said, then what are you going to do next? Zhang Muhua inquired. Although it doesn't make sense in terms of strength, I always have a feeling that it has nothing to do with this person. Yi Feng, maybe it wasn't him who made the move, but some other expert, but this expert, for sure, made this move because of Yi Feng. And, this Yi Feng, there are a lot of fishy things on his body. For example, this refining skill of his is too much for people to understand. After a moment's thought, Zhang Heng made a decision. Tell you what, you inform the master guards outside now. I'm going to tell them of this suspicion. Yes, Zhang Muhua got up and was about to head outside. Just a few steps in, he stood still in the same place and stopped dead in his tracks. Zhang Heng, who was still sitting in his original position, originally had his eyes looking at the chessboard in front of him, thinking about what to say later and organizing his wording. Noticing the anomaly at this point, he voiced, "Why don't you go?" As he spoke, he also turned his head. He saw Zhang Muhua standing still there, not moving a muscle. As the breeze blew by, his form slowly tilted and eventually fell straight to the ground. Zhang Heng's pupils abruptly shrunk to the tip of a needle, because he saw that after Zhang Muhua fell to the ground and lost the cover of his figure, at some point over there was a person standing quietly. This person was holding a long sword of a deep ghostly blue color, which was dotted with silver and white, like a star dotted amongst the starry sky. That knife, not stained with a trace of blood, while the fallen Zhang Muhua, throat position, there is a deep wound. That is a fatal wound, a blow to death. The man with the sword wore a mask on his face, which was black in color as a whole and did not have much character. However, as a refining master, Zhang Heng could tell at a glance that this mask utilized an extremely high level of forging techniques. It must have come from the hands of a master refiner, otherwise it would never have achieved such a texture. However, at this moment, Zhang Heng was not in the mood to study the forging process at all, and his entire heart was raised to his throat. The murderer who specializes in killing refiners is finally showing up? Why? Why did you suddenly appear? Zhang Heng felt incredulous. Until now, the group of experts outside hadn't realized that an enemy had appeared in the middle of the courtyard. What means were used to do this? To be able to do it silently, to sneak in. Yi Feng didn't say anything and slowly raised his sword. Are you, or are you not? Yi. Swish! In a flash of coldness, the light of the biting blade flashed past Zhang Heng's neck right in the center. Zhang Heng stared with wide eyes, no longer able to speak as his vitality gradually dissipated. This old man, he's quite thoughtful. Guessing it's me. Looking at Zhang Heng's corpse, Yi Feng said in his heart, "Will come to kill him. Revenge is the main reason. As for the other layer of reasons, it is to kill. They dealt with themselves before and then something happened to them, and just by thinking about it more, you kind of wonder if it had something to do with you. I'm going to make a trip to the MO family as fast as I can before things are exposed here, and take out the MO family head as well. Otherwise, this young family master can suspect me. Then perhaps the MO family master can as well. As long as the MO family head is silenced as well, this matter will be over. Yi Feng was calculating inwardly, and before leaving, Yi Feng approached the chessboard. On top of the board sits an orange treasure chest. It was quite a coincidence that the treasure chest just happened to be here, so there would be no need to go to so much trouble to look for the treasure chest in other parts of the Zhang family. Yi Feng reached out and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You open an orange, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 270,000 cards of Chi blood, proficiency in starship repair techniques. I can't believe I'm being offered starship repair technology. Yi Feng was all surprised. Previously, I studied hard for a month with heavy content and slow progress. Yi Feng didn't even know how long he would have to study before he could become proficient in this technique. I didn't realize that it was straight out of the box for myself. Chapter 147 Coming and Going. Fusion. Yi Feng immediately fused the two items opened from the treasure chest. First, there's the Qi and Blood. Yi Feng's original Qi and Blood had a total of 540,000 cards. After fusing the current 270,000 cards, it reached 81,000 cards of Qi and Blood. Yi Feng's realm, just like the Soul Masters, had successfully broken through to the Imperial level, reaching the early stage of the Martial Emperor realm. Soul Masters and Martial Artists, both of which were at the Imperial level, were even stronger. As for the second thing, starship repair techniques, after the fusion, a large number of techniques about starship repair filled Yi Feng's mind. From the relatively simple troubleshooting, to the more difficult replacement parts, or even making new parts, all the knowledge, all of it, was poured into Yi Feng's head. In a short period of time, it allowed Yi Feng to reach a proficient level of knowledge in all aspects of starship repair. It was as if he himself had gone through long years of acting as a starship repairman, constantly groping his way through the experience and abilities he had learned. The little bit I spent a whole month learning before probably takes up less than 1/1000th of a page inside this maintenance knowledge. It was only now that Yi Feng had the concept of how much knowledge he needed to learn in order to become a starship repairer and reach the point of proficiency. He had spent a month and had not yet learned 1/1000th of this knowledge. So if he wanted to learn and reach the point of proficiency, the time he would spend would be measured in years. And thinking about it made people shy away. No wonder even Gu Pingjiang, the president of the Alchemy Association, who had studied for many years, felt that he didn't have much confidence that he could learn it. It's time to leave. Without much delay, Yi Feng prepared to leave. Before leaving, though, I surveyed the yard. There were some plants nearby that grew quite thick. Yi Feng took the two bodies and threw them inside the plants. Don't lie there conspicuously in the open to further delay detection. As long as he moved fast enough, he could rush to take out the Mo family's side as well before the news spread over here. Yi Feng disappeared into the ground. Leaving the Zhang clan's range, he headed towards the Mo clan. When Yi Feng came to the Mo family, the Mo family's guard force was about twice as strong as the Zhang family's. When the first accident is the Mo family, although the past month, they are still a little afraid that the murderer, again to find the door. However, it didn't help that the guards had actually lost a lot of strength compared to a month ago. Yi Feng disappeared underground and came to the center area of the Mo family. It was very smooth, meeting Mo Cheng, the head of the Mo family, who was the one who tried to assassinate him last time. From that scarred man's mouth, he learned that it was the two family heads of the Zhang and Mo families who gave that order, and that there is a debt for every wrongdoing. So of course Yi Feng would find them to settle the score. He just didn't expect that Mo Cheng was not within the family at that time, allowing him to escape. However, you can't hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the 15th, and now you've finally stumbled upon it. Grandpa, the murderer who assassinated second uncle before, hasn't he been caught yet? Near Mo Chang's neighborhood, there sat a youth with gloomy eyes at that moment. Since this month, it felt like not a single good thing had happened. First, at the refinery extravaganza, he was defeated by one called Yi Feng, and lost his face. Within the same day, the second uncle suffered another assassination, so that the entire Mo family, which used to have a lot of scenery, was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The entire Mo family was all kinds of experts, surrounded by water, in order to prevent Mo family members were second assassination. But all Mo family members cannot go out at will, especially for a core member of the Mo family like him. It was an important object to protect. It had been a month and he hadn't been able to take a single step outside the confines of the Mo family, but it had suffocated him. In the past, he had always ridden the fiery lion all over Imperial Southern City, but now that he had been harboring at home, it was really suffocating. As time went on, the mood got worse and worse, and also the murderer-assassin, more and more hateful. He was no other than Mo Baifan, the grandson of Mo Qing. When Yifeng had just entered Dinan City not long ago, he was new to the city and was almost hit by the fiery lion he was riding. He didn't know that there was a mistake in the first place and gave a scolding. If the fiery lion didn't notice that Yifeng was actually very bad, and wimped out in advance, and also braked his footsteps in time, if it was an ordinary person, he would have been hit at that time. Haven't caught it yet. Mo Qing was also filled with sadness and shook his head, saying, ever since his second brother was killed, he had dreamed of that murderer being caught, and if he could catch him, he would have to cut several times on that murderer's body, or else it would be hard to solve his heart's hatred. They are also too wasteful. Each and every one of them is still a martial saint. Waste is more like it. They can't even catch a murderer. It's really a shame. If I had that kind of strength, I would have already captured that murderer alive and brought him back. Mo Baifan cursed. Shoo, you can't say this nonsense. Mo Qing droned in a deep voice, with cautious eyes. He looked around. Although there was no one nearby, not far outside, there were some experts stationed. They had amazing ear power, and they were afraid that they would hear that insult from Mo Baifan just now. Originally came to protect them. If they were scolded like this, all scattering their hands and being found by the murderer again, they would really have to wait for death. Fear not, they're probably fast asleep on guard and won't even hear what I'm saying. Them people, waste is waste, can't even catch a murderer. Mo Baifan not only didn't restrain himself, but also intentionally increased his volume a bit, but it scared Mo Qing. Well, in a while past, did not see any movement outside, only gradually peace of mind. You see, Grandpa, they all can't hear it at all. Mo Baifan was still a bit smug. Alas, I wish, instead, that the bastard murderer could come over again, so that he could confront the people outside, and only then could he hope to catch them. Otherwise, relying on that group of losers, expecting them to catch them personally, they would have to wait until the monkey's age. Mo Baifan sighed. After saying that, his eyes rolled and he playfully said, I have an idea. Let those losers outside hide, so that the murderer will mistakenly think that there is no one left to guard our Mo family, so he will probably come again. What nonsense, Mo Qing chided. That murderer was able to kill even a martial saint powerhouse like Li Shan. If he really came and stood in front of you, you'd probably wet your pants. Mo Qing didn't have the good sense to say more and more. Mo Baifan's grandson was indebted to discipline, and what he said was one sentence more than one sentence against the heavens. As much as he wanted the murderer to be caught, he'd rather not if it was by this method. If it does come, it's okay if the people on the outside can find it in time and guard it and catch it. But if they fail to catch it, or even detect it, aren't they in danger? If it's really like Mo Baifan said, then wouldn't he be the bait? Cut. Would I be afraid of him? If he really comes, I'll give him a few slaps high and low. Make him kneel down and cry for mercy. Mo Baifan is still talking tough. It's just a casual, verbal hi here anyway. It's not like that killer is going to actually show up just because he said so. Only, when he finished those words, he somehow felt the cold hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and a chill ran down his back. Sail, you, behind you. Mo Qing's old eyes were wide, like a pair of bull's eyes, staring at the back of Mo Baifan, swallowing hard. But how could he not relieve that dry mouth? Speaking out words are incomparably dry, as if rusty gears in that creaking, unusually unpleasant. Behind me, what's there? Mo Baifan's eyes also became frightened, always feeling that there is something wrong. Things do not have an answer before, more so that this thriller become more and more serious. He stiffened, bit by bit, and slowly turned around. The scene behind him reflected in his eyes. It was a man with a sword, wearing a mask on his face, black as ink, as deep as the night, standing there quietly, as if it were a ghost in the darkness of the night. Exactly when it appeared, neither Mo Qing nor Mo Baifan were completely clear. It was as if it had suddenly appeared out of thin air, without any semblance of movement. They were unclear as to what this person's identity was, and what kind of purpose he was holding when he suddenly appeared here now. But some things are just so peculiar that the two parties have not interacted and have never met. But the moment they met, from the aura alone, from the atmosphere, the answer was already floating in their minds. It was so natural, as if someone living inside had informed them of the answer. Murderer! This man in front of them is the murderer they've been looking for. Poof! Mo Baifan's feet went soft and he directly knelt down. He didn't want to kneel, but his legs just wouldn't listen to him. They were just too soft, and without an ounce of strength, he directly knelt down. His lips, too, appeared to be white and bloodless, as his body trembled, causing his teeth to collide uncontrollably, making a knocking sound. Yes, I'm sorry, just now, I was getting high on my mouth. That's not what I really meant. You don't want to kill me. Mo Baifan stuttered his words, incomparably frightened. The look of fearlessness just now had long since been hidden somewhere. All that was left now was fear, and he couldn't speak well, stuttering and stumbling. Well, I believe you. Yifeng smiled bashfully. Only, before Mo Bifan could be happy, a flash of radiant blade light lit up and flashed past his neck. With his strength, he naturally couldn't even react, and just covered his neck like that, slowly collapsing. No, Mo Ching was shocked by the scene in front of him. When he killed Mo Bifan, some of the blood splattered onto his face. The blood was warm, but what he felt was icy cold. Watch as he opens his mouth as if to cry out in sorrow. Yi Feng's eyes were quick and he took an arrow step forward. A tip of the knife stabbed directly into Mo Ching's mouth, piercing through the back of his head. Yi Feng withdrew his sword. Just then, there was a sudden movement from outside, as if someone was about to come in. Despite the man's light movements and barely too much noise, he must be an expert. However, Yi Feng's ear power was amazing and he discovered it early in advance. One of the more major reasons was the fusion of the origin of Earth. At this time, standing on the Earth, a large piece of the nearby territory had become Yi Feng's eyes and ears. Even if it was an ant crawling on the ground, it couldn't escape Yi Feng's perception. Time to go. This assassination, again, very smooth, finished to wrap up, coupled with someone outside to come in. Yi Feng immediately disappeared into the ground. It wasn't long before one did walk in. He is Li Hai, the brother of Li Shan, who was killed earlier. Ever since the last time his brother had an accident over here, he's been going crazy looking for the killer. Unfortunately, neither had much to offer. Almost every day, he would come over to Mo's house in order to exchange some information and see if there was any progress in the incident. Today was the same. Hurriedly arriving at Mo's house, he went straight to Mo Ching's side. Only as it got closer, it gradually felt wrong. It smells like blood. He was alarmed and hurried to quicken his pace. When the two corpses appeared in front of his eyes, Li Hai's pupils abruptly just shrunk. Something's happened. The murderer has come. Boom. Steeply, Li Hai's chi and blood, unreservedly released, filled the large courtyard, and perception was released to the limit, not letting go of a single spot around them. What? Something happened? The killer was here? In various directions nearby, several strong auras were also approaching rapidly. Within a short time, it similarly arrived in the middle of the courtyard. Swish swish swish, a single gaze was cast on the two corpses that were lying there, having completely lost their vitality. Dead. Surprisingly, they're all dead. The Mo family master and his grandson are all dead. Several people approached and examined the body, all a bit confused. The weapon used by the murderer was a knife. All of them killed in one blow. The knife method is dry and sharp. The strength is extremely strong. It should be a martial artist. The blood has not yet coagulated and the body is still warm, so I guess it has only just been killed. So, this murderer, it's not the same as the last one. Last time it was a soul master, using a nail-type soul soldier. This time it's a martial artist, using a knife. Strange, obviously no one was found sneaking in. How did the murderer get in? And how did he leave? One person in the congregation. Gradually, I don't know what kind of mentality it was, but they were actually sizing each other up, especially those who use knives are given priority. And Li Hai, who was the first to enter the scene, logically attracted more attention. Old me uses fists, didn't practice sword techniques, didn't have a sword on me either. He knew what the crowd was suspecting, with so many people around guarding the area, and none of them being weak. It always seemed a bit unbelievable to them that the killer could come and go without a trace. Naturally, the suspicion grew on one of their own. It would be more logical to assume that one of our own had done the deed. Sensei can't rule out this suspicion anyway, no matter what the motive is. The first to enter the murder scene, Li Hai, is the first suspect. The time of death, which basically coincides with when Li Hai entered the scene, even though he emphasized that he used boxing and didn't carry a knife. But it doesn't mean anything. With his strength at the martial saint realm, he could casually take a knife and without any fancy knife techniques, a random slash would be able to do the same to kill someone. And it just so happened that, on Mo Baifan's body, he had a knife with him for defense. It doesn't matter if Li Hai has a knife with him or not. Chapter 148, the organization came to exert pressure. Just as the crowd was sizing each other up with suspicious gazes, they suddenly received news that something had happened on the Zhang family's side. The Zhang family's family member, Zhang Hang, as well as Zhang Hang's younger brother, Zhang Manhwa, had all been assassinated in secret. Judging from the state of the body, the time of death was not long ago. The person who carried out the assassination should be a martial artist using a knife-type weapon. The most outrageous thing is that the assassination took place without anyone noticing. It was only found later when someone went in, and the man had been dead for a while. But how on earth did the murderer escape everyone's ears and appear directly at the center of the Zhang family? They couldn't quite figure it out. It was as if the murderer had appeared out of thin air in the Zhang family, killed the person and then disappeared from the Zhang family without a trace. Couldn't really figure out what method was used to get in. The people on the Mo family's side, upon learning this news, were finally relieved of their suspicion of each other. The reason why they would be suspicious of each other before is that the phenomenon of the murderer silently killing the person makes it seem that an acquaintance has the highest highest probability of committing the crime. They were the only ones who had the opportunity to supervise and steal, borrowing the name of protection to sneak in and kill the people. And now, even the same thing happened on the Zhang family's side, and even the death characteristics of the victims were all exactly the same. So it was obvious that the murderer was the same person. Then all of them have not appeared in the Zhang family side, but the same thing happened there. The suspicion of them can be ruled out. Only, even if the suspicion is ruled out, they are also feeling incredibly tricky. The murderer came and went without a trace, and did not even leave a single clue, which is too exaggerated. Even if they wanted to investigate, they had no way to start, and they simply did not know from which aspect it would be good to start investigating. I don't know if you guys remember, the last time Mo Pei and my younger brother Li Shan were killed on this side of the Mo family. According to our questioning of the witnesses afterward, what they said was that the murderer appeared in the center of the Mo family's area without any signs. Anyway, the first moment of discovery, it was my younger brother, Li Shan, who was engaged in a heated battle with him. Li Hai looked around the crowd and said in a deep voice, for everyone's suspicion of him just now, he didn't care too much about it. After all, with the situation just now, he was indeed the most suspicious. If it was him in his place, he would also be so suspicious. You're right, I remember those two. Last time they heard about this situation, they didn't think much about it. After all, with that kind of strength of the murderer, wanting to sneak in unnoticed without being discovered by those guards of the Mo family was quite simple. But combined with this now, it's a bit unusual. If anything, the Mo family guards from last time were not very strong, and it was a normal thing to not notice the murderer sneaking in. What about now? Now it could be more than just the Mo family guards. There was no shortage of them present. Not a few of them were strong martial saints. How is it that they also didn't discover the murderer's infiltration? Are you trying to say that the murderer last time and the murderer this time are actually the same person? But that's not right. Didn't they say that the person last time was a soul master? And now this time, it's obviously a martial artist. The crowd spoke out in a chorus of voices, voicing their opinions. Well, that's what I suspect. The several assassinations before and after, all targeting refiners, is the first time that's happened in so many years. As for soul masters and martial artists, don't forget that these two paths of cultivation are not limited to cultivating only one. If someone is talented in both areas and wants to cultivate both at the same time, it's also completely feasible. When Li Hai said this, his meaning was already very clear. He suspected that this murderer was someone who was not only a soul master, but also a martial artist. This is too much, isn't it? Yes, no matter which kind of cultivation is practiced, the amount of time and energy required to reach the level of a strong person is unimaginable, let alone cultivating two kinds at the same time, both of which are still not low in attainment. They felt incredulous, a bit of a break from their preconceived notions. I also find it unbelievable, but the world is so big, who can say for sure? Li Hai said. The crowd nodded. At this point in time, they don't have any other way to investigate too well. The only breakthrough is to start the investigation from the aspect of being both. If it was found that there was anyone who was a martial artist but also a soul master at the same time, and was also very powerful, then there was a great suspicion. They talked it over and eventually came to this conclusion. The headquarters of the Alchemy Association. Yi Feng had already reappeared by way of vanishing. The room was still locked, and the contents were exactly as they had been when they left, which meant that no one had come during the time they had been away. No one knew that he had taken a trip away to take out a few people to rejoin. Truly, it is a godless and invisible killing. At the same time, President Gu Pingjiang also received news that the Zhang and Mo families, one after another, had been assassinated. The point is, the whole time, even the murderer didn't see a shadow, and by the time it was discovered, the person was already dead. The preliminary conclusion is that it's possible that it's the same person as the murderer from a month ago. However, because of the different means of committing the murder, the suspicion that it was in fact two people cannot be ruled out. There is even another speculation that it was indeed two people, but that they were acquainted and belonged to the same organization. This is the worst case scenario, because if that's the case, then there are more enemies to deal with. If there was such an organization that always targeted refiner masters for murder, and the individual strengths were all very strong, and when committing murder, they could still do it silently and complete the entire assassination without being detected by outsiders, then it would be too terrifying. It was hard to believe that every refiner could still be paired with a strong protector by his side at every moment. Not to mention, where did so many strong people come from? And even if there were really so many strong people, who could guarantee that there would be no times when they fell alone? All in all, this news brought great worry to Gu Pingjiang, and as the news gradually spread, but anyone who was a refiner also began a new round of trepidation. The shadow of a month ago had finally dissipated a bit by now, but who knew that the assassination would happen again? And this time the shadow was even heavier. Last time, it was still possible to get bumped into. This time, the person was already cold without even seeing a shadow. When it's their turn someday, will they also die quietly? Some of the more famous refiners began to fidget. The more nameless ones, on the other hand, began to rejoice, thinking that a curmudgeon like themselves should not be targeted so quickly. Knock, knock. Gu Pingjiang knocked on Yifeng's room door. News has come from the Mo and Zhang family's side. He informed Yifeng about this matter and told him to be more careful and try not to go out if he could, lest he be targeted by that murderer. President, I will be more careful, Yifeng answered in a loud voice. In your heart, you are secretly snickering. The murderer you are talking about is standing right in front of you at this moment. How are you learning about the techniques of starship repair? Gu Pingjiang inquired. It's not bad. Some of the simpler building blocks are still relatively easy to understand and learn, but the content is too complicated, and if you want to learn them all, it's estimated that it will take years. Yifeng did not intend, for the time being, to tell the whole story about how he had become proficient in starship repair, mainly for the mysterious organization that Gu Pingjiang had mentioned before. Yifeng did not understand it yet. For those who don't know, hide as much as you can before you get caught in the crossfire. Well, I guess so. Gu Pingjiang nodded. Yifeng's answer was pretty much what he expected. Because he was doing this study himself, he had long been aware of the difficulties involved. President, is there something else you want? Yifeng realized that Gu Pingjiang was a bit distracted and his expression looked a bit anxious. Something did come up, and I came over on this trip because I wanted to talk to you about it. Yifeng listened quietly without interjecting. Gu Pingjiang paused, organized his words, and said, that mysterious organization, the one I've been in secret contact with, suddenly changed their attitude and asked me to learn all the basic repair techniques as fast as possible. Gu Pingjiang narrated to Yifeng. At first, their attitude was very good. No matter what Gu Pingjiang needed, they would try to get it as much as possible to fulfill Gu Pingjiang's needs. It also seemed to be clear that learning this wasn't that easy, and from start to finish, he never pushed Gu Pingjiang's learning progress, and just from time to time, ask about learning progress. It doesn't matter how much progress you make, as long as you're not standing still. After a long time, it gave Gu Pingjiang an illusion that that mysterious organization was just like doing charity. He will fulfill whatever he needs, and sends him all kinds of technical textbooks, and beyond that, has no demands on him. Until recently, but a change in the norm. Constantly urge Gu Pingjiang to learn quickly, not to say proficient, at least to reach a basic level, can be competent in some relatively basic maintenance work. However, Gu Pingjiang was clear that even if he only reached the basic level, it was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time, and it would take at least 5 more years. The other party seems to have been very impatient. The tone of voice are more or less with a little threat, so that Gu Pingjiang is very uneasy. As it is, I can only try my best to study and try to reach them sooner. As for you, I haven't mentioned your existence to them yet, so I think it's best if you don't touch any of this stuff again, and just pretend that this never happened, so that you and they don't cross paths, Gu Pingjiang advised. He had already realized that that organization was not to be messed with and was not a charity, and after taking so many benefits from the other party before, it was time to pay back. He couldn't run, he couldn't hide, and he couldn't say what would happen in the end. As for Yifeng, since he hadn't fallen in yet, there was still room for change, and he could live in peace without getting involved with that organization. Yifeng was about to say something. Suddenly, his eyes stared slightly, and his body tensed up, ready to storm out at any time. Because, behind Gu Pingjiang, at an unknown time, something unusual appeared. The point is that to the naked eye, there is no one there at all. Yifeng would notice the anomaly because he possessed the origin of Earth, and casually standing on the Earth, it was as if he was one with the Earth. The Earth was like Yifeng's extracorporeal senses, and Yifeng was able to detect whatever was on the ground nearby. At this point, it clearly looked like there was someone standing there, but it was empty. Is it possible to see a ghost in the middle of the day? Yifeng certainly does not believe in ghosts. Then it can only be. Soon, a figure, behind Gu Pingjiang, appeared. What a brilliant art of concealment. Yes, it was the art of concealment, casting the art of concealment and coming behind Gu Pingjiang silently. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the origin of Earth, if he were to rely solely on his perception alone, Yifeng was completely certain that there was no way he could have discovered that there was someone hiding in the surroundings. Even though he took the initiative to show himself, this person's aura was still completely astringent, barely leaking half of his breath. A master. This man must be a great master. Before the situation became clear, Yifeng was not prepared to make a move for the time being. Also because, if this person didn't immediately make a move, or even took the initiative to show up, he must have other intentions. At least, not for a while. Who are you? Yifeng put on a surprised look and pointed at the man behind Gu Pingjiang. After all, it would be counterintuitive to face it head-on and completely ignore it. Is there someone behind me? Until now, Gu Pingjiang still hadn't realized that there was another person standing behind him. Only after seeing Yifeng's reaction did he realize it and slowly turned around. It was seen that, behind him, there was indeed a man standing. This person was also wearing a mask on his face, obviously unwilling to show his true face. A solid black dress with a loose style and somewhat long sleeves. On his right hand, he also wore an ancient-looking ring that looked as if it was very refined. When Gu Pingjiang saw this person, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It's you. He recognized it. It was the mysterious organization that had been making contact with him. It was this man who met with him when they first found him before. From then on, the person would only arrive in person, except when bringing something more important. The rest of the time, the communication is done through remote contacts. If it was before, the appearance of this person, Gu Pingjiang would definitely be delighted, because each previous appearance was bringing him all sorts of things. And this time it's different. Lately they've been applying constant pressure and it's all gotten to the point where it's gotten a bit ugly. Now, without even greeting him, he directly came over of his own accord, making Gu Pingjiang feel uneasy. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to keep his composure and said, "I've promised you that I'll devote all the time I can next to learn those techniques as soon as possible. What is the reason for your coming over here now?" "Oh, take it easy." The masked man laughed softly and said, "I came over this time to bring you something as well." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and something the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. Seeing this situation, Yifeng's pupils slightly shrunk. This piece, what was it pulled out of? Yifeng swore that he had just watched exceptionally carefully, not sparing any of this person's every move. But this thing, it really is like it came out of nowhere. Chapter 149 Golden Treasure Chest. With the level of threat that this person gave Yifeng didn't dare to have the slightest bit of relaxation towards him. The seemingly calm stance was a casual readiness to strike up a storm. Even so, Yifeng still couldn't capture the piece in his hand, exactly where he pulled it out from. It's like a magician's trick that suddenly turns up. Magical. Still magical. This is a piece from the starship's engine. It's currently in a damaged state. You have 1 month to get this fixed. I'll come back in a month to accept the results, the masked man said. He also didn't say what would happen if he couldn't fix it, but needless to say, Gu Pingjiang knew that if he didn't get it fixed as requested, the other party would definitely not let him off easily. Wait, did you just say, we? Gu Pingjiang suddenly remembered the details in the other party's words just now. What he said was, you have 1 month. Instead, I'll give you a month. That's a big difference. You guys, you represent more than just himself. Well, it's you guys. You think if you don't say anything too, I'll stay in the dark? He directly turned his gaze towards Yifeng. Yifeng, right? Your talent for refining artifacts is quite high, and I also think highly of you. Work hard, strive to learn those techniques earlier, and one day be able to repair the starship. At that time, you will also be able to receive a great deal of benefits, and you will definitely not be treated poorly. With those words, he placed what he was holding in his hand gently onto the ground. By the way, it took out some more stuff, some materials. These materials are not ordinary, are the sky outside the iron, because the repair of the starship sometimes need to make up the components. You need to rebuild and build those components. The materials required, many of them are used to the sky outside the iron. If he didn't leave the materials by the way, even if he had the technology to fix it, he would have no way to fix it because he couldn't find all the materials. He understood that, and this action of his was likewise seen by Yifeng. This time, Yifeng observed incomparably carefully, and he really did take things out of thin air. None of those things, I don't know where they were previously placed. With that much stuff, it must be very conspicuous if you hide it inside your clothes. This is a possibility that can be ruled out outright. While Yifeng was thinking about this, the masked man, who had finished putting things away, looked at Gu Pingjiang and then at Yifeng. I'll be back in a month, and I hope you won't let me down. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Yifeng knew that he had just cast a concealment technique to make it invisible to the naked eye. Gone. Gone? Gu Pingjiang surveyed his surroundings, his tone somewhat uncertain. It should be right? Yifeng also pretended to speak with little certainty. In fact, Yifeng was very clear that the other party had only performed a concealment technique and had not left. He just wasn't in the same place. He could be sure that he was still in the vicinity. Gu Pingjiang was silent for a while, during which the surroundings were silent and no one spoke. After a while, it seemed to feel that the man should really be gone, before he said with some gravity, a month's time. It simply can't be done. As if he was still holding out hope, he took the one left behind by the masked man and picked it up for a closer look. It's more complicated than I thought. He sighed heavily. Yi Feng also brought something over to look at it. This item, overall spherical in shape, is about the size of a basketball. At a cursory glance from the surface, it may not look like much, just a lump of iron balls, but a closer look reveals that the surface has densely packed gaps, each of which is formed by the components and the components, assembled with each other. Nor is it a simple assembly. They are connected in a very peculiar way. All kinds of components have different roles, have different properties, with each other with the influence of the whole body. The number of building blocks utilized is in the millions. If it had been before, just looking at it alone would have made my head spin. At this point in time, Gu Pingjiang was probably feeling like this. However, Yi Feng, who was now well versed in this area of technology, could tell at a glance the exact construction of this item, as well as the points of failure within it. As a power bead in the starship's engine, it must have been overexerted at one time, running under severe loads for a long time, resulting in its interior, with many of its components burnt out. It looks normal on the outside, but when you actually take it apart, you realize that it's badly damaged on the inside. There's no other way. Let's collaborate on the research and try to fix this thing within a month's time. Otherwise that person won't let us go. Yi Feng knew that the masked man was nearby and deliberately said so. It can only be like this. Gu Pingjiang let out a long sigh. Originally, he had planned to let Yi Feng not get involved, but he didn't expect things to develop like this. However, he felt that even if he hadn't approached Yi Feng to learn this in the first place, Yi Feng would have been approached by them all the same. The man had just said straight out that he knew everything. Listening to that meaning, Yi Feng's performance at the artifact refining extravaganza had long been on their radar. Then it's only a matter of time before they get to them. At this time, Yi Feng looked in a certain direction. Finally willing to go? Yi Feng laughed coldly in his heart. He borrowed the ability of the origin of Earth and sensed that the masked man, who was hiding nearby, had finally given up and left. Let's put it this way. This item, I'll take it away to meditate and study it first. As for you, the foundation is still too weak right now. You grab some more basic concepts to mend, and see if you can help me next. Gu Pingjiang proposed. Originally, it was thought that the two of them would work together on what to do to fix the thing. It was only now when he thought about it carefully that he remembered that Yi Feng's contact with this aspect of knowledge, full of it, was only a month old. How much more can you learn in a month? Definitely not much. During this period of time, he had seen Yi Feng's learning progress in his eyes. It wasn't much better than when he was, at first, introduced to it. With that kind of foundation, it's completely impossible to help with repairs when you haven't even passed the grade yet. Since this was the case, Gu Pingjiang decided that it might even be more efficient for him to meditate and study on his own. And Yi Feng could also take advantage of this time to learn more about mending some basic knowledge. And when the time came, it might be more likely to help him. Good. Yi Feng responded with a mouthful and did not object. Repairing this thing, with Yi Feng's ability nowadays, he was sure that he could fix it within a day. So even if it's the last day, it's not too late to fix it. As for why it wasn't now, it was because Yi Feng didn't want to expose prematurely that he had this ability. Now the strength in terms of fighting was still insufficient. Yi Feng hoped that within this month's time, he would be able to open more treasure chests and improve his strength. When the time comes to face the enemy again, it will be even more powerful. Just now, facing that masked man, Yi Feng felt threatened. The other party should be very powerful. If both sides fought and Yi Feng didn't have the confidence to win, he would honestly cooperate first. Now show your strength a little later. Fix it a little later, lest in the meantime, you make another mishap. It's hard to get a month where you can have peace and quiet, so of course you have to cherish it. Gu Pingjiang took his things and left with a sad face. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was still relaxed. Don't have to worry about anything for at least a month. As for a month later, if he didn't have the certainty to go around the enemy, Yi Feng still had a way to retreat. The big deal was to fly high. With his own strength, he couldn't beat the enemy head-on, and if he was bent on running, no one could stop him. A random vanish can slip through the cracks and not worry about anything at all. If it's possible, I'd like to see what a starship really looks like. Also, that masked man just now, he was able to take things out of thin air. How on earth did he do that? Yi Feng had a strong interest in these. Surround yourself with these people, and the aim is all about that. Treasure chest, when on earth can you appear? Yi Feng shouted in his heart. I wish I could have a treasure chest every day so that my strength could go miso and soar like a rocket. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is not something you can have just because you want it, and you can't do anything at all about when the treasure chest appears. It's like it's random. Sometimes there are no clues to the treasure chests for a whole month in a row, while other times a new one appears just after one has been opened, or even before it has been opened. It was also just when Yifeng had just had these thoughts that the system seemed to have heard his cries, and new clues to the treasure chest suddenly popped up. Clue to the treasure chest: in the secret realm of 10,000 poisons, a golden treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. A golden treasure chest. Yifeng's heart was happy. Another treasure chest clue had appeared. The most crucial thing was that the color of the treasure chest this time was also different. Not the previous orange treasure chest, but a golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest was a higher level than the orange treasure chest, and the treasures that would be opened would also be higher. Yifeng was looking forward to this golden treasure chest. What could be opened out in the end? But the location of this treasure chest. Million Poison Secret Realm. Yifeng recited the name of this secret realm. Just by hearing the name alone, one could probably tell what the secret realm would be like. 10,000 poisons. I guess there are a few poisons in there. In order to be more certain, Yifeng went online and soon searched out a sea of results. Apparently, it's a very well-known secret place. It was only because Yifeng was not from this side of the world that he felt it was relatively unfamiliar. But the moment anyone from Central State heard this name, a relevant introduction would immediately come to mind. To put it simply, this secret realm was just like its name. Inside was the world of poisons, filled with all sorts of things that carried poison. Both plants and creatures are loaded with toxins, often highly toxic. The creatures that survive in it also have competitive relationships, and their means of attack is nothing more than poisoning each other. Over time, those whose toxins were not strong were defeated and gradually eliminated. The ones that still remain all the time must be incredibly poisonous. If it wasn't a matter of necessity and had to go, normal people would not want to go to the 10,000 poisons mysterious realm. If you enter it, you'll be poisoned if you're not careful. And if you can't find an antidote in time or find a way to get rid of the toxin, then it's almost hopeless. However, everything has a value, and so do toxins. A lot of things that require the use of toxins are dependent on this secret world alone. For example, toxins are needed to make poison pills, poison powders, or to cultivate poisonous insects and so on. Toxins can even be used for healing and curing, such as fighting poisons with poisons, or performing some means of purification to be able to neutralize the harmful substances inside. And the remaining elements are of medicinal value. When something becomes valuable, it attracts a lot of people to find it. Just being able to find it is a resource that can be exchanged for what you want. The secret realm of 10,000 poisons is really a very unique secret realm. I just don't know if it's them that are poisonous, or my god-eating moss? Yifeng smiled. He hadn't forgotten that the god-eater moss was also a plant with intense poison. There had been no means yet found that was more suitable for the growth of the god-devouring moss. It's all up to the echidna moss to find it on its own. For example, in the beginning, it would take the initiative to ask for it, to suck the blood and flesh essence of some foreign beasts. This way, it does allow it to get some nourishment and give some subsequent growth. However, after a certain amount of time of observation, Yifeng realized that this way, for the growth of the god-devouring moss, it was actually not fast, and it could even be said that it was a bit slow. Sometimes, it sucked up the foreign beasts in a large area, but in the end, the enhancement that it brought to the god-devouring moss was not so obvious. Yifeng was originally still worried about what to use in order to quickly cultivate the god-devouring moss. Now that he saw the introduction of the 10,000 poisons mystic realm, Yifeng was suddenly struck by the idea that toxins were also a kind of nutrition for the god-devouring moss. It was, after all, itself, a demonized plant with a highly toxic poison. Departure. To the 10,000 poisons mysterious realm, Yifeng decided to depart immediately. Whether it was feasible or not, everything would be known after waiting for the 10,000 poisons mystic realm. Hopefully, will be a surprise. Well, just remain quiet and leave. Yifeng went to reclose the door to the room, then mobilized the earth essence in his body, the entire hard ground. At this time Yifeng's eyes, as if it was a pool of water, and instantly dived into it. There's no need to worry about Gu Pingjiang finding it. He was now diving into his research, that power bead of the starship engine, and had no time to come over here at all. At least, not coming anytime soon. He himself could leave for a trip with complete peace of mind, and by the time he came back, he was probably still scrambling to shut down his research. When Yifeng left the Alchemy Association's headquarters, he traveled all the way to the wilderness again before re-entering the surface. Staying underground all the time required the use of the origin of Earth at all times, and even though he was already very skillful now, If the distance was really too long, there was no way to continue to vanish and hurry. Anyway, we are already in the wilderness and basically won't encounter others, so we can feel free to come up and catch up. To be on the safe side, he also wore a mask that he had made with his own hands, and as long as he hid his face, no matter what situation he encountered, he could strike with confidence. 10,000 poison mysteries. Here I come. Yifeng discerned the direction and swept towards that side in a hurry. Chapter 150. Kid, you're still not running. When Yifeng arrived at the 10,000 Poisons mysterious realm, the entrance to this secret realm was located in the middle of a forest. The woods, originally, were just mediocre, with few creatures even. However, since the entrance to the 10,000 Poisons mysterious realm was born here, quite a few poisonous creatures ran out from it and entrenched themselves in this forest. It becomes a poisonous forest, and thus, making the woods famous. After coming here, the God-Eater moss started to become stupid. It's good to have a reaction. Yifeng's heart was delighted. It's trying to devour those poisons, isn't it? Yifeng laughed softly at the god-devouring moss that was clinging to the bottom of his clothes. The god-devouring moss also quickly transmitted an affirmative reply to Yifeng. Then you'll have to put up with it for a while. Now is not the time. The 10,000 Poisons mystic realm was very well known, and there were many people who had a need for all kinds of toxins, so it was seen that every now and then, there would be a large number of people, coming from all directions, arriving this way and entering the middle of the 10,000 Poisons mystic realm. So, there are quite a few people around at this time. Although most of them looked less powerful than themselves, they did not know whether among them there were any great masters hidden. Yifeng did not reveal the fact that he possessed god-devouring moss for the time being, and did not release the god-devouring moss for the time being. In the end, the poisons in this poisonous forest were all relatively ordinary, just some of the edges that ran out from inside the 10,000 Poisons mystic realm. Even if it was devoured, the effect was rather mediocre. If one wanted a higher level, better functioning poison, naturally it would be better to search inside the 10,000 Poisons mystic realm. There's no rush for now. In the void ahead, a huge purple secret realm entrance was located over there. One by one, people approached and were then sucked into it. Yifeng always felt that this flow of people was a bit wrong. Even if this place was indeed not small in terms of popularity, it was not so much that there were so many people coming and going. The secret realm of 10,000 Poisons was a crisis. It wasn't anyone's backyard garden to come when they wanted to, and those who had a need for poisons were after all a minority. Not so much that individuals would come to make a break for it. It also happened that at this time, a team near Yifeng, they should have come as a group of friends. The sound of mutual conversation, which was not deliberately concealed, was clearly heard by Yifeng. That's a lot of people. The last time I was here it was nowhere near this crowded. Who let that rumor spread that the poison king flower blooms once every 100 years? The poison king flower is the king of all poisons. Who wouldn't want to obtain it? Even if you can't use it yourself, you can still take it and sell it, or exchange it with someone for other treasures. Ha! I don't even know if the news is true or not. Is there not usually a lot of false news being passed around? If it's false, then aren't we being tricked? Who cares if it's fake or not? It's not like you don't know that when it comes to the aspect of good things, which one isn't harboring the mentality that one would rather believe it than not? Even if the news ends up being false and a trip is wasted, it's still better than hearing about whoever obtained the good stuff afterward, which makes people regret it even more. Fair enough. When these words reached Yifeng's ears, Yifeng realized that there would be so many people who wanted to enter the 10,000 Poisons mystic realm because of the rumors of the toxic king's flower blossom. No wonder. Yifeng always felt that there were quite a few experts around. They should not be silent and nameless. Some of them were perhaps from great powers, and to have so many powers come to people, something good had indeed appeared. As for this poison king flower, whether or not it would really appear recently, Yifeng was also unclear. This time, he entered the secret realm of 10,000 poisons for the sole purpose of opening the golden treasure chest. By the way, they also wanted to see if the various poisons inside could be devoured and grown by the god-devouring moss. As for this so-called poison king flower, Yifeng also looked forward to a hand. If he could come across it, then naturally it was very good and could be seized by the way. Yifeng approached the 10,000 Poisons mysterious realm. When it got close to a certain distance, just like when he entered other secret realms before, a powerful suction force acted on Yifeng's body and sucked him in instantly. Scene transitions. Yifeng appeared inside the 10,000 Poisons mysterious realm. As far as the eye could see, there were colorful plants everywhere, which were very brightly colored. Generally speaking, things that are brightly colored are more likely to have toxins in them. Not to mention that this was the secret realm of 10,000 poisons, so it almost didn't need to be thought about to know that these colorful plants must be carrying toxins. As for how poisonous, it depends on what species each is. Yifeng looked around for a while, and then released his senses to observe a large area of the surrounding place, and there was no one else present nearby. Because when teleporting into the secret realm, people will be randomly teleported to a different place. That way, there's a high probability that the people coming in won't be clustered together, they'll basically be separated. And that's pretty good. Otherwise, if all of them gathered together, where there were people, there were Jianghu, and they themselves needed to be on guard against all kinds of poisons, and if they also had to go on guard against other people around them, they would be distracted a lot. Come out and devour to your heart's content, and see how much growth you can bring about after eating these poisonous plants, Yifeng said with a smile and released the god-devouring moss with an expectant look. The god-eating moss was like a hungry wolf seeing bloody fresh meat. Moving over quickly, a clump of weeds with bright purple color was covered nearby, and under the coverage of the god-devouring moss, the purple weeds that were originally brightly colored and full of vitality quickly became withered, as if all the vitality had been sucked out of them, until finally, it was completely dry and withered and grayish-black in color and dead. Just a clump of poisonous grass could not satisfy the appetite of the god-eater moss, and it continued to move over to the farther side. Wherever it passed, as long as it carried toxins, it couldn't escape the sucking of the god-eating moss. After looking down for a while, Yifeng sort of discovered that the objects that the god-devouring moss chose to devour were basically those with very bright colors. Side by side, Yifeng's thoughts were confirmed. These brighter colored ones were the more highly poisonous ones. Along the way, a variety of toxins were swallowed over and became the nutrients for the god-eater moss, being absorbed by it. Suddenly at that point, there was a twist in the nearby space, and 5 silhouettes appeared. This time, we must go all out to find the Poison King flower and get our hands on it. And if we don't end up finding the Poison King flower, we have to do everything we can to find more rare poisons, so that when we return, we can get the family head's generous reward. Right, we must find the Poison King flower. Several others responded in unison. They're a team that just came in from outside. When you have a hand in each other's hand, when you teleport, you won't be dispersed, you'll be teleported to a piece. It's a trick those teams, as usual, use. The team came in one piece, and if they were scattered, it would be a lot more trouble to get in touch and meet each other in here again. And by utilizing this approach, you'll be in one piece as soon as you come in, with a lot less hassle, and you'll be able to take care of each other. Quite coincidentally, it teleported right near Yifeng, and the two were only a few dozen meters apart. This was the first time that Yifeng, after teleporting into the secret realm, would immediately bump into other people. In the past, it was only after entering the secret realm and breaking into it for a while that they would meet up with the others. Yifeng looked at the several people, from the standardized protective equipment worn by several people, and the quality of the swords used, it was considered quite refined. Yifeng could conclude that these few people should come from certain big forces. Yifeng was looking at them, and they were also looking at Yifeng. They weren't surprised to run into people when they came in. The man also wore a metal mask, and again, they weren't surprised. Who didn't have a few enemies when walking around outside? Those who don't want to expose their identities will choose to hide their faces away, which can save them a lot of trouble. Just then, their attention shifted to the nearby god-eater moss. God-devouring moss. There's actually god-devouring moss. They all got excited and exclaimed out in surprise. Being able to recognize the god-devouring moss with a single glance further confirmed Yifeng's judgment that these 5 people came from a not-so-small background to have enough insight. I didn't expect that the god-devouring moss, which can only be heard of in legends, would suddenly appear inside this 10,000 poisons mysterious realm. It's indeed too unexpected. This god-devouring moss is worth more than even that Poison King flower. No matter what means are used, it must be obtained. Their eyes were red and they were breathing heavily as they stared dead on at the god-devouring moss over there that was devouring poisonous flowers and plants everywhere, oblivious to the fact that the god-devouring moss already has an owner, and its owner, at this moment, is still watching from the sidelines. But even knowing that, they didn't care at all. This time, they, the Du family, had sent out dozens of teams, ranging from large to small in number, and from strong to weak in strength. Entering the secret realm of 10,000 poisons, the teams would be more efficient in collecting poisons by spreading out. Its purpose was to search for the Poison King flower, and if it couldn't find it, to search for as many highly poisonous things as possible. Speaking of which, with their Du family's status in the Imperial South City, they were also a top-tier family, with a number of strong martial saints within their clan, and they also followed the martial path, which had nothing to do with poison. Originally, there was no need to make such a big fuss and send out so many martial artists to come inside the 10,000 poisons mysterious realm to look for the so-called poison. Even if, in some ways, there was a little demand for toxins, the demand was certainly not high, and with the Du family's heritage, it would be enough to casually spend a little bit of money in exchange for it. But this time was different. The head of the Du family, Du Go-Fei, was somehow suddenly interested in raising exotic beasts. You said that raising a few normal point of foreign beasts, that's okay. Anyway, with the strength of the Du family, and the head of the family is raising, that is certainly affordable. Casually can be raised white and fat. But on the contrary, This fey beast that Du Gaofei had raised was quite special, and could actually grow by eating toxins. In the beginning, it was common toxins that were eaten, which could be bought casually on the market. But over time, the toxin-eating beast grew. The toxins required also need to be more virulent to be effective, otherwise they have no effect when eaten. No way to bring about growth. This rare and potent poison would not be readily available. It's one of those types of things that are priced to sell. You can afford to pay the price, but you can't always find it in stock. Du Gaofei valued this pet again? If he was able to get enough virulent poison and cultivate this foreign beast, it would be a major battle force for the Du family, because even now, the toxin released by this foreign beast, with a random bite, could poison a martial Zun realm, and was a threat to martial emperors as well. Feeds on poison and carries a strong poison itself. Recently, he heard that inside the 10,000 Poisons mystic realm, there was a possibility that the poison kingflower might appear, and Du Gaofei instantly became energized. If he could successfully obtain the poison kingflower and give it to his poison-eating pet, it might bring about another growth metamorphosis. At that time, it was estimated that even the martial emperor realm, or even the martial saint realm, could be poisoned to death in one bite. And that brings us to the present. The Du family sent dozens of teams in to search for the poison kingflower. If we can't find the poison kingflower and bring back the god-devouring moss, the family head must be very happy too. They felt that the god-eating moss was also highly poisonous and was still a demonized plant. It might even be able to make it recognize its owner. And even if it wasn't able to recognize its owner, giving it to that pet of their family head would make it grow just the same. "Kid, you can't off," the round-faced man who was the leader of them said viciously to Yifeng. "What? Still standing there? Are you not convinced? Is it because you think that since you discovered this god-devouring moss first, things should be given to you, and we can't step in and take away what should belong to you? Ha ha ha, you kids are so naive. Rules like first come first served, which are only observed by children, do not exist in the world of our martial artists." These 5 people from the Du family, one said, their faces filled with teasing smiles as they laughed. In their opinion, Yifeng was just one person and didn't look like a powerful person. Imagine a powerful character. Even if he traveled alone, he wouldn't need to even dare to reveal his identity and wear a mask on his face purposely. Every single one of the experts they perceived were so conceited that they didn't bother to hide their identities even if they knew they had enemies. To hide your identity is to be afraid. Compared to the possibility of starting a big battle with the enemy, this kind of approach of wimping out first by himself was even more unacceptable to the masters. Therefore, they unanimously decided that the masked man in front of them couldn't be any renowned expert at all, a weakling who was too afraid to show his true face. On the contrary, they themselves were outnumbered by 5 whole people, 4 of whom were at the martial Zun realm, while the one at the head was at the martial emperor realm. This kind of battle power couldn't be said to be much stronger, but it definitely couldn't be considered too weak either. Against a nameless martial artist who needed to hide his identity before he dared to come out and walk, they were completely unperturbed and had a feeling of taking it at will, and it was only at this time that they dared to be so arrogant. Only, this masked guy, like he hadn't heard them at all, didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. It seems that you don't know fear until you're given a little bit of pain. Brothers, go! The 5 of them rubbed their fists together and showed their weapons, in an encircling position, quickly approaching Yifeng. It's useless to regret not running just now. A long blade with a cold aura chopped down at Yifeng. Just the next moment, boom 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 boom. 5 heavy crashes sounded almost simultaneously. The 5 figures then violently flew backwards, spitting out blood from their mouths, trailing long lines of blood in the air. Chapter 151. I heard you were looking for me? The 5 people were struck by lightning, their eyes popped out, and they flew backwards rapidly, crashing to the ground like a broken kite. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood one after another again. 4. Why is it so strong? Their eyes were filled with horror and even more filled with fear. It was completely unthinkable that this person with a masked face in front of him could be so powerful. Originally, he thought that this person was not so good and could be held at their mercy, but he didn't want to. In a casual glance, without even being able to see the other party's movements, he was directly sent flying. Yifeng looked around. The sneering eyes swept over the faces of the 5 people one by one, their faces filled with cold smiles. When he had struck out just now, he had only exerted less than 10% of his strength. Otherwise, with the strength of these 5 people, wanting to kill them directly in seconds would have been a completely easy task. Not killing them in direct seconds was only because they didn't want them to die so painfully. By the way, it is also possible to ask what kind of people they are, lest at any time, they are approached by the other people, and are still in the dark, feeling inexplicable. Who are you guys? Yifeng asked in a cold voice. We're from the Du family, from Dinan City, the one at the head, the martial emperor realm. trembled as he replied. He really hadn't thought that the martial emperor realm could not be considered weak even if he was placed in the imperial southern city. However, in front of this person in front of him, there was no difference between him and his partner in the martial zone realm around him. Both of them were knocked away in a single glance, and they were already seriously injured. Strong, just too strong. The Dukes? Yi Feng had heard of the Du family, and it was indeed the top family in Nan City. The reason we came to this 10,000 Poisons mysterious realm this time is solely because, by order of our family head, we were told to come in and search for the poison kingflower, as well as many rare poisons. That's why, when I saw the god-devouring moss just now, I couldn't help but want to take it for myself, wanting to bring it back in exchange for a reward from the family head. It's because we have no eyes and are not clear about how powerful Senior is, and we have offended you. Please be generous and let us go, and we, the Du family, will definitely remember your kindness. This Du clan's martial emperor realm, in and out of his words, was pulling on the Du clan master and bringing the Du clan with him. The meaning was very obvious, that is, he wanted Yi Feng to not look at the monk's face, even if they didn't despise the five of them. Behind the five of them, they represented the Du family. The fact that he would appear in the 10,000 Poisons mysterious realm at this time was also because of the Du family master's order. If the five of them were killed, they would be completely disrespectful to the Du family and could be said to be on the opposite side of the Du family. Their Du family, well, they were also the top family of the imperial southern city, with multiple martial saints. Their comprehensive strength could not be underestimated. If there was no mistake, the person in front of him should be a martial saint powerhouse. Therefore, it was still far from the point of not being afraid of the Du family, but anyone with a normal mind would be wary of the Du family. Elder, we have dozens of teams entering the secret realm this time. If you can let us off the hook regardless of previous suspicions, we, the Du family, will definitely remember your great kindness, and if we have any need for help, we will definitely help. By the way, there is also a martial saint powerhouse among them, so if you can meet, you might even become friends. The Du family's martial emperor realm looked at Yi Feng and said tentatively, it was a pity that Yi Feng was wearing a mask, otherwise he would have seen the sneer that was always on Yi Feng's face. I hear you, Yi Feng said with a faint smile, making people wonder about Yi Feng's specific attitude. Hear what? All five were puzzled. Every word of yours is laced with a threatening intent, whether it's mentioning your Du family, or mentioning that there are martial saints present amongst the members who have come in this time. All of the words have the sole purpose of threatening me, trying to make me not dare to make a move. Being directly spoken by Yi Feng, they didn't have any surprises. The purpose was this, but it's good to know, so why just say it again? But I'm a person who hates threats the most. You guys tried to kill me just now. From that moment on, no matter what backgrounds and origins you have, you're doomed to die. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, the sharp blade awnings lit up steeply and killed towards the five people. No, you can't kill us. You'll surely regret it. The five hissed, their faces becoming twisted. Yi Feng's movements did not change by half. Thumbs up, blood splattered and five heads fell to the ground. In the meantime, at dozens of places in the 10,000 Poisons mystic realm, they received a prompt at the same time. Opened and viewed, all of their faces chilled. One of the Du clan members, who had majestic chi and blood and clearly had the strength of a martial saint, was covered in a fierce aura. Humph, no matter who you are and what strength you have, if you dare to disregard my Du family and despise it so much, I will definitely kill you. In their case, the tactical watches they wear are able to correlate with each other. You can check, at any time, where each team is, and if something goes wrong and you want support, you can find a place. There is also a feature that captures the scene each is experiencing in real time. Just now, the team that met with Yi Feng had photographed Yi Feng's presence at the first moment. It was only that Yi Feng, at that time, did not pose a threat to them, so he did not make a request for support. Until they suffered an attack and judged that the team was in danger, they automatically sent a request for support towards each team. It was only a short while, and before the crowd could even get close to their destination, they received another alert that the team had been reunited. What had just happened? They were all also able to see clearly by way of the video and knew what had happened. Elder, we have a few teams close by, so we'll go over and take a look now. A few of these teams called this martial saint realm for instructions. Don't go over there. You won't be opponents. Even if multiple people join forces, it's still a death sentence if you go. You guys slow down before you go over there. That person should be gone by now. Then go to the scene to check out the situation, and see if you can learn more useful information. This martial saint realm elder of the Du clan said. However, that murderer ignored my Du family so much, it's really hard to swallow this breath, they exasperatedly said. Humph, of course it's impossible to let him go. I'll take action myself, just not now. The priority now is to find the poison kingflower. It is said that the poison king flower only lasts a mere 24 hours from blossoming to wilting, so this is the first priority. If the poison king flower sheds because of the pursuit of the murderer, it will not be easy to go back and deliver. The Du family elder said. Yes, the elder's lesson is right. The murderer can be hunted down at any time. This poison king flower has given up, and it will be 100 years before it blooms again. Several teens chimed in. Time passes. After about 20 minutes, they pinpointed the time and distance and figured the killer should have left the scene of the crime as well. There were 3 teams, each with 5 people, equipped with strength and similar to the one before. All of them were a martial emperor with 4 martial zoons. When the 3 teams were added together, it was a total of 3 martial emperors, as well as 12 martial zoons. They arrived at the crime scene almost simultaneously. At a glance, I saw, from a distance, 5 corpses separated from each other. Even without looking at the faces on those heads, just from the clothing and equipment alone, one could tell at a glance that it was their Du family. Abominable. It's abominable. Killed my Du family and just ran away. If that murderer were here, I wouldn't let him go. I'd make sure to make him look good. One of the team leaders, a big and thick man carrying a huge hammer, and his voice. These words immediately drew the gazes of the rest of the people. Wouldn't it be arriving so late that he knew he couldn't beat them and pinched the time to let the murderer go first? How can you say that now and feel like you're on the hunt for a murderer and you can't hunt him down and you're saying mean things? But the bystanders were not too kind to expose him. They all knew that this was because, knowing that the murderer had already left, he was only saying pretentious things on purpose. Only, none of it was going to expose him, which in turn made him even worse. Look for them all. See if that boy hasn't gone far, and if I catch him, see if I don't smash him with a hammer. The burly man held a huge hammer, which was his usual weapon, and swung it up with one hand and shook it. The heavy sledgehammer danced with great force. What's wrong with you guys? This big man suddenly saw that the crowd stood frozen and looked at him with a kind of dumbfounded feeling, and his face was frozen. Could it be because, being subdued by my aura? No matter what, he's always so full of himself. Just as he was getting carried away, the companions, raising their hands, pointed behind him. You have your back. Their fingers, in fact, were all trembling involuntarily, as if they had seen something frightening. Behind me? What's behind me? Look at you guys. Can there be any powerful beasts behind me? The big man said with a big grin. If it was some powerful foreign beast, he wouldn't be senseless and could definitely notice it without turning around. But right now, it was clear that nothing had been detected, and there couldn't be anything powerful behind them. However, since it all looked like this, something must have happened behind them. He also subconsciously turned around as his thoughts floated around. It doesn't matter if you don't turn around. If you do, your soul will be scared out of your mind. A well-built figure with that iconic mask on his face. Familiar, unmistakably familiar. Just before coming over here, they had seen the figure, only on video, not in person. How do you, the big man's voice stuttered. Where was the breezy and pretentious look he had just had? At this moment, he hated the fact that the one standing behind him was really the powerful foreign beast that he had just thought of, and not this masked man who did not show his face. Why haven't you left yet? Ha! Yifeng laughed softly and directly helped him finish his sentence. The big man nodded his head vigorously. They had clearly dragged on for 20 minutes, just to leave enough time so that the other party could leave, but they actually hadn't left yet. What the hell were they still doing over here? Didn't you just say that if I were still here, you'd use this sledgehammer of yours and hammer me to pieces? As Yifeng said that, his gaze went to the sledgehammer he was holding in his hand and he snorted. Now, you can smash one for me. No, I wasn't talking about you just now. No, I was saying nothing. Yes, nothing. The sledgehammer, held in his hand, was visibly trembling, showing his fear, and his speech was all but incoherent. Not making a move? Fine, then I'll take the shot. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, he raised the long knife in his hand and slashed at the big man. No, the big man's face became hideous. Couldn't care too much. In front of the life and death crisis, there was no room for him to be afraid of anything. If he didn't resist, then he would only die faster. He then violently swung his sledgehammer and smashed it towards Yifeng's chopping long sword. If it was in the past, this kind of clash between weapons, he would not be at a disadvantage if he used a heavy weapon. Those who were at a similar realm as him basically wouldn't fight him hard. After all, with a sword, to go hard against a heavy hammer, it would definitely not be able to touch it. However, the opponent this time around was not at the same level as him at all, but rather had crushed in terms of battle power. Yifeng had crushed his opponent in every aspect, no matter if he was equipped with their respective top talents or the quality on their weapons. The long blade, which didn't seem to be heavy, chopped straight into his heavy hammer, as if chopping at tofu. It was actually incomparably easy to split his heavy hammer into two. What? All those who saw the scene were shocked, because that heavy hammer, which was a rank 7 weapon, was already considered very good, but even so, it was still easily chopped in half. It was no longer just a matter of strength crushing that could be explained. That knife, it was definitely very unusual. As for the strong hammer-wielding man who faced this blade at close range, at the same time the sledgehammer was cleaved in half. On his body, a line of blood that ran through his body surfaced at the same time. The expression of fear and disbelief was still fixed on his face, but the person had already severed his breath and slowly collapsed. Yi Feng held the blood-stained long knife and approached the remaining people. In the eyes of the Du family at the moment, Yi Feng, who was approaching step by step, was as terrifying as the devil. At that moment, one of the Du clan members rang the communication of the Du clan's elder. This person also subconsciously connected immediately. I am the Du family's elder Du Ming. I have seen everything from the beginning to the end of the matter. If you stop immediately now, my Du family can take the blame. Otherwise, thumbs up. What responded to him was another strike from Yi Feng, directly beheading a member of the Du family. You, stop it now. Thumbs up. Another man fell. In front of Yi Feng, they were defenseless. He couldn't fight and couldn't run away, so he could only let Yi Feng kill him. With Yi Feng's speed, no matter how much they ran, it was no different from turtle speed. No matter what Du Ming said, Yi Feng did not respond and killed each and every member of the Du family, until finally, staring at the tactical watch that was talking. Boo! A foot stomp. On Du Ming's side, he just cut off contact, so angry that he was about to explode. Past it all? Yi Feng shook his head. From the very beginning, those 5 people from the Du clan, wanting to find trouble, the feud between the two sides had already been made. No matter how it's handled, the Du family won't rest easy. Chapter 152 10,000 poisons are invulnerable. Since no matter what he did, the Du family would not be able to give up. Yi Feng would not be soft. At this time, the god-devouring moss devoured the large swaths of poison around it, all of them, and returned to Yi Feng's side. Not bad, not bad. The poisons have really helped you a lot, grow a lot. Yi Feng nodded his head in relief. The coverage area of the god-devouring moss had reached a maximum of more than 30 meters in diameter. It had grown more than several times than just before it had devoured the various poisons. There's also more than just an increase in area. Even the color has darkened a bit, and predictably, it's capable of inflicting stronger damage. Yi Feng would remain here even after killing the first team of the Du clan, partly because the god-devouring moss was still devouring poisons in the vicinity, so he was in no hurry to leave. Unexpectedly, he stayed a little longer and waited for 3 more teams from the Du clan. Go! The god-devouring moss resized and clung to Yi Feng's body surface under his sleeve. The direction Yi Feng was advancing was the direction guided by the golden arrow, and as long as he reached his destination, he would be able to find the golden treasure chest. Along the way, the poisonous substances encountered on the road, as long as the god-devouring moss was interested in them, Yi Feng would pause and allow it to devour and absorb them, constantly devouring and absorbing all sorts of poisons. Among them were plants and animals, allowing the god-devouring moss to continue to grow rapidly. Most of the day passed. Ahead, a dense forest appeared. In the surroundings of the dense forest, there are quite a few people. This situation, at a glance, it is clear that this dense forest is not simple. Strangely enough, most of them didn't dare to enter the dense forest and watched with a wait-and-see attitude. Yi Feng carefully surveyed this dense forest. It was filled with all kinds of plants, colorful and bright-looking, and many of them were so colorful that they were much more colorful than the poisonous plants that Yi Feng had seen all the way over. It can be said that this is a poisonous forest with a very high poison content. In addition to the plants, there were also animal roars coming from inside, so it was obvious that there were creatures in the poisonous forest. These creatures, being able to survive in the midst of such a highly poisonous forest, were themselves, surely, poisonous creatures, or to toxins, with some degree of immunity. This poisonous forest, there was another even more special place, which was a layer of faint mist that shrouded the large entire poisonous forest. This layer of mist, too, was somewhat special, bearing colors, as colorful as a rainbow. 7-colored poisonous mist. There's no mistake. This poisonous forest, there should be a poison king flower. Yi Feng heard someone nearby say so. Rumor has it that the place covered by the 7-colored poisonous mist is where the poison king flower was born. It could also be said the other way around, that it was because the poison king flower existed and was about to bloom that the 7-colored poisonous mist appeared. It is for this reason that so many people have converged here. Some of them, upon arrival, hurried into it. I don't know if it's because I'm very confident in my certainty that I have a way to resist these toxins, or if I'm just bold and thick-headed and don't take the poisonous forest too seriously. Anyway, they went in and quickly disappeared inside. There was no way for those watching outside to learn what was happening to them. The poisonous fog seemed to have the effect of blocking perception, and there was no way to probe the situation inside when the perception probed through. And under the shroud of the poisonous fog, the inside was thick with dense forests, and the line of sight was also very bad, so as long as you walked farther away, you couldn't see clearly at all. Ha ha, found it. Finally found the land of the Poison King flower. Along with a bright laugh, a huge procession approached with great vigor. They wore uniform clothing, all of them inky green, and they also carried a strong smell of medicine. Even if they couldn't recognize their identities, based on this strong medicinal smell alone, one could tell that this group of people must be dealing with all kinds of medicinal herbs all year round. It's the Mu family. The Mu family is a pharmaceutical family, in which the most skillful thing is to make all kinds of poisons. Rumor has it that the poison they make can poison even martial saints. It's very terrifying. Many people recognized the Mu family. They had a great need for toxins, and the secret realm of 10,000 poisons was a place they frequented. As for the news of the Poison King flower, they had already learned about it long ago, only that finding the exact location would take time and a certain amount of luck. Luck was still with us, and it wasn't too late for them to find it without incident. They were seen taking out some bottles containing a liquid, colorless and odorless, and spraying it on themselves. After spraying, he swaggered towards the inside of the poisonous forest under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It didn't take long to disappear inside. What was that stuff they just sprayed? I'm not sure. I think it's a protective layer that can defend against toxins. The Mu family knows so much about toxins, and what they produce in-house must be very effective. That's for sure. Otherwise they'd have been in and out of the 10,000 poisons mysterious realm collecting toxins for years, and without some skill, they'd definitely have died out long ago. That's a good point. On their bodies, they should also be carrying many kinds of antidotes, so in case they are accidentally poisoned, there are ways to detoxify them. It seems that this time, the Poison King flower will most likely be taken by the Mu family. It should be, but from just now until now, one after another, there are people going in, and they each have their own means, so in the end, it's still unknown who the deer will die. For example, look at this. Someone lowered their voice and the words didn't come out clearly, signaling the people around them to look in a certain direction as they spoke. There stood a dozen or so people, each wearing black robes and masks on their faces, wrapping themselves up tightly. On their body attire, there was another piece of very iconic pattern, which was a bloody dagger, as if they had just finished stabbing someone. The Blood Stingers. The crowd that saw this pattern recognized these people. The Blood Thorns, an organization that specializes in assassinations. As long as they can afford to pay, they will dare to take orders to help you get rid of your target. When they were in the city, of course they didn't dare to appear so ostentatiously. After all, being an assassin was not a bright profession in itself, and was wanted. But now that it wasn't inside the city and was still inside a place of lawlessness like the secret realm, they had no scruples. As long as they had confidence in their own strength, then being known that they were from the Bloodthorns organization would not matter at all. A proper brush with presence and as publicity. Maybe one of them has a new client who wants their help in assassinating someone? The people from the Bloodthorn organization, in silence, walked in towards the poisonous forest. Those who knew them well would know that the people of the Blood Spur organization like nothing better than to poison, whether it's poisoning the target's food or applying toxins to their own weapons. It's a trick they're used to. With the toxin boost, you can take care of your enemies faster and easier, and do a better job. Toxin was also something that was very much an immediate demand for them, especially when it was the king of all poisons like the Poison King flower. They were even more eye-catching. It only takes a little bit to poison an enemy more powerful than yourself. People were constantly entering the poisonous forest, people from all three religions. Without much hesitation, Yifeng also walked towards the inside of the poisonous forest. When he entered it, the faint poisonous mist that enveloped his body, Yifeng frowned. These toxins, they aren't that much thick right now. With my strong body, and with the addition of the holy body of martial Tao, I can carry it off hard. But, feel that the poisonous fog will gradually strengthen. If the concentration reaches a certain level, even I have no way to carry it hard. Yifeng made an analysis. Being enveloped by the poisonous mist, one could only feel the skin having a needle prick feeling, more like a million ants devouring one's body. And naturally, this feeling would not be pleasant. It's the toxins that are trying to find a way to get inside the pores and into the body. However, one by one, the pores were temporarily closed by Yifeng, and it was difficult for the toxin to drill in. Yifeng looked back. After going deeper into the poisonous forest for some distance, at this position, he could no longer see anyone outside. Try it. With Yifeng's thoughts, the god-devouring moss understood and became a bit larger in size, covering Yifeng's entire body, without leaving half a gap, even the eyes, nose, etc. were covered tightly. Otherwise, the poisonous mist would still pass through these places and keep attacking and infiltrating. And after doing so, the poisonous mist really wouldn't cause any more pressure on Yifeng. All the poisonous mist was blocked by the God-Eater moss. It's like a natural screen that blocks out all toxins. These poisonous mists, on the other hand, could still be absorbed and devoured by the God-devouring moss in a steady stream, becoming its nourishment, simply killing two birds with one stone. After trying the first method, Yifeng then tried the second method, the transported man. Yifeng mobilized the earth origin power and disappeared underground. After disappearing into the ground, those poisonous mists, as expected, really had no way to penetrate down. It was just that, to one's surprise, the earth, too, was full of toxins, the 10,000 poisons mysterious realm. It's truly magical. Even the soil carries toxins, and perhaps it's because of that this current ecology was born. No matter if it's plants or creatures, they carry toxins everywhere. Yifeng secretly said in his heart, it would have been nice to think that the second option, the transported man, could travel freely from place to place. Now it seems that the transported man scenario won't work. Yifeng retraced his steps back to the surface. Continue to follow the golden arrows under the protection of the echidna moss. When you're not sure where the poison kingflower is located, look for the treasure chest first. Later on, let's see if we can boost ourselves a bit. That way the resistance to the toxin can also be a bit stronger, and we can last longer in here. As he walked, a golden light appeared ahead. So smooth, so fast? Yifeng himself was surprised. Originally, I thought that it would take quite a bit of time to traverse a not-so-short distance, but I didn't expect to find it without any problems after only a short while. Looking around, there was no one else. There was a rocky outcrop on this side, and underneath it, there was a pit sunken inward. The pit was not deep enough to see inside at a glance. Inside was a snake, coiled in a circle, holding a nest of eggs in the center. And in the center of the snake's nest came a golden blow. Nice, the golden treasure chest. It's in there. It seems that we still have to finish off this snake first. Yifeng carefully surveyed this snake. It had a triangular head and scales on its body, consisting of green, black, and yellow, intertwined in 3 brilliant colors. The length was about 6 meters, as thick as a human's waist. The size alone was bluffing, and as for the exact strength, one would need to fight to know. Hiss! It spat out a message, obviously aware of Yifeng's presence, and issued a threatening warning. The God-Eater moss leapt forward, wanting to go over. Then go over there and let you try first. Yifeng wanted to make a move, but since the God-devouring moss wanted to go over and deal with it, Yifeng didn't stop it. Anyway, with the God-Eater moss's ability to reproduce and regenerate, as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could keep growing back and growing stronger. Swish! With Yifeng's consent, the God-devouring moss quickly grew bigger and moved over. Its carapace, which is made up of moss-like things, doesn't have to move as a whole at all. One part could remain attached to Yifeng, and the other part went over to fight, as long as the distance between the two sides was not too far. Otherwise the carapace is too spread out, and it's an extra burden and drain on it. Hiss! The great snake sensed the approaching God-Eater moss and also immediately swam out of its nest, opening its bloody mouth and biting into the God-Eater moss. Thumbs up, one bite down, could not do any decent damage to the God-Eater moss, at all. On the contrary, the God-devouring moss surrounded it in a hurry. It wrapped it up tightly. Boom! Boom boom boom. The big snake felt the pain, and frantically twitched its body, and the nearby rocks, all of them, were given to be whipped into pieces. Even the nest of snakes that were in it were scattered by the blows it gave itself, and one of the snake's eggs shattered. All this was in vain, and gradually it moved less and less. In the end, it was devoured by the God-devouring moss to the point where only a skeleton remained, and the God-devouring moss was satisfied and left from it. Not bad, the strength of this big snake. It's at the Zoon level, and it's still being easily destroyed by the God-devouring moss. The God-devouring moss's current combat power, even martial emperors are estimated to be able to deal with it. Yifeng made a judgment. You can open the treasure chest. Yifeng walked towards the messy snake nest. Getting swept by a big snake doesn't affect the treasure chest, which you can't hit anyway no matter how you sweep. Yifeng walked over and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You open a golden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS Physique All Poison, Tier 8. It's actually a 10,000 poisons physique. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised and perfect for the moment. This 10,000 poisons immunity, as the name suggests, means that it possesses immunity to all poisons, and no matter how highly poisonous it is, there is no need to worry about being poisoned. Even if you drink the poison as water, it won't do any harm. However, one needed to reach the 10th level of perfection to be a true all-poison invulnerable body. Right now, the words can only be considered an incomplete version. The incomplete version is just too much of a potent toxin and can still pose some harm. It was good that Yifeng already had experience. And just because it was incomplete now, it didn't mean that it would be incomplete next. It can be upgraded. Fusion. Chapter 153, Let me taste these toxins. With the fusion, Yi Feng's physique was undergoing a radical change, until the fusion was complete. He then possessed the 8th layer physique of all poisons. I'll try now to see if my resistance to poison has really gotten stronger. Yi Feng let the god-devouring moss that was clinging to him and protecting him leave his body. After the god-devouring moss left, the large amount of poisonous mist that filled the surrounding area swarmed and enveloped Yi Feng, just like before, constantly trying to penetrate Yi Feng's skin and erode his body. However, unlike before, in such a situation before, one would feel a tingling sensation coming from the surface of the body, as if 10,000 ants were devouring one's body, making one feel uncomfortable. It is necessary to mobilize the qi and blood in the body at all times to fight against these toxins, and now, Yi Feng didn't have this feeling of discomfort at all. It could be said that he felt nothing. I'll try it directly without using my qi and blood as resistance. Yi Feng continued to try again, gathering all his qi and blood, and the thousands of pores on his skin. All of them loosened up, allowing the surrounding poisonous mist to penetrate into every pore. After a while, the corners of Yi Feng's mouth gradually raised. No feeling at all. All poisons are invulnerable. It's really extraordinary. Toxins of this level of poisonous mist are already completely ineffective against me. No matter how much more it penetrates, it won't poison me at all. And Yi Feng perceived it carefully, and then joy surfaced on his brows. It was actually discovered that as the poisonous mist penetrated and was absorbed by the body, it was actually raising the tier of the all poisons impervious physique. That is to say, instead of being harmful to me, the toxins are nourishment to enhance my physique. As long as I keep absorbing toxins, I will be able to raise my now unsatisfactory all poisons physique from the 8th layer to the 10th layer of perfection. At that time, I will truly be able to do so. I will be invulnerable to all poisons, and there is no way for any toxin to cause me harm. Yi Feng made a summary. But, if one relied on these poisonous mists alone, the enhancement brought about would seem to be rather limited, and at this current rate of enhancement, it would take a very long time to reach the 10th level of perfection. Yi Feng felt that he didn't have that much time that he could stay in this. What if you absorb a more toxic toxin? Yi Feng suddenly guessed so. Think about trying it. Yi Feng's gaze scanned the nearby environment. At that moment, it was just in time to see the God-Eater moss, heading in a certain direction. Wait, don't move it! Yi Feng stopped the movements of the God-devouring moss. The God-devouring moss was very puzzled, but it was also very honest and obedient, and it carried out its master's orders unconditionally. Just see Yi Feng walk over. There was a brightly colored poisonous grass there, and Yi Feng pulled it up. The target of the God-devouring moss just now was this poisonous grass, wanting to devour it. If it was before, like this poisonous grass, Yi Feng would not even touch it. And now, he saw Yi Feng pick a leaf, put it in his mouth and chewed it, then directly swallowed it. The God-Eater moss looked a bit confused. How did the master grab something to eat from it? Yi Feng didn't care what the devouring god moss thought, and after tasting it without any adverse reaction, he moved faster and finished the entire poisonous herb. This poisonous herb, the toxin it contains, is indeed much stronger than the ubiquitous poisonous mist, and the boost it gives me is indeed greater. After the experiment, it proved that Yi Feng's idea just now was correct. The next step, then, was to find more toxins to absorb, so that the 10,000 poisons physique could be metamorphosed to perfection. One thing worth noting, though, is that the toxin absorbed is not as strong as it could be. If it exceeded the current tolerance limit, then not only would it not be turned into nutrients to enhance the physique, but it would be poisoned. Let's say, for example, if one's current resistance to poison is rank 8, if one eats a rank 9 toxin, one would not be able to resist it and would be poisoned. By the way, your toxin, shall I see if I can absorb it? Yi Feng suddenly said to the god-devouring moss. Originally, when he saw Yi Feng eating poisonous grass, the god-devouring moss was already a bit confused, and now when he heard this, he was even more confused. Come on, cling on and release some toxins for me, Yi Feng urged. He was aware that the God-Eater moss could release no lesser toxins, and the toxin level should not be low. The god-devouring moss did as it was told and clung to Yi Feng. Okay, release a little toxin. Not much yet, I'm just trying it now, Yi Feng continued. However, after waiting for a while, there was no response from the God-Eater moss. In the past, no matter what it was told to do, it would do it, but this time it was strange, actually completely disobeying orders. Or rather, only half listened to it, told it to get on top, which it did, but told it to release some toxins, which it didn't respond to at all. I can't hurt the master. It passed over ideas to Yi Feng. It's not hurting me now. I'm just doing an experiment now. Your toxin, it's not going to hurt me. Feel free to release it. Yes, master, it responded. Just another old moment passed and still nothing. Just as Yi Feng wanted to ask what the situation was. Master, I cannot do such an act. It passed over the thoughts to Yi Feng once again. Yi Feng sort of understood this time. It shouldn't be a matter of whether it wanted to or not, but a matter of the master-servant contract. After recognizing the master, a master-servant contract was established. The servant was 100% loyal to the master, and any thoughts of harming the master were eliminated from the root. It's impossible to even think, let alone act. Despite what one keeps calling it, one can release the toxin with confidence and boldness. But this behavior of its, in the eyes of the master-servant contract, was an action behavior that harmed its master, and would be absolutely forbidden. So it was seen that even though the God-Eater Moss had verbally agreed to Yifeng's order, but in reality, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't make a move to release the toxin on Yifeng. Forget it then, it doesn't seem to be working. Yifeng put away the God-devouring moss. Just now, I just thought I'd try it and see if it didn't work. In fact, even if it was really feasible, it was not quite possible to just go through the God-devouring moss and help oneself to continuously improve, to continuously raise the all-poisons impervious physique to perfection. The amount of toxins that would be consumed that way would be absolutely huge. As for the God-Eater Moss, the continuous release of toxins was also a drain on it. It can't be asked to keep releasing like this. In short, it's more reliable to rely on these toxins from the outside world. Anyway, this was the secret realm of 10,000 poisons, and poisons could be found everywhere. Depart! Yifeng set off once again, and this time, his main purpose was to look for various poisons. To be more rigorous, look for high-quality poisons. Those low-quality ones, which were everywhere, could bring limited enhancement, and Yifeng didn't want to chew grass roots in large quantities, which didn't taste very good. Fortunately, the God-devouring moss seemed to have an innately sharp intuition about this aspect, and was always able to find the right direction and lead Yifeng to look for high-quality poisons that existed in the vicinity. Is it this way? Yifeng asked. Yes, master. The God-devouring moss passed over thoughts to Yifeng. Yifeng then continued his journey in the direction guided by the God-devouring moss. It wasn't long before they heard movement coming from over there. Buzz. In the distance, a cacophonous buzzing could be heard. Bees? The noises were clearly the cries of bees. As for what kind of bee it is, you'll need to get closer to find out. The ones that could appear inside a poisonous forest would presumably be some kind of poisonous wasp. As expected, Yifeng's vision gradually became clearer after he leaned closer. Just look, there's a huge beehive hanging from a big tree over there. This hive, which was oval in shape and several meters long, looked very large. Around the hive, there was a large number of bees, buzzing there and constantly flying and hovering. These bees are not right. I should say they are poisonous bees. These poisonous bees, each of which was the size of a fist, had circles of green patterns on their bodies. They're called green streak venomous bees, and they're very poisonous. On their tails, they also had a tail needle. But this tail needle, instead of being used for zapping people, was used for spraying venom. Whenever they attacked someone, from the end of this tail pin, some venom would be ejected. The speed is very fast, so that it is difficult to dodge. As long as they are sprayed, without a certain strength, means, almost lasted no more than 3 seconds, to die. In the neighborhood, there were a dozen other people at this point, from several different camps. They were wary of each other, but more of their attention was still focused on the green-striped venomous wasp over there. Some of them had been here for quite a while, but were a bit helpless in the face of these green-striped poisonous bees. While some people have already gone through a round of attempts, temporarily take these poisonous bees cannot do anything, has lost the battle, a little poisoned, taking some drugs, meditating nearby, face looks a little dark, and do not know whether it can survive. I don't believe it. There's still nothing I can do about these green-striped venomous bees. One man's tone was defiant. Pulling out a packet of something from his body, he opened it and it was a white medicinal powder, and he didn't know what the hell it was. He was seen taking some medicinal powder and applying it to himself, and in no time at all, the whole man was smeared with a layer of white. I'll take the honey of the green-striped venomous bee. Swish! The man's feet slammed down and he charged that way. Buzz! Noticing that someone was approaching rapidly, the green-striped poisonous bees that were originally wandering around casually, steeply became impatient, and their buzzing sound became even louder. These poisonous bees are pretty fast. This scene was seen by Yifeng, who had just arrived. These green-striped poisonous bees, when they flew rapidly, were like a bullet, flying recklessly in the void. People with bad eyesight were afraid that they wouldn't be able to capture their flight paths. The man who rushed over, the powder applied on his body did, to a certain extent, disgust and discomfort those green-striped poisonous bees. They instinctively don't want to go near the man. However, after seeing the man's target, which was actually their hive, this could not be tolerated. Loathing is loathing, but when the enemy is trying to end their lair, it's still a good thing. Buzz off! The green-striped poisonous wasp spread its wings and flew, closing in on the man. After all, the venom splash attack, there is also a distance limitation. It's not that it can be sprayed over without limiting the long range. Hula! Seeing this, the man immediately threw out the white powder that had long been prepared in his hand. All of a sudden, That space was a white haze. Many green-striped poisonous bees, relying on their speed advantage, dodged away in time. But there were a few others who were accidentally sprinkled with the powder and instantly looked like they were covered in something extremely nasty. Frantically fluttering, scurrying about, falling to the ground one after another, struggling and shaking, not long before they were no longer moving. Ha ha, the green streak poisonous honey is mine. He had reached the huge hive. Green poisonous honey, a high quality and higher quality toxin. A random bit of it can fetch a high price. A hive this big, there's definitely no shortage of honey inside. Only, he overlooked one thing. Inside the hive, there may be other venomous bees, or even a queen bee. Buzz. Just then, from inside the hive, there was an even louder beep. No good. The man reacted and tried to dodge, but it was a step too slow after all. Before he could see the queen bee, inside the hive, a venom sprayed out. The speed was so fast that it was hard to react. The man was struck head-on and his face changed dramatically. The queen bee poison rapidly invaded his body, and no matter how much he mobilized his chi and blood to resist, it was completely useless. Ah! He let out a hiss of pain, all over his body, at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood were rapidly rotting, and an unpleasant stench was coming from him. In just under 2 seconds, he was reduced to a putrid mess. No one could have imagined that this was a living, breathing human being 2 seconds ago if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Fear, terror, this is too scary. All those who witnessed this were shocked. They, on the other hand, hadn't even seen the queen bee yet. The sound just now, and the toxin attack coming from the hive, was definitely the queen bee. They had already grown timid and began to calm down, re-evaluating whether they had the strength to get their hands on the green streak poisonous honey over there. Although the green stripe poisonous honey is good, but also need to have a life to take. If there is no life to take, then the good things, but also not half useful, like the man who just died in old death. Suddenly just then, everyone saw that there was a person approaching the past, that walking pace, not too fast and not too slow, as if he was idly walking in his own back garden. Is this, trying to get over there? Crazy, doesn't he want to die? Didn't you see just now that there was still a queen bee inside the hive and the tragic death of the man just now? The point is, he went over there without any preparation. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. Whatever, there are always people who think that they must be stronger than others, and only realize their regret when death eventually comes. At that time, no matter how much they regret, it won't help. Let go of the helping complex and respect the destiny of others. Some snickered and watched with a sense of humor. What's it to them if someone else dies anyway? The person who went over was none other than Yifeng. When they approached to a certain distance, the green-striped poisonous bees over there began to fly furiously. Shoo 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 shoo. Just like usual, a venomous attack was sent out for no money. Chapter 154. Seeing is believing. A venomous attack shot down at Yifeng at an extremely fast speed. Yifeng seemed as if he didn't see it, still following the same kind of pace as before, unhurriedly, approaching the hive. Crazy, did he not see those poisonous bees attacking? All the people who saw the scene had this thought floating in their minds at the first moment. In their opinion, at this moment, Yifeng's behavior was no different from sending him to his death. If it was a normal person, who would strut over like this, directly ignoring the presence of those poisonous bees, and even more so the venomous attacks? He's dead, that's what everyone thinks. Even if the ones that were attacking now were just ordinary green-striped poisonous bees, the toxins were still very powerful, and with such a large number of them attacking at the same time, no matter who it was, if they were struck, they would surely be killed. In the middle of the crowd's flickering thoughts, those venoms, too, attacked Yifeng's body. Thumbs up to, a stream of venom attacks struck Yifeng's torso as if it didn't need any money. What the crowd thought, the image of a quick death did not appear. Instead, Yifeng stood there intact. His pace, no different than before, was as steady as ever. Still walking idly, without any speed, he headed towards the direction of the hive. Clueless, all those who saw this scene were all confused. Oh my god, it's okay, he's actually okay. Fake, right? That's a green-striped poisonous wasp. It's extremely poisonous, with so many green-striped poisonous bees attacking at the same time. How in the world did he manage to do that, and be able to stay intact? The crowd was overwhelmed and rubbed their eyes vigorously, all unable to believe what they were seeing. It is said that hearing is not believing, but even if they really saw it with their own eyes, they are still feeling hard to believe now. After all, it's so far out of the ordinary that it's hard to figure out. As everyone could see, Yifeng hadn't suffered half a bit of damage. Those venoms attacked by the green-striped poisonous wasp, when it hit Yifeng's torso, it only felt like it was doused with water. It didn't hurt at all and didn't have the slightest effect. On the contrary, After pouring, it was also absorbed by the skin and became the nutrients for upgrading the all poison's physique, allowing Yifeng's physique to make considerable progress. Compared to the boost from the poisonous mist, it really is much more effective, Yifeng secretly said in his heart. Buzz. The green-striped poison bees were also a bit confused, and the buzzing sounds they made were a bit off. They really couldn't figure out why the venom attack, which had always been very effective, was no longer effective against the human in front of them. No, need another round. Toxin attack. Shoo shoo shoo. A new round of toxin attacks came out from the tail needles of this group of green-striped poisonous bees. At an extremely fast speed, it jetted toward the direction where Yifeng was, rapidly, and then they realized that the human with the masked face was still intact and not half-assed. Continue again. They launch round after round of venomous spray. Yifeng, on the other hand, accepted them as they came. No matter how many times they came, Yifeng didn't care and let them attack. As he continued to absorb their venom, Yifeng's 10,000 poisons impervious physique was still rapidly advancing, until finally, there was literally not a single drop left of the green streak venomous bee. Their bodies were overdrawn and one by one they crashed down. Dead. The audience looked dumbfounded. It was actually possible for someone to do that, taking the attacks of those green streak venomous bees at face value, forcing them to spray their venom all over the place, ultimately leading to their own deaths. Yifeng didn't care how surprised they were, and only focused on his own physical condition. Well, from the 9th layer, it's still a little bit short. Wait for some more fierce material. I guess I can break through. The thought just surfaced. Buzz. Even louder than a moment ago, the beeping rang out from the direction of the hive. I've seen it once before, and if I'm not wrong, it's the queen bee of the green-striped venomous bee. Phew, like before, it was the first to strike out with a venomous attack before its figure was even seen. It hit Yifeng squarely in the chest position. If it were a normal person, if they were hit like that, they would immediately fall down and turn into a puddle of rotting stench. Unfortunately, Yifeng was not a normal person, and after being hit by the queen bee poison and absorbing it, his physique swished and jumped up by a large margin. Ha ha ha, go on. Yifeng stood directly in front of the hive and waited for the attack of the queen bee inside. Once, twice, after several times, that queen bee couldn't stand it anymore and was finally willing to come out. Its body size, several times larger than the ordinary green-striped venomous wasp, the green stripes on its body surface, and its color was even darker. Yifeng stood still and let it carry out the attack. After several more times, it was getting a little scared. Imagine your own most skillful means of attack, attacking your enemy over and over again, and your enemy doesn't even have to fight back, just standing there quietly, waiting for your attack, and then being intact, not taking any damage at all. It would be a lie to say that this feeling is not frightening. It finally wanted to run away, not wanting to continue to spend time with Yifeng, or else it would be completely helpless to take Yifeng. Yifeng had expected it. With a flash of his figure, he violently probed out his palm and grabbed it in his hand. Buzz, the green-striped poison bee king, struggled vigorously, trying to break free from Yifeng's grasp. Unfortunately, no matter how much it struggled, it didn't help. Yifeng's palm gradually increased in strength, and feeling threatened, it naturally launched a venom attack. Until the end, the king of bees had the same fate as those ordinary green-striped poisonous bees, dying of overdraft. The nearby spectators had long since watched their eyes glaze over. How could they have ever imagined that it would turn out like this? The person who had thought was going over to die was actually so unafraid of toxins. A big question surfaced in the minds of the crowd. How in the world did this person do it? I think that he should have some kind of toxin isolating stuff, which is so powerful that it can even isolate the toxins of the queen bee. And before going over there, he had already applied a layer on his body surface beforehand. That's why he was able to be so calm just now, completely ignoring the toxin attacks of those poisonous bees. Your speculation has some truth to it, but there's also another possibility that he knows some antidote to the poison of these green-striped poisonous bees, and took the antidote ahead of time just now. The crowd murmured and gave their own guesses. However, no matter how the speculations were made, there was no one who dared to say that it was because Yifeng was able to not fear the toxin. This is a situation they have never seen before. There is a saying that one can only visualize things or concepts that one has seen. Something like the all-poison invulnerable physique, something that none of them had ever seen before, was certainly something they couldn't imagine. Whatever the reason, it doesn't really matter and there's no need to discuss it. Are you guys forgetting something? Suddenly, a small-eyed man, his eyes darting about and flashing inexplicably, lowered his voice and deliberately prompted the crowd in this way. At his reminder, the crowd quieted down. Yeah, what's the point of discussing it? what's it to them? Anyway, the green-striped venomous wasp had already been exterminated, and it didn't matter what method was used. So what is it, then, that concerns them? That is, of course, the hive of the green-striped poisonous bee, or more accurately, the honey inside. What is the purpose of their gathering here? Isn't it just to find a way to see if they can get the honey inside? Now that someone had exterminated all the poisonous bees, it meant that the honey in the hive over there could be taken. Swish, swish, swish. At once, a greedy gaze was cast towards the hive over there. They then saw that Yifeng had already taken large chunks of honey from inside the hive. The small-eyed man who had first raised his voice to warn the crowd was secretly pleased with himself. He wasn't too strong. His advantage was that his stance was not bad, and he was quite good at muddling through the water. That's why he deliberately raised his voice to remind the crowd that as long as he messed up the scene, he would have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Wait, that friend! 3 people stepped forward and shouted at Yifeng. The 3 of them were clearly a group, and also considered themselves to be of good strength, all of them having the strength of the martial Zun realm. Something's wrong? Yifeng looked at the 3 people. What are you going to do with all this poisonous honey? The loudmouthed man standing in the center among the 3 said, Do I need to explain to you how to deal with it? Yifeng all laughed. These 3 people seemed to be a bit confused. Hearing Yifeng's words, there was obvious displeasure on the 3 people's faces, and they almost couldn't suppress their anger. Of course I need to. There are so many people present. Which one of them didn't get there before you? Whether it's first come, first served, or sight unseen, this honey, it shouldn't be yours alone, should it? The man with the big mouth began to talk nonsense, telling crooked stories. Good, they're right. I came over fairly early, and to put it mildly, we do have a share in all this honey. Yeah, us too. Many more voices chimed in. They know, of course, that what they are saying now, even they wouldn't believe it. They think it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But it doesn't matter if it's bull asterisk 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 or not. It's just an excuse anyway. The honey of the green-striped poisonous bee was so precious and rare. They were greedy for it, and they were definitely not willing to just like this be devoured by Yifeng alone. There were so many people on the scene, all united. A piece of pressure toward Yifeng. I believe that as long as people with a normal brain, they would know what to do. It would be perfect if he could force Yifeng and divide the honey equally. Ha ha ha. Yifeng suddenly laughed out loud and asked rhetorically, Then according to you guys, these honeys, how should they be arranged? Split it up. Of course. Yeah, split it up and split it up. Let's count how many people. Let's divide it into portions. Let's split it evenly. No one has to say who took advantage. It's the fairest way to do it. The people spoke one word to another, and in a matter of 3 seconds, they calculated Yifeng's honey. When the word fair was said, they were not blushing at all. Yifeng took a piece of honey and shook it in his hand. This one. Who wants it? Come and get it if you want it. Yifeng said with a smile, only that smile was more or less chilling. I'll do it, the loudmouthed man of the trio said in a loud voice, strutting right up. His 2 companions, in fact, followed him up. Although they felt that Yifeng was honest and cooperative, they would be wary of what they should be wary of. The 3 of them, Big Mouth, arrived in front of Yifeng. There are 3 of us, so you can just give us 3. He said so. Actually, not to mention 1 serving, even if it's just a little bit, it's enough for the 3 of you. Yifeng suddenly uttered a somewhat inexplicable sentence. Without waiting for the 3 to ask questions, Yifeng continued, But since you asked for it so much, I can properly give a little more. Yifeng's words fell. Swish, swish, swish. Yifeng threw out 3 punches in a row, bombarding the abdomen of the 3 men. These 3 punches had just the right amount of force control, did not beat the 3 to death, and was able to just about the 3, beaten to instantly lose the power of resistance, but also because of the pain. The mouth opened wide. Yifeng was quick on his feet and grabbed 3 small pieces of honey and directly stuffed them into the 3 people's mouths. A sharp slap to their mouth forced them to swallow. It was only a slight reprieve from the attack to take a breath. They knew it wasn't good. Yifeng actually took these poisonous honeys, scooped up a few small pieces and gave them to swallow. Even though each small piece was not yet the size of a fingernail cap, the honey of the green-striped poisonous bees, how extremely poisonous, was not at all something they could withstand. There was only time to get out one word, with terror all over their eyes, before the toxin kicked in fast and began to rot rapidly from their stomachs. Soon, it all rotted into a bloody mess. The whole scene, it looked horrible. The people who saw this scene all swallowed hard. It's just horrible. It turns out that the people were allowed to go over there in order to feed the poison honey. The strength of those 3 just now, as the crowd watched, was not far from them anyway. However, in Yifeng's hands, he was defenseless. In other words, Yifeng's strength was much stronger than all of them present. Truly naive. How dare they presume to find a reason to share the spoils equally at the hands of such a powerful man? Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. At this time, the crowd finally calmed down, gradually felt afraid. Just now, we're actually just joking, we didn't even think, really want to share those honey with you. Yes, this honey, it is entirely you alone, exterminating all the poisonous bees, so that you can have a chance to take it. And what has it got to do with us? It has absolutely nothing to do with it, and there is even no reason to share it with us. Knowing the fearful crowd, what was said at this point was a completely different story than before. Is that so? You guys don't want to now, but I think that what you said before made sense, that those who see it should really share it. Yifeng revealed a devilish smile and looked at the 3 puddles of putrid blood on the ground. The 3 of them have already split it, so it would be unfair to you if you didn't split it. Devil! Hearing these words from Yifeng, the crowd's faces were bloodless, and with a huff, they ran in all directions. Can you run away? Chapter 155, Poison King Flower Blossom. Yifeng's body transformed into a residual shadow, and almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of them. The man's face instantly blossomed into a look of horror. Boo! Yifeng didn't give him any time to react at all and kicked over, hitting him squarely in the abdomen. The powerful force caused his entire body to fly, and he flew backward rapidly. After beating one person, Yifeng's figure flashed again, and again, almost like an instantaneous movement, he appeared in front of another person. Boo! The same kick, kicked at this person, resulted in the same result as the one in front of him, flying backwards in a hurry. Boom 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 boom. Yifeng's speed was extremely fast, pulling to the limit, his body flashed continuously. It looked as if he had the art of shadow splitting. In less than a breath of time, he kicked the dozen or so people who escaped. All of them kicked back one by one. They fell to the ground and howled in agony. This was still the reason why Yifeng had slightly tightened his force, otherwise they probably wouldn't have the life to howl miserably here. Yifeng walked towards them. They didn't care about the pain on their bodies and stared at the approaching Yifeng in terror. Having said that each person gets a share, I'm sure I won't go back on my word. Yifeng's voice was very ordinary, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing, and this voice fell in their ears, just like a note of solace. No, you let us go. We promise, we won't dare again. Those green streak poisonous honey, it's all yours alone. Give us 10 more guts. We wouldn't dare to ask for yours. They were scared beyond belief and begged for mercy. Yifeng, however, ignored it. A knife cuts into the leg of one of them. The pain caused him to let out a miserable howl. The moment he opened his mouth, Yifeng flicked his finger and sent a small piece of poisonous honey into his mouth. The man covered his neck and tried to spit the stuff back out, but these poisonous honey toxins is too violent and powerful. Into the mouth of the moment, immediately poisoned. The toxin rapid onset, quickly poisoned death. Next, one after another, they were all fed poisonous honey by Yifeng, and all of them died of poisoning. Now it would be fair. Everyone has a share, but unfortunately your resistance to poison is really poor. You won't be able to eat much before you die. You can't blame me for that. Yifeng sneered. With that, he took a large piece and ate it himself. If this scene was given to someone, they would be afraid that their eyes would be glazed over. Other people casually eat a piece less than the size of a fingernail, and they just poison themselves to death quickly. You're good. You get your hands on a big piece, the size of your face, and take a big bite. The flavor is not bad, Yifeng commented. After finishing this piece of poisonous honey, Yifeng took a moment to sense it and his face was delighted. Breakthrough! My 10,000 poisons physique has broken through to the 9th layer, Yifeng said silently. There was still quite a bit of honey left, and Yifeng proceeded to eat it. After reaching the 9th layer, these honeys of mine, the enhancement of me, is much smaller. Yifeng detected that the boost from consuming these honeys when he was at the 8th layer just now was great, which was why he was able to break through to the 9th layer so smoothly. However, when they reached the 9th layer, the boost from eating these poisonous honeys again didn't feel too desirable. It feels like I need to absorb something even more poisonous than poisonous honey in order for me to successfully break through to the 10th layer, Yifeng judged. The rest of these are yours. Yifeng threw the rest of the poisonous honey to the god-eating moss that had been waiting with bated breath for a long time. It had long been craving for it. If you eat it yourself, the boost it brings is relatively small and it's really not cost-effective. It's better to let the god-eater moss eat it. It's more cost-effective. Thank you, master. A grateful thought came from the god-devouring moss, and then the poisonous honey was covered and wolfed down and devoured. It did give it a decent amount of growth after eating it. Yifeng continued to depart. Along the way, some more good toxins were encountered one after another, and as long as they were beneficial to Yifeng, they would be used for absorption. Any leftover would be given to the god-devouring moss to devour. Along the way, both Yifeng and the god-devouring moss continue to improve. It feels like there's still one fierce poison left to catalyze my 10,000 poisons invulnerable physique to the consummate 10th layer, Yifeng secretly said. Just as Yifeng was thinking about continuing on his way to find more poisonous things, a new treasure chest clue suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue, in the land of the poisonous swamp. A golden, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. A golden boutique treasure chest? The moment he saw the clue information, Yifeng was overjoyed. As for the destination, it was a poisonous swamp. How bad the environment really is, you'll know when you go there. Once the clue appeared, a golden arrow appeared, pointing forward. Yifeng followed the arrow and quickly advanced. Previously, it was to look for possible poisons that he was walking more slowly, but now that the purpose was clear, it was natural to move forward faster. Somewhere in the poisonous forest, there was a group of several people, advancing cautiously. All be careful, there are too many poisons in here. If you get poisoned you'll be in trouble, one of them warned. Even without him having to remind them, the players were very careful. Life is your own. In case if something goes wrong, it's you who will die. No one will joke with their own little life. Swish, however, right at this moment, a figure swept past the many nearby trees at an extremely fast speed, almost pulling into a stump, flying through. By the time they could see it clearly, the silhouette had already disappeared into the distance. What was that just now? A person? I think I saw a man passing that way quickly. Yeah, I think I saw that as a person too. But again, I'm a little unsure because it was so fast. Are you kidding me? Running that fast in a poison forest? Crazy. There are poisons all over this place. Really not afraid to die? Several people felt incredulous and for a moment thought they had just misread the situation. But they weren't ordinary people who said they could see wrongly. With their strength, it was impossible for them to see wrongly. That was clearly a human being just now, passing through the neighborhood at breakneck speed. What they saw was indeed human, and it was still Yifeng. He didn't care that much when he was so focused on rushing towards the poison swamp. Anyway, with his body quality of the 9th layer of all poisons, there were already very few things that could poison him in this poisonous forest. It doesn't even come with a false sense of humor. Just run with it. When Yifeng arrived at his destination, well, is this hilarious again? As you can see, there are quite a few people nearby. Ahead was a swamp, gurgling and bubbling like a pot of boiling muddy water. At a glance, there wasn't much vegetation to be seen. It was bare. There is one exception. In the middle of the poison swamp, there was a plant. It looked like a lotus flower with large leaves floating above the poisonous swamp. There was also a long flowering branch with a bud that was in a half-open state. Yifeng found that the colorful poisonous mist of the entire swamp pool was even denser than the rest of the place, especially around that lotus flower. The colored poisonous mist was even more dense, so dense that it was almost about to condense out of water. It's already in a half-open state. Within a few hours, this poisonous kingflower will surely bloom completely, and at that time, there will surely be a bloody storm. There are more and more people, and I don't know how tragic the scene will be when it completely blooms and can be fought over. Yifeng captured this crucial information from the conversations of the nearby personnel. Poison King Flower. What did I say? Why do I feel that this plant is so special? So it's the Poison King Flower, Yifeng said silently. Before even entering the secret realm, he heard the news about the Poison King Flower. As a result, it also attracted martial artists from all walks of life. They were also well informed and had somehow found this place and were already guarding the neighborhood in advance. Some of these forces, which were also relatively familiar, had already been seen outside before entering the poison forest. For example, there was a group of people who wore uniform clothing, all of them in ink and green, and carried a strong smell of medicine. That was the Mu family, a pharmaceutical family, specializing in poison making. There was another group of people with a very iconic piece of clothing, a bloody dagger. That was the Blood Stinger organization. It's really a narrow road. Yifeng realized that the Du family was also nearby. He had killed a lot of Du family members before and had long been feuding with them. As Yifeng discovered them, they also discovered Yifeng. The leader, Du Ming, was an elder of the Du family, a genuine martial saint. Before they scattered action, found here poisonous kingflower, personnel began to gather together. At this time has gathered more than 100 people, is a force that cannot be underestimated. What a double happiness. I didn't expect to be able to run into this kid here. Du Ming's gaze was sinister as he stared at Yifeng to death. Elder, we'll go over there and get this kid. Several people asked for orders and said that they were going to go over to Yifeng's side. Wait, now is not the time to do it. Du Ming, however, stopped the crowd. Elder, why is this? This person killed so many people from my Du family. We must avenge those who died. The other members of the Du family felt puzzled. Do you guys think I won't kill him? No, I want to go over and kill him now more than any of you to avenge the dead Du family members. But right now, it's really not the time. Du Ming said, looked around and lowered his voice to the crowd. Look around you, how many powerful people there are. Among them there are also martial saints present. Their strength is not below mine. These martial saints, they are all watching each other. When the Poison King's flower blooms, there will definitely be a life and death struggle. If I make a move now, won't it give them a chance to have an advanced look at my strength, my fighting style? At that time, I will definitely be the first person to be targeted, and it will be even more difficult to snatch the Poison King flower. Du Ming's words were well reasoned, and the crowd nodded their heads as they listened. It is still you, elder, who is far-sighted. We admire you. They half-assed it. It's true that I wouldn't have thought of that, and at the same time, it's a slap in the face by the way. As this blow to the horse's ass went down, Du Ming smiled and was obviously very flattered. So let him live for a few more hours. When the Poison King flower arrives, there will be plenty of chances to exterminate that kid, Du Ming said in a cold voice. As for Yi Feng over there, he was all ready to fight, but the Du family had a muttering session, but they were slow to make a move. It seems that it's not a pig brain either. Knowing that under this situation, one needs to keep a low profile first and not be too conspicuous. Yi Feng also figured this out and understood the Du family's concerns. Unless one has the strength to crush the entire field, one can act recklessly and do whatever one wants. However, if there were quite a few opponents on the scene at the same level as themselves, keeping a low profile and not being missed by too many people was the right thing to do. Since the Du family did not intend to make a move, Yi Feng was likewise not prepared to make a move now. He looked towards the poison swamp pool, the Poison King flower, and right where the lotus leaf was, there was a golden treasure chest, placed there, emitting a golden glow. Nice, that's where the treasure chest is. If I go over there now and try to open this treasure chest, I guess it won't be that smooth. They didn't realize that I was going over to open the treasure chest and thought they wanted to do something with the poisonous kingflower over there, so they are bound to stop me from doing so immediately as well. That would make me a target. There were so many people present, and there were quite a few strong people, so Yi Feng weighed his options and decided to wait for the time being. The best time to do this is when the Poison King's flowers are in bloom and the crowd is swarming. When the time comes, everyone is an enemy and will be wary of each other. At the critical moment, he suddenly storms out, snatches the Poison King flower away, and opens the treasure chest in the process. After making up his mind, Yi Feng waited quietly. A little bit of time passes. These Du family members are really keeping a close eye on me. Yi Feng looked at the Du family from time to time, and every time, he could see that some of them were staring at him. This time, again, the mask that Yi Feng wore this time was one that only covered half of his face. Yi Feng then gave them a smile. Laugh your ass off. The dukes were furious. When a life and death enemy is right in front of you, and you can't immediately go for revenge, but you have to look at the other person's smile, it's really irritating. I can't wait to be able to storm out right now and go over and slaughter someone. All pay attention. The Poison King flower feels like it's about to bloom completely. Du Ming's low voice traveled into the ears of every member of the Du family. They didn't care to look at Yi Feng. They all focused their eyes towards the lotus-like plant over there. That one bud is, indeed, 90% open. The time for complete bloom is coming. Not only the Du family, but other forces, or individuals, all noticed this phenomenon. They would be here for the sake of just this Poison King flower, and they must be very attached to it. No one knew that one person was suddenly missing from the scene. That's Yi Feng. While everyone was looking at the Poison King flower and no one from the Du clan continued to stare at Yi Feng, Yi Feng then immediately mobilized the earth essence in his body and came with a recluse technique, vanished into the ground and headed toward the swamp pool. The depth of the swamp pool was about 10 meters. Yi Feng then moved about a dozen meters underground, so that he could avoid moving through the swampy mud and having his movements detected in advance. Chapter 156, Heavenly Cage. A dozen meters below the ground would not be as muddy. The land was drier and harder, and Yi Feng moved below. Eventually, it stopped somewhere. With a distance of more than 10 meters, Yi Feng could completely and clearly perceive all the movements above. If someone had perspective eyes, they would have realized that straight up from Yi Feng's position, it was exactly where the Poison King flower was, and even further away, at the edge of the poison swamp pool, people from various forces were all rubbing their fists and getting excited. Almost all of their attention was focused on this Poison King flower at the center of the poison swamp pool. As soon as the Poison King flower bloomed, it would inevitably be like pressing a detonation button, with everyone swarming over it to fight for it. As for why not go up while you're at it, the reason is also simple. The poisonous kingflower needs to be thoroughly matured in order to be valuable. If you go up now and take it off, it loses its value completely. And now going forward, no matter who it is, the gun will inevitably be targeted and mobbed by the rest of the others. By then, before the Poison King's flowers bloomed, he himself would probably go to his death first. So we can only wait until the moment the flowers bloom, all by their own ability to speak. Whoever has the skill will have the last laugh. Take possession of the poisonous kingflower and leave the scene safely. Elder, that kid just now, I don't know where he ran off to. Among the Du family members, someone inadvertently looked in Yifeng's direction and realized that Yifeng, who was standing there properly not long ago, had disappeared without a trace at this moment, and he didn't know where he had run off to. Hearing this, many of the nearby Du family members all subconsciously looked at Yifeng's position, and indeed did not see Yifeng. Stay out of this. Du Ming drank lowly. He didn't turn his head to look. Since the beginning, his eyes were dead set on the Poison King flower over there. Compared to the Poison King flower, that brat is insignificant. Don't bother about that brat for now. Keep an eye on the Poison King flower for me. When we snatch the Poison King flower to our hands, we'll be able to make a great achievement. And at that time, there'll be plenty of chances to seek revenge on that brat. Elder. The many Du family members, once again, focused all their attention on the Poisonous King flower over there, no longer paying attention to where exactly Yifeng had run off to. Time passes by. The Poisonous King flower over there is blooming a little bit. The closer we get to complete maturity, the more tense the atmosphere becomes. Many people had already put their weapons in their hands, gripped tightly in their hands, ready to storm out at any time. The means of combat, of course, doesn't have to be sword fighting. For example, the Mu family, as a pharmaceutical family, they had an extremely deep insight into poisons in particular. All set? The goatee-bearded elder at the head, named Mu Qingzhou, who was the leader of this time, said to the surrounding group of Mu family members. Already, the Mu family responded in unison. As they spoke, they each made a move. From an outsider's point of view, it was thought to be just some meaningless movements, but in reality, only they themselves knew it well. They had all placed the poison they carried on their bodies in the simplest and easiest to take position. Later, once the fight starts, they'll be able to be the first to attack using poison. On the other hand, the other group of forces, the Bloodthorns organization, took out some venom and wiped it on top of the dagger, killing intent flickering in their ghostly gazes. There was not the slightest doubt that if the battle started, they would not hesitate to send the daggers coated with toxins in their hands into the bodies of their enemies, harvesting away their fresh lives. Time passes. I don't know who suddenly made a move. Swish, steeply rising into the air, he flew rapidly in the direction of the Poison King flower. To be able to fly, one was either a soul master or a martial artist above a martial emperor. All of these people present were basically martial artists, and their strengths, too, were all very impressive. Between martial exalted and martial saints, those without a certain amount of strength wouldn't dare to stay in this neighborhood, and those who dared to charge at the Poison King flower would have at least the strength of the martial emperor realm to do so. Otherwise, one couldn't even fly. And to get close to the Poisonous King flower over there, the obstruction of the poisonous swamp within this distance was a difficult journey to cross. Unless they were able to be unafraid of toxins, they could do so and trickle right through the poison swamp. Seek death. There were a few people who flew too close to the Du clan and were directly slashed by Du Ming. These people were all martial emperors, but in front of a martial saint like Du Ming, they were completely inadequate and were directly killed, falling downward and smashing into the poisonous swamp pool below. There are many other situations similar to what happened here in the Dukes. For example, on the side of the Blood Sprite organization, it's also long since gone on a killing spree. Being killers, they had already been killing people like crazy, and had absolutely no idea what a soft heart was. In short, as long as they seized the opportunity, no matter who the other party was, they would be stabbed a few times, and the more people they took out, the fewer competitors they would have. As for the Mu family's side, perhaps it was because one would think that they were only a pill refining family and should not be good in terms of fighting. Even these Mu family members present all had a martial emperor realm or above, but realms did not all represent strength. There are other aspects that have an impact on the battle, such as the good or bad grade of the martial arts, the level of proficiency, the skill of the battle, and so on. All sides, to some extent, will have an impact on the battlefield. Let's say two people of the same realm. If one of them, in all aspects, is stronger, that person, for sure, will be stronger than the other. The Mu family is probably one of those situations in the eyes of others. It was all felt that most of their energies were focused on refining pills, and much less effort would be spent on honing the martial arts aspect. People also had more reason to speculate that all these people from the Mu family, who were now in such a high realm, were also high on drugs. In addition to being great at refining poisons, the Mu family was also very good at refining normal cultivation aid medicines. Having the ability to produce cultivation aiding drugs on your own, you must normally take more of them than others. A realm that was elevated by getting high on drugs was naturally not as powerful as a realm that relied on hard cultivation and elevation. There was just another group of forces that had their sights set on the Mu family, intentionally or unintentionally closing in on the flight. After reaching a certain distance, they exchanged a wink with each other and coincidentally shot out in unison. The weapons in their hands carried infinite might and chopped towards the Mu family members. The Mu family, however, seemed to anticipate it in advance, and at the moment the group struck out, they suddenly struck out in unison as well. A white, unknown powder was raised up into the void by them, and immediately, smoke and dust rolled out, enveloping a large part of the surrounding area. These white soot, an almost indiscriminate attack, enveloped a large area, meaning that even their Mu family members themselves were enveloped in it. But for them, this kind of white soot couldn't hurt them at all. Many kinds of antidotes had been taken in advance, long before. As for the group that made the move, they were caught off guard and were enveloped by these white soot. Aha! There was a loud scream. They only felt that the skin on their bodies, the moment they were enveloped by the white soot, it was as if they were enveloped by hot steam, and an incomparably intense burning sensation came from them. What the hell is this? They were horrified. Since entering the poisonous forest, they had also taken appropriate measures and had some means of resisting the poison. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to arrive here safely, and long before that, it would have been unintentionally and accidentally poisoned to death at some point. But despite this, it was still defenseless in front of the Mu clan's poisonous mist attack. In just less than a breath of time, their bodies, as if they had been cooked, were red and moist with hot air. One by one, their breath was weak, and they kept falling downward, smashing into the pool of poisonous swamp below. How ignorant! Daring to take on the Mu family, the others nearby, seeing this scene, shook their heads in succession. Flying all the way over this way, the distance didn't seem too long, and with the speed of their strength, they would be able to fly over it very quickly. However, because they were holding each other back, it caused their flight speed to be slowed down a bit. It froze and flew for a while before a more obvious winner could be distinguished. At the top of the list were three forces: the Du family, the Mu family, and the Blood Spike organization. Some of them relied on the number of realms, some relied on rich combat methods, and some relied on the use of poison to stand out among the many forces. The three parties are in the lead, watching out for each other and holding each other back. They knew that only one party would ultimately obtain the poison kingflower. Who could it be? Even they are not sure. As long as one snatches the poison kingflower afterward, one would immediately become a target and be attacked by the crowd. Their brains were running fast, thinking about how to get rid of these pursuers later if they snatched the poison kingflower. Just then, however, something strange happened. At the location of the poison kingflower, in the poison swamp, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the poison kingflower, which had already completely bloomed, and quickly pulled it downwards. The whole action was flowing like it had been rehearsed tens of thousands of times, and the action was done in a single motion, yanking the poisonous kingflower and walking away. They were all a bit confused, with dismay on their faces, and their figures all appeared to pause for an instant. No, the poisonous flower is gone? This was the first thought that came to mind, in the minds of the crowd. Not good. Someone is hiding in the poison swamp pool and has snatched the poison kingflower. That was another thought that came to them as they reacted, roaring out violently. At the voice's reminder, everyone woke up as if in a dream. Boom 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 boom. A chi and blood attack, containing endless fury, came out of his body and blasted down sharply towards the original location of the poison kingflower. The entire poisonous swamp, all instantly boiled up, and all sorts of swamp soil containing highly poisonous substances, splashed into mid-air, and smashed back down again. A good number of people were nearly hit, panicked and avoided dodging. It seemed that these free-falling things were not very fast, and with the strength of the people present, they had enough time to react, and it was still relatively easy to dodge them. Where are the people? Why not? A single indiscriminate bombardment from their combined efforts had blown up the entire swampy soil in the poisonous swamp pool, and a huge crater appeared. It was bare inside. No one at all. You guys were too hasty and too violent. Maybe you've already shattered the person and the flower. Du Ming of the Du clan said in an irritated tone, speaking as if you didn't put up a fight. You didn't hit too hard just now. Not far away, the leader of the Bloodthorn organization spoke in a cold tone. Du Ming frowned in displeasure. If this were someone else who dared to talk back to his face, he would definitely not spare the other party so easily. But now, the one who spoke was the leader of the Bloodthorns organization, and his strength was not to be underestimated, not on par with him. Years of assassination missions had left this man with an extremely heavy aura of fury, and to be honest, Du Ming was a bit terrified of this man. I think that having the ability to hide in a swamp pool without fear of those toxins must be extraordinary as well, and not so easy to kill. Even if they did die, it's not like the body is so broken that you can't find a trace of it. I'm more inclined to think that this person has, by some means, run away, Mu Qingzhou said, making an analysis. This is a very sensible statement on his part, and one that is most in keeping with the situation at hand. There's one thing I can't figure out. How the hell did he leave? It's hard to believe that he can still escape from the ground? Du Ming was puzzled. Perhaps, there really is a secret Earth technique in this area as well. Someone said, I am of the Earth system, and I do have a similar secret art of hiding from the Earth. However, it is very restrictive, and the consumption of Earth elemental energy is extremely high, so I can't hide for much longer. another stocky man spoke up. In that case, this person is most likely hiding in the nearby underground, ready to wait for us to leave before he comes out? It's possible. In that case, then get ready. Let's all strike at the same time. Bombard this place, all over again, and see how that guy still hides. Good idea. The crowd was unanimous and immediately began to move. Boom 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 boom. Attacks that were even more violent than before were constantly bombarding the land. Some distance away from here, Yifeng came out from the underground. Looking back in the direction behind him, there was a violent rumbling sound coming from over there. Without looking, Yifeng knew that something was happening over there. Poison King Flower. Yifeng lifted his hand up and looked at the Poison King Flower grasped in his hand. The person who had just reached out from the poison swamp pool and grabbed the Poison King Flower was Yifeng. After removing it, he didn't hesitate to reappear and dive deeply. Therefore, when they reacted and bombarded the swamp pool, Yifeng was indeed still in that area. However, having already vanished into the ground, hundreds of meters deep, they simply couldn't bombard Yifeng, and by the time they made the decision to have a wide and deeper blast against the land, Yifeng had left that range early. No matter how much they bombarded next, knocking that area through whatever they couldn't find any trace of Yifeng. Well, in addition to the Poison King Flower, I also opened the treasure chest. Yifeng recalled those hints that popped up when he touched the treasure chest in passing just now. Snap! You have opened a golden, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 800,000 points of soul power. Grade 8 Soul Soldier Heavenly Cage. Chapter 157. Come and get it yourself if you can. The two items opened out of the golden treasure chest were both very much to Yifeng's liking. First is Soul Power, a whole 800,000 points. Fusion. Without hesitation, Yifeng carried on melting his soul power into it, and his soul power continued to rise as his realm broke through one after another. Originally, Yifeng's soul power, which totaled 810,000, now soared all the way to 161,000 soul power points after fusing another 800,000 points. Yifeng's Soul Master realm had also broken through from the early Imperial level to the peak of the Imperial level in one fell swoop. With the peak Imperial grade Soul Master realm, Yifeng was not afraid of any martial saint, especially now, having obtained another Soul Soldier, that Heavenly Fawn cage that had reached the 8th level. Yifeng looked at this Soul Soldier. It was a square cage-like item, which was just the size of a palm, and was held in Yifeng's hand. This looked like holding a small toy of some kind, but Yifeng knew that this item could not be underestimated at all. It was the Grade 8 Soul Soldier Heavenly Fawn cage. It can be big or small, attack or trap or defend. It could be said to be a very all-around soul weapon. Yifeng was kind of impatient to find an enemy to try it out earlier. Do family, later on, I'll take you guys to try out the functions of this newly acquired Soul Soldier of mine. Yifeng looked at the direction of the poison swamp pool just now and said with a cold smile, now there are many people over there, and if we go over there now, we will have to add many conflicts in vain. Yifeng had always taken revenge, but he was not in the habit of deliberately looking for trouble. Revanish and approached the side of the poison swamp. It didn't end up being too close, just in a nearby area where you could just observe what was going on over there. At this time, that side has been crowded, blasted out a huge crater, as if by a huge meteorite, smashed out of the crater, delayed in finding any trace. They had stopped. Strange, where the hell did it go? Du Ming had a puzzled tone on his face. Just now, I clearly saw that a hand suddenly stretched out from the swamp pool and removed the Poison King Flower. It's impossible to be mistaken. The others were equally very puzzled. They could see clearly that it was obvious that someone had potentially been there beforehand and snatched the Poison King Flower. They also reacted swiftly. In the space of a breath or two, it could be argued that there were people hidden there beforehand, and after the poisonous king flower could be taken, it was definitely time to leave. Now almost dug into the ground, the surrounding vast area, all become a deep pit, but did not find half a suspicious trace. To put it mildly, even if the tunnels were dug in advance and there was a retreat, they would always have to find the traces of the tunnels digging but it didn't, not at all. The person who had taken away the Poison King Flower just now seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, leaving no traces at all, so that no matter how they searched, no matter what they tried, they never found a single trace of this person. There was no choice but to give up. People with bad patience would have been the first to leave, and as time passed, those who stayed behind and were still at the scene gradually began to lose patience and dispersed one after another, until finally, it's all gone clean. The same is true of the Dukes. Obscure. Du Ming cursed his bad luck and also led the crowd away. The group was silent as they walked along. No one seemed to be in the mood to talk. It was only when they reached a section of the canyon that one of them spoke up, breaking the silence. Elder, what next? Without snatching the Poison King Flower, the family head will definitely be very angry when we return. A member of the Du family said worriedly. What else can we do? Of course it's to try to find some more poisons, so that when we go back we'll still be more able to deliver. And try to make sure that the family head can stop blaming us. If they were the only ones who discovered the poison kingflower and ultimately failed to obtain it due to whatever changes, then they could still keep their mouths shut. When they went back, they unanimously agreed that they had failed to find the poisonous kingflower, and the head of the family wouldn't blame them too much yet. The problem was that so many people at the scene knew that the poison kingflower had appeared, and when this group of people left the secret realm, the news would definitely spread. Not discovering the poisonous kingflower and discovering it and ultimately missing it and not having the ability to grab it are two completely different things. Given how well informed the Du family lord was, he would inevitably learn of this news very quickly. They cannot withhold this information or lie about it for fear of chastisement. By then the problem will be even more serious. And when we go back, we can only tell the truth and try to get the family head to be lenient. By the way, that guy who killed quite a few people from our Du family, I wonder where he is now. Suddenly, a member of the Du family said so. What's the point of mentioning it? It was fine if he didn't mention this, but once he did, Du Ming became even more annoyed. He was already in a bad mood over the matter of the poison kingflower, and now that he was mentioning this enemy that people hated so much, he felt even more annoyed. If this person were in sight right now, he would surely be captured to vent his anger. The problem was that it wasn't that easy to find this person in the vast secret realm. Since you can't find him, mentioning his words is just adding to the trouble. No, Elder, I mentioned him because I remembered something. After a pause, he asked, somewhat mysteriously, rhetorically, previously, when we just came into the secret realm, the first team that met with this person, do you still remember the situation at that time? And what was the reason for them to clash with that person, leading to being killed in return, as well as the subsequent events that led to the three teams getting killed again? Being reminded by this person in such a way, Du Ming looked as if he remembered something, and his eyes steeply lit up. You mean, God-eating moss? Right, it's the God-eating moss. They all remembered. The first team, it was when they saw that near that person, there were God-devouring mosses, and in order to fight for those God-devouring mosses, they would start a conflict with that person. You mean, as long as we find that person, not only will we be able to take revenge, but most likely, we will also be able to obtain the God-devouring moss. Du Ming was also somewhat excited. If there is God-eating moss, it will be good to deliver when you go back. Yes, Elder, that's what I mean. That God-devouring moss, which was definitely taken by that person in the end, must be on him, so as long as we find this person, there's a high probability that we'll be able to find the God-devouring moss on this person. That Du family member said, Good. Next, let's focus on finding this person. As long as we can finally find this person successfully, after we return, I will definitely report to the family head and give you a great credit, Du Ming said with assurance to the Du family members who had given the reminder earlier. With these words from Du Ming, the man happily replied, Thank you, Elder. As soon as the words fell, there was another member of the Du family, pointing in the direction in front of them, surprised beyond words. Elder, quickly look ahead. Front? What's in front? They had just been so concerned with conversation that neither of them had walked or bothered to look around. Being said so by this person, Du Ming looked over in the direction the person was talking about. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but it's a moment of ecstasy. Ha ha ha. It's him, it's really him. What a way to get to the top. Du Ming laughed out loud, incomparably happy. In front of them, there was a person standing there quietly. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Yi Feng, whom they had just made up their mind to look for. I know that the God-devouring moss is on your body. Hurry up and obediently hand it over to me. I can let you die a painful death, Du Ming said in a cold voice to Yi Feng, despite the howling wind and noise in the canyon. But for people of their realm, even if they looked at it as if they were just speaking in a normal tone, the penetrating power of that voice was very strong. These words, across a large distance, were transmitted into Yi Feng's ears. Behave yourself and hand it over? Ha ha ha. Yi Feng also laughed. The smile abruptly tightened and he said in a cold voice, If you have the strength, then come and get it. Humph, out of your depth. I'll go over and get it. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Boom! Du Ming's martial Saint realm aura burst out steeply, as if it was a mountain of mountains, filled with a thick and heavy meaning. The chi and blood in his body surged and infused into the long knife in his hand, which was ranked at the 8th level and was of very good quality. However, under the thick infusion of chi and blood, it still sent out a tremor. So it was evident that the chi and blood he had infused had reached what degree. Hiss, Elder is so strong, worthy of being the elder of our Du family, a martial Saint realm powerhouse. This strength is just extraordinary. This vastness of chi and blood power alone makes my heart tremble. That's right, don't even look at who this is. That's the elder of our Du family. If it was me against a strong person like the elder, I guess I wouldn't even have the courage to fight back. That kid is going to be finished. With our elders taking it so seriously, he doesn't stand half a chance. In front of the elders, he won't even have a chance to escape. The many members of the Du family were all talking. These shocking words were also very well received in Du Ming's ears, and he was able to push his chi and blood to the extreme. Boom! He fiercely stepped on the earth, instantly sinking deeply downward. A crater-like huge deep hole appeared, and the edges also chafed with cracks, looking like a huge spider web. When the deep pit appeared, Du Ming's entire body, already like a discharged cannonball, instantly shot out and appeared in front of Yifeng. Die for me! The blade that carried a terrifying might slashed down on Yifeng head-on, just when all the Du family members thought that the next Yifeng was going to be split in half. However, he saw Yifeng just move his lips gently and spit out 4 words. Heavenly Cage, a soul soldier, in the form of energy, instantly shot out from Yifeng's mind. When he came outside of this, he immediately enlarged, and a path of energy intertwined and twisted, forming a huge square cage on one side. What the hell is this? Du Ming was shocked so hard that it caused the chopping motion he was performing to be severely distorted. For him to be so shaken to his core, those Du family members behind him would only be even more shocked. Their expressions were incomparably exaggerated. Their mouths were open so huge that they couldn't say anything. Only a look of astonishment remained, as if they had seen something unimaginable. Could this be a Soul Master's soul soldier? After all, Du Ming had some insight, and after a short emotional fluctuation, he immediately judged that this was a soul soldier of a soul master. He had actually seen soul masters before, but had never seen any soul master's soul soldier that would be in the current form. That's why they didn't even recognize it in their haste just now. No good. That giant cage, the moment it appeared, suppressed down towards him. He had no choice but to temporarily change the trajectory of his attack, carrying a thick and mighty blade, and slammed it against the giant cage that was close at hand and pressing down on him. Boom! A knife chopped up solidly, originally thinking that it would be able to break the soul soldier apart. But I don't want to. As if chopping on top of something indestructible, the cage soul soldier is actually not damaged at all. On the contrary, his own longsword was shaken so much that his tiger's mouth went numb, and the longsword nearly came out of his hand. After such a short exchange, that good square cage had knotted down, enveloping his entire person, and even below his feet, it had all been blocked. Dang! Du Ming held his sword and chopped the cage continuously, making ear-piercing metal clashing sounds. Unfortunately, it was to no avail, completely unable to cause any half damage to this side of the cage. What? This soul soldier of his is so powerful, so his own strength must be very strong as well. It was only until now that those Du family members outside, as an afterthought, realized that Yifeng turned out to be so powerful. Originally, he thought that he would be killed by Du Ming, but he didn't want the ending to be completely reversed. In the face of Elder Du Ming's attack, he was not afraid in the slightest, casually returning the favor and trapping their elder to death, leaving him to be slaughtered. Let me out. I'm an elder of the Du clan. If anything happens to me, my Du clan will never let you go. Du Ming was always a bit flustered, unable to break open the cage. He had no choice but to threaten his identity to see if the other party could not dare to kill for him because they were afraid of his Du family. Release my elder. Those members of the Du clan who were still outside the cage voiced their support, but their trembling voices had betrayed the fear in their hearts. Scatter yourselves and run. If you can get away, you're one of a kind. Du Ming suddenly said out loud. The crowd was unmoved. It had come to this point, and their elders were unable to protect themselves, yet they were still thinking about their safety. Really hate to yell out, "No, elder, you can't leave. We won't leave either." This was actually them being a bit self-centered. Du Ming would be in a hurry at this time, wanting them to scatter and flee, with 2 purposes in mind. For 1, if the enemy went after those Du clan members, they would definitely need to spend a lot of energy, and then he would have a greater hope of breaking the cage. Secondly, with so many people spread out, there was surely no way to stop them, and as long as one of them escaped, they could bring back the news of this place. Even if he couldn't survive himself in the end, he would let the Du family avenge him. However, what happened in the next moment made his entire heart sink to the bottom, pulling out a cold. Chapter 158, Physical Perfection. Broken Power Dissipation. It was that side of the cage that suddenly swelled and expanded rapidly. No good. The crowd of Du family members, seeing the rapidly approaching cage, all subconsciously made moves to resist. Unfortunately, this party's cage was very special, and as it expanded rapidly, it was as if it was an imaginary body. Their moves to resist were completely like fighting against the air, not being able to do half the work. Their confrontation was completely useless. Almost in the blink of an eye, All of the Du family members who were originally located outside were also enveloped by the cage, and after being caged in, they were in the same situation as Du Ming. No matter how they cast their moves to attack the cage, it was to no avail, and they were unable to break through the cage at all. What the hell do you want? Du Ming finally panicked and asked Yifeng outside. What do you want? Why are you so eager to know? Won't you find out soon? Yifeng laughed lightly. These words made Du Ming and the rest of the Du family feel a strong sense of crisis. They weren't sure what exactly Yifeng wanted to do, but they knew that Yifeng definitely wouldn't spare them easily, and what awaited them would definitely not be good. Then, start enjoying yourself, Yifeng said softly, and then, he immediately controlled his soul power to catalyze the huge square cage in front of him. Swoosh! One of the lines that made up the cage was seen splitting out into several, and swooshing and shooting down at the Du family members inside. It was seen as if it was transformed into a rain of arrows and attacked from all sides. Watch out! Block for me! Block it! Du Ming hissed, his face flushed and twisted, as if he was a wild beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. He led the many Du clan members to meet the attacks that came shooting at them and put up a stubborn resistance. Some of them were blocked, but there were more attacks that weren't, shot at their torsos, bursting out in a cloud of blood, as well as emitting a loud scream. The attacks were just too dense and came from all around, in every direction, making it really hard to fight. The main reason is because the existence of the cage limits them to a range. Having them only be able to pivot and move within that range is much more restrictive. If there was no restriction of the cage, then they could completely utilize their body techniques to quickly spike their speed and dilute the intensity of their attacks. After just a ball of attacks, a third of the Du clan had already fallen. They were like fish and meat on a chopping board, at Yifeng's mercy. As the Du family gradually decreased, Yifeng also felt that the test of this heavenly Fawn Cage's soul soldier was almost done. Shrink! As another command went down, the large heavenly Fawn Cage actually began to gradually shrink. The range in which they could move was gradually being compressed, until finally, it was almost like people were standing next to each other. No, there's no more room to shrink, Du Ming hissed. He and the remaining Du clan members tried their best to make the heavenly cage shrink slightly, but still couldn't make it stop completely. As it got more and more squishy and uncomfortable, their panic was intense to the max. However, no matter how much they hissed, Yifeng was unmoved, still continuously mobilizing his soul power. He manipulated the heavenly Fawn Cage to carry out continuous compression of the space inside. Pust! There were already several members of the Du family, the weaker ones, who were squeezed to the point that they were spraying blood furiously from their mouths, their eyes turning white, and they were somewhat unconscious. The loss of this part of the population made resistance more difficult. No, please let us go. We apologize to you. We have offended you much before. It's all our Du family's fault for seeing wealth and wanting to compete with you for the god-devouring moss, and then subsequently sending people over to seek revenge. And this time, it's also my fault. I shouldn't have launched an attack on you. You are generous. Just spare us for once. As long as you can let us off the hook. After we go back, we will definitely prepare a generous gift to solemnly apologize to you. Knowing that there was no hope of survival, Du Ming was incomparably fearful and begged for forgiveness, completely lacking the condescension of the Du family elders of the past. He regretted it. He shouldn't have taken the others into account just because he was a bit strong. Today is considered to have kicked the iron plate, so that he understands that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. But it seemed too late to regret it now. I only hoped that, by begging for mercy now, the other party would change his mind. You think I'm the kind of person who would go soft on his enemies? Yifeng sneered and asked back. As soon as these words came out, Du Ming's heart went half cold, knowing that the other party had no intention of changing his mind at all. As the heavenly Fawn Cage squeezed, it was difficult for them to even breathe, and their internal organs were gradually being squeezed to the point of shattering, spewing out blood in succession. You shall not die. My Du family will definitely not let you go. Knowing that he would surely die, Du Ming let out an unwilling curse, but no matter how much he resented it, it didn't change anything. In the end, he was compressed alive and died by the ever-shrinking heavenly Fawn Cage. Collect! Yifeng put the heavenly Fawn Cage back in. After this battle, it allowed Yifeng to familiarize himself with the usage of the heavenly Fawn Cage, this grade 8 soul soldier, and also understand the power of this soul soldier. Even martial saints were trapped in it, and there was absolutely no way to break it open. Truly, there could be no enemy under a martial god. It's time to get out. Yifeng went over towards the teleportation point where he had teleported in before. During this rush, Yifeng took out the Poison King flower. I'll just try it out first and see if I can enhance my all poisons physique. Yifeng took a leaf petal. I was just about to take it into my mouth. But then I felt worried that it was a bit too much, so I just tore off a fraction of the size and took it into my mouth and chewed on it. As soon as the item was imported, his face immediately changed slightly, a strong toxin that blossomed in the mouth. Yifeng hurriedly ran the qi and blood in his body to help suppress this toxin. After a while, it gradually subdued. Yifeng took a long breath, worthy of being the poison king flower. This toxin is just extraordinary. It's really powerful. Just eating 1/5 of the size of a petal of a leaf, it nearly made me poisoned. One must know that he now possessed the 9th layer of the 10,000 poisons. 99% of the toxins in this world, Yifeng was immune to. But despite this, just by taking this tiny bit of poison king flower petals, he nearly got poisoned. In the end, it was paired with running the qi and blood to aid in suppression before the momentum of this poisoning was suppressed. Of course, the biggest credit was due to having the 9th layer physique of all poisons. If one were to rely on qi and blood suppression alone, one would never be able to suppress it. Thinking back to the beginning, Yifeng had been prepared to eat a whole petal. Good thing I changed my mind on the spur of the moment and only ripped a 5th to try first. It turned out to be a wise move. If he had directly taken a whole petal just now, he would probably have been poisoned by now, and even if he had used his qi and blood to suppress the aid, it would still be useless, because, for the same thing, it depends on the dosage, and a large dosage also makes it easy to be poisoned. I feel that after taking this bit of petals, my physique has improved quite a bit, and I believe that if I eat more, I will be able to make the all poisons impervious physique improve to the 10th level of the great perfection. Well, try again. Yifeng tore another 1/5 of the petals and sent it into his mouth for consumption, possibly due to the fact that the physique had improved by a certain margin. The petals of the same size, taken this second time, were significantly easier to cope with than the first time around. Yifeng, this time, didn't even need much to use his qi and blood to assist in suppressing the toxin of that petal. Go on again. Yifeng ate bit after bit. The third time, there was no need for chakra suppression assistance at all, and for the fourth time, Yifeng took the petals and tore them a little bit more extensively. As the resistance to toxicity improves, the dosage needs to be increased to bring better results. When Yifeng whole take absorbed off 4 petals, with what looked like some kind of shackle being broken in his body, Yifeng finally broke through the all poisons impervious physique to the 10th level of perfection. Having reached the consummation, it was the true invulnerability to all poisons, which meant that there was no longer any kind of toxin in the world that could harm Yifeng, that could poison him. The rest of these poison king flowers, there are still quite a few left, so I'll give them to you to absorb. Yifeng took the poison king flower and threw it to the god-eater moss that had been waiting with bated breath for a long time. To it, the poison king flower was the best food in the world, and it had long wanted to absorb it. Unfortunately, Yifeng, the master, hadn't been half-hearted, and it couldn't take the initiative to grab it, so it could only wait dryly. Now it's finally time. Wait, this stuff isn't like the others. It's poisonous. Yifeng thought of a reminder, lest he let the god-devouring moss treat it like any other poison and quickly just devour and absorb it. But that was a step too slow. The poison king flower was small in size and was immediately absorbed by the god-devouring moss almost the instant Yifeng threw it. After absorbing it, the god-devouring moss suddenly didn't move, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. The connection between Yifeng and it also seemed as if it was broken. It couldn't have been so poisonous that it couldn't carry it and something happened, could it? Yifeng was a little worried. I should have given an explanation in advance just now. Negligence. However, Yifeng really didn't expect it to be immediately devoured and absorbed by it just after it was given out. Nope, there's still a connection, only it's so weak that it's not easy to detect, in which case it should just fall into a deep slumber. Like hibernation? Yifeng guessed that it should be that the toxin of the poison king flower was just too fierce, and even the god-devouring moss was not able to withstand it. Unable to immediately convert into energy for their own growth, they temporarily fall into dormancy. When it had completely transformed this toxin that it had absorbed into growth energy, it would be able to awaken then. Yifeng was looking forward to how much growth the god-devouring moss would be able to have when it woke up again. Well, this is it. Yifeng didn't care about the god-devouring moss first. He had already returned to the teleportation point, a suction force that acted on his body. Yifeng didn't do anything to resist, and after a while, he was sucked out. Yifeng's eyes flashed and the scene transformed, obviously returning to the outside world. Phew! Only in the next moment, Yifeng sensed that something was wrong. This outside world should be fresh air and clear vision. How it looks like a gray fog has risen and it's gray everywhere. Through the gray fog, it was also possible to see that there were quite a few people standing nearby. These figures, at first glance, were still somewhat familiar, and were certainly ones that he had seen before, and not long ago. Fixing his eyes, he recognized them. The Mu family. It's the one from the medicine-making family. They were good at refining all kinds of medicines, especially poisons, and were very good at it. Their strength might not be that bright, but their means of using toxins were incomparably skillful. Even martial artists who were stronger than them were trying to avoid clashing with them as much as possible if they could not clash with them. The Mu family members. Otherwise, if they were casually undermined, no matter how high strength they had, they would not be able to exert it. But if they were poisoned, they would be at their mercy. You guys, what does this mean? Yifeng looked at these Mu family members and asked with a calm expression. These gray, misty things are definitely of the toxin variety. It was only that Yifeng now possessed an all-poison invulnerable physique. So these toxins, there was no way for them to work. But whether or not it worked, whether or not it harmed you, the hostility of the other party was obvious anyway. And that was enough. You are calm. They were a bit surprised by Yifeng's calmness, because something similar had been done several times just now. And every time the people who came out from inside the secret realm were controlled by their Mu family members, they would be flustered and angry. Either that or they were cursing at them, with more than a few nasty words. Either that, or he roared and mobilized his chi and blood, wanting to fight them, but as a result, he triggered the toxin and died of poisoning. Nearby, for example, were lying several bodies that had fallen so willingly. For this, they felt no guilt. Who let these people, without asking for clarification, immediately want to fight, deserve to die? And this time, finally, we encountered a calm one. You don't need to panic. We're blocking this place because we're trying to find an item. All those who come out from inside the secret realm need to have their bodies searched by us once before they can leave here. Mu Qingzhou, the leader, said to Yifeng, by wanting one thing, he was referring to the poison kingflower. After the poison kingflower was snatched away and the search was fruitless, they thought of a method. Get back out here as fast as you can and block the outside of the secret area. All the people who came out of the secret realm could be the one who snatched the poison kingflower. As long as everyone was searched, there was a chance of finding that person and snatching back the poison kingflower. As for the need to offend many people as a result, they couldn't care less. The poison kingflower was just too attractive for them, and they wanted it very much. As long as they could get the poison kingflower, they didn't mind offending some people. These gray mists around you, the name is Power Breaking Scatter. You have been poisoned. As long as you cooperate honestly and don't use your chi or soul power, you'll be fine. But if you do, you'll surely die from the poison. Chapter 159, All Immunized. Mu Qingzhou bluntly told Yifeng that those gray mists were the poison called Power Breaking Scatter. The properties of this poison are also directly stated. The purpose was so that Yifeng could honestly cooperate, otherwise, he would be just like those people before him, who had used their chi and blood, resulting in a poisonous death. They died because they used their chi and blood, resulting in a poisonous death? Yifeng swept his eyes at the nearby ground, where a body was lying upside down, and said to the Mu family, Good, so you should have the answer in your mind as to what to do. Mu Qingzhou said with incomparable confidence. In his opinion, as long as one's brain was intact, it would be clear that there was only one option now to cooperate honestly, or else one would even lose one's life. One thing I'm more curious about, is there an antidote for this so-called broken power scatter? Yifeng asked to the Mu family. There is an antidote, but it's a prophylactic one. It means that it needs to be taken in advance. For example, we are now, all of us have already taken the antidote in advance, so we will not be afraid of the poison of the broken power scattering. As for you, have already been poisoned. If you take the antidote again, it will already be too late to solve it. Of course, you don't have to worry. As long as you don't use force within 24 hours, the poison of the broken power dispersal will be lifted by itself. Mu Qingzhou said, according to you, if something happens to me in the meantime, say on the way back when I leave, and I run into danger, am I not doomed to die? After all, if you use force you will die of poison, and if you don't use force you will die from the crisis? With a single sentence, Yifeng revealed a very fatal problem. This, Mu Qingzhou was momentarily speechless. Cut the crap, I'm the one who's making you choose now, not you questioning me about my problems. If you cooperate honestly, you still have a chance of survival. If you don't, you'll die immediately. Up, search me. Mu Qingzhou didn't bother to say much, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered several Mu family members to come forward. Anyway, Yifeng had already been poisoned. They were not afraid in the slightest, no matter how they treated Yifeng, they were not in half the danger. Also because of this mentality, the four Mu family members who came forward and prepared to search their bodies had a big grin on their faces, and completely lacked any semblance of vigilance in dealing with their enemies, having been hit by the poison of the power-breaking scatter. No matter how strong one's strength was, one could only be at their mercy. The four of them walked to Yifeng, one of the tall and thin men, sizing up Yifeng for a few moments, sneered, and wearing a mask, I'd like to see just how unseemly it is to need to wear a mask. With that, he reached out to remove Yifeng's mask. It was only halfway to his hand that he stopped. What are you laughing at? He saw that the lower half of Yifeng's uncovered face, and the corner of his mouth raised in a strange arc. It was a smile that irritated him. I'm laughing. You're dying, Yifeng said indifferently, as if he was saying something very natural. What? He pulled out his ears, thinking he'd misheard. Did he just say that I'm going to die? With a very exaggerated expression, the tall and thin man said to the other three companions around him, Yeah, that's what he said. The companion also had an exaggerated expression. Ha ha ha. There's never been a person who's been poisoned with the power-breaking scatter who can move the force afterward without being poisoned. I'd like to see what you're going to use to kill me. I'm standing here now, so do it. The tall and thin man stretched his neck out and kept moving towards Yifeng. Come on, kill me. Cut down from the neck here. One cut will kill me. Do it quickly. He had an aggressive look about him. However, swish, along with his words, a brilliant blade aura, which also lit up instantly, drew a sharp arc, flashing past the tall and thin man right in the middle of his neck. His movements, too, froze there, motionless. The expression on his face was also fixed for a second. Only in his eyes, a fake look of disbelief was rapidly blossoming. He stretched his neck and a line of blood quickly emerged. Pust, crimson blood gushed out from his neck. His head tilted, and his whole head, in due course, fell down and rolled in a bone-crunching circle several times before it stopped. Boom! The headless corpse slowly collapsed. At this moment, the scene was extremely silent. Even if a pin fell to the ground, it could be clearly heard by everyone present. Time seemed to have stood still, and the crowd of Mu family members stood motionless in their respective positions. Only Yifeng, who was in the process of retracting his sword, appeared so conspicuous. Gollum! They swallowed hard at almost the same time. A look of shock quickly surfaced on his face. Killing, he just now used force, clearly mobilizing the power of chi and blood. One by one, the Mu family members had expressions like they had seen a ghost, as if seeing something unfathomable. Why is it that you're still fine now after obviously mobilizing your chi and blood and using force, and yet you didn't die from poisoning? Haven't you already been poisoned by the power-breaking scatter poison? There's no way you weren't poisoned, and there's no way you knew ahead of time and then took the antidote for the defense-breaking scattering ahead of time. Mu Qingzhou almost roared these words out. It was the only tone of voice that could cathartically vent the emotions of the heart in passing. After all, what we were seeing now was just too unbelievable. Ever since the power-breaking scatter was developed, after countless battle experiences, it had never missed a beat. What was happening now was really the first time they had encountered it, and it caught them off guard. Why? I don't think that a dead man needs to know why. Swish swish swish. Yifeng chopped out 3 more slashes. The 4 people who had just come over to prepare for the body search, excluding the tall and thin man, there were 3 people remaining around them. After knowing Yifeng's power, the 3 panicked and wanted to retreat. Yifeng of course could not let them go so easily, and chopped out 3 slashes at once, so fast. Looking at the 3 blade shadows that were rapidly approaching, the 3 knew that no matter how they avoided them, they would not be able to escape. On the verge of death, they only had the time to pull out several poisons and slam a brain into Yifeng. There are powders and there are venoms in all sorts of forms. The 3 knives accurately hit the 3 people, directly killing them in seconds. Hit. He's been poisoned. It's all hit. The Mu family, who are still alive, are thrilled. Just now, the 3 people resisted before they died, and the various poisons that were sent out actually hit all of them. At a rough count, there were at least a dozen types, all of which were incomparably poisonous, and a little bit of which could send someone to their death. If anything, the power-breaking proteins that he had gotten before had caused the other party not to be successfully poisoned for some unknown reason. This time, then, with a dozen or so types of poison, surely he couldn't be that lucky again, and he could definitely succeed in poisoning this person down. I, the Mu family, will not forget the merits of the few of you, and will give you a proper burial later. In Mu Qingzhou's view, things were already over. Just as quickly, he felt something was wrong. Nope, how come you haven't died of poison yet? Mu Qingzhou was puzzled. How could Yifeng, who had been hit by more than a dozen kinds of poison, still be standing there properly? From the exposed skin, it was clear that there was no semblance of poisoning. The dozen or so types of poison just now were not something like a power-breaking powder that could be fine as long as one didn't run the power. Each of these dozen or so virulent poisons has an unconditional attack. As soon as you are poisoned, you will have an immediate attack and you will die from the poison. But no, not at all. Died of poison? Yifeng walked step by step towards the Mu family, looking unhurried as if he was taking a walk. However, the oppression brought to the Mu family members was incomparably huge, as if it was a huge mountain that pressed against their faces, making their breathing. All of them began to become a little short of breath. Maybe your poison has expired? Yifeng said with a light smile. Expired? Could there be a dozen more? All just about expired? Mu Qingzhou was puzzled and almost got sidetracked by Yifeng. Quick reaction. Nope. What expired? The poisons we were carrying before we left from the Mu family were all newly made. How could they have expired? Immediately after saying that, he gave a wink to the people around him. The crowd knew it by heart. After Yifeng stepped into a certain distance, suddenly, at the same moment, they all struck out at the same time, using their own means to hit Yifeng with a variety of poisons. This time, it was even more varied, totaling hundreds of varieties. What made the Mu family unexpected was that Yifeng did not dodge or block, but actually all the poisons under his hand. I don't believe that you're immune to all of the hundreds of virulent poisons, Mu Qingzhou said with a cold smile, finally relieved this time. Just after saying this, the confident look on his face gradually changed. No way, how are you still not poisoned? Not only Mu Qingzhou, all the Mu family members present, their heads were all about to short-circuit. They were even wondering if they were dreaming now or not. The only time something this bull asterisk happens is in the dream world. But then they were incredibly conscious that now was reality. Very real reality. Not half false. You, who the hell are you? They all sat down powerlessly, feeling deep fear, without half a trace of blood on their faces, completely losing all fighting spirit. What kind of situation causes the strongest blow? That's exactly what happened. They have used all their means, and have struck all their most trusted poisons on their enemies. But the enemy was just like a nobody, without half a reaction. This kind of deep feeling of powerlessness, only after experiencing it, one would know how desperate it was, and it also made them completely lose their fighting spirit. Who I am? That's none of your business. Weren't you arrogant in the beginning? Now, it's time for you to pay the price. The Mu family's most powerful means is to use poison, and now their biggest killer weapon is completely ineffective against themselves, and Yifeng can be said to be in a state of invincibility. Killing these Mu family members was as simple as chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. The hand is up, and it's a man down. Some people took a breath and tried to escape, but under Yifeng's eyes, there was absolutely no hope of escaping. What's more, by casually utilizing the abilities of a soul master and unleashing the heavenly Fang cage, everyone could be surrounded in it. Want to run? There's not even half a chance. Within a short time, all the Mu family members were all killed. It was customary to scavenge the loot after killing the enemy. From the Mu family, we have searched a lot of poison. These can be used if we keep them. For example, when the god-devouring moss awakens, see if it is going to need to absorb the toxin, and if it does, you can give it a chance to absorb it and use it as sustenance as it grows. Yifeng left this place. After a period of rushing, he eventually returned to the Alchemy Association. It was dark by now. The president, Gu Pingjiang, was still inside his own smithy room, studying that starship part and how exactly to fix it. Yifeng didn't bother. Took a shower to get rid of the stinky sweat. Today a trip to the secret realm to break down. Also feel very tired. Yifeng collapsed his head and huffed and puffed to sleep. There was no talk all night. Yifeng slept comfortably for the whole night, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning, and the sky was already bright. On Yifeng's side, there were also many materials placed, all from that mysterious organization, the heavenly Xian iron they had given. The materials used in refining starships had high requirements for quality, and most of them were extra heavenly metaphysical iron in order to be qualified. With nothing to do, Yifeng started refining things. As Yifeng's forging movements were incomparably skillful and flowing, a very fine component was born from Yifeng's hands. If Gu Pingjiang was standing here at this moment, he would definitely be incomparably surprised. Aren't these fine building blocks the ones that need to be repaired now? The damaged power bead in the starship's power plant, some of which have burned out. If you want to repair that power bead, you need to be able to do so, and forge the corresponding damaged components. Otherwise, how can you replace and repair it? But the problem lay in the fact that he, Gu Pingjiang, did not have the ability to forge something so high-end and fine, so there is no way to repair the power beads. However, Yifeng was actually able to be so skillful and forge these components, one kind after another, each different, one after another, was forged from Yifeng's hands without the slightest pause, and even more so without the slightest mistake. Every time you forge it, it is bound to be successful, and the quality is still very good. That's the awesome thing about being proficient in StarCraft repair techniques. Forging these fine components is also one of the basic skills. Time passes day by day. Nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Today is already the last day of the agreed deadline. For a month's time, Yifeng had something to do and refine some components that might need to be used to prepare for it. As for Gu Pingjiang, he didn't know if he had entered a state of oblivion, but he had actually remained in seclusion until now. Even now, when it was already the last day, there was no half-hearted desire to come out of the gate.